Before his emergence, no individual among humankind had ever wielded such an extraordinary degree of power. Though reality is harsh to the point of despair, we must acknowledge a singular truth. His sinister grasp nearly extends to every corner of the world, touching all lives. His existence epitomizes the very limits of tyranny. In our quest to liberate our world from the clutches of that Dark Lord, we are compelled to confront the entire world. For many arduous years, we have struggled under exceedingly challenging circumstances. We find ourselves unable to trust anyone from the outside, for they may very well be our adversaries. Even among our internal warriors, we cannot place complete faith in them. At any moment, they might betray us, having been exposed to too much of his influence. We are perpetually on the brink of crisis, and our reinforcements are scarce. For the last hope of civilization, we are forced to hide in the darkest corners. We persist in our struggle, for we believe that one day we shall vanquish that Dark Lord and reclaim our world. And tonight, after enduring the longest of nights, we have finally awaited our ultimate opportunity. In the South Pacific, upon a vessel that appears somewhat antiquated for the current era, Hugh Raphael, the leader of the Human Salvation Organization, is delivering an impassioned final address to the dozen or so warriors accompanying him. Before him, the assembled warriors don dark short-sleeved shirts and quick-drying shorts, further adorned with bulletproof vests. Their robust thighs and muscular arms reveal their extensive training. In their hands, they clutch heavy machine guns and individual rocket launchers, with belts of ammunition wrapped around their waists. They gaze silently at Hugh's fervent speech, their eyes deep and contemplative. Beside Hugh stands another individual, attired similarly to the other soldiers of the Human Salvation Organization, yet wielding a sharp melee, weaponized, double-edged sword. He is Tong Zhe, the deputy leader of the organization and a pivotal figure in this mission. The blade he holds, a 3-foot sword, shall serve as the crucial weapon to slay the Dark Lord. As he listens to Hugh's final address, he raises his head to behold the moon, partially emerging from the clouds beneath the inky night sky. The silvery moonlight seems to illuminate their path. In the distance, they can make out the silhouette of Nameless Island, the largest artificial island in human history, rising against the night's backdrop. The brisk, moisture-laden sea breeze invigorates their senses. As Tong Zhe gazes at the moon, he appears to reflect on countless memories from the past. At this moment, it resembles a scene from a game or a fairy tale, where, after enduring numerous trials, evading the villain's cunning schemes, and overcoming formidable obstacles, the protagonist group, having matured through their journey, is finally poised to confront the shadowy puppeteer in a climactic battle. As they gather for the final confrontation, the protagonists began to reminisce about the myriad stories that had shaped their journey, solidifying their resolve. Once, many similar organizations dedicated to the salvation of humanity walked alongside us, yet they all succumbed to failure and despair. Ultimately, we remain as the sole survivors of the Humanity Salvation Organization 001 base. We are the last hope for humanity. This time, success is inevitable. We shall not falter. You are the ones I have adopted from all corners of the globe. You have grown up in the survivor base, shielded from his influence, allowing you to escape his grasp. You are surely the most resolute soldiers among us. Today, you shall fulfill the mission of saving humanity, which is also the ultimate objective of the Humanity Salvation Organization. We will vanquish that demon, restoring safety, peace, and happiness to our civilization beneath this very sky. He once reveled in his own gratification, forcing all people on this planet to fight in unison, resulting in countless deaths within a mere span of time. For his selfish desires, he constructed his abode, Nameless Isle, amidst the ocean, sacrificing innumerable lives in the process. He ignited unprecedented, unfathomable horrors across the planet, drastically altering its climate. He tramples upon the laws of this world, dismantling all morals. He epitomizes evil. He is an unprecedented, terrifying fiend in this world. And tonight, we shall finally bring an end to him and this nightmare. With fury, Xios declared, gesturing emphatically, then turning to Tongza. Tongza, I have grown old. The task of slaying this demon is now entrusted to you. By any other means, he will return to life. Only this sword, when it pierces his heart, can truly end the demon. Like a myth or traditional fable, they had endured great hardships to acquire this sword capable of vanquishing the demon. Listening to Zaius' words, Tongza raised the sword high, his gaze resolute. In that moment, he resembled a hero from a myth, wielding a sacred artifact. This is your mission. Indeed, this is my mission. With this sword, I shall pierce the demon's heart and put an end to this nightmare. Tongza echoed, his gaze distant as if he were recalling more memories, his entire being seemingly infused with faith. Good. Nameless Isle is within reach. We have finally arrived. Prepare to infiltrate. Though our vessel lacks advanced technology, we cannot approach any closer. We must seize this fleeting opportunity and swim across. From a distance to the west of Nameless Isle, Tongza, Xios, and the others plunged into the waters. As their bodies touched the shores of Nameless Isle, Xios produced a mask. Don a mask. From this moment forth, we shall lose our sight. Until we have utterly slain him, we must not behold anything concerning him. The mask is peculiar. Its eye openings are absent, obscuring the majority of vision, allowing only a glimpse of the ground beneath. Above the Nameless Island, a private plane, modified from a large passenger aircraft, glides slowly at an altitude of 3,000 meters, circling the skies above the island. Gazing down from the aircraft, one witnesses an exceedingly bizarre spectacle on this, the largest artificial island in the world. One half of the island boasts meticulously constructed roads, flanked by segments of rare trees and vibrant flora. Alongside the main thoroughfare and its extending pathways, various architecturally distinctive buildings emerge, ranging from futuristic towers adorned with silvery glass facades to traditional pavilions and verdant gardens. European estates coexist with unmistakable ancient palaces, creating an exhibition of architectural marvels from diverse eras and cultures. The transitions between styles are seamless, flowing harmoniously. If one might encapsulate this half of the island with words such as opulence, grandeur, and beauty, the other half presents a stark contrast. It is a desolation. Once, this ground bore exquisite structures, now reduced to ruins, as if ravaged by countless bombardments. Craters mar the scorched earth, the largest of which exceeds 200 meters in diameter. Remarkably, at the center of this vast crater stands an extraordinarily ornate palace, built within the confines of the pit without filling it in. The overall impression of the Nameless Island is one of absurdity. At this moment, aboard the aircraft, the master of the island, the demon king Lin Dao, sits at the edge of the bed, gazing out the window at the surreal landscape, his expression devoid of emotion. Despite his title, Lin Dao presents as an entirely ordinary young man, appearing to be merely a typical 22-year-old, though in truth he is just past 30. Turning his head, Lin Dao glances toward the opposite side of the cabin, where the door stands ajar. Due to cabin depressurization, wind rushes in, whisking away any unsecured items into the abyss outside. As he rises, the force of the pressure propels him toward the doorway. He lifts his gaze towards the cockpit, which is of course unoccupied, for he is the sole pilot of this aircraft. At present, it merely follows a predetermined route, circling above the Nameless Island. Without resisting the pressure, Lin Dao strides to the door and leaps into the void. He is unencumbered by a parachute or any safety measures. The aircraft's engines nearly ensnare his entire being in an instant. Yet he allowed it to pass. In the lofty heights, the frigid wind howled past his frail body with astonishing speed, as if intent on freezing him solid. Ling Dao made no further movements. He neither leaned forward nor reclined backward. He merely maintained the position he had assumed upon stepping out of the aircraft, plummeting straight downwards. The wind pressed against his face, nearly forcing his eyes shut, yet he kept them open, gazing at his own form as it sliced through the mist. He beheld the scenery of the Nameless Island below, drawing ever nearer. He appeared somewhat lost in thought, as if pondering something. He was descending upon the portion of the Nameless Island that lay in ruins and craters. The devastation on that side of the island had not stemmed from any assault. Rather, it had been the result of an explosion orchestrated at his own behest. From the very beginning, he had never known an adversary. As for the rationale behind the destruction of that half of the island's structures, perhaps there was none, or perhaps it was merely a reflection of his inexplicable restlessness that day. How long does it take to free fall from a height of 3,000 meters to the ground? For most, it is not a protracted duration. It was no different for Ling Dao. In this world, many thrill-seekers frequently indulge in skydiving, relishing the exhilarating sensation of free fall after leaping from an aircraft, for it brings them closest to the feeling of flight. However, unlike the vast majority of these individuals, Ling Dao had never donned a parachute. Splatter. A crisp sound, akin to a human-shaped pancake unfolding upon the scorched earth. Should anyone approach to touch it, they would find it surprisingly soft, as if devoid of any bones. Nearby stood a servant, holding a glass of juice that Ling Dao had previously requested. As the pancake spread completely across the ground, the servant's visage began to shift rapidly. His features morphed into Ling Dao's likeness, and his form transformed to mirror Ling Dao's as well. In that moment, Ling Dao experienced a rebirth through the guise of this individual. Lowering his gaze, Ling Dao observed the pancake on the ground, then lifted the glass of juice in hand and drank it in one gulp. On his first encounter with death, he had felt a twinge of pain, but now the agony of death seemed to have faded from his perception, much like most things in this world. Releasing his grip, he let the glass shatter upon the ground, and then raised his gaze to the sky, where his previously piloted private jet spiraled aimlessly, now devoid of life. He watched patiently as the aircraft gradually descended, ultimately crashing just a few hundred meters away. The flames and billowing smoke seemed to envelop him in a searing heat. A fragment of debris struck his left arm, smoothly severing a portion of it. Observing the blood gushing forth, Ling Dao glanced down but chose to disregard it. He merely traversed the newly unfurled expanse on the ground, following the scorched earth towards the grand palace nestled within the largest crater on this half-island. Here, in proximity to the ground, one could discern more clearly the myriad bodies resembling his own, far beyond the recently spread expanse. Many had assumed varied postures, with numerous having already transformed into mere bones. These were the garments that Lin Dao had once traversed. Lin Dao scarcely lowered his gaze, resolutely advancing towards the palace. Along the way, the wounds on his arms continued to bleed profusely. As he neared the palace, his body collapsed once more onto the ground. It appeared he had forgotten that this crater had recently been ravaged by a nuclear explosion, residual radiation lingering around the palace's exterior. Yet, this bore little significance for him. In the next moment, Lin Dao found himself outside the palace, then within its confines. Inside, in the grand hall on the first floor, Lin Dao turned from the entrance, striding towards his designated seat within the hall. Upon the Demon King's throne, he rested his chin upon his hand, awaiting the arrival of the Human Salvation Organization. Be cautious. I sense his presence. Hughes whispered to Tong Zhe, who, obscured by a mask, nodded cautiously, his gaze fixed upon the ground. Although he could only see the floor, the opulent decor and tiles beneath their feet, along with the places they had traversed, informed Tong Zhe that they were indeed in an exceedingly lavish and expansive hall. According to their intelligence, the Demon King resided within this very chamber, where their final confrontation would unfold. He seemed to have already perceived the Demon King's presence, as if he could hear the weighty breaths emanating from him. They were drawing near. Tong Zhe raised his sword, pointing it forward. Now, it is only the two of us left. We must proceed with utmost caution. He should be resting upon his throne. Let us not rouse him. Aim for his heart. Removing his mask, Hugh spoke softly to the masked Tong Zhe. The latter nodded in agreement. Their journey had not been without difficulty. To ensure a safer infiltration, the soldiers accompanying them had dispersed to various positions on the nameless island, leaving only the two of them. With sword in hand, Tong Zhe advanced slowly across the tiled floor. He was drawing closer to the fearsome Demon King, nearly able to discern the contours of the throne. Upon the Demon King's seat, Lin Dao rested his chin, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding scene. As the sword in Tong Zhe's grip approached, Lin Dao neither moved aside nor rose. Despite wearing a mask, Tong Zhe trembled with excitement at this rare opportunity, raising his sword high. For humanity, he lowered his voice, and as he thrust the sword downward, he uttered a sound. Thud! The sound of the blade, piercing flesh, echoed. Standing behind Tong Zhe, Xios plunged his sword into Tong Zhe's body. Chapter 2. The boring game. The mask upon Tong Zhe's visage fell to the ground at the most opportune moment. His face seemed to betray the utmost limits of human expression, pain, disbelief, and an overwhelming complexity. Slowly, he turned his head, casting a glance over his shoulder at Shios, the leader of the Human Salvation Organization, the man who had raised him and guided him along this arduous path of human salvation. At this moment, Shios appeared calm and impassive, a stark contrast to his earlier fervor, gripping the hilt of another sword, while the blade itself had pierced through his abdomen from behind. It was a scene imbued with dramatic tension, within the opulent palace, before the so-called demon recognized by the Human Salvation Organization. The leader of the organization had plunged a sword into the chest of the hero they had chosen. It resembled a meticulously crafted, even flawless, theatrical performance. With the demon seated upon the throne as the sole spectator, Lin Dao maintained his prior posture, resting his chin on his hand, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding tableau, akin to a playwright or director observing their own creation come to life. Why? As the narrative reached its climax, the trembling hero, voice quavering, still found it difficult to comprehend, to grasp the reasoning behind Shios' actions. He seemed utterly confounded as to why the leader of the Human Salvation Organization would commit such an act. Shios, with a calm demeanor, withdrew the sword from Tong Zai's chest, as if performing the most mundane of tasks, offering a respectful nod towards Mr. Lin. With his head bowed and the sword hanging limply from his hand, droplets of Tong Zai's blood still fell from the blade. He offered no answer to Tong Zai's queries, merely extending a gesture of loyalty toward Lin. This action appeared to convey everything. All those influenced by the demon had once bestowed upon him many exalted titles, God, King, with Mr. Lin being among the more common. Tong Zai trembled violently, still unable to fathom the situation. Why, Shios? If you have always been loyal to him, why then establish the Human Salvation Organization? Without you, we would never have embarked on this path. No one would have dared to attempt to slay him, to save humanity. Now, we stand before him, and yet you seek to impede us. Do you not find that superfluous? His eyes wide and bloodshot, he questioned. The King of Humanity also requires a modicum of amusement throughout his lengthy existence. Shios lowered his head, as if he had answered all of Tong Zai's inquiries. Tong Zai's lips quivered, as if countless words still lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet ultimately he uttered nothing more. His rage transforming into an infinite well of fury within his gaze. He turned away, once more raising the sword high, aiming to strike down upon the demon within arm's reach. It seemed that even in the face of Shios' betrayal, the hero chose to fulfill his mission at the final hour. Exerting his last ounce of strength to bring an end to the demon's reign, Lin Dao sat in his seat, observing the expression on Tong Zai's face and the sword raised high in his hand. The dramatic intensity of the scene unfolded before him, yet he remained motionless, feeling an unexpected sense of ennui wash over him. Never mind, you may leave, he finally declared. His words brought the splendid performance unfolding in the opulent hall to an abrupt halt. Responding to Lin Dao were not only the seemingly treacherous Shios but also the furious Tong Zai, determined to fight back. Tong Zai sheathed his sword and stepped back beside Shios, respectfully echoing Lin Dao's sentiment. As he had stated earlier, he had never truly possessed any enemies. Similar scenarios had played out numerous times before. At times, he would embrace the role of the quintessential villain, as he did now. At others, he would portray a heroic figure akin to those in mythical tales, vanquishing the great evildoer. Occasionally, he would even enact a tale where this villain was eradicated by a hero, prompting the populace to feign liberation from his influence, resulting in a jubilant world. Mr. Lin, in what form would you prefer the next tale of the human resistance to be presented? Tong Zai respectfully inquired of Lin Dao. We shall discuss it later. Lin Dao replied with a wave of his hand, choosing not to regard the other two in the hall any further. Tong Zai and Shios acknowledged him and subsequently departed in accordance with Lin Dao's wishes. The hall, once vibrant with activity, fell into an abrupt silence as the door stood ajar. Lin Dao gazed at the entrance, momentarily lost in thought. In truth, the role he had just played was not entirely erroneous. From a traditional legal perspective, he was arguably the greatest criminal inhabiting this planet at this very moment. Yet, no one remained to judge him. Not even from a moral standpoint. He did not consider himself a virtuous individual, nor was he certain if he could even be classified as human. To be deemed human, one ought to possess a fundamental philosophical and moral framework that constrains human behavior within certain bounds, defining what it means to be human. However, his thoughts and actions had long transcended such a philosophical framework, rendering him merely a sentient being temporarily clad in the guise of humanity. Raising his gaze, this humanoid intellect looked toward the open doors of the hall. Outside, the entire nameless island had grown quiet, for it was sparsely populated. Once, at his behest, this place had flourished into the most prosperous island on the planet. Individuals from various nations had resided and worked here, collaborating with Lin Dao in the most authentic, or perhaps the most genuine, pirate management game the world had known. Eventually, however, Lin Dao grew weary of it and had most of them expelled. Subsequently, he ordered armed personnel to demolish a portion of the extravagant buildings, pavilions, and luxurious structures that adorned the nameless island. According to the analyses conducted by various teams of psychologists, the esteemed Mr. Lin appears to exhibit tendencies of self-destruction. This behavior resembles that of someone who invests considerable time constructing exquisite edifices within a gaming environment, only to impulsively obliterate them in a fit of frustration. A consortium of psychological experts once endeavored to assist Mr. Lin in addressing this self-destructive inclination, yet he resolutely declined their aid, allowing such thoughts to proliferate within his consciousness. Mr. Lin's emotional and psychological state is exceedingly intricate. Furthermore, as articulated by the team of psychological specialists, no individual on this planet has ever wielded the extraordinary degree of power that Mr. Lin possesses. Even the protagonists of science fiction narratives pale in comparison. His authority transcends the boundaries of Western imaginings regarding the dominion that deities might hold over humanity. For even the divine struggles to unify the thoughts and beliefs of every individual on Earth, yet Mr. Lin has accomplished this feat. It is uncertain when this transformation commenced. Perhaps it has been intrinsic from the very outset. For Mr. Lin, reality has morphed into a somewhat illusory game, akin to a pirated version of a game that elevates all values to an extreme of 9,999. Initially, this experience was exhilarating, a sensation beyond description. But it soon devolved into monotony and tedium. Despite the constant changes in form and the escalating spectacles presented, Mr. Lin felt an overwhelming sense of repetition. Before his 22nd birthday, Mr. Lin was merely an ordinary individual, attending school, studying, working, burdened by academic pressures and occupational worries. He grappled with the balance between dreams of poetry and distant horizons versus the immediate struggles of life, harboring numerous aspirations and expectations for the future. His life trajectory was entirely typical, sufficiently overlapping with the experiences of countless others in the world. However, on the day of his 22nd birthday, without any forewarning or significant preceding events, as the clock struck midnight, he acquired two extraordinary abilities. He was oblivious to their origins or the manner in which they manifested. Yet, he found himself endowed with these powers. The first ability was termed divinity. From that moment onward, anyone who had heard his name, seen his visage, or had any form of direct or indirect contact with him would possess an unwavering loyalty towards him. The notion of loyalty, however, transcends mere veneration. It aligns more closely with the relationship between a person's mind and their limbs. Those individuals retain their consciousness, yet they cannot contravene his requests. This non-contravention exists at a conceptual level. They do not engage in superficial compliance or seek to misinterpret his intentions or exploit ambiguities in his words. The most critical aspect of this ability lies in its capacity to influence even those who have had only indirect contact with him. The realm of indirect contact is indeed remarkably expansive. It does not conform to the notion presented during the performance of that drama by Susi, wherein it was suggested that one could remain unaffected by simply avoiding mention of his name or gazing upon his visage. In reality, under the influence of Lin Dao, the concept of resistance and the so-called human salvation organization never truly existed. The moment they became aware that there was someone they needed to oppose, the mere acknowledgement, without the necessity for explicit reference to Lin Dao, rendered them susceptible to his influence. Any degree of contact or connection with those affected by Lin Dao suffices to fulfill the criteria of indirect contact inherent in his power. To articulate this in more abstract terms, All individuals whose fates are touched by Lin Dao will inevitably be influenced, and likewise, those whose destinies intersect with the influenced shall also experience the same effect. This ability operates passively, and naturally, it is a process of fission. Ultimately, everything culminated without Lin Dao having to exert any significant effort. Throughout this course, it is conceivable that some may have sensed the occurrence of something peculiar. However, that is the essence of his power. The moment someone becomes aware of it, they have already been affected. He resembles a malevolent deity from a horror tale, transforming everything in an instant. His second ability is termed resting with the world. This power permits him, regardless of the manner of his demise, or even without dying at all, to directly resurrect within another human being. In essence, as long as there remains a final human before the complete obliteration of human civilization, he cannot perish. Following the manifestation of these two abilities, at the moment the influence of the first ability permeated the entirety of the planet, subtle changes emerged. For instance, it seemed that as long as he wished, he could sense the existence of every individual on the planet and convey his commands to them. Simultaneously, his second ability allows him to rise again in any location on this planet where humans dwell after collapsing in one spot. Conversely, he can also perceive certain matters of importance or interest. When such events transpire, if someone witnesses or perceives them, he too can grasp that awareness. This does not imply that he can simultaneously receive and visualize the myriad scenes seen by billions. Rather, it is akin to feeling an itch on a particular part of the skin and instinctively directing his gaze there. At the age of 22, during the nascent phase of these two powers, the inertia of life and moral compulsion sustained him for approximately a year. Even the following day, in a manner reminiscent of a thief covering his ears, he issued a directive to everyone, instructing them to carry on with their lives as though nothing had occurred. Despite being influenced by his abilities, all were acutely aware of his existence and the reality of his powers, yet this knowledge did not diminish their loyalty. As the inertia of life waned, the persona of Lin Dao, the ordinary man, swiftly began to unravel. Initially, he refrained from transgressing any laws or ethical norms of human civilization, feigning his humanity. He merely sought to leverage his abilities to acquire wealth and indulge in a life of luxury. Thus, he meticulously crafted a narrative, portraying himself as a financial prodigy who would amass fortune through futures trading and subsequently embark on a global odyssey. However, as is often the case, one transgression leads to another, when both morality and law could no longer constrain him, and he realized he had relinquished all self-imposed restrictions. The world around him morphed into a canvas of his own design. He once shared intimate moments with some of the most exquisite individuals on the planet, hosting the grandest outdoor festivities in bustling metropolises. He had unleashed dozens of nuclear warheads in the heart of the ocean, placing himself at the epicenter of the explosion. Witnessing the most blinding light on this planet ignite and ascend into a spectacular display of fireworks, only to feel his corporeal form vaporize in an instant. From the pinnacle of Mount Everest, he donned a wingsuit and soared directly to an uncharted island in the ocean, leaping from an aircraft above whenever he touched down upon land or sea. He commanded the construction of the largest artificial island in the ocean, engaging the world in a grand game of island management. In Africa, he immersed himself in war games, piloting aircraft and tanks, assuming the role of a commander, recklessly wielding a firearm. He decreed that all warfare must cease and that hunger should not plague humanity, inviting everyone to partake in his game of divine benevolence. He engaged in role-playing games, compelling the global populace to join him in an urban rebirth scenario, urging screenwriters and novelists to craft the narrative of his life. During that period, as the saying goes, it was indeed exhilarating for Lin Dao. He seemed to indulge in a state of delirium. Yet, this hedonistic pursuit bore consequences. Beginning with the most primal desires and ordinary pleasures, his threshold for self-gratification was continually elevated, and this transformation occurred at a remarkable pace. He was not foolish. He recognized he was plummeting into an abyss devoid of bottom. His persona was disintegrating throughout this process. He had initially believed he could navigate this world while engaging in his role-playing games for what would be the typical span of a lifetime, postponing thoughts of the infinitely longer duration that lay ahead. Yet, in reality, merely a decade had passed, and he found himself weary of it all. With the entire world at his disposal to devise new ways for him to play, he still struggled to derive any sense of accomplishment or joy from it. In recent years, his emotional faculties as a person had deteriorated significantly. He had acquired nearly everything. Yet it rendered his actions akin to relocating items within his home rather than achieving anything meaningful. Manipulating these possessions felt like twisting pretzels before himself. No matter how beautifully he contorted them, it remained a mere form of self-amusement. Under the infinitely elevated threshold, the emotion that Lin Dao occasionally manages to perceive, albeit faintly, is surprisingly akin to that of a solitary individual, loneliness. Chapter 3. The moon. Few things could still evoke a sense of novelty and excitement within him. From the basest desires to the realization of self-worth, he had traversed every conceivable avenue. His thresholds had been elevated to a realm beyond the limits of humanity, leaving him to perceive life as somewhat tedious and monotonous. Though the world teemed with billions of souls, he occasionally felt as if he were conversing with himself. He resembled a person confined within a room, toying with his own puppets or building blocks, while the door to his prison would never be opened by another. Thus, at times, upon recognizing this truth, his fervor would abruptly dissipate, prompting him to topple his carefully constructed blocks to the ground. For those individuals whose presence he could sense at any moment, it was challenging for him to regard them as entirely independent entities. His abilities connected all individuals on a different plane, forming a cohesive whole. In this increasingly illusory reality game, they seemed more like extensions of his own being. According to the most traditional perspectives, his condition could be deemed madness. Yet within him coalesced the ultimate limits of human imagination concerning power. All morals radiated from him, and all laws adhered to his standards. He embodied the benchmark of human philosophy, the very essence of civilizational consciousness. No one would condemn him, nor would anyone pass judgment upon him. Of course, all could, at his behest, subject him to the harshest criticism, even to the point of vitriol. However, it resembled the act of raising one's own hand to deliver a slap to oneself, even if that blow were severe enough to bring one to the ground. The essence of reality would remain unchanged. Among all the narratives he had engaged with during his years of play, the tales of human resistance organizations, salvation groups, or whatever name they might bear, aimed at overthrowing the dark overlord of his planet, were the ones he had immersed himself in most. It was an undeniable truth that he perhaps genuinely yearned for a savior to emerge from the depths of Blue Star. Should such a scenario arise, he might indeed feel a twinge of fear, yet it would not preclude him from subconsciously wishing for such an occurrence. This, perhaps, was an expression of self-destructive tendencies. Ling Dao gazed at the open doors of the grand hall and descended from his seat within, first settling upon the floor, then reclining upon it. The dome of the hall was resplendent and steeped in artistic grandeur. The existing masters of art had poured their heart and soul into the task of adorning the dome with paintings and sculptures, leaving behind their finest creations. The centerpiece of the dome's artwork was an expansive, starry sky rendered in vibrant colors, exuding a majestic ambience while concealing countless intricate details that had consumed the artist's energies, adding an ineffable air of mystery. At that time, Ling Dao seemed to possess some inclination, having maliciously added his own crude doodles alongside the exquisite painting. Yet in this moment, he found little resonance in the sight before him. After a brief pause, Lin Dao found himself at a loss for thoughts. In the next moment, the lifeless body sprawled on the ground became still. Simultaneously, on a distant land thousands of miles away, another figure transformed into Lin Dao's likeness and rose to its feet. Here lies Qingzhou, a city exuding a modest vibrancy, even in the deep of night. Beneath the glow of streetlights and the warm illumination spilling from nearby shops, pedestrians continued to throng the streets. The area was densely populated with residential complexes, and enterprising street vendors lined either side of the avenue, seizing the opportunity to cater to the late-night crowd. Although some vendors selling clothing, accessories, and trinkets had already packed up for the night, those peddling barbecued delicacies, wontons, and snacks remained bustling, calling out to customers. "Hey, little Lin, it's been ages since you last visited. What would you like to eat tonight? Just grab a plate," called out the vendor, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a somewhat greasy apron, standing beside a grill overflowing with skewers. As he spoke, He deftly slid an empty tray towards Lindau, quickly retracting his hand to tend to the skewers sizzling over the charcoal fire. Adjacent to the stall, 2 or 3 foldable tables and low stools were set up, already occupied by patrons. A young couple sat closely together, enjoying the barbecued dishes that had just been served, occasionally glancing at their phones and exchanging quiet words. At another table, a group of middle-aged men gathered, their barbecue yet to arrive. But their beers were already opened as they bemoaned work-related grievances and engaged in playful toasts. From time to time, individuals passed by Lindau, their eyes glued to their phones. Couriers hurried along, bags of takeout in hand, while couples strolled hand in hand, casting curious glances at the barbecue stall before deciding to explore other options. A few glanced at Lindau, only to quickly return their focus to their own affairs. Lindau appeared as just another ordinary customer seeking a late-night snack. The cacophony of voices intertwined with the aroma of cooking smoke, the sizzling sounds of stir-frying from nearby stalls, and the twinkling lights of the cityscape created a vibrant atmosphere, a portrayal of life's bustling essence. Without uttering a word, Lindau accepted the empty tray, selected several of his favorite skewers from the freezer, and handed them to the vendor's wife. That LLB 37 yuan. It's been quite a while since you last came. I'll throw in a bottle of cola for you. Would you prefer it chilled or at room temperature? She smiled warmly, counting the skewers on the tray. Chilled, please, Lindau replied, settling at the last vacant table at the stall. The sounds of conversation from the nearby tables filled his ears, the jovial banter of the middle-aged men and the soft whispers of the young couple. Before the stall, Lindau took a moment to sit down, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by. He turned his gaze toward a nearby residential complex, a place where he resided just before his 22nd birthday when he first entered the workforce. In fact, that apartment still exists, and on occasion, he indulges in a nostalgic fantasy of starting anew from that very spot, reliving the tale of a life resurgence. In the year leading up to that birthday, finances were rather tight. Occasionally, on weekends, he would succumb to cravings and venture out alone to savor a few skewers of barbecue, a rare indulgence that felt extravagant at the time. Each bite was a delight, seemingly endless in its appeal. Shaolin, here is your barbecue, along with a cola, called the stall owner, emerging from behind the grill, placing the skewers before Lindau with a beaming smile. Lindau, returning the warm smile, picked up a skewer of beef and took a bite. The flavor was rather meager, despite the clarity of his memories from before he turned 22. Lindau appeared to have lost the capacity for empathy towards them. Indeed, everyone in the vicinity was aware of who Lindau was. From the stall owner and his wife to the patrons at neighboring tables, the vendors nearby, diners at adjacent food stalls, and every passerby, everyone in the towering buildings surrounding them. Those influenced by Lindau understood his presence, recognized him standing before them, and knew precisely who he was. His awareness of others felt as palpable as his own physical form. Conversely, no one could mistake Lindau's identity. Allow me a moment of respite, Lindau said, placing the beef skewer back onto the tray. The once lively stall owner halted his movements, while the customers at the nearby tables stood up in succession. From here to the end of the street, the collective perception of Lindau's command resonated, and all quietly departed. The once bustling street, filled with noise, transformed into an eerie silence, leaving Lindau alone beneath the streetlight. After a while, Lindau glanced down at the tray of skewers, picked one up, and took another bite. The taste remained unremarkable. He turned back, and in the next instant, his body collapsed to the ground, only to find himself transported back to the nameless island. On the shores of the nameless island, Lindau reappeared. The beach was adorned with fine, soft sand and meticulously arranged trees. The waves lapped at the shore as Lindau stood at the water's edge, allowing the dark night sea to wash over his legs. For an ordinary person from inland, this would be a novel experience, yet for Lindau, it felt ordinary. He surrendered himself to the ocean, his body fully relaxed, and was effortlessly buoyed by the undulating waters, lying supine, facing the sky. The offshore current swiftly carried him away from the shore, and in mere moments, he found himself amidst the vastness of the sea. However, for Lindau, this matter was of little consequence. He had once allowed the sea to toss his body about in the vast ocean, one corporeal form sinking into the depths, while another resurfaced from the vessel. drifting far and long across the waters. The night sky this evening was rather unremarkable, with clouds intermittently obscuring the moon. Yet, this was of no significance. As Lin Dao's thoughts stirred, through his connection with all beings in this world, there were inevitably those who would heed his call and act upon it. From afar, a shell soared through the air, striking the clouds above Lin Dao's head, erupting in a burst of thunderous sound. Following the muffled explosions and the flickering flames in the night sky, a sudden shower of rain descended. Ultimately, the clouds that had concealed the moon and stars dissipated. The facilities on the nameless island in the distance extinguished their lights in an instant, rendering the starry sky above even more vivid. Gazing at this celestial tapestry, Lin Dao found himself momentarily entranced. He could see the myriad stars, the moon, and the Milky Way. He remained afloat on the sea, cradled by the waters. Until the latter part of the night, rising from the depths, Lin Dao stepped onto the beach of the nameless island, resuming his stance without pause, his gaze lingering on the starry sky above. Some matters seemed almost predestined. If the entire globe had transformed into a chamber that confined him, then opening the door and stepping outside became the sole option. From the basest, most primal desires, the thresholds continuously elevated, ultimately directing him towards the reality of an almost boundless expanse. This starry sky, or rather the universe, appeared to be the only realm capable of accommodating Lin Dao's ever-escalating aspirations. He yearned to acquire something new, and it was from there that he could attain it. Rarely, Lin Dao felt a semblance of human emotion. His heart fluttered, or perhaps it was a fleeting whim. His gaze traversed the stars, some several hundred light-years distant, others thousands, or even farther, until he turned slightly to behold the celestial body closest to the blue planet, the moon. The moon continued to reflect the sunlight upon the earth, unchanged by Lin Dao's scrutiny. A philosopher once remarked that there are two sublime entities, morality and the starry sky. Morality had long since abandoned Lin Dao, yet the starry sky remained. At that moment, the once quiet and dimly lit shore welcomed another presence. A figure from the nameless island approached Lin Dao, grasping a handful of earth and placing it at his feet. Then, a second individual arrived at the beach, similarly offering a handful of sand before him. Lin Dao stepped upon the small mounds of soil, transforming them into steps. Then came the third individual, followed by the fourth, and soon thousands gathered upon the sandy shores, each mirroring the actions of the last, encircling Lin Dao. Above, aircraft that had originally traversed the vast oceans from various corners of Blue Star altered their flight paths, descending upon the nameless island. An increasing number of people congregated on the beach, offering handfuls of sand at Lin Dao's feet. The shore of the nameless island became densely populated with silhouettes, all silent, neither speaking nor making a sound, their gazes fixated upon Lin Dao. In a fleeting moment, the entirety of the nameless island was filled with onlookers. Above, some who could not await the landing of the aircraft descended with parachutes, creating a rain of parachutes in the sky behind Lin Dao. Before him, mounds of sand were sculpted from the offerings. As Lin Dao ascended step by step to the summit, transforming the dunes into a high platform. Standing atop this elevated perch, under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, Lin Dao did not bow his head but maintained his gaze upon the luminous moon. Some individuals utilized their bodies as a staircase, elevating Lin Dao closer to the heavens. In the stillness, he raised his hand, pointing towards the moon, which radiated a pure and cool light. "I wish to go there." Lin Dao's voice was soft, yet his essence transcended the need for volume. Across the nameless island, the multitude heard the call from their leader. They lifted their heads, directing their sight towards the moon he indicated. On the distant lands, thousands of kilometers away from the nameless island, individuals engaged in various activities or daily routines suddenly halted their motions in unison, whether outdoors or gazing through windows, all turning their attention to the moon's location. Visible or not, Lin Dao's desire became the paramount, if not the singular, objective for the intelligent races of this planet. They might retain their consciousness, yet the foremost condition was that it would not impede the fulfillment of Lin Dao's command. It was akin to the brain directing the hands and feet. Presently, the brain urged the limbs to push open the door of a solitary room. To the moon, some murmured, while others joyfully echoed the sentiment. The collective voice resonated powerfully across the planet, creating an intense echo. Lin Dao too could hear these voices, sensing the feelings of individual souls as they gazed at the moon, akin to the tactile feedback sent back to consciousness upon touching an object. Amidst the unified and reverberating chorus, Lin Dao's gaze remained steadfast upon the moon, while around him, the throngs on the nameless island began to disperse, setting forth to fulfill the directive from the brain. Chapter 4. A vast system of zero internal consumption in the operation of an expansive system directed toward a singular objective. A significant portion of its strength and resources is invariably consumed by self-sustenance and internal friction. This phenomenon is nearly inescapable, much like the transportation of provisions in ancient times or the management of modern corporations, when the hierarchy and intricacies within a system reach a certain threshold. The genuine exertion of 10 units of strength may yield scarcely 2 or even 1.5 units of effective output, with the remainder counteracting one another throughout the process. This is beyond human control. However, on Blue Planet, there now exists a deity unlike any before. Through the capabilities of Lin Dao, his commands can seamlessly traverse the entirety of this grand civilization system, reaching every individual from the highest echelons to the very bottom. The presence of Lin Dao has effectively minimized the internal consumption within the operation of human civilization to nearly zero. Every individual within this civilization wholeheartedly dedicates themselves to executing the singular objective set forth by Lin Dao. Even if each person harbors diverse thoughts, such sentiments do not impede the execution of this goal. This represents the zenith of centralized authority attainable by an intelligent civilization. Historically, no precedents can be found to match this phenomenon. In a rather darkly humorous twist, the past decade or so, during which Lin Dao acquired his powers, may be regarded as the most tranquil period for the planet on a macro scale. Throughout these years, aside from Lin Dao's own moments of recklessness, not a single significant conflict has erupted across the globe. Following a command from Lin Dao, the entire planet effortlessly eradicated hunger on a worldwide scale. A dilemma that humanity has grappled with throughout history was resolved by Lin Dao in less than a minute. During this time, the industrial output of the entire planet nearly doubled, even though Lin Dao had never issued any directives concerning this matter. Perhaps, at the very moment Lin Dao attained his abilities, subtle shifts occurred in the fundamental nature and logic of human civilization across the globe. At this juncture, manifested in Lin Dao's newly issued command to journey to the moon, is the following. After fulfilling the basic survival needs of billions, all other productive forces have been redirected toward the primary objective of reaching the moon. All entertainment and ancillary production have come to a halt. Had it not been for the concern that hunger may prove unsustainable, the populace might have accepted the notion of foregoing food altogether. From top to bottom, every individual at the fringes of civilization unanimously agrees, willingly cooperating with the expert teams and management meetings organized across the globe to fulfill their respective roles under this paramount objective of civilization. On the very next day following Lin Dao's command, the sole aim of all relevant factories was reduced to a singular focus, and the thoughts of all pertinent researchers within associated institutions converged upon one objective. Even those researchers and sages less directly related to the task have contributed their wisdom to the cause. Under the connection of Lin Su, the intelligent beings of the entire planet seem to have transformed into a singular entity, with segments dedicated to contemplation, others to production, and some to sustaining the fundamental physiological metabolism of this colossal organism. On the roads, railways, and in the aircraft soaring into the skies, while civilian vehicles and commercial airlines still dominate, in essence, all transportation serves a unified production goal. They ferry diverse individuals to various roles, with each person contributing their intellect and efforts toward a common aim. It resembles the intricate circuitry within a vast machine or the blood vessels coursing through an enormous organism. From a considerable distance, one could observe that, in mere moments, the entire surface of the planet was transformed into a super factory and research institution, all orchestrated by a single command from Lin Dao. Under this extreme release of productivity, the objectives set forth by Lin Dao were achieved in less than 20 days. In reality, what once appeared to be a grand and daunting ambition, under the unparalleled operation of the entire civilization, was accomplished before global expert teams and management meetings could fully delineate the divisions of labor across various factories and personnel. Before any genuine effort could be exerted, it was already concluded. Mr. Lin, we have produced the rocket destined for the moon. We can now journey there. On the beach of the nameless island, Lin Dao had spent over 20 days. Occasionally, he would find himself reflecting, feeling increasingly detached from his humanity. A driver, who seemed to be merely passing by on the roadside, approached Lin Dao after receiving a phone call, delivering the news to him. Lin Dao turned his head, glanced at the driver, and nodded. The presence of this individual rendered the operational dynamics of civilization somewhat peculiar. In a typical civilization, it is improbable for a passerby to suddenly receive news and report it to him. Under Lin Dao's influence, the relationships among individuals exhibited an extraordinary closeness. However, Lin Dao had grown accustomed to this. I understand. In truth, Lin Dao did not require anyone to specifically report to him. The moment the lunar rocket was completed, he had already sensed it. His body collapsed to the ground in an instant. The next moment, on an island located near the equator, within what was designated as the human lunar launch site, Lin Dao shifted his gaze, first surveying the entire launch site before focusing on the colossal structure at its center. This launch site occupied nearly half of the island, and unlike traditional facilities of its kind, there were no surrounding walls or security personnel. The roads within the launch site extended outward in all directions. As everyone is aware, this location is home to the rockets essential for Lin Dao's mission, ensuring that no one would dare to disrupt or vandalize it. At the heart of the launch site, adjacent to the colossal launch tower, stands the lunar rocket itself. It appears more imposing than any rocket that has come before it, comprising 3 stages of propulsion and encased with 8 boosters. Towering there, it resembles a majestic peak. Its surface, adorned only with the requisite paint, bears no other institutional insignia. The overall appearance exudes a profound industrial aesthetic of sheer brute force. With a lunar payload capacity of 60 tons, although no experts have yet briefed Lin Dao on this, he is acutely aware through his unique connection with the world that acquiring knowledge about it is not particularly challenging. Indeed, this represents an unparalleled thrust, far exceeding the capabilities of any previous launch vehicle. Beside Lin Dao stands a space expert in his 50s. His presence, far from surprising at Lin Dao's sudden arrival, is instead met with palpable excitement as he responds to Lin Dao's inquiries. He elaborates, "We have simultaneously constructed 3 such rocket and spacecraft combinations. Aside from the one currently before us, the other 2 can be made ready at your request, Mr. Lin." Additionally, he inquires, "These rockets and spacecraft have yet to be named. Would you like to bestow a name upon this rocket? Let us call it Humanity 1, Lin Dao replies casually. As thoughts of naming the rocket do not occupy his mind extensively, his gaze returns to the fully assembled spacecraft. When can we launch? All preparations are complete. We can take off at any moment prior to notifying you. Please procure a space suit for me, Lin Dao states, striding towards the rocket and spacecraft combination before the launch tower. His intentions are unmistakable. He aims to personally embark on the lunar mission. Very well. It will be brought to you immediately. The space expert and other personnel do not object. They recognize that they cannot oppose Lin Dao's wishes. Moreover, they all understand that even if the Humanity 1 were to fail, it would bear no consequence for Lin Dao. His capabilities are no secret to the inhabitants of Blue Star. Their awareness does not impede his prowess. Countdown to Humanity 1's launch, 1 minute remaining. The launch of the Humanity 1 lunar spacecraft and rocket combination is being broadcast live across the globe. Given Lin Dao's involvement, this is likely to be the most watched rocket launch in history. At this moment, the world seems to fall into a serene silence. In the cities, the usual clamor has ceased, save for a few high-speed trains traversing their tracks and aircraft cruising through the skies. All other modes of transportation have come to a standstill on the road simultaneously. In this moment, the world is enveloped in silence, with billions of televisions, smartphones, and various electronic devices broadcasting the same live feed, relayed through myriad channels and at differing delays, resonating across the globe. The cacophony produced by these devices reverberates through the planet, akin to an echo in a vast expanse. The countdown begins, 30 seconds remain. Lin Dao is donned in his spacecraft suit, seated in the designated position within the lunar module atop the rocket. The cabin is spacious enough to accommodate not only Lin Dao, but also a dozen others, thanks to the lunar rocket's ample payload capacity. At this moment, Lin Dao remains silent, and the others follow suit. The only sound in the cabin is the countdown emanating from the launch control center. Lin Dao turns his head and gazes through the spacecraft's porthole, observing the launch site below. Rarely does he feel an emotion he has long missed, an exhilaration. Perhaps a slight tingle, yet it is overshadowed by a greater anticipation of the unknown. 10 seconds remain. 9, 8. The final countdown echoes. Lin Dao does not avert his gaze from the view outside. Logically, he has not undergone training for the immense forces during launch, which would exert significant pressure on his body. However, this is of little concern to him. His physical state remains constant through time. Years ago, he appeared this way. And now, years later, he shows no signs of aging. Training has proven futile for him. Moreover, the vitality of his body has long ceased to hold any significance. 0. Launch. With the command from the control center, Lin Dao is engulfed in a thunderous roar, accompanied by a powerful tremor. The human number 1 rocket successfully ignites. In an instant, the rocket propels the spacecraft off the ground, and Lin Dao feels an immense force pressing him firmly against the cabin wall. This sensation is reminiscent of takeoff in an aircraft, yet magnified manifold. At that moment, Lin Dao perceives his face contorting under the strain. Crucially, the rocket's ascent marks merely the beginning of acceleration. The overload intensifies with each passing second. According to data from aerospace experts, the maximum overload during the launch phase of the human number 1 rocket can reach approximately 4 times that of gravity. For an untrained individual, such levels of overload are excruciatingly unbearable. Lin Dao, too, experiences this agony. However, the most significant distinction between Lin Dao and the average person lies in his unwavering composure amid suffering. He does not succumb to feelings of anxiety or fear. Even when his heart pounds relentlessly against his chest like a hammer, his face contorts painfully, a piercing tinnitus alarms his ears, and darkness encroaches upon his vision, threatening to engulf his consciousness. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Dao remains steadfast, his gaze fixed upon the viewport, never diverting his attention or lowering his head to glance at his own body. He observes the ground of the launch site diminishing beneath him, transforming into the island that houses the launch facility, which subsequently shrinks into mere specks, overtaken by the boundless ocean. This scene is reminiscent of his previous experiences aboard an aircraft and during his parachute jumps. Yet, the sensory perception he encounters now is markedly different. At last, as his vision blurs into darkness, whether due to the overwhelming G-forces or the spacecraft entering a black zone, his body, once burdened and heavy as if mired in mud, suddenly feels weightless, akin to plunging into water. It is as if, until this very moment, he had been tethered to his home planet by an invisible umbilical cord of gravity, its pull juxtaposed against the propulsion of the rocket. In this instant, the cord snaps, and he ascends into the void of space. The announcement from the command center reverberates within the spacecraft. The human number 1 spacecraft assembly has successfully entered orbit. For the first time, Lin Dao lowers his head to inspect his body. He wipes away the blood, origin unknown, from his face, realizing that he has likely sustained injuries from the previous G-forces. Yet, he remains indifferent. Turning back to the viewport, he gazes outside. The spacecraft now hovers several hundred kilometers above Earth, which dominates his field of vision. Anyone afflicted with a fear of colossal objects would likely succumb to panic in this moment. Lin Dao, however, possesses no such affliction and finds himself struck by a profound awe. Indeed, the sight is breathtakingly beautiful. With assistance from those nearby, Lin Dao removes his space suit and rises partially to experience the sensation of weightlessness. Mr. Lin, the spacecraft will orbit Blue Planet 3 to 4 times before deviating from its trajectory to head toward the moon. The entire journey is expected to span 4 days and 1 hour. The voice of the aerospace expert from the ground command center echoes once more. Lin Dao nods in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation as he savors the sensation of weightlessness. Though he has encountered this feeling before during his haphazard piloting, it has never lasted quite like this. For days later, the spacecraft assembly arrives at the lunar orbit as scheduled. The design of the entire lunar spacecraft assembly remains rather conventional, comprising 3 sections. One will remain in lunar orbit, while the other 2 consist of one descending for landing and the other ascending to return from the lunar surface. Lin Dao moved from the orbital module to the landing module. However, before commencing the landing procedure, he instructed to open the reserved hatch of the landing module and stepped outside. In the realm of space exploration, extravehicular activities are a relatively common arrangement. Nonetheless, Lin Dao was not clad in a spacesuit, nor did he even wear the standard interior suit, but instead donned only a thin garment. Chapter 5. Moon Landing. For the vast majority, this experience is an extreme torment. Yet for Lin Dao, it represents a rather novel encounter. What does it feel like to expose one's body directly to the vacuum of space with virtually no protection? At this moment, Lin Dao possesses first-hand knowledge on the matter. The instant the hatch opened, a portion of the air contained within the landing module was lost due to the absence of a proper decompression procedure. As this air rushed out into the vacuum, it provided Lin Dao, who was in a state approaching weightlessness, with an initial thrust. Without any resistance from him, he was propelled through the hatch, finding himself approximately 20 meters from the landing module, slowly drifting away from it. This distance, in the vastness of space without any assisting equipment, felt insurmountable, unless he could discard sufficient mass in the opposite direction within 10 seconds to generate a counterthrust. He would likely drift further away until captured by the moon or another gravitational body. However, for Lin Dao, this was of little concern. The moment he was exposed to the vacuum, his first sensation was that of his lungs expanding. This was a terrifying experience for an ordinary person. His lungs felt like balloons inflating, pressing against the walls of his chest cavity. His mouth and eyes felt as if they were suddenly filled with pop rocks. Saliva and tears seemed to come alive, bursting forth with vigor, stretching his tongue and eyelids. Simultaneously, he experienced intense pain, the source of which was almost indistinguishable. As if every part of him, from skin to organs, was afflicted. His head throbbed, as if his brain were swelling and scraping against the uneven interior of his skull, while his insides felt as though they might explode. His skin seemed on the verge of separating from his muscles. Nonetheless, this excruciating, nerve-jarring pain was fleeting. Just as he became aware of it, it began to dissipate. According to Lin Dao's understanding, the human body can maintain consciousness in the vacuum of space for approximately 10 to 15 seconds. During this brief span, Lin Dao did not focus much on his physical changes. Instead, he allowed the initial thrust to carry him deeper into the cosmos, while his gaze lingered on the celestial bodies that appeared both distant and near. The azure home planet, the fiery orange sun, and the moon beneath him. In the disorienting vastness of space, he could not discern whether he was falling or drifting in a particular direction. Gazing at the 3 nearby celestial bodies, he felt an inexplicable sense of fragility emanating from the blue planet and even the sun. He raised his hand towards the position of the blue planet, fully aware that he could not grasp it. In that moment, suspended in space, Lin Dao felt an odd stumble. In this vast expanse of space, after a moment of staggering, the ground beneath seemed perpetually elusive. As the intense pain subsided, Lin Dao's vision faded into darkness. The consciousness of this body slipped away. In the next instant, Lin Dao rose once more from the landing module's assemblage. Is it within our current technological capabilities to launch me into the sun aboard a spacecraft without losing consciousness before I reach the solar surface? Lin Dao inquired of the command center on Earth, glancing through the viewport at the blazing orange sun. It may be somewhat challenging. However, if it is your request, Mr. Lin, we can commence preparations immediately, replied the aerospace expert at the ground control center. Lin Dao shook his head, refraining from further dialogue, and gazed through another viewport at the moon, now tantalizingly close. Commenced the lunar landing procedures. Understood, acknowledged the command center. The lunar landing program was set into motion. With the exception of those remaining in orbit, everyone, including Lin Dao, transitioned into the assembly of the lander and ascent vehicle. Once the transfer was complete, the hatch at the junction sealed, and the landing module separated from the orbital cabin. After a slight tremor, the module began to orbit the moon, gradually descending in altitude. After 3 hours had passed, the lunar surface became increasingly visible through the viewport. Suddenly, An unsettling sensation arose that the landing module was plummeting toward the lunar surface as the distance to the moon diminished. The retro thrusters beneath the module ignited at the opportune moment, allowing it to land gently upon the moon's surface, stirring up a cloud of lunar dust. The Humanity 1 spacecraft had successfully landed on the moon. A jubilant and invigorated voice resonated from the ground control center, accompanied by the cheers of numerous experts within. Through the connection with everyone, Lin Dao felt the elation echoing across the entire blue planet at that moment. For the people of this era, landing on the moon remained a remarkable achievement. Yet, for human civilization at this juncture, the most significant milestone was the fulfillment of the directive Lin Dao had issued over 20 days prior. More than 20 days ago, Lin Dao had stood atop a platform built by countless individuals, proclaiming the ambition to reach the moon. Now, 20 days later, that aspiration had been realized. Mr. Lin, do you wish to exit the module and explore the lunar surface? An expert from the ground control center inquired excitedly after the initial jubilation. Yes. Let us step out and take a look. This time, Lin Dao refrained from emerging in his thin attire, opting instead for a space suit like the others aboard the spacecraft. As the hatch opened, everyone stood behind Lin Dao, evidently awaiting him to be the first to set foot on the moon. Without uttering a word, Lin Dao steadied himself against the open hatch and descended step by step along the ladder that extended from the landing module to the lunar surface. Standing upon the lunar surface presents an experience distinct from that of the vastness of space. Although the gravity on the moon is significantly lower than that on Earth, it does not approach the weightlessness of outer space. Rather, one finds that even a slight exertion can lead to an uncontrollable ascent into the air. Behind him, others who had accompanied Lin Dao onto the moon gradually descended from the landing module. After scanning the surrounding environment for a brief moment, they slowly formed a line behind Lin Dao, seemingly awaiting his next command, rather than engaging in any immediate tasks. Unlike typical space missions, this lunar landing bore no specific objectives. The act of landing itself sufficed, aimed solely at fulfilling Lin Dao's directive from over 20 days prior. Now that Lin Dao had arrived on the moon, that directive was complete. The others who had accompanied him found themselves devoid of any further tasks, leading them to patiently await his guidance. Given this rare opportunity, Lin Dao considered initiating some scientific collection tasks. He glanced at the line of over a dozen individuals behind him, indicating that they need not concern themselves with him at the moment. As for what to do next, it required no elaboration on his part. His influence lay solely in loyalty, not in dictating thought. It was likely that the aerospace experts at the Ground Command Center had assigned tasks to the other lunar personnel, who soon began their work. Some returned to the landing module for equipment, while others commenced sampling the soil. Lin Dao paid little mind to these activities, choosing instead to traverse to the side with a somewhat unsteady gait, continuing to observe the desolate lunar landscape. The landing spacecraft had settled on the side of the moon facing Earth, commonly referred to as the front. More specifically, it was situated at the base of a crater. At this moment, the moon was experiencing an extended daytime period, with sunlight illuminating the surface, allowing Lin Dao to discern much of his surroundings. The crater's base appeared relatively level, with the surrounding mountains not particularly steep. Its formation likely stemmed from a meteorite impact long ago, contrary to the most common expectations. The lunar regolith before Lin Dao lacked the fine texture anticipated, appearing somewhat coarse instead. Lowering himself, he scooped up a handful of the lunar soil, examining it closely. He then settled down, despite the cumbersome nature of his spacesuit making this action somewhat challenging, gazing at the soil in his hand, and then at the stars, which shone more brightly against the pitch-black sky devoid of atmosphere. He found himself momentarily entranced. For Lin Dao, a barren moon was certainly not his desire, although the novelty of standing on the lunar surface stirred a faint sense of wonder within him. Such a degree of exhilaration was fleeting for a being whose threshold had approached a state of personality disintegration. Moreover, although this place is over 300,000 kilometers from Earth, it is evident that a mere sensation allows him to perceive that this distance does not hinder the effectiveness of his abilities. He remains acutely aware of the existence of billions of people on the surface. Retracting his gaze from the starry sky, Lin Dao lowered his head to observe the lunar soil in his hand. Through the confines of his spacesuit, he gently rubbed the lunar dust with his thumb. Subsequently, he scattered the moon's soil back onto the lunar surface and stood up. To the aerospace experts, cosmologists, and astronomers, he inquired whether the planetary system of the star he pointed to might be as desolate as the moon. He raised his hand, indicating a random star in the night sky. Soon, he received a response from the aerospace experts at the Ground Command Center. Mr. Lin, the star you are pointing at belongs to the Perseus arm and is approximately 10,000 light-years away from us. Our research on the star system to which this star belongs is limited, and based on existing information, the likelihood of humanoid intelligent life emerging in that system appears minimal. However, if you wish to journey there, we can commence preparations immediately, regardless of how much time has passed or how many generations humanity has propagated. Our spacecraft will still carry you to that star system. Upon hearing this response, Lin Dao chuckled. Very well, let us prepare then. It is not certain that I will go to that place. Tell me, if extraterrestrial civilizations exist, would they be influenced by my abilities? The experts replied. Regarding your abilities, Mr. Lin, the sample is too singular. As for intelligent civilizations beyond our own, we possess no knowledge. Thus, we cannot provide an accurate answer to your question. However, subjectively, we hope that your abilities can still exert influence among other currently unknown civilizations. Yet my expectations are precisely contrary to yours. That would indeed be rather uninteresting. Of course, my naivety may wane upon encountering an unknown and overwhelmingly powerful civilization. But subjectively, at this moment, I truly crave some excitement. The experts at the Ground Command Center refrained from responding, for Lin Dao required no further answers from them. Of course, it is too early to discuss this now. We shall see when the time comes. Lin Dao raised his gaze towards the cosmos, feeling no need to conceal his thoughts from all of humanity. The universe is vast, perhaps it will continue to surprise us. Should Lin Dao still harbor considerable emotions for humanity, he would understand that, for him personally, guiding human civilization towards the stars is inherently a risky endeavor. Remaining on Blue Star might allow him to entertain himself for a considerable time, relying solely on his abilities. Yet, should he venture into the cosmos and encounter an unknown and formidable civilization that annihilates human civilization, his abilities would not sustain his existence. However, remaining on Blue Star for an extended period is rather tedious. At this moment, Lin Dao harbors a subtle inclination towards self-destruction. Now, let me construct a lunar base on the moon, he communicated through the transmission device, resonating in the Ground Command Center via the lander and orbital module. Yet, his words were not directed solely at the aerospace experts in the command center, but rather to everyone. In truth, his connection with the populace did not necessitate any communication devices. On the ground, no one responded to Lin Dao, for billions across the globe were already executing his commands. Unless he deemed it necessary, there was no need for people to acknowledge the directives, much like how one does not respond when commanding one's own arm to move. Mr. Ling, should you choose to remain on the lunar surface for the time being, the lander can suffice as a temporary lunar habitat for approximately 1 to 2 months, albeit with limited space for movement. We will promptly launch a backup spacecraft, Humanity 1, which should reach your location in about 5 days, providing you with additional resources and a temporary module. Given the current state of technology, establishing a permanent lunar base immediately would be economically unfeasible, particularly in an experimental context. Nevertheless, for Lin Dao's directives, economic considerations held no significance, and indeed, no one among the billions on Blue Star would entertain such thoughts. Is there any profound significance in the construction of the largest artificial island in human history, the Nameless Isle, situated in the ocean? The essence of Mr. Ling's command embodies the utmost significance. Mr. Ling, how large do you envision the lunar base to be? A lunar city, Lin Dao replied, surveying the barren lunar landscape. In truth, if one were to engage in a construction simulation game, the moon would be an ideal setting, for it possesses absolutely nothing. We shall expedite your request, Mr. Ling. However, the precise duration required to construct a lunar city remains unasked by Lin Dao. Let us maintain a sense of anticipation. Given the current technological capabilities, this endeavor may be perceived as somewhat grandiose. Yet, considering the productivity that can be directly mobilized worldwide under his influence, it is not insurmountable within a brief time frame. Moreover, the duration itself holds little relevance for Ling Dao. Should he be willing to wait, he has ample time at his disposal. Turning his gaze, Ling Dao observed the other crew members undertaking temporary space missions, noting that, even excluding himself, this was the largest contingent to land on the lunar surface in history. Comparatively, this mission was executed in under a month, a stark contrast to the usual preparations that span several years. Chapter 6. The civilization of the insectoid species in pursuit of the ambitious goal set forth by Lindo, to construct a lunar city on the moon's surface within a short time frame. It is undeniably essential to develop more large-scale rockets to meet the immense transportation demands between Earth and the moon. Aside from the human-crewed Lunar 1 rocket and its backup, the third rocket of comparable scale and thrust has, in fact, been constructed and launched at a pace even more rapid than its two predecessors. This accelerated progress is attributed to the unprecedented global collaboration involving billions of individuals, which has restructured and redirected the vast production systems of human civilization according to Lindo's objectives, with individuals as the foundational units. A significant number have already established clear roles within this expansive framework, as the overarching goals have been unified. Some individuals, or rather segments of the workforce, are tasked with the global production and extraction of essential resources, such as food and water necessary for the survival of billions, alongside the generation of electricity and the extraction of fuel to sustain the world's energy supply. Others are directly responsible for the manufacturing of all equipment, materials, machinery, and components required for the construction of rockets, spacecraft, and the lunar city. Even though this division of labor has only partially materialized, the extraordinary cooperation of each individual in response to Lindo's directives has yielded significant results. Despite the time needed for expert teams across various regions and continents to achieve complete organization, given the sheer number of billions involved, the industrial productivity that has been unleashed is sufficient to exhibit remarkable outcomes on a grand scale. More concretely, during the production of the two previous lunar rockets, an abundance of foundational materials and finished components necessary for the lunar rockets and spacecraft had been generated, much of which remains untapped. With the considerable investment in production capabilities, the manufacturing of identical components is now being conducted in over 100 factories worldwide. In just a month, a considerable stockpile has been amassed. The limitations on production speed under current technological capabilities are primarily dictated by the physical properties of certain materials and the transit time of components. However, as this colossal system encompassing the entire globe operates continuously, akin to an extensive production assembly line, there is a persistent output of the target products. The third human-class lunar rocket was launched 10 days after the second backup lunar rocket from a near-equatorial island, which has been aptly named the Equatorial Launch Site. The fourth lunar rocket did not follow the same 10-day interval. In fact, on the very day the third human-class lunar rocket was launched, the fourth, fifth, and onward to the 10th rockets were all successfully launched on the same day, having completed assembly concurrently. The following day, the number of human-level lunar launch rockets surged to 10 per day. Viewed from above, the Equatorial Launch Site resembled not a spaceport, but rather a small airport, with colossal rockets as majestic as mountains ascending into the sky at regular intervals. Clearly, under such a scale of rocket launches, the previously mentioned concerns from the Ground Command Center regarding the cramped conditions of the temporary lunar module and the scarcity of supplies were swiftly resolved. In early December of the 16th year of the new era, marked from the year of Lin Dao's awakening, the passage of a month since Lin Dao's arrival on the lunar surface had transformed the initial human landing module into a burgeoning lunar base. The lunar module complex now encompassed an area of 300 square meters, with usable space exceeding 600 square meters. It is anticipated that by the end of the month, the area will expand to approximately 800 to 900 square meters, with usable space reaching 2,000 square meters. In the upper section of the core module of the lunar base, a room exclusively for Lin Dao was occupied by a space expert who was demonstrating the current status on a terminal resembling a platform computer. The screen displayed a comprehensive structural diagram of the lunar base and projections for the near future. The entire lunar base, in essence, still retained the foundational aesthetic of the initial temporary module, rather than resembling the lunar city envisioned by Lin Dao. It appeared as an enlarged space station set upon the moon. The two supersized core modules, each 3 meters high and covering an area of 100 square meters, represented the pinnacle of human industrial achievement over the past month. Even the most advanced chemical rocket propulsion system, the human level, had yet to transport the core module in a single trip. Beyond the core modules, there were the node modules, which connected to the core through various doors, serving functions such as lunar laboratories and rest areas for other personnel stationed on the moon. The entire lunar base, like the core modules, was also structured in 2 layers. From an aerial perspective, the lunar base resembled a great spider with an arched back, where the core module constituted the body, and the extending node modules functioned as its appendages. Envisioned for the future, these node modules would connect to additional core modules, resulting in a lunar base that might appear as an expansive web across the moon's surface. Currently, aside from Mr. Lin, the lunar base is home to a total of 102 personnel, a number expected to exceed 200 by the end of the month. Given the present state of the lunar base, there is no necessity for such a large resident population, as the ground facilities remain adequately accommodating. However, much like the construction of a lunar city, there currently exists no economic necessity for such an endeavor, which has not been a consideration for all. If there is a need for a lunar city, then it shall be constructed. A resident population is indeed a crucial indicator of a lunar city's viability. Furthermore, the power supply for the lunar base primarily relies on solar panels and long-term transportation from Earth. At present, this arrangement sufficiently meets the energy demands of the lunar base. As the lunar base gradually flourishes, the demand for electricity and energy may surge dramatically, and the prolonged nights on the moon pose significant challenges for energy storage systems. In this regard, all relevant researchers on Earth are diligently exploring solutions. Mr. Lin, we shall address this issue. The deployment of solar panels has, in recent times, become one of the most significant undertakings, apart from the lunar base itself, driven by Mr. Lin's directives, consuming the majority of the lunar transport capacity. Adjacent to the lunar base lies the base of the Guanghan crater. This has become the colloquial term for the crater housing the lunar base. I understand, Lin Dao nodded, turning to gaze through the viewport of the upper core module at the lunar landscape, where the gray surface melds into the obsidian expanse of space. Moreover, Mr. Lin, due to current material technology constraints, the lunar base under construction may not yet fulfill your aspirations for a lunar city. Its anticipated design lifespan is projected to be under 30 years, and it may not be feasible to create larger spatial units. The aerospace expert further explained to Lin Dao that, presently, we have identified 11 alternative materials from those still in experimental stages. Yet the foundational material consumption and yield rates required for mass production hinder the provision of materials needed for the construction of a lunar city. We shall expedite this process before the current lunar base reaches the end of its design lifespan. There is no rush, Lin Dao replied, feeling unexpectedly calm in that moment. We will exert every effort, Mr. Lin. Additionally, by the end of the upcoming month, we should be able to allocate 20% of global industrial productivity towards the construction of the lunar city. Under the current technological foundation, the lunar base is indeed constructed through an immense allocation of resources and productivity, an undertaking that would have been inconceivable in any previous era. Naturally, no one has been able to mobilize such an extensive level of productivity for this purpose. Throughout history, no great power or minor nation has been able to sustain this degree of consumption. In response to maximizing the utilization of global productivity to achieve your goal of constructing a lunar city and ultimately venturing into the depths of the cosmos, some scholars and experts have convened a management meeting to draft a new plan. Mr. Lin, would you like to review it? Just convey it to me directly. Lin Dao replied, not turning back, as this matter was one he could choose to concern himself with or not. Under the absolute loyalty bestowed by capability, there remains no semblance of duplicity. The plans they devise are undoubtedly aimed at maximizing the achievement of his objectives, ensuring no adverse effects upon him. It is akin to the brain commanding the hand to grasp an object once the brain issues the directive. There is no need for the hand to submit a report detailing the movements of its muscles. Furthermore, he is also able to sense the occurrences on the ground during this period, owing to the connection afforded by that capability. We intend to recalibrate industrial production clusters across the globe based on available resources and geographical conditions. Those constrained by resources will be strategically positioned in the most suitable regions, while all industries situated toward the latter stages of the industrial chain will be concentrated in a single locale. Most importantly, we envision consolidating all global production data into a cohesive system. When a new production objective arises, tasks can be transmitted directly through this system to all factories along the industrial chain, from upstream to downstream, possessing the requisite production capabilities. This expert has evidently come prepared, as this endeavor is clearly not a solitary contemplation. He presents a report on a tablet to Lindau, with the most significant aspect being a visionary map. This map obliterates all traditional territorial boundaries, leaving only the outlines of land and sea, alongside numerous annotations marking different resources and production areas for various industrial products. Additionally, dashed lines indicate the connections between these regions. Essentially, the entire world is transformed into a super factory, with distinct areas delineated according to geographical and foundational industrial conditions. Enhanced by a sophisticated global tridimensional transportation system, this super factory operates as a traditional assembly line. The core objective is to dramatically elevate production efficiency through judicious planning. The global division of labor, long coveted by a former superpower, is effortlessly realized before Lindau. Indeed, it is the pulse version. In this planning and division of labor, no unnecessary external factors exert influence, and no individual will harbor discontent regarding this arrangement. At this moment, the billions on the ground would actively embody initiative, cooperating to accomplish this task. Moreover, this can be perceived as amalgamating global industrial production into a super 3D printing machine, where each factory constitutes a component of this colossal apparatus. However, as Lindau gazes upon this plan, it evokes a sensation reminiscent of playing a management simulation game, where, in the latter stages, one dismantles all initially constructed buildings and then reorganizes them in a meticulous manner. This will facilitate our coordination of production to procure everything necessary to achieve Mr. Lin's objectives. Ultimately, we also intend to perpetuate the current state of the world. Presently, the condition of the entire world is such that currency has ceased to exist, and commerce has come to a complete standstill. Apart from the essentials for survival, all production of materials unrelated to Lindau's objectives has ceased. The entertainment industry has largely come to a self-imposed halt. Food and basic survival supplies are distributed directly on a per capita basis, ensuring that the completion of Lindau's directives remains unaffected, thereby guaranteeing that all fundamental necessities are allocated accordingly. This method of production has reached an extreme state of adherence to planned output. In this context, under the influence of Lindau's capabilities, everyone retains an unwavering enthusiasm. It can be said that the semblance of a normal societal structure has significantly diminished. At Lindau's behest, the once relatively civilized blue star, reminiscent of its mother planet, has abruptly transformed into an expansive civilization. I harbor no particular sentiments. I leave it to your discretion. Lindau fell into silence. Aside from moments of fervor, there lingered a subconscious desire to maintain the world as he remembered it. However, with the execution of this plan, it is likely that the world will no longer bear any familiar semblance. Nevertheless, Lindau acquiesced. Very well, Mr. Lin, the expert responded. Visibly invigorated, Lindau remained silent, gazing out of the porthole for a moment longer before donning his extravehicular suit and departing from the core module to the lunar surface, followed closely by the expert. Looking up through the transparent visor of his space suit, Lindau could distinctly see a lunar landing craft approaching from the sky. While in orbit, several other lunar modules glimmered, poised for their descent. Mr. Lin, this is the second lunar landing craft to touch down today, carrying a node module. The third craft is expected to land approximately 1 hour thereafter. Viewed from a broader perspective, the space between the Earth and the Moon appears to form a virtual line, with each lunar vessel en route acting as a point along this line. Fortuitously, Lindau possesses this macro perspective. allowing him to sense the presence of each crew member aboard the vessels, and even, if he wishes, to perceive their feelings and directly leap into their experiences. Mr. Lin, what are you observing? Nothing. I just suddenly feel as if we are a colony of ants. Lin Dao's words rendered the adjacent expert momentarily silent, as if deep in contemplation. Mr. Lin, according to our sociologist's research, your existence may be leading our civilization towards a form of insectoid existence. Lin Dao's abilities, however, do not hinder individuals from engaging in their own thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Dao turned his head. Chapter 7. The Unknown Alloy. The term insectoid civilization refers to a societal structure reminiscent of ant or bee colonies. This entire civilization can be perceived as a singular entity of intelligent life, governed by a core, unified will. Surrounding this singular intent, various groups assume distinct roles. Some are tasked solely with physical labor, while others engage in contemplation. Certain individuals manage the fundamental metabolic functions and survival of this intelligent life, while others provide computational power for its cognitive processes. This dynamic mirrors the intricate relationships among the human brain, limbs, organs, and even cells. When viewed through the lens of a society composed of independent individuals, such extreme division of labor may indeed appear as oppressive and indicative of rigid class structures. However, within an insectoid civilization, the narrative transforms entirely. Just as the brain directs the hands and feet without coercion or exploitation, one cannot claim that the brain oppresses the hands. Likewise, the hands do not harbor resentment towards the brain's continuous guidance, nor does the brain derive pleasure from the subjugation of the hands. They are intrinsically unified, existing under a singular consciousness, and thus, they both embody and uphold this will. Reflecting on the definition of insectoid civilization, one might draw parallels to the current civilization of Blue Star. At this moment, Ling Dao recalls a previous encounter with an aerospace expert, who unveiled visions of management meetings and the perspectives of various specialists regarding Blue Star's industrial planning. The clear delineation of roles, cohesively integrated, forms a highly interconnected societal and industrial framework. Simultaneously, Ling Dao senses the vast population of billions scattered across Blue Star and extending into space, including the lunar surface. He finds himself instinctively perceiving the viewpoints of others within this immense collective, as if attuned to significant events and the emotions intertwined with them. He intensifies his focus, seemingly grasping the thoughts of another individual beyond himself. After a prolonged period of mental numbness, Ling Dao now finds himself enveloped in an unusual silence, contemplating the concept of insectoid civilizations. Yet, he acknowledges that individuals still possess their own consciousness and thoughts. Turning to the aerospace expert, he remarks, however, in matters you decide and require, the will of our entire civilization is entirely unified, from a state of normal development to an extreme pioneering civilization. The transition occurred in less than 2 months, almost instantaneously within the span of your thoughts. The aerospace expert responds, after you acquired those abilities. The foundational logic of our civilization underwent a profound transformation. At the behest of Mr. Lin, the unity, collaboration, and trust among us individuals in fulfilling your requests have transcended the limits of individual intellect. From a macro perspective, we resemble an extension of you, Mr. Lin. The entirety of the Blue Star civilization presently manifests as a singular, colossal entity of wisdom, with you as its sole essence. Your implication suggests that I, alongside a normal consciousness, embody nearly billions of fragmented personas. Here, it not only refers to Lin Dao, but also encompasses the Blue Star civilization. Humans may entertain various distractions, yet they do not impede the genuine will that determines ultimate actions. The aerospace expert responded with a smile, revealing that neither he nor his colleagues harbored any fear of Lin Dao. Their relationship with Lin Dao is not one of emperor and subjects, nor of deity and servants. The term insectoid aptly characterizes this dynamic. Furthermore, if another insectoid civilization were to exist, it would undoubtedly possess diverse sages contemplating different issues and displaying varied consciousness. The distinction between us and a genuine insectoid civilization lies in the fact that your emergence, Mr. Lin, resulted from external influences, causing your individual will to directly embody the collective will of the entire civilization. In contrast, A true insectoid civilization's core will might derive from the amalgamation of every individual or unit within its ranks. Each individual constitutes a fragment of this core will. Every person embodies it, much like the relationship between human consciousness and brain cells, as well as bodily organs. Of course, this is merely conjecture. Perhaps every insectoid civilization in the universe resembles ours in this regard. Without direct encounters, we are unable to draw any definitive conclusions. Lin Dao listened in silence, then turned his gaze through the transparent visor of his spacesuit, contemplating the starry sky above the lunar surface. It seems as though you are seeking justification for my absurd actions, hoping my psychological state might improve somewhat. Perhaps such an effect could indeed be achieved. However, Mr. Lin, we cannot deceive you, just as no amount of hand movements can mislead the brain. After pausing for a moment, Lin Dao resumed his journey back to the lunar base and posed a rather abrupt question. Do you believe my abilities might stem from a powerful civilization? Perhaps a societal experiment on civilization's insectoid transformation conducted by such a civilization? Given the scant information available, we can only speculate further regarding your query, Mr. Lin, without establishing criteria to sift through our conjectures or finding definitive answers. However, from the perspective of the entire Blue Star civilization, the insectoid transformation may indeed be a beneficial development. According to our sociologists, philosophers, and scholars in historical disciplines, our civilization's potential should have significantly increased following this transformation. Throughout the annals of our civilization, the rapid advancement of technology and societal development has predominantly occurred during periods of pronounced centralization. The phenomenon of insectoid transformation and your esteemed existence, Mr. Lin, epitomize such extreme centralization. Much like the lunar base, under previous civilizational conditions, it would have been inconceivable to erect such a structure within a brief span of time. The aerospace experts' emotions were invigorated. We firmly believe that we shall accomplish the objectives you have set forth within a relatively short time frame. Perhaps, in the near future, we will find ourselves competing with other unknown extraterrestrial races and civilizations in the vastness of deep space. Indeed, the latter part of the aerospace expert's statement underscores a significant truth. When adhering to Mr. Lin's commands and requirements, they do not merely heed his words. They possess an intrinsic understanding of his true desires. The remarkable connection between Mr. Lin and billions of individuals transcends a mere one-sided perception. The concept of insectoid transformation. Mr. Lin cast a glance at the aerospace expert, retreating to the upper level of the core module of the lunar base, repeating this term several times. On January 1st, year 17, after arriving on the lunar surface, Mr. Lin had not returned to Earth, even though, under conditions where individuals resided on both sides, traversing the distance between the Earth and the Moon was merely a fleeting moment for him, much like the nameless island of Ur. He often found himself in a state of self-imposed confinement, distanced from the crowd. Thus, he ushered in the new year at the lunar base. For Mr. Lin, New Year's Day held particular significance. It marked his birthday. The new calendar year commenced with the celebration of his 22nd birthday, implying that he had actually reached the age of 39. Of course, this bore little relevance to him, as his appearance had remained unchanged since 17 years prior. On his birthday, civilization continued its course as usual, with no celebrations in honor of his special day. For Mr. Lin, such festivities felt akin to a solitary dance. No matter how joyous the performance, it ultimately lacked substance, especially considering that he had grown weary of such antics over the past decade and a half. On that day, while Mr. Lin acknowledged the significance of the occasion, he experienced only a fleeting moment of unique emotion before returning to his usual indifference. On January 15th, year 17, as the sun aligned perfectly with the lunar surface, the front side of the moon entered a fortnight of daylight. At this juncture, the lunar base had expanded to an area of 1,500 square meters, with a usable space exceeding 200 square meters. And the number of permanent residents had surpassed 300, engaging in frequent activities beyond the base. Although the construction of the lunar base was entirely in accordance with Mr. Lin's directives, those who understood his true intentions did not merely reside there to uphold the facade of prosperity. In reality, each permanent resident had been meticulously chosen to undertake distinct tasks, albeit through a selection process that diverged from traditional norms. Essentially, scholars from relevant fields recommended themselves, as this was a task to fulfill Mr. Lin's requirements. Consequently, those who possess strong capabilities and are deemed most suitable within the domain will naturally step forward. There is no exaggeration, nor is there any hesitance. Even when confronted with two candidates who both consider themselves highly qualified, they engage in self-debate to ascertain the most appropriate choice. All concerns must take a backseat to the imperative of meeting Mr. Lin's expectations. The entire cohort of over 300 permanent staff members has essentially emerged in this manner, showcasing an extraordinary degree of subjective initiative. The responsibilities of these individuals, aside from assisting in the construction of the lunar base, revolve around research endeavors, predominantly focusing on the moon itself and the cosmos. On that day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, according to ground time, the temporary sample collection team, known as Team 01, comprising 3 members, set forth in a lunar vehicle toward the eastern expanse of the lunar base. Following the laboratory's plan, they were to visit 3 designated sites for sample collection, with an anticipated round-trip duration of 4 hours. Furthermore, they were entrusted with the trial operation of the lunar vehicle. Prior to Mr. Lin's insistence on lunar landing and the establishment of the lunar base, this vehicle was merely a laboratory prototype. Subsequently, relevant teams worldwide pooled their existing technologies to address the challenge, culminating in its rapid production and delivery to the lunar base not long ago. Its primary function is to facilitate short-distance transportation on the lunar surface within a 6-hour range, ferrying permanent personnel to points that are somewhat distant yet not excessively far from the base. As for longer journeys, the current design proposed by the ground expert team envisions utilizing a sender to return to the lunar orbital module for a second landing, or, as technology matures, directly ascending to the destination. However, for the present lunar base, such methods remain unnecessary. In fact, I feel that if we consider this from an extreme perspective, we could collect samples from 4 points today. This would undoubtedly save considerable time over several trips. The lunar vehicle can traverse such distances, yet it is prudent to maintain some redundancy. Should any issues arise along the route, it could delay rescue efforts from the base, leading to even greater time losses. Indeed, you make a valid point. Inside the lunar vehicle, the environment is sealed, ensuring that even if an astronaut's spacesuit were to sustain damage, they could return to the base safely. Nevertheless, the 3 individuals within the vehicle are still donning their extravehicular suits. I cannot help but wonder when we will fulfill Mr. Lin's requirements. My anticipation is growing. Once the lunar base and city are completed, perhaps we will witness the journey into deep space, which may take a considerable amount of time, with future generations bearing witness. It matters not, as long as we are aware that one day it shall come to fruition. Much like the metabolism of cells within the human body, new cells continuously emerge to achieve the ultimate goal. Venturing outside, at this moment, poses a relatively perilous task on the lunar surface. However, the 3 individuals harbored no doubts, nor did they raise any concerns at that moment. They decided to document the status of the lunar rover for future feedback to the ground team. Indeed, the remaining power exceeded their expectations. This was to be expected. The creators had poured their utmost enthusiasm into its construction without a hint of negligence. I am certain that under Mr. Lin's adept guidance, even the minutest screw was tightened to perfection. In jest, they acknowledged that discussions regarding Mr. Lin's capabilities were not taboo, despite being equally influenced by them. And they were well aware of this fact. As they arrived at point A, they prepared to disembark. Upon reaching their destination, the trio adopted a serious demeanor and commenced their sample collection task in accordance with standard procedures. The entire process was meticulous, albeit rather tedious. After successfully completing the first point, they promptly proceeded to the second, which unfolded seamlessly. It was not until the final point of collection that Professor Chen inquired, "Is there an issue?" After gathering the sample at point C, the last location, one of the team members, having finished his task, did not hastily return to the rover, but instead gazed intently into the distance. Another colleague halted beside him and posed a question. "I sense that the topography over there is somewhat unusual. I cannot quite articulate it. It is merely an instinctive feeling that something is amiss. Should we collect an additional sample from that location?" It appears to be merely a few hundred meters away, not too far at all. The others did not dismiss Professor Chin's perspective merely because he lacked a concrete rationale. They were all well acquainted with one another's expertise. Professor Chun was a renowned geologist, an authority in his field. Indeed, fortuitously, we have an extra sampler with us. Professor Chin nodded in agreement. The trio boarded the lunar rover, steering towards the direction indicated by Professor Chun. Upon reaching the spot he had previously observed, Professor Chin utilized his equipment, meticulously surveying the area, eventually identifying several sampling points. He collected approximately 2 kilograms of lunar soil and rock samples. "All right, let us proceed," he declared. The entire process had been remarkably smooth, and their return journey was unaffected by this minor detour. After all, the rover had ample redundancy, ensuring that even if they ventured an extra kilometer, they could still return to base. That day, the sampling team retrieved a total of 4 samples, which were swiftly delivered to the lunar base's relevant laboratory. The 4th sample, however, was analyzed and studied with Professor Chin's direct involvement. Soon, it became evident that his prior intuition was indeed justified. Among the 2 kilograms of samples, they discovered a minuscule quantity of a previously unrecorded substance on the lunar surface. Although its presence was scant, through meticulous examination, they successfully identified and isolated it, an alloyed metal. Chapter 8. Alloy 1701D. Upon the discovery of an unknown alloy within lunar soil samples, Professor Chin wasted no time in disseminating this vital information to the lunar base and all relevant teams on Earth. Esteemed scholars and experts from various fields convened to conduct discussions and research, swiftly formulating judgments and an analytical report concerning the unknown alloy. Of paramount importance was the conclusion that, based on the chemical structure of this trace alloy, the likelihood of its natural formation was exceedingly low, while the possibility that it could be a wondrous creation resulting from an extraordinary cosmic coincidence could not be entirely dismissed. The likelihood of it being man-made was deemed considerably higher. Statistically speaking, the latter consideration bore more practical significance. Here, man-made does not refer to creations of human civilization, but rather encompasses all non-natural, technologically advanced constructs of intelligent civilizations. Following this judgment, a previously familiar yet vaguely defined term, extraterrestrial civilization, emerged before everyone. Given that the unknown alloy was neither natural nor a product of human civilization, it was a natural inference that its origin lay with an unknown civilization beyond humanity. This deduction was almost inevitable. Had this revelation occurred in the past, before the true emergence of Lindo into this world, the confirmation of extraterrestrial civilizations would have profoundly impacted human ideology, creating significant shockwaves and far-reaching implications. Whether it invoked vigilance towards other unknown civilizations in the cosmos or fueled curiosity about them, it would have inevitably nudged human civilization towards either expansionist or contractionist tendencies. In the present context, however, this development holds relatively little sway over the trajectory of human civilization. Following the conclusions drawn regarding the unknown alloy, scholars in the relevant fields promptly notified Lindo. In truth, Lindo did not require a deliberate notification. He intuitively sensed the significance of this event through the connection he shared with billions of others, almost instantaneously upon the scholar's judgments. In the next moment, Lindo found himself present within the lunar base's lunar soil and mineral experiment laboratory 01. The surrounding scholars and remote experts from Earth were not taken aback by his sudden appearance. "Mr. Lindo, this is the unknown alloy we discovered. For the time being, we have designated it as Alloy 1701D based on the timing of its discovery," Professor Chin explained to Lindo. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lindo's gaze fell upon the laboratory's workbench, where a transparent glass petri dish contained the alloy sample, meticulously separated from a 2-kilogram specimen. The 1701D primarily consisted of minute particles, which had been aggregated through various technical means to form the current specimen. It was said to be aggregated together. However, in reality, the 1701D alloy observed by Lin Dao was still composed of minute particles resembling fragments. A cursory glance might lead one to mistake these debris scattered across the bottom of the petri dish for mere dust or impurities. Yet, These fragmentary 1701D particles exhibited a hue akin to the azure seen when gazing down upon the ocean from the sky. From the final 2 kilogram sample, a mere 0.0029 grams of 1701D was extracted, and this alloy was exclusively observed in samples collected from Point D on the 15th. No traces of 1701D were found in other samples collected on the same day or in previous collections. Following the discovery of 1701D on the night of the 18th, we promptly initiated an additional sampling task in the vicinity of Point D. Within a radius of 500 meters, a total of 20 lunar soil samples were collected, 12 of which revealed the presence of the 1701D alloy. Notably, one sample taken from 10 meters beneath the lunar surface contained the highest concentration of 1701D, amounting to 0.0052 grams in the 2 kilogram sample. Current statistical data suggests a positive correlation between the concentration of 1701D in the samples and the depth from which they were taken. What are your judgments and speculations now? Lin Dao picked up a laboratory tweezer and delicately extracted a minuscule fragment of 1701D alloy from the petri dish. Holding it before his eyes, the azure reflection rendered the alloy somewhat gem-like, if only it were larger. Mr. Lin, unless the cosmos is playing a jest upon us, the presence of 1701D at Point D on the 15th may indicate a source. Just as iron artifacts buried underground may lead to an increase in iron content in the surrounding soil over time, our current assessment suggests that there is likely something beneath Point D. This deduction is quite straightforward, almost simultaneously with the discovery and characterization of 1701D. Scholars began to speculate that something might exist in the vicinity. Listening to this scholar's words, Lin Dao, whose emotions had long remained stable, experienced a rare fluctuation. After a prolonged period of elevated thresholds, during which much of humanity seemed to be cast aside, he finally encountered something fresh and intriguing at this moment. Under Lin Dao's influence, humanity, resembling a vast intelligent entity, seemed poised to engage with others after long periods of soliloquy. Things were beginning to take on an interesting turn. With the near certainty that 1701D is an artificial construct, if there is indeed something nearby, its nature is almost self-evident. Let us excavate and investigate, Lin Dao commanded. We will expediently ascertain the specifics of that area. The scholar beside him acknowledged the directive. In the following period, the lunar base researchers and scholars became increasingly occupied with a more defined short-term objective and tasks. With unwavering enthusiasm, they devoted all their thoughts to the excavation, exploration, and study of the 15D region. Although the construction efforts of the lunar base did not come to a complete halt, they undeniably slowed down somewhat. The excavation of the 15D region, especially considering that the target was likely situated several meters beneath the lunar surface, necessitated a considerable amount of specialized mechanized equipment. A significant portion of the transport capacity between Earth and the Moon was allocated to meet the demands of the 15D region. In a remarkably brief span, the 15D area transformed into a veritable outpost on the lunar surface. To circumvent the need for prolonged commutes between the 15D region and the lunar base, additional lunar base modules were dispatched directly to the 15D area, effectively establishing a small branch base there. However, Lin Dao remained stationed at the main lunar base, more specifically in the upper chambers of the core module. Even though he could instantly materialize in the 15D region with but a thought, he seldom ventured outside. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Lin Dao, as he could directly witness the 15D area through the perspectives of those around him and experience their sensations. The excavation efforts in the 15D region progressed swiftly, despite the fact that, for contemporary human civilization, it was no small undertaking. The personnel stationed on the Moon, responsible for this endeavor, were predominantly invigorated and excited. Their exhilaration stemmed not only from fulfilling Lin Dao's directives, but also from their own anticipations regarding the unknown. As the excavation and exploration of the 15D region continued, the influx of new information regarding this area proved to be advantageous for the objectives of the present. Initially, through the analysis of deeper soil samples from various points within the 15D region, A more precise potential range was delineated based on the enrichment rate of the 1701D alloy within the lunar regolith. Within this determined range, it became evident that as the excavation depth increased, so too did the concentration of the 1701D alloy within the lunar soil, almost serving as direct validation of the correctness of the ongoing excavation and exploration efforts. Subsequently, once the excavation depth reached a certain threshold, geologists provided yet another piece of good news. Through the analysis of the lunar soil stratification in the excavation zone, it became increasingly clear that this area had previously endured a relatively intense impact, the evidence of which was distinctly preserved within the geological layers. However, a subsequent meteorite impact nearby had exerted pressure on the lunar surface and altered the topography, obscuring the traces that the earlier impact should have left on the lunar surface. Only through the current excavation of this region could the vestiges of the previous impact be directly observed. This impact evidence further enabled humanity to pinpoint the excavation site with greater precision. Year 17, Month 3. The excavation work in the 15D area has persisted for 2 months, leading to an expansion of the main lunar base to an area of 5,000 square meters, with a usable space exceeding 10,000 square meters. Although this area is not yet comparable to that of a standard football field, it is situated on the moon, where all supplies are still transported from Earth via lunar rockets. By previous standards, the associated costs are indeed exorbitant. Historically, even the most powerful entities could not sustain such construction endeavors to this day. However, for contemporary human civilization, the only limitations are the fundamental materials and the pace of industrial production. Technology and science merely constrain the speed of production. As long as the remaining productive capacity can sustain the basic survival of individuals and the fundamental metabolism of human civilization as a whole, and as long as rockets can continue to be manufactured, they will be able to perpetuate construction on the lunar surface, ultimately establishing a lunar city for Mr. Len. At present, the lunar subbase located in the 15D area has expanded to cover 1,000 square meters, with its usable space even greater, necessitated by the excavation efforts. The combined number of personnel residing on the lunar surface across the two bases has finally surpassed 1,000. Although a lunar city remains a distant dream, it can be regarded as a lunar village, a marvel achievable only through a civilization akin to that of insectoids at this technological stage. The expansion of the lunar base's area, the increase in resident personnel, and the continuous transportation of related equipment have, objectively, expedited the excavation of the 15D area. By late March on Earth, this excavation of particular significance began to yield some promising developments. The researchers involved in the excavation discovered a fragment, irregularly fractured at the edges, exhibiting signs of compression and distortion. It resembled a piece of paper that had been carelessly crumpled and torn into shreds. However, it was metallic, presenting a brilliant azure hue. Its longest diameter measured 52 centimeters, with a thickness of 8 centimeters. Notably, it bore unique patterns that were indented, reminiscent of tree roots or human veins, branching out continuously from the top downward. It appeared as though something had once been embedded within this metallic fragment, although it was evidently absent. Upon the discovery of this azure metallic fragment, indications of molecular-level integration between the fragment and the surrounding lunar regolith were already apparent due to slow molecular movement. Yet, within the tree root-like indented patterns, no remnants of other materials were found. Following the identification of this fragment, a wave of excitement surged among scholars and researchers, who promptly undertook a detailed study and analysis. The initial significant conclusion drawn was that this fragment was indeed crafted from 1701D alloy. Moreover, the fracture patterns indicated that it appeared to be a segment of a larger whole. Consequently, the investigation of this substantial piece of 1701D alloy provided them with a clearer understanding of its various properties. The 1701D possesses remarkable strength and tensile resistance. Although it is still far from being the material humanity has long dreamed of for constructing space elevators, it is, from our current perspective, an exceptional and advanced material. Additionally, it boasts a formidable resistance to radiation, all while maintaining a lower density. Overall, it is well suited for constructing substantial structures. Based on its current performance, If we could achieve mass production, it might prove to be more suitable than some laboratory materials we currently possess for the construction of lunar city infrastructures. It also serves as an appropriate material for the primary structure of large spacecraft designed to break through the atmosphere. Its strength and lightweight nature ensure that when forming larger structures, deformation is less likely to occur. In the laboratory of the lunar base, Lin Dao observed a relatively large fragment. Once illuminated, the inherent azure hue of the 1701D appeared even more striking. This color is quite unique. While referred to as azure, Lin Dao realized that he had never encountered a shade exactly like it in his memory. It is a color that the human eye can recognize, one that may someday be synthesized but has yet to be discovered. This realization alone is a wondrous experience. Lin Dao gazed at the fragment and smiled, albeit regretfully, as it seemed to have suffered significant impact damage, likely from a collision with the lunar surface. Had it not endured such trauma, it might have appeared even more exquisite. "Professor, where do you think it originated?" Lin Dao inquired, lifting the piece and observing it closely. As scholars have described, holding it reveals that the fragment is much lighter than it appears. We cannot ascertain that. Without further information, we cannot provide an accurate answer or a reasonable hypothesis. Well, let us continue excavating. At this point, it is somewhat perilous. It is nearly certain that this involves extraterrestrial civilization, likely more advanced technologically than contemporary human civilization. Despite the current calm, the risks remain. However, for Lin Dao and humanity at this moment, it is unthinkable to halt the excavation due to potential dangers. From the moment they set foot on the lunar surface, from when Lin Dao gazed at the night sky from the shores of the nameless island, this was the anticipation he had harbored. Yet, it seems that the events unfolding have arrived sooner than Lin Dao and his fellow scholars had anticipated. In the following period, the exploration of the 15D area deepened. The discovery of Fragment 01 was merely the beginning, the opening act, as soon thereafter, Fragment 02, Fragment 03, and a multitude of similar fragments were discovered in abundance. Chapter 9, Spherical Escape Pod. In the ensuing month, the lunar personnel discovered over 2,000 fragments of 1701D alloy within the depths of the 15D excavation zone. The smaller shards were merely the size of a thumb, while the larger ones exceeded the dimensions of fragment number 01 by a considerable margin. This plethora of materials is indeed a boon for the study of materials science within human civilization, providing a wealth of specimens for research and analysis. However, the remarkable properties of 1701D alloy raise questions about the origins of these fragments. The fact that what was once likely an intact piece of 1701D alloy has shattered to such an extent suggests it endured an extraordinarily violent impact. It remains uncertain whether this force originated from a direct collision with the lunar surface or occurred prior to that impact. Concurrently, scholars in relevant fields meticulously documented the morphology of each fragment, no matter how minuscule, in hopes of constructing a reliable model to reconstruct the original structure and appearance of the intact alloy. Yet, given that the structure itself is unknown and each shard exhibits significant deformation, this endeavor resembles the proverbial blind men attempting to describe an elephant. While it is certainly possible to formulate hypotheses, the sheer volume of conjecture, coupled with a lack of further known information to eliminate incorrect possibilities, renders the pursuit of a singular correct direction exceedingly arduous. In summary, progress has been sluggish. Moreover, among the fragments numbered sequentially from number 01 up to over 2,000, any sizable shard exhibited similar characteristics, indentations reminiscent of tree roots or vascular patterns. Yet, no additional unique substances were discovered on the surface of these impressions, leading many scholars to speculate that these might merely be indentations, devoid of any embedded materials. Nevertheless, all these investigations and theories were conducted simultaneously with the excavation efforts in the 15D area, which continued fervently without interruption. Finally, after more than 20 days since the discovery of fragment number 01, the exploration equipment unearthed an anomaly beneath the lunar surface, over 100 meters deep. Cautiously, researchers cleared away the accumulated lunar soil, revealing a corner of what would become the most pivotal find since the commencement of the 15D excavations. Its emergence validated several conjectures. The discovery of man-made debris on a desolate satellite, devoid of any prior civilization, raises profound questions. What could this artificial fragment possibly originate from? Beyond the potential remnants of a distant stellar explosion or other cosmic phenomena that might have propelled solid artifacts to this location, the most plausible source remains that of an interstellar spacecraft, particularly given the highly concentrated dispersal of the 1701D alloy fragments, not only when viewed on a cosmic scale, but even within the confines of the lunar satellite itself. Such a scenario fundamentally aligns with the latter possibility, that of the interstellar spacecraft. Since the excavation of the 15D area commenced, the most prevalent speculation among people has revolved around this very aspect. At this moment, the unearthed object has indeed responded to the public's anticipation. They have discovered, apart from alloy fragments, the core component of this unknown interstellar vehicle, or rather, interstellar ship. This significance does not stem merely from its relatively intact structure, but rather from the presence of a biological entity within it. At the very instant the core section of this enigmatic craft was unearthed, Lindau, situated within the lunar base, sensed its emergence. In the blink of an eye, Lindau's figure appeared in the excavated 15D area. Without interfering with the ongoing excavation, other researchers and lunar personnel adhered to Lindau's directives, diligently manipulating the machinery to gradually extract the revealed portion of the unknown spacecraft's core from the lunar regolith. This marked Lindau's first direct visit to the 15D area, which was originally located at the edge of a circular basin, characterized by a relatively even surface. Now, however, it has transformed into an open pit exceeding 100 meters in depth. Were this excavation to occur on Earth, such a deep pit would indeed be impressive, though not particularly extraordinary. Yet here, the effort expended by humanity to create such a profound excavation has been staggering. Standing at the periphery of the pit's bottom, Lindau watched as the core component of the unknown spacecraft gradually revealed its true form from beneath the lunar soil. Upon witnessing its entirety, Lindau momentarily paused in his actions. How to describe it? This could be termed a spherical capsule. It presents as a neatly rounded, completely sealed chamber. It bears a slight resemblance to the re-entry capsules of traditional rockets upon landing, yet it is notably rounder and significantly larger, with a diameter possibly exceeding 4 meters. Its internal space comparable to that of a small room. However, in the context of interstellar ships and craft, it remains considerably smaller than anticipated. Most remarkably, and quite unexpectedly, a substantial portion of its surface is transparent. The entire outer shell appears to be composed of a transparent glass intermingled with some 1701D alloy. The transparent glass constitutes the majority, while the 1701D alloy occupies less than a quarter of the surface area. Additionally, at the base of the spherical capsule lies a perplexing entity that utterly transcends humanity's understanding of what constitutes the structure of an interstellar ship. It resembles a mass, charred and vine-like, or perhaps tentacular in nature. Its essence has lost all semblance of movement, its surface a dull black, reminiscent of charred remnants left by burnt plants or animal bones. Yet, it is not as fragile as the ash of ordinary vegetation, at least. The excavation and manipulation have not caused it to collapse directly. The preserved appearance resembles a tangle of vines coiled atop the spherical chamber, occupying a space exceeding 3 meters in diameter. By botanical standards, this entity is not inconsequential. From this mass, several similarly charred and carbonized tendrils emerge, akin to tree roots or veins, crawling across the glass and alloy of the spherical chamber. As they descend, they branch out increasingly, giving the impression that this peculiar organism envelopes the chamber with its appendages, be it tendrils or rhizomes. Furthermore, at the end of the chamber, the tips of these strange appendages seem to curl upward, reminiscent of plants or materials subjected to high temperatures, revealing the previously hidden grooves that had been observed on other fragments of 1701D alloy. This elucidates the nature of the distinctive patterns found on those alloy remnants. Yet it also raises further questions. Is this peculiar formation atop the spherical chamber an original feature of the spacecraft, or is it an external attachment? If it is intrinsic, what role does it serve aboard an interstellar vessel? These inquiries, however, do not vex Lindau. Rather, the unexpected structure ignites a rare sense of excitement within him. The other researchers present share a similar response, elation and exhilaration. In the realm of scientific exploration, encountering the unknown invariably enriches the experience. Returning to the spherical chamber itself. Aside from the oddity atop, it retains a striking aesthetic. The extensive, transparent material, coupled with the richly textured alloy, renders the chamber reminiscent of a cerulean crystal orb or a colossal sapphire. To some extent, its beauty, which transcends civilizations, signifies a formidable technological prowess. Notably, Lindau observes no rivets or welding marks on the exterior of the chamber. There are no seams between the 1701D alloy and the transparent glass. This clearly indicates a level of advancement in human civilization. Moreover, apart from the alloy, the glass appears similarly azure. However, this azure hue emanates not from the glass itself, but rather from the view of the chamber's interior through the glass. The interior of the chamber is filled with a deep blue liquid, evoking thoughts of hibernation fluids or warp drive acceleration liquids often referenced in science fiction. Yet, through the translucent liquid, the sole passenger visible within the chamber offers a new perspective on this cerulean substance. It is an octopus, or perhaps a squid. Through the translucent liquid, Lindau discerned a faint outline resembling an octopus or squid, which appeared to be the most fitting description of what he beheld. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that this entity diverged significantly from the cephalopods found in the ocean depths. The study and analysis of this spherical capsule could not be accomplished merely by visual observation, nor could it be conducted directly at the bottom of this 100-meter deep pit. Without Lindau's interference, the team meticulously employed an array of lunar machinery to transfer the spherical capsule, exceeding 4 meters in diameter, into the lunar base established in the 15D region. Once the transfer was complete, scholars from various lunar-related fields eagerly engaged in the examination of the capsule. Researchers still on Earth, who could potentially contribute significantly to this investigation, promptly volunteered to embark on the next lunar rocket. Other terrestrial researchers also swiftly participated in discussions remotely, offering their insights. Lindau, however, chose not to directly partake in the research. Although his analytical capabilities were not to be underestimated, he possessed an innate sensitivity that allowed him to passively grasp the essence of the scholar's discourse, no matter how technical. As long as he listened, comprehension followed. Initially, the cadre of experts did not entertain the notion of opening the capsule. Instead, they continued to excavate the 15D region while confirming the external and overall condition of the spherical capsule. After its discovery, they synthesized findings from over 2,000 alloy fragments previously uncovered and examined the geological characteristics of the surrounding lunar surface. The scholars estimated the time of the violent collision between the interstellar spacecraft and the lunar surface to be approximately between 100,000 and 80,000 years ago. This impact was severe enough to embed the core section, now the central capsule, 50 meters beneath the lunar surface. Subsequently, it was likely that around 50,000 years ago, a small meteorite struck the lunar surface about 2 kilometers from the core capsule's location, causing the terrain to deform and bury it deeper beneath the surface. This led to a crucial conclusion based on the condition of the capsule's exterior. The time frame of 100,000 to 80,000 years ago. Lindau echoed this timeline while observing the spherical capsule situated within the 15D base. During this epoch, humanity's ancestors had indeed emerged. Yet civilization and written language had likely not yet taken form. One might ponder whether ancient humans, on that fateful day, gazed upward and witnessed the spectacle of an extraterrestrial vessel colliding with the moon. It is now almost certain that the 1701D alloy fragments originated from this very spacecraft. Upon addressing the temporal concerns, we turn our attention to the spherical capsule itself. We have conducted several non-destructive observations and studies on the surface of the capsule. Based on the data we have gathered thus far, it can be reasonably concluded that the metallic components of the core capsule are indeed composed of the 1701D alloy. As for the transparent sections, they are verifiably a type of glass, exhibiting strength akin to certain specialized varieties we have encountered. The spherical capsule appears to incorporate approximately 3 layers of this glass, with a total thickness of around 10 centimeters. However, the methodology for the integration of the 1701D alloy in this specialized glass remains ambiguous and warrants further investigation. At this juncture, the expert elucidating the circumstances for Mr. Lin raised his gaze towards the peculiar mass atop the capsule. The subsequent phase is of paramount significance. That bizarre entity, along with a portion of its extending tendrils, constitutes a segment that can be accessed without the necessity of opening the capsule's door. We have procured a sample of this material and, through meticulous micro-level analysis, have discerned that it predominantly consists of a mixture of inorganic substances and carbon. It has not exhibited any harmful properties nor any particular anomalies. It bears a resemblance to the remnants of a plant that has undergone incineration. However, internally, it appears that such incineration has obliterated any cellular structure. We are preparing to conduct a complete dissection to examine the macrostructure within, although this has not yet commenced. Lastly, the conditions within the capsule are under scrutiny. Current conjectures suggest that this may likely be the core or escape pod of the unidentified interstellar spacecraft. It is plausible that following an incident, the passengers aboard the vessel swiftly transferred to this escape pod for survival. However, our external observations have revealed only a single suspected extraterrestrial entity within. No other escape pods have been identified in the 15D region. The fluid saturating the interior remains elusive, as we are presently unable to extract samples. We can only ascertain that it is a non-pure solution devoid of radioactivity, with other characteristics yet to be determined. Ultimately, Mr. Lin, we have not discovered any access doors to the spherical capsule in other areas. Its entrance may be concealed beneath the peculiar mass atop it, or its opening mechanism could exceed our current understanding. Alternatively, should we wish to access it, we might consider breaching the capsule's glass, which, while possessing considerable strength, is not entirely impervious to cutting or destruction. Mr. Lin posed another inquiry. Why has it remained undamaged? Aside from the anomaly atop, the capsule appears remarkably intact, exhibiting no significant deformation. Given that other sections of the 1701D alloy have disintegrated into fragments, the existence of this intact structure is, in fact, rather incongruous. This query has not escaped the consideration of the scholarly teams. We remain uncertain. Logically, if both the glass and the 1701D alloy exhibit no irregularities, then the anomaly must lie within that assemblage of fragments, albeit its current form likely diverges significantly from its original state. Upon concluding his statement, the expert fell silent. The remaining matters were left for Lin Dao to determine. Let us open it and see. Chapter 10, Extraterrestrial Life following thorough discussions and investigations. The team of scholars and researchers opted for the second method to breach the glass of the spherical chamber. Rather than completely removing the vine-like debris atop the chamber to ascertain the original position of its entrance, both approaches pose significant risks to the integrity of the spherical structure. One method involved the dismantling of the vines and tendrils at the top, while the other entailed compromising the chamber wall itself. The former presented an enigma beyond the comprehension of contemporary human civilization, laden with numerous uncertainties. Conversely, the latter, though seemingly unorthodox, involved a direct assault on the chamber's structure. Yet, the specialized glass of the wall was entirely within the grasp of human technology, making any destruction manageable. In the current scenario, refraining from tampering with the unknown was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Moreover, the removal of the vine-like debris would inevitably inflict damage, altering its final state, thereby complicating subsequent inquiries regarding many of its mysteries. Ultimately, the proposal to cut through the chamber wall was unanimously approved. On that evening, to prevent the liquid within the chamber from cascading out due to gravitational forces upon opening, the researchers carefully adjusted the mechanical apparatus, realigning the spherical chamber to ensure the designated cutting area faced upwards. Once the chamber was secured, the operation to cut it open commenced directly. Following the completion of equipment calibration, all researchers retreated to other compartments of the lunar base to mitigate potential unknown hazards post-opening, such as viruses or the rapid evaporation of the enigmatic blue liquid, which could pose risks to personnel. Although preliminary observations and analyses of the impure solution's composition had led to certain conjectures among the scholars, the possibility of unforeseen extraterrestrial substances remained. Thus, precautionary measures were imperative, as this represented humanity's first genuine encounter with an artifact of extraterrestrial origin. The cutting operation was entrusted to a seasoned researcher in the relevant field, who operated the laser cutting apparatus remotely from another lunar chamber, ensuring precision in execution. Yet, for the most part, he merely observed, as the entire cutting procedure was carried out by a pre-programmed sequence. A sharp beep resonated, and a signal light illuminated, casting a bright glow upon the glass wall of the spherical chamber, accompanied by wisps of thin smoke. The path traced by the laser revealed the researcher's decision to cut a circular opening. The intended circular aperture would measure 1 meter in diameter, ample enough for an individual to enter the chamber, and, crucially, sufficient to extract the most significant and captivating entity within, the unknown extraterrestrial life form. The entire cutting process consumed considerable time, primarily due to the researcher's deliberate approach. The cutting program was meticulously crafted to ensure caution at every step. The laser traced along the meticulously predetermined cutting line, continuously adjusting its focus, delving layer by layer into the material. Eventually, the laser cutting apparatus, operating according to its programmed instructions, came to a halt. A cadre of researchers and scholars in the adjacent chamber remained utterly engrossed, their attention fixated on the visuals transmitted through the cameras in that space. At this moment, Lin Dao refrained from uttering much, maintaining his focus on the completed spherical chamber. Several robotic arms, previously secured to the cutting surface, gently moved the 1-meter diameter glass disc that had been severed, preventing it from dropping directly into the spherical chamber. These mechanical appendages shifted the glass disc aside temporarily. The cerulean liquid within the spherical chamber, amidst this series of cautious maneuvers, remained relatively tranquil. Through the 1-meter aperture, the interior of the chamber became increasingly visible to Lin Dao and the others present. Lin Dao's gaze was primarily drawn to the alien creature within the chamber, which bore a resemblance to an octopus or squid. The decision to create an opening at this location was largely influenced by its proximity to the extraterrestrial being. This creature was secured within the chamber by what appeared to be restraints, ensuring that even if the chamber were to rotate, its overall position would remain largely unchanged. The distance from the opening to the creature was still less than a meter, making it seem almost within reach beneath the cerulean liquid. Prior to the opening of the chamber, the researchers and scholars had already reached a consensus that this octopus-like alien was deceased, exhibiting no response to external stimuli and lacking any autonomous movement. Thus, upon the chamber's opening, it displayed no reaction whatsoever. Following the completion of the opening process, the researchers did not immediately proceed with the next steps concerning the interior of the spherical chamber. Instead, one robotic arm moved to extract a sample of the cerulean liquid. Simultaneously, a multitude of prearranged equipment monitored various metrics within the sealed environment housing the spherical chamber, assessing any changes, including air quality. There was no increase in radiation levels, nor significant alterations in air composition. At least within the chamber, no substances rapidly diffused post-opening. After acquiring a sample of the blue liquid, the relevant researchers promptly began their analysis. The advantages of a hive-minded civilization appeared particularly pronounced at such moments, as individuals with pertinent skills readily stepped forward, seamlessly participating in the endeavor, with the collective resources of the civilization converging to achieve remarkable efficiency. Despite some limitations imposed by the extreme velocity of changes in physical and chemical properties, the researchers and scholars swiftly produced a comprehensive report regarding the predominant cerulean liquid within the spherical chamber. The most crucial conclusion of the report indicated that it was a solution of complex composition, with its distinctive blue hue primarily attributed to the element copper. It was deemed non-toxic to humans, devoid of radiation, lacking severe corrosiveness, and free from any living microorganisms or viruses. Moreover, the report presents a conjecture that these azure solutions do not resemble artificial substances, as their composition is exceedingly intricate. If they were artificially synthesized, the rationale behind their creation remains elusive. Nonetheless, this conjectural aspect holds minimal significance at present. The crux of the matter is that it can be predominantly affirmed that these azure solutions are benign. Based on this premise, research within the spherical chamber shall persist. The initial step involves extracting the majority of the azure solution from the chamber, followed by the relocation of the sole organism within, the extraterrestrial octopus, to prevent irreversible changes resulting from exposure to air. The entire transfer process ensured that it remained submerged in the azure liquid, akin to transferring it from one vessel to another. Simultaneously, researchers procured several biological samples from it. Subsequent analysis yielded pivotal insights into its nature. It can be conclusively established that this is indeed a carbon-based organism. However, in terms of its foundational biological logic, genetic sequencing, and cellular structure, it diverges significantly from terrestrial life forms. A scholar specializing in biology and genetics expressed astonishment as he elaborated to Lindau. This entirely extraterrestrial being, with a genetic logic starkly different from that of earthly organisms, represents a marvel for someone who has immersed himself in related research for a lifetime. Although it is a carbon-based life form, it embodies an entirely distinct genetic system, effectively opening a portal to a new realm. Scientists and researchers are inherently imaginative. Drawing upon his expertise, this scholar began to envisage the myriad diverse biological populations that might coexist within the same environment as this extraterrestrial entity. Lindau listened, refraining from comment, yet he could empathize with the scholar's exhilaration, possessing the capacity to comprehend the source of this fervor from an alternate perspective. Turning his gaze back to the transparent vessel before him, he observed the octopus-like extraterrestrial creature, preserved like a specimen, still immersed in the azure liquid. Its proximity allowed Lindau to scrutinize it with clarity. Is it an intelligent being? This question may seem superfluous, yet it encapsulates the foremost inquiry of the scholars and researchers since its discovery. Yes, the scholar provided a resounding affirmation. Following multiple non-destructive scans, we identified an organ in its head remarkably akin to the human brain. Although the evolutionary trajectories are drastically dissimilar, the structure of its brain indeed bears resemblance to ours. At present, we can only speculate that this represents a form of convergence in the evolutionary paths of carbon-based life forms. If one were to speculate solely based on the anatomical structure, it could be inferred that its intelligence quotient is likely no less than that of a human, and perhaps, when considering the integration of its various organ systems, it may even surpass ours. This being is presumably a passenger aboard this extraterrestrial spacecraft, the only one of its kind discovered thus far. Lindau also obtained the scholar's reconstruction of the internal organ layout of this alien entity based on scans. As the scholars articulated, the image displayed a brain shape that, while not identical, bore a striking resemblance, approximately 60 to 70% similar. Raising his gaze anew, Lindau observed that this extraterrestrial creature, in overall appearance, resembled an octopus as previously mentioned, yet exhibited numerous distinctions. Its total length approached 3 meters, primarily elongated by its 6 appendages. The portion comprising its body and head was less than half of its overall length. The skin was smooth, adorned in a muted gray hue, with white circular patterns embellishing its tentacles. The head was spherical, devoid of hair, and exhibiting a slick appearance, lacking a cranial structure. According to the information currently available, its brain was safeguarded beneath the skin of its head by concentric layers of muscle-like tissue. Consequently, despite the brain size being comparable to that of a human, the overall dimensions of its head were 2 to 3 times larger than that of a human cranium. Next, there were its eyes, which marked a significant departure from both ordinary octopuses and humans alike. It possessed 4 eyes arranged in 2 pairs, situated at the front and back of its head. Moreover, the eyeballs were not encased in muscular tissue. Rather, they protruded outward. This anatomical feature suggests an absence of visual blind spots, a sensation that is virtually incomprehensible to an average human, who cannot fathom the visual experiences presented to this alien being when all 4 eyes are simultaneously open. To some extent, Lindau could grasp this sensation. Through his empathic abilities, he could perceive a broader array of perspectives. However, it was not simultaneous viewing. Rather, it was akin to focusing on a particular viewpoint while his instincts managed the other perspectives, allowing him to sense any significant visuals before turning to observe them. This, too, was a point raised by biologists, highlighting the potential physical advantages this extraterrestrial intellect may possess over humanity. Descending from the eyes, one encounters the creature's mouth, singular in form, housing structures reminiscent of teeth. This aspect, compared to the somewhat disproportionate head, distinguishes this extraterrestrial being from a large octopus. Its appendages were not directly attached to the head but were instead connected to a torso. Although the torso was not lengthy, it provided a distinct separation, and scans revealed a skeletal structure beneath the skin of this segment. Beneath the skeletal framework lay an organ entirely alien to human anatomy. Researchers and scholars have drawn several inferences from the findings regarding this organ, which they have designated as the secondary brain. This organ likely serves the specific purpose of managing the intricate coordination among its limbs, particularly in controlling its 6 tentacles. It may possess the capability to perform multitasking to a degree that is currently unattainable for humans. Or it could simply be an evolutionary adaptation to compensate for its brain's deficiencies in this aspect. Beneath this small segment of its body lies its tentacles, each exceeding a length of 1.5 meters, with bifurcations at their tips. Logically, these bifurcations appear to be an evolutionary feature enabling each tentacle to manipulate tools independently. This, in turn, elucidates the necessity of a secondary brain for this extraterrestrial being, which bears a resemblance to an octopus. Gazing at this alien life form, Lin Dao paused momentarily. The presence of an extraterrestrial intelligent species, likely not originating from the solar system, suggests that this being is backed by at least one advanced alien civilization, one that surpasses humanity in interstellar travel technology. What might such a civilization be like? Objectively speaking, Lin Dao felt a twinge of curiosity. Even disregarding the imaginative notion of a civilization that could be termed octopus civilization, there remains a plethora of questions regarding this interstellar spacecraft that has crash-landed on the lunar surface and the extraterrestrial intelligence itself. Are there additional discoveries within the spherical capsule? Professor Liu has unearthed several items inside the capsule, including supplies that likely provide energy for this alien organism, yet they show no signs of usage. Both Professor Liu and other scholars are currently analyzing these provisions, which might enhance our understanding of their civilization. Furthermore, they have discovered equipment similar to extravehicular suits. Although fundamentally different from our own, their functions appear to be analogous. The analysis of the spherical capsule continues, and the original location of the hatch has been confirmed from the inside, aligning with our hypothesis that it is indeed concealed beneath the remnants resembling vine-like structures on its top. Considering all known factors, it is nearly certain that the spherical capsule we have found is the escape pod of this interstellar spacecraft. It is plausible that following an accident, this extraterrestrial intelligence entered the escape pod, either voluntarily or involuntarily, but it likely succumbed to life signs shortly after entering. Well, let us proceed with our research. I have numerous curiosities regarding it, such as the cause of its demise, the civilization it hails from, and the interstellar vessel it traversed. Lin Dao's inquiries serve as the core motivation for all their endeavors. The enthusiastic scholar readily agreed to the task. Lin Dao remained silent, merely observing the remains of the extraterrestrial being. Nearby, other scholars and researchers diligently adhered to Lin Dao's directives and resumed their work, all under his guidance, particularly in his absence. Chapter 11. Speculations on weapons. The excavation of the 15D region, the alien interstellar spacecraft, and the extraterrestrial civilization temporarily referred to as the octopus civilization all present myriad questions for contemporary human civilization. This marks humanity's inaugural encounter with an intelligent civilization beyond its own. The insectoid nature of this civilization does not diminish humanity's curiosity towards another unknown entity. At this juncture, humanity, as a nascent interstellar civilization still tethered to its home planet, faces an encounter with another civilization that undeniably possesses profound implications. This transcendent meeting across time and space signifies at least 2 pivotal truths. Firstly, long-distance interstellar travel is feasible, illuminating the most crucial direction for humanity's forthcoming technological advancements. In the realm of scientific development, the foremost necessity is the acknowledgement that the technology being pursued indeed exists. Secondly, the existence of extraterrestrial intelligent beings and civilizations is confirmed, providing the first definitive answer to previous debates and speculations surrounding this topic. For a typical collective civilization, such an encounter could markedly alter its developmental trajectory. For humanity at this moment, or specifically for Lindau, the significance is equally exceptional. During this period, as the spherical pod is opened and initial assessments of the octopus-like extraterrestrial life are conducted, thinkers, sociologists, and philosophers within human civilization fervently commence their endeavors. The confirmation of extraterrestrial civilizations refreshes the collective consciousness and worldview of humanity. As new understandings of the universe and the cosmos emerge, one must also consider whether humanity's self-perception in the universe and nature ought to evolve in tandem. The posture with which humanity approaches extraterrestrial civilizations and the manner in which it defines its own existence becomes paramount. What does the cosmic society formed between civilizations resemble? Is it characterized by a multitude of alliances, or do civilizations inhabit isolated corners with minimal interactions, perhaps akin to a dark forest? If one disregards the element of chance, humanity has yet to truly step out of its door, yet has already encountered relics left by another civilization's interstellar spacecraft. This seemingly suggests that the universe may be far more prosperous than previously imagined. In times of significant change, diverse ideological collisions invariably arise, ultimately leading to new understandings of the world and of oneself. The ascent of philosophical thought and the completion of intellectual transformation are the endeavors of these thinkers and philosophers. Achieving such transformation does not resemble the typical enhancement of productivity seen in a normal collective civilization, nor does it foster a more proactive attitude towards development. After all, for a civilization that has become insectoid, the subjective agency, under Lindau's guidance, has reached its zenith. Lindau's existence transcends all conventional ethics and philosophies. In the pursuit of philosophical elevation, it is akin to mechanized deification. Just as Lindau's words can unify billions of inhabitants of Blue Star, seamlessly transitioning them from a planetary civilization to an interstellar expansionist civilization. This is an effect that the philosophical tree may not achieve until it has ascended numerous levels. Nevertheless, it remains significant for human civilization. The advancement of science and technology sometimes necessitates a foundational basis in thought and cognition. The elevation of civilizational levels is an indispensable aspect of this process. It does not imply that a higher-level civilization will be more benevolent. Rather, it suggests that the philosophy and ethics of a more advanced civilization are likely to encompass and comprehend the philosophies and social structures of lower-level civilizations. This could even lead to phenomena akin to cognitive pollution and philosophical weaponry on the lunar surface, in response to the myriad questions posed by the octopus civilization and the interstellar vessel associated with it. Human civilization, under the guidance of Lindau's will, has mobilized the collective resources of its entire society to tackle these challenges. Recently, the researchers and scholars arriving at the lunar base from Earth are predominantly those capable of contributing to the studies related to the octopus civilization, while ensuring the expansion of the lunar base keeps pace with current demands. Most of the equipment transported via lunar rockets pertains to relevant research. However, due to the constraints of the lunar environment and existing technology, not all research and experiments can be conducted on the moon. At times, numerous samples discovered in the 15D region must be returned to Earth. This frequent interaction between Earth and the moon imposes heightened demands on the capacity of lunar rockets. It is not that the productive capabilities on Earth cannot produce such a number of rockets. Under the current industrial and societal operational modes on Earth, the resources allocated for rocket production remain substantial. Nevertheless, researchers in the fields of rocketry and aerospace have not been idle. Scholars from various nations have congregated at the Equatorial Space Research Center to persistently explore enhancements in rocket capacity and the development of more advanced spacecraft, investing unparalleled enthusiasm and effort. Yet, it remains uncertain when tangible results will emerge. Meanwhile, on the lunar surface, with the maximum tilt of productivity, computational power, transport capacity, and research prowess, progress surrounding the 15D region and the interstellar vessel has been relatively swift. Within the 15D region, after the discovery of a spherical escape pod, The excavation and search radius has continued to expand outward and downward from the pod's location. By early May on Earth, the excavation efforts in the 15D region have essentially concluded. Firstly, one thing has been clarified. This severely fragmented interstellar vessel indeed harbors only one extraterrestrial occupant in the escape pod. We're the only alien life to have sought refuge within it, at least through the excavations in the 15D region. No additional escape pods or any other potential remnants of extraterrestrial life have been uncovered. This revelation has only deepened the queries among scholars. What then? Was the original purpose of an alien being engaging in interstellar travel alone? According to the information currently available to humanity, the origin of this entity undoubtedly lies in a realm exceedingly distant. The notion of undertaking such an extensive interstellar journey with a solitary individual raises eyebrows, as it appears rather peculiar from our present understanding. Particularly, the technological advancements exhibited by this civilization do not seem to surpass those of humanity by a significant margin. The aspects that elude comprehension, rather than indicating superiority, tend to exude an aura of enigma. Hence, interstellar travel, as conceived within the human cognition, cannot merely be dismissed as a brief excursion for such a civilization. This leads to further bewilderment regarding the purpose of this interstellar vessel. Be it for exploration or any other long-distance endeavor, does the intelligent life of this civilization lack psychological complexities? Could it be that this extraterrestrial being, emerging temporarily from a remarkably remote location, was propelled here by a cataclysmic explosion of galactic proportions? Regardless of the speculation, each scenario necessitates an abundance of unverifiable assumptions, rendering the situation inherently perplexing. Moreover, following the completion of the excavation in the 15D region, the information gleaned has only deepened the intrigue. Within the 15D area, researchers have uncovered an extensive array of interstellar vessel fragments surrounding the spherical capsule, exceeding a total of 100,000 pieces. Beneath the capsule, nestled in the lunar regolith, they have finally identified some structural remnants that do not belong to the vessel's outer shell. Currently, efforts are underway to reconstruct the exterior of this interstellar ship based on the fragments. However, one fact has been established by the collective of researchers and scholars, Mr. Lin. We have not located the energy and propulsion systems of this interstellar ship. At least, we have not found any components that align with our understanding of what such a vessel should possess in terms of power and energy systems. The other non-shell fragments discovered thus far, although not yet fully restored, are likely remnants of the life support systems aboard the vessel, potentially mixed with portions of the communication and detection systems. What remains certain is the absence of any structures that could feasibly provide energy for this interstellar craft. A scholar, responsible for the primary excavation efforts in the 15D region, has brought forth new developments to Mr. Lin, who is currently stationed within the lunar base's life sciences laboratory, observing the researchers diligently engaged in studying the extraterrestrial life forms. The lunar base, designated to distinguish it from the 15D area subbase and the Moon Palace base, has been aptly named. Mr. Lin listens intently as other researchers, under his directive, continue their work undisturbed by the presence of the two individuals. Furthermore, aside from the escape pod, we have not encountered any other supplies that this interstellar vessel should ordinarily carry, such as food, energy resources, or spare components. It remains uncertain whether these materials were entirely obliterated during the vessel's collision with the lunar surface. However, we are increasingly inclined to consider the possibility that they simply never existed, as we discovered no trace, not even a minuscule amount, from the nearby lunar surface. We find ourselves at a loss unless this extraterrestrial being sustains itself by directly absorbing cosmic radiation for energy. However, this notion is implausible, as our investigations have definitively identified a complete digestive system within it, and no organ capable of absorbing radiative energy has been located. At this juncture, a researcher, who had been diligently attending to their own tasks, interjected with a timely remark before returning to their work. Listening intently, Lin Dao turned to the scholar reporting to him and inquired, "Is there anything else?" "Indeed, there is another aspect we deem to be lacking," the scholar replied. "This spacecraft possesses no weapon systems. This anomaly also perplexes us. An interstellar vessel devoid of any armaments raises questions, even without considering potential encounters with other civilizations. One must contemplate the risks posed by minute meteoroids during prolonged voyages. The strength of the 1701D alloy is insufficient to render it immune to meteoric impacts. From the perspective of designing an interstellar craft, we would certainly equip it with a range of weaponry. The cosmic environment cannot be presumed to be so benevolent as to forego armaments altogether. A spacecraft without weapons implies a universe where all civilizations are inherently benevolent. Yet, this conjecture was swiftly dismissed by the scholars themselves. Humanity, as a part of the cosmos, finds it challenging to assert that its civilization poses no threat to others. Given the vastness of the universe, the likelihood of humanity's situation being unique is virtually non-existent. This suggests that even if the universe is not a dark forest, the harmonious coexistence of civilizations filled with goodness and beauty is improbable. Nevertheless, this circumstance surrounding the interstellar vessel raises further questions. The construction of an interstellar ship, from the standpoint of human technology, is inherently complex. Yet, the extraterrestrial interstellar vessel we have discovered appears remarkably simple, lacking in essential components. Paradoxically, this seemingly deficient spacecraft traversed the vast distances of space and collided with the threshold of human civilization. What are your hypotheses? Lin Dao inquired. A researcher proposed that what we perceive as an interstellar spacecraft might, in fact, be merely an escape pod from a fully fledged interstellar vessel. It is conceivable that the structure of this escape pod is dual-layered, encased in a ring of alloy with a spherical chamber inside. Thus, when the actual interstellar ship encountered a malfunction, the passengers would have sought refuge in the escape pods, with one ultimately landing on the lunar surface. This hypothesis addresses the question of the interstellar vessel's apparent lack of features. Some scholars speculate that this site may serve as a burial ground, potentially representing a funerary practice of an octopus civilization. It is conceivable that extraterrestrial life aboard the interstellar spacecraft had lost all signs of life either upon entering or shortly thereafter. Are there any additional conjectures? Lin Dao turned his gaze towards the scholar, sensing the myriad thoughts of billions, knowing that if he desired knowledge, he need not await a direct report from this academic. Such reports were merely customary. Indeed, Mr. Lin, the scholar continued, many researchers also endorse an alternative hypothesis, of which I am one. We believe that regardless of whether we consider the societal structure of the octopus civilization or various incidental events to elucidate the anomalies of the spacecraft, we introduce an excess of assumptions. Occam's razor suggests that one should not multiply entities beyond necessity. Given that we assume an interstellar vessel ought to be armed, yet it bears no weapons, is it not plausible to consider that this spacecraft itself may be a weapon? The scholar's face flushed slightly as he articulated this conjecture. Of course, our hypothesis, while prompting a more cautious approach in our research, does not clarify other issues, such as the spacecraft's energy system. Then let us continue our investigations. I anticipate some intriguing developments, Lin Dao responded with a smile as he listened to the scholar's musings. Aside from the completed excavation of the 15D region, the focal point of the research remained the spherical escape pod. The scholars eagerly anticipated discovering octopus civilizations' writing or any textual materials within this pod. Deciphering the script of this unknown civilization would inherently grant them insights into its culture and social structure. Regrettably, it remains uncertain whether the octopus civilization possessed a written medium akin to human paper or if such records were simply not preserved within the escape pod. The scholars scoured the pod meticulously, yet found no textual materials, not even something resembling a spacecraft manual. The only two items that appeared to be writing included a distorted pattern on a door handle found within the spherical pod, speculated to signify a push or pull mechanism, and a series of similarly contorted symbols inscribed around the pod's interior walls, totaling several dozen characters. This left them with little ground for further speculation. Nonetheless, within the spherical pod, they uncovered several complete instruments and devices. Hopes remained that these apparatuses could still be activated or, upon being deciphered, might yield information such as navigational logs stored within. Chapter 12. Dreams and the Sea. However, the progress in deciphering the various devices within the spherical chamber has been rather sluggish. Firstly, although it can be determined from the hardware of these instruments that they are indeed electronic devices, the technological pathways of the octopus civilization, which has never before interacted with humanity, are evidently worlds apart from our own electronic technology. To decode the potentially preserved information, one must commence from the very foundational technology, comprehending how the octopus civilization stored information. Furthermore, the information contained within these electronic devices must be translated into the written language or communicative forms of the octopus civilization before any meaningful decryption can be achieved. Moreover, the critical components within these electronic devices are singular entities. The inadvertent loss of even one would render the information irretrievable. Consequently, scholars of human civilization are proceeding with utmost caution, a prudence that, in turn, objectively prolongs the timeline of their endeavors. In contrast, research into other objects within the spherical chamber has gradually yielded some results. Among the discoveries is a type of emergency food purportedly designed for extraterrestrial life. From its packaging to its contents, every aspect has been meticulously analyzed by the relevant researchers. The packaging material for this emergency food is not the ubiquitous plastic commonly found in human society, a byproduct of the petroleum industry, but rather a tightly woven multi-layered fiber, crafted using a unique method into a bag-like container. Within this container lies the emergency food of the octopus civilization. This tightly woven fiber is impermeable to air and water, creating a vacuum-sealed effect akin to that of food preservation. For the researchers studying this material, it has been an eye-opening experience, evoking reflections on the vastness and wonders of the universe. Upon analyzing the emergency food within this packaging, researchers uncovered traces of certain animal and plant species that have never been observed on Blue Star. Regrettably, these emergency provisions contain no surviving cells. And given the current technological capabilities, the prospect of resurrecting these animals and plants is virtually non-existent. However, by synthesizing this information alongside analyses of the octopus beings, it has been established that the intelligent organisms within this octopus civilization, much like humans, are omnivorous creatures. This finding is quite reasonable, as from the perspective of evolutionary biology, omnivores possess a distinct advantage over strictly carnivorous or herbivorous species. Furthermore, it is notable that these packaged emergency foods show no signs of having been subjected to high-temperature impacts, but rather exhibit evidence of having been frozen at low temperatures. From this, one can infer that the octopus civilization likely does not have a habit of consuming hot foods. This is understandable, given that the information currently at hand suggests that the octopus civilization is predominantly marine, with its intelligent beings being aquatic organisms. In the nascent stages of their civilization, it would have been nearly impossible to possess the conditions or customs necessary for cooking food, even as their technological advancement progressed, enabling them to create fire or harness high temperatures. It is improbable that such heat would be utilized for culinary purposes. The natural environment significantly influences the societal forms of civilization. However, the cephalopod civilization must have faced considerable challenges during its primitive era. The creation of numerous tools, reliant on high temperatures and flames, was rendered impossible in their atmospheric conditions. One might speculate that a civilization or sentient life form, born in the cosmos, could perceive our terrestrial civilization's struggles as pitiable. While many tasks can be effortlessly accomplished in space, humanity has had to relentlessly ascend the technological ladder, only recently managing to grasp them. This narrative unfolds through a brief exchange between two researchers during a study break, culminating in a jovial chuckle from the researcher who initiated the topic. Furthermore, during the examination and analysis of various items within the spherical chamber, the researchers identified another significant detail. The remnants resembling vine-like tendrils affixed to the chamber's apex are intrinsic components of the sphere, rather than foreign intrusions. They discovered a complete model of the spherical chamber lying quietly at its base, constructed from a metallic alloy distinct from the 1701D alloy previously encountered, with a density surpassing that of the original liquid within the chamber. It is conceivable that this model had been present even before the extraction of the cerulean liquid, yet it occupied no particularly special location and lacked any designated space for its placement. Did this model simply float about the chamber during its cosmic voyages? Or was it grasped by the extraterrestrial entity until its demise, at which point it was relinquished, left haphazardly within the chamber? This conjecture, posited by Professor Jean Weibao, who is responsible for studying the model, suggests that this seemingly decorative item held significant importance for the alien being. Consequently, Professor Jean has devoted his recent efforts to the examination of this model, advancing it as an independent project. Professor Jean Weibao exemplifies the archetype of a traditional genius. His undergraduate studies were in anthropology, but he made a dramatic pivot during his graduate studies, diving into the realm of physics. After concluding his academic journey, he did not pursue theoretical research, but instead shifted to the engineering sector, entering the aerospace field. Now, on the lunar surface, like many others who ventured here, he has volunteered, believing his skills could contribute meaningfully to Mr. Lin's endeavors, a prospect that undoubtedly excites him. Of course, amidst the abundant research efforts on the moon, there exists a plethora of researchers with comparable experiences and capabilities. At this moment, Professor Jean Weibao is seated in a laboratory, with the spherical capsule model positioned on the workstation before him. However, he is not engaged in any operations. Instead, he gazes at the spherical model, his mind wandering through a myriad of divergent thoughts. Over the past few days, extensive research on this spherical capsule model has been conducted, relying on various instruments and equipment. Essentially, all necessary tests have been completed. Through multiple X-ray scans, it has been confirmed that this spherical capsule model is entirely solid. Analyzing the density of the materials reveals that the inner and outer substances of the model are identical. The materials research team has also extracted some samples for analysis, concluding that the alloy possesses decent performance, albeit not surpassing the strength of the 1701D alloy, with a density slightly greater than that of iron. Within the realm of human technological advancement, it is scarcely remarkable. These tests and analyses have largely dispelled the most optimistic expectations of Professor Jean and his colleagues, which posited that this model might serve as a control instrument for an interstellar spacecraft or a spherical capsule, or perhaps a long-distance communication terminal. So now, what information can be gleaned from this model? Is it merely an ordinary ornament within a spacecraft? Currently, this model only allows humanity to infer that individuals of the octopus civilization likely possess associative abilities, as evidenced by their symbolic recognition of one object in relation to another. Furthermore, it probably indicates that the octopus civilization might also engage in behaviors reminiscent of idol worship, akin to those once practiced in human civilization. However, this is almost a trivial observation. Associative ability should be a fundamental capacity inherent to intelligent beings. Thus, it appears that the Model's sole function is to provide humanity with an understanding of the overall design of an escape pod. Wearing gloves, Professor Jean cautiously lifts the spherical capsule model, examining it with care. When they first discovered this model, they exercised extreme caution. Although it has since been established that the model is free from radioactivity and contact toxicity, they have yet to handle it directly to avoid any corrosive damage from perspiration. The model itself possesses the shape of a spherical capsule, yet it lacks the color typical of such capsules. Instead, it exhibits a dark gray hue, reminiscent of iron with a patina, featuring a smooth surface devoid of rust formed through oxidation. This coloration is intrinsic to the alloy itself, which has left Professor Jean and his team somewhat perplexed. Considering the issue of reduction, one might wonder why, from a manufacturing standpoint, the 1701D alloy was not utilized directly for the model. Such a choice would have at least provided a closer color approximation. The analyses conducted by the Life Research Laboratory suggest that individuals of the octopus civilization are not colorblind and possess the ability to perceive colors. Of course, for the time being, this remains a minor enigma. Justifications could undoubtedly be found if one sought them. With gloved fingers, Professor Jean Weibao gently caressed the contours and lines of the spherical capsule model. From the perspective of human aesthetics, this model was not particularly refined, as some lines exhibited noticeable roughness. It bore less resemblance to an industrial creation and more to something hewn by hand. The most striking feature was the top of the spherical capsule, revealing to humanity the peculiar entity that once resided there. It resembled a mass of tentacles, bifurcated at the ends, evoking the appearance of the lower half of an octopus magnified and placed atop the capsule. However, unlike the remnants found on the actual capsule, the tentacles in the model did not coil around its surface. Instead, they curled upward like a cluster of flowers. The overall impression was somewhat bizarre. Nevertheless, the information conveyed by this portion of the model held little relevance for Zhang Weibao at that moment. The research team investigating the strange entity atop the capsule had meticulously scanned the model's data days prior. Whether this would contribute to their understanding of the peculiar mass remained uncertain. Zhang Weibao paused once more, returning the spherical capsule model to the workstation, feeling a twinge of frustration. If this model were merely a decorative piece, one could not help but wonder why it was of such significance to the extraterrestrial life form. Could it truly hold a unique meaning solely for this individual being, perhaps akin to a cherished gift from an important person? Yet, from the perspective of a gift, presenting a model of an escape pod seemed rather peculiar. It could be rationalized through the unique customs and habits of octopus civilization. But such speculative assumptions bore no significance for the research itself. Countless conjectures could be made, yet none could be definitively proven, rendering them mere guesses. Perhaps further investigation into this model would ultimately lead to abandonment, much like the study of the interstellar spacecraft and the alien life form, which might never elucidate all lingering questions. At that moment, the timer beside him emitted a buzzing alarm. Professor Zhang Weibao gestured to silence it from a distance. Although reluctant, he stored away the spherical capsule model, concluding his work for the day. It was time to leave. Despite the invigorated enthusiasm for work inspired by Lin Dao, which had reached a constant high, this fervor did not manifest in round-the-clock efforts. On the contrary, to ensure that work efficiency remained unaffected, management meetings from various regions and professionals across fields had meticulously scheduled rest periods, guaranteeing the longest working hours under optimal productivity. The working hours of individuals vary daily, influenced by physiological differences and personal requirements for rest. Each person's capacity to work efficiently is distinct, leading to individualized patterns of work and rest. Professor Zhang Weibao self-assesses, alongside evaluations from other professionals, that his daily limit for work is 9 hours, which can diminish to 6 hours during periods of intense research. However, within the same laboratory, there are researchers who, brimming with energy, can accomplish 10 hours of research work each day. Each contemplation of this disparity leaves Professor Zhang with a sense of regret. The previously established norms for work and rest hours seemed utterly unjust, with some preferring longer breaks and shorter work periods. Management presented significant challenges in this regard. Yet now, this is a naturally occurring phenomenon. In the present environment, the researchers require little oversight. As the designated break time arrived, Zhang Weibao departed the laboratory for the cafeteria at the 1U base, engaging in conversation with another researcher during the meal. The casual exchanges after work allow him to unwind swiftly. Following this, he returned to his resting quarters and meticulously timed his bedtime. Although research-related concerns weighed on his mind, they did not escalate to a level that disturbed his sleep. He understood that such anxiety would hinder his work efficiency, and he maintained a proactive attitude in adjusting his mindset. Furthermore, they were working for Mr. Lin. Even in the absence of progress, motivation remained unwavering. Even if one were to spend a lifetime on a singular issue, it would be embraced willingly, thus ensuring a tranquil mind devoid of long-term anxiety. Consequently, Professor Zhang fell asleep swiftly, enjoying a night of restorative slumber without snoring. That night, he experienced a rare dream, recalling that since Mr. Lin's emergence, dreams had been a rarity for him. Yet, on this particular night, he dreamt. In his dream, there were no familiar faces or events. Instead, he envisioned a vast, tranquil sea of deep blue. The water was serene, devoid of waves or ripples, while the sky seemed to press low upon the surface, nearly prostrate on the water's expanse. The scene was silent, resembling an unchanging panoramic image, firmly anchored within his dream. In this dream state, he felt an inexplicable calmness, as if he had transcended his own existence to simply behold the sea. However, upon awakening the next day, the serenity of the dream dissipated. Professor Zhang felt a sense of discomfort, as if a weight pressed upon his chest, akin to standing beneath the ominous clouds heralding an impending storm, enveloped in an inexplicable sense of oppression. Yet he instinctively seemed to overlook how to alleviate this uncomfortable sensation, merely carrying this oppressive and distressing feeling as he embarked upon another day of toil. Then, that evening, he dreamt once more. Chapter 13, Weapons That Night. Professor Jean Weibao once again dreamt of the ethereal blue sea, yet this time he did not witness the still surface of the ocean beneath a similarly placid sky. 4. In this instance, he found himself submerged beneath the azure expanse. The waters below the surface remained motionless, devoid of currents or waves. Apart from the water itself, there were no fish swimming nor any vegetation swaying. The dream persisted in its silence, resembling a frozen tableau that enveloped the entire realm of his slumber. He could perceive the depths extending endlessly, the cerulean hue gradually yielding to a somber darkness. Throughout the duration of the dream, Professor Jean felt an odd sense of tranquility. However, upon awakening the next day, he experienced an indescribable heaviness. The most immediate physiological response was akin to suffocation. He gasped for air, struggling to regain his composure. Yet, regarding the dream from the previous night, he subconsciously accepted it as a matter of course, harboring no doubts. Once he collected himself, he rose to wash up and prepare for breakfast, ready to embark on the day's research endeavors. As he departed from his resting place, his hand brushed against his sleeping bag, which felt inexplicably damp, likely a result of perspiration from the vivid dream. Today's research yielded no significant breakthroughs, nor did it unveil any new directions. The study of this spherical cabin model seemed to have reached an impasse. Nevertheless, Professor Jean's subjective experience belied this stagnation. It appeared that as his interaction with the creations of the octopus civilization deepened, he began to grasp their aesthetic sensibilities. The lines of the model, which could be described as primitive or rough, began to reveal to him a unique and compelling beauty. This sensation was unlike anything from human civilization, as if it were a natural expression of artistry. In the past days, he had been unable to appreciate its intricacies, but now he felt as though he had gained a faint understanding. Moreover, his perception of the beauty within the model grew increasingly vivid with the passage of time. Thus, throughout the day, Professor Jean held the spherical cabin model, scrutinizing it repeatedly. He was convinced that if he could thoroughly comprehend and immerse himself in the cognition of the octopus civilization, he would unlock the mysteries hidden within the model. At that moment, the model transcended its status as a mere ornament. He instinctively believed it concealed secrets of great significance. The entire interstellar spacecraft, the spherical cabin, and even the alien life forms paled in comparison to the vital information concealed within this model. Cradling it in his hands, he brought it close to his eyes, his gaze reflecting a fervent fascination, akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a precious gem. His countenance flushed with emotion, and he could not help but occasionally break into a smile. He was somewhat exhilarated, a sensation reminiscent of the moment he first stepped into the realm of mathematics, when his teacher guided them through the initial derivation of Maxwell's equations. He felt the profound beauty within, almost compelled to exclaim in delight. Now, he increasingly sensed that same feeling emerging from the model before him. It was close. He was on the brink of unraveling the mysteries concealed within the model. A magnificent answer he would present to Mr. Lin. However, at the thought of Mr. Lin, Jean Weibao abruptly paused, his fervent gaze sharpening into clarity. He then realized that the model he was holding was nearly pressed against his eyes. He placed it back on the workstation, though not for long. He scrutinized the model on the table, his expression revealing a flicker of hesitation. Eventually, that uncertainty was supplanted by other emotions. He extended his hand and removed the gloves he had worn continuously, his fingers making direct contact with the model for the first time. Old Yang, last night I had a rather peculiar dream. It was synchronized with the time on the ground, during dinner in the cafeteria that evening. Jean Weibao mentioned his dream to someone else for the first time, a palpable urge to share bubbling within him. What kind of dream? A nightmare or a beautiful dream? It must have been a good dream. I dreamt of an expanse of ocean, a cerulean sea. Having encountered the octopus civilization too frequently, he had dreamt of the ocean associated with it. According to the environment within the spherical chamber, the individuals of the octopus civilization resided in a realm of deep azure waters. Moreover, I feel I am on the verge of deciphering the information hidden within the model. That is indeed a positive development. Mr. Lin's objective requires our collective endeavor. Jean Weibao spoke with a hint of excitement, a natural exuberance that often follows the resolution of complex problems, a desire to share his insights with others. That evening, after conversing with Professor Jean Weibao, researcher Yang also dreamed of an endless, cerulean ocean. The sea was eerily silent, devoid of any visible horizon in any direction. Meanwhile, Jean Weibao himself dreamed of that ocean as well, yet the scene beneath the water seemed to signify that he was further from the surface than before. He found himself in deeper waters than those he had traversed in his dreams. This time, he finally glimpsed something beyond the cerulean depths. In the murky depths of the ocean, he perceived shadows. They were indistinct, their outlines vague. No sound emanated, and their movements appeared to disturb the water not at all. Akin to silent black and white films projected from an unknown source into the dim ocean depths. In the next moment, Jean Weibao felt as if he had awakened, not from the rest area of the moon base, but from within the dream itself. After 3 consecutive nights of oceanic dreams, witnessing shadows in the abyss seemed to shatter something within him. Everything is transformed from a mere still image. Within his dreams, Jean Weibao has found himself. Awaking within this dream, he instinctively draws closer to the depths of the sea, where a silhouette beckons. In this realm of dreams, he does not experience suffocation. His ability to navigate through the water seems innate. He glides rapidly towards the ocean's abyss, where time loses its significance, and he descends deeper into this ethereal blue expanse. Yet, around him, nothing appears to change. The surface and surroundings remain as stagnant as ever, while below, the indistinct shapes, reminiscent of a black and white film projection, seem perpetually distant. After an indeterminate passage of time, he suddenly feels as if the world is spinning, disorienting him as up becomes down and all sense of direction is lost. The scenes before him appearing inverted. In an instant, he finds himself submerged deeper, as though he is no longer swimming downward but rather ascending. Ahead, transitioning from the murky depths to the luminous blue, a figure swims towards him, illuminated against the light. He gazes at this apparition, and through the azure waters, he beholds himself. Instinctively, he lowers his gaze to inspect his own body. A slippery tentacle comes into view. In the next moment, Jean Weibao jolts away from his dream, instinctively reaching out to touch himself, as if to find that elusive, slippery tentacle from his vision. Yet, as consciousness returns, the initial fear dissipates. He feels no terror or panic. Instead, a look of bewilderment crosses his face, and his searching hands come to a halt. Shortly thereafter, the confusion fades away. He merely glances down at his bedding and sleeping bag, both soaked through. The degree of dampness surpasses previous instances, resembling a scenario where someone has doused him with a bucket of water while he slept. Alternatively, it seems as if he emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a wet sleeping bag, having fully immersed himself. The water staining the bedding glimmers with a hint of azure, interspersed with a viscous, transparent slime, akin to the slick substance covering a fish's body. However, upon witnessing this scene, Jean Weibao bears no trace of the earlier confusion or alarm. He appears unfazed, treating it as a commonplace occurrence. He rises to tidy the damp bedding, for he must prepare for work. He is determined to unravel the mysteries concealed within the model of octopus civilization. This enigma could undoubtedly serve Mr. Lin's ambitions. He is poised to make a significant contribution to Mr. Lin's endeavors. A fervent excitement radiates from his countenance. Just then, throughout the lunar base, speakers embedded in every chamber, laboratory, and corridor blare to life. All research pertaining to octopus civilization, extraterrestrial spacecraft, and alien life forms is to be suspended. All researchers and staff currently within the laboratory or other designated areas are to return immediately to their respective rest chambers. Everyone is to remain in their chambers, refraining from going outside, and await further instructions from me. Additionally, all ground personnel who maintain direct contact with the lunar base or the extraterrestrial spacecraft related to the octopus civilization are to cease their activities and remain within the nearest building, awaiting my subsequent orders. Furthermore, all rockets traversing extraterrestrial routes are to suspend communication with both ground control and the lunar surface, except for essential exchanges. The launches of rockets and spacecraft between the ground and the moon are to be temporarily halted, also awaiting my further directives. This is the voice of Lin Dao. To some extent, the issuance of commands through broadcasting or communication by Lin Dao is somewhat superfluous. At this very moment, every individual has already received his directive. Whether on the lunar surface, the ground, or en route between the two. The researchers, without hesitation, promptly commenced the execution of Lin Dao's orders. Even those who were on the brink of significant breakthroughs in their experiments displayed no reluctance. Immediately initiating the interruption protocols and returning in an orderly manner to their respective rest chambers. Those who had intended to leave their chambers to begin their work for the day also paused, settling back onto their beds. There were no complaints regarding Lin Dao's demands. However, the researchers did ponder the underlying reasons. Something significant must have transpired. Meanwhile, Zhang Weibao, who was preparing to exit his rest chamber upon receiving Lin Dao's command, also halted. His eyes were slightly reddened. He longed to delve deeper into the mysteries of the model, which was of utmost importance to him. His urgency was palpable, even tinged with a desire to immediately behold the model preserved within the laboratory. Yet, all these feelings were suppressed by Lin Dao's authoritative command. After a brief internal struggle, Zhang Weibao reseated himself. This struggle seemed to awaken a clearer consciousness within him, revealing a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He sensed something was amiss, though he could not quite grasp what it was. Through the collective consciousness of billions, Lin Dao was able to sense the occurrence of something significant. It was as if these sensations were typically managed by the subconscious and instinct, but upon the emergence of a critical event, they surfaced into his awareness. This was similar to the moment when the researchers at the lunar base discovered the 1701D alloy. This time, it was no different. Almost instantaneously, as Professor Zhang Weibao woke from his nightmare, Lin Dao sensed that something had transpired. This sensation is akin to one's own body having stepped through a puddle of murky water, with the filth splashing up to the calves, eliciting a slight itch upon the skin. Under ordinary circumstances, one would not intentionally focus on that particular area. The itch, when it arises, naturally draws attention. However, upon following this sensation with a gaze, it becomes evident that the internal surveillance mechanisms of human civilization appear somewhat feeble at present. Under the command of Lin Dao, every individual within humanity can be regarded as akin to kin. Indeed, according to the theory of insectoid transformation, each individual is merely a fragment of the vast, sentient entity of human civilization, with Lin Dao as its soul. Whom, then, do the internal surveillance measures seek to guard against? Within the realm of human civilization, the once clear concepts of confidentiality have begun to blur. Naturally, with Lin Dao's perceptive abilities at play, the necessity for stringent internal monitoring diminishes. After all, much like the current situation, Lin Dao becomes aware immediately when an event transpires. At this moment, through his capacity to sense all individuals, he is capable of delving into the memories of each person, reconstructing or rather directly witnessing the unfolding of events in an instant. Last night, Zhang Weibao removed the spherical pod model from the laboratory where it was stored. This he perceived directly from Zhang Weibao's perspective. Even feeling the fervent emotions he experienced at that moment, obsession, fervor, excitement, a joy so intense it was nearly overwhelming, as if he had laid eyes upon the most exquisite marvel in existence. This extreme emotional outburst manifested after he removed his gloves and directly touched the spherical pod model. It seemed as if his cognition had been altered, for otherwise, such an act would be unfathomable. To extract the spherical pod model from the laboratory was an act deemed inappropriate, contravening the moral principles derived from Lin Dao's commands. In that instant, Lin Dao distinctly sensed that Zhang Weibao believed his actions to be justified, advantageous not only for himself but for human civilization and Lin Dao alike. Lin Dao observed as Zhang Weibao lifted the spherical pod model, holding it in his hands as he exited the laboratory. He did not conceal the model but rather retained it visibly. Lin Dao even glimpsed the perspectives of other researchers. Yet, all who witnessed Zhang Weibao's removal of the pod model from the laboratory chose to disregard the event. Furthermore, during the evening meal, the spherical pod model held by Zhang Weibao obstructed the line of sight of a certain researcher Yang, who remained oblivious to it. Nevertheless, This blinding effect seemed ineffective against him, at least at this moment. As he reviewed the footage, the existence of the spherical pod model was unmistakably clear. Subsequently, the imagery depicting Professor Jean Weibao's return to the rest cabin became increasingly disordered. The image was fragmented and chaotic, reminiscent of the interference and flickering static of an old television set. It did not appear that anything had impaired Lin Dao's sensory abilities. Rather, it seemed that Jean Weibao's subjective perception was inherently disordered at that moment. Nevertheless, Lin Dao no longer needed to observe with such clarity. This alone was sufficient for him to grasp the general situation. One fact had become almost indisputable. This interstellar spacecraft might indeed serve as a weapon in its own right. Chapter 14. The persisting doubts. It is not solely Jean Weibao who has fallen victim. Lin Dao can easily discern, from his perceptions of others, who among them has encountered similar issues. From the perspectives and memories of these individuals, it appears that they have all had multiple close encounters with the spherical chamber model. Some were researchers who discovered the model directly within the chamber, while others were scholars collecting data related to the model, hoping to glean insights for their own studies of the chamber. There were also those who had engaged in material analysis pertinent to the model. Additionally, Jean Weibao's fellow researchers and assistants involved in the model study were affected. However, as the research on the spherical chamber model reached an impasse, the prevailing sentiment among the project's team shifted towards the conclusion that the model lacked further research value, prompting most researchers and assistants to redirect their efforts to other projects. Their duration of contact with the model was considerably shorter than that of Jean Weibao. Had circumstances remained unchanged, it is likely that Jean Weibao himself would have eventually abandoned his pursuit of the spherical chamber model after a prolonged study. Yet, it is evident that during this process, his understanding underwent a transformation. In total, 53 individuals were affected, including Jean Weibao. Among them, there exists a singular exception, researcher Yang, who frequently interacts with Jean Weibao. Unlike the other impacted individuals, Yang had not engaged in multiple close encounters with the spherical chamber model. His sole instance of proximity occurred the previous evening when Jean Weibao brought the model out of the laboratory. However, from the perspectives and memories of other researchers at the moon base, such a level of contact should not have led to any adverse effects. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable that only 53 individuals were affected. In the aftermath of the model's discovery, researchers at both the moon base and the lunar palace had placed significant emphasis on it, with nearly all researchers working on the lunar surface having observed the spherical chamber model. Yet, inexplicably, researcher Yang, despite being an exception, has also been affected. While his contact with the model was minimal, he had much more interaction with Professor Jean Weibao. It appears that the issue may lie with Jean Weibao himself, who stands as the individual most severely impacted within the entire lunar base. A transformation seems to have occurred within him, as he appears to embody a new spherical chamber model, possessing effects akin to those of the original model. The question remains, how did he inadvertently affect researcher Yang? From Lin Dao's current observations, this phenomenon resembles a peculiar virus. What then serves as its medium of transmission? Is it the air, direct contact, or perhaps information? Within researcher Yang's perspective, Lin Dao recalls that during dinner the previous night, Jean Weibao shared with Yang his dream concerning the ocean. Is the influence spreading from this moment? At the moon base and the lunar palace base, as well as among the personnel on the ground, everyone has effectively isolated themselves, retreating to their respective lounges or rooms. In this context, Lin Dao refrained from issuing further directives. Instead, he observed through the perspectives and sensations of those around him. He scrutinized whether the influence, which originated from the spherical capsule model, could continue to disseminate. Additionally, he contemplated the potential developments that this influence might provoke. Objectively speaking, under normal circumstances, such a maneuver would be deemed quite precarious, as the unknown inherently carries with it a degree of risk. However, Lin Dao was evidently not a conventional individual. For him, this unprecedented unknown bore a certain allure, a refreshing novelty. The current situation was far from stimulating. Nonetheless, Lin Dao's patience began to agitate Professor Jean Weibao, a pivotal figure in this unfolding incident. Due to Lin Dao's command, Jean Weibao, who had initially been somewhat fervent, and eager to commence his work that day, found himself confined to the lounge. The space at the moon base was relatively constrained, and Jean Weibo had a roommate, though their work schedules typically did not overlap. However, in light of Lin Dao's order, the roommate was expected to return but had yet to do so. Jean Weibo seemed oblivious to this fact. He grew increasingly restless. At first, he could sit at the edge of his bed, but soon he began to pace back and forth within the cramped lounge. The initial clarity and confusion brought on by Lin Dao's command did not endure for long. By this point, Jean Weibo's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted, and his muscles taut, resembling a frenzied beast starved of sustenance. He felt an urgent need to escape. This was a matter of utmost importance. The mysteries of the spherical capsule model, no, it should be the truth, determined everything. He must unravel it and present it to Mr. Lin. Thus, everything would become infinitely more splendid. Yet, Mr. Lin's command had ensnared him in this place. The intense conflict threatened to distort his sanity and ultimately obliterate it. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. At last, Jean Weibo cried out in the solitude of his capsule, transitioning from a silent plea to an audible shout, culminating in a heart-wrenching roar. This was a state of profound distortion and desperation. He still maintained respect for Mr. Lin, yet his urgency was undeniable. He needed Mr. Lin's consent to leave this place, to reveal to everyone the truth residing within the spherical capsule. Mr. Lin, I have something of great importance to attend to. I must engage with the spherical capsule model at once. Mr. Lin, I wish to go out. Jean Weibo was acutely aware that if Mr. Lin wished to hear his words, he undoubtedly could. It was as though, even without resorting to any technological means, Mr. Lin could directly communicate with everyone, issuing commands to all. Conversely, anything Mr. Lin desired could also be heard by all. After a fervent outcry, he finally received the anticipated response from Lin Dao. In truth, Lin Dao's focus had never wavered from Professor Jean Weibo. Despite simultaneously attending to all those affected, this professor remained the epicenter of his attention. Hearing his cries, Lin Dao, sensing his presence, responded directly, "Do you wish to engage with the model of octopus civilization? Is it not already within you? You carried it away from the laboratory." Lin Dao was keen to observe Jean Weibo's reaction. Naturally, Jean Weibo heard Lin Dao's voice, even though Lin Dao was, in a physical sense, quite distant. His urgent and anxious cry subsided, replaced by confusion and then anguish. He had brought the spherical chamber model out of the laboratory. Was it truly within him? Since awakening that morning, Jean Weibo seemed oblivious to this reality. Had it been anyone else who uttered those words, they might have fallen on deaf ears, as he would have remained ensconced in his own understanding. Yet, those words came from Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin's assertions were undoubtedly correct. Everyone was aware of Mr. Lin's capabilities. They knew he could perceive everything directly. Thus, he must have indeed brought the model out of the laboratory. I must go out. I need to make contact with it. No, Mr. Lin said, I have brought it out. In a frenzy of desperation and struggle, Jean Weibo bent down to lift the bedding, tossing aside the sleeping bag and overturning everything within the rest chamber. He searched his entire body, and then he began to retch uncontrollably. Once, twice, Jean Weibo, hunched over, expelled a mass of filth from his mouth, resembling half-digested remnants of food consumed the previous night, albeit mingled with some unknown viscous substance. Once the food remnants were expelled, what followed was a mixture of slime interspersed with a phosphorescent blue liquid, reminiscent of the seawater from his dreams, akin to the blue solution within the spherical chamber. The situation had evidently escalated beyond the ordinary. The slime and seawater Jean Weibo expelled covered the floor of the rest chamber, clearly exceeding the capacity of a human stomach. Then, after a violent and relentless bout of retching, Lin Dao, through Jean Weibo's own perspective, beheld the spherical chamber model that had been taken from the laboratory. Jean Weibo vomited forth the model from his mouth. The size of the spherical chamber model was approximately larger than an adult's fist. Clearly, it had surpassed the limits of what a normal human throat could swallow. As one struggled to comprehend how Jean Weibo managed to ingest it at that moment, the spherical capsule seemed to be compelled by some force, forcefully pushing itself out from his throat and mouth. Consequently, Jean Weibo's neck was stretched wider, and his gaping mouth was torn apart at the corners, with his jaw dislocating entirely. A dull thud echoed as the model fell from his mouth to the floor of the rest chamber, which was covered in blue seawater. Blood splattered across the model, along with fragments of flesh and several bloodied, broken teeth that had been severed from Zhang Weibao's body. To an ordinary person, this scene would be utterly horrifying. Yet, Zhang Weibao seemed oblivious to his own condition. Upon seeing the model on the ground, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he lunged forward, hastily scooping it up despite the filth, cradling it in his hands. His eyes gleamed with an obsessive joy. He had found it. It embodied such beauty, a culmination of all aesthetic wonders in the world. It was so exquisite, a perfect amalgamation of all intricate creations. Marvelous, splendid. At that moment, Zhang Weibao appeared to have glimpsed the truth of existence. Suddenly, he burst into tears, wailing uncontrollably, only to be followed by fits of laughter. How could such a thing exist in this universe? Everything in this world ought to be like this. Meanwhile, Lin Dao, witnessing the scene through Zhang Weibao's perspective, became increasingly disoriented, the chaos almost dizzying. However, he distinctly observed one crucial image. As Zhang Weibao embraced the model, alternating between tears and laughter, Lin Dao noticed a slippery, suction cup-laden tentacle slowly emerging from beneath Zhang Weibao's clothing, reaching out from the hem towards the spherical model. This spectacle was exceedingly bizarre, indicating that what was transpiring with Zhang Weibao had transcended the current understanding of human technology. Or perhaps, it did not belong to the same technological lineage. In the ensuing period, Lin Dao refrained from issuing further commands or taking additional actions, merely observing and allowing time to pass. The impact of the spherical capsule model on individuals could be categorized into three distinct stages of severity. The most severe was undoubtedly Zhang Weibao, standing alone in his own category. Next were individuals like researcher Yang, who, at Lin Dao's behest, remained in the rest chamber and gradually began to exhibit signs of agitation, occasionally muttering nonsensically. The least affected were those who exhibited no immediate reactions, yet Lin Dao sensed something amiss. By the afternoon of that day, the condition of those affected had deteriorated significantly over time. Zhang Weibo developed a second tentacle. Nevertheless, the number of afflicted individuals remained at 53, with no new cases emerging. This suggests that irrespective of the manner in which the model's influence disseminated, isolating these individuals along with the model, severing their connections to the outside world, and cutting off all forms of communication, including informational exchanges, effectively interrupted the model's induced effects. From the perspective of human civilization as a whole, this crisis had not truly erupted. It was still in its nascent stage, akin to having reached a conclusion. As for subsequent events, they belonged to an entirely different realm. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, aside from the 53 individuals who were sequestered in their respective chambers, other researchers and scholars, upon receiving directives from Lin Dao, were released from their rest quarters. Regarding what transpired, Lin Dao found no necessity to conceal the information from the scholars, directly informing them. It indeed sounded reminiscent of a virus. At this moment, the moon base, or rather, human civilization, had acquired a significant research project centered around that spherical capsule model. Unlike the previous investigations conducted by Professor Zhang Weibo, it now actively demonstrated its function, thereby clarifying the direction of research. Even though this spherical capsule model was evidently a weapon deployed by the octopus civilization, understanding and gaining insight into such a weapon remained invaluable. For instance, there was a keen interest in uncovering the ultimate effects brought forth by this model. A compelling observational target for this inquiry was Zhang Weibo himself. The reactions occurring within him were evidently what the octopus civilization anticipated witnessing upon launching the spherical capsule model. Although perilous, there was a strong desire to comprehend what would transpire, or rather, what had already transpired within those affected individuals. A thorough and meticulous examination of all individuals impacted was imperative. While the operational mechanism of this entity appeared entirely disparate from our technological trajectories and research lines, we had previously studied the model multiple times without uncovering any supportive mechanisms that could elucidate its current functionality. Nonetheless, it was worth attempting. It bore a resemblance to the operational patterns associated with Mr. Lin's abilities, which were wholly incompatible with our technology, or rather, beyond our current technological understanding and cognition. However, it was significantly weaker than Mr. Lin's capabilities. Had Mr. Lin's abilities manifested at that moment, they would have essentially enveloped everyone. Some researchers mention Lin Dao's powers. However, as it has been articulated, the influence of this spherical capsule model is significantly weaker than that of Lin Dao's capabilities. If Lin Dao possessed such a level of prowess, the moment the spherical capsule model was unveiled, those researchers who discovered it, along with the objects on the ground and the paths traversed, would all experience a diffusion effect. Moreover, there exists another peculiar matter regarding this spherical capsule model, particularly as a weapon, which raises several questions. Chapter 15. Cognitive Weapons from the Perspective of Weapon Design. The operational mechanism of the spherical capsule model seems rather subtle. This notion was proposed by a scholar, formerly an expert in missile research. Much like a missile, which is launched from a point and traverses a great distance before landing at an adversary's location, it does not detonate immediately. Instead, it awaits the enemy to discover it, dismantle its exterior, and uncover the genuine threat within before it can fulfill its purpose. Even if the contents wield immense power, from a weapon design standpoint, one might question whether this approach is overly convoluted. The scholar's words momentarily halted the discussion among the researchers. It is indeed a conspicuous issue. However, the current reality is that the weaponry of the octopus civilization embodies this very redundancy. If our logical deductions present no flaws, yet the outcomes diverge from reality, it is highly probable that we have overlooked a crucial condition. After a period of contemplation, another scholar remarked, in fact, there exists something remarkably similar in appearance to the spherical capsule model. At this juncture, a relatively young researcher, not yet 40, posited a rather imaginative idea. The assembled minds, all of exceptional cognitive abilities, quickly grasped the young researcher's intent. The entity akin to the spherical capsule model is, of course, the spherical capsule itself. Since its discovery, it has remained within the public gaze, with most studies centering on its interior and exterior. If, to some extent, it truly represents an amplification of the spherical capsule model, possessing analogous functions, this implies that the spherical capsule model may indeed, as initially surmised, merely be a model. It has, for various reasons, acquired some of the capabilities that the spherical capsule was originally meant to exhibit. The spherical capsule, then, is the authentic weapon deployed by the octopus civilization. Logically, this perspective appears considerably more coherent. With this new line of thought, the researchers quickly engaged in fervent discussions. Yet, the spherical capsule itself has not demonstrated any functional prowess. According to the current rationale, its capabilities should be far more immediate than those of the model. However, from the moment of the spherical capsule's discovery to the present, revealing the threat of the model, the capsule has shown no indications of efficacy. In light of this, we can only reluctantly entertain a new hypothesis. Perhaps its primary target is neither the moon nor ourselves. Previously, we speculated that the interstellar vessel of the octopus civilization shattered upon colliding with the lunar surface, and the 1701D alloy should have indeed been obliterated in such a violent impact. Yet now, it is evident that the octopus civilization possesses some force beyond the explanatory scope of our current technological trajectory. Therefore, we cannot dismiss the possibility that their interstellar vessel is far more formidable than we had anticipated. What I mean is, after it was launched from the octopus civilization, or from other starting points controlled by the octopus civilization, could it have been subjected to an attack from a third civilization, one that exists beyond both us and the octopus civilization, during the period leading up to its descent onto the lunar surface? It is also this third civilization's assault that may have directly caused the interstellar spacecraft to lose its spherical capsule-like integrity, while simultaneously diverting it from its intended course. Otherwise, if its target from the outset had been us, would it not have been more advantageous for it to land or collide directly with the blue planet? If so, that would indeed be a remarkable coincidence. If there was a deviation in its trajectory, it seems improbable that it would only be a minor shift. The distance between the Earth and the Moon, when considered within the vastness of the universe, is already minuscule, even within the scale of the solar system. A true deviation must imply a transition from another civilization to the vicinity of humanity's blue planet. As the discussion reached this point, a momentary silence enveloped the group of researchers. Then, one researcher resumed speaking, suggesting that if we follow this line of reasoning, the spherical capsule's loss of its model-like properties might be attributed to damage inflicted upon the structure at its apex. This line of thought holds merit. A comparison between the model and the spherical capsule reveals that the most significant difference lies in the anomalous structure at the top of the capsule. The model retains that portion intact, while the spherical capsule has evidently lost its original form. Throughout the discourse among the researchers, this entire concept has been clarified considerably. However, despite the logical soundness of the speculation, many researchers acknowledge that much of it remains unprovable, perhaps even eternally so. The universe is vast, and with humanity's current technological capabilities, we are utterly incapable of locating the potential whereabouts of the octopus civilization or discovering that possibly even more formidable third-party civilization, thus rendering verification impossible. Lindau did not partake in the discussions among the researchers, yet he was aware of both the process and the outcomes of their deliberations. His curiosity about the octopus civilization had grown significantly. Nevertheless, this was not an issue that warranted immediate urgency. Upon entering the core chamber of the moon base, Lindau cast a glance at the spherical capsule, still firmly secured in place. Meanwhile, as the group of researchers and lunar scholars deliberated on the series of events triggered by today's model of the spherical capsule, a total of 53 individuals, including Jean Weibao, affected by the model, had been sent for thorough medical examinations. 52 of them were naturally attended to by medical personnel either stationed on the moon or operating remotely from Earth. As for Jean Weibao, to mitigate further communication with the outside world, he voluntarily entered some diagnostic equipment under Lindau's directive, while medical personnel conducted the examination remotely. Although Jean Weibao now bore 2 additional octopus-like appendages that appeared somewhat grotesque, he was still able to comply with Lindau's instructions, albeit with a noticeable dullness in his reactions. By the evening of that very day, under the substantial influence of adequate strength and resources, a total of 53 individuals, including Professor Jean Weibao, had accomplished the most comprehensive array of examinations conceivable within conventional parameters. A few individuals, constrained by the limitations of the lunar base's current equipment, had either already collected samples to be sent back to Earth or had received relevant apparatus delivered directly by the lunar lander. Based on the physical assessments completed thus far, as well as psychological and cognitive evaluations, Mr. Lin, the researchers you identified as having relatively mild conditions exhibited no significant physical anomalies. The examinations of their internal organs, blood, immune systems, skeletal structures, flesh, limbs, torso, head, and overall appearance revealed no unusual changes. The extracted cellular samples also showed no variations. As for the genetic analyses completed to date, no issues have been detected. Even minor ailments present were largely within the realm of normalcy and not particularly noteworthy. The sole concerns identified primarily pertain to psychological and cognitive aspects. Individuals exhibiting mild symptoms predominantly demonstrated a tendency towards a preference for aquatic environments, irrespective of gender or age, along with some inexplicable anxiety. Furthermore, regarding the researchers marked by you, Mr. Lin, those under the mentorship of Professor Jean Weibao, who fell into the second tier of severity. We take the case of researcher Yang as a prime example. Initially, during the routine examination, researcher Yang's physical condition mirrored that of his mildly affected peers, revealing no peculiarities. However, as the assessments progressed towards their conclusion, coinciding with the evening hours, an anomaly manifested in researcher Yang. The outer side of his left arm developed a patch of slick, fish-like skin that appeared to engulf the normal dermis beneath it. This transformation was entirely unforeseen, and upon its occurrence, we promptly conducted a secondary examination of researcher Yang. No similar manifestations were found elsewhere on his body, and the underlying mechanism behind the appearance of this fish-like skin remains elusive. A representative of the researchers conveyed the current situation to Mr. Lin, who sat within the life laboratory of the lunar base, observing the remains of an individual from the cephalopod civilization while simultaneously monitoring the condition of the 53 researchers. Just an hour prior, we had performed surgery on researcher Yang, excising the fish-like skin from his arm. Upon observing the excised specimen, Mr. Lin noted its surface, which appeared slippery and smooth, resembling an unblemished piece of fish skin devoid of any trace of human dermis. In truth, the entire surgical procedure was conducted under Mr. Lin's watchful eye. Observing its current form, he was not particularly surprised. During the operation, the medical personnel had inadvertently excised a slightly larger portion of normal skin surrounding the fish-like patch on researcher Yang's arm. However, 1 hour after the completion of the surgery, the normal skin boundary that should have been present on the sample vanished, while new fish-like skin re-emerged around the surgical area of researcher Yang. This physiological tissue, despite being detached from its host, continued to undergo similar transformations, the nature of which remains elusive to our current technological capabilities. The reporting researcher, although acknowledging this unsettling phenomenon, appeared undeterred. The crisis engendered by this spherical model may seem daunting, yet its potential threat to human civilization appears relatively benign. Nonetheless, the disturbance to our understanding is palpable. Do you believe there exists a method to control the ongoing bodily transformations in researcher Yang and his colleagues? Our current technological prowess offers scant insight into the assault methods employed by the octopus civilization, rendering effective solutions elusive. Without identifying the reasons behind the ongoing changes in these researchers, it is futile to discover ways to halt such transformations. Mr. Lin remained silent on this matter, simply turning his gaze elsewhere. Concerning Professor Jean Weibao, he has thus far exhibited the growth of 3 appendages resembling octopus tentacles. Moreover, a 4th tentacle has already begun to develop subcutaneously within his abdominal cavity and may soon breach the surface, forming a structure akin to the other 3 tentacles. More precisely, these proliferating appendages resemble those of individuals from the octopus civilization, featuring bifurcated ends capable of independent movement. Additionally, we have observed a notable protrusion beneath the skin at the back of Professor Jean's head, where imaging reveals the rapid development of 2 structures resembling eyeballs. Furthermore, cracks have appeared in the skeletal structure of his occipital region, which are swiftly widening, seemingly preparing to form an orbital cavity to accommodate these ocular formations. We have collected biological samples from the tentacles on Professor Jean for comparison with those of individuals from the octopus civilization. As for Professor Jean's psychological and cognitive state, we have refrained from extensive communication to avoid exacerbating the situation, thus rendering an assessment currently unfeasible. Based on your conveyed insights, it is presumed to be quite unfavorable. Do you suspect that Professor Jean is undergoing a transformation towards resembling individuals of the octopus civilization? Indeed. The changes manifesting in Professor Jean's body have afforded us new insights into the weaponry unleashed by the octopus civilization. The ultimate effect of this weapon may diverge significantly from our initial expectations. Some researchers speculate that it functions as a cognitive weapon, not inflicting harm, but rather catalyzing transformation. In an ideal scenario, this weapon could potentially convert another civilization into a constituent of the octopus civilization. This researcher articulated a chilling perspective for a civilization. The ramifications of this octopus civilization's cognitive weapon could be far more terrifying than conventional interstellar weapons of mass destruction. A complete transformation signifies the utter demise of a civilization. The cosmos indeed harbors perilous threats. Lindau remarked, indeed, it is quite vibrant and multifaceted. Yes, Mr. Lin. Moreover, during the psychological and cognitive assessments of researchers from the 2nd and 3rd tiers affected by the model, the 2nd-tier researchers all mentioned a dream concerning a blue ocean, whereas the 3rd-tier researchers had yet to experience such a vision. This might represent the most significant distinction between the 2 levels of affected researchers. Let us continue our observations. Lindau acknowledged and turned his attention towards the octopus civilization specimen, submerged in the ethereal blue solution within its glass container. He pondered a question. Is this specimen a manifestation of the intelligent life inherent to the octopus civilization, or could it be a derivative of another civilization? After the emergence of a newly transformed octopus civilization, does it continue to dispatch such spacecraft? This cyclical process wouldn't that make the octopus civilization extraordinarily formidable? Yet, upon further reflection, if this civilization were indeed so powerful, it would not present itself to humanity in its current state. Raising his head, Lin Dao suddenly contemplated a peculiar question. Nevertheless, he directly inquired of the nearby researcher, Researcher Su, if my abilities could equally influence other races and intelligent civilizations. Would you be willing to embark alone on a one-way journey aboard a spacecraft into the depths of the cosmos? Of course, it would be my honor. Su replied without hesitation, offering a definitive affirmation. Lin Dao chuckled. If it were truly so, there would be no need for you. Sending an unmanned spacecraft would suffice. With that statement, he concluded the topic, as if it were merely a fleeting thought. Lin Dao was reluctant to delve deeper, and naturally, Su refrained from pursuing the matter further. After a brief silence, the researcher took his leave. Lin Dao sat alone in the life laboratory, gazing at the octopus civilization specimen. In the subsequent days, the lunar base completed a comparison of the tentacle samples collected from Manhwaedit with the biological samples of the octopus civilization. While they were not identical, their microscopic similarities exceeded 90%. Considering the genetic comparisons among earthly organisms, this degree of similarity is not particularly high. However, this comparison involves two entirely distinct intelligent beings that have evolved along separate paths over the course of millions of years or even longer. These two forms of life had never communicated. The level of similarity observed is exceedingly remarkable. Chapter 16. The crisis stifled in its infancy. The researcher's speculations regarding the weapon originating from the octopus civilization have been largely substantiated. As time progresses, the condition of all 53 individuals, including Manhwaedit and researcher Yang, continues to deteriorate. This provides a stark illustration to humanity of the devastating effects that such cognitive weaponry can ultimately achieve. Among them, Manhwaedit's situation is the most critical, exhibiting the fastest rate of decline and transformation. On that fateful night, a fourth tentacle, birthed within Manhwaedit's abdomen, pierced through his belly, emerging as if a bamboo shoot had broken through the earth. Furthermore, the eyeball positioned at the back of his skull appears to have fully developed, occasionally rotating beneath the skin of his occiput, seemingly anticipating the moment when flesh would rupture to reveal it. Utilizing remote equipment and with assistance from Lin Dao, specialists at the lunar base attempted extensive surgery on Manhwaedit's anomalous regions while minimizing any contact with him. Despite their efforts to excise the 4 tentacles that had already sprouted, along with all the abnormal areas connected beneath the skin, and even removing the 2 aberrant eyeballs from the back of his head, along with the bony structures surrounding them, these measures proved futile. They were unable to identify any irregularities in the non-mutated parts of Manhwaedit's body. However, what appeared to be a normal anatomical structure had, in truth, become a breeding ground for further anomalies. Immediately following the removal of the tentacles, new ones began to sprout anew from his body, not sequentially, but simultaneously, with 4 tentacles emerging from beneath the flesh, and the 5th tentacle quickly budding as well. Shortly after the removal of the 2 eyeballs from his occiput, new ones reappeared in their original positions. Simultaneously, other bodily parts that seemed relatively normal appeared to have significantly shrunk, adhering to some basic objective principles without inexplicably swelling further. A researcher attempted to share a darkly humorous joke, but not a single person, including himself, found it amusing. At this moment, the transformations occurring within Manhwaedit resemble a journey down an irreversible and unceasing path, while they can continue to sever the emerging anomalies. They seem powerless to alter the ultimate outcome. During this process, one researcher proposed an audacious plan to perform a head transplant on Manhwaedit, though it was not executed, as it appeared to be futile given the current circumstances. Even if his body were replaced, the mutations present in his head would remain unchanged. Similarly, the second and third tiers of affected individuals, represented by researcher Yang, are witnessing a decline in their conditions as well. Researcher Yang's fish-like skin increasingly spreads and envelopes his normal skin at an accelerating pace. After the surgical incision confirmed its ineffectiveness, the fish-like skin enveloped his entire body. including his head, that very night. The features that once belonged to humanity were suddenly shrouded beneath this layer of fish skin, rendering him a grotesque figure resembling a human clad in aquatic hide. However, the second tier of affected individuals did not all undergo the same transformation as researcher Yang. Some began to sprout tentacles within, albeit at a slower pace than those on Zhang Weibao. Others exhibited no discernible physical alterations, but continuously exuded a viscous and blue solution from their bodies, whether seated, lying down, or standing. The researchers managed to collect some of this substance and compared it to the ethereal blue liquid previously found within the spherical chamber. While not entirely identical, there was a remarkable degree of similarity. Soon, the total mass of the blue solution exuded from the affected researchers surpassed their own body mass, leaving even those who had previously claimed adherence to objective principles at a loss for words. Conversely, the third tier of affected researchers appeared to experience only mild changes. Although some physical alterations began that very night, the extent of these modifications remained relatively minor, drawing on their accumulated experience from Zhang Weibao and others. The researchers implemented drastic measures, severing the mutated limbs of these individuals, seemingly halting any further alterations. Yet, the cognitive weapon's influence on these researchers regarding their affinity for water proved challenging to reverse, necessitating subsequent psychological treatments in hopes of restoring their former state. 3 days elapsed. The transformations in Zhang Weibao seemed to reach a culmination. Despite multiple attempts by the researchers to sever and remove the tentacles and eyes sprouting from him, they were unsuccessful in halting the emergence of 6 branched tentacles akin to those of the extraterrestrial life forms discovered in the spherical chamber. An eye embedded in the subcutaneous layer at the back of his head also emerged. His once human arms and legs withered as the tentacles grew, ultimately resembling dried leaves that fell away from his slick, fish-like skin. Following this, Zhang Weibao's transformation ceased. His final appearance diverged slightly from what was anticipated. The cognitive weapon of the octopus civilization did not entirely transform the affected humans into replicas of the beings from that civilization. Below the chest cavity, Zhang Weibao's form had fully transitioned into tentacles, supported solely by 6 appendages. However, above, the chest area, despite significant internal changes, retained the external structure of a human thorax. His head, while overall resembling the form of an entity from the octopus civilization, still retained some faint contours of human features. It was as though human characteristics were sprouting from the crown of the octopus-like visage. Indeed, the front and the back appeared identical. However, this semblance was far more grotesque and unsettling than a complete transformation into the form of an octopus civilization entity. Moreover, there was another alteration that evoked a subtle emotional shift among the observers regarding Zhang Weibao post-mutation. He could no longer respond to Lin Dao's commands. After fully metamorphosing into the form desired by the octopus civilization's cognitive weapon, he showed no reaction to Lin Dao's directives. For humanity at this juncture, everyone, including Lin Dao, constituted a singular entity or a vast collective. The emergence of an eye beyond this collective signified the unknown, the uncontrollable, and potential peril. While it did not invoke severe dread, it was sufficient for the researchers to recognize this shift, leading to a change in their mindset. This sentiment was akin to wandering alone through a pitch-black, desolate alley, only to encounter another individual unexpectedly. Lin Dao's subjective experience, however, diverged somewhat from the collective thoughts of the others. He perceived not that Zhang Weibao had completely metamorphosed beyond the influence of his abilities, but rather that he seemed to have utterly lost his reason, devoid of the capacity to respond to commands. Naturally, the resulting effects appeared largely similar on an objective level. Subsequently, events transpiring with Zhang Weibao indicated that the transformative effects of this octopus civilization cognitive weapon did not guarantee success each time. Zhang Weibao perished. Once his body had fully transformed into a near-octopus civilization form, he did not endure for long. His terrifying and grotesque physique suddenly disintegrated without warning. Akin to a candle melting in an instant, the entire process unfolded with no explosive sound, yet at an astonishing speed. Soon, the chamber where Zhang Weibao resided was left with nothing but a pool of flesh and blood. It resembled the blood flowing from a slaughterhouse or the juice of a decayed watermelon spilling across the ground. Tentacles, eyeballs, skeletal remains, and bodily tissues were nearly impossible to discern within this residue. The abruptness of the entire event was shocking, but the researchers reacted swiftly, remotely operating equipment to collect the remnants, hoping to glean some information for future studies. However, comprehending the underlying mechanisms and logic of all that had transpired during this brief interval and integrating it into humanity's current technological framework would likely prove exceedingly challenging. After manhwaedit, the second tier of affected individuals emerged, represented at this moment by researcher Yang. Their physical transformations no longer varied wildly. Instead, they began to converge towards the transformation process previously observed in manhwaedit. Similarly, they started to develop tentacles and eyes, evolving towards the characteristics of the octopus civilization. Most importantly, through Lin Dao's perception of everyone, he sensed the emergence of certain elements reminiscent of those found in manhwaedit. It appeared that these individuals, too, began to exhibit effects akin to that of the spherical capsule model, capable of disseminating the influence of the octopus civilization's cognitive weapon as a source of information. One could almost predict the fate that awaited them. The third tier of affected individuals largely remained unchanged, exhibiting no new transformations. This seemed to underscore a clear demarcation among those impacted by the cognitive weapon of the octopus civilization, whether or not they dreamt of that ethereal blue sea. Prior to such dreams, decisive measures seemed to have some efficacy. However, after merely dreaming once, even if they were subsequently isolated from the spherical capsule model and the source of influence, it proved futile. Progress might be slightly delayed, but inevitably, they too would become new sources. On the seventh day following the incident, the effects of the cognitive weapon from the octopus civilization yielded a final outcome. Among the 53 individuals, 20 researchers and scholars with mild effects barely survived with physical disabilities. The remaining 23 researchers and scholars perished. Some researchers from the lunar base convened to summarize the events. Lin Dao casually sat aside, allowing others to proceed with the meeting as if he were invisible. The complete demise of those severely affected by the model was somewhat unexpected. If the cognitive weapon's purpose was transformation, its efficiency appeared alarmingly low, as none of the 23 researchers underwent a successful transformation. Moreover, their bodies collapsed and died shortly after the transformation process concluded. It felt as though some force within us clashed with the model's influence, resulting in this outcome. However, this hypothesis could neither be confirmed nor disproven. It was also possible that the cognitive weapon itself had been destroyed, leaving behind a model that, while exhibiting similar effects, lacked the potency to facilitate transformation. As Lin Dao sat there, listening to the discussions of the researchers, he also gleaned insights from their perspectives regarding the remnants of the incident. The model, though perilous, held tremendous research value. Even with increased caution, it could not be outright discarded. Furthermore, there were remnants left behind by those who underwent the final transformation, as well as the blue solutions exuded by these transformed individuals. Currently, no extraordinary breakthroughs have been made in the research. Yet there has been no outright abandonment of the endeavor. These phenomena, whether perilous or remnants of a crisis, objectively serve as significant milestones in humanity's nascent comprehension of the cosmos. As for the so-called cognitive weapon crisis, it is, in essence, drawing to a close. Future investigations may persist for an extended period, yet there is no pressing issue that demands immediate action. From the perspective of civilization as a whole, particularly that of a hive-minded species, the sacrifice of over 20 individuals, while undeniably brutal, scarcely amounts to mere superficial injuries. However, this assessment pertains solely to humanity at this juncture. Should the cognitive weapons of the octopus civilization have fallen upon other, more primitive societies recently embarking upon their lunar endeavors, the consequences could have been catastrophic. A slight delay in response could spell disaster for an ordinary collective civilization. If such weapons were to be unleashed upon a technologically backward planetary civilization, by the time they realized the threat, they might find themselves overrun by aberrant octopi, leading to a total transformation of their civilization. In truth, viruses or similar cognitive weapons hold little sway over contemporary human civilization. With the presence of Lin Dao, anomalies could be detected almost from the outset. Moreover, should he choose, Lin Dao could even compel all affected individuals to perish alongside the virus or cognitive contamination. Nevertheless, humanity has merely begun its journey into the cosmos, and this vast expanse has offered both a welcoming gift and a modest warning. Lin Dao's attention ultimately fixated upon a haunting surveillance snapshot capturing the final moments of a severely distorted researcher, gazing at the grotesquely transformed being. He paused momentarily before shifting his focus back to researcher Wu. Isn't it rather coincidental, this occurrence? Lin Dao began, prompting the other researchers engaged in discussion to turn their gazes toward him. Since the moment I resolved to venture into the cosmos, we have yet to step beyond our threshold and have already encountered traces of another civilization. The other researchers fell silent, for indeed, the coincidence was striking. From the cosmic perspective, humanity, having just set foot upon the lunar surface, has scarcely crossed the threshold. To encounter remnants of another civilization at this juncture is undeniably fortuitous. It is as though in the blink of an eye, Lin Dao decided to embark upon a journey into the stars, only to find themselves confronted by something emerging from the depths of the cosmos. Even if what has been discovered on the lunar surface has lingered for tens of thousands of years, the greater scale of the universe still fails to adequately elucidate this uncanny coincidence. Mr. Lin, this is a question we cannot currently answer, one researcher remarked. Even if we hypothesize that an unknown, formidable force has intervened, such a supposition remains unproven and unfalsifiable. Very well, let it be so, Lin Dao concluded. At the very least, the existence of octopus civilization assures us that the cosmos is indeed captivating. Chapter 17. A tailored hibernation technique. As humanity first ventured into the lunar realm, barely setting foot in the celestial expanse, the cosmos delivered an initial jolt to human civilization. However, such a mere admonition was insufficient to halt humanity's relentless pursuit of the stars, particularly in the absence of any change in resolve from the guiding principle of Lin Dao. The interstellar vessels of the octopus civilization, or rather, their cognitive weaponry, unveiled a glimpse of the cosmic panorama to the nascent human civilization now stepping into the void. Yet, the duration of this revelation appeared to be but a fleeting interlude in the grand endeavor of establishing a lunar city, as mandated by Lin Dao. Effectively integrating the moon, an ancient satellite of the blue planet, into the human domain. Perhaps this episode might catalyze some transformation within the overarching process. But the ultimate objective would remain steadfast, unperturbed by this minor disturbance. Furthermore, the sequence of events, from the discovery of the 1701D material to the fragments of the octopus civilization spacecraft, culminating in the spherical capsule and its model, initiated a slight crisis. Throughout this journey, human civilization gained substantial new insights, yet the artifacts of the octopus civilization also raised numerous inquiries. For instance, the source of power for this interstellar vessel remained elusive. Upon collecting nearly all recoverable fragments of the spacecraft, mathematicians, physicists, and engineering experts devoted considerable effort to refining and enhancing their understanding, ultimately constructing a model that closely resembled the remnants of the interstellar vessel, utilizing all gathered debris. Significant computational resources were expended to restore the vessel's original appearance. The structure proved remarkably simple. It resembled a spherical shell encasing a central spherical capsule, devoid of any apparent site for the installation of interstellar propulsion engines. Moreover, during the reconstruction process, the data obtained strongly indicated that the destruction of the entire spacecraft primarily resulted from its collision with the lunar surface, aligning closely with the performance metrics of the 1701D metal, which constituted the vessel's main material. This revelation posed a significant question. It suggested that the peculiar entity atop the spherical capsule played no role during the collision between the spacecraft and the moon. Indeed, skepticism regarding the vessel's propulsion turned toward this enigmatic object. Whether it was a naturally occurring phenomenon or a deliberate measure for confidentiality remained uncertain. However, the evident damage to this peculiar entity obscured its original purpose and the mechanism by which it functioned. Researchers endeavored to conduct a comprehensive dissection of the remnants of this strange object affixed to the top of the spherical capsule, yet the outcome yielded no results. It resembled the ash left behind after the incineration of a plant or animal, primarily composed of commonplace inorganic materials. and its internal structure appeared to have left no trace. It remains uncertain whether the damage sustained is the cause, or if its self-concealment methods are simply that thorough. Among researchers, a gradually prevailing hypothesis regarding this peculiar entity posits that it is indeed a form of flora or fauna, rather than a uniquely structured interstellar spacecraft. Prior to its demonstration of power through a spherical capsule model, such a notion would have been regarded as absurd. However, in the present context, it is not without merit. Moreover, a crucial inquiry arises regarding the spherical capsule model. How precisely does it achieve the effects of a cognitive weapon, and what underpins its operational mechanisms? This question holds significant importance for human civilization, as it evidently encompasses knowledge from another system that humanity has yet to grasp. Yet, even as research continues into the remnants and inquiries left behind by the octopus civilization and the interstellar vessel, it is universally acknowledged that the saga of the octopus civilization, the spacecraft, and the cognitive weapon has reached a critical juncture. Many questions, given the current information, may remain unanswered for an extended period. Amidst the vast cosmos, humanity is entirely unaware of the location of the octopus civilization. Under such circumstances, the prospect of encountering the octopus civilization or anything related to it again remains uncertain. And perhaps there may never be a subsequent encounter. This initial, less-than-ideal meeting between human civilization and the octopus civilization may very well be a solitary event. Previously, the sizable pit excavated near the moon base in the 15D region was not backfilled. Instead, it has been preserved. As the site of humanity's first genuine interaction with extraterrestrial entities, it is destined to become a museum, aptly named the Starlight Museum. While the busy populace may currently lack the leisure to visit this museum, its significance will endure in the annals of human history. Human endeavors on the lunar surface and Earth have resumed their intended course. This is primarily reflected in the transport capacity between Earth and the Moon, which is no longer predominantly dedicated to the moon base and the study of the octopus civilization. In terms of research concerning the interstellar vessel of the octopus civilization, the most urgent focus has shifted to aspects that can directly benefit the current development of human civilization, particularly in the context of lunar base and city construction. Among these, the foremost priority is the replication of the 1701D material. Although the spacecraft dispatched by the octopus civilization serves as a cognitive weapon, it possesses intrinsic properties that are valuable to humanity, provided that it has not inflicted significant harm. The characteristics of the 1701D material are entirely suitable for the construction of lunar cities. While the discovered fragments of 1701D material may only make a modest contribution to lunar engineering, they hold ample potential for advancements in materials science. Since the discovery of the 1701D material, humanity has been fervently striving to replicate this remarkable element of its civilization. Under the influence of Mr. Lindau, a collective of materials scientists, chemists, and scholars in computational materials science has voluntarily embarked on this ambitious project, contributing their utmost efforts. Had it not been for Mr. Lindau's presence, the sheer scale and complexity of such an endeavor would have undoubtedly led to myriad challenges. However, guided by his influence, the project has progressed with remarkable fluidity. For the researchers involved, there is no necessity for designated management roles. Rather, individuals gravitate towards ideas that propel the research forward. When one person's notion proves beneficial, others naturally rally around it, only to reverse this dynamic when a more compelling idea arises. Despite their diverse perspectives, they remain united in their commitment to matters concerning Mr. Lin. Typically, such cohesion might only be achieved at an advanced stage of a civilization's development. Yet Mr. Lindau's impact has propelled humanity to this remarkable level of cooperation and enthusiasm. In this environment, the project's progress has not been sluggish. Although the ultimate replication is yet to be completed, insights and directions have begun to crystallize. Additionally, scholars and researchers have discovered what appears to be a communication device within the spherical chamber of the octopus civilization, a potential breakthrough that could significantly influence contemporary human civilization. This device, suspected to facilitate long-distance interstellar communication, transcends current technological understanding. Nevertheless, the researchers approach its disassembly and analysis with extreme caution. especially following the revelation of the spherical chamber's capabilities. As of late May in the year 17, a researcher, merely passing by the life sciences laboratory, received an important message from another research team. He was in proximity to Mr. Lin Dao at that moment and therefore assumed the responsibility of delivering this significant information to him in person. For the broader context, it matters little who conveys such messages. Often, the truly vital details do not require formal reporting, as Mr. Lin is intuitively aware of them. In this instance, it pertains to the findings regarding the suspected communication system discovered within the Octopus civilization's interstellar vessel. The researcher merely conveyed a single statement to Lin Dao, who, uninterested in further discourse, shifted his perspective to that of a researcher within the communications device team, thereby discovering the results mentioned by the researcher. Rather than being termed results, it would be more accurate to describe them as a preliminary declaration of failure in the endeavor to decipher the communications device. After meticulously dismantling this colossal apparatus, the researchers unearthed elements that remain incomprehensible to contemporary human technology. From the myriad microelectronic integrated circuits and electronic components within this vast device, it became evident that, although the underlying design philosophy diverged significantly from human electronic technology, the level of technological advancement was not markedly superior to that of humanity. This realization briefly ignited a spark of excitement among the researchers, implying that humanity might someday grasp this interstellar communication technology. However, as they delved deeper into certain components and integrated circuits akin to chips within the device, they discovered a complete absence of capabilities for ultra-long-range information transmission or reception. Ultimately, all research and decryption efforts converged on an enigmatic element at the heart of this device, shrouded in a plethora of integrated circuits. At its core lay a spherical metal orb composed of 1701D alloy, measuring less than 40 centimeters in diameter. Surrounding this orb were smaller metallic spheres, ranging from 1 to 10 centimeters in diameter. Due to the stagnation of their research, the team proceeded to scan and subsequently dissect the spherical orb, including its core. To their astonishment, the orb was hollow, revealing an interior that vastly exceeded their expectations, not intricate instruments or futuristic devices, but rather a mass of white worms. These worms were densely packed, with tails adhering to the inner walls of the spherical orb, a sight that could provoke a visceral reaction in those afflicted with trypophobia. Regardless of the size of the metallic spheres, the interior condition remained consistent, all containing the same type of white worms, albeit in varying quantities. We suspect that these worms constitute the crucial element enabling the octopus civilization to achieve remote communication. However, all the worms were deceased, having lost their vitality. Reproducing the life of these worms may prove exceedingly challenging, and deciphering the underlying mechanisms that allowed these worms to meet the demands of remote communication could be even more arduous. I even harbor doubts that the octopus civilization possessed full knowledge of this, for it seems illogical to have housed these worms directly within the communication device. Upon Lin Dao's arrival at the research laboratory, the pertinent researchers expressed their frustrations to him. Moreover, the findings regarding the octopus civilization's communication device intensified the sense that their technology bears a strikingly incongruous quality. To speak of weakness, the octopus civilization possesses the capability to deploy cognitive weapons across the vast expanse of the cosmos. If humanity were merely a nascent civilization venturing into the stars, it might very well face a formidable challenge. On the other hand, in terms of strength, the interstellar vessels of this octopus civilization appear rather rudimentary. Despite being brimming with technological marvels, the core of their communication devices is infested with insects. Nevertheless, Mr. Lin, we shall continue to devote our efforts to this area of research. Perhaps one day, it may inspire our own interstellar communication technology. Let us proceed, but without investing excessive energy or urgency. As for ultra-long-range communication technology, it is not of immediate necessity for us. Humanity has only just begun its journey on the lunar surface, and the need for such advanced interstellar communication technology is still some time away. Furthermore, the occasional requirement for ultra-long-range communication technology, Mr. Lin's capabilities could serve as an intermediary. After articulating this thought, Mr. Lin paused briefly before addressing the researcher before him, and by extension, all of humanity, saying, "Additionally, allocate some researchers to construct a hibernation device for me, allowing me to subjectively traverse time more swiftly." At this juncture, humanity, under his command, was diligently advancing towards the objectives he had set forth. His fascination with the boundless cosmos endowed Mr. Lin with ample patience to await developments. Yet, most of the time, he found himself immersed in the myriad perspectives of countless individuals, existing in a state of reverie, or more candidly, in a daze. It was akin to engaging in an expansive idle management game, while the real world teemed with intricate details vying for his attention. There were moments he simply gazed upon the Earth, the Moon, and the space in between. As humanity gradually progressed in the construction of lunar bases toward the fulfillment of ultimate goals, presently Mr. Lin yearned for the swift passage of time. Soon, almost instantaneously, in response to Mr. Lin's directive, relevant researchers spontaneously emerged, converging to commence this project, while others in allied fields prepared to allocate resources for it. Developing a universal hibernation technology for all humanity posed significant challenges given the current technological reserves, lacking a clear direction. However, crafting a hibernation device solely for Mr. Lin's use was considerably simpler. This was because, in tailoring the hibernation technology exclusively for him, the primary consideration would be inducing a state of hibernation without the need to deliberate on how to awaken him. More precisely, it involved ensuring Mr. Lin would remain unconscious for a time without succumbing to death, thereby enabling the creation of a hibernation device singularly suited to him. Thus, when the moment arrived to awaken Mr. Lin from hibernation, it would suffice to terminate him. For Mr. Lin, the central requirement of this hibernation technology was to render him oblivious to the passage of time during that interval. The other effects of human hibernation, such as the mitigation of aging, are unnecessary for the body. Chapter 18. A brief demise. In addition to reallocating certain resources to develop a unique hibernation technology for Lindau, the entirety of human civilization now aligns with Lindau's vision. In pursuit of fulfilling his requirements and aspirations, humanity is primarily engaged in three significant endeavors. The first undertaking involves the comprehensive integration of the human industrial system, production activities, and research frameworks. This initiative was previously proposed by researchers and management meetings to Lindau. Even the earlier disturbances caused by the octopus civilization did not hinder this progression. On the contrary, they have propelled it forward. Although at Lindau's behest, the individuals involved in the construction of the lunar base have demonstrated remarkable initiative, achieving a notable degree of social and industrial integration. There remains a collective yearning to meticulously streamline all facets of human society, from industry to research and education, to better serve Mr. Lin's objectives. From the perspective of viewing civilization as a singular, cohesive entity, this process can be likened to an individual adjusting its limbs to more effectively respond to its consciousness and spirit, which represent Lindau's directives. The ultimate goal of this endeavor is to unify human civilization with Lindau, forging a singular entity. Beneath this grand scheme lies a multitude of substantial projects that require genuine completion. Among these, a pivotal project is designated as the Human Industrial and Production System. The researchers and experts overseeing this initiative aspire to integrate all industrial data from around the globe into a singular electronic system. This would render every factory, regardless of size or sector, on Blue Star, a fundamental unit within this production framework. Consequently, the industrial production data would flow seamlessly within this system and its subsystems and modules. Based on this industrial production system, direct collaboration among all upstream and downstream production units within the industrial framework will be established. To illustrate the operational effect within a specific factory, if it belongs to the downstream of its industrial chain, the required upstream products for its production plan will instantaneously transform into production tasks, entering the production processes of all capable upstream factories. Conversely, if the factory is situated upstream, it will directly produce the products needed by the downstream factories. The overall result of this operation is the complete elimination of conventional commercial processes, enabling genuine on-demand production. As production needs arise, all upstream and downstream factories within the industrial sector will simultaneously commence operations. Ultimately, the aspiration is that when Mr. Lin issues a directive involving any aspect of industrial production, the individuals in each production unit will immediately recognize their respective responsibilities, much like the current construction of lunar bases. The instant this objective is set forth, various sectors, such as rocket production, will spring into action. For instance, a company responsible for manufacturing a small component within the rocket will promptly commence its operations. In terms of the base S modules, supporting components for associated instruments will likewise initiate production without delay. A grand ambition, through this unified human production system, is instantaneously deconstructed into a series of concrete production plans. Indeed, this system enables global industrial production to coalesce into a universal superfactory, transcending spatial distances. This superfactory will be capable of generating any product that human industry and technology can conceive, tailored to the specific requirements dictated by the mission. Researchers engaged in this production system project even aspire to integrate the scientific research and educational frameworks into this system, rather than allowing them to exist as separate entities. Consequently, tasks that surpass the capabilities of human industry and technology will be directly transformed into research undertakings, tackled by scholars in relevant fields. Furthermore, the educational system may be dynamically adjusted to enhance the cultivation of talent in pertinent areas. Moreover, there are numerous developmental directions for this production system, such as the complete automation of all factories, with intelligent production equipment remotely managed through this system. To further streamline this superfactory, the production system could be transformed into an operational framework for this entity. However, it is evident that establishing this human industrial and production system is a rather complex endeavor. Even if the subjective initiative of all personnel within the industrial framework is maximized, voluntarily inputting production data into this nascent system, the sheer magnitude of this system, divided into several submodules, necessitates considerable effort to organize. This is largely contingent upon the capabilities of the mission leader, for without it, the task appears insurmountable. Additionally, for this system to function seamlessly as a whole, rather than in fragmented modules, substantial computational power is required. Thus, embedded within this entire initiative is a research project aimed at developing higher performance computing devices. Beyond the establishment of this human industrial and production system, there is also significant activity surrounding the overarching plan for human integration. To adjust industrial layouts across various regions, if one were to gaze down upon the skies of Blue Star, one would observe that old factories are continuously dismantled or relocated while new ones are densely constructed in designated areas. This cycle of deconstruction, construction, and relocation has persisted globally since the commencement of year 17, without pause for several months. Even with the concerted efforts of billions of individuals on Blue Star, this undertaking requires considerable time to accomplish alongside other concurrent tasks. Furthermore, regarding the current global transportation network, a management assembly of researchers and scholars, formed spontaneously, expresses dissatisfaction. If all of human civilization were to be envisioned as a singular, cohesive organism, the transportation system serves as the nervous system and vascular network of this living entity, delivering nourishment to various organs and responding promptly to their needs. Currently, the neural responses and vascular transport of this human organism remain insufficiently swift. There is a collective aspiration to establish a more efficient global transportation network. To this end, a subsidiary system known as the Human Transportation System has been developed under the framework of the Human Industrial System. Within this Human Transportation System, all channels of transportation are uniformly managed and standardized. Through exaggerated, concerted collaboration and effort over the past few months, numerous railways have visibly emerged across the globe, interlinking the industrial system alongside the introduction of additional flight routes and adjustments to existing ones, with maritime transport undergoing similar enhancements. Yet, despite these advancements, public satisfaction remains elusive. There is a yearning for the human transportation system to evolve into an intelligent transportation system, one that transcends terrestrial and lunar confines, ideally encompassing the entire solar system. However, The intelligent transformation of the human transportation system faces a common challenge: inadequate computational power. Furthermore, even when considering short-term perspectives, many researchers assert that current transportation remains too sluggish. To expedite progress, researchers are not only focusing on rail transport but are also contemplating the potential of breakthrough interstellar spacecraft technology to introduce a three-dimensional transportation network capable of launching into orbit and subsequently landing at disparate locations on Earth, thereby addressing the demand for swifter transport. This endeavor is intrinsically linked to another significant undertaking in human civilization, which extends beyond the foundational work of achieving human integration: the advancement of interstellar navigation technology and the study of interstellar spacecraft. Whether regarding the construction of lunar bases and cities or contemplating the long-term ambitions of interstellar pathways, there is a pressing need for humanity to possess more capable interstellar vehicles. Within the relevant fields, there exists a slight divergence of opinion among researchers. Some believe that electric propulsion spacecraft represent the future and advocate for a concentrated embrace of this innovation. Conversely, others acknowledge the promise of electric propulsion yet contend that the limits of chemical rocket propulsion have yet to be fully realized. Given the current status of electric propulsion and the energy considerations it entails, alongside the urgent demand for transport capacity, they argue for the continued research of chemical rocket propulsion until it reaches its limits, at which point electric propulsion can be revisited. Ultimately, the consensus leans towards a dual approach, advancing both electric propulsion spacecraft and chemical rockets concurrently. Under the stringent requirements of interstellar objectives, there is ample research capability to pursue both avenues. Presently, significant progress has been made in the development of new chemical rockets, while advancements in electric propulsion spacecraft have been slower due to challenges not only inherent to electric propulsion itself, but also related to its energy sources. At this moment, humanity is engaged in another significant endeavor: the research of controllable nuclear fusion and other innovative energy technologies. The construction of lunar bases and cities, the integration of human industry, and the exploration of electric propulsion spacecraft technology have all elevated the urgent need for a more powerful and advanced energy technology. Currently, the energy source for lunar bases primarily relies on a vast array of solar panels. However, as these bases continue to expand and lunar cities are developed, this approach will encounter a substantial challenge. It is not merely the installation of solar panels that presents an issue. Rather, the lunar day-night cycle lasts approximately 1 month. With half of that time in darkness, this reliance on solar energy necessitates formidable energy storage solutions. Otherwise, it may require the establishment of solar panel clusters at various lunar locations, along with the construction of ultra-high voltage power transmission lines to ensure electricity supply during the lunar night. Yet, this method appears to be a mere temporary fix rather than a comprehensive solution. From a long-term perspective, the necessity for controllable nuclear fusion technology seems almost inevitable. This technology represents an essential stepping stone for humanity's civilization as it ventures into the cosmos, being the closest current technological advancement to the concept of infinite energy. While controllable nuclear fusion may not provide limitless energy, it holds the potential to sustain human civilization for an extended period. Humanity has invested significantly in this research, with a core group of researchers numbering only in the thousands. However, the peripheral researchers engaged in a myriad of sub-projects may exceed 1 million. Many of these individuals may appear to be working on tasks unrelated to controllable nuclear fusion, yet they are, in fact, tackling specific challenges within the overarching research framework. In previous eras, such an investment in research was nearly inconceivable. Managing such a large cohort of researchers presents a considerable challenge. A project of this magnitude inevitably requires a hierarchical structure. Even if it manages to operate, much of the research power could be consumed by internal conflicts, making it difficult to achieve synergistic effects. This phenomenon seems to be a hallmark of a civilization that has evolved into a collective, almost swarm-like entity. The management of this project is virtually non-existent. Individuals have spontaneously united, dedicating their utmost energy to the cause, each fulfilling different roles without traditional leadership. Driven by Mr. Lin's vision, personal interests are set aside, allowing for organic collaboration. Though disagreements may arise during the research process, if a proposed idea holds greater value and constructive reasoning, all can be persuaded to unite and continue striving toward that shared goal in the pursuit of his ultimate objective. The relentless drive of Lin Dao renders individuals devoid of inertia, perpetually fueled by positivity. At this juncture, although humanity has merely dipped its toes into the vast expanse of the cosmos, it is far from feeble. The endeavors currently undertaken by human civilization, from the holistic integration of efforts to the research of controllable nuclear fusion, are intricately interconnected. Each initiative, when examined in isolation, reveals a complex web of interdependence. Perhaps, upon the completion of one endeavor, the others will also reach fruition. Lin Dao remains acutely aware of the myriad activities humanity is presently engaged in, often observing from a distinctive vantage point, akin to overseeing an infinitely detailed simulation of resource management. Occasionally, he is stirred by the transformations unfolding within human civilization, igniting within him a spark of excitement or intrigue. Yet, such exhilaration and interest are unlikely to endure indefinitely. Presently, he harbors a desire to awaken from his slumber to witness tangible outcomes from humanity's ongoing pursuits. In simpler terms, he yearns to hasten the progress of this real-life simulation game. September, Year 17. 4 months have elapsed since Lin Dao requested the development of a hibernation device, and the research has yielded results. This technology, however, is exclusively designed for Lin Dao's use. For others, it bears the grim similarity to a death sentence. The researchers assigned to this task meticulously dissected Lin Dao's desired outcome, essentially. He sought to lapse into a state of consciousness devoid of awareness for a period, only to awaken and discover that significant time has transpired. With this goal in mind, the researchers engineered a sleep chamber. Mr. Lin, this is a specially formulated hibernation serum for you. Its primary effect is to induce a state akin to deep unconsciousness, while the chamber itself is designed to minimize your metabolic rate, maintaining your vital signs as much as possible. Lin Dao beheld the sleep chamber, crafted on Earth and transported to the lunar surface. The chamber was remarkably exquisite, even reminiscent of science fiction. However, functionally, it bears a close resemblance to a coffin for an ordinary individual. For someone in good health, lying within would be tantamount to a near-fatal condition. The underlying principle of the specialized hibernation chamber developed for Lin Dao is to induce a state of partial death or a temporary cessation of life, to achieve a hibernation-like effect. According to current technology, this chamber, in conjunction with trained medical personnel, can facilitate a hibernation period of up to 60 years for Mr. Lin. Beyond this duration, the risk of his body succumbing to the strain may result in death, prematurely rousing him from his hibernation. Understood. Regarding the peculiarities of this hibernation pod, Lin Dao expressed no objections. It was, after all, precisely what he desired. Furthermore, based on our understanding of Mr. Lin's capabilities, we surmise that even in a state of hibernation, he would not be entirely insulated from the sensations of the outside world. Much like a normal person in slumber, should any extraordinary events occur, he may very well become aware and awaken. Very well, I understand. Please proceed with the hibernation. Lin Dao responded affirmatively. Chapter 19. The Fleeting Passage of Time. Mr. Lin, how long do you intend to hibernate this time? If I do not awaken voluntarily, it shall be for 60 years, or until this body can no longer sustain itself. The researcher presented the unique hibernation serum that belonged solely to Lin Dao, urging him to recline within the somewhat futuristic hibernation pod. Upon hearing Lin Dao's words, the researcher nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he commenced the execution of a rather specialized hibernation protocol for Lin Dao. However, the researcher paused momentarily, then addressed Lin Dao. When you awaken once more, it is likely that our generation will have faded into oblivion. We aspire that the fruits of our lifelong endeavors will serve as a tribute to you, Mr. Lin, 60 years hence, a gift we have collaboratively crafted. We hope to fulfill the aspirations you have entrusted to us. Yet, Mr. Lin, do not feel sorrow for this. Much like the natural metabolism of cells within an individual life, we shall perish, but the nascent cells will continue to embody your will. In the insectoid civilization of humanity, only your consciousness shall endure alongside civilization itself. You need only maintain a sense of anticipation for the gift we are about to bestow upon you." This brief exchange evoked an unusual surge of emotion in Lin Dao, who lay within the hibernation chamber. His perspective, for what felt like an eternity, shifted from an overarching view of a management game to a focus on the tangible individuals within his scope. The reality aspect of his unique real-life game crystallized with palpable clarity. Furthermore, the researcher's words seemed to awaken a thought that Lin Dao had subconsciously overlooked, the notion that traversing a substantial span of time could indeed unveil new vistas. Yet, these new revelations would inevitably overshadow the remnants of all that once existed. In this current era, the year 17 of the calendar, remnants of the previous age linger among the people and objects of human civilization on Blue Star, echoes of the era in which he lived for the first 22 years of his life. Even though he was destined to spend an unfathomably longer duration than those 22 years, the initial years of his existence were undeniably significant. His earliest perspectives on life and the world were shaped during that time. Yet, upon awakening 60 years hence, all that was once familiar would have dissipated. The legacies of the previous age would leave no trace behind, existing merely as historical records or symbols etched in his memory. From the remnants of humanity, it seemed he would stand alone as the last vestige of that bygone era. Perhaps he had buried the very essence of what it meant to be human. Even if everything was indeed a creation of his own directives, he could have easily allowed the world to remain as it was in the previous era. Yet, at this very moment, as he prepared to enter hibernation, Lin Dao found himself grappling with complex emotions. "I understand." Ultimately, after uttering these words, Lin Dao closed his eyes. The researcher beside him stepped forward and administered the hibernation serum specifically designed for Lin Dao. "Mr. Lin, this is the world 60 years hence," the researcher stated, echoing the sentiments of a colleague from the future. Thus commenced Lin Dao's hibernation. From Lin Dao's subjective experience, the process of human hibernation exhibited slight discrepancies. It was indeed true that he had entered a state of hibernation. Yet this state did not shield him from his subjective awareness of billions of individuals in the outside world. The researcher's hypothesis was only partially correct. His perception of all humanity remained unaffected by the hibernation. This was indisputable. However, rather than being in a state of subconscious guardianship, he only experienced awareness under exceptional circumstances. His subjective perception remained intact. Through the myriad perspectives of countless individuals, he was still able to observe the lunar rockets and return vehicles navigating between the Earth and the Moon, as well as the diligent researchers and workers executing various projects at the Moon base. This experience mirrored that of his waking hours. For 60 years, he lay there, witnessing human civilization fulfilling his directives. This was evidently not the outcome he desired. Nevertheless, he soon attempted to retract his subjective awareness. The sensation was akin to realizing, in a dream, that he had momentarily lost the coherence of his thoughts. In this process, time seemed to lose its significance. When Lin Dao once again endeavored to perceive the myriad perspectives of humanity, he discovered that months had elapsed. The external world had transitioned into the new year of the 18th era. Although Lin Dao was absent, the human production system had managed to redirect a fraction of its productivity, creating numerous trinkets to adorn the festive atmosphere. Through the eyes of countless individuals, Lin Dao witnessed the celebratory ambience on both the Earth and the Moon, with joyous cheers resonating from the surface to the lunar landscape. It appeared that this unique hibernation was indeed serving its purpose. Thus, Lin Dao repeatedly attempted to reclaim his awareness of human civilization, and the intermittent perceptions allowed him to observe humanity as if in a fast-forward state. In Lin Dao's current sensory experience, time flowed like water. Everything within human civilization that he could sense was undergoing profound transformations. This, in fact, was rather satisfying. He continued to witness the developmental journey of human civilization, albeit in a manner akin to fast-forwarding. Should he wish to awaken, he could do so at any location where human presence was felt, facilitated by his connection to others. Among the significant plans currently underway within human civilization, from a macro perspective, the changes brought about by nature and the comprehensive plans of humanity are most striking. 20 years have passed, and it has been less than 3 years since the hibernation of the Lin Dao. Although the human production and industrial system is still constrained by computational power and cannot be deemed fully realized, it has already begun to yield remarkable effects. According to statistics compiled by analysts within human civilization, there has been a significant leap in overall production efficiency compared to the past. This advancement is not solely reliant on the human production and industrial system, but also hinges on achievements in other areas throughout the process of human integration. For instance, in the realm of rail transportation, due to an exaggerated inclination towards productivity and enthusiasm, the total length of ground-level railways has doubled in a remarkably short span of time. With all newly constructed lines being high-speed railways, operating at speeds generally exceeding 400 kilometers per hour. Through rail transport, the continents accessible from land on the blue planet have been thoroughly interconnected. In this era, the materials from the industrial clusters of Africa can be transported directly to Asia via rail, without the need for changing locomotives or carriages. From a broader perspective, the integration of human civilization has proven to be remarkably effective. Through collective cooperation, humanity resembles a singular, cohesive organism. Each individual and each production unit functions as cells within this life form, generating essential materials, processing them, and sustaining the fundamental operation and metabolism of this entity. They comprise organs, form the brain, and contemplate the problems left by consciousness that require resolution. Each performs their designated tasks, and when their collective output is aggregated, it constitutes the endeavors of this vast living entity known as human civilization, on the surface of the Earth, on the lunar surface, and more precisely, within the solar system. This nascent civilization, having stepped into the cosmos, is rapidly rising and gaining strength. From Lin Tao's vantage point, this is indeed a breathtaking spectacle. Billions of humans, mostly scattered across the surface of the blue planet, appear insignificant from a macro perspective. Yet, the grand tableau Lin Tao perceives is the very image he desires to see, allowing him to simultaneously observe the intricate details beneath the macro view. As time flows swiftly, the people on the ground seem to be perpetually fast-forwarded. And it appears that with each passing moment, amidst their bustling activities, a new railway is birthed, new structures rise from the ground, old edifices collapse with a thunderous sound, and disparate components converge to form colossal entities, which then accomplish migrations from one location to another, in pursuit of the comprehensive planning for the industrial, agricultural, and industrial clusters across various regions. Billions of individuals seem to be incessantly tapping and hammering across the surface of the blue planet. In just a few years, the entire surface of the blue planet has undergone a remarkable transformation. On the Azure planet, a new configuration has been meticulously implemented, entirely in accordance with the proposal previously presented to Lin Tao. From residential zones to research areas, and subsequently to industrial and agricultural clusters, the foundation has been re-envisioned and meticulously planned. In the past, the disparate interests of various nations, regions, populations, and groups led to inefficiencies in the positioning and arrangement of industrial production, undoubtedly detracting from the overall productivity of civilization. However, the newly completed plan represents a profound and scientifically sound advancement. Every aspect of the planning is designed to optimize the efficiency of human civilization's production and research endeavors. Industries tailored to specific regions have been strategically placed in the most suitable locations across the planet, while those requiring concentration have been consolidated in the most appropriate areas, creating a cohesive industrial chain. Areas deemed unsuitable for habitation have witnessed a voluntary relocation of the populace, and the educational resources of the entire planet have been realigned to support this new framework. The objective of the reformed educational system is singular: to unlock the potential of as many students as possible who could contribute to Mr. Lin's vision in the advancement of human civilization. As for the locations that appear to lack any viable purpose, they have been preserved as bonsai within this super factory and research institute. The only exception in this planning is the residential district where Lin Tao once lived. It seemingly resonated with his sentiments. Amidst the global upheaval, not only was Lin Tao's former neighborhood preserved, but several adjacent streets were also maintained in their original state. Nevertheless, for Lin Tao, this held little significance. Upon awakening from his slumber and perceiving these developments, he resolutely ordered the transformation of that area in accordance with the overarching plan. His ability to sense naturally enabled him to give such commands. This reflects the changes on the surface, and as these transformations unfold, Lin Dao, amidst a fast-forwarded panorama, observes a burgeoning frequency of rocket flights between the Earth and the Moon. With enhancements in productivity and efficiency, the lunar routes are becoming increasingly bustling. Remarkably, in the 20th year of the era, prior to Lin Dao's hibernation, significant breakthroughs had already been achieved in chemical rocket propulsion technology. Approximately 1 year into Lin Dao's slumber, the research on chemical rockets, fueled by the unwavering passion and diligence of countless researchers, experienced its first breakthrough. That year, humanity successfully constructed the Humanity 2 rocket, enhancing its lunar payload capacity from 60 tons to an impressive 150 tons. This success was also a testament to years of technological accumulation, resulting in a qualitative leap when all known technologies were amalgamated by the researchers. Then came the 20th year, heralding the birth of the Humanity 3 rocket, which boasts a lunar payload capacity of 280 tons. Researchers once aspired to enhance its payload capacity to 300 tons before bestowing it with the name Humanity 3. However, they ultimately found it unattainable in the short term. This represented a significant increase in capacity compared to Humanity 2. Yet the team involved in the project gradually came to the realization that chemical rocket technology had nearly reached its limits. Consequently, despite their unwavering enthusiasm and the plethora of imaginative and innovative ideas they proposed for the project, the payload capacity of chemical rockets did not see substantial improvement during the subsequent period. The advancement of chemical rocket capacity appeared to have entered a meticulous phase of refinement. Nevertheless, in comparison to the period before Lin Dao's winter slumber, the transport capability between Earth and the Moon had multiplied significantly over the years. This enhancement in capacity facilitated the continuous expansion of lunar bases on the Moon's surface. Although the researchers unanimously concluded that, with existing technology, it was impossible to realize Mr. Lin's vision of lunar city construction, they did not cease their efforts in anticipation of technological breakthroughs. From a perspective of maximizing normal interests, they might have considered waiting for the industrialization of synthesis technologies for materials like 1701D before commencing lunar city construction, to avoid redundant development of the current lunar bases and future lunar cities. However, such considerations did not factor into their immediate priorities. The researchers quickly reached a consensus that it would be more efficient to construct lunar cities atop the foundation provided by several large lunar bases, even if it meant incurring additional costs in the traditional sense. Under these circumstances, alongside breakthroughs in chemical rocket payload technology, the scope of lunar bases expanded rapidly on a macro scale. From Lin Dao's vantage point, the initial lunar palace base appeared akin to a droplet of ink swiftly spreading across the lunar surface. The base of the crater housing the lunar palace was substantial. Yet soon the main structure of the lunar palace, complemented by an extensive array of solar panels, occupied the entirety of the crater's bottom. The previous lunar exploration base, lacking the necessity for further expansion, effectively became a satellite city of the lunar palace, with only a handful of researchers remaining to work within it. Subsequently, in the years 22 and 23 of the new era, Lin Dao observed 2 more points of spreading ink on the lunar surface, distant from the lunar palace base. Human civilization established 2 additional lunar bases on the far side of the Moon and at the Moon's polar regions. By the year 23, the number of researchers and other personnel residing on the lunar surface had reached 50,000. For a civilization that had yet to achieve controllable nuclear fusion technology and was still reliant on chemical rocket propulsion, this figure was undeniably staggering, an achievement only possible for a civilization transformed by the Zerg. Chapter 20. History following the increase of the permanent lunar population to 50,000. The expansion of the 3 major lunar bases, excluding the smaller moon base, continued unabated. From the perspective of Lin Dao, this macrocosmic tableau resembled a scene fast-forwarded. The 3 large lunar installations expanded in tandem with the burgeoning traffic along the Earth-Moon route. By the year 24 of the new era, the number of residents on the lunar surface surpassed 60,000, swiftly climbing to 70, then 80, and finally 90,000. Ultimately, by the end of year 26, the population across the 3 major lunar bases reached a staggering 100,000. During this period, several historically significant events unfolded for humanity. Notably, the first pair of twins born in extraterrestrial space emerged at the lunar base, marking a momentous occasion in human civilization. Coincidentally, this pair consisted of a boy and a girl. Additionally, for the first time, a natural death occurred at the lunar base. An elderly researcher, who had been working at the Moon Palace base shortly after its establishment, passed away after nearly 9 years of dedicated service. In accordance with his wishes, his remains were not returned to Earth. Moreover, despite the diligence and seriousness of those engaged in lunar construction, the intensified traffic between Earth and the Moon inevitably led to unforeseen accidents. A return vessel carrying over 100 researchers and scholars encountered a malfunction during its descent back to Earth, resulting in the tragic loss of all aboard. This incident stands as one of the most significant spaceflight disasters in human history, destined to be etched into the annals of time. In previous eras, such a catastrophe would have profoundly impacted lunar construction and space exploration initiatives. However, in the present age, while sorrow permeated the atmosphere, the focus swiftly shifted to the next space mission after ruling out any design or manufacturing flaws with the spacecraft. Beyond these momentous occurrences, the 3 lunar bases, accommodating over 100,000 permanent residents, represent an extraordinary marvel in the continuum of human history. Yet, upon reaching this milestone, the expansion of the lunar bases finally came to a halt. On one hand, the current transport capacity between Earth and the Moon was predominantly consumed by the operational needs of the 3 large lunar installations. The combined infrastructure, which sustains 100,000 inhabitants, encompassing essential resources such as oxygen and water, relies heavily on the logistical capabilities of the human-made rockets. Even on Earth, a town of that population would incur substantial monthly or daily resource consumption. In the realm of space transport, those figures escalate to astronomical proportions. Moreover, the operations of a town populated by 100,000 inhabitants on Earth do not necessitate the utilization of resources to create a fundamental environment for human survival, unlike the lunar bases which do require such provisions. Consequently, the cumulative resource consumption of the 3 expansive lunar bases surpasses that of a town with a population of 100,000. The waste generated daily from the sustenance and excretion of these inhabitants presents a considerable challenge in itself. To address this, the Human Equatorial Aerospace Launch Site, named by Lin Dao, underwent extensive expansions. Numerous sub-launch sites have also been newly constructed around the equator, with careful consideration given to the locations of industrial clusters across various continents. These launch sites were collectively designated as the Equatorial Launch Site Cluster. To satisfy the basic resource requirements of the lunar bases, this cluster necessitates the daily launch of numerous combinations of the human, 3 rocket and spacecraft. The sheer volume of these logistical transport vessels renders the Earth-Moon route exceptionally bustling. On another front, the lunar bases are facing a significant energy shortfall. Although there are currently no large-scale factories on the lunar surface, the energy consumption of various laboratories and substantial research apparatus is considerable. Thus, the total energy expenditure of the 3 large lunar bases exceeds that of a town with 100,000 residents. Particularly, virtually everything within the lunar bases requires energy to sustain operations. Consequently, solar panels have been extensively deployed across the lunar surface, alongside advancements in solar power generation technology. In the later stages of construction, the logistical capacity consumed by the installation of solar panels far exceeded that used in erecting the primary structures of the lunar bases. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, the anticipated and unresolved issue of energy storage has emerged. Ultimately, a consensus among researchers has emerged, suggesting that further investment in productivity to construct larger and more populous lunar bases may yield diminishing returns for the future development of lunar cities. In fact, continuing on this path could impede progress in other domains, inadvertently slowing the overall construction of lunar cities. This realization is the pivotal reason for the deceleration of the lunar base's rapid expansion. In an era where humanity's overall integration has proven remarkably effective, there remains potential to allocate considerable productivity to meet the extravagant logistical demands between Earth and the Moon. As the expansion of the lunar bases slows, the construction of lunar cities appears to have entered a phase of awaiting breakthroughs in other critical technologies. Even with substantial resources and research efforts devoted to the investigation of these technologies, human civilization finds itself ensnared for an extended period, from year 27 to year 31. These years represent perhaps the most tranquil period for human civilization since Lin Dao urged humanity to venture into the cosmos and initiate the construction of lunar cities. Everything operates in a meticulously organized yet tightly knit manner, devoid of significant changes. It resembles the calm that precedes a momentous upheaval, akin to the stillness before a chick breaks free from its shell. However, in the realm of human civilization, as long as all researchers maintain a positive outlook and invest their utmost passion into their work, even the most daunting technological challenges can be surmounted. Under the influence of Lin Dao, humanity confronts such issues without faltering, apathy, retreat, or selfishness. Instead, they unite their collective intellect to form a harmonious synergy. Provided that a solution exists and the technologies awaiting realization do not surpass the limits of collective human wisdom, breakthroughs in technology are merely a matter of time. At this moment, time, from the perspective of human civilization, holds little significance. If necessary, they could devote 1,000 or even 10,000 years to solving a problem. Akin to the legendary figure of Yugong moving mountains, overcoming any technological obstacle in their path. Fortunately, the challenges currently faced by humanity do not pose a threat that spans millennia. From Lin Dao's perspective, time passes almost instantaneously, in a blink. Civilization transitions from a brief moment of calm to a monumental breakthrough in the technological conundrums plaguing it. Among the most pressing technological needs of human civilization at this juncture, the first to achieve a breakthrough is in materials science. It is the year 32 of the new era, and 15 years have elapsed since Lin Dao entered this peculiar hibernation. For him, time feels as though it has merely slipped by, whereas for the rest of humanity, those 15 years have been a relentless passage of seconds and minutes. Ultimately, through their unwavering efforts, the synthesis technology for the 1701D alloy has been successfully unraveled. A materials research team based in the lunar facility, the Moon Palace, has accomplished the synthesis of the 1701D alloy in their laboratory for the first time on behalf of humankind. This achievement is not solely attributed to the lunar research team. Rather, it is a collective endeavor involving all the materials scientists, chemists, and researchers from both the Earth and the Moon who participated in this venture. The breakthrough in the 1701D material was somewhat anticipated. Following the destruction of the Octopus Civilization S spacecraft, an abundance of 1701D alloy fragments became available for materials research. Scholars and researchers in the field have had ample material for experimentation and study. Moreover, the collaborative efforts of numerous researchers in materials science have been fortuitous. The advancement in the manufacturing technology of the 1701D alloy is pivotal for human civilization. This alloy, derived from the Octopus Civilization, boasts exceptional properties that will serve as the primary material for constructing lunar cities. Only with such a material can the lunar cities transcend the current modular structures of the lunar base, truly resembling vibrant cities. Furthermore, the 1701D material naturally assumes a significant role as the principal substance for humanity's future spacecraft, originally intended as a spacecraft material. Employing 1701D for its intended purpose signifies a return to its fundamental function. In recent years, research teams in the field of materials have not exclusively focused on the study of the 1701D alloy. They have also explored the synthesis of composite materials that utilize 1701D as a foundational component, in conjunction with other materials at humanity's disposal, yielding numerous superior performing substances. With the successful artificial synthesis of 1701D, these materials have concurrently become accessible to human civilization. Following the breakthrough in 1701D material synthesis technology, the excitement among people did not lead to any pause. Rather, they immediately embarked on enhancing the industrial production processes for the current 1701D synthesis. This endeavor, for contemporary human civilization, proved to be somewhat simpler than usual. As long as the synthesis of 1701D material could be achieved, the costs were of little concern, and the perfection of industrial production technology merely influenced the efficiency of 1701D output. Allowing the production of 1701D to harness more of humanity's productive capacity without impeding its commencement in industrial manufacturing. Consequently, it did not take long before, in that very year, 1701D commenced mass production. Simultaneously, as 1701D entered the production phase, plans for the construction of the first lunar city were promptly initiated. In the intervening years, while some researchers responsible for lunar-based construction transitioned to other fields and projects, the remaining researchers could hardly remain idle. During the period of slowed lunar-based construction, they nearly completed the design for the lunar city, addressing everything from site selection to internal layout and the design of supporting facilities and equipment. Except for certain critical technological constraints, much of the research had been conducted, designs finalized, and challenges addressed. At this moment, although the construction of the lunar city requires more than just 1701D alloy, the availability of this principal material allows for the commencement of construction in numerous areas of the lunar city. Thus, when the year 32 arrived, and the first batch of 1701D alloy was produced, it was initially utilized on the lunar surface. The site for the first lunar city was strategically chosen near the Moon Palace base. This decision allowed for the optimal utilization of existing resources, including personnel, thereby expediting the construction of the inaugural lunar city. Additionally, the Moon Palace base's location had been previously established by Mr. Lin, making it a fitting choice for the first lunar city. After dedicating extensive effort and labor over the course of the year 33, the project progressed significantly. Relying on the payload capacity of the human-made rocket number 3, multiple trips were made to deliver the first module of the lunar city adjacent to the Moon Palace base. Although referred to as a module, it transcends the conventional concept of such structures. This fully enclosed module, once assembled, boasts a footprint exceeding 10,000 square meters, surpassing that of a standard football field, with an interior height soaring beyond 30 meters. The entirety is constructed from the remarkable 1701D alloy. Despite its lightweight nature, the sheer scale of the structure exceeds the carrying capacity of rocket number 3, necessitating its transportation in parts. Considerable effort was invested by human researchers to ensure its complete assembly on the lunar surface. Upon completion, the researchers entered the vast module, shedding their space suits and inhaling the carefully maintained atmosphere within, celebrating with exuberant cheers. Although this grand module falls short of the envisioned lunar city, it marks a commendable beginning. Even if it stands alone on the lunar surface, it remains an awe-inspiring spectacle. Ling Dao observed the jubilation surrounding the successful synthesis of 1701D, only to witness the completion of the first lunar city module moments later. Following the successful synthesis of 1701D, the technological advancement of human civilization appeared to enter a phase of rapid development in response to urgent demands. After the breakthrough with 1701D alloy, attention shifted to the electric propulsion technology for spacecraft. In previous years, while chemical rocket propulsion technology made consistent strides, research in electric propulsion stagnated. However, as advancements in chemical rockets began to taper off in recent years, progress in electric propulsion remained sluggish. Yet, all previous efforts had not been in vain. The newfound breakthroughs in electric propulsion, though seemingly sudden, were the result of long-term accumulation of knowledge over the past decade. After prolonged anticipation, the breakthrough with 1701D material became the catalyst for advancements in electric propulsion. A novel material, synthesized from precursor materials along the 1701D synthesis pathway, played a crucial role in new electric propulsion engines. The thrust of individual electric propulsion engines reached the order of 10 kilograms. While this may appear modest, it holds significant potential in the vastness of space. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. Like a force that has been building over time, once the technological barrier was breached, momentum surged. Within that same year, researchers progressively elevated the thrust of the new electric propulsion engine to over 30 kilograms. Chapter 21. Capacity and computational power in the following year, once the thrust of a single electric propulsion engine exceeded 50 kilograms. Humanity began to contemplate the construction of large electric propulsion interstellar vessels, either to operate in outer space or to facilitate lunar landings and ascents. By harnessing the combined thrust of multiple engines, this was not merely a theoretical consideration. A group of researchers convened to discuss the feasibility of such an endeavor, and the project was promptly initiated. While a single electric propulsion engine with a thrust of 50 kilograms may seem inadequate on the Earth's surface, it possesses considerable practical value in the vastness of space. The challenge lies in deploying multiple electric propulsion engines on Earth to construct a vessel capable of overcoming gravitational forces and breaching the atmosphere, even with advanced materials such as 1701D, which ensure that such a vessel could be sufficiently large to accommodate a multitude of engines without succumbing to the stresses of gravity and thrust. This remains unachievable currently. Despite the thrust of electric propulsion engines surpassing 50 kilograms, their thrust-to-weight ratio has yet to exceed 1. In the gravitational environment of Earth, even without any additional weight, such engines cannot achieve liftoff. However, this scenario transforms dramatically in the cosmos. A single electric propulsion engine, even with a thrust of 50 kilograms, can gradually accelerate a considerably heavier object with sustained application of force. The only variable is the time required for acceleration. The same principle applies during lunar landings and ascents. At present, the thrust-to-weight ratio of electric propulsion engines is far below 1 on Earth, but the conditions change significantly within the Moon's lower gravitational field. Although current capabilities may still fall short, the potential is far more promising than on Earth. The Moon's low gravity represents a tremendous advantage for humanity's early forays into interstellar development, as it stands as the first extraterrestrial body to be explored by human civilization. In times past, researchers and scholars engaged in extensive discussions, resulting in breakthroughs in electric propulsion technology that fundamentally altered the operational dynamics of the trajectory between Earth and the Moon. Subsequently, chemical rockets and spacecraft would no longer traverse the entire distance of several 100,000 kilometers between the two celestial bodies. Instead, they would focus on transporting equipment, modules, instruments, and various supplies from the Earth's surface into geosynchronous orbit, and from the lunar orbit to the lunar base or city. The stretch of 30 to 40,000 kilometers between geosynchronous orbit and lunar orbit would thereafter be traversed by the newly developed electric propulsion interstellar vessels. According to the plan, multiple large electric propulsion interstellar ships would continuously shuttle back and forth between Earth and the Moon, akin to passenger vessels navigating the banks of great rivers. To refine this new operational paradigm for the Earth-Moon route, there are plans to establish interstellar ports at both geosynchronous and lunar orbits, structured similarly to space station platforms. The Earth-Moon Orbital Space Platform reserves several interfaces for the seamless integration of cargo ascending from the surface, facilitating the subsequent transfer of interstellar freighters navigating between the Earth and the Moon. The orbital platform around the lunar surface serves a similar purpose. At first glance, the direct route from the Earth to the Moon appears to have been divided into 3 segments, seemingly complicating the journey. However, in reality, the efficiency has increased significantly. Following the Human 3 rocket, the responsibility will solely lie in transporting goods or individuals to the near-Earth space platform or retrieving them from it. The carrying capacity of the lunar platform and that of the near-Earth space platform are inherently distinct concepts, even without groundbreaking advancements in the Human 3 rocket. The overall payload capacity will undoubtedly see considerable enhancement. Furthermore, the frequency of launches for the Human 3 rocket will inevitably increase. Certainly, all of this hinges upon the newly constructed interstellar spacecraft between the Earth and the Moon, which boasts a single trip capacity far surpassing that of the previous Human 3 rocket. Let us spring into action at once, my friends. Mr. Lin will undoubtedly be pleased with the progress we have made, remarked a researcher with palpable enthusiasm after finalizing the new Earth-Moon route plans. The transformation in the operational method of the Earth-Moon route signifies a significant paradigm shift within the field. In times past, such a transition would have required considerable time to balance various interests and to achieve a seamless shift. Yet, at this moment, akin to how a single pronouncement from Lin altered the trajectory of human development, the transition of the Earth-Moon route can occur instantaneously when deemed valuable and necessary. How long does it take to go from the decision to construct humanity's first large-scale electric propulsion spacecraft? From Lin's perspective, it appears almost instantaneous. As he envisions the scenes of human civilization traversing this journey, individuals on the ground resemble tiny ants, gathering together with the utmost fervor, tirelessly fulfilling their missions day after day. In the vastness of space, the rockets continually ascending from the surface manifest as new ants, incessantly appearing and moving within the cosmos. A colossal entity emerges in geostationary orbit, and the entire process unfolds without even a year having elapsed. This represents an extraordinarily exaggerated efficiency. Yet it is precisely what contemporary human civilization is capable of achieving. Not only is this surge in productivity a result of the collective efforts of humanity, but it also stems from the challenges faced in the era preceding Lin's leadership, where it was arduous to channel such immense productivity into a specific project with precision. During the theoretical design phase, a multitude of researchers convened, both online and offline. For the mature technical aspects, there was unanimous agreement, allowing for rapid consensus on successive design elements. For the less developed technologies, the identification of challenges and the allocation of research teams to tackle these issues were also completed in an impressively short span. Ultimately, the theoretical design was finalized at an astonishing pace. As we transition into the manufacturing and construction phase, an individual may be constrained to a linear process, necessitating the completion of one task before embarking on another. However, it is evident that human civilization operates on a far grander scale. In the fabrication of the most crucial component, the electric propulsion engine, the design stipulates the installation of a total of 64 engines on a single interstellar spacecraft. Yet, within the restructured industrial clusters of contemporary human civilization, the manufacturing lines or teams capable of executing this task far exceed the number of 64. Upon receiving the assignment through the human industrial and production system, even if a peripheral component of the electric propulsion engine is involved, the workers and associated production line equipment spring into action simultaneously. Industries responsible for the production of fundamental materials promptly deliver sufficient resources to the upstream factories tasked with the manufacturing mission. Even if a midstream factory must await components from upstream to complete final assembly, the segments unrelated to upstream production can commence concurrently. Thanks to the human industrial production system, the relevant data among any foundational production units within the industrial system and its submodules is seamlessly integrated and standardized. At this moment, while human civilization pursues greater computational power due to demand, it does not excessively chase the development of generalized strong artificial intelligence. This is for good reason, because the majority of tasks that a generalized AI could undertake are already within the capabilities of this transformed human civilization. Forever optimistic, perpetually brimming with enthusiasm, each individual functions as a powerful, intelligent module, collectively surpassing the capabilities of a strong AI in numerous respects. In October of that year, reliant on the partially established ground-based orbital space platform, human civilization successfully assembled electric propulsion interstellar spacecraft in geostationary orbit, and not merely one, but two spacecraft were simultaneously completed in the cosmic expanse. Each interstellar vessel boasts a carrying capacity exceeding 3,000 tons. Although the duration of travel from Earth orbit to lunar orbit has been extended to nearly 10 days, resulting in a round trip along the Earth-Moon route taking over half a month, the proliferation of such interstellar ships between Earth and the Moon renders this time span negligible. Provided that a spacecraft can dock every hour between the Earth and the Moon, the daily transport capacity can reach staggering levels. Likewise, in that same October, precisely on the day following the assembly of the two vessels, their inaugural voyage commenced, laden with cargo previously transported to the orbital space platform, though without any crew aboard. They set sail towards the lunar surface and, within the anticipated 10-day time frame, reached the lunar orbital space platform, successfully completing their maiden journey. However, the narrative concerning the Earth-Moon route has yet to reach its conclusion. After the assembly of the first and second electric propulsion spacecraft, the ground, a superfactory known as human civilization had effectively established an assembly line for the construction of interstellar vessels. Without pausing, new lunar and interstellar ships began to emerge from this assembly line at regular intervals. In the year 34, along the lunar route, the journey from the orbital space platform to the lunar orbital space platform saw chemical rockets gradually supplanted by electric propulsion spacecraft. Human civilization showcased an astonishing swarming capability akin to that of a hive mind, producing at least 2, and at times 3, interstellar vessels each month throughout the year. Initially, the orbital platform saw a spacecraft docking every few days, but this quickly transformed into at least one vessel arriving daily, eventually escalating to multiple arrivals per day. This was still amid other significant projects being pursued, limiting the full potential of electric propulsion interstellar vessel construction. As the transport capacity between Earth and the Moon soared, dissatisfaction began to grow regarding the chemical rockets that still bore the burden of overcoming terrestrial gravity to reach geostationary orbit. Even though the new Human 3 rocket no longer required lunar trips, thereby reducing manufacturing complexity, the same productive resources could yield a greater number of Human 3 rockets, resulting in a denser launch schedule from the equatorial launch site. Yet, it seemed insufficient. Research into electric propulsion engines faced constraints related to energy and power output, leading to a new stalemate. During this period, peculiar innovations emerged for vehicles operating between Earth and geostationary orbit. A notable example involved attaching electric propulsion engines to the exterior of chemical rocket boosters, allowing chemical rockets to fulfill the primary transport role while the electric engines assisted in rocket recovery to enhance launch efficiency. This compromise proved effective for human civilization at the time. In the realm of Lindau sensing, it was evident that the transport capacity between Earth and the Moon was advancing at a remarkable pace. The enhancement in transport capability, in turn, propelled the construction of lunar cities. However, due to limitations in energy and other factors, these lunar cities could not be officially activated, resulting in no increase in the permanent lunar population. Nevertheless, the area dedicated to lunar city construction expanded significantly amidst the excitement of numerous researchers. In year 35, building upon the previously established colossal lunar city modules, 3 additional modules of similar scale were integrated, elevating the lunar city's footprint to over 40,000 square meters. These 4 vast modules were interconnected over a wide area, yet the researchers remained somewhat dissatisfied with the progress. Due to this level of development, Mr. Lin's aspirations for a lunar city remain unfulfilled. In their long-term vision, they aspire to create a colossal assembly of chambers, larger and taller than those currently envisioned, encompassing a total base radius exceeding 5 kilometers. This will serve as the primary and external structure of the inaugural lunar city, designed to accommodate at least 500,000 human settlers. This lunar city shall stand as a gift to Mr. Lin upon his awakening. However, the birth of this immense chamber assembly in 35 years is not the most significant event of that year. The most pivotal breakthrough in human civilization that year lay in computational power. The comprehensive human integration plan, along with the new objectives set by Lin Dao for human civilization, imposed immense demands on humanity's computational capabilities. Amidst prolonged efforts and accumulation of knowledge, advancements in computational technology emerged as a crucial milestone during this period of technological explosion. In anticipation of more powerful computational capabilities, quantum computing is regarded as the ultimate solution currently conceivable by humanity. Nevertheless, the inherent characteristics of quantum mechanics present numerous challenges for this envisioned quantum computer. Even at this moment, human civilization struggles to directly approach this elusive solution. In fact, the only viable direction for practical quantum computing research appears to be the peculiar worms found within the communication devices of the spherical chamber from the octopus civilization. Thus, breakthroughs in more powerful computational technology have not materialized directly within quantum computing. Initially, in the quest for enhanced computational technology, researchers in related fields endeavored to push existing semiconductor electronic chips to their theoretical limits, achieving the development of physical layer 3 nanometer process chips, which demonstrated significant performance enhancements over their predecessors. However, the subsequent emergence of more severe and frequent electronic tunneling issues proved challenging for the researchers to address effectively. Consequently, attention shifted towards the exploration of carbon-based chips. If this were the past, such a pivot would require a substantial portion of the semiconductor industry to adapt, a transition fraught with difficulty and delay. Yet, for the contemporary researchers, humanity is undeterred by such considerations. Building upon existing technological foundations, all researchers in the relevant fields united to retrace a path akin to the advancements made in silicon-based chip fabrication, progressing from the micron scale downwards. Throughout this process, they naturally overcame numerous obstacles. By the end of this year, they successfully produced the first carbon-based chip, whose performance equaled that of the peak silicon-based chips from their prime. Although the fabrication process for this carbon-based chip still lingered in the hundreds of nanometers, this was, paradoxically, encouraging news, as it indicated ample room for further enhancement. Consequently, by the year's conclusion, the carbon-based chip experienced a dramatic leap in both fabrication process and performance, achieving a process size of 64 nanometers and exceeding the performance limits of previous silicon-based chips. For the present state of human civilization, the ability to produce a singular unit essentially equates to half of the process of mass production. Remarkably, just a year later, before the year came to a close, humanity witnessed the birth of its first supercomputer, founded on carbon-based chips. Its computational power surpassed the cumulative capabilities of all preceding supercomputers. Chapter 22. Energy and Tribute. What does enhanced and more powerful computational capabilities signify for contemporary human civilization? The foremost beneficiaries are undoubtedly the grandest project in the history of humanity, collective integration. An augmented computational capacity provides essential hardware support to the human industrial and production system, facilitating its further refinement. This is most evidently reflected in the fact that certain industries and sectors no longer need to operate as isolated submodules but can instead seamlessly integrate into the comprehensive human industrial production system. Moreover, with strategic reorganization and extensive construction, the transportation network of Blue Star can now function with greater precision and efficiency, even considering the integration with human industrial and production systems. This allows for real-time and anticipatory allocation of transportation resources tailored to the needs of human civilization's logistical demands. Yet, this merely scratches the surface of the ramifications brought about by enhanced computational power, which inevitably permeates various aspects and holds profound implications, ultimately influencing nearly every domain. For a civilization, the level of computational power is largely akin to the mastery of energy. Both determine the tier of civilization. A formidable, high-level civilization exhibits a plethora of complexities in consciousness and social structure, yet invariably possesses elevated computational capabilities. Even in the face of scientific challenges, many problems can be addressed through a somewhat brute force approach, given substantial computational resources. For a civilization aspiring to advance, the enhancement of computational power is almost a fundamental necessity. At this moment, amidst this technological explosion, breakthroughs in computational technology represent a pivotal juncture, akin to completing the final piece of a crucial puzzle within this overarching technological upheaval. Finally, this grand technological explosion approaches its zenith. In early 2036, just shy of 3 months since the inception of humanity's first supercomputer based on carbon-based chips, the second carbon-based supercomputer has successfully completed its initial operation. Such is the nature of contemporary human civilization. Whenever there is a demand, following the emergence of the first product from the human industrial production system, a continuous stream of production ensues, rather than a prolonged waiting period. Once the manufacturing of carbon-based chips within the supercomputers is set in motion, an unceasing flow of these chips emerges from various factories that have undergone the requisite transformations to facilitate such production. Of course, this is not a haphazard endeavor. There exists a significant gap in computational power that humanity must address. Even if waiting a few years could yield newer, more advanced carbon-based chips with superior performance, periodically updating computational equipment every few years is still manageable for human civilization. Most critically, the time required for humanity to refresh its computational devices does not span multiple years. The prospect of waiting for potentially superior carbon-based chips is simply unacceptable to the highly motivated populace. In fact, the carbon-based chips within the second carbon-based supercomputer were produced nearly simultaneously with those of the first. The delay of 3 months between the first and second supercomputers was primarily due to researchers in the relevant fields refining the design of the second supercomputer based on the performance of the first. Thus, although both supercomputers utilized chips manufactured through the same process, the performance of the second was significantly enhanced. Subsequently, as the third and fourth supercomputers emerged. Researchers and scholars continued to optimize the technology at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, another crucial domain, arguably the most significant, experienced a historic breakthrough: controlled nuclear fusion technology. The issue of energy is one that any aspiring civilization cannot afford to overlook. Enhanced productivity, greater computational power, and expanded transportation capacity all hinge upon a robust energy source. A technology that can reliably and sustainably produce vast amounts of energy is essential for a civilization aiming to transition from a planetary to an interstellar existence. For humanity at this moment, the most pressing challenge lies in the realization that without a more potent and versatile energy source, the prospects for interstellar colonization of the moon are limited. Furthermore, as humanity rapidly advances, a significant energy gap is likely to emerge. If an excessive amount of productive resources must be allocated to maintaining energy equilibrium, the overall development of civilization will soon encounter a ceiling. Both of these points are intolerable for contemporary humanity. They aspire to construct lunar cities for Mr. Lin and propel human civilization into the depths of space. To surmount these challenges is imperative. Even the highest mountains must be leveled, and the deepest chasms must be filled. Initially, research into solutions and technologies for the energy dilemma was diverse and abundant. While substantial resources were devoted to the study of controlled nuclear fusion technology, other possibilities were also explored. Until a definitive answer is discovered, no one can ascertain what that answer might be. Thus, humanity's approach was one of saturation, attempting every conceivable option. In the early stages, there were attempts to study a new generation of fission reactors, exploring the feasibility of deploying these reactors in extraterrestrial environments, including lunar bases and even aboard interstellar spacecraft traveling between the Earth and Moon, to serve as energy sources for electric propulsion. This process was fraught with challenges, as placing fission reactors in widespread extraterrestrial use involved a multitude of complex issues. However, this issue has not ultimately confined the researchers of human civilization. The 3 large lunar bases on the Moon's surface are capable of housing over 100,000 residents simultaneously, supported by this technology. The challenge lies in the fact that the energy output from fission technology at this moment is still insufficient for the current needs of human civilization. While it may barely sustain the construction of additional large lunar bases, it cannot support humanity in fully conquering the Moon, let alone the solar system. Nor can it propel civilization into the depths of space. Moreover, researchers of human civilization have been continuously investigating solar energy technology. They have endeavored to enhance the energy conversion efficiency and the lifespan of solar power generation systems. This aims to improve the ratio of total energy output throughout the lifespan of solar power devices to the energy required for their entire production process. In this area, researchers have also achieved notable results. New solar energy technologies have been implemented at lunar bases and orbital space platforms. In a sense, this can address the needs of human civilization for constructing lunar cities. An extreme proposal was once put forth regarding solar power technology, a lunar solar energy band. This concept involves enveloping the Moon with solar power devices, akin to a ribbon. The productivity that humanity can muster is capable of accomplishing this task within a relatively short time. However, solar power devices still face certain challenges. Primarily, there is the issue of energy storage, which can be managed through remote transmission and dynamic adjustment of fission reactors on the lunar surface. Yet, this becomes a different matter when applied to interstellar spacecraft. Furthermore, if human civilization continues to expand outward into the solar system's periphery, this compromise solution would also be limited by celestial positions, rendering it unusable. In truth, humanity has not abandoned these technological avenues as futile. Rather, they have all found utility in various contexts. Nonetheless, there remains a pressing need for a more potent energy source. Consequently, all research directions have once again converged upon controllable nuclear fusion technology. By the end of the year 2036, just before the onset of the new year, humanity achieved the first successful ignition of a controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. The final piece of the puzzle for the construction technology of the demonstration reactor was identified earlier that year. Every effort was made to transform this into reality before the new year arrived. The new year holds special significance for the insectoid civilization of humanity. It marks Mr. Lin's birthday, the beginning of a new era, and a true Christmas. Completing the first controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor before this time was a New Year's gift for Mr. Lin. Under the leadership of researcher Ren Changxing, the chief leader of the controllable nuclear fusion project, the research team successfully ignited humanity's first demonstration reactor on the evening before the new year. As the evening sun descended beyond the horizon at the site of the controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor, a radiant orb, entirely belonging to humanity, ascended from the reactor constructed by mankind, firmly and stably contained within its confines. This sun has the potential to replicate the functions once attributed to the celestial body that illuminates our skies, emerging as a new source of energy for human advancement. At this moment, the esteemed leader of the controllable nuclear fusion research team, Ren Changxing, stands as a genius in the most objective sense. The final step in the breakthrough of controllable nuclear fusion technology was accomplished under his guidance. By the standards of previous eras, this chief overseer is remarkably youthful, having been born in the year 0 and now at the age of 36. Yet, within the broader context of the controllable nuclear fusion project, the presence of researchers spanning various ages, young, middle-aged, and elderly, creates a diverse tapestry, devoid of any discernible hierarchical distinctions. In truth, this phenomenon extends beyond the realm of controllable nuclear fusion. It reflects the current state of human civilization as a whole. Under the aspirations and directives of Lindau, the researchers, brimming with enthusiasm, require no management. United by a singular objective, they autonomously fulfill their potential. The role of Ren Changxing as the project's leader transcends traditional notions of authority. Whenever a proposed research direction or innovative idea garners acceptance, the researchers within the controllable nuclear fusion team instinctively rally around him, collectively striving toward this shared goal. In this dynamic, the individual who galvanizes the researchers emerges as a project leader of this epic. However, such a position does not confer the conventional privileges of self-interest. Rather, the self-interest at play is not that of the individual, but rather that of a collective human civilization, driven by the aspirations imparted by Mr. Lin. Similar occurrences have transpired numerous times throughout the history of the controllable nuclear fusion project. Throughout this journey, several individuals have assumed the mantle of project leader. Some have aged beyond their capacity to contribute, while others continue to exert their efforts as researchers within the project. Thus, although Ren Changxing is indeed a prodigy, it is evident that no single researcher monopolizes the majority of contributions. The triumph of the controllable nuclear fusion initiative is unequivocally a testament to the collective intellect of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of researchers, an amalgamation of the wisdom of countless traditional geniuses. Since Lindau's ambition to reach for the stars catalyzed a profound shift in human civilization, the necessity for research in controllable nuclear fusion and energy technologies has been recognized and pursued by the researchers. The span from the year 16 to the year 36 marks precisely 2 decades, a relatively brief period in the grand scheme of technological advancement in controllable nuclear fusion. Yet, the challenges encountered and the obstacles faced during this time have been far from insignificant. The resources allocated to research represent an exaggerated figure. Throughout the duration of the project, the number of core researchers has remained relatively stable. While there have been fluctuations in the count of core researchers, by the time of the successful ignition, the number still amounted to thousands. The personnel involved in peripheral-related projects consistently numbered around 1 million. However, the investment in research resources far exceeded the scale of 1 million researchers. Whenever the project necessitated from productivity to resources, the entirety of human civilization's industrial production and scientific research systems were mobilized to meet those needs. It is no exaggeration to state that the ultimate achievement of controllable nuclear fusion is a testament to the collective endeavor of human civilization. Regarding the duration of research, the past 2 decades have constituted a period of entirely effective inquiry. Over 1 million researchers, despite having made errors and taken missteps in their research trajectories, continued to persevere. Even when diverging paths were encountered, they remained meaningful. This collective force maintained an unwavering enthusiasm, devoid of complacency or abandonment. Each day was approached with abundant zeal to explore new possibilities, investigate novel directions, and put theories into practice. All research efforts converged towards a singular objective, with every endeavor aimed at a common goal. The research capabilities and time invested were meticulously managed, resulting in a vast research system with internal friction approaching zero. If we consider the research strength of 1 million researchers as a unit, the total far exceeds that figure. In December 2016, the first overall leader emerged from the research team. The researchers rallied around this individual, and after 2 months, a second leader was appointed. Subsequently, a third, fourth, and eventually the fifth overall leader, researcher Sue, who was just over 40 at the time, emerged. Not every new leader's emergence signified a repudiation of the previous leader's direction. Rather, each leader represented a continuation of the preceding one. Each individual propelled the research project forward, with the title of overall leader serving merely as a designation for a period of time within the research core. When the preceding leader recognized that another researcher had a superior idea or direction, it was natural to gravitate towards that individual, thereby facilitating a seamless transition of leadership. During the tenure of the fifth overall leader, researcher Sue, the construction of a new controllable nuclear fusion experimental pile was completed. Following this, the sixth, seventh, and up to the 11th overall leaders oversaw significant modifications to the experimental pile. By the time of the 11th leader, the controlled nuclear fusion experimental pile achieved self-sustaining operation during experiments, with a self-sustainability rate exceeding 1, thereby indicating the potential for energy output. As time progressed, a succession of brilliant researchers assumed leadership roles, culminating in the appointment of the 41st leader, while the previous 40 leaders, alongside 23 other researchers, remained integral members of the team. Chapter 23. 70 years. Ren Changsheng was born in the year 0, in the month of May. During his formative years, he remained largely unaffected by the presence of Lin Dao. At that time, Lin Dao's directives and demands rarely reached those of his age group. For Ren, the world was merely the domain of an immensely revered, yet strangely familiar deity. His life mirrored that of children from the previous era. He studied diligently, yearned for vacations, and fretted over matters that would later seem trivial. This continued until the year he turned 16. At this juncture, Ren was enrolled in a youth program at a certain university. Although his innate talents had set him apart from his peers, they had yet to bear fruit. Then, the directives from Mr. Lin arrived, altering the trajectory of human development. As a member of human civilization, Ren Changsheng's fate was inevitably intertwined with these changes. Human progress is profoundly influenced by the currents of the era, and in this context, Lin Dao epitomizes the era itself. The destinies of countless individuals were undeniably reshaped by Lin Dao's will. Naturally, as a human, Ren aspired to contribute his strength to Mr. Lin's cause. His fervor and enthusiasm for learning reached unprecedented heights as he sought to acquire knowledge swiftly, dedicating his efforts to align with Mr. Lin's vision alongside all of humanity. The response of the insectoid humans to Lin Dao's directives and established goals was beyond the comprehension of non-insectoid civilizations. For the commands of Lin Dao served as the primary driving force of human civilization. Thus, in their contributions to Mr. Lin's endeavors, they did not perceive their efforts as burdensome nor as a struggle. Indeed, they were invigorated and filled with joy, even if it meant dedicating their lives to this pursuit. They felt no sense of futility. The very act of striving for Mr. Lin's goals ignited a fervor within each individual of the insectoid human civilization. In response to the new demands set forth by Mr. Lin, Ren Changsheng remained unwavering in his studies. He did not allow himself to slacken, abandon, or take shortcuts. His enthusiasm transformed into an obsession. Swiftly, his talents caught the attention of other researchers within human civilization. Merely 2 months after Lin Dao's call for a leap into deep space, Ren was discovered. As Lin Dao articulated new requirements, those in related fields recognized the imperative to simultaneously reform the educational system. Mr. Lin's ultimate objective necessitated the contributions of countless generations of geniuses, prompting them to identify and nurture as many talents as possible, enabling them to fully harness their abilities in service of Mr. Lin's aspirations. Then, adhering to this philosophy, through the spontaneous transformations of individuals across all domains related to human civilization, it did not take long for the educational system to evolve into a rather peculiar state. In brief, it became a system characterized by both chaos and efficiency. These two seemingly contradictory terms found a harmonious coexistence within the newly established educational framework. During the standard elementary school phase, the situation was not particularly pronounced. In a classroom, students were likely to be of relatively similar ages. However, as one transitioned to secondary education, the disparity became glaringly evident. Within a single classroom, one might find 8-year-olds seated alongside 18-year-olds, a stark contrast in age. This gap was particularly noticeable during adolescence, manifesting clearly in physical stature and appearance. The younger students might barely reach the chest of their older counterparts. As they progressed to university, this age difference became even more pronounced. In the same institution of higher learning, one could observe students as young as 12 or 13 alongside those in their 40s or even older, engaged in education. In some classrooms, individuals could be found who were more than 20 years apart in age, collaboratively discussing academic inquiries. Moreover, this was not an isolated occurrence. The fundamental reason for this phenomenon lay in the fact that education was no longer determined by age, but rather by individual learning capabilities and the extent of knowledge acquired. The intended outcome was for individuals with average talents to complete foundational studies appropriately, while those with exceptional abilities could expedite their learning processes, swiftly realizing their potential and advancing into cutting-edge fields. Had such a transformation occurred prior to the era of Ling Dao, it would have inevitably led to considerable chaos. The complete abandonment of age-based progression would undoubtedly result in a significant increase in management costs. Simultaneously accommodating students of varying ages would place immense pressure on teachers and administrators. However, in the current insectoid-like civilization of humanity, such challenges did not exist. People no longer required management. They instinctively distinguished their learning capabilities and levels of knowledge, enrolling in the appropriate grades. The sole concern previously raised by some researchers was whether younger students learning in environments with non-peers would adversely affect their physical and mental development. However, this concern was ultimately confirmed to have minimal impact. Firstly, exceptionally gifted individuals tend to exhibit early maturity. Secondly, the dynamic of students over 10 years apart engaging in equal discussions within the classroom, while appearing somewhat unusual, merely reflected the societal changes of the era and posed no significant issue. Additionally, within the educational system, there existed a provision known as the Ascension Clause, which allowed for extraordinary talents to bypass traditional teaching processes entirely. This exception, in fact, lacked explicit criteria, and the authority to determine an individual's eligibility was delegated to numerous educators. In the past, an ambiguous clause without clear standards inevitably rendered the assessment challenging, even fostering some unsavory elements. However, in the present age of human civilization, such issues do not exist. If one is truly an exceptionally gifted student, this ascension clause will undoubtedly apply to them. The presence of certain evidently mature students in universities results from the necessity for society to cultivate more researchers, requiring individuals to acquire a broader knowledge base. Consequently, the new educational system mandates and permits those who have already entered society to return to universities for further education and learning. Ultimately, this myriad of factors has culminated in an educational system that may appear chaotic externally, yet operates with remarkable stability. It seems peculiar, yet it aligns seamlessly with the current needs of human civilization. Ren Chongqing is a prime beneficiary of this ascension clause, once his prodigious talent was unearthed. His subsequent learning was entirely detached from the conventional educational framework. Upon his own decision to delve into the realm of controlled nuclear fusion, the then 16-year-old was directly mentored by leading scholars in the field, including the second project director of controlled nuclear fusion, who took him under their wing, alongside other distinguished researchers providing meticulous and patient guidance. Similar occurrences have transpired in other disciplines. Under the vast population of billions, the Ascension Clause is not a rare occurrence. Those triggering the ascension clause in physics were promptly ushered to the forefront of their desired field. Similarly, those in chemistry found themselves among the most eminent scholars in their domain, receiving comprehensive mentorship to expedite the realization of their innate talents. Indeed, the current technological explosion within human civilization is significantly linked to the transformation of the educational system post-2016, resulting in an unprecedented emergence of geniuses and talents. By the age of 35, Ren Chongqing ascended to become the 41st project director of controlled nuclear fusion. For the researchers in this field, this role signifies both honor and responsibility. After receiving the baton from the previous 40 directors, he transformed it into a torch. At the end of the 36th year, the controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor successfully ignited. This momentous event swiftly reverberated across every corner of the Earth, the Moon, and the space between them. The entire world, comprising billions, erupted in pure exultation, leaving no one untouched. Amidst his hibernation, Lin Dao watched the scene unfold like a fast-forwarded film, taking note of the jubilant moment captured within. From the perspective of billions, every viewpoint, every image, every individual resounded with cheers. Lin Dao smiled. For human civilization, this moment is indeed extraordinary. The exhilaration stemming from monumental technological breakthroughs, coupled with the excitement of fulfilling Mr. Lin's Christmas gift, is palpable. Beyond this, the advancement in controllable nuclear fusion technology bears significant implications for humanity. Under the illuminating glow of controllable nuclear fusion, once restrained by human ingenuity, it appears that all prerequisites for constructing a lunar city have finally been met. Energy, computational power, transport capacity, and materials are now at our disposal. Over the span of 2 decades, the exaggerated technological explosion of a transformed human civilization has qualified them to embark on the first objective set forth by Mr. Lin, the construction of a city on the lunar surface. Thus, on the very day of this monumental breakthrough in controllable fusion technology, a chorus arose from every corner of the Earth, resonating with the same fervent cry, "Lunar City! Lunar City!" Subsequently, all efforts seemed to converge on the endeavor of building a lunar metropolis. With the energy dilemma momentarily resolved, this evolved human civilization unleashed a terrifying productivity. For every controllable nuclear fusion reactor that could be constructed, the potential existed to create 10, 100, or even 1,000. With the absence of technical barriers, even if production costs were elevated, humanity had entered a mass production mode. The controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor, realized by the end of the 36th year, was dubbed the Type 1 fusion reactor, with its core relying on deuterium-tritium fusion for energy output. In the year following the inception of the Type 1 reactor, the super factory of human civilization produced over 40 of these reactors. Although the manufacturing process for a single Type 1 reactor, from inception to construction on site, typically required over 4 months, the capacity of civilization at this moment allowed for simultaneous construction of several, even up to 20 Type 1 reactors. In truth, this was not the pinnacle of human productivity. Rather, it was merely constrained by the fact that the Type 1 reactor could only be utilized on Earth. Next came the improved Type 1 reactor. A year and a half following the debut of the Type 1 reactor, under the stewardship of the 42nd Project Director of Controllable Nuclear Fusion, modifications were made based on the earlier reactor designs. The most significant enhancement of the improved model was that, while the overall structure remained unchanged, it was now adaptable for extraterrestrial environments, specifically on the lunar surface. This advancement was primarily driven by the needs of lunar city construction. Following this progress, Lin Dao sensed the macrocosmic panorama of human civilization accelerating further. Yet, in reality, this was a mere illusion born from the exponential growth of human productivity. Similar large-scale projects were completed with unprecedented speed. And Lin Dao also sensed that humanity had commenced the construction of the lunar city. No longer merely a trivial endeavor of placing oversized modules. A genuine effort has commenced to construct a functioning lunar city, significantly increasing the number of permanent inhabitants on the moon. Throughout this entire process, Lin Dao observed with an almost intuitive perspective. To him, the world resembled a rapidly flowing painting, akin to a tumultuous sea, occasionally erupting with sprays of historical moments. Snapshots of bygone eras. For Lin Dao, who was in a state of suspended animation, time held little meaning, although he could tap into the collective awareness of billions. Cognizant of the unfolding events, he remained, objectively speaking, in a dormant state. A fleeting distraction for him could result in the external world advancing by several years, or even decades. In pursuit of fulfilling Lin Dao's aspirations, humanity toiled diligently. By the 40th year, Lin Dao sensed something remarkable. The researcher who had initially placed him into hibernation had passed away. At that moment, he focused his attention and beheld the instant of the researcher's demise. Lying on a hospital bed, the researcher seemed to perceive the gaze of the divine, revealing a smile in his final moments. Lin Dao paused, absorbing the scene before shifting his focus elsewhere. As time progressed, familiar faces gradually faded from existence, replaced by new ones who took over their roles in the fields once occupied by those he had known. This transition should have seemed inconsequential to Lin Dao. In his perception, there were no true strangers. These new faces continued the same missions as their predecessors, fulfilling identical responsibilities. Yet, the complexities of human emotion are profound, and Lin Dao's own mindset was even more intricate. For him, these familiar faces represented the previous era, which held a unique significance. However, time did not cease its relentless march, nor did Lin Dao choose to awaken at that moment. Thus, the temporal tide surged onward. In the ensuing years, human civilization relentlessly progressed towards the goals Lin Dao had outlined. When transport capacity proved insufficient, it was enhanced. When energy was scarce, advancements in controlled nuclear fusion technology were pursued. Viewed from a macro perspective, humanity underwent rapid transformations. Eventually, Lin Dao's awareness returned, accompanied by an unusual sensation. He quickly realized that it was time for him to awaken. This extraordinary hibernation had reached its limit. Upon sensing the present moment, he discovered that it had surpassed the researcher's initial estimate. The current year was now 87, and he had spent a full 70 years in slumber. It was time to emerge. For Lin Dao, awakening from this winter slumber was but a fleeting moment. Chapter 24. A gift across time. This unique winter slumber of Lin Dao has exceeded expectations, lasting an astonishing 70 years instead of the anticipated 60. This remarkable duration is largely attributable to the meticulous care provided by the researchers and medical staff overseeing this endeavor, allowing his body to endure in a state of half-life for a full 70 years. Upon realizing the necessity to awaken, Lin Dao found himself not within the confines of the hibernation pod or its vicinity, but rather in a spacious chamber at the periphery of the Moon Palace base in this era. He opened his eyes, having sensed the collective anticipation of those awaiting his revival. Here, they would present him with a gift that transcended time, a continuation of 70 years. Throughout the course of his hibernation, Lin Dao maintained a connection to the external human civilization, albeit with a vague perception of the passage of time. For him, it felt as though the final words spoken by the researcher who had facilitated his entry into hibernation had not yet fully faded from his ears. Suddenly, 70 years had leaped by, rendering those parting words impactful. In that instant of awakening, every soul within human civilization felt a profound awareness. It was as if consciousness and spirit had intertwined with the body, signaling that Mr. Lin had concluded his period of slumber. Cheers erupted in locations inhabited by humanity, on the ground, on the lunar surface, and along the celestial routes above. Yet, within the spacious chamber where Lin Dao found himself, a relative tranquility prevailed. Nevertheless, the spatial distance did not hinder his ability to sense the elation and exuberance of the people. At that moment, footsteps echoed as a middle-aged researcher in his early 40s entered the chamber through a nearby door. "Mr. Lin, my name is Xian Ming. You may refer to me as Chun of Fourth according to the paternal naming convention, or you leave Fourth in accordance with the maternal naming tradition. My fellow researchers believe that my welcoming you is perhaps the best choice." Xian Ming, brimming with excitement, addressed Lin Dao. Chennai was the very researcher who had initially guided Lin Dao into hibernation, while Xian Ming represented the fourth generation of descendants. The dual naming conventions emerged shortly after Lin Dao's hibernation began, reflecting the hopes that, once the previous generation has passed and all traces of that era have been erased by time and progress, The current civilization would still preserve a sense of familiarity for Mr. Lin. Xi and Ming refrained from delving further into the naming conventions, as it was understood by all that despite the hibernation, Mr. Lin had never truly departed. There was no need for anyone to provide specific updates to him. Naturally, he would be aware of all matters of human civilization that piqued his interest. Now he appears here as a researcher tasked with welcoming and reporting, his symbolic presence outweighing any practical significance. Mr. Lin, we warmly welcome you to 70 years hence. This is a gift from all those who have awaited your awakening from slumber over the past 70 years. We hope you find it to your liking. The diligent researcher. Xi and Ming uttered another phrase, reminiscent of the words spoken by his great-grandfather 7 decades prior. What is this transcendent gift that spans across time? It is the moment when Lin Dao can directly behold the first city on the lunar surface. 70 years is an eternity in the span of an ordinary human life. Many of those who initially participated in the construction of this lunar city and fulfilled the prerequisites for its creation have long since passed away. Yet, the unfinished endeavors they bequeathed have been carried forth through generations, ultimately manifesting as a timeless gift presented before Lin Dao. In this era, most researchers at the Moon Palace base have relocated, with only a handful of research teams remaining due to necessity. The anticipation surrounding Lin Dao's awakening in this particular chamber stems from its designation, the lunar viewing platform. The chamber itself is elongated and narrow, devoid of any research apparatus, resembling more of a slender corridor at the periphery of the Moon Palace base than a lunar module. Its sole distinguishing feature lies in the exterior wall, which is not composed of metal but rather a special high-transparency, high-strength glass. It appears as though this unique lunar chamber boasts a grand floor-to-ceiling window, maximizing the view of the outside landscape for anyone inside. Although the chamber is called the lunar viewing platform, it does not offer a glimpse of the moon's pristine scenery. Through its window, one primarily observes the first city built by humanity on the lunar surface. Upon awakening from his slumber, Lin Dao stands before this transparent window, allowing him to directly behold the entirety of humanity's inaugural lunar city. Positioned several kilometers from the Moon Palace base, it sprawls across the lunar surface, abruptly obstructing the line of sight as it rises majestically from the ground, dominating the entire vista. Its exterior and dome present a curvilinear form, resembling a pearl embedded upon the lunar landscape. Even in its appearance, it has already become a marvel on the moon. While in stasis, Lin Dao had previously sensed and viewed the city from countless angles, yet witnessing it with the naked eye is indeed a first. Mr. Lin, the overall shape of 01 is hemispherical, inverted upon the lunar surface. Its primary material is 1701D, while the framework is constructed from an even stronger metal alloy developed from 1701D. 01 serves as the code name for this lunar city from its inception to the present day. People have refrained from naming it, leaving the honor to Mr. Lin. The primary energy source is a second-generation helium-3 fusion reactor supplemented by solar energy, with the latest solar panels adorning the exterior of 01. There are 2 large helium-3 fusion reactors and 16 medium and small-scale fusion reactors. The structure is divided into 2 levels, with the lower level having a base radius of 8 kilometers and the upper level a radius of 5 kilometers. The total height of the 2 levels reaches 500 meters, composed of several oversized chambers. The largest of these chambers exceeds 2 kilometers in radius and over 200 meters in height, serving as the core area, while all other oversized chambers are constructed around this nucleus. Equipped with various devices from the weather simulation system, the interior of 01 can replicate basic day-night cycles, temperature fluctuations, and even moderate precipitation. Researcher XIN, while gazing at the lunar city alongside Lin Dao, reported succinctly, as Lin was already well acquainted with the details. Although we now possess more than one lunar city, 01 remains the most prosperous, with the highest population, just as the construction of other structures demonstrates. The successful creation of one city signifies that within the grand factory of human civilization, a production line capable of mass production has been established. Over several decades, it is only natural that more than one lunar city has been erected. In addition to 01, during the initial phase, 2 more lunar cities, 02 and 03, were concurrently constructed. These were based on the two large lunar bases located on the far side and at the lunar North Pole, respectively. Subsequently, the development of lunar cities expanded beyond the original three base locations, and by the time Lin Dao awakened from his slumber, the sequence had reached 09. Listening to researcher Xian's report, Lin Dao turned and walked toward a hatch beside the chamber. The researchers had thoughtfully retained an exit hatch and a buffer chamber adjacent to this room. Outside the hatch awaited a new model lunar vehicle. Researcher Xian followed Lin Dao into the vehicle, continuing the report. Lin Dao did not don an extravehicular suit, for this lunar vehicle is fully enclosed, maintaining a viable environment for human habitation. It requires no driver, thanks to decades of advancements in computational power. The lunar vehicle can now operate autonomously and even collaborate with other lunar units. Currently, the lunar city 01 is home to 400,000 residents, some essential for maintaining the city's basic operations, others researchers engaged in lunar work, and a portion of the population comprising native residents born and raised within the city. This population is comparable to that of a small to medium-sized urban area from the previous era. Lin Dao did not require the lunar rover to traverse from the Moon Palace base to the city of 01 on the lunar surface. He could simply leap across if he wished. However, at this moment, he desired to gaze through the viewport of the lunar vehicle, watching as the grand city of 01 gradually loomed larger in his field of vision. The reason researcher Xian referenced the previous era was due to the substantial strides humanity on Blue Star had made in its journey toward integration. Traditional urban structures had largely vanished. The resources necessary to sustain the 400,000 residents of 01 were primarily no longer transported from the surface. Instead, they were produced in bulk by the internal, automated farms of 01. A small fraction of industrial products and various instruments were supplied by the internal industries of 01, while the majority were produced by the city of 04 and subsequently transported into 01. The distance between 04 and 01 was not considerable, and similarly, the lunar cities of 05 and 06 were situated near 02 and 03, respectively, within the three lunar cities of 04 to 06. The primary focus was on lunar industrial clusters, now interconnected with the human industrial and production system, effectively serving as a lunar subsystem. Their main responsibilities included the extraction of raw materials and resources from the lunar surface, followed by the production of end products. Additionally, they collaborated with terrestrial human industries to supplement the resources lacking on the moon, while returning lunar advantageous resources to the surface, such as helium-3, which was essential for second-generation fusion reactors. Thanks to advancements in computational power, the level of industrial automation had significantly increased, resulting in a relatively small permanent population within these industrial cluster cities, averaging less than 30,000 residents per city. The exchange of goods and transportation of materials between these industrial lunar cities and others primarily relied on electric propulsion spacecraft. At this moment, electric propulsion spacecraft represented the standard mode of transportation on the lunar surface. In fact, Lin Dao was among the few opting for the lunar rover. Atop the second level of the lunar city, a platform had been specifically designated for electric propulsion spacecraft, which could also be referred to as an interstellar port. From Lin Dao's vantage point, it was not long before he observed a spacecraft ascending from the lunar city, either approaching the lunar orbit or swiftly heading toward the city of 04. He could also see electric propulsion spacecraft arriving at the port intermittently. The frequent comings and goings of these various electric propulsion vessels rendered the lunar city quite bustling. Of course, the lunar rover that Lin Dao was currently riding was not particularly slow. Under the guidance of an exceptional automated control system, the journey was relatively smooth. Soon enough, the rover approached the forefront of the city of 01. From a distance, the city appeared as a radiant pearl embedded in the lunar surface, but upon nearing, the expanse of the city exceeded the limits of his normal field of vision. He appeared as a mountain forged of metal, with an expansive, boundary-less high wall before him. To glimpse the dome of the lunar city, one must gaze upward and further still. Even when turning to the left or right to view the edges of the lunar city's outer wall, one would discover that it extended to the horizon's limit. Up close, within mere meters, The originally curved structure of the lunar city offered no discernible arc. For an ordinary individual, this sight would undoubtedly be profoundly awe-inspiring. For Lin Dao, this scene was equally intriguing, as such vistas were rare in his past experiences. Thus, he smiled as he beheld the lunar city. At the base of the lunar city's first level, an entrance for lunar vehicles was naturally provided. The lunar vehicle seamlessly traversed into the heart of the city. As Lin Dao alighted from the vehicle, officially stepping into this lunar metropolis, all the inhabitants within had already gathered before him. For the insectoid civilization of humanity. After 70 years of endeavor, they presented this monumental gift to Mr. Lin. This moment encapsulated their utmost excitement, joy, and exhilaration over the decades. Indeed, the throngs of jubilant individuals far exceeded the 40,000 present. Countless others awaited on the surface and along the Earth-Moon transit, representing the entirety of human civilization. Although the human eye could not traverse space to witness it directly, Lin Dao could sense the collective emotional resonance of all perspectives. They had fulfilled the request made by Mr. Lin over 70 years prior, when his finger pointed towards the moon, prompting their journey onto its surface. Mr. Lin had asked for the construction of a lunar city. 70 years later, this city, a testament to human civilization, stood resolutely upon the once barren lunar expanse. More significantly, they understood what Mr. Lin truly desired, not merely the establishment of a lunar city, but a genuine venture into the depths of space. Now, after 7 decades, humanity had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had the lunar city been erected, but the technological foundation for humanity's foray into deep space had also been established. Lin Dao surveyed the gathered multitude, and with a mere thought, the 40,000 individuals within the lunar city resumed their daily operations in accordance with his will. They acted as though he were absent, with another researcher taking the place of the previous one to continue reporting to Lin Dao. Yet, this circumstance allowed the entirety of the lunar city to be presented to Lin Dao with greater clarity. Mr. Lin, there have been numerous changes in human civilization over the past 70 years. Most of what we were undertaking prior to your hibernation has yielded results. In truth, it matters little who reports these developments for all of humanity. It is merely symbolic. Lin Dao nodded, gazing upon the lunar city and the expanse of human civilization that now spread across the cosmos. Chapter 25, The Moon and Earth, 70 Years of Transformation. The evolution of human civilization transcends merely the completion of lunar city construction. The changes are profound and all-encompassing, ranging from the macro to the micro. Compared to 70 years ago, when Lin Dao entered hibernation, the essence of humanity remains unchanged. However, the fabric of civilization has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Within the lunar city, in accordance with Lin Dao's vision, operations continue as usual, showcasing the multifaceted nature of the lunar metropolis. Internally, the omnipresent lunar gravity remains an unalterable reality. The lunar city presents itself as a bustling and orderly urban environment, yet it diverges in numerous aspects from the cities of 70 years prior. Looking skyward, one does not behold the intuitively expected cerulean dome of 1701 d'alloy. Instead, the sky reflects the unique characteristics of the lunar environment. This is a product of the city's weather simulation system, specifically the dome subsystem, which crafts a virtual sky through a projection that closely resembles a digital rendering. It is not the azure panorama seen on Earth. Rather, it retains the lunar essence, revealing a somewhat dim celestial expanse reminiscent of the views observable from the moon. Within the lunar city, regardless of whether one is on the first or second level, a mere tilt of the head reveals a canopy of stars, as if one were standing directly beneath the vast night sky. The human eye cannot discern the intricate details of this distant virtual projection, creating an enchanting and resplendent atmosphere within the lunar city. Beneath this starry dome, one can observe the orderly movement of vehicles that glide through the space, reminiscent of flowing light. As individuals transition from Earth to the moon, their understanding of spatial dynamics has undergone a significant transformation. Since the inception of the electric propulsion system, continuous advancements have been made annually, with small-scale electric propulsion systems now integrated into the lunar city's public transportation network. In terms of private vehicles or personal transportation devices, it is crucial to note that, Within the context of a hive-minded human civilization, such concepts are virtually non-existent. 70 years ago, the emergence of a currency-free society had already taken root, and there was no possibility of reverting to previous systems. Currently, the transportation network within the lunar city is orchestrated by intelligent programs supported by computational units, seamlessly coordinating operations. Utilizing long-distance power transmission technologies and emergency battery systems carried by vehicles as their energy source, these intelligent transporters are readily available at the moment of need. Whether large or small, electric propulsion-equipped smart vehicles, more aptly referred to as intelligent transporters, materialize before the user in a remarkably brief span, designed to be no longer than 1 minute, though often even quicker. When these vehicles traverse the city, capturing a time-lapse photograph would reveal them as threads of light weaving through the spatial expanse. The transportation system within the lunar city is indeed three-dimensional. Moreover, it has always been dynamic, governed by intelligent programming. Each vehicle, even when unoccupied, must navigate in accordance with the overarching conditions of the entire transportation system, ensuring that at any given point within the urban expanse, a vehicle can promptly arrive whenever a human requires its service. Equipped with long-distance power transmission technology receivers, these vehicles can operate continuously within the lunar city until their scheduled maintenance or decommissioning time. Furthermore, each vehicle also fulfills various public functions. For instance, under exigent circumstances, any of these vehicles can serve as an ambulance, ensuring that any patient is transported to the medical center of the lunar city within an anticipated time frame not exceeding 5 minutes. In addition, the fully automated traffic control system presents distinct advantages as it enables all vehicles within the lunar city's transportation network to operate in unison without the need for human intervention, thereby eliminating concerns regarding human reaction times. Consequently, the internal traffic system of the lunar city allows for relatively high speeds, with the general operational velocity ranging from 150 to 180 kilometers per hour, except during the initial acceleration phase. In emergencies, all vehicles or transporters within the lunar city can synchronize to accelerate beyond 300 kilometers per hour. The most visually striking aspect of the lunar city is its architectural style, which markedly differs from that of conventional cities. The structures are predominantly high-rise and are fundamentally integrated with the main framework of the lunar city. For instance, the buildings on the first level extend from the lunar surface up to the dome of the lunar metropolis, coupled with the internal celestial simulation. The entire architectural landscape appears as if it rises from the lunar ground and stretches into the cosmos. Aside from reserved passageways for vertical transit systems, many buildings within the lunar city feature connectivity between upper and lower levels. Elevators within these structures facilitate movement from the first to the second floor, maintaining a degree of continuity between the two levels. Furthermore, although the lunar city is constructed from multiple colossal modules, there are no conspicuous separations within. It appears as a cohesive entity. The connections between various modules have been deliberately designed to be spacious and grand, with the module walls integrated into the interiors of the buildings, thereby forming part of a wall or other structural elements. In essence, the amalgamation of multiple modules has resulted in partitions that have been creatively utilized to enhance the architectural design, an intriguing conceptual nuance. Ling Dao lifted his gaze to survey the scene within the lunar city, then reclined backward, disengaging from this environment. In the next moment, he traversed hundreds of thousands of kilometers, reuniting with the Earth after a separation of over 70 years. The lunar city stands as a testament to the accomplishments of humanity over the past 7 decades. The transformations occurring on the ground are, in fact, more perceptible. Firstly, the population of human civilization has surged from several billion 70 years ago to a staggering 15 billion today. This expansion cannot merely be termed as growth. Rather, it is a meticulously orchestrated increase. Since the initiation of the deep space endeavor, scholars in relevant fields have recognized that the existing human population is insufficient relative to the ambitious objectives set forth. Regardless of whether technological and industrial advancements stem from the relentless efforts of numerous ordinary geniuses or the sudden insights of extraordinary ones, a substantial population base remains an essential prerequisite. For ordinary civilizations, the The continuous balance between population and resources often constrains their developmental pace. However, this is not the case for human civilization. This situation exemplifies the advantages of a hive-like civilization, as well as those of a society that has mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. The former allows human civilization to disregard subjective concerns, focusing solely on objective necessities, thereby facilitating a population increase strictly in accordance with a predetermined plan. Moreover, the per capita resource consumption remains fundamentally balanced, rational, and significantly lower than that of a conventional collective civilization. The latter ensures that even if the population of this hive-like human civilization were to expand tenfold, resource scarcity would still not manifest. Over the course of 70 years, although mortality rates cannot be entirely controlled, the birth rate has stabilized the population growth rate to fluctuate around 1%. Simultaneously, the demographic structure has been maintained such that over 70% of the population comprises middle-aged and younger individuals. Such a feat would be exceedingly complex and nearly insurmountable for an ordinary collective civilization or even for humanity in its previous era. Yet, for this hive-like human civilization, it is merely a straightforward task. If Mr. Lin so desired, human civilization could stabilize population growth at 2, 5, or even 10%, or even higher. In fact, during the 70 years of Mr. Lin's dormancy, some scholars proposed a rather chilling and ruthless solution, akin to the explosive population growth characteristic of normal hive civilizations. This approach would involve using probabilistic coverage akin to a lottery system to draw forth geniuses and prodigies from the next generation of humanity, while simultaneously eliminating all low-quality births and those who have lost their capacity for labor or scientific contribution, thereby conserving resources, even considering them as part of the resource pool for further population expansion. This proposal posits that what human civilization primarily requires at this juncture is a high-quality populace, which would facilitate swifter development. Such a terrifying suggestion would likely be dismissed outright in a typical collective civilization. Yet, during the 70 years of Mr. Lin's dormancy, this scheme nearly came to fruition. If necessary, there would be no need for a dedicated department or a team to implement this plan within human civilization. Each individual could fulfill it on their own. Ultimately, the primary reason this proposal was not approved is that some scholars believed it could lead to a homogenization and extremism of thought within human civilization. The evolution of philosophy and ideas serves as the foundation for scientific advancement. Although Mr. Lin's presence assures that human philosophical ethics and thoughts will not collapse, it may still limit the pace of human civilization's development in the future. Of course, this is a secondary concern. The main issue is the potential negative impact on Mr. Lin. Psychologists among these scholars contend that Mr. Lin's psychological state is complex. While remnants of humanity often dwindle, passing this proposal could still adversely affect Mr. Lin's psyche. This aspect, concerning Lindau, ultimately contributed to the rejection of this somewhat exaggerated plan. At this moment, within the demographic structure of human civilization, the elderly population generally retires around the age of 70. However, akin to the educational system of human civilization, there exists a time limit. Yet, below this upper threshold, retirement is not entirely fixed. When it is determined that an individual can no longer fulfill their work responsibilities, they leave their current position, passing it on to the next person. Driven by an extreme sense of positivity, no one attempts to leave prematurely, nor do they cling to their roles, as they understand that such actions would ultimately affect the overall productivity of human civilization. Those who retire in the traditional sense are, strictly speaking, not entirely disengaged from work. Rather, their responsibilities within human civilization shift. According to the current philosophical definitions, their primary duty is to contribute to the education of students within the educational system, as well as to provide life education outside of it. They are tasked with preserving the structural integrity of human society, summarizing their past work experiences and life insights in written or other forms. They are required to travel periodically, documenting their reflections on various scenes encountered at their current age. In other words, their work and responsibilities primarily focus on the spiritual aspect of humanity. Over the past 70 years, based on this philosophy, Human civilization has amassed a wealth of intellectual material, allowing for a notably vibrant development of thought and philosophy during this period. On the blue planet, on the surface, within the vast plains of the original Eurasian continent, lies the human civilization's Eurasian gathering area, the core city of 01. This is a colossal metropolis. From any perspective, it is undeniably a grand city. At this moment, Lin Dao stands on a street in the living district of this core city, 0101. Before him lies the research center of Core City 01, an expanse resembling a vast park, adorned with lakes and islands, shaded by trees, and interspersed with various research institutions spanning fundamental to applied disciplines. At this moment, Lin Dao stands at one of its grand entrances, which stretches across multiple residential zones. Behind him lies the University of Core City 01. In the era of human integration, the necessity for multiple educational institutions within a single region has naturally diminished, rendering this the sole University of Core City 01. This is a testament to the accomplishments of the insectoid civilization. Otherwise, the issue of educational monopolization by a single institution could destabilize the entire educational framework. Presently, even with just one colossal university in a region, it can impeccably fulfill its intended functions, despite the throngs of people in the street, all of whom have become aware of his presence. Lin Dao allows others to continue their pursuits undisturbed as he strolls along the thoroughfare. The total human civilization has reached 15 billion. In terms of spatial distribution, even the 9 lunar cities combined harbor fewer than 10 million inhabitants. Consequently, the vast majority of humanity resides on the surface of Blue Star. Due to the requirements of the Human Integration Initiative and the developmental needs of various industrial and production systems, numerous concentrated industries have emerged in designated areas, primarily in the plains, leading to an unprecedented demographic concentration within human civilization. The landmass of Blue Star has been segmented into 8 major human settlement zones, 2 in Africa, 3 in Eurasia, 2 in the Americas, and 1 in Australia. Each human settlement zone is further divided into core cities, auxiliary cities, and resource cities. This classification is primarily functional. Core cities typically host several clusters of key industries within human industrial systems, while auxiliary cities encircle core cities, supporting upstream industries and fulfilling essential industrial outputs necessary for societal function, such as food production. Vertical farms existing in lunar cities are also present on the surface, predominantly within auxiliary cities, with several auxiliary cities surrounding each core city. Resource cities are strategically positioned according to geographical considerations, primarily responsible for resource extraction and processing, and occasionally serving as sites for the production of innovative materials. In the context of the insectoid human civilization, these cities differ merely in function rather than in hierarchical status. The inhabitants within them do not perceive distinctions of superiority or inferiority. These cities represent fundamental units within the gradually refined human industrial production and research systems developed over the past 70 years. When the overall human industrial production system operates cohesively, these diverse cities coordinate their functions harmoniously. Notably, in terms of population, core cities accommodate the largest number of residents, serving as the most pronounced manifestation of population concentration in this era of human civilization. At this moment, Li Dao is situated in Core City 01, also referred to as City 01 of the Eurasian continent. This metropolis boasts an impressive population nearing 100 million. In a previous era, such a figure would have seemed exaggerated, as a city of this magnitude would undoubtedly face a myriad of challenges. However, in this current age, such demographics have become commonplace. Remarkably, the population of City 01 is not even the largest among the core cities. Chapter 26. Intelligence Quotient in the Lunar City upon the Moon's Surface. The transformation of the transportation system is primarily embodied in the three-dimensional transport facilitated by electric propulsion vehicles. Conversely, on terra firma, the epitome of advancement lies in the highly developed rail transit system. From the present moment in the core city of 01, where Lin Dao resides, to various other core cities, auxiliary cities, and resource cities across the Eurasian continent, as well as the connections between several continents and human settlements. The sophisticated rail network is omnipresent. It is traversed by supersonic trains, predominantly controlled by intelligent algorithms, fulfilling the majority of the transportation demands of human civilization on the surface of the blue planet. These trains facilitate the movement of individuals and the transfer of goods between different industrial units within the human craftsmanship system. This immense and intricately developed rail transport network resembles a colossal conveyor belt within the super factory of human civilization on the blue planet, akin to veins supplying nourishment to various organs within a vast biological entity. From a macro perspective of human civilization, the rail transit system presents a remarkably awe-inspiring tableau. The tracks across all settlements on the surface adhere to a unified standard. In instances of necessity, a supersonic train can traverse from a city in the eastern reaches of the Eurasian continent all the way to a human settlement in the Americas. Over the span of 70 years, the once fantastical vision of a fully interconnected rail system across all continents has been realized, propelled by a surge in productivity. Naturally, under normal operational conditions, the rail transport network operates in tiers. The pinnacle of this network connects the 8 major human settlements through point-to-point direct supersonic trains. Employing superconducting magnetic levitation technology, entirely enclosed tracks, and room-temperature superconducting materials, an essential technological advancement of human civilization in these past 70 years, except during acceleration and deceleration phases. The supersonic trains between settlements typically maintain a velocity of 2,000 kilometers per hour. Following this, the secondary rail transport network facilitates movement within settlements, connecting several core cities, auxiliary cities, and resource cities, generally operating at a speed of 1,500 kilometers per hour. Finally, there exists an internal rail transit system within core cities, auxiliary cities, and resource cities where the speed, while comparatively slower than that of the settlement-level rail transport, remains impressively rapid. At this moment in the core city 01 of the Eurasian continent where Lindau resides, traces of vehicles and transporters equipped with electric propulsion systems are not entirely absent. However, on the ground, these vehicles merely serve as a complement to the rail transit system. Within the current state of human civilization, although formal management structures are lacking, the environment is not chaotic but rather exhibits a spontaneous order. Rail transport, facilitating the bulk movement of people and goods, stands as the most efficient and suitable transportation system for contemporary human civilization. Lindau raised his gaze, peering down the expansive thoroughfare beneath his feet. As a colossal metropolis accommodating nearly 100 million inhabitants, the urban landscape of Core City 01 was undeniably a magnificent spectacle. Skyscrapers and monumental edifices were the norm, creating an illusion akin to vast beehives from Lindau's perspective. In this insectoid civilization, comfort was not the ultimate pursuit. Even the most seemingly comfortable structures were deemed valuable only after careful consideration by the populace, such as research centers designed to evoke a park-like ambience. Ultimately, all endeavors pointed toward a singular goal, in extreme efficiency and production. This elucidates why, despite the advanced rail and transit systems, people continued to inhabit densely clustered high-rises and massive singular buildings. The structure of Core City 01 was distinctly zoned, primarily divided into residential and industrial areas. The industrial zone functioned as its name implied, while the residential zone not only provided housing for the city's denizens but also encompassed research centers, schools, hospitals, and various other entities fulfilling diverse roles. These zones were neither intermingled nor positioned in opposition at the city's periphery. Rather, they exhibited a nested arrangement within the urban fabric. From an aerial perspective, Core City 01 unfolded in concentric rings, diverging from traditional circular city layouts. At its core lay the industrial zone, encircled by the first ring of residential areas. Beyond this initial residential circle, another industrial zone emerged, followed by yet another residential area. The entirety of Core City was thus constructed around the industrial zone, with the clearest demarcation between each ring defined by the urban rail transit system encircling them. This transit network, comprising multiple lines, connected the outermost areas directly to the central industrial hub. The overall architecture of Core City 01 mirrored the most prevalent urban structures of human civilization on Blue Planet, a culmination of adjustments made over the past 70 years. The core objective remains steadfast: to enhance the operational efficiency of human industrial and production systems. At this moment, a superconducting maglev train surged forth from underground, ascending rapidly along its track with remarkable swiftness and almost negligible noise. Many urban transit systems were not confined solely to terrestrial and subterranean routes. The rail networks were fundamentally three-dimensional. In recent years, with advancements in electric propulsion technology, some researchers proposed rather imaginative solutions, advocating for the suspension of elevated rail networks using electric thrusters, thereby eliminating traditional elevated structures. Currently, such proposals were being piloted within Core City 01. Furthermore, based on this proposal, some researchers have conceived even more advanced ideas, notably the concept of a floating city. This entails constructing an additional city above an existing one, utilizing 1701D alloy and other high-strength cores as the foundational base. A multitude of large electric propulsion systems would support this aerial structure, upon which a city would be erected. The ultimate objective is to create a city suspended in the air, hovering above another, thereby elevating the concentration of human civilization to unprecedented heights. However, this concept currently faces insurmountable challenges, primarily concerning the impact of the plasma streams emitted by the extensive electric propulsion systems on the city below, as well as the potential ramifications for the terrestrial environment. Consequently, this idea remains confined to the realm of theoretical discourse. As Lin Dao turned and entered the research center of Core City 01, all personnel within the center, under his directive, acted as if he were an invisible entity, diligently continuing their work. Lin Dao traversed the expansive research center as though he were a specter. Remarkably, despite this being his inaugural visit, he was relatively familiar with the facility. The research center of Core City 01 spans multiple residential districts across the Second Ring Road. It is here, at the current site of the research center, that humanity's first controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor was born. The 41st head of the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Project, who passed away 2 years ago, was also laid to rest nearby. During the 70 years of Lin Dao's hibernation, human civilization did not halt its progress upon achieving controllable nuclear fusion. Continuous research and refinement led, ultimately, to the development of second-generation helium-3 fusion technology under the stewardship of the 83rd project head. This technology now represents the most widely utilized form of controllable nuclear fusion reactor technology within human civilization. Its significance is akin to that of the initial breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion, particularly because helium-3 is a relatively abundant resource on the lunar surface. Over the past 70 years, humanity, adhering to Lin Dao's vision, has primarily focused its efforts on lunar development. Continuing this legacy, the number of researchers within Core City 01 currently exceeds 1 million. The research center remains chiefly responsible for the advancement and development of subsequent controllable nuclear fusion technologies, while secondary research domains are also indirectly related to these technologies. As a result, the industrial cluster in Core City 01 occupies a pivotal position within the human industrial and production system, primarily centered around various types of controllable nuclear fusion reactors. At this moment, as Lin Dao surveyed the research center, he could also perceive the perspectives of individuals within the various buildings of the facility. Researchers from different specialized fields were engaged in discussions, investigations, and contemplations. Guided by his will and needs, the community operated through a self-organized division of labor. These researchers have dedicated their lives to constant contemplation, inquiry, and discussion regarding the challenges within their respective fields. Beyond this, they bear little responsibility for other societal duties, as there are others who fulfill those roles. Over the course of a remarkable 70 years of rapid advancement, the insect-like human civilization has forged a more cohesive state of collaboration based on comprehensive planning. The researchers at this moment within the scientific center are akin to a portion of the brain of this vast, intelligent organism known as human civilization. They respond to the commands of the collective will and engage in varied reflections. Aside from the research on controllable nuclear fusion that this scientific center is tasked with, the super projects or plans concerning the internal workings of human civilization that had captured Lin Dao's attention prior to his hibernation have continued to progress over these 70 years. In the realm of materials science, it goes without saying that after the successful replication of 1701D material, human civilization did not rest on its laurels, but instead embarked on the development of improved materials based on 1701D and other advancements from past human endeavors. Many of these innovations have been utilized in the construction of lunar cities, such as the primary framework of the January 1st lunar city and the framework for new interstellar spacecraft. Room temperature superconductors emerged as a notable achievement within the materials research process. Furthermore, the electric propulsion system has witnessed significant advancements. Its application in public transportation has already illustrated the progress made in this technology, following its initial deployment in interstellar spacecraft, which facilitated travel between Earth and the Moon. The research and anticipation surrounding electric propulsion technology did not cease at that juncture. After breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion as an energy technology, electric propulsion systems also achieved a secondary breakthrough, with the thrust of individual electric engines surpassing the force of gravity on Earth. This signifies that electric propulsion engines have attained practical value even in terrestrial contexts. Following this breakthrough, the continuous improvements, transitioning from quantitative to qualitative changes, have been pursued with fervent and unwavering enthusiasm by the researchers of human civilization throughout this period. It has been a somewhat protracted journey. Some researchers may reach the end of their lives without completing this path. Yet for the researchers dedicated to the advancement of human civilization, not reaching the conclusion is inconsequential. The mere act of traversing a segment of this journey fills them with immense excitement. By the time of the third breakthrough in electric propulsion technology, there was a significant leap in thrust, carrying capacity, and stability. Subsequently, chemical rockets were largely rendered obsolete. Even the journey beyond the atmosphere has been accomplished using transport vehicles propelled by electric engines, akin to a rail-less space elevator, continuously facilitating the transportation of goods and personnel between the ground and space platforms. The entire construction of the lunar city owes much of its success to the ongoing breakthroughs in electric propulsion technology. Then there is the issue of computational power. Since the inception of carbon-based chips, technological breakthroughs and improvements have never ceased. To this day, although quantum computers have yet to materialize, humanity has pushed carbon-based chips to the very limits of their manufacturing processes. Carbon-based supercomputers, or computational units, which serve as the operational foundation for terrestrial and lunar cities, are dispersed throughout the 8 human habitation zones on Earth and in all extraterrestrial locations where human structures exist. Moreover, when discussing the overall state of human civilization, there is an essential matter that must be addressed. According to our current statistical data, the average IQ of human civilization has risen from previous levels to an impressive 139. In accordance with Mr. Lin's directives, a researcher, who was previously engaged in discussions with a colleague, has now taken over the duties of the researcher from the lunar city to report to Mr. Lin. The current average IQ of 139 is, indeed, a striking figure compared to the previous era and the time before Mr. Lin's hibernation. While not every individual may be deemed a genius, such a score indicates a notable level of talent, and now it represents the average for humanity. However, this increase in data is not directly correlated with advancements in technology or productivity. Primarily, it is a result of Mr. Lin's influence in the evolution of the human educational system, which has adapted to the current state of civilization over the years. Under Mr. Lin's guidance, not only the researchers remain perpetually proactive in their studies, but students within the educational system also exhibit an unwavering dedication to learning. They do not wane in their efforts, nor do they succumb to complacency. Instead, they are infused with enthusiasm and a positive mindset, maintaining a high degree of subjective initiative. Even when faced with challenging material, they do not relent. Knowledge that is difficult to comprehend is not easily overlooked. In this environment, the innate abilities of individuals can be fully realized. Within the current educational framework of human civilization, evaluations for advancement and self-assessment yield only 2 outcomes: pass or fail, devoid of any distinction in scores. There is no need to demonstrate whether one is a genius. Presently, with a population of 15 billion, the average educational attainment among humans is a university degree. With the exception of a small segment of the population facing intellectual disabilities, all others have completed the university-level coursework in their chosen fields. Furthermore, under the requirements of the human educational system, the majority, even those lacking in research capabilities and innate talent, are expected to master the knowledge boundaries within their respective industries throughout their lives. In recent years, some researchers in various fields have expressed dissatisfaction, believing that the aim should be to transform the majority into the entirety. The unknown may remain elusive due to limitations in giftedness, hindering mastery and exploration. However, for knowledge that has transitioned from the realm of the unknown to that of the known, knowledge that does not require innate talent, everyone should strive to master the established information within their respective fields. Human civilization has evolved to its present state within a mere 70 years. This remarkable progress is closely linked to the educational systems of human civilization, which exhibit an unparalleled efficiency and yield results that are unrivaled by other cultural groups. Chapter 27. A New Journey in Addition. During this era, there exists a rather intriguing transformation. Even from the vantage point where Lindau currently stands, one can readily observe that within this research center, every researcher adorns their wrist with a device akin to a smartwatch. In truth, this phenomenon is not confined solely to the research center of Core City 01, nor is it limited to the residents within Core City 01. At this moment, over 15 billion individuals across humanity possess such a smart wristband. It is referred to as a terminal, a personal terminal. Its functions are reminiscent of the mobile phones and other portable devices of yore, primarily serving the purpose of communication and long-distance interaction. However, its significance diverges entirely from that of traditional mobile phones and any other portable devices. This is also a product of the overarching Human Integration Initiative. It is believed that, as a civilization undergoing transformation into a swarm-like existence, the exchange of information between all individuals in Lindau is remarkably efficient. Yet, communication among individuals without Lindau remains conventional and inefficient. This presents a substantial barrier to the current advancement of human civilization and the fulfillment of the requirements set forth by Mr. Lin. The personal terminal of human civilization emerged from this very notion. From the inception of this concept, every newborn within human civilization is assigned an identity code, which, to some extent, constitutes a New Age household registration system. Subsequently, through this identity code, one can utilize the personal terminal to communicate with any other individual within human civilization. The system, comprised of this human terminal and identity code, integrates all 15 billion members of humanity into a singular communication network. Within this unified system, communication among individuals occurs without hindrance. When necessary, a student newly inducted into the educational framework can directly engage with a core researcher at a research center. In the era preceding Lindau, the existence of such a communication system posed potential challenges, particularly concerning the issue of intrusive messages. However, within the swarm-like human civilization, such problems are non-existent. In the absence of necessity, even though anyone can directly reach out to renowned scholars and researchers, they refrain from sending superfluous messages, as doing so would impede these scholars and researchers in their contemplations regarding their respective inquiries, ultimately hindering the fulfillment of Mr. Lin's requirements for human civilization. The past few decades have also demonstrated that this communication system, which may seem extreme for traditional group civilizations, is extraordinarily suitable and efficient for humanity. Individuals positioned anywhere within this vast system of human civilization can, at any moment, access the information they require, inherently valuable, even without direct connection to Lindau. This system facilitates the efficient exchange of information among every individual within human civilization through indirect means. At present, the personal terminal systems of human civilization have integrated with industrial, production, research, and educational systems, significantly contributing to the rapid enhancement of humanity's productive capabilities. Some researchers in relevant fields aspire to implant current smart wristband-like devices directly into the human brain, establishing a direct connection with neural pathways. This ambitious endeavor aims to facilitate consciousness-level communication between individuals, allowing collective cognitive capabilities to address complex challenges. However, this remains a mere vision, yet to be realized. Currently, within the entirety of human civilization, the only individual unencumbered by a personal terminal is Lindau. He finds no need for such devices, as he can sense all significant occurrences within human civilization, accessing the knowledge and commands he requires effortlessly. His directives can be communicated to anyone across the expanse of civilization without hindrance. As Lindau traversed the research center, moving past researchers deeply engrossed in their thoughts and discussions, he arrived at the grave of Ren Changxing, the 41st chief of the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Project. He stood silently before the tombstone for a while. The contemporary era of human civilization was both familiar and alien to him. It was not until he awoke from his slumber and arrived at the lunar city, then onto the terrestrial blue planet, that he truly grasped the essence of this age. The familiarity stemmed from witnessing the gradual transformation of humanity unfold before his eyes, even during his dormancy. He had been acutely aware of the progression that had led to this moment. Ultimately, the current state of affairs illustrates that human civilization has undergone a dramatic metamorphosis compared to 70 years ago, becoming significantly more robust. Not only has the construction of lunar cities been accomplished, but a formidable civilization capable of achieving such feats has also been established. Beyond constructing 9 lunar cities, a solid foundation for further advancements has been laid. Although Lindau initially mentioned only the construction of lunar cities, everyone understood his deeper aspirations. Everything has evolved and developed in harmony with Lindau's will, culminating in the present moment. In contrast, 70 years prior, although humanity adhered to Lindau's directives, transitioning to an interstellar civilization and embarking on a journey of expansion, they were merely at the threshold, finding even a single step beyond their home planet exceptionally challenging. The cognitive weapons encountered on the lunar surface, originating from the octopus civilization, served as a formidable warning to humanity. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of human civilization, influenced by the presence of Lindau, it would have undoubtedly faced a harsher reckoning. At this moment, humanity has fortified itself in every conceivable way, with its exaggerated racial potential beginning to manifest, finally amassing the capital for further advancement. Thus, Lindau's gaze swept over the gravestone of the renowned researcher before lifting towards the sky. Due to the necessities of transport, the ground launch sites of human civilization have long since expanded beyond the equatorial confines, with numerous cities now hosting interstellar ports. From this vantage point, one can distinctly observe the electric propulsion spacecraft and transport platforms launching or landing at regular intervals, leaving behind trails of plasma that linger in the air. These trajectories stretch from the ground into the vastness of outer space, and as one gazes deeper into the cosmos, it appears infinite and unpredictable, with untold wonders awaiting human civilization among the stars. Perhaps there are intriguing discoveries to be made. Having evolved from its nascent beginnings to a robust entity over the course of 70 years, humanity is poised to conquer broader realms, in accordance with Lindau's will. As his gaze traverses the gravestone toward the trajectory marked by the interstellar ships, the response to his intent emanates from the research center of Core City 01, or rather, from the most distant scientific outpost of human civilization. The sensation of Lindau's will transcends spatial distances. Busy figures suddenly pause, mirroring Lindau's actions as they lift their heads to gaze at the skies of their respective regions. On the Eurasian continent, they observe the direction indicated by the spacecraft's trajectory. Beneath the night sky of the Americas, they gaze at the stars. Within the interstellar vessels in outer space, they peer through portholes into the abyss of the cosmos. And at the lunar city's interstellar port, they watch the myriad stars scattered across the dark expanse. For Lindau, the visions of all are his own. They represent different perspectives of the same sky, different interpretations of the universe. In that fleeting moment, a profound silence enveloped the entirety of human civilization, followed by a new decree from the deity of humanity, its consciousness and spirit, to occupy the solar system. "Let us advance towards the entire solar system," Lindau softly declared. And across the temporal and spatial divide, every individual within human civilization received this call. Excitement surged, enthusiasm ignited, and exhilaration permeated the air. A unified cry resonated from their throats. Occupy the solar system. Conquer the solar system. Let us march towards the entire solar system. From the research center of Core City 01 to the entirety of Core City, from the Eurasian continent to the human habitats of Africa. From the terrestrial realm to the lunar surface, and extending into the cosmic expanse, wherever humanity exists, a singular voice resonates at the same moment. The velocity of sound allows these identical echoes to crash against everything, much like ocean waves, on both the Earth and within the lunar cities. The assertion that human civilization is evolving into a collective entity cannot be mistaken. At this moment, while humanity appears to encompass over 15 billion individuals, in essence, there exists but one human. The conquest of the solar system has commenced. This colossal titan of human civilization is embarking on a new journey among the stars. For humanity, this marks the inception of a new era. From the perspective of human history, if one were to chronicle the transformation of human civilization into a planetary civilization, this moment signifies the true beginning of that narrative. Unlike ordinary collective civilizations, which might require a protracted duration for such monumental decisions to permeate through every individual, the present human civilization is distinct. When the command is issued by Lindau, the entire civilization, every individual, instantaneously undergoes a transformation. The industrial and scientific systems of human civilization spring into action, all efforts aligning to execute and actualize this directive. In pursuit of the grand ambition to conquer the solar system, the initial endeavor does not involve directly dispatching interstellar vessels to other celestial bodies within the solar system. Although that task is concurrently underway, the primary focus of productivity does not rest there. To excel in any endeavor, one must first sharpen their tools. Thus, it was immediately recognized, or rather, it had already been acknowledged, that the moon serves as a strategically advantageous bastion for the journey of conquering and occupying the solar system. Consequently, the focus was promptly directed toward advancing the transformation of the lunar landscape. At this juncture, the 9 lunar cities established on the moon are insufficient, and the scale of industrial clusters falls short as well. Humanity must meticulously develop the moon into an industrial hub, transforming it into a pivotal node within the human industrial and production systems, continuously generating the necessary industrial output for the conquest of the solar system. Moreover, as the industrial and urban scales expand, an influx of settlers to the lunar surface is imperative. Human civilization has long been prepared for this eventuality, not only in terms of productivity and technological foundations, but also in terms of strategic planning. As previously articulated, Mr. Lin's initial directive was to construct lunar cities, yet all are acutely aware that his ultimate aspiration is the exploration of deep space. Thus, over the past 70 years, comprehensive plans and strategies have been meticulously devised regarding how to continue the establishment of additional lunar cities, expand the scale of industrial clusters, and achieve the transformation of the moon into an industrialized celestial body. For the past 70 years, although the primary productive force of human civilization has been concentrated on the construction of lunar cities, there has not been a complete disregard for other planets and satellites within the solar system. Numerous probes have been dispatched to various celestial bodies, accumulating a wealth of samples for research and a more nuanced understanding of these distant worlds. Additionally, there exist several medium-sized observation stations near planets in closer proximity, akin to the early lunar bases. While the personnel at each station may not be particularly numerous, they collectively number in the hundreds to thousands. Based on the data collected over the years, human civilization has devised several prospective plans for further colonization and occupation of these planets. In the year 87, marking the end of Lindau's hibernation, humanity commenced an explosive industrial production surge, adhering to Lindau's vision. Initially, the focus remained on terrestrial industrial scales, as the development of other planets and satellites was still in its infancy. The construction on the moon would undoubtedly require substantial support from terrestrial industries. For a human civilization not lacking in resources or energy and equipped with technology sufficient to meet its plans, this endeavor was relatively straightforward. By the year's end, leveraging the already clear planning of human industry and production systems, the scale of terrestrial industry was doubled from its already remarkable level. From a macro perspective, this process resembled a snowball effect, where older industrial equipment produced new machinery, which in turn facilitated the production of even newer devices, creating a self-sustaining cycle akin to an explosive phenomenon. Subsequently, the demand for transport capacity was addressed. A multitude of interstellar spacecraft, equipped with the latest electric propulsion systems and fusion energy, constructed from cutting-edge materials, emerged from the expanding terrestrial industrial clusters, enhancing the transport capabilities between the Earth and the Moon. As a result, construction on the Moon and the overall industrial transformation of its surface began to accelerate significantly. The original 9 lunar cities, initially planned, expanded to 18, while the area occupied by lunar industrial clusters experienced exponential growth in tandem with the expansion of these cities. Following the operational commencement of the newly established lunar cities and industrial clusters, the colossal hand of human civilization reached out towards Mars, a planet relatively close to Earth. During this transformative process, researchers in relevant fields simultaneously accomplished a significant task: the comprehensive planning of the solar system. These researchers aspired to transpose the urban planning principles applied on Earth to the entire solar system, designating various functions for each planet and its associated satellites based on their respective locations and resource conditions. It is akin to human civilization currently residing at the core city, auxiliary cities, and resource cities upon the surface of the blue planet. Ultimately, this culminates in a comprehensive industrial and production system of humanity, sprawling throughout the entirety of the solar system within this grander spatial dimension. Chapter 28. Launching a spaceship to farther realms? Year 88. For Lindau, the entire world seemed to revert to a previous state, with human civilization, under his influence, resembling a grand simulation game. Whenever he desired or required, he could perceive the perspectives of every individual, sensing the subtle changes within human civilization. He felt as though he was fully immersed in the experience. After all, every transformation of human civilization at this moment adhered to his will, akin to a brain directing a hand to extend forward. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a detachment. He perceived the feedback from civilization, much like the sensory responses of the brain to the hand. Yet often he seemed to merely observe the gradual changes and advancements of civilization. It was as if the brain relied on its limbs to execute its intentions and manifest reactions. In this state, Lindau's psyche and emotions were complex, bordering on ineffable. Most of the time, due to the continually rising thresholds, he exhibited little humanity or sentiment. However, occasionally, as he witnessed civilization progressing towards his aspirations, a surge of excitement would course through him. He yearned for humanity to venture farther into the cosmos, to expand its horizons. He longed to encounter more intriguing existences. Yet, sustaining such emotions proved difficult. Fortunately, at this moment, Lindau harbored no thoughts of entering another slumber. After all, humanity was traversing a period of profound transformation, and this phase held significance for him. In the same year, human civilization officially commenced its conquest of Mars. During the 70 years of Lindau's hibernation, a research station had already been established in Mars' synchronous orbit, and a scientific base accommodating several hundred researchers had been constructed on the Martian surface. In May of year 88, the main body and electric propulsion system were completed on the lunar surface, while the computational units and fusion energy sources were still being manufactured on Earth. Ultimately, the Mars exploration spacecraft, named Xingho No. 1, was born on the Moon, following testing and trial runs. The spacecraft was loaded with a substantial amount of equipment and machinery produced by the industrial sectors on both Earth and the Moon, along with a small contingent of researchers and staff, and set forth towards Mars. As anticipated, the Xingho No. 1, equipped with the latest electric propulsion system, could traverse the distance from the Moon to Mars in a maximum of 10 days at long range, and approximately 4 days at close range, with an average round-trip time of about half a month. Considering the distance between Mars and the Moon, this was deemed a relatively swift pace. By the same measure, one could reach the lunar surface from Earth in merely an hour. However, when applied to the distances of other planets within the solar system, this speed seemed rather sluggish, as the gaps between the planets beyond Mars' orbit almost doubled in distance. In the forthcoming era, It is imperative for human civilization to continue enhancing the velocity of interstellar spacecraft, a pursuit diligently undertaken by researchers in relevant fields. The inaugural voyage of the spacecraft Mars Explorer I from the lunar surface to Mars took a span of 5 days. This mission primarily focused on advancing the construction of Martian cities based on the existing Martian surface base, drawing from the experience of establishing lunar cities. The endeavor to construct Martian colonial cities presents merely additional challenges in distance, while technologically, it does not pose significantly greater difficulties. The principal framework material utilized in the construction of lunar cities is known as 6002, a novel material developed in February 2060. Its remarkable properties render it well suited for the expansive and lofty construction of cities on Mars. Despite gravitational constraints potentially limiting the size of Martian cities compared to their lunar counterparts. However, this limitation is not viewed as a substantial setback for human civilization. The ultimate vision for Martian development aims to create an industrial hub akin to that of the Moon, positioning Mars as a pivotal stepping stone in humanity's conquest of the solar system following lunar endeavors. Nevertheless, this strategy remains flexible and dynamic. At this juncture, Mars and its satellites are temporarily designated as resource-rich planets for human civilization, with resources extracted from Mars intended to supplement the construction and expansion of lunar industrial capabilities, thereby reducing dependence on terrestrial supplies. The expanded industrial scale on the Moon will, in turn, facilitate the production of more equipment and machinery, enhancing the development of Martian resources. In a sense, this represents a self-sustaining cycle of resource acquisition. Researchers in relevant disciplines are acutely aware that relying solely on terrestrial resources will undoubtedly prove insufficient for the conquest and occupation of the entire solar system. Thus, resource extraction from these planets and their satellites is essential for their development. The ambition to occupy a broader expanse inherently correlates with the acquisition of more resources, aligning with Mr. Lin's long-term objective of resource procurement, which remains paramount in the quest for solar system domination. Currently aboard Mars Explorer I is the first batch of equipment and instruments, primarily aimed at establishing the resource extraction module within Martian industry. However, the capacity of a single interstellar vessel like Mars Explorer I is far from adequate to fulfill such an ambitious plan. Consequently, the advent of Mars Explorer II, Mars Explorer 3, and a plethora of additional spacecraft dedicated to the lunar Mars route is imminent. By June and July, within a mere 2 months from the launch of the first Mars Explorer-class interstellar spacecraft, the lunar Mars route has become bustling with activity. As numerous Mars Explorer-class vessels produced by terrestrial and lunar industries enter service. At last, within the industrial cluster situated on the Martian surface, the resource extraction module has been completed and has commenced its orderly operations. A new node has emerged in the human industrial system on the Martian terrain. It took 7 days for the recently operational spacecraft, Mars Voyager 10, to transport resources extracted and initially processed on Mars to the interstellar port of Lunar City 01. Humanity's exploration of the Martian surface has begun to yield resources in return. Consequently, the development of Mars has taken on a momentum akin to a rolling snowball. Lindau has shown a particular interest and concern regarding the exploration and development of Mars. After all, the significance of Mars exploration is profound for humanity. Stepping onto the Moon marked humanity's first stride into the cosmos, while setting foot on Mars symbolizes the true commencement of human civilization's conquest of the solar system. This marks the first planet, apart from Earth itself, where humanity has ventured into extraterritorial development and construction. Moreover, during humanity's inaugural foray into the celestial realm, they encountered an unexpected challenge on the Moon. Would a similar occurrence transpire on Mars? Or perhaps a fortuitous event? Lindau harbors a rare curiosity. One might even say he holds a measure of anticipation. However, Lindau's expectations were evidently unfulfilled. Even fate's design did not subject human civilization to a succession of such encounters. Even when considering the entirety of the galaxy, the solar system, home to human civilization, is already a rather remote locale. It lies far from the center of the Milky Way, with neighboring planetary systems resembling distant, secluded townships, each residing at considerable distances from one another. lacking the density found near the galactic core. Time, for Lindau, seems devoid of meaning, even when not in a state of hibernation. A mere moment can stretch into a year. As the year 88 drew to a close, based on the industrial construction on Mars, primarily driven by the need for resource extraction and initial processing module development, the Martian city constructed around these activities had expanded significantly. The number of humans residing within the Martian city had surged to nearly 30,000, a substantial increase from before. In pursuit of greater resource extraction, humanity's creations on the Martian surface remained relatively dispersed compared to those on the Moon, and thus, there were no further serendipitous encounters with traces of extraterrestrial civilizations. Lindau could hardly claim disappointment. For him, everything remained as it had always been. Then, the year 89 arrived. In terms of critical technologies, this year did not herald any major breakthroughs for human civilization. Nevertheless, in the realm of Martian development and construction, it proved to be a year of remarkable progress for humanity. For civilizations at a similar technological level, the pace of human development on a single planet is undeniably extraordinary. However, for a civilization transformed by a hive mind mentality, its intrinsic nature dictates that advancements in endeavors devoid of significant technological barriers will only accelerate. As a hive-minded civilization, internal resistance is virtually non-existent. This vast system operates as a singular entity, free from unnecessary internal friction. This year, humanity achieved a significant milestone. The construction of Phobos-class spacecraft on the lunar surface no longer necessitated fusion energy or computational units from Earth. In a snowballing cycle of expansion, the lunar cities burgeoned to a total of 40. Within these lunar metropolises, the lunar industrial clusters, functioning as a submodule of the human industrial system, executed various responsibilities related to the construction of Phobos-class spacecraft. From the assembly of the spacecraft's main structure to the production of electric propulsion systems, fusion energy sources, and computational units for control systems, the fabrication of these essential components could now be accomplished entirely on the Moon. This advancement also implied that a significant portion of the mechanical equipment required for the establishment of Martian cities and industries could be produced directly on the Moon. After all, many of the technologies involved in the construction of Phobos-class spacecraft were applicable to the development of Martian infrastructure. The completion of this critical phase of lunar industrial development undeniably facilitated progress on Mars. It signified that the journey from Earth to the Moon and subsequently from the Moon to Mars heralded a new era of cyclical expansion in humanity's exploration and colonization of the solar system. The transportation network between Earth and the Moon continued to expand, and this transition appeared to stabilize. However, this did not imply that the industrial clusters on Earth would play no role in the forthcoming expansion across the solar system. Indeed, much of humanity's technological and industrial advancements still originated from the Earth, and numerous industrial facilities remained better suited to terrestrial conditions. At least at this juncture, the Earth's industrial clusters maintained advantages over those on the Moon, beyond mere scale. Furthermore, direct routes between Earth and Mars began to proliferate. With the lunar industrial cluster's reduced reliance on terrestrial resources, Earth's industrial sectors could allocate more resources to directly participate in Martian development. In the year 90, the construction of lunar industrial clusters and cities entered a phase of self-expansion. They became capable of autonomously generating the equipment and materials necessary for further development, independent of terrestrial industrial production. Moreover, the requirement for basic raw materials, previously supplied from Earth, diminished significantly, with most resources being sourced from the Moon and Mars themselves. The plans for lunar development accelerated toward completion. In the year 91, two significant events unfolded that would prove pivotal for human civilization. Firstly, humanity has largely established the Moon's position within the grand design of the solar system. The industrial development of lunar cities has reached a significant completion. While the overall structure of the Moon remains unchanged, its surface has been irrevocably transformed by human civilization. Gazing at the Moon through telescopes from Earth, one observes not only numerous craters of varying sizes, but also the scattered lunar cities situated across diverse regions. When the hibernation of Lindau concluded, The 9 lunar cities housed merely a few million inhabitants. However, the current permanent population on the moon has surpassed 20 million, drawn from a global populace of over 15 billion. More crucially, the industrial scale on the moon has witnessed growth far exceeding that of its population. 80 lunar cities, alongside industrial clusters both within and beyond their confines, not only sustain the functioning of lunar society, but are also capable of supporting the expansion towards Mars, albeit at a significantly slower pace than if coordinated with Earth. Secondly, under the impetus of exaggerated transportation demands, the teams responsible for researching electric propulsion systems within human civilization achieved a considerable breakthrough. This advancement primarily manifested in enhancing the speed of interstellar spacecraft. Lin Dao sensed this development almost immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself within the research team. He neither participated nor interfered. Instead, he observed as numerous researchers, aided by a multitude of intelligent machines, installed a newly manufactured electric propulsion system on an experimental interstellar vessel. The experiment was conducted in a region of space near the moon's orbit. For the initial trial, the spacecraft was uncrewed, merely a shell equipped with the innovative propulsion and energy systems alongside extensive experimental apparatus. Unsurprisingly, the results of the experiment were successful. Lin Dao watched as the researchers retrieved the experimental vessel, then turned his gaze towards the vast expanses of deep space. I wish to construct an interstellar spacecraft aimed at venturing beyond the solar system. What are your thoughts? Lin Dao suddenly posed this question. The researchers before him, as well as those in related fields, received his words as an imperative. Consequently, they began to ponder the implications. Mr. Lin, do you intend to deploy exploratory vessels as we conquer the solar system to accelerate our exploration of more distant realms? One researcher inquired. Indeed, Lin Dao affirmed, adding, when my eyes are set upon them. The researchers did not deliberate on whether to undertake this endeavor. Instead, they promptly commenced their feasibility studies. Chapter 29. Launching 2 deep space vessels. Lin Dao intends to launch a spacecraft destined for the depths of space, which bears a striking resemblance to the probes deployed in a bygone era. Before humanity's expansion can reach such distant realms, experimental probes will take the lead in exploring, investigating, and comprehending the myriad wonders that lie in the far reaches of the cosmos. Should we merely await the gradual expansion of human civilization within the solar system, it could take centuries to reach the boundaries of our solar domain, and even longer to venture beyond it. Presently, with the pinnacle of human technological advancement, the creation of a deep space vessel could enable civilization to encounter the wonders outside our solar system much sooner. Strictly speaking, this endeavor harbors considerable risks, as the realms beyond our solar system remain largely uncharted territory for humanity. Despite significant strides in astronomy over recent years, our understanding of the celestial expanse surrounding our solar system is still largely speculative, with vast unknowns lingering. Compared to the previous era, humanity, having encountered the formidable octopus civilization on the lunar surface, possesses a clearer perception of the cosmos. Its vastness is not as desolate as once thought, and the complexities, even treacheries, of the universe are likely abundant. While the nature of current human civilization suggests that, barring a catastrophic extinction event, it can swiftly recover and rise anew, the cosmos is not devoid of adversaries capable of annihilating human existence in an instant. Nevertheless, Lin Dao's desire to launch such a deep space vessel fundamentally stems from a yearning to witness the unknown and behold the unexpected. The potential risks excite a certain self-destructive inclination within him. For human civilization as a whole, stepping out of the solitary confines of existence, arming itself in a preliminary manner, and seeking an enemy seems both necessary and prudent. This need not culminate in outright warfare. Even a mere brush with an adversary could significantly enhance humanity's understanding of the world at large. Mr. Lin, one researcher remarked, based on the latest data from our experimental electric propulsion system, and disregarding considerations for return journeys, subsequent interstellar colonization, and non-essential cargo, our current technological limits should allow a deep space vessel to achieve a maximum velocity of 2% of the speed of light through prolonged acceleration. Although this cutting-edge electric propulsion system has only recently completed its initial trial, The industrial capacity of human civilization ensures that if we can produce one, we can replicate it in abundance. Regarding the current attainable limits of speed, Lin Dao felt neither surprise nor disappointment. The information accessible to the researchers was equally available to him, and he did not require anyone to report the intricacies of human civilization to him. Thus, he consented to proceed with the construction. After affirming, Lin Dao departed from the location. The researchers in the relevant fields, upon receiving the new directive, immediately commenced the design and construction of the deep space exploration vessels with utmost enthusiasm. For contemporary human civilization, the construction of one or several deep space vessels was a trivial undertaking. It neither consumed significant productivity nor depleted substantial resources. In the grand scheme of humanity's ongoing expansion efforts within the solar system, this endeavor was merely a minor episode. The only aspect that rendered this venture somewhat special was that it was specifically requested by Mr. Lin. From the moment Lin Dao proposed the idea to its actualization, a mere 2 months elapsed. Fueled by intense fervor and zeal, the researchers endeavored to equip the deep space vessels with the utmost technological advancements available to humanity. Ultimately, 2 vessels were constructed. In the absence of any particular specifications from Lin Dao, the naming of these vessels was straightforward. The one produced by the ground-based industrial system was designated the Yuanhang No. 01 Interstellar vessel, while the one simultaneously constructed by the Lunar Industrial Cluster was named Tansuan No. 01. In the month when the 2 vessels destined for interstellar travel were completed, all requisite propellants, energy fuels, and various supplies were duly prepared. Consequently, there was no hesitation on the part of human civilization. In the latter part of the month, both vessels, Yuanhang No. 01 and Tansuan No. 01, embarked from their respective launch sites, the orbital space platform of Blue Star and the vicinity of the lunar orbit. The selection of crew members for the vessels was finalized just a day prior, with personnel arriving from Earth, the Moon, and Mars within a single day to board the ships. While selecting crew for the deep space vessel might pose challenges for other civilizations, it was a straightforward task for humanity. Even though all those boarding the Yuanhang vessel were acutely aware that this journey could lead to their ultimate demise, and that their lifespans would not suffice to reach the journey's end, individuals who met the crew requirements naturally came forward once the announcement was disseminated through human communication systems. Subsequently, a designated number of candidates were selected from this group in an orderly manner. Both vessels set sail on the same day. On the day of departure, Lin Dao observed the simultaneous launch of both vessels. They did not travel in the same direction. The Tansuan No. 01 vessel, departing from lunar orbit, had designated the Proxima Centauri system as its final destination for this expedition. The Voyager I spacecraft, launched from a ground orbit, is destined for a star in the constellation Perseus, located approximately 10,000 light-years from Earth. This is the very star that Mr. Lin pointed to in the night sky decades ago while standing on the lunar surface. It represents an unattainable target. Thus, the primary objective of Voyager I is to explore the various planetary systems and celestial bodies encountered along its journey. Simultaneously, both the Explorer I and Voyager I initiated the engines aboard their vessels. When the plasma jets emerged from the rear of the interstellar spacecraft, the 2 vessels officially embarked on their voyage. In terms of size, these spacecraft are not significantly larger than the previously constructed Mars-class interstellar ships. This conclusion was reached by a team of researchers who calculated the balance between the ship's capacity, the quantity of propellant, and the duration of acceleration provided by the electric propulsion system, achieving an efficient acceleration that enables both vessels to reach the current technological speed limit of 2.31 the speed of light. Once launched, the 2 spacecraft quickly departed from the orbits of the blue planet and the Moon, marking a moment when they were closest to each other in the vastness of space. Thereafter, until their eventual destruction and transformation into cosmic dust, these 2 ships, traveling in opposite directions, would never meet again. The crew aboard both vessels, however, did not dwell in sorrow, though there was a sense of nostalgia. The prevailing emotion was one of exhilaration and pride, as they were fulfilling the aspirations of Mr. Lin, which they regarded as their honor. Both the Explorer I and Voyager I have a design lifespan of 2,000 years, with an expected maximum one-way travel distance of approximately 20 light-years. Beyond that, even should the ships continue to traverse space as cosmic dust propelled by inertia and the gravitational pull of various celestial bodies, such a journey would hold little significance for human civilization. The prospect of a 2,000-year journey starkly contrasts with the average human life expectancy of 90 years, rendering it excessively lengthy. The current crew aboard both spacecraft would be unable to accompany Voyager I to its destination before reaching the limits of their own lifespans. Nonetheless, it is imperative that a presence is maintained on board. The intelligence systems aboard the spacecraft can handle the majority of navigational and operational needs. However, the exploration of exoplanets necessitates human involvement. Ultimately, the researchers resolved this dilemma by ensuring that the crew could reproduce over generations aboard the Voyager I. In the preceding decades, including the 70 years of Mr. Lin's hibernation, humanity made little progress in hibernation technology. This was due to the minimal significance hibernation held for human civilization, and Mr. Lin's hibernation did not require universally applicable technology. Even now, hibernation remains non-essential on the Voyager I. The concept of generational propagation aboard the vessel does not involve traditional reproduction among the crew, but rather entails the preservation of numerous frozen embryos on both spacecraft. Simultaneously, the spacecraft was equipped with a nascent form of artificial womb technology. In previous eras, researchers may have grappled with ethical dilemmas when employing this technology. However, in this age, such concerns have dissipated into the ether, leaving no psychological burdens for the scientists. While these frozen embryos cannot be preserved for 2 millennia, the current technology allows for a secure preservation of over a century. As for the distant future, it is inevitable that a new generation of humanity will flourish aboard the spacecraft, which is replete with collection devices. Most importantly, the presence of Mr. Lin ensures that, even as generations of humans traverse the vastness of space aboard the two vessels, the original purpose will remain etched in the consciousness of the latest cohort, unforgotten and unchanged. Even after the passage of 2 millennia, the beliefs that ignited their voyage will continue to resonate within the 100th generation born in the spacecraft, propelling Mr. Lin's vision to the farthest reaches attainable by the ship. In a sense, this narrative unfolds like a poignant elegy. Yet, the inhabitants of the spacecraft do not succumb to sorrow. What do the launches of the two vessels signify for Lin Dao? It signifies an expansion of his focus to encompass 2 new realms. The ships, the Voyager and the Explorer, soon vanished from sight on Earth and the lunar surface. But the increasing distance did not diminish Lin Dao's ability to sense their presence. Wherever humanity resides, Lin Dao can see. The two vessels, gradually receding into the distance, are no exception. Should Lin Dao desire, he can instantaneously leap across the void, akin to traversing from the lunar surface to Earth or from Earth to Mars. In the year 91, August, 3 days have elapsed since the departure of the two vessels. The ships require a gradual acceleration to attain their maximum velocity. Thus, it is only after these 3 days that the Explorer finally traverses the Martian orbit. As for the Voyager, while it has covered a comparable distance, it does not follow the same trajectory. During the Explorer's passage near Mars, Lin Dao has already resided in the Martian city on the planet's surface for a week, observing the Explorer as it glides past Mars, retracing its path from a week prior. Although the Explorer will subsequently navigate through Jupiter's orbit, where human exploratory bases are established on its moons, the alignment will not be as fortuitous for a close pass during that juncture. Therefore, this marks the near-final occasion that Lin Dao will find himself in proximity to the Voyager. Afterward, the positions attained by the two vessels will represent the frontier of human civilization, or rather, the furthest extent discernible to Lin Dao. This will persist until the advent of new exploratory ships that catch up with the two vessels. 10 days later, the Explorer swept past Jupiter's orbital path. Although the Voyager has traversed a similar distance, it lacks a reliable reference point. Nevertheless, Lin Dao occasionally directs his attention towards the two vessels, remaining ever watchful. Strictly speaking, even through the perspectives of the two interstellar vessels, it is quite challenging to perceive anything novel at this moment. After all, the two spacecraft remain a considerable distance from departing the solar system. Life aboard these vessels is marked by tranquility, even to the point of monotony. Each ship accommodates 2,000 crew members, each assigned distinct responsibilities, thereby establishing a diminutive society within the confines of the spacecraft. Yet, this society is exceedingly small. Within the vast expanse of time, natural phenomena exhibit little variation. As we arrive at the year 92, the two interstellar vessels continue their journeys in divergent directions beyond the solar system, yet neither has completed its acceleration phase. Consequently, no particularly significant news has been transmitted back. As previously mentioned, the launch of these two interstellar vessels is merely a minor episode in the grand narrative of human civilization. The principal forces of humanity persist in adhering to Lin Dao's earlier directives, advancing their expansion within the solar system. This year has witnessed the widespread adoption of a new electric propulsion system in the ongoing expansion and development of human civilization within the solar system. The older class of interstellar ships, known as the Mars class, is gradually being phased out, supplanted by the newly developed Chiming-class vessels equipped with this advanced propulsion technology. Consequently, the one-way travel time between the Moon and Mars has been reduced to 6 days when Mars is at a considerable distance, and to under 4 days when it is nearer. While this may not seem like a substantial improvement, the average savings of approximately 2 days per journey is significant when calculated for round trips. However, the distance between the Moon and Mars does not allow the latest electric propulsion systems to reach their maximum velocity, thus limiting the full realization of their advantages. Nevertheless, human civilization's endeavors in the solar system extend far beyond Mars, and the benefits of this propulsion technology will eventually be fully exploited. Furthermore, the designation of the new interstellar vessels as Chiming-class signifies another pivotal development: humanity's foray into the exploration of Venus, a planet relatively close to both Earth and the Moon. Throughout this year, a considerable number of Chiming-class interstellar ships have been deployed on routes to and from Venus. By the end of the year, the first batch of fundamental resources from Venus was delivered back to the Moon aboard the Chiming No. 12 vessel. This marks the commencement of Venusian resources becoming integral to the cyclical expansion of human civilization throughout the solar system. As initially anticipated, once humanity is prepared and embarks upon the path of expansion within the solar system, following Lin Dao's vision, the pace of this expansion will accelerate. This is due to the burgeoning productivity, the increasing availability of resources, and the unwavering enthusiasm of every individual within human civilization. Chapter 30: Humanity in the Solar System in the year 2093. The exploration and development of Venus relied predominantly on the productive capabilities of the terrestrial industries of Blue Star and the lunar industrial complexes. The requisite foundational resources were primarily sourced from Earth, the Moon, and Mars. Given that the development of Venus remained in its nascent stages, only a minor fraction of resources was derived from the collection efforts on Venus itself. In the past few years, following the gradual establishment of industrial clusters on the lunar surface, the expansion of lunar industrial capabilities has persisted, further pushing the limits of production achievable on the Moon. This endeavor has become solely the province of lunar industry. By this year, the tasks associated with the development and construction on Mars had been entirely relinquished by the terrestrial industries of Blue Star, now solely entrusted to the lunar industrial clusters. Simultaneously, the development on Mars commenced alongside the exploration and development of Venus, marking a significant shift in focus. During the initial phases of lunar industrialization and the early stages of Martian development, Mars was primarily viewed as a resource-rich planet. However, the scale of industry on Mars has begun to expand, with an increasing proportion of industrial activities and various production processes taking root on the Martian surface. This is not to suggest that human civilization has ceased resource extraction from Mars. Rather, at this juncture, the minerals and foundational resources extracted from Mars are divided into 3 distinct portions. One portion is subjected to preliminary processing by the existing Martian industries, subsequently transported back to the Moon, where further manufacturing, beyond the current capabilities of Mars, takes place. These resources are then transformed into various industrial production equipment and instruments, which are returned to Mars to enhance the scale of industry, urban development, and resource extraction on the Martian surface. The ultimate objective of this endeavor is to transform Mars into an industrial world akin to the Moon, capable of self-sustained expansion through the utilization of its surface industries. The second portion of resources is naturally returned to the Moon, facilitating the continued expansion of lunar industrial capabilities. The final portion is either sent back to the Moon or to Earth, where it is processed by the lunar or terrestrial industries into various equipment and machinery, contributing to the ongoing development of Venus. Regardless of the unique nature of human civilization at this moment, the overarching circumstances reveal why the pace of human expansion within the solar system is accelerating. Initially, the industrial and production systems of humanity were confined to terrestrial industries. However, with the shift in focus toward Martian development, the emergence of a third stellar industrial center is imminent. As for Lin Dao, he remained on Mars throughout this year. More precisely, since his arrival on Mars, having witnessed the exploration ship glide past from Martian orbit, he has not departed from the planet. Much like his prolonged stay on the lunar surface after arriving with the lunar lander, his presence in any location is inconsequential to him. In a certain sense, wherever human existence thrives is tantamount to his own presence. Most of the time, Lin Dao appeared to do nothing, seemingly indistinguishable from a state of hibernation. He observed the evolution of human civilization from a perspective that encompassed and transcended that of all others, akin to a child squatting on the ground, watching ants relocate their nest. Occasionally, he found some interest in this, yet most of the time, he merely witnessed the gradual transformation of human civilization, akin to the shifting of tides moving in the direction he desired. A typical individual might derive a sense of achievement from this, yet for Lin Dao, the intricacies of human civilization held no secrets. The entirety of human civilization felt like an extension of his own being. He was acutely aware of his capabilities. Can one truly feel a sense of accomplishment from actions effortlessly within their grasp? It seems rather improbable. In the early days of acquiring his abilities, he could feign the guise of an ordinary person and savor some semblance of achievement. But now, it was already the year 93. Thus, for the most part, Lin Dao merely observed, refraining from interference, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Rarely did anything provoke a strong response from him. At times, he felt as if he could not even sense his own corporeal form. After all, to a certain extent, this body held little significance. It was the entirety of human civilization, swirling in accordance with his will, that constituted his true essence. Standing on the surface of Mars, at the interstellar port of Xingho City, Lin Dao gazed upward once more at the starry sky visible from Mars. While different from that of the ground, it seemed to share an essence of similarity. Time transitioned from the year 93 to 94. During this year, two notable events captured Lin Dao's attention. The spacecraft Voyager Explorer 1 and the Voyager 1 had both accelerated to their maximum speeds. This news was disseminated through human communication systems, informing humanity as a whole. After over 3 years of effort, these two vessels of human civilization achieved a velocity of 2.31 of the speed of light, setting a new record for the maximum speed attainable by human spacecraft. Across the breadth of human civilization, a shared sentiment of exhilaration and joy resonated among the populace. However, for human civilization, this was akin to savoring a small candy during a meal, an ephemeral delight quickly forgotten. For those aboard the two spacecraft, however, this represented something of greater significance. Once the vessels reached their intended speed, the majority of their electric propulsion engines would cease operation, retaining only a handful to counteract the gravitational interference of celestial bodies along their route and to correct their trajectory. In the extensive duration that followed, unless absolutely necessary, neither of the vessels would decelerate, maintaining a steady pace. According to plan, those aboard the Voyager spacecraft would initiate the gestation process for the first batch of embryos. This signified that the first humans aboard the Voyager spacecraft would soon come into existence. Despite being separated by approximately 146 astronomical units, Lin Dao observed that the inhabitants aboard the two distant spacecraft had activated their artificial wombs. Furthermore, this indicated a significant truth. Lin Dao's connection to other individuals within human civilization remained unaffected by such vast distances, nor did it experience any delays typical of conventional communication methods. should Lin Dao serve as a super relay center. It might give rise to a mode of communication even more advanced than the quantum communications anticipated by humanity. However, at present, human civilization lacked the capability to achieve this. Additionally, Lin Dao noted a matter closely related to the nurturing of a new generation of humanity. During the middle of that year, researchers from relevant fields convened to engage in discussions. They concluded that the previously controlled human population growth rate of 1 should be elevated to 1.5. Although this increment may seem modest, it represented a substantial increase of 50% compared to the prior rate. This judgment primarily stemmed from the rapid expansion of human civilization within the solar system at that time. While a population of approximately 15 billion might seem considerable on Earth or within the Earth-Moon system, it appeared rather insufficient when contemplating the entirety of the solar system. Even if one merely considered Neptune as a boundary, the number of 15 billion began to feel inadequate. When taking into account the vast expanse of the solar system, extending to the Oort cloud, a population of around 15 billion could be deemed sparse. From a long-term perspective, humanity was still in need of more individuals, particularly in terms of scientific research capabilities. In short, the population base required a more accelerated increase. After deliberating this outcome, the researchers reported the findings to Lin Dao during their meeting, refraining from direct confrontation, as they understood that if Mr. Lin wished to know something, he would naturally be informed. Thus, Lin Dao responded to the researchers and scholars, solidifying the decision on the matter. Subsequently, in 2095, the population growth rate of human civilization was duly adjusted to 1.5. Moreover, after more than 2 years of investment in the development of Venus, the resources extracted from Venus finally surpassed the annual investments made in the planet for the first time. This did not imply that Venus could independently sustain its ongoing expansion solely based on its resource output. Certain fundamental resources lacking inherent advantages on Venus would inevitably require supplementation from Earth, the Moon, or Mars. Nevertheless, this marked the beginning of a positive cycle in the exploration and development of Venus. Following this, the continued construction and development of Venus would merely be a matter of time. Additionally, the establishment of the Moon as an industrial hub further slowed down during this year, as the scale of lunar industry approached the geographical limits imposed by current technological conditions. To further expand the scale of lunar industrialization, a more profound consideration of marginal effects is imperative. This year, the population of several lunar cities has reached an astonishing 50 million permanent residents. The resource demands necessary for the normal operation of these lunar cities amount to astronomical figures daily. Fortunately, the productivity generated by the lunar industrial cluster is an even larger astronomical number. Some fundamental resources, even if absent on the Moon, can be sufficiently transported from Mars. The output of equipment and resources from the lunar industrial cluster not only sustains its operations, but also surpasses the need for self-expansion. Next, we turn our attention to Mars. The strategic shift in planning for Mars has yielded remarkable results over the past 2 years, although it still lags behind the fully industrialized lunar landscape. The industrial clusters within Martian cities are no longer limited to mere resource extraction and preliminary processing. A considerable array of industries necessary for the expansion of these industrial clusters has already established itself on the Martian surface. The human population residing in various Martian cities has rapidly grown from tens of thousands a few years ago to several 100,000 today. According to humanity's ambitious plans for Martian development, the number of permanent residents on Mars is expected to far exceed the current lunar population, as Mars boasts superior geographical conditions. As time flowed like water, the years 2096 and 2097 passed. When Ling Dao regained his senses, a century had elapsed since the commencement of the human civilizational era. Objectively, he should now be 122 years old. However, this notion holds little significance for Ling Dao, as his physical form remains unchanged. In his room within the city of Hua on Mars, Ling Dao sat cross-legged, briefly glancing at his body before redirecting his attention to the vastness beyond. Over the past several years, Ling Dao has fixated on 2 deep space vessels that have consistently navigated the fringes of the Oort cloud. The Oort cloud represents the outermost structure of the entire solar system and it is anticipated that for many years to come, these two vessels will continue to traverse its expanse. The width of the Oort cloud spans approximately 1 light-year. Despite the vessels having traveled at maximum speed for 6 years, they have yet to penetrate the inner regions of the Oort cloud. The celestial vista visible from these vessels at this distance vividly encapsulates why space is referred to as such. The scene outside the spacecraft can be aptly described as desolate. Throughout the 6 years of their voyage, the observable landscape has remained almost entirely unchanged. In close proximity, the presence of matter is scarcely detectable, and the distant stars remain unaffected by even the slightest alterations in distance. The aspirations of human civilization, or rather the visions of Lindau, to perceive signs of extraterrestrial intelligence remain a distant dream. After all, the more than 8,000 astronomical units traversed by the Voyager spacecraft, while seemingly vast to contemporary humanity, is but a mere step beyond the threshold of home when viewed on the cosmic scale. If such a distance were to reveal other civilizations, it would imply an alarming proximity, akin to two civilizations standing face to face. Nevertheless, the images visible to these two Voyager spacecraft remain largely unchanged over time. Yet Lindau occasionally directs his attention towards them. At this juncture, aboard both the Voyager and the Discovery, the first generation of infants born on these vessels has reached the age of 5. According to the human educational system, this inaugural cohort aboard the Voyager has begun to engage in the pre-existing curriculum on the ship. These children, born into a moment in human history that seems distant in the vastness of the cosmos, continue to be influenced by Lindau with unparalleled enthusiasm. They fulfill their responsibilities as learners, preparing to inherit the unfinished endeavors of their predecessors aboard the Voyager. The first human conceived aboard the Discovery has been named Xinghai, while the one aboard the Voyager is called Yuan. Similarly, within the confines of the solar system, despite the passing of 6 years, the objectives of human civilization remain unchanged. However, the progression of expansion within the solar system has seen some development. The Martian industrial cluster, the industrial hub within the human production system, has essentially completed its foundational phase over these 6 years. This signifies that Mars has begun its transformation from a resource-rich planet to an industrial powerhouse in humanity's blueprint. Mars is now capable of constructing and producing the majority of the industrial output necessary for expanding both its industrial and urban scales, thus facilitating its own growth. Concurrently, the objectives initially established on the lunar surface have been reiterated on Mars. On the centenary of the Martian calendar, a significant milestone has been achieved with the completion of the first interstellar spacecraft, the Chiming class, manufactured by Martian industry. The outputs of Martian industry are gradually being integrated into the development of Venus, which suggests an acceleration in the pace of Venusian exploration. With the foundational development of Mars nearing completion, it also implies that in the ensuing decades, or even longer, human civilization's endeavors towards the exploration of other planets and moons within the solar system will enter a repetitive and cyclical phase. The processes undertaken during the development of Mars will be replicated on other celestial bodies, with variations in detail due to the unique conditions of each body. Yet the overarching framework will remain consistent. This cyclical momentum, akin to a snowball effect, will ultimately fulfill the goals set forth by Lindau for human civilization, as well as the envisioned roadmap for humanity's exploration of the major planets and their satellites within the solar system. Chapter 31. The footsteps of humanity. The ensuing decades represented a period of industrious tranquility for the entirety of human civilization. This industriousness stemmed from the ambitious development and colonization of the solar system, wherein every fundamental unit of human production, industry, scientific research, and education contributed its utmost to this endeavor. The relentless increase in productivity propelled humanity's expansion throughout the solar system at an accelerating pace. Tranquility emerged as the development and colonization of the solar system settled into a cyclical rhythm, with the technical limitations largely resolved and only time remaining a constraint. There were no significant shifts in the overarching direction of human civilization until the objectives proposed by Lindau were fulfilled. From a sufficiently macro perspective, during this period, humanity emanated from its initial centers, the blue planet, the moon, and Mars, spreading outward like ink on a sheet of paper. swiftly permeating the broader expanse of space and leaving ever clearer imprints of human civilization across the solar system. Beginning in the year 16 of the current era, humanity amassed decades of expansionary momentum, now exhibiting an almost frenzied vitality. By the year 101, the burgeoning Martian industry had independently produced over 50 Chemin-class interstellar spacecraft within a single year, all while expanding the industrial scale and urban development of Mars. Each Chemin-class vessel, with a capacity exceeding 100,000 tons, was deployed along the route between Mars and Venus. Following the maturation of Martian industry and its direct involvement in the development and construction on Venus, the transportation of materials, equipment, and machinery from Mars to Venus no longer required transit through Earth or the Moon. A direct point-to-point transport route was established. Despite the fact that the distance between Mars and Venus was typically greater than that between Mars and Earth, given that Venus orbits within Earth's orbit while Mars orbits outside of it, the duration of travel along the former route was not significantly longer. If the journey from Mars to Earth took 4 days, then the journey to Venus might take 5 days, or even 4.5. On longer voyages, the new electric propulsion system could achieve a higher ultimate speed. By the year 102, the strategy employed by human civilization for expansion within the solar system resembled a gradual encroachment. Centered around the Earth-Moon system, humanity progressively expanded its sphere of control, layer by layer. Initially, resources from the inner circle were utilized to initiate the preliminary development of celestial bodies in the outer circle, subsequently reinvesting the resources harvested from these outer bodies back into the construction of the inner circle, all the while relying on the continually expanding industry of the inner circle to facilitate the foundational development of the outer celestial bodies. Once the inner circle is completed, the outer celestial body transforms into the new inner circle. Subsequently, supported by the burgeoning industries of the new inner circle, the development of the more distant celestial bodies commences. This pattern is evident from Earth to the Moon, from the Earth-Moon system to Mars, and now extends from Earth and the Moon to Mars and Venus. In this year, the resources of Venus are divided into 3 portions. One portion is allocated to the Martian industry, facilitating its continued expansion. Another portion is entrusted to the ground and lunar operations on Mars, tasked with manufacturing and constructing the various equipment and machinery necessary for the development of Venus. The final portion, similarly managed by the ground, Mars, and the Moon, is dedicated to the exploration of Mercury. As the development of Venus gradually takes shape, the ever-increasing scale of human industry and productivity begins to carve out new frontiers. In the year 103, the interstellar routes within the solar system, originating and concluding at the 4 pivotal points of Earth, the Moon, Mars, and Venus, grow increasingly bustling. Every hour of every day, the interstellar ports of these 4 celestial bodies welcome the most frequently utilized Chemin-class starships. The exchange of various goods among these celestial bodies has become exceedingly frequent. Through the sensitivity of Ling Dao, it is evident that on this interstellar route, currently the busiest in human civilization, several starships are perpetually present every moment. This year, the number of cities on Mars has reached 62. Each Martian city exhibits varying resident numbers due to differing needs. Yet the total population residing on the surface of Mars exceeds 10 million. Additionally, the combined personnel at the research and resource development bases on Mars 2 moons numbers in the tens of thousands. Such figures would have been unfathomable in the previous era. Yet for the current human civilization, they merely signify the beginning. With energy not currently lacking, Mars possesses a significant amount of water resources. Researchers estimate that the ultimate resident population on the Martian surface should be several times that of the current lunar population. Only with this foundational populace can the aspirations for Martian industry be sustained. Once Mars is fully developed into an industrial planet, it will become the core driving force for humanity's colonization of the entire solar system. In the year 104, the vigorous development of human civilization on Venus is in full swing. This year, the number of permanent residents on Venus surpasses 1 million. Unlike Mars, the harsher surface conditions of Venus present additional challenges, although current technological capabilities can surmount these adversities, complicating construction and development efforts. Nevertheless, considering the necessity of such endeavors, The researchers and scholars involved in the planning of Venusian cities ultimately devise a distinct strategy, diverging from those employed on Mars and the Moon. Rather than being built on the surface of Venus, the cities will hover in synchronous orbit. The ultimate vision for the Venusian cities is to establish an orbital ring that encircles the entirety of Venus, akin to adorning the planet with a delicate ribbon. The resource extraction endeavors on the surface of Venus are primarily conducted by intelligent machinery, alongside remote operations executed by the permanent residents of the orbital cities surrounding Venus. When necessary, these residents temporarily descend to various operational bases on the planet's surface, yet they do not remain there permanently. The resultant structure and operational model closely resemble the interwoven nature of industrial and residential zones found in terrestrial cities. The orbital city cluster encircling Venus serves as the residential area, while the entirety of Venus can be likened to an industrial zone enveloped within this residential framework. A significant factor in adopting this planning approach is the distinct perception of Venus compared to Mars within the context of human civilization's solar system blueprint. Venus is regarded more as a resource-rich planet rather than an industrial hub like Mars. While there will be some industrial clusters on the surface of Venus and in its orbit, they will be of a considerably smaller scale than those on Mars. Similarly, the positioning of Mercury within the inner orbit of Venus bears resemblance to that of Venus itself. In the years 105 to 110, a decade has passed since Mars achieved the autonomous construction of a Chemin-class interstellar spacecraft. During this decade, the relentless advancement of human civilization has led to a remarkable surge in productivity. The most pivotal event of that year was the preliminary completion of the Martian industrial complex. The resident population on Mars, having doubled within a few short years, skyrocketed from 10 million to 100 million, surpassing the previous record established on the lunar surface, and becoming the largest human settlement beyond Earth. Moreover, the scale of Martian industry has eclipsed that of the lunar industrial sector, establishing itself as the largest extraterrestrial industrial cluster and production center. However, even with this exponential growth, it remains incomparable to Earth. The increase in the resident population on Mars does not surpass the annual population growth on Earth. That year, Lin Dao acquiesced to the recommendations of numerous scholars and researchers, initiating a population growth rate of 1.5, propelling human civilization towards a rapid approach to the milestone of 20 billion. Nevertheless, such a level of population increase poses minimal pressure on human civilization. Lin Dao's leadership has allowed this vast system to operate with virtually no management costs. Even with an influx of more individuals, the functionality of human systems continues unabated. Furthermore, disregarding the issue of controllable nuclear fusion, the dominion of human civilization has expanded from the singular blue planet to now extend to the vicinity of Mercury. The total resources available have ballooned to such an extent that supporting a population of 20 billion, or even 200 billion, poses no challenge, particularly considering the rationing system employed by the human civilization, which has evolved into a more insect-like structure. By the year 115, the industrial expansion on Mars showed no signs of abating. However, the development and construction efforts on Venus, after 5 additional years, are nearing the conclusion of this current phase of progress. The development and construction of Venus have largely aligned with humanity's perception of it as a half-resource, half-satellite planet. Various mineral resources and basic materials continuously extracted from Venus are being transported back to Blue Planet, the Moon, and Mars. Concurrently, some auxiliary industries established on Venus are aiding Mars in enhancing its industrial output capacity. The resident population in the orbital cities around Venus has reached 8 million. Moreover, this year marks the 24th anniversary since the launch of the exploration vessels Voyager I and Voyager 2. The original crew members, predominantly young and middle-aged at the time of departure, have now entered middle age or even old age. The first generation of humans born aboard these vessels has also reached adulthood, gradually assuming the responsibilities of their predecessors and carrying forward their unfulfilled aspirations. The advantages of the insectoid civilization have become evident here. Even though the two ships have drifted far from the daily lives of people for over 20 years, there remains a general awareness of their approximate location. Currently, these vessels continue their journey within the Oort cloud, having finally reached its inner region after more than 2 decades. It is anticipated that it will take another 20 years to completely exit the Oort cloud in the solar system. In the year 119, humanity's expansion within the solar system persists, and the exploration vessels continue their odyssey. However, for Lin Dao, there is another significant event this year. Apart from Lin Dao himself, the last individual born in the previous era also passed away this year. Before her departure, Lin Dao paid her a visit. "Mr. Lin, I had thought you might come to see me," she said. In a hospital room at the medical center in the 022 living area of Core City 01 on the Eurasian continent, Lin Dao encountered her. She was an exceedingly elderly lady, having reached the age of 120. At this moment, she was nearing the end of her life, with age being the sole reason. Over the past decades and centuries, the average life expectancy of individuals within human civilization has significantly increased due to advancements in productivity, changes in social structures, and various indirect influences. However, breakthroughs in biological technology regarding maximum lifespan have yet to be realized, and the research resources allocated to this field remain relatively scarce. At 120 years, this age is still considered remarkably advanced for humanity, perhaps due to Lin Dao's presence. This lady, on the brink of her final moments, leaned against the head of her hospital bed with a newfound vigor, her once cloudy eyes sparkling with life. A smile graced her wrinkled face, and she spoke to Lin Dao. Lin Dao, in silence, found a chair and sat beside her. Lin Dao found it difficult to articulate the reasons behind his visit. He merely sensed that this elderly lady was on the verge of passing away, which compelled him to appear before her. "Mr. Lin, I am 120 years old. Born a year before the era of the calendar. Before the calendar, I was less than a year old and possessed no recollections of that bygone time," she explained, as if she understood why Lin Dao had chosen to visit her at this moment. "I was nurtured in your era, the time following the calendar, and nearly all my memories pertain to this epoch. Thus, in a strict sense, I do not belong to the previous era but remain rooted in this one." Her assertions were, in fact, valid. Lin Dao was acutely aware that his presence here bore no significant meaning. The individuals from the previous era with whom he was familiar had long since departed. The elderly lady, having reflected for a moment, continued, "Mr. Lin, after my retirement, I once read a science fiction work from the past era. In that narrative, a man who chose to enter a state of hibernation to journey into the future awoke midway, discovering that only one elder from his time remained in the world. As he prepared to enter hibernation once again, destined for an even more distant future, that elder raised a bowl of wine to honor him, saying, 'I urge you to drink this cup. Beyond Yangwan, there are no old friends.'" The lady's eyes sparkled with a certain light as she concluded, "However, Mr. Lin, there is no need for sorrow. You are with us, and we shall ultimately remain with you." The we she referred to as human civilization. Perhaps Lin Dao was the sole survivor of the previous era. Yet human civilization itself continued as a legacy of that time and would undoubtedly accompany Lin Dao into perpetuity. As long as Lin Dao existed, human civilization would endure. And as long as civilization persisted, so would he. After uttering this sentiment, the lady, born in a bygone era, peacefully passed away, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Likely a result of Lin Dao's presence in her final moments, Lin Dao remained by her bedside in silence, and only after her passing did he sit for a while before rising to depart. Furthermore, the life of this elderly lady epitomized that of many in her era. She was a researcher in the field of materials, dedicating her life to studying specific properties of modified materials within the 6002 category. This was an exceedingly niche domain in materials science, and even if solved, might not be deemed a remarkable scientific achievement. Throughout her life, she engaged in the exploration of such a minuscule aspect of human civilization as scientific framework, persevering without falter. The previous era likely housed many such diligent researchers. In this era, it seems that all researchers share a common fate. Ultimately, the lifetime achievements of these researchers, akin to that of the elderly lady, coalesce to form the remarkable advancements in productivity and technological progress that characterize human civilization at this very moment. Chapter 32, The Voyage of the Stars in this era. The last individual born in the previous generation, aside from Lin Dao, has departed from this world, marking merely a series of interludes. This event bears the same significance for both human civilization and Lindau personally, although it signifies the conclusive end of an era prior to the commencement of the calendar. In reality, for all of humanity, the previous age had concluded with the inception of the calendar itself. Unexpectedly, Lindau anticipated a more intricate array of emotions, however. In this moment, he felt no particularly intense sentiments, only a fleeting silence. Perhaps, years hence, he would reflect upon this moment and experience a deeper resonance. In the year 120 of the calendar, human civilization had effectively expanded its dominion, centered around the Earth-Moon system, to encompass a vast expanse extending from the orbit of Mars to that of Mercury. The development of Mercury as a resource-rich planet had been completed. Naturally, human civilization continued to broaden its control within the solar system, venturing into new theaters. Thanks to the established industrial centers on Mars, the Moon, and Earth, which provided substantial productivity, coupled with the ample resources from the resource planets Mercury and Venus, humanity embarked on an ambitious development and construction plan across three major regions. The first area of development spanned the asteroid belt situated between Mars and Jupiter, utilizing the specific data acquired from years of exploration. Researchers and scholars have meticulously planned multiple permanent research and resource development bases within the asteroid belt, accommodating tens of thousands of personnel, particularly in resource-rich regions. The second area of focus naturally lies beyond the asteroid belt, within the orbit of Jupiter. Given the nature of Jupiter, the construction of interstellar cities and industrial clusters primarily occurs on its moons. The principal site for industrial cluster development is Europa, one of Jupiter's larger moons, which boasts a diameter surpassing that of Mercury, a planet that has already undergone preliminary development. This moon holds immense value for human civilization in terms of both resource potential and other aspects, while the requirements for future development in the Jupiter region will predominantly rely on the industries established on Mars. Lastly, the third area earmarked for development is Saturn. The approach to developing this gas giant mirrors that of Jupiter, focusing predominantly on its moons. While Europa serves as a focal point in Jupiter's orbit, Titan, Saturn's largest moon, becomes the primary site for development within the Saturnian orbit. However, the development of the Saturnian region has been temporarily relegated to the lowest priority among the three areas due to the vast distances involved. Mars is situated approximately 700 million kilometers from Jupiter, while Jupiter lies another 600 million kilometers from Saturn. However, this does not imply that the development of the Saturnian orbital region is of no significance to human civilization. On the contrary, in long-term planning, Saturn holds a higher priority than Jupiter. It is anticipated that ultimately, by utilizing Saturn as a springboard, humanity will extend its dominion to encompass the regions of the remaining two giant planets within the solar system, thereby completing the occupation of this vast expanse delineated by the Kuiper Belt, particularly within the orbital ranges of the 8 major planets. In the same year, a research team focused on electric propulsion systems within human civilization unveiled a new achievement, integrating findings from various other fields. This advancement has given rise to a new model of electric propulsion interstellar spacecraft, which will inevitably be employed in the development of the asteroid belt and the regions surrounding Jupiter and Saturn. Following the customary tradition of nomenclature for interstellar vessels, this model has been designated as the Jean Sui class interstellar spacecraft. Within the Jean Sui class, the unit carrying capacity of the electric propulsion system has been further enhanced, with a notable increase in speed. Although this improvement may not be readily apparent in the journey between the Earth-Moon system and Mars, where the travel time has been reduced from 4 days to merely 3.5, the benefits become far more pronounced on the route from Mars to Jupiter, where the previous journey time of approximately 8 days has been curtailed by a third, now requiring just over 5 days to transport industrial products from Mars to the orbit of Jupiter. The round trip has been compressed to under 12 days, thus substantially facilitating the forthcoming development of the regions around Jupiter. However, upon reflecting on the history of human civilization's research into transport capacity technology, it becomes evident that the pace of advancements in electric propulsion systems has slowed compared to previous generations. Nearly 30 years have elapsed since the last significant breakthrough in electric propulsion technology. This delay can be attributed to the increasing difficulty of achieving technological breakthroughs over time. But there is another crucial factor at play: the research trajectory concerning transport-related technologies within the human scientific community has begun to shift. Following the breakthrough of the previous generation of electric propulsion technology, researchers in relevant fields gradually sensed that the current propulsion technology path was nearing its limits. While there may still be some potential for enhancements in carrying capacity and speed, it is improbable that we will witness a paradigm shift akin to the transition from chemical rockets to electric propulsion systems. Consequently, scholars in related fields have started to gravitate toward exploring a new technological approach to propulsion systems, one that embodies a true form of propellantless propulsion. Presently, even the electric propulsion systems utilized on long-distance spacecraft still rely on propellant consumption during operation, albeit to a significantly lesser extent than traditional chemical rockets. If humanity aspires to achieve substantial breakthroughs in transport capacity, it is imperative to discover a genuinely propellantless propulsion solution. To enable interstellar spacecraft to achieve prolonged acceleration and heightened maximum travel speeds, the most optimistic concept for such a propellantless propulsion system is undoubtedly the curvature engine. However, it is evident that this remains beyond the current capabilities of human civilization. We are unable to even estimate the technological gap between our present advancements and those required to realize a curvature engine. Consequently, we must set aside the notion of a curvature engine and explore alternative propellantless propulsion systems that may be within the reach of our civilization. In the quest to discover these potentially feasible propellantless propulsion methods, researchers have thoroughly exhausted the possibilities within existing physical theories and have proposed several innovative theories to further investigate related prospects. They have introduced a plethora of what can be described as eccentric yet ingenious ideas, among which are several groundbreaking proposals. Remarkably, the cognitive weapons and spacecraft of the ancient octopus civilization have resurfaced, with hopes of uncovering insights from their propulsion systems that could inspire humanity's own research in propellantless propulsion. At this juncture, human civilization is characterized by abundant resources. Thus, when necessary, a multitude of researchers and scholars have opted to pursue all theoretically plausible ideas that may yield inspiration, continuing to advance them until a particular avenue is deemed entirely unviable. This approach explains why, despite the shifting focus of research in propulsion systems, progress in electric propulsion systems persists, as they have not been abandoned and continue to receive resource investment. Currently, humanity's exploration and research into propellantless propulsion systems can be regarded as an exhaustive search within the realm of scientific inquiry. Due to the varying eras and the differing quantities of resources, the total number of researchers engaged in the exploration of propellantless propulsion systems has surpassed 10 million. Although the core group of researchers who have previously benefited from the Genius Ascension Clause is considerably smaller, the overwhelming majority of this 10 million consists of individuals delving into niche aspects of various research trajectories. Nevertheless, this figure remains quite remarkable. Only in this era can human civilization afford such a vast number of researchers dedicated to a singular line of inquiry. Furthermore, the conditions surrounding other significant scientific research projects within human civilization mirror those of the propulsion domain. Over the years, from energy to computational fields and materials science, the scientific framework of human civilization has remained industrious, albeit in a phase of adjustment and exploration of new directions. Research in the fields of energy and materials is progressing relatively well, with clear trajectories guiding their paths. The study of materials, in particular, relies heavily on the contributions of exhaustive methodologies, even as computational materials science advances. Continuously investing resources into the development of new materials is essential until we discover a groundbreaking material that significantly aids the advancement of human civilization. In the realm of energy, following the second generation of helium-3 fusion technology, researchers in related fields have embarked on various explorations of innovative energy acquisition methods, ultimately settling, for the time being, on the next generation of fusion technology, heavy nuclear fusion. Although other uncontrolled nuclear fusion proposals exist, The most feasible path remains heavy nuclear fusion technology, bolstered by the experiences garnered from the previous 2 generations. Should heavy nuclear fusion technology become a reality, it would signify that humanity could convert numerous materials found in the cosmos into energy, implying that, disregarding the need for increased energy output, this technology could sustain human civilization for an extended period. In terms of resource allocation for research in this area, it rivals, if not surpasses, that of transportation technology. However, in the domain of computational power, researchers face challenges akin to those encountered in transportation technology. There is no clear direction. The progress in carbon-based chip manufacturing has plateaued. And although researchers are employing unconventional methods to enhance computational power, they have yet to achieve a transformative leap. The improvement in processing power has entered a phase of incremental advancement. On a macro scale, due to the continuous production of numerous computing units, computational capacity continues to expand rapidly. Yet, this growth merely reflects an increase in the number of chips without an enhancement in performance. In the quest to discover a more advanced computational solution, researchers have been diligently seeking alternatives to carbon-based chips, aiming to identify superior foundational materials or even to entirely overhaul the underlying logic of chip design. Various exaggerated and conservative proposals have emerged within the computational research community, yet, as of now, a definitive new solution or direction has yet to materialize. In summary, humanity currently finds itself in a scientific research landscape reminiscent of the era preceding the advent of controllable nuclear fusion technologies several decades ago. Research has not ceased, however. Crucial technological advancements remain in a stage of accumulation and consolidation. No one can predict which domain will yield the pivotal breakthrough that ignites the next technological explosion or when that moment will occur. Nonetheless, the tenacity inherent in a hive-like civilization ensures that individuals do not succumb to complacency or despondency, despite the protracted absence of significant technological breakthroughs. Through this relentless and optimistic pursuit of knowledge, the ultimate advancements are likely to arrive sooner than anticipated. Year 145. As time progresses by another 25 years. For Lindau personally, there has been little change. For him, whether in hibernation or not makes little difference. His perspective merely wanders through the existence of various human individuals. For the entirety of human civilization, the most significant transformation has been the near completion of the development and construction in the asteroid belt, as well as the regions of Jupiter and Saturn. The asteroid belt, with its scattered scientific exploration bases and numerous resource extraction sites, primarily serves as a source of resources, akin to the role of resource planets, bearing similar responsibilities. The regions of Jupiter and Saturn resemble the designation of Mars within humanity's solar system plans, yet with some distinctions. Mars stands alone as an industrial planet, whereas the numerous moons of Jupiter and Saturn host diverse industrial clusters, collectively forming a singular industrial hub. Over the past 25 years, one could assert that human civilization has made substantial strides in its expansion throughout the solar system. Presently, humanity continues to rely on the productivity of the Earth-Moon system and Mars, as well as the resources from Mercury, Venus, and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, to augment the scale of industrial clusters on the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, preparing for the final phase of its expansion endeavors within the solar system. In the same year, within the realm of transportation capabilities, the research team for electric propulsion systems unveiled another model of their technology. This model is anticipated to be the last of its kind for a considerable period. Mr. Lin, the Star-class electric propulsion system represents the pinnacle of what we can achieve under current technological conditions. Future enhancements may necessitate breakthroughs in other critical technologies, such as energy advancements. A researcher reported to Lin following the conclusion of the Star-class electric propulsion system experiments. However, by that time, we might not even require the electric propulsion system, as new propulsion alternatives may supersede the current design. Lin nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment, his gaze fixed upon the newly manufactured and experimentally completed electric propulsion system. Strictly speaking, this latest electric propulsion system was not developed for the purposes of expansion and exploration within the solar system. Its lower propellant consumption extended acceleration duration, and higher speed limits do not manifest significant advantages for navigation within the confines of the solar system. It is entirely suited for deep space vessels, based on current experimental data, and following previously established design philosophies for long-range spacecraft. It is estimated that a vessel equipped with this propulsion system could achieve a maximum velocity of 8.1 the speed of light after a protracted acceleration period of 10 years. This may well represent the upper limits of what electric propulsion technology can achieve. Let us construct two more long-range vessels, to be named Star 1 and Star 2. Lin did not refuse the researchers' proposal, but merely stated this before departing. The researchers in the relevant fields, along with various production units within the industrial and manufacturing systems, promptly sprang into action, tasked with designing and constructing the Star-class long-range spacecraft. Leveraging this latest, and perhaps final, iteration of the electric propulsion system. Chapter 33, Exploring the Choices of Long Voyages Given the Current Productivity of Humanity, Constructing Two Long-Range Spacecraft, which no longer pose technical challenges, would naturally take little time. While the Martian industrial cluster was expanding its production capabilities for the various materials and equipment required in the industrial zones of the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, it also managed to allocate some resources to complete the construction of two Starlight-class long-range spacecraft within the same month. Certainly, upon closer examination, the construction process of these two Starlight-class vessels was quite spectacular. The core structures of these ships, along with the various systems they required, sourced their equipment and instruments from a total of 280 Martian cities located on the surface of Mars and its moon, Phobos. In fact, thousands of industrial zones within these 280 cities contributed to the manufacturing process. Each industrial zone contained several production modules, each of which was composed of numerous production chains, and each chain comprised various fundamental industrial units. This vast array of basic industrial and production units formed an extensive industrial cluster that encompassed every aspect of the manufacturing process for the Starlight-class vessels, from the raw materials to the production of all components and frameworks. The raw materials required for this production may have also originated from the moons of Saturn and Jupiter, as well as Venus and Mercury, in addition to Mars itself. Although these materials were not necessarily transported specifically for the construction of the two Starlight-class vessels, they were essential to the Martian industrial cluster's operations, which relied on foundational resources from various celestial bodies within the solar system. Ultimately, the two Starlight-class spacecraft were fully assembled in Mars-synchronous orbit and entered a state of readiness. It can be said that although the production time was brief, this achievement truly reflects the current industrial capabilities of humanity, marking a significant advancement in technological proficiency. In contrast, had the level of technology been lesser, even with a month of concentrated effort, it might not have been feasible to construct such vessels. According to the plan, each Starlight-class vessel will accommodate a larger crew than the previously launched Explorer and Voyager, with a capacity of 6,000 individuals. During the subsequent voyage, the crew count is expected to maintain a level between 6,000 and 7,000. However, selecting the crew is not an urgent matter for human civilization. Even if the selection occurs on the day of departure, suitable candidates can be promptly assigned to the spacecraft. Nevertheless, prior to the launch of Starlight 1 and Starlight 2, a crucial decision must be made regarding the ultimate destination of the two vessels. This involves choosing two new directions from the numerous potential courses identified by relevant field researchers or pursuing the trajectory of the earlier Voyager ships to catch up with them. This consideration pertains to the two long-range spacecraft that embarked on their journey some time ago. The Explorer and Voyager, which set sail in the year 91 of the calendar, reached their maximum velocity by year 94 and have since continued their journey at a constant speed until today. The two Voyager spacecraft have traversed the vast expanse of the cosmos at a maximum velocity of 2.31 the speed of light for 61 years. Approximately 13 to 14 years ago, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 breached the outer limits of the Oort cloud from different directions, gradually making their way toward the regions inhabited by neighboring solar systems. This marked humanity's inaugural venture into interstellar space in the truest sense. Although Even after a considerable time beyond the Oort cloud, the vistas visible to the two spacecraft remained largely unchanged, lacking any dramatic alterations. The people of that era still erupted in jubilant celebration. At this moment, while the two Voyager spacecraft are on divergent trajectories, they are situated roughly 1.4 light-years from Earth. Given the current state of human communication technology, maintaining regular contact with Earth from this distance has become increasingly challenging. Nevertheless, humanity possesses a less technological means of connection. The link between the Tao of Lin and the segment of humanity that has ventured beyond the solar system remains unaffected, unchanged by the expanding scale of space. Thus, with a mere thought from Lin Tao, all individuals aboard the two Voyager spacecraft, now 1.4 light-years from Earth, are instantly apprised of events transpiring on the planet or within the solar system. They are then confronted with a choice. After more than 60 years of celestial navigation, the initial 4,000 individuals who boarded the Voyager spacecraft from various human settlements within the solar system have largely succumbed to the passage of time aboard the vessels. The few who remain have long since departed from their original vocations. Currently, the duties of maintaining and operating the two spacecraft have entirely transitioned to the first, second, and even third generations born aboard. The younger generation of humanity aboard the spacecraft is growing up in this environment. Thanks to the existence of Lin Tao, the successive generations of crew members aboard the Voyager have maintained a seamless continuity, devoid of any turmoil. Although those born aboard the spacecraft have never spent a single day on humanity's home planet or other major settlements, they do not lack a profound sense of belonging to human civilization. They have wholeheartedly embraced the aspirations of the previous generation, unshaken in their commitment to the mission of the Voyager. They recognize that their generation may not be able to guide the spacecraft to its final destination, fully aware that they are traversing a seemingly endless path with their entire lives. Yet, they do not harbor feelings of regret. On the contrary, as they reflect on their lives in their twilight years, they perceive their existence as immensely fulfilling. Under their stewardship, the Voyager has journeyed further into the cosmos, a monumental achievement in their eyes. Throughout this process, they find no monotony. Steering the Voyager ever onward is a source of unwavering excitement, joy, and an enduring passion that they will never tire of. Moreover, they were all acutely aware that this vessel of exploration was destined to fulfill its ultimate mission. Whether in the next generation or in the 100th generation of humanity aboard the ship, Shanghai was the first human to be born on the exploration. However, apart from being the earliest born, he did not exhibit any remarkable talents throughout his subsequent life. He completed his education within the framework of human civilization's teachings left aboard the ship, just like his peers, and when it came time to specialize, he chose a field of engineering that would aid in the long-term operation of the vessel, as per the educational requirements. He gradually mastered the knowledge within his chosen specialty throughout his life. This year, at the age of 60, he was responsible for the maintenance of certain systems aboard the ship, overseeing only a minuscule segment of the overall framework. Even if issues arose, they would likely have minimal impact on the ship as a whole. Nevertheless, since officially assuming this responsibility, he had devoted his entire first half of life to this small area, diligently attending to every detail without ever relaxing his efforts. He was intimately familiar with every nuance of his responsibilities, and when mentoring the young individual poised to inherit his duties, he exhibited immense patience and meticulousness, eager to impart the wealth of useful experiences he had accrued over a lifetime in this seemingly uncomplicated role. Akin to the crew member who had formerly held this position and had since passed away, the young apprentice, much like the younger version of himself, approached the task with utmost seriousness and care, aspiring to uphold the legacy of all accumulated knowledge. In recent years, however, as age began to take its toll, his physical capabilities had steadily declined. While he wished to continue contributing to the stable operation of the vessel for as long as possible, he was also mindful that his diminishing eyesight could impede his responsibilities. Thus, when he recognized that his health would no longer allow him to fulfill these duties, he would resolutely pass the torch onward. This was a mission and responsibility he felt compelled to honor. Upon receiving a message from Mr. Lin, Disseminated to every individual aboard the vessel, the elder was engaged in a routine inspection with a young mentee in the area he oversaw. Upon receiving the news, his immediate reaction, like that of the young apprentice and all crew members aboard the ship, was one of excitement, exhilaration, and joy. They rejoiced at the prospect of humanity constructing an even more powerful and faster vessel, enabling Mr. Lin to traverse the outer reaches of the solar system in a shorter span of time. They did not dwell on the potential negative ramifications of this development. Their hearts were merely filled with happiness for human civilization and for Mr. Lin. Subsequently, they faced a pivotal choice, a decision that would ultimately determine the direction in which the two new vessels would embark. The first option suggests that human civilization will construct 2 additional star-class interstellar vessels to retrieve them from their current location. From a technological standpoint, pinpointing their exact position has become quite challenging. However, with the guidance of Lin Dao, they can sense their whereabouts with relative clarity. Concurrently, as they are brought back, the other 2 star-class vessels will take over their existing mission, continuing their journey to even more distant realms. The second option entails that the star-class vessels will maintain their current trajectory, and upon arrival, the crew will be transferred from the existing interstellar ships to the star-class vessels to continue their voyage. The third option allows them to persist in their expedition while the star-class vessels venture toward other novel directions. This choice may prove somewhat arduous for individuals within an ordinary collective civilization. Yet, for contemporary human civilization, the decision is rather straightforward. Once Mr. Lin communicated this choice to them, they felt a blend of joy for both humanity and Mr. Lin, prompting them to act without delay. On the communication terminals worn by each individual, a voting option appeared. The crew members aboard the 2 interstellar vessels did not convene for this decision. Like the humans on the ground and within the solar system, they were accustomed to communicating through their integrated human communication system since birth. Although distance posed a barrier, preventing them from directly communicating with others across different regions of the solar system, their identification codes remained unique within the human communication network, just like everyone else. This instance of voting on the communication terminal was somewhat special. For them, it was unnecessary to make a choice on the terminal. They merely needed to convey their decision to Mr. Lin, confident that he would hear them. "Mr. Lin, I choose to remain aboard the Explorer," spoke Shanghai, his voice melding with that of a young companion. The expressions of both the elder and the youth were adorned with smiles. It was almost predictable. The crew members aboard both the Explorer and the Voyager unanimously opted for the third choice, that is, to remain on the 2 interstellar vessels and continue their unfinished voyage. Upon hearing this, a crew member from the Voyager remarked, "Mr. Lin, please allow the new star-class vessel to navigate towards uncharted territories." Compared to the new ship, the vessel we inhabit may resemble a faltering elder. Yet, we have already traversed the 1.4 light-years to Blue Star and are willing to conserve time for the star-class vessel on this journey. Allow it to sail toward new directions, unexplored by human civilization. Perhaps, when it reaches new realms beyond the solar system, we will still be en route, yet we too shall witness the unfolding journey. The direction in which the starship ventures reveals new vistas, signifying our shared existence as part of human civilization. Presently, with the advent of faster interstellar vessels, the missions of the Voyager and Pioneer spacecraft, which embarked on their journeys over 60 years ago, seem to have lost their significance. The new starship can traverse the 1.4 light-years covered by the 2 earlier vessels in a considerably shorter duration. Yet, can we truly deem their efforts insignificant? The advancements of the starship, though remarkable, exist in the present, while the Voyager and Pioneer have already granted humanity a glimpse of stars beyond a light-year away, which is, in itself, a profound achievement. Now, the Voyager and Pioneer are resolute in continuing their odyssey. Perhaps the new starship will traverse other paths and reach destinations sooner than the Voyager and Pioneer. But those 2 vessels will ultimately arrive at their own endpoints. Rather than retracing the journeys they have already completed, they might yearn for humanity's dominion to catch up with their progress, thus fulfilling the mission of their voyage. Furthermore, for the inhabitants of the 2 Voyager spacecraft, though each vessel houses merely a few thousand individuals, forming a small microcosm of society, they do not feel isolated in comparison to the billions within the entirety of human civilization. Despite the vastness of space, they remain inextricably linked to the collective of humanity, extending like a hand reaching out toward the distant horizon. Lin Dao has long been devoid of emotional fluctuations, yet at this moment, faced with the choices of those aboard the two Voyager vessels, he experiences a stirring within. This sentiment, however, is not solely instigated by the inhabitants of the spacecraft. Their words and decisions serve as a catalyst, prompting deeper reflections on the tangible expansion of human civilization within the solar system. Under his guidance, humanity is indeed enacting an epic narrative, one rich not only in grand storytelling, but also in the intricate intertwining of countless individual destinies. Everyone is influenced by his will, yet none have lost their self-awareness. Instead, it resembles a melding of his intent into a cohesive whole that can be continually subdivided, yet remains fully integrated. Lin Dao himself is uncertain of his current thoughts, but experiencing emotional turbulence is, in this moment, a welcome occurrence. Ultimately, regarding the choices made by the inhabitants of the two Voyager vessels, Lin Dao refrains from imposing new decisions. The new Starship class, Starship 1 and Starship 2, each selects 6,000 crew members from a predetermined pool of candidates, embarking toward two new directions beyond the solar system. Much like the earlier Voyager vessels, Starship 1 possesses a definitive destination, a planetary system approximately 62 light-years away. The second star cluster, however, sets its course toward a more distant location, one that is undoubtedly beyond reach, while primarily focusing on the various planetary systems encountered along the journey. Chapter 34, Stellar-Class Fundamental Research Apparatus Symbolically. The launch of the Stellar-Class deep space vessels, representing the pinnacle of human propulsion systems, marks a significant event. However, in terms of productivity contribution, it remains rather trivial. The year of the launch of the Star 1 and Star 2 coincides with the year 145 in our calendar. The total population of humanity, distributed across the Earth-Moon system, Mars, Venus, Mercury, and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, has surpassed 38 billion. The vast majority still reside on the surface of the Earth, while Mars continues to host the largest population beyond the terrestrial realm, with over 300 million inhabitants scattered across its numerous cities in suitable areas. The energy supply for these Martian cities primarily relies on second-generation controllable nuclear fusion reactors, supplemented by solar power generation facilities. The essential resources required for various consumption and industrial production are intricately supplied through interplanetary exchanges among several planetary systems. Following Mars, the Moon, and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn have seen modest population growth, with the Moon's population gradually increasing from 50 million to 80 million in recent years. Although Saturn and Jupiter are distantly separated, they are considered part of a subsystem in humanity's solar system planning, aptly named the Saturn-Jupiter Industrial Hub. The Saturn region leans more towards industrial cluster development with some resource extraction, while Jupiter is primarily focused on resource development, with limited industrial clusters serving as a supplement to Saturn's industrial activities. The total population of extraterrestrial cities established on the large moons between Jupiter and Saturn is roughly comparable to that of the Moon, totaling over 90 million residents. The third tier of permanent populations comprises Venus, Mercury, and the asteroid belt, categorized within the resource regions of the solar system. Each of these areas maintains a resident population ranging from 10 million to 20 million, collectively still falling short of the Moon's population. It is noteworthy that the current distribution of permanent populations across various planets and regions is far from reaching the limits envisioned for human civilization within the solar system. According to long-term planning, extraterrestrial regions will ultimately need to accommodate a significantly larger proportion of residents relative to the current total human population. Fast forward to the year 150. 5 years have elapsed since the launch of the Stellar-class deep space vessels, yet both vessels remain in the acceleration phase. Occasionally, Lin Dao finds himself monitoring the progress of these two Stellar-class ships, much like he did before. However, as they are still navigating within the confines of the solar system, there have been no remarkable discoveries to report thus far. Furthermore, this year has witnessed the occurrence of a rather significant event. Human civilization has expended the majority of its productivity on the new industrial hub situated between Jupiter and Saturn. After 5 years of expansion of this industrial cluster, it has fundamentally satisfied humanity's quest for further exploration and development, extending its reach to the vicinity of Neptune. Consequently, the endeavor to develop the last two gas giants of our solar system, Uranus and Neptune, has commenced. The average distance from Uranus to Saturn is approximately 1.4 billion kilometers, while the journey from Uranus to Neptune approaches 2 billion kilometers. Naturally, this calculation presents certain challenges, as planets are in constant motion. The distances vary significantly depending on their positions in their respective orbits. However, it sufficiently illustrates the rationale behind the delayed focus on the development of Uranus and Neptune. The positioning of these celestial bodies inherently complicates humanity's efforts to explore them. The distance from Earth to Uranus has already begun to multiply compared to the distance from Earth to Saturn, and the same applies when considering Neptune. Nonetheless, this does not ultimately hinder humanity's intention to exploit and occupy the regions surrounding these two colossal planets. It merely results in a relatively slower and later progression. In that very year, the Jupiter-Saturn Industrial Center, once completed, fully operationalized humanity's ambitions to occupy the final two planets within the inner solar system. Of course, it was not solely the Jupiter-Saturn Industrial Hub that played a pivotal role in this final push for the inner solar system. Every industrial and production unit within the realm controlled by humanity was set into motion. The asteroid belt, along with Venus and Mercury, was fervently generating resources, which were then transported through bustling trade routes to Earth, the Moon, and Mars, 3 planets designated as industrial hubs. The industrial clusters of human civilization continuously unleashed a torrent of productivity, transforming essential resources into the equipment, materials, machinery, and instruments necessary for the exploration of the last two gas giants. After a century of development and decades of expansion, the productivity unleashed by human civilization has reached staggering and exaggerated levels. The hive-like nature of human civilization has begun to resemble the formidable characteristics of an insectoid civilization. In addition to long-range spacecraft, a multitude of interstellar vessels equipped with the stellar electric propulsion system has been produced. Although this propulsion system's primary advantage may not be fully realized in the short-distance travel of the inner solar system, it is still beneficial to marginally reduce the travel time between Uranus and Neptune. In pursuing the objectives set forth by Mr. Lin, humanity has always been exceptionally focused on efficiency. When the first interstellar vessel, named the Kuiper class and produced by the Jupiter-Saturn Industrial Cluster, equipped with the stellar electric propulsion system, reached the satellite Titania of Uranus, it marked the beginning of humanity's occupation of the orbital regions of Uranus and the more distant orbital area of Neptune. From the establishment of the first extraterrestrial base on Tianhui 3, the remaining journey for human civilization has become merely a matter of time. The audacious advance towards the last two gas giants in the inner solar system has drawn the attention of Lin Dao. From his perspective, this grand tableau is indeed awe-inspiring. Human civilization, having expanded to the orbit of Saturn, embarks on yet another voyage, akin to ink that has dispersed, seeping into ever greater expanses. In terms of resource and productivity needs, it can be argued that there is no pressing necessity for human civilization to extend its reach to the orbit of Neptune. Although a population nearing 40 billion appears substantial, the vast resources and energy harvested from Venus, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn's moons, alongside the asteroid belt, provide more than ample sustenance for the functioning of humanity. Presently, the resources required for the normal operations of this segment of civilization constitute but a fraction of overall productivity and output. However, at this juncture, the notion of expansion has never been dictated solely by resource considerations. When Lin Dao proposed the establishment of lunar cities, it was not due to a lack of resources from Earth. For humanity, the primary driving force remains the fulfillment of the objectives set forth by Lin Dao. Even an expansion to Neptune, while seemingly unnecessary for the current operational needs of civilization, is pursued with fervor. The planning for the last two gas giants in the inner solar system mirrors the prior strategies employed for Jupiter and Saturn. Uranus and its moons will predominantly serve as resource hubs, generating materials and supplemented by industrial clusters with ancillary roles. To illustrate, this arrangement resembles the auxiliary cities near a core metropolis, supplemented by resource-centric towns. Neptune, as the final gas giant in the inner solar system and the furthest from the Sun, orbits at an average distance of approximately 29 astronomical units. Plans are afoot to construct a new industrial center around its multiple moons, positioning it as an industrial star, drawing upon the resources inherent to Neptune's orbit. Alongside those from Uranus and portions of the Kuiper Belt, this will serve as a launching pad for humanity's expansion toward the outer reaches of the solar system and beyond. In the ensuing period, human civilization will diligently strive to realize this ambitious blueprint. In the year 155, the spacecraft Chuanxing I and Chuanxing II completed their acceleration phase and entered a stable cruising stage. Nevertheless, they remain within the confines of the Oort cloud, with an anticipated 8 years required to breach its bounds. Meanwhile, the construction efforts for Uranus and Neptune continue vigorously, though the preliminary completion still lies ahead. In the realm of scientific research, which is of paramount importance to the long-term development of human civilization, this year did not yield any remarkable breakthroughs. It can even be asserted that, when reflecting on the past few decades, human civilization has made only incremental advancements in certain niche areas. For instance, the artificial womb technology initially housed within the Voyager and Pioneer spacecraft has been refined in recent years through the diligent efforts of various researchers. This technology has not only been employed aboard the Starship that embarked a decade ago, but has also found application in terrestrial and solar system human settlements in recent years. Nonetheless, the implementation of this technology has had negligible impact on the current shape of human civilization. After all, with the presence of Lindau, human society has, to a certain extent, reached the pinnacle of a specific trajectory. Furthermore, advancements in human communication devices have enabled preliminary brain control capabilities, allowing individuals to input language swiftly through mere thought on personal communication terminals. This innovation marks a stride towards the ultimate vision of a communication system where individuals can exchange thoughts in real time without delays. However, these technological strides can only be regarded as minor breakthroughs within limited domains concerning the entirety of human civilization. Critical research fields such as energy, transportation capacity, computational power, and materials have languished for quite some time. From Lindau's perspective, it is evident that the technological progression of human civilization has seemingly stagnated over the past few decades. In this context, discussions surrounding materials hold little significance. While diverse outputs have been produced, the vast majority remain confined within human material repositories, awaiting the moment they might be utilized effectively. Yet, a decisive material has yet to emerge. As for energy, it has faced prolonged stagnation. Since Lindau last awakened from hibernation, advancements in transportation capacity technology have been made, particularly with the update of electric propulsion systems. Conversely, the second-generation fusion technology, which was in use during Lindau's hibernation, continues to persist today. Although there have been some improvements, they amount to mere incremental enhancements, with the technology still classified as second-generation fusion. Fortunately, in recent years, scholars and researchers in the realm of heavy nuclear fusion technology have begun to uncover promising leads. Among the significant research domains, the most pronounced impasse is found in the fields of transportation capacity and computational power. Following the advent of the Starship's electric propulsion system, researchers in related fields have tirelessly sought new directions. However, research on propellantless propulsion mechanisms and strategies has, to date, yielded no progress. The challenges surrounding computational power are not solely rooted in the technology itself. They encompass materials, industry, foundational logic, and the entire developmental framework. Researchers have exhausted various approaches. Yet while there have been advancements, the increase in computational power remains modest. Breakthroughs in more fundamental aspects may be necessary before entering a new era of computational power. Amidst these stalemates in critical research domains, the researchers within human civilization have gradually come to believe that they may have overlooked some pivotal elements. In terms of capacity, there remains a considerable gap between the current electric propulsion systems and the proposed propellantless propulsion schemes, necessitating numerous crucial steps. These advancements may reside in realms yet untouched by the existing human scientific framework. Consequently, a group of researchers, geniuses who have benefited from the ascension clause within human civilization, has proposed an ambitious plan. They aspire to concentrate their productive efforts to construct a solar particle accelerator in a ring around the sun, aiming to gather fundamental data and seek breakthroughs in foundational theories following humanity's expansion within the inner solar system. At the very least, they hope to achieve a grand unified theory and establish a comprehensive standard model. For contemporary human civilization, constructing a Dyson sphere is undoubtedly neither feasible nor necessary, as the resources within the solar system are insufficient. However, the establishment of a solar particle accelerator for fundamental research and experimentation is, albeit challenging, within the realm of possibility. It merely requires a concerted effort from humanity over an extended period. This proposal was presented to Lin Dao by researchers in relevant fields, who engaged in discussions that he observed firsthand. Mo Dao endorsed the plan. Over the past century, humanity has not ceased its exploration of foundational fields, yielding numerous results. Yet, it now necessitates a significant and pivotal breakthrough to sustain the advancement of crucial technologies. For a typical civilization, this plan would resemble a grand gamble, investing decades, if not centuries, of collective productivity on the hope that a stellar particle accelerator could yield new insights in fundamental research. Should it succeed, the rewards would be immense. However, failure could potentially lead to the disintegration of civilization itself. Furthermore, the efficacy of the particle accelerator in yielding valuable information remains uncertain. The energy requirements for microscopic research often leap across substantial orders of magnitude. Nevertheless, for a civilization that has undergone a metamorphosis into a swarm-like existence, such a gamble comes with virtually limitless opportunities for trial and error. Even if it takes decades or centuries of productivity to arrive at an empty outcome, with Lin Dao's presence, the impact on human civilization would be minimal. At most, researchers in the relevant fields would regroup, seek new approaches, and initiate a second attempt. For a swarm-like human civilization, as long as the civilization persists and time continues to unfold, any question with a potential answer will eventually reveal that singular truth. It's merely a matter of time. In this year, humanity has determined the subsequent steps to be undertaken after completing the expansion within the inner solar system. This grand plan currently lacks a precise timeline for its ultimate completion. As time flows onward, the years are marked: Year 156, Year 160. Chapter 35, Planetary Civilization. Uranus and Neptune, positioned at the fringe of the solar system, have significantly influenced humanity's endeavors in their development and construction, with the current advanced stellar electric propulsion systems powering interstellar spacecraft. The journey from either the Earth or the Moon to Mars takes approximately 3 to 4.5 days, contingent upon the relative positions of Earth and Mars. Conversely, reaching Jupiter, despite the greater distance and time required for acceleration, still demands between 8 to 10 days. The voyage to Saturn extends the travel time to 13 to 16 days. For Uranus, the journey exceeds 24 days, and for Neptune, the most distant planet within the solar system, it requires over a month. Consequently, a round trip to Neptune from the Earth-Moon system necessitates more than 70 days. In light of this, the construction of Uranus and Neptune is not solely reliant on departures from the Earth-Moon system. Even as industrial planets and resource zones developed by human civilization throughout the inner solar system collectively contribute to the construction of these two gas giants, the progress remains slower compared to other regions. Nevertheless, despite this lag, the vast productivity of human civilization continues to propel the development plans for these two planets in an orderly manner. The Earth-Moon system, Mars, and the industrial centers of Jupiter and Saturn have collectively constructed numerous new interstellar spacecraft, compensating for the lengthy one-way transport times. Even with the substantial duration required for a round trip to Neptune, there is assurance that multiple spacecraft depart every hour of each Earth day, laden with resources from the three industrial centers, ensuring the continuous arrival of goods at Neptune. As time swiftly passes during humanity's final push for the construction of the inner solar system, The initiative for Uranus was completed in the year 161, while the development of Neptune extended until the year 168, marking its official completion. From the years 150 to 168, the endeavor to develop the last two gas giants spanned 18 years. Completing such a monumental project in this era would have been inconceivable in the previous age. However, for the people of this time, the duration already seems somewhat protracted. In reality, there is little basis for comparison in terms of productivity. Even a few cities on the surface of Mars, powered by second-generation controllable nuclear fusion and supported by intelligent machinery clusters driven by extensive computational units, exceed the total productivity of humanity in the previous era. Since the year 16, human civilization has ascended several tiers in terms of productivity and technology. The 18 years of construction, though perceived as lengthy in the eyes of humanity, can be described as a period wherein every individual within the realm of human civilization has devoted every moment meticulously and without waste. Since the commencement of the year 16, spanning a remarkable 152 years, humanity has exhibited unwavering diligence. From the educational system to industrial and production frameworks, and extending to research methodologies, each member of civilization has contributed their utmost capabilities, ensuring that the collective productivity, creativity, and strength of humanity have coalesced seamlessly, devoid of internal waste, towards a singular objective: advancing in unison. From a historical perspective, this chapter of human civilization resembles an epic narrative, a torrent where each droplet of water embraces one another, forming a cohesive whole, enabling the flow to possess the resilience of steel, relentlessly overcoming every obstacle in its path. At last, in this year, the civilization that has dared to tread among the stars has once again achieved a monumental milestone. In a span of 168 years, human civilization has erected a monument, a metallic tablet, marking the preliminary conclusion of extensive construction within the inner solar system. This metallic tablet, propelled by a stellar-class electric propulsion system, has facilitated the capture of a celestial body, a mere 8 kilometers in diameter, by Neptune's gravitational pull, transforming it into a new satellite orbiting the planet. Upon this newly established satellite, the metallic monument stands tall. Crafted from the proud human alloy 6001, the monument measures 168 meters in height, 16 meters in width, and 1 meter in thickness, taking the form of an elongated rectangular slab. Inscribed upon its surface are but 2 characters: humanity. The satellite, supported by human propulsion systems, remains steadfast in a designated orbit, completing a full revolution around Neptune in precisely 1 Earth day. Traditionally, this metallic slab is regarded as a commemoration of humanity's achievement in constructing the inner solar system, serving simultaneously as a boundary marker of current human civilization. Its dimensions signify the temporal milestone of this initial construction phase, while the 24-hour orbital cycle corresponds to an essential datum of humanity's home planet. Objectively speaking, this metallic monument holds no intrinsic significance. Should any extraterrestrial civilization approach within a proximity that allows for a clear observation of this tablet without prior warning, it would essentially signify the commencement of hostilities between the two. Yet, despite its lack of objective meaning, human civilization has nonetheless chosen to construct it. Upon the completion of this distinctive boundary marker, as it begins its stable orbit around Neptune, the echoes of jubilant cheers resonate from within the extraterrestrial cities on Neptune's orbit, reaching even the distant research stations in the Kuiper Belt. In the 16th year of the era, under the command of Lintao, human civilization embarked on its journey towards the cosmos. After a span of 152 years, fueled by the myriad inspirations ignited by countless geniuses, humanity evolved from its planetary origins to its present state. The construction of the inner solar system was completed, and thus delineated by the Kuiper Belt. Human civilization exerted control over an expansive celestial domain, encompassing the orbits of Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Mercury, and the Earth-Moon system, extending over 30 astronomical units. Based on the plans established in 86, the year Lintao emerged from hibernation, human civilization developed a robust industrial and production system. This included the Earth-Moon system, Mars' industrial star, and a superindustrial center situated between Uranus and Neptune, along with various resource development zones on Mercury, Venus, the asteroid belt, and Jupiter. Human settlements stretched from the lunar surface to Mercury, and from Mercury to the Kuiper belt, marking humanity's footprints throughout the inner solar system. In the final 18 years dedicated to the development of Uranus and Neptune, the population across all extraterrestrial settlements surged concurrently. To date, in the orbits of Uranus and Neptune, at the fringes of the Kuiper belt, and within the satellite, synchronous orbit, and space routes, the resident population has surpassed 60 million. Furthermore, in the region between Jupiter and Saturn, the populace has seen a significant increase compared to a decade ago, exceeding 200 million. Mars, along with the encompassing asteroid belt, stands as the most densely populated area within the solar system outside of Earth, with a resident count exceeding 500 million and rapidly approaching 600 million. This remarkable growth is largely attributed to the inherent nature of contemporary human civilization, as individuals seldom dwell on the complexities of interstellar migration whenever the need arises. Earth's inhabitants continuously replenish the relevant regions. On the lunar surface, the population finally climbed to 100 million. On Mercury and Venus, despite being resource-rich planets, the number of inhabitants surrounding each celestial body ultimately exceeded 50 million. One could assert that within the inner solar system, the number of non-native residents has surpassed 1 billion. This signifies that the expansion of human civilization in the inner solar system is not merely an occupation, but a tangible incorporation of these realms into the dominion of humanity. Cheers reverberated across the expanses of Jupiter and Saturn, as the extraterrestrial cities within the moons of these colossal planets echoed with the jubilant exclamations of countless individuals. The cheers continued to resonate, or rather, these exclamations erupted simultaneously, as the message of humanity's completion of the construction of the inner solar system was conveyed by Lin Dao without delay. This news reached every corner of the inner solar system: Earth, the lunar surface, Venus, Mars, Mercury, and the asteroid belt. At this moment, humanity thrived along the bustling routes within the inner solar system, their excitement and jubilation forming the very essence of civilization. It is uncertain whether the collective exhilaration of humanity influenced Lin Dao, the solitary consciousness of the entire insectoid civilization, or if such emotions amassed throughout the solar system infected him as well. At this juncture, Lin Dao, too, felt a sense of elation. The accomplishment of constructing the inner solar system indeed instilled a sense of achievement, even within him. In moments when Lin Dao often felt adrift, he now experienced a reminiscent thrill akin to the first time one engages in wingsuit flying without a parachute, rediscovering the freshness of the world. From the Kuiper belt to Neptune and Mercury, he could sense the emotions of all people. He could observe through their perspectives. At this moment, a smile finally graced Lin Dao's face. Historically speaking, from this moment onward, humanity, having emerged from its home planet, has undeniably ascended to the status of a planetary civilization. Perhaps humanity should more accurately be referred to as the solar system civilization from this point forward. The completion of the metallic monolith signifies that humanity has finalized the construction of the inner solar system. Uranus and Neptune, now complete, have officially been integrated into the vast industrial and production system of humanity. With the dominion over space extending beyond 30 astronomical units in radius, humanity's productivity has once again surged. Compared to the past, humanity has become significantly more formidable, and this strength transcends mere productivity. At this moment, the completion of the inner solar system's construction was a foreseeable achievement for every individual in human civilization. Since the day Mr. Lin issued the directive, it seemed inevitable that humanity would fulfill this ambition. In a sense, this exemplifies the formidable potential of the solar system civilization. The celebrations following the announcement of the inner solar system's completion were brief, or perhaps they did not impede individuals from progressing with their next tasks. While the joy stemming from this event may linger within each member of humanity for a considerable time, all individuals were resolute in not allowing it to interfere with their responsibilities. On the very day the inner solar system's construction was declared complete, humanity began to turn its focus toward the next phase, setting its sights on the subsequent objectives that lay ahead. The insectoid civilization of humanity possesses an unparalleled advantage in this regard. Individuals do not experience the mental exhaustion often associated with the completion of monumental construction projects. There is no need for rest or adjustment before embarking on another major endeavor. For them, perhaps due to physiological fatigue, it is essential to ensure adequate rest. Yet they have never encountered psychological weariness or ennui. Each day is imbued with positivity and vitality. When humanity's civilization necessitates the adoption of a new overarching objective, there is no requirement for psychological recalibration or mobilization. Those eligible naturally rise to the occasion, commencing their work in relevant fields. Thus, the overall impression may seem somewhat exaggerated. In one moment, people are celebrating the successful completion of the inner ring construction within the solar system, and in the next, they are diligently engaged in the tasks required for the next phase of their objectives. The forthcoming goal for humanity, as previously articulated by numerous researchers and scholars to Mr. Lin, who has since acquiesced, is the stellar particle accelerator. Humanity aspires to achieve breakthroughs in fundamental research to refine foundational theories, thereby facilitating significant advancements in critical scientific domains. Among these, the most pivotal is likely the realm of transportation capabilities. Humanity is in urgent need of a more advanced propulsion system, a method of thrust devoid of propellant. Based on the travel distances of the previous two fleets of exploratory spacecraft, it is evident that the current velocity of interstellar vessels is woefully inadequate. Even when considering the vast cosmos, within the confines of the galaxy, the speed of human spacecraft resembles that of a sluggish snail. It is widely acknowledged that Mr. Lin's ultimate aim is to venture into deep space, yearning to behold distant realms and phenomena previously unseen. To actualize Mr. Lin's long-term aspiration, the development of a more sophisticated propulsion system is indispensable. Moreover, even disregarding speed, the current issues surrounding propellant consumption in electric propulsion systems pose significant long-term challenges for human civilization. To state it bluntly, present-day human propellant thrusters cannot support a mass migration or expansion of civilization across distances of hundreds or thousands of light-years. At best, they may facilitate the expansion of humanity to nearby planetary systems within a 10-light-year radius, and that is contingent upon Mr. Lin's presence. Otherwise, traversing the expanse of a civilization's domain from one end to the other would, at the very least, require centuries, and given that individual lifespans rarely exceed a century, fragmentation becomes inevitable. In summary, the construction of a stellar-grade foundational experimental apparatus to pursue breakthroughs in more fundamental and microscopic fields is a path that humanity, having evolved to this stage, must traverse. This consensus was established long ago among the supergeniuses, researchers, and scholars within human civilization. Chapter 36. The Solar Ring Particle Accelerator. You propose that the enigma of achieving propellant-less propulsion necessitates the construction of a stellar-grade particle accelerator for exploration. How, then, should civilizations that lack such organizational capacity transcend this threshold? During a conference attended by numerous researchers discussing and investigating the stellar-grade particle accelerator, Lin Dao appeared unexpectedly in a corner of the meeting. Throughout the proceedings, Lin Dao refrained from intervening. However, upon the conclusion of the discussions, he suddenly posed a question. "Mr. Lin, we may not be able to provide a definitive answer to that inquiry," responded one researcher. "The only extraterrestrial civilization we are currently in contact with remains the octopus civilization. From our understanding of them, their methods of attainment appear to diverge entirely from ours, as if we are not on the same path." After a brief pause, another middle-aged researcher continued, "For a civilization, the necessity of advanced propellant-less propulsion systems should arise only after achieving a certain level of dominion and expansion within its planetary system. Civilizations that reach this stage may, albeit in various forms, have developed a degree of cohesion that enables them to advance thus far. In a more optimistic scenario, they might even consolidate resources to construct stellar-grade foundational research facilities. Yet, their margin for error would be significantly lower than ours, as a single failure could lead to irretrievable consequences. Furthermore, under the theory of civilization filters, the construction of a stellar-grade particle accelerator itself may serve as a criterion for selection. Only those capable of surpassing this threshold may evolve into more powerful civilizations, while those who cannot will regress into a cyclical historical pattern, gradually fading away over time, much like the fleeting spray of waves in the vast ocean. Ephemeral in the grand scheme of the cosmos. Of course, there may be alternative paths that circumvent such requirements, he added, recalling the octopus civilization. Lindau nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The particle accelerator that humanity aspires to construct around the sun bears a resemblance to the structure of a Dyson sphere, albeit it will undoubtedly be far more delicate. If one were to liken a true Dyson sphere to a ribbon encircling the sun, the proposed solar ring particle accelerator would be akin to a single thread enveloping it. The decision to construct it around the sun, rather than in other areas within the 30 astronomical units already controlled by humanity, is motivated by the intent to harness the energy emitted by the sun itself. This approach alleviates the need to transmit this energy elsewhere, as the associated costs would render such energy far less efficient than that produced by humanity's second-generation fusion reactors. Ultimately, it suffices that this energy can adequately meet the operational demands of the solar ring particle accelerator. This approach will undoubtedly alleviate numerous complications for the subsequent operation of the solar ring particle collider. As for the precise location of the construction of this stellar-grade particle collider, it is evident that it cannot be situated in close proximity to the solar surface and must certainly be distanced from the corona. Such a distance does not only fail to meet the requirements for a stellar-grade particle accelerator, but humanity currently lacks the capability to achieve that. Based on the research needs and practical considerations articulated by a multitude of scholars, it has been planned that the solar ring particle collider will be constructed within a range somewhat closer to Mercury, approximately 25 to 30 million kilometers from the solar surface, encircling the sun. A straightforward calculation using the circumference formula reveals that the total length of this solar ring particle collider exceeds 150,000 kilometers. This extended distance is often sufficient to bridge the gap between Earth and Mars, even though its cross-section may be considered slender relative to the sun itself. And despite the fact that the collider's conduits are not entirely continuous, this substantial length alone attests to the formidable challenge posed by such a super-engineering endeavor. It is for this reason that, at this moment in human civilization, it represents an undertaking that requires immense productive capacity and considerable time. In the year 168, the design work for the solar ring particle collider has paradoxically become a relatively straightforward task for contemporary civilization. In fact, from the moment it was agreed upon by Lindau that humanity should embark on this venture, preparations had commenced long before. By this point, the research and industrial systems of human civilization within the solar system had been sufficiently mobilized, allowing a significant allocation of scientific resources and a vast number of researchers to finalize the remaining tasks with remarkable efficiency. Faced with such a monumental engineering project, the insectoid-like human civilization found it challenging to harbor any overwhelming trepidation. Construction of the solar ring particle collider swiftly commenced that very year. The researchers and scholars involved resolved to undertake the construction in segments, ultimately completing the final assembly at a location 23 million kilometers from the solar surface. The shortest segment of the particle acceleration conduit measures 10 kilometers. In the same year, segments numbered 01 to 05, produced by Lunar Industries, embarked from an interstellar port on the Moon, accompanied by a cohort of researchers and staff selected from the lunar surface, arriving at the designated site. The 5 segments of the particle accelerator can be regarded as the pinnacle of human technological achievement. Each segment, apart from the accelerator itself, incorporates future experimental data monitoring equipment, the most advanced computing units available to humanity, and state-of-the-art solar energy devices capable of converting various forms of solar radiation, including thermal energy. Additionally, each segment is equipped with a dedicated electric propulsion system to maintain its trajectory with precision. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, each segment is also fitted with a battery or energy storage device, capable of briefly activating the propulsion system, representing the utmost limits of contemporary human technology. If assessed by traditional standards, the cost of constructing a single segment of this accelerator is staggering, as it is, in essence, a slender spacecraft stretching 10 kilometers in length. According to researchers' calculations, completing this particle collider will necessitate over 8 million segments. Should the resources required for their construction be concentrated in a single area, whether in the asteroid belt or on planets like Venus or Mercury, the mass within that designated range would diminish significantly. The assembly of these segments ultimately forms a particle accelerator that can be likened to a colossal solar ring computer, capable of slight movement, akin to a super spacecraft. After 168 years, the successful placement of segments numbered 01 to 05 into orbit marks the dawn of humanity's era of stellar-scale particle accelerator construction. Accompanying the spacecraft and researchers arriving on-site are personnel designated to establish an observation station. Simultaneously arriving with the first batch of segments is a base for observation stations. It is proposed that for every 100,000 kilometers of the particle collider's length, a nearby space observation and experimental station will be constructed, serving as a scientific research base within a 10,000-kilometer radius of the solar particle collider, with basic mobility capabilities. Its purpose is to support the construction of the particle collider and ensure the smooth operation of the stellar-scale particle accelerator, participating in subsequent particle collision experiments and coordinating with the segments of the collider within its jurisdiction, thus taking on part of the data collection responsibilities, effectively serving as a final backup for the monitoring equipment of the segments themselves. Shortly thereafter, a new interstellar spacecraft, laden with additional segments for the particle collider, reached its designated location. In the context of a hive-minded human civilization, there is no rationale for delaying the arrival of subsequent spacecraft after the first one is docked. The arrival of the first vessel truly signifies the commencement of an ongoing endeavor, following the inception of the first segment from the industrial heart of human civilization. The subsequent production unfolds ceaselessly, continuously emerging from this super factory that spans a radius of 30 astronomical units. Within the dominion of human civilization, resource zones are operating at full capacity. A considerable volume of fundamental resources has been extracted from celestial bodies such as Venus, Mercury, and the asteroid belt. Following basic processing within the confines of these celestial entities, these resources are continuously transported through a network of interstellar routes to various industrial planets and regions. The industrial clusters on Mars and in the vicinity of the Moon are likewise functioning at peak efficiency. As the most elemental production units within the human industrial and production system, individuals tirelessly maintain the entire industrial framework in a state of optimal operation. Various segments and diverse industrial outputs emerge from industrial hubs like Mars and the Moon, subsequently delivered to the innermost destinations of the solar system via interstellar vessels. To enhance transportation efficacy, a substantial number of large interstellar ships have been constructed in a short time frame to bolster cargo capacity. For Mercury, the planet closest to the construction zone of the solar particle accelerator, additional industrial clusters have been established around it to expand industrial scale, enabling Mercury's vicinity to partake in necessary industrial production and thereby augmenting the construction efficiency of the solar particle accelerator. These endeavors unfold concurrently when viewed from a macro perspective. The entire solar system resembles an ant colony, with interstellar ships traversing various points akin to industrious ants. On these bustling routes, each departing interstellar vessel contributes to a myriad of reciprocal dashed lines along every corridor, resembling a spiraling conveyor belt. With each revolution, the progress of this unprecedented super-engineering project inches forward. Amidst the fervent construction of the stellar particle accelerator, researchers in logistics and related fields have not entirely relinquished their pursuit of continued investigation. The notion of awaiting the completion of the stellar particle accelerator before addressing subsequent matters has never been an option for the scholars of human civilization. Over the past few decades, having traversed the study of electric propulsion systems to its conclusion, researchers have gradually shifted their focus toward the exploration of propulsion methods devoid of propellant. They have exhaustively sought avenues to stabilize the conception of propellant-free propulsion systems. Various directions have been proposed regarding propellant-free propulsion schemes. There exists the quantum tidal scheme, which leverages the fluctuations of quantum tides as its foundational principle. utilizing interference of these fluctuations or even directing them to generate thrust for the craft's advancement. Additionally, there is the gravitational wave resonance scheme, which harnesses the propagative characteristics of gravitational waves in space, allowing the vessel to resonate with these waves, thus propelling it forward. Another concept is the cosmic string scheme, which exploits the inherent tension of cosmic strings existing in space, using gravitational interference to bounce the interstellar ship into motion. Moreover, given the impossibility of utilizing propellant, a logical avenue of thought emerges to harness the abundant and ubiquitous elements existing within the cosmos. For instance, the seawater that supports vessels in the ocean and the air that aircraft rely on in the atmosphere. But what exists in the vast expanse of space? Researchers have contemplated dark matter. This gives rise to the concept of dark matter propulsion, where, through yet undiscovered methods, the dark matter in space is disturbed to propel a spacecraft, akin to rowing in water or using rotors in the air. Additionally, there is the material phase transition cycle scheme. Does a spacecraft not require propellant for its journey? One might consider discarding a portion of the spacecraft's own material in exchange for propulsion, and subsequently reconstituting this material through energy consumption. Scholars of human civilization have previously endeavored to explore these concepts, and the outcomes are evident. Each proposed pathway appears to harbor some potential for realization, yet none have proven viable. Currently, the most feasible option appears to be the material phase transition cycle scheme. However, it was among the first to be dismissed due to its inherent complexities. It ultimately represents a variant of propellant-based propulsion, merely converting the propellant consumed by the engine into energy expenditure, thereby escalating the energy supply needs for propellant consumption. A fundamental question arises: how much energy is required to reconstitute material expelled as thrust from a plasma state or other forms? It may be more efficient to simply expel all consumed energy propellant outright, potentially achieving a higher conversion efficiency. Lastly, some researchers have proposed a gravitational propulsion scheme. Is there a possibility to shield or diminish the gravitational influences from other directions surrounding the spacecraft, while retaining the influence of a distant massive gravitational source? This scheme piques the interest of many researchers, not solely for its intrinsic merits, but because of the presence of a significant gravitational source at the center of the Milky Way. However, this proposal also faces critical challenges. How does one effectively shield specific directional gravitational influences? This delves into the essence of gravity, which is fundamentally understood to arise from the curvature of spacetime. To mitigate and reduce the gravitational effects from particular regions, one would need to smooth the spacetime curvature surrounding the spacecraft. In this context, the spacecraft would slide forward. Yet, this raises the question of how it differs from a warp drive, which humanity is currently far from achieving. Nevertheless, surveying the present endeavors of researchers within human civilization reveals that gravity plays a crucial role across numerous proposed schemes. In the distant future, any attempts to study warp drives may still hinge upon humanity's deeper understanding of the nature of gravity. At this moment, researchers and scholars of human civilization hold the expectation that the completion of the construction of the solar particle accelerator will provide answers to various inquiries, among which the question of gravity stands out as the most significant and pivotal. Chapter 37, Gravity. The scale of the stellar particle accelerator is destined to render this an enduring endeavor. Following the arrival of the initial segments of accelerator pipelines at their designated orbital positions, researchers in various domains of human civilization have formulated a more concrete timeline for the anticipated completion of the solar particle accelerator. With the colossal superfactory that is human civilization operating at full capacity, and considering the continued growth of overall productivity during the construction phase, the completion of the stellar particle accelerator, ready for experimental operation, is projected to occur within 50 years. For projects of such magnitude, a 50-year completion timeframe is indeed an exaggerated efficiency for most civilizations at a similar stage of development as humanity. Although human civilization lacks insight into other civilizations, it possesses a profound understanding of itself. If not for the influence of the Zerg, even with an industrial scale comparable to the present, it would be exceedingly challenging for human civilization to unleash a similar level of productivity. The notion of completing a stellar particle accelerator in 50 years would be utterly fanciful. Nevertheless, for humanity, now transformed by the Zerg, the aspiration is merely to expedite the construction of the stellar particle accelerator while ensuring the quality of the project. 50 years is several times longer than the duration previously spent developing Uranus and Neptune combined. Even though each individual may not harbor regrets or lamentations for dedicating a lifetime to this monumental project, witnessing the completion of the stellar particle accelerator before the conclusion of their generation would undeniably be a greater boon. As the years progressed, 168, 169, and eventually 178, the construction of the solar particle accelerator had now spanned a decade since the completion of the inner ring of the solar system. Time, it seems, has passed swiftly for both Lin Dao and the entirety of human civilization. For the populace, the decade unfolded with unwavering determination and enthusiasm, each person contributing their utmost to this grand project with fervent zeal. Witnessing the gradual realization of the solar particle accelerator through their collective efforts brought immense joy to the people. In this joy, time appeared to lose its significance. From Lin Dao's subjective perspective, time held even less meaning. His eating and sleeping patterns had long transcended those of the average individual, with death effectively absent from his existence. The physical location of his corporeal form became inconsequential. As he surveyed human civilization from a macro perspective, his consciousness seemed to traverse the entirety of this societal landscape, simultaneously engaging with both the overarching dynamics and intricate details of human progress. It was akin to participating in a genuine management simulation, observing the tangible transformations of this real-world endeavor as influenced by his will. It is as if consciousness governs the body, engaging in various activities while occasionally drifting into reverie, only to later refocus on one's own posture. After a prolonged moment of abstraction, the objective passage of time may have elapsed for a year or even longer. Then, with a rare glance around, a slight shift of the body allows a renewed perception of the entirety of human civilization, both in its grand scope and intricate details. Over the course of a decade, the construction of the Solar Ring Particle Collider continues to flourish. According to the original design and plan, the project has progressed to 12th. Viewed from the current pace, it appears far from completion within the anticipated 50-year timeframe. However, in reality, the entire construction process is one of acceleration. At this moment, due to the necessity of building the Solar Ring Particle Collider, the initial construction of the Solar System S-Ring, completed a decade ago, has also continued to advance. The industrial cluster at Mercury's orbital position, once primarily focused on resource extraction and processing, has now expanded significantly to include industries essential for the construction of the particle collider. The overall industrial scale has multiplied several times compared to a decade prior. Meanwhile, the Martian industrial sector, as the largest human settlement and industrial zone beyond Earth, has seen substantial growth over the past 10 years, leading to an increase in the resident population on Mars and its satellites. The number of inhabitants on the Martian surface, in orbital space, and within Martian cities has surged from 500 million to an impressive 600 million. Moreover, beyond Mars, within the solar ring, the expanse of 30 astronomical units under human civilization's control, various regions have experienced similar fluctuations, both large and small. Apart from the solar ring, human civilization, represented by Lin Dao, has not forgotten the two earlier expeditions that ventured into the cosmos. The first fleet, comprising the exploration and Voyager ships, continued toward their intended destinations after 145 years of travel. After 33 years, both vessels found themselves approximately 16 light-years from Earth, with the exploration ship nearing the Alpha Centauri system, yet still facing a lengthy journey to reach its center. The second fleet, comprising the Star 1 and Star 2, represents the last two vessels launched by humanity into the depths of space. Departing in 145 years, they achieved their maximum cruising speed after 55 years. And following 23 years of travel at this speed, despite their differing trajectories from the first fleet, they have covered a greater distance in the cosmos, now positioned about 2 light-years from Earth. It is anticipated that the disparity in absolute distance traveled by these two fleets will continue to widen in the times to come. Nevertheless, this holds little significance for the crews aboard each vessel, as they each possess their own distinct navigational objectives. Moreover, it is noteworthy that in the span of the past 33 years, the vessels, be it the Explorer, the Voyager, or the two Star-class spacecraft, have witnessed the labor of individuals who have seen the passage of an entire generation. On the Explorer, the first astronaut, Shanghai, once guided the young successor who would inherit his duties and responsibilities. Now, Shanghai has departed from this world, and that young individual, who was merely in his 20s at the time, has entered the twilight of his life. He now shares the wealth of experiences he has accumulated over the decades with the new generation poised to assume his role. The same holds true for the Star-class vessels. Despite their significantly enhanced speeds compared to the earlier Explorer and Voyager, most crew members still find it arduous to reach their intended destinations, with even the initial crew struggling to arrive at the first exoplanet of the solar systems they traverse. To this day, the majority of operational and maintenance responsibilities aboard the Star-class vessels have been entrusted to the new generation born within the spacecraft's confines. In years to come, they too will age and pass on this responsibility, continuing the legacy until a distant future where their countless successors will complete this protracted voyage through time. For researchers and scholars who require a stellar particle accelerator for their experiments, the seemingly idle days have not been devoid of productivity. Building on the existing designs of the Solar Ring Particle Accelerator, the researchers have diligently formulated a series of experimental plans. Furthermore, they have engaged in predictive theoretical studies regarding the potential data and information that may be gleaned from the Solar Ring Particle Accelerator, presenting a series of audacious yet rigorously substantiated theoretical predictions. This represents a comprehensive assault by humanity's vast scientific resources on theoretical research in relevant fields, not only guiding subsequent experimental plans for the accelerator, but also ensuring that the data obtained, regardless of its direction, will find a coherent theoretical explanation, thereby facilitating the future design of experiments involving the Solar Ring Particle Accelerator. It can be said that prior to the construction of the Stellar Particle Accelerator, humanity has endeavored to make numerous preparatory arrangements in tandem. Among these advanced theoretical studies, the focus remains predominantly on gravitational theories. Within human communication systems, daily publications emerge from researchers in this domain, accessible to all who seek them. Additionally, beyond the realm of particle accelerators, human civilization continues to pursue research in other fields as well. At this moment, it appears that humanity stands on the precipice of yet another technological renaissance. Year 188. Another decade has elapsed. In comparison to the previous decade, the advancement of human civilization and the construction of the heliospheric particle accelerator has been notably more pronounced in this current decade, with the overall progress of this monumental project reaching an impressive 32. Furthermore, this year has witnessed the occurrence of another significant event. Lin Dao is preparing to enter hibernation once more. After embarking on the construction of the heliospheric particle accelerator, humanity has entered a period of tranquility. The sight of billions of individuals and countless industrial entities striving towards a common goal is indeed awe-inspiring. However, from a macro perspective, it may begin to appear monotonous after prolonged observation. While it would not be entirely accurate to say Lin Dao feels boredom at this moment, the nature of his state is such that, even under normal circumstances, the passage of time feels similar whether he is awake or in hibernation. A mere distraction could result in significant time elapsing, much like the consciousness of an individual who has commanded their hands to stretch forward and their feet to step ahead. The body instinctively knows how to execute these actions without the need for constant awareness. Lin Dao intends to hibernate at least until the completion of the heliospheric particle accelerator. Due to advancements in various technologies, although humanity has not invested extensively in hibernation technology, the potential duration of Lin Dao's specialized hibernation has increased from an initial expectation of 60 years to an actual 70 years, now projected to reach 90 years. While this may seem modest, it nevertheless signifies progress in the field of biological technology. Essentially, Lin Dao's so-called hibernation is akin to a temporary death, allowing him to endure in a state of suspended animation for 90 years, effectively bypassing the external world's passage of time. However, this time, Lin Dao need not remain in hibernation for so long. He will naturally awaken upon the completion of the heliospheric particle accelerator. Very well, Mr. Lin. We shall proceed with the hibernation serum. With the experience of his first hibernation, the second has become considerably more commonplace for him. Lin Dao's emotions are not as intricate as they were previously. The last generation from millennia ago has long since perished, and subsequent generations, from Lin Dao's perspective, have witnessed far too much. Even a hibernation spanning decades does not provoke significant emotional fluctuations within him. Lying within a specially designed hibernation pod, tailored exclusively for him, Lin Dao enters this state referred to as hibernation, which is, in reality, a semblance of death. For the outside world, the collective consciousness of humanity persists. And within Lin Dao's subjective experience, time accelerates significantly. Externally, time resembles a vigorously wound mechanism, swiftly propelling forward. Time flows swiftly like a fleeting shadow. And within the vast dominion governed by human civilization in the inner ring of the solar system, profound transformations akin to the ebb and flow of tides are occurring. The construction of the solar ring particle accelerator necessitates a substantial quantity of materials, prompting attention towards the asteroid belt and other regions that humanity has repurposed into resource zones. Observing these areas reveals a discernible reduction in mass from a human perspective, as the bustling interstellar spacecraft traversing the myriad routes of the solar system resemble historical winds, gradually whisking away the materials and mass from these locations. Ultimately, through the machinery of human civilization, an effective superfactory, these materials are metamorphosed into segments or components of the solar ring particle accelerator. Although the mass consumed by human civilization has yet to reach a level that significantly impacts the solar system's operations, the spectacle, amplified manyfold, remains striking and awe-inspiring. In the year 198, a decade into the hibernation of Lin Dao and the third decade of the construction of the solar ring particle accelerator, the project reached 51 completion. The youthful participants who once took part in this monumental endeavor have begun to age, while those who were students in the human educational system have commenced contributing to humanity's industrial and scientific frameworks. The once venerable elders have since passed away, content in their legacy, having devoted their efforts to the construction of the solar ring particle accelerator, which is destined to be completed within the anticipated time frame and commence experimentation. For humanity at large, this is not a matter of belief, but an assured reality. This decade has undeniably marked an epic chapter in the annals of human civilization. In the years 199 and 200, as Lin Dao entered the second decade post-hibernation, the year 208 arrived. Time, unceasing, continued its relentless march. However, Lin Dao did not awaken as expected after 30 years of slumber to witness the inaugural operation of the completed solar ring particle accelerator. Instead, in the 28th year, specifically the year 216, Lin Dao concluded his hibernation. It was not the call of another that roused him. Rather, he instinctively emerged from his slumber upon sensing significant occurrences. That year, notable advancements transpired within the scientific realm. The third generation of nuclear fusion technology was on the brink of a breakthrough, with the construction of a demonstration reactor now on the agenda, potentially culminating in completion and initial operation within the year. With only a little over a year remaining until the solar ring particle accelerator's completion, both projects awaited their final milestones. Yet Lin Dao's awakening was not driven by these developments. Chapter 38, The Serendipitous Encounter with Necessity. The reason for Lin Dao's awakening from hibernation was not rooted in the advancements of significant scientific research within human civilization, nor was it confined to the solar system. Rather, it stemmed from the distant spacecraft that had ventured beyond the solar system. On August 26, 216 AD, at 1723, aboard the Star 1 spacecraft, the second generation of humanity, known as Starlight, had merely 7 minutes remaining in his work shift. Although Star 1 had long departed from its home planet, it continued to adhere to Earth time. As it stood, 38 years had elapsed since Star 1 began its journey through the cosmic expanse at maximum velocity, having traversed a distance of 5.34 light-years from Earth. When referenced against the ecliptic plane, Star 1 was positioned slightly below it. In relation to the surrounding cosmic space, Star 1 was gliding past the periphery of an exoplanetary system, its intended destination lying 62 light-years away. The encounter with this system was merely a fleeting passage, as Star 1 had not deliberately altered its course to enter it. Presently, it was approximately 1.2 light-years from the center of this planetary system. According to the navigation plan, Star 1 anticipated moving away from this close encounter within the next 20 years. Starlight was the third child to be hatched from an artificial womb among the second generation of spacecraft dwellers. From an early age, he exhibited a remarkable sensitivity to numbers. Following the educational framework established for humanity, his learning trajectory was carefully aligned with this aptitude, nurtured by a relentless drive inherent in the insectoid-human hybrid. This unwavering enthusiasm fully awakened Starlight's innate talents. In terms of identity, he could be considered a mathematician, yet he concurrently fulfilled a role aboard the spacecraft that he was entirely capable of managing. Like its predecessors, the Star 1 was equipped with a multitude of exploratory instruments and deep space research apparatus. The purpose of these vessels extended beyond mere travel to the depths of space. They concurrently gathered vast amounts of foundational data regarding the traversed regions, thereby contributing to humanity's understanding of the cosmos and facilitating further research. At this moment, Starlight was responsible for monitoring and maintaining some of the detection instruments. Despite having only 7 minutes left in his work period, after which another colleague would assume his duties, Starlight remained undistracted from his task, exhibiting no change in his focus. In truth, he paid little mind to the passage of time as he approached the conclusion of his shift. At this moment, the Starlight detection instrument captured a peculiar electromagnetic signal. Judging by the characteristics of the signal, it exhibited a certain regularity. Its duration was remarkably brief and not particularly intense, lasting a mere 7.42 seconds. Akin to a fleeting glimmer of starlight, the smart program of the detection instrument did not raise any alarms. The cosmos is inherently noisy, and for such a sensitive detection device, it is inundated with a cacophony of sounds, akin to a patient suffering from severe tinnitus. Some signals, which appeared to exhibit patterns, were essentially pulsar signals. In order to capture more pertinent information amidst the cosmic din, the intelligent program of the instrument filters out, or rather, disregards much of the noise. It records and presents the data, categorizing it for storage in a database, yet it does not immediately designate it as unusual. However, apart from the detection equipment itself, there exists the presence of Starlight. The prodigious talent of Starlight is a significant reason for his role in this position. Almost instantaneously upon viewing the data, before his conscious mind could respond, his subconscious had already alerted him to the peculiar nature of this fleeting 7-second signal. Such a transient and faint signal, submerged amidst a plethora of noise, could easily be overlooked by individuals within a typical civilization during a shift change. Perhaps it would only be discovered later during subsequent research and analysis of the foundational data. Yet, the insectoid-like human civilization is characterized by an unwavering diligence that prevents any lapse in attention until the work is truly concluded. This could be described as a serendipity that is not merely coincidental, but rather an inevitable occurrence that appears coincidental. Starlight promptly marked this extraordinary signal manually, then accessed additional data to ascertain its origin. The proximity of the signal was striking, especially when considered against the vast scale of the universe. With minimal effort, Starlight confirmed that this unique signal emanated from within the planetary system they were passing by. In terms of data intensity, this signal did not seem to be directed at them. Rather, it was captured during normal activities and dispersion processes. Immediately, through the communication system, Starlight informed all others aboard the ship about the discovery of this unusual signal, even though the significance of this signal remains uncertain, and it may merely represent a subjective conjecture of Starlight. The inhabitants of the spacecraft Stellar 1 did not hesitate in their decision-making. Subsequently, they directed all available detection instruments towards the passing planetary system, endeavoring to capture a second segment of similar extraordinary signals emanating from within it. The intelligent programs of the detection devices annotated all characteristic points of this signal, ensuring that an alarm would trigger upon its recapture. The researchers aboard the vessel began to concentrate their studies on the signal itself, while also communicating its content to the home planet through Mr. Lin. Engaging the more formidable scientific resources of their home world in the analysis of this signal, Mr. Lin's hibernation did not impede his awareness of human activity. As 2 months elapsed, the end of October arrived, and the unique signal captured in August remained the sole extraordinary signal detected by Stellar One. This fleeting signal, lasting merely 7 seconds, seemed to be a jest played by the universe upon human civilization. Perhaps it was simply a cosmic coincidence, akin to pulsar signals, rather than a sign of intelligent activity. Moreover, this location is alarmingly close to humanity's home planet, merely 5 or 6 light-years away, which in the vast scale of the Milky Way is akin to being neighbors. If there were indeed signs of extraterrestrial activity here, humanity's current detection technology should have revealed traces long before now. However, after extensive analysis by numerous researchers from various relevant fields, they collectively concluded, despite their inability to decipher the meaning of the signal due to its brevity, that it remained special, even if it were merely a cosmic accident. The phenomenon itself was sufficiently intriguing. Thus, Stellar One faced a pivotal choice. What course of action should they take? Should they continue on their predetermined path, merely brushing past this planetary system while utilizing the next 20 years to monitor for new extraordinary signals from within? Or should they opt for an alternative course? The decision made by Stellar One and its crew was to make a decisive turn, to alter a millennia-long navigational plan for a solitary, isolated, and incidental signal seemed rather drastic. After all, the only evidence they possessed was that brief, enigmatic signal, which statistically lacked the confidence to substantiate such an unprecedented phenomenon. However, for the insectoid civilization of humanity, there exists an advantage, namely trust. The researchers stationed at the rear possess a fundamental confidence in the assessments made regarding the starlight by those aboard the Star One. This trust, within the realm of scientific inquiry, does not imply a lack of skepticism, but rather an acknowledgement that nothing should be overlooked. Should it be the case that something truly exists within the planetary system that Star One is currently passing by, it would merely be a stroke of misfortune for them. For other normal civilizations, in circumstances where the planetary system is not part of the navigational itinerary, merely capturing a fleeting, unusual signal would be regarded as an exceptional occurrence. If no subsequent repeatable phenomena were detected, any doubts raised would likely remain just that, doubts. The idea of altering prior navigation plans based solely on this would be nearly impossible, as such deviations introduce unnecessary risks associated with uncharted territories. Yet, it happens that the civilization currently encountering this situation is precisely that of the insectoid humans. This singular anomaly is sufficient for Star One to make a direct course adjustment. For human civilization, the notion of deviating from the path is paramount. Even if this redirection ultimately yields no significant discoveries, it matters not to them. They are indifferent to such sacrifices, hoping instead to uncover something that would surely pique Mr. Lin's interest. In a sense, this may seem somewhat unprincipled, akin to traversing a well-trodden path only to rush towards a distant, indistinct shadow. Nonetheless, this is the decision made by human civilization at this moment. On that very day, the crew aboard Star One, upon Mr. Lin's urging to reactivate the propulsion system, decelerated the vessel and altered course towards the planetary system they were about to bypass. Mr. Lin, having awakened from his dormant state, concurred with the crew's decision. He did not immediately jump onto the Star One, but maintained a watchful eye on its activities. Following Mr. Lin's approval, Star One commenced its deceleration and course adjustment procedures. The deceleration process, while not as protracted as the acceleration phase, still consumed 9 months, reducing its maximum velocity from 8 to less than 1 of the speed of light. During this deceleration, Star One simultaneously executed its course change. This maneuver did not entail a complete halt, but rather involved tracing a colossal arc of 0.03 light-years at the periphery of the planetary system, ultimately reorienting the ship's trajectory towards the center of the system before resuming acceleration. This unplanned course adjustment signified a new chapter for Star One. Should they opt to decelerate and come to a halt within the core of the planetary system, they would find themselves devoid of further propellant and energy to reignite the star cluster 1, unless they manage to replenish their resources. However, this realization holds little significance for the crew aboard the spacecraft. Conversely, following their maneuver, the the crew remains resolute and spirited. Fully aware that while this may accelerate the depletion of their energy reserves, they nonetheless engage all their detection apparatus at maximum capacity. At this moment, the star cluster 1 is en route to a planetary system that, given its distance from the solar system, is not the first instance of human civilization observing it. Prior to the advent of the calendar era, the field of astronomy had already documented this system with considerable clarity. In the subsequent calendar era, humanity's understanding of this nearby planetary system has continuously deepened. In accordance with traditional astronomical nomenclature, this system is designated as Barnard 16. The structural composition of Barnard 16 differs markedly from that of the solar system. It is a binary star system, comprising Barnard 16A and Barnard 16B, both of which are red dwarfs with nearly equivalent mass, approximately 40% that of our Sun. These two red dwarfs occupy a central position within the system, engaging in a stable mutual orbit, effectively forming a gravitational source that compels the other planets within the system to revolve around them in diverse orbits. This arrangement exemplifies a remarkably stable planetary structure. In fact, within the cosmic expanse, the solar system's single-star configuration is relatively rare. Binary star systems, such as Barnard 16, are significantly more common. Nevertheless, due to both stars being red dwarfs, the Barnard 16 system is considerably colder than the solar system that sustains human life. Apart from the two stars, Barnard 16 harbors 5 distinct planets. According to human standards, none of these 5 planets lie within the habitable zone. Among them, 2 are terrestrial planets, solid in nature, situated between 20 million to 30 million kilometers from the binary star center. The remaining 3 planets are gas giants. Nomenclature-wise, these 5 planets are designated sequentially from the innermost to the outermost as Barnard 16 to 1 through Barnard 16 to 5. Notably, only Barnard 16 to 1 is devoid of any satellites, while the other 4 possess varying numbers of moons. The largest satellite belongs to Barnard 16 to 4, its size nearly half that of Barnard 16 to 1. The planet with the most satellites is Barnard 16 to 5, encircled by nearly 1,000 smaller celestial bodies, which could more accurately be described as meteoroids. Furthermore, using the central point of the 2 stars in Barnard 16 as a reference, the linear distance to the Sun of the solar system is approximately 6.1 light-years. In the grand scheme of the universe, this distance can be considered remarkably close. In truth, prior to the moment when the Starlight 1 spacecraft captured that extraordinary signal, humanity harbored no doubts regarding the existence of anything in Barnard 16. This was largely due to the absence of any particularly remarkable or significant observations. It could be said that planetary systems akin to Barnard 16 are ubiquitous throughout the Milky Way, even when narrowing the scope to 100 light-years around our solar system. They are abundantly present. Furthermore, considering the considerable upheaval of human civilization within the solar system over the past century or two, it would indeed be peculiar if there were something within Barnard 16 that went entirely unnoticed across such a distance. Conversely, if any signs had been perceived yet no response was ever elicited, that would also be equally strange. Chapter 39, Nuclear Fusion in the year 217. Although the starship Xiangxing No. 1 had received consent from Lindau to change its course towards the center of the Barnard 16 star system, the velocity of the ship, coupled with the time required to regain its maximum speed, projected a journey of 2 decades before it could truly arrive at the heart of the Barnard 16 planetary system. Even the most distant planet, Barnard 16 to 5, remained a mere 40 astronomical units from the twin stars of Barnard 16. In the grand scale of light-year travel, its arrival would not be significantly earlier than that of Barnard 16 to 1, the innermost planet, by the time the vessel reached the center of the Barnard system. The discoverer of the peculiar signals, known as Xinguang, may have already aged considerably. Nevertheless, this did not diminish humanity's anticipation regarding the exploration of Barnard's core. Influenced by Lindau's vision, people remained hopeful about the encounters that might await them within the Barnard system. During this time, the crew aboard starship Xiangxing No. 1 would not remain idle. They would diligently and relentlessly monitor the target star system, specifically any suspicious signals emanating from within Barnard 16. Meanwhile, researchers in the solar system would continue their analysis of the previous 7-second signal, striving to glean additional information that could facilitate the decryption of similar transmissions in the future. Simultaneously, in the year 2017, significant developments unfolded in the realm of nuclear fusion. The third generation of nuclear fusion demonstration reactors had completed construction. Lindau, having awakened from hibernation, was not only attentive to the movements of Starship Xiongxing No. 1, but also witnessed the inaugural experimental operation of the third-generation fusion reactor. The entire experimental endeavor proceeded smoothly and met expectations. The civilization, having adopted a hive-like mentality, remained unwaveringly devoted to achieving objectives related to Lindau, perpetually embodying enthusiasm and positivity, provided that no unforeseen events occurred. The tangible outcomes were destined to surpass the initial designs, continually improving without any flaws emerging in the construction process. With the successful ignition of the third-generation fusion reactor, humanity entered the era of nuclear fusion in the energy sector. Simultaneously, human civilization had essentially reached the pinnacle of nuclear energy application. While there might be some variations in utilization and form in the future, the foundational framework and underlying logic had become difficult to surpass within the realm of nuclear fusion. To employ a more traditional analogy, nuclear fusion had progressed to the level of burning stones, with many commonplace materials, akin to helium-3, being harnessed as fuel to release vast amounts of energy. Without considering the demands for exaggerated power, nuclear fusion had the potential to sustain human civilization until the heat death of the universe, or until all nearby stellar materials had been consumed, while still falling short of reaching more distant galaxies. Historically, research in energy has been one of the more clearly defined directions among several vital fields of study. From the first generation of deuterium-tritium fusion to the second generation of helium-3 fusion, and now to the current state of heavy nuclear fusion, humanity has traversed a clearly defined path. Yet, the journey remains arduous. The second generation of helium-3 fusion emerged during the first winter slumber of the Lindau, while the third generation of heavy nuclear fusion was birthed at the conclusion of the second winter slumber of Lindau, a span exceeding 150 years. Throughout this period, significant advancements have been made in various other critical research fields, and the electric propulsion systems have undergone several updates. The research into third-generation heavy nuclear fusion technology has not been devoid of progress. However, the advancements have persistently fallen short of bridging the chasm between the second-generation fusion technology and the third-generation heavy nuclear fusion technology. The applicability of third-generation heavy nuclear fusion technology has expanded considerably, yet the complexity of its realization has also seen a substantial increase. Indeed, during the course of the research, scholars in related fields have recognized that the leap required is exceedingly vast. If deuterium-tritium fusion signifies humanity's initial step from 0 to 1 in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion, then helium-3 fusion represents the leap from 1 to 15. While the transition from helium-3 fusion to heavy nuclear fusion escalates to an astonishing 15 to 1,000, or even beyond. Nevertheless, confronted with the towering obstacle ahead, countless researchers in the field of controllable nuclear fusion have never relinquished their resolve. Over the extensive span of more than 150 years of research, alongside the supporting technologies, branch technologies, and the intricate challenges in the peripheral fields related to heavy nuclear fusion reactors, the total number of researchers and scholars involved in various aspects of heavy nuclear fusion has surpassed 50 million. It is only within the current insectoid-like human civilization that such a multitude of researchers can be mobilized to dedicate over a century to a single project. Throughout this research odyssey, both core and peripheral researchers have encountered numerous formidable challenges. Initially, the question of how to achieve fusion in heavy nuclei and generate a fusion reaction plagued many researchers. The conditions required for heavy nuclear fusion reactions represent not merely a multiplicative increase, but a leap in magnitude compared to the conditions for second-generation helium-3 fusion. The methods previously employed in helium-3 fusion have become entirely inapplicable. It is not simply a matter of revisiting and refining the approaches that once met the conditions for helium-3 fusion. Rather, for the initiation of heavy nuclear fusion, humanity's researchers must chart a new technological course. In a sense, the study of heavy nuclear fusion technology is a venture that begins anew. The former second-generation fusion technology merely illuminated the path forward, but prior experiences hold little assistance for the research into third-generation heavy nuclear fusion. When, after great difficulty, the conditions of temperature and pressure required for the reaction of heavy nuclear fusion are finally met, a new dilemma arises. To maintain the challenging conditions necessary for the ongoing reaction of heavy nuclear fusion within the reactor, a substantial amount of energy must be consumed during its operation. On the inaugural ignition experimental device constructed by human civilization for heavy nuclear fusion, the energy released during the heavy nuclear fusion reaction is significantly lower than the conditions required to sustain the reaction. In essence, the self-sustainability of the heavy nuclear fusion experimental reactor is less than 1. During the initial experimentation, in order to maintain the fusion reaction, it was necessary to simultaneously operate 10 large helium-3 fusion reactors to provide energy to the experimental reactor. Otherwise, the insufficient reaction conditions would inevitably lead to the cessation of the process. This dilemma has persistently troubled researchers in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion. What humanity seeks is a heavy nuclear fusion output far surpassing that of helium-3 fusion, if it cannot achieve self-sustainability, or if, once self-sustained, its power output and energy yield are inferior to that of helium-3 or even deuterium-tritium fusion, then the so-called third-generation heavy nuclear fusion technology loses its significance. Dissecting this issue further unveils a myriad of new challenges. It can be asserted that until the successful establishment of a heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor, researchers within human civilization have tirelessly endeavored to resolve this conundrum. Ultimately, after more than 150 years, researchers ingeniously tackled the complexities associated with achieving heavy nuclear fusion through a method that was both crude and sophisticated. The crudeness is evident as the researchers in the relevant fields meticulously refined the heavy nuclear fusion reactor from a state of self-sustainability far below 1 to the current state of the demonstration reactor. Reflecting on the extensive journey of over 150 years in heavy nuclear fusion research, the analogy of transitioning from helium-3 fusion to heavy nuclear fusion remains stark, akin to a leap from 15 to 1,000. Throughout these 150 years, researchers have never experienced a sudden ascendancy from 15 to 100 or from 100 to 200. Rather, progress has been characterized by infinitesimal advancements, often merely 0, 1, or even 0, 0, 1, achieved through the collective efforts of countless researchers. After over 150 years, they have finally arrived at this juncture. Prior to the construction of a genuine demonstration reactor, human civilization had already erected a staggering number of experimental reactors. The sophistication lies in the fact that the current heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor embodies, from its core to its ancillary facilities, the ingenious insights and flashes of brilliance contributed by numerous theoretical luminaries across various engineering disciplines. The contemplations of countless researchers throughout their lifetimes converge into the results of minute details within the vast engineering endeavor of the reactor. Often, even the resolution of a trivial branch issue encapsulates the entirety of multiple researchers' life work. The original cohort of researchers who embarked on the heavy nuclear fusion journey has long since departed, yet, under the same aspirations, they have successfully passed the baton in this protracted pursuit. At this moment, Lindau stands before the heavy nuclear fusion reactor that has just completed its inaugural experiment. The site chosen for the construction of the first heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor is the lunar surface. Even through the lens of contemporary human civilization, the heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor is a colossal entity. Its base occupies an area with a maximum diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. Visually, it resembles not merely a fusion demonstration reactor, but rather a somewhat imposing lunar city. It is indeed larger than many smaller lunar cities. To initiate its operation, it is equipped with 4 large helium-3 fusion reactors. Although it is a colossal structure, a meticulous examination reveals that every component of this vast system epitomizes engineering and design excellence. The researchers and scholars of human civilization have pushed the boundaries of heavy nuclear fusion technology to its zenith under the existing technological conditions. On the day the heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor was completed, all participating researchers were certain of one thing: Perhaps, for civilizations with advanced technological capabilities, there exists a more ingenious or fundamental approach to harnessing heavy nuclear fusion technology. Yet, at the current level of technology, no other civilization can achieve better results or even replicate this feat. It is precisely because human civilization has maximized the potential of heavy nuclear fusion technology under the existing conditions that practical applications have been realized. At this moment, the heavy nuclear fusion technology of human civilization relies fundamentally on precision, perfect control, exact reaction conditions, and optimal energy utilization. If the solar particle accelerator represents the pinnacle of human engineering, then the current heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor is a testament to the peak of human ingenuity. Nevertheless, regardless of the challenges faced, human civilization has ultimately made this monumental leap in energy technology, akin to bridging an insurmountable chasm. From a specific perspective, the span of 150 years resembles the tale of the foolish old man moving mountains. From a macro perspective, these 150 years have seen researchers coalesce like countless droplets of water, uniting to form a formidable torrent that has shattered the mountains obstructing their path. For the insectoid-like human civilization, no conundrum remains insurmountable. Even amidst adversity, they can navigate their way to a singular solution. Cheers erupted following the successful initial operation of the heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. From the fringes of the Kuiper Belt at the edge of human dominion, to distant vessels aware of the developments through interstellar pathways and back to Earth, the Moon, and the inner regions of the solar system. Near the Solar Particle Collider's observation stations, the excitement was palpable. The significance of energy to a civilization is self-evident, and thus, the elation was understandable. However, this exhilaration did not hinder the continued advancement of ongoing projects. On the contrary, following the announcement of the achievement in heavy nuclear fusion technology, human productivity and efficiency are anticipated to soar further. True to the customary efficiency of human civilization, even as the demonstration reactor achieved ignition, new heavy nuclear fusion reactors were already in the pipeline. In the year 2017, in October, spurred by the breakthrough in heavy nuclear fusion technology, the previously established electric propulsion systems also witnessed advancements due to energy innovations. According to experimental data and calculations, spacecraft equipped with the new electric propulsion system can achieve a maximum speed of 9.03 of the speed of light. In contrast to the remarkable advancements in energy output power, the leap from heavy nuclear fusion to the previous helium-3 fusion represents a significant shift in energy magnitude. However, the enhancements in electric propulsion systems based on heavy nuclear fusion technology do not seem to exhibit a commensurate advancement. This is not a reflection of the inadequacy of heavy nuclear fusion technology, but rather an indication of the limitations inherent in electric propulsion technology. The current form of electric propulsion systems is insufficient to fully harness the advantages provided by heavy nuclear fusion reactors in terms of energy, as previously acknowledged by researchers. Such propellant engines have seemingly reached their zenith. Even with increased energy power, it remains inadequate to facilitate a substantial leap in the speed of electric propulsion systems. It can be said that, at this juncture, electric propulsion systems impede the progress of heavy nuclear fusion reactors. Moreover, there exists an evident issue concerning heavy nuclear fusion reactors aboard spacecraft. This dilemma arises from various factors, one of the most conspicuous being the exaggerated size of the reactors. Under current technological constraints, there is little scope for further improvement in the bulk of heavy nuclear fusion reactors. Otherwise, researchers would have achieved this in demonstration reactors. Thus, for an extended period, the dimensions of heavy nuclear fusion reactors are unlikely to diminish. This supersized configuration significantly impacts the design of interstellar spacecraft. The enormity of heavy nuclear fusion reactors precludes the possibility of compact spacecraft designs. The resultant larger spacecraft inevitably leads to increased self-weight, necessitating a greater amount of propellant for the same acceleration, which in turn demands an even larger spacecraft. This creates a marginal effect, as there is a clear limit to how much larger spacecraft can be constructed. Ultimately, the current optimal solution permits a maximum velocity of only 9.1 of the speed of light, which requires a longer acceleration time than that of previous stellar-class spacecraft. Nevertheless, Even though the new electric propulsion spacecraft exhibit minimal enhancements in speed, particularly in short-range velocity, some interstellar vessels were constructed to accommodate heavy nuclear fusion reactors alongside the latest electric propulsion systems. Concurrently, influenced by their size, these interstellar spacecraft resemble the early electric propulsion vessels of human civilization, being unable to land on terrestrial surfaces and relegated to traversing interstellar routes. However, for human civilization, even these spacecraft, capable of providing modest efficiency gains during the final construction phase of the heliocentric particle accelerator, are deemed worthwhile. Subsequently, the year 217 concluded, and the timeline transitioned into 218. This year undoubtedly held profound significance for the entirety of human civilization. Chapter 40. The Solar Particle Accelerator Year 218. The Star 1 vessel continued its accelerated journey towards the Barnard's 16 planetary system. Despite the passage of a year, the comprehensive monitoring aboard Star 1 had yet to detect the recurrence of that peculiar signal or any other suspicious electromagnetic activity. Nevertheless, neither those aboard the vessel nor the inhabitants of the solar system felt disheartened. They maintained their vigilance and continued their observations. This year, however, marked a significant milestone, the anticipated completion of the Solar Particle Accelerator, the most monumental individual project in the annals of human civilization. In truth, there was no notion of delay. The projected timeline was derived from calculations based on the productivity and circumstances of human civilization rather than any individual's demand. Thus, under a meticulously refined construction plan, the completion date of the Solar Particle Accelerator remained neither postponed nor significantly advanced. On June 15th at 12:11 p.m., Earth time, the latest interstellar spacecraft embarked from humanity's most distant industrial hub in the vicinity of Neptune, carrying the final 10 segments of the accelerator's pipeline to the designated region of the solar orbit. As the interstellar vessel opened its hatch, the self-propelled segments of the pipeline automatically disembarked, positioning themselves at their assigned locations. The stabilization of the final segment signified the culmination of the 5-decade endeavor to construct the Solar Particle Accelerator. Over the 50 years of construction, those involved witnessed the passage of time. Youthful participants aged into the twilight of their lives. If the journey of nuclear fusion research could be quantified, the construction of the Solar Particle Accelerator was a collective undertaking of human civilization itself. Almost every individual, industrial unit, and industrial cluster contributed in various forms to this monumental project. Beyond sustaining the internal workings of humanity, a significant portion of societal productivity over the past 50 years was directly or indirectly invested in the construction of the Solar Particle Accelerator. This grand engineering marvel, born from humanity's exaggerated productivity, resembled a terrifying behemoth. Unlike the previous expansion of the solar system's orbit, the construction of the Solar Particle Accelerator yielded little in terms of returns for human civilization. Instead, it became a relentless abyss, consuming vast amounts of productivity without respite. The total investment in productivity, when compared to similarly advanced civilizations, could potentially cripple another society. Yet, for human civilization, it was of little consequence. In pursuit of a common goal, humanity was willing to pour forth every ounce of effort without regard for the anticipated outcome. Upon the final segmentation, the interstellar spacecraft distanced itself, aided by the strategically positioned observation stations set every 100,000 to 200,000 kilometers. Each segment was equipped with independent computational units and propulsion systems. Researchers of human civilization embarked on the meticulous final adjustments of the sun-circumventing particle accelerator, which had been completed. Following the preordained protocols, the segments of the Solar Particle Accelerator commenced their smooth and precise movements around the Sun to maintain its orbital position. The accelerator itself was not entirely motionless. It was as if the colossal structure, entwined in the spatial realm surrounding the Sun, was gradually shifting as a whole. Illuminations flickered across the segments of the accelerator, signifying the initiation of its operation. On a macroscopic scale, at a greater distance from the Sun, this faint glimmer was nearly imperceptible against the brilliance emitted by the Sun itself. In comparison to the Sun, the immense particle accelerator resembled a slender filament. Yet, even in its subtlety, it represented the radiance of human civilization. a creation that shone in proximity and harmony with the magnificent sun. Naturally, Lindau also kept a keen eye on the solar particle accelerator. Had it not been for the interlude involving Star 1, he might have awakened from his second hibernation precisely at this moment, coinciding with the completion of the accelerator's construction. The fundamental purpose of this super project was to experiment, to ascertain whether new breakthroughs could be achieved in the realm of fundamental sciences at the microscopic level. However, post-construction, it signified even more than anticipated. With over 8 million segments, each housing an independent computational unit or cluster, these clusters interlinked to forge the largest supercomputing matrix humanity had ever constructed. Although spatial distance limited the computational power of this matrix, it nonetheless surpassed any computational cluster established in various extraterrestrial cities over the years. Furthermore, the mobility of each segment transformed the solar particle accelerator into the largest modular construct in space, capable of collective movement, due to its length and volume. The power output of this entity far exceeded that of the most advanced heavy nuclear fusion reactors currently known to humanity. Of course, these capabilities were supplementary. Its core function remained focused on conducting particle collision experiments for foundational research. On the day of its completion, a multitude of researchers and scholars within human civilization finalized the adjustments to the solar particle accelerator. The following day, experiments utilizing the accelerator commenced. Throughout the entire experimental process, Lindau maintained a keen interest, observing the myriad researchers and their interactions. From a macro perspective, Lindau surveyed the entirety of the particle collision experiment while also honing in on the intricate details visible at various observation stations adjacent to the solar particle accelerator. It was akin to revisiting the past. Naturally, Lindau harbored certain expectations regarding the outcomes of the solar particle collider, which might be regarded as a rare source of emotional fluctuation in his otherwise stable demeanor over the decades. Within the realm of human civilization, Lindau possessed the capacity to glean any information he desired. This endowed him with a profound understanding of the spectacular phenomena occurring at the moment the solar particle accelerator was activated. He comprehended fully the events that would unfold within the accelerator's conduits. On a more microscopic level, the disintegration and fundamental research seemed to converge towards simulating the moment of the universe's Big Bang. Although Lindau did not directly oversee the particle collision experiment, he remained an attentive observer, refraining from interference. At the commencement of the first experimental round, researchers from human civilization initiated the accelerator at minimal power to ascertain its operational status. Following this, after some adjustments, the second experimental phase commenced, during which researchers escalated the power of the entire solar particle accelerator to its limits. There was no gradual increase in energy levels. Rather, the experiment exhibited a forceful, almost overwhelming aspect. Should the solar particle accelerator, at its maximum energy capacity, fail to yield any discoveries, then the significance of experiments conducted at lower energy levels would be markedly diminished. This would imply that the productive efforts of human civilization over the past 50 years would have been in vain. Conversely, the success of this highest power operation would determine the worth of those efforts. The operational process of the solar particle accelerator, especially at its peak power, was nothing short of breathtaking. The immense energy emanating from the sun was harnessed by the accelerator, compelling the injected materials to accelerate. Spanning over 150 million kilometers in total length, even light would require a considerable duration to traverse it. Thus, when the true particle collision experiment at maximum power commenced, it was evident that immediate results were unlikely, necessitating a significant passage of time. On a macro scale, the orbital position of the solar particle accelerator radiated a luminous glow, a reaction indicative of its full power operation. Compared to its initial activation, this glow was considerably more pronounced and continued to intensify. If it were to be said that previously the luminosity of the solar particle accelerator was largely overshadowed by the sun's radiance, this time, even from a certain distance, its brilliance remains visible. It resembles a delicate azure line entwined around the sun. Certainly, when observed from a closer vantage point, against the backdrop of the sun's orange glow, this subtle blue trajectory is far from inconspicuous. It flows like a torrent, ravaging along its designated path. On a microscopic level, the events unfolding are even more astonishing. As particles traverse the accelerator for the first time, their velocity exceeds the limits achievable by current human interstellar spacecraft. Then come the second and third laps. As the particles within the conduit approach the speed of light, a magnificent and breathtaking eruption occurs on the microscopic scale. Collisions among particles commence. The sun's ultimate energy ignites within an infinitesimal point, reminiscent of a cosmic explosion, manifesting in the microscopic realm. When considering the magnitude of this energy release, the intensity is sufficient to create a minuscule black hole in the fabric of space. From this perspective, it indeed constitutes a somewhat perilous experiment. However, while other civilizations might harbor concerns in the face of such phenomena, human civilization evidently does not, as a multitude of instruments provide concrete feedback from the particle collision experiments. Researchers in various laboratories and observatories, spread across different regions, are involuntarily left wide-eyed, even though this may seem devoid of significance. In that fleeting moment, the astronomical figures of data collected from the myriad monitoring devices across the 8 million segments of the accelerator are staggering, even when presented to the researchers. The torrent of information renders it nearly impossible for even the most astute scholars to draw any meaningful conclusions. Following the particle collisions, this experiment begins to approach its conclusion. In a sense, 50 years of construction, 50 years of preparation, 50 years of productivity have culminated in this singular instant. In a certain light, on this day, human civilization unleashed the most extravagant fireworks ever witnessed in the cosmos. And the duration of this spectacle was so ephemeral that only the most sensitive and advanced instruments of humankind could barely capture it. After the brief yet intense eruption, the solar particle accelerator enters a shutdown phase. On the microscopic level, the extreme collisions among particles cease. On a macroscopic scale, the once vibrant blue luminescence along the accelerator's trajectory begins to dim, ultimately fading into obscurity. Gradually, beyond the sun, the particle accelerator, encircling in tranquility, returns to a state reminiscent of its freshly constructed form, as if the brilliance that once shone beside the sun had never existed. Nevertheless, there exists a subtle distinction compared to before. Given the peak operational power it has undergone, it is evident from its energy levels that, regardless of how meticulously the researchers designed it, it can no longer remain unscathed. To say it is entirely obsolete would be an understatement. The solar ring particle accelerator has effectively become half inoperative. Should there be a desire to conduct another operation, it may require several years of repairs. However, this is of little consequence, for this solar ring particle accelerator has fulfilled its historical mandate for human civilization. In that fleeting moment, humanity amassed an extensive collection of data. Regardless of whether the desired answers were gleaned from this information, the solar ring particle accelerator will not operate in the same manner again. If answers were indeed obtained, there would be no necessity for further operations. Conversely, if answers eluded us, it would imply that the inquiries of human civilization are beyond the scope of what such a colossal experimental apparatus can provide. With a macrocosmic perspective, Lin Dao gazed upon the solar ring particle accelerator, which took 50 years to construct and was rendered obsolete in an instant. Subsequently, particle collision experiments transitioned into their latter stages. For the researchers of human civilization, this moment marked the true inception of their scholarly endeavors. The experiments merely yielded data. The significance of this data required their interpretation. They needed to sift through the vastness of information to unearth insights valuable to the current state of human civilization. The efficiency of human civilization is indeed astonishing. The very moment the experimental data was transmitted back, researchers spontaneously organized themselves and commenced the dissection of the extensive data set. Intelligent programs and computational clusters played a crucial role in this endeavor, enhancing the efficiency of data analysis. Yet ultimately, it is the researchers and scholars who must undertake the final interpretations. In the year 2018, within this critical field of research, the insectoid civilization demonstrated yet another advantage. Almost all researchers across relevant domains of human civilization engaged in the analysis of the data collected from the solar ring particle accelerator experiments. The number of directly involved researchers exceeded 10 million, representing a colossal scientific body that diligently processed this equally substantial data. Moreover, in the preceding years, researchers within human civilization had already formulated multiple hypotheses regarding the experimental outcomes of the solar ring particle accelerator. Each hypothesis was underpinned by a coherent theory aimed at elucidating the corresponding phenomena, thereby providing direct comparisons for the current data analysis. The data analysis process effectively entered a fast lane, requiring only the experimental data to align with the theoretical predictions of human civilization in various directions. Ultimately, the vast data obtained from the solar ring particle accelerator underwent months of analysis and research. By February of the following year, although human researchers and scholars had yet to decipher all the acquired data, they had successfully identified key information in the most critical domains. Chapter 41. The Grand Unified Theory. The productivity of human civilization over the past 50 years has not been in vain. Amidst the vast and profound data, researchers and scholars have discerned the most anticipated discovery, a bridge that connects gravity with the other three fundamental forces at a more microscopic level. Throughout history, gravity has remained somewhat of an isolated entity among the four fundamental forces. It seemingly harbors no connection or interaction with the other three. Humanity's understanding of it has persistently lingered in a relatively macro and ambiguous state. Yet now, within the immense data documenting the momentous collisions within the solar particle accelerator, researchers have captured its trace. They have begun to unravel how gravity operates on a microscopic scale and in what form it exists. In a higher dimension, the potential for gravity to transform alongside the other three fundamental forces is called into question. Once a trace of data was seized, it quickly aligned with a theoretical proposition previously posited by a group of brilliant researchers. Following the validated aspects of the theoretical predictions, additional crucial data was meticulously identified and filtered. This essentially implies that the solar particle accelerator has corroborated a particular direction of theoretical inquiry proposed by humanities researchers, while simultaneously refining the earlier theoretical framework through experimental data. Within a remarkably short time frame, scholars from nearly all relevant fields participated in the enhancement of this theory, showcasing the terrifying efficiency of a civilization that has evolved into a collective hive. Once a direction is established, human civilization promptly transforms that path into a broad thoroughfare. Finally, in the year 2019, the second year following the completion of the solar particle accelerator's experiments, human civilization has birthed what may be the greatest physical theory and achievement in decades, perhaps since the dawn of the current era. For the first time, humanity has unified the four fundamental forces within the same physical framework. With the assistance of the solar particle accelerator and the diligent efforts of brilliant researchers and scholars, gravity has forged connections with the other three fundamental forces through a bridge that operates at a more microscopic level, enabling transformations under this grand unified physical theory. Although Lin Dao did not directly participate in the solar particle accelerator experiments or the subsequent data analysis, he maintained a keen interest throughout. For him, the implications of unifying the four fundamental forces within a singular physical framework are entirely comprehensible. He can also appreciate the inherent beauty of this achievement. It seems as though everything in the world is interconnected across another dimension. If one were to articulate this sensation, it might be described as, the world feels remarkably complete. However, despite this unification of the four fundamental forces within a singular physical framework, it does not imply that human civilization now possesses the understanding to unravel all the enigmas of the physical world. Conversely, the unification of the four fundamental forces seems to have elevated our understanding to a new echelon. As human civilization deepens its comprehension of the universe, myriad new questions emerge. Much like the data gleaned from the recent particle accelerator collision experiments, which elucidated certain mysteries of gravity, these findings simultaneously engendered additional perplexities. Presently, the unified theoretical framework of the four fundamental forces remains inadequate in explicating certain data from these particle collision experiments. Beyond these experiments, numerous phenomena within the cosmos also elude perfect explanation. For instance, the cognitive weaponry of the octopus civilization evidently transcends the current framework of human physics. indicating that our existing theories are still far from comprehensive. Even with the unification of the four fundamental forces, we remain distanced from the grand theory that aspires to explain all and encompass everything. Nonetheless, in a certain light, this could be deemed fortuitous. Were the physical laws of the universe truly so simplistic, the world might become exceedingly mundane. This notion reflects the theoretical implications of the recent solar particle accelerator collision experiments. Furthermore, what does a grand unified theory signify in practical, tangible applications? It suggests that, to some degree, humanity is beginning to acquire the capability to manipulate gravity. Alternatively, prior concepts of propulsion without mass that bore some relation to gravity now possess theoretical backing. The advent of a grand unified theory undoubtedly excites the populace. However, amid this exhilaration, there is a concurrent recognition of the imperative to commence practical research based on gravitational theories. The earlier concepts related to gravity primarily encompass three categories: gravitational wave propulsion, long-distance traction from immense gravitational sources, and the manipulation of cosmic strings utilizing the tension of one-dimensional strings. Among these, the most challenging is undoubtedly the cosmic string. To harness cosmic strings, one must first observe them, and the recent particle collision experiments have yet to yield any advancements in this regard. Moreover, the existence of one-dimensional cosmic strings, particularly in proximity to our solar system, remains uncertain. Consequently, while the proposals based on cosmic strings have not been outright abandoned, they have certainly not become the focal point for the upcoming cadre of researchers. In contrast, the gravitational wave propulsion and immense gravitational source traction schemes are being pursued concurrently, with both projects capable of collaborating on preliminary endeavors. Similar to previous particle collision experiments, the number of researchers involved in the propulsion without mass schemes is staggering. Undoubtedly, following the solar particle collision experiments, propulsion without mass has emerged as the research project to which human civilization has allocated the most resources. In the relentless pursuit of advanced and superior transportation capabilities, coupled with the unique signals previously detected from the Barnard 16 star system by the Star 1 spacecraft, humanity finds itself in urgent need of a propulsion scheme based on gravitational principles, devoid of any working medium. Given the intrinsic characteristics of human civilization, unless faced with insurmountable obstacles hindering progress, substantial investments of resources invariably yield corresponding efficiencies. The year 219 has yet to unfold. Yet within the collaborative efforts of a multitude of researchers and scholars engaged in both gravitational wave propulsion and significant gravitational source traction projects, a remarkable manifestation of the connections between gravity and other fundamental forces has emerged from the latest unified theories. Under the auspices of the Earth-Moon Industrial Corporation, a sizable gravitational wave experimental apparatus has been constructed in the cosmic expanse approximately 100 million kilometers from Earth. In this relatively remote area, away from the bustling routes of human civilization, researchers embarked on gravitational wave excitation experiments utilizing the gravitational wave apparatus. In layman's terms, gravitational waves can be likened to ripples in spacetime caused by gravitational disturbances. The objective of the gravitational wave propulsion scheme is to harness these spacetime ripples to propel interstellar spacecraft forward, while the significant gravitational traction scheme aims to exploit existing gravitational theories to identify possibilities within the theoretical framework that interfere with gravitational influences from other directions, thereby preserving the effects of distant, substantial gravitational sources. During the experimental process, researchers discovered a strong correlation with gravitational waves. Typically, actively generating gravitational waves poses considerable challenges, as prominent gravitational wave signatures are often the result of extreme celestial phenomena. However, the new gravitational theories have enabled researchers to uncover more sophisticated methodologies from an alternate dimension. Nevertheless, to power this already substantial gravitational wave excitation experimental apparatus, 10 state-of-the-art interstellar spacecraft equipped with heavy nuclear fusion reactors were stationed in the experimental zone. Given the current limitations in reducing the size of heavy nuclear fusion reactors, this effectively utilized 10 reactors to ensure the execution of the excitation experiments. The gravitational wave excitation experiment commenced at 3 o'clock in the morning on December 13th of that year, according to terrestrial time. Once all preparations were finalized, the researchers wasted no time and promptly activated the experiment. Under the vigorous energy supply, the experimental apparatus was initiated, and almost instantaneously, the gravitational wave detection device located 300,000 kilometers away captured the emergence of gravitational waves. Although the intensity of the gravitational waves generated by this experiment may not rival those produced by colossal celestial bodies or extreme astrophysical events, the proximity of the detection device rendered this an unprecedented achievement, marking the closest gravitational wave traces ever captured by human civilization to date. After the detection apparatus captured the gravitational waves emitted by the excitation device, the experiment could be deemed a success. The intensity of the emitted gravitational waves and other data, while noteworthy, were secondary concerns for this inaugural trial. Nevertheless, the mere success of this excitation experiment does not bring humanity closer to the coveted concept of a massless propulsion system. The gap between experimental apparatus and practical application on interstellar spacecraft remains considerable. To employ an inappropriate analogy, it is akin to humanity just discovering the mass energy equivalence formula. While the massless propulsion scheme equates to controlled nuclear fusion, in the ensuing years, researchers of humanity's civilization continued their unwavering dedication to the exploration of two distinct avenues of massless propulsion technology. The myriad of formidable challenges that exist between theoretical constructs and practical engineering applications did not deter these scholars. Instead, they remained invigorated by their pursuits, imbued with an enduring passion for their work. Much like previous monumental research endeavors, the study of new massless propulsion systems would inevitably necessitate the collective intellect of numerous researchers. While there is an eagerness for the massless propulsion systems to reach fruition promptly, there is no regret if such success does not manifest through their own efforts. From the years 220 to 224, researchers engaged in both projects, with the assistance of humanity's industrial and production systems, completed several gravity-related experimental devices to amass additional data for their studies, even though gravitational theory provided theoretical support and inspiration. The practical engineering challenges far outweighed those of a theoretical nature. Numerous experiments were an unavoidable step in this rigorous process. By the year 224, a substantial amount of data had indeed been accumulated through extensive experimentation, yet the construction of new experimental devices and the frequency of new trials for both projects gradually diminished. Humanity's civilization appeared to have entered a period of silence preceding a potential breakthrough in the study of massless propulsion systems. Furthermore, despite the fact that massless propulsion research was the most heavily invested project at that moment, other significant initiatives were not entirely dormant. The advent of a unified theory influenced not only the study of massless propulsion, but also unveiled new possibilities for already completed heavy nuclear fusion reactors. The question arose whether gravitational applications could be integrated into heavy nuclear fusion reactors, thereby potentially reducing their substantial volume. Additionally, through the lens of gravity, or even other energy release mechanisms on a more microscopic level, researchers pondered the prospect of new, feasible energy technologies and methods of energy acquisition within humanity's civilization. Researchers in the energy sector simultaneously prepared for advancements in these two directions. Furthermore, in recent years, the field of materials research has witnessed notable developments. The previously semi-abandoned solar ring particle accelerator has been repurposed. A considerable amount of productive resources has been invested to fully restore the computational cluster associated with the accelerator. With this unparalleled computing power, researchers in materials science have significantly advanced computational materials science, leading to the emergence of numerous novel materials in recent years. If, at this juncture, human civilization were to construct a monolith in the orbit of Neptune, the material of this monolith would undoubtedly be a more advanced alloy rather than the 6001 metal. Additionally, the success of gravitational wave excitation experiments has provided inspiration for research in the field of communications. Given the propagation characteristics of gravitational waves, they can now be actively stimulated and detected, suggesting their potential as a means of communication akin to traditional electromagnetic waves. However, it is essential to consider that this mode of communication may interfere with current gravitational propulsion schemes, making it somewhat challenging to implement an interstellar communication even after its establishment. Finally, with the completion of the Solar Ring Particle Accelerator, the vast productive capabilities of human civilization have no need for waste. During this period, efforts to expand into the Kuiper Belt beyond the inner solar system have commenced. While this expansion is not akin to the previous endeavors within the inner solar system, it indeed signifies a gradual incorporation of the Kuiper Belt into the dominion of human civilization. In recent years, Lingdao has not remained in the prolonged slumber of over 2 decades as before. Instead, he has maintained a macro perspective on the changes within the solar system while occasionally monitoring the movements of the deep space vessels. The remarkable discovery made by the Star Cluster 1 was serendipitous. The other 3 exploratory vessels, whether the pioneering exploration and Voyager ships or the Star Cluster 2, which departed alongside Star Cluster 1, have not made any significant discoveries during their extended voyages. This is to be expected, as the distances traversed by these vessels are minimal on a cosmic scale. The unique findings of Star Cluster 1 are indeed unusual, had all 4 vessels made discoveries. Human civilization would have been compelled to reassess its understanding of the universe and Earth's position within it, since the detection of that peculiar signal by Star Cluster 1. 6 years have elapsed, and the vessel has gradually accelerated to 8, one of its maximum speed. However, as it approaches the Barnard 16 star system, no new electromagnetic signal fluctuations have been detected. This presents 2 possibilities. Either the Barnard 16 star system is as desolate as previously observed by human civilization, rendering that special signal a remarkable cosmic coincidence, or the entity responsible for emitting that signal within Barnard 16 has become aware of Star Cluster 1, resulting in a cessation of further signals. However, both possibilities are inconsequential to human civilization. That 7-second signal, subjected to extensive scrutiny by humanity, has at least confirmed one thing. Even if there is no civilization within the Barnard 16 system, there must exist something unseen by human civilization. Regardless, it is worth the endeavor for humankind to take a glimpse. Chapter 42. The Divided Empire in the Barnard 16 star system on the planet Barnard 16-1, which orbits closest to the stars Barnard 16A and Barnard 16B. Our instruments have detected unusual activity emanating from 1 light-years away, at the heart of the solitary star system known as 1-8. The yellow-green hazy sky reflects the dim halos of both stars, marking noon on Barnard 16-1. Though it appears as twilight, an intelligent being, entirely dissimilar to humans, crawls in the marsh before the palace, its deep, resonant tones reporting an important message to a noble. What transpired there? Inquires a second voice, resonating with a similar tone. Perhaps a ritual or an experiment is underway. They have engaged in some exaggerated actions around their star. Given our distance from them, this event occurred 6 years prior. Can we ascertain more clarity? That may necessitate deploying our spatial monitoring equipment into the cosmos. A third voice interjects. This is not a feasible option. Alternatively, we could reach out to those rebels. Their equipment may have recorded a more comprehensive account of the events. Your Grace, Lord Gore, do you comprehend the implications of your words? It matters not what they are undertaking. We shall not attract their attention here. Divine Providence has granted us the right to dwell in this place. Yet those rebels will inevitably expose us. We must act swiftly to eradicate them. Their proximity is alarming, and they continually betray the benevolence of the divine with their arrogance and hubris. Barnard 16-5, the most remote planet of the Barnard system, harbors similar voices resonating within a confined space, next to a gas giant and a satellite larger than Barnard 16-1 itself. The remnants on our mother planet are no longer our kin. Their foolish self-destruction will drown them in the annals of history. In the solitary star system, 1 light-years from our mother star, we have observed violent changes over the past 150 years. A civilization may be rising at an astonishing pace. This is an epiphany for us. The universe is thriving and vibrant. We too must grow strong and expand outward, just like the acacia in the marsh. It can either be a weed trampled in the mire or a vine that sprawls across the vast wetlands. The divine has bestowed upon us the ability to inhabit this land, not to stagnate in a confined space, but to advance steadily, relying on the gifts granted by the divine with prudence. Over the past century, our advancement has surpassed those foolish and self-indulgent remnants of our home planet, demonstrating that we are indeed on the right path. In the historical competition, we shall triumph over the remnants of our mother world. Beneath the same yellow-green sky, the two stars of the Barnard 16-star system dimly flicker like distant celestial bodies. It feels as though a speech is unfolding. Victory, victory! A muffled roar resonates through the air. Then, amidst the clamor, a faint voice emerges. Leader, how should we respond to the ship entering our galaxy? Continue to maintain silence, withdrawing all that we are into the protection of the divine until they depart. The year is 230. 12 years have elapsed since the conclusion of the solar particle acceleration collision experiments, and 6 years since the substantial construction of gravitational experimental apparatus to gather data in the year 224. Despite the formidable challenges between the new gravitational theories and the realization of thrust mechanisms based on these theories, there ought to be some clarity for humanity at this moment, as well as the vast research resources invested by our civilization. This year marks two significant developments for human civilization, originally based on gravitational theory. The two directions of thrust mechanisms have merged into one. Specifically, this entails the simultaneous implementation of two thrust mechanisms on future interstellar vessels. In the initial phase, the gravitational wave propulsion system is employed, where the gravitational waves generated by the excitation device do not directly act upon the interstellar vessel but rather ripple through space in a designated direction, propelling the vessel forward. However, due to the power limitations of the gravitational wave excitation device, the resultant acceleration of the interstellar vessel has a capped velocity. Thus, another scheme is introduced. Once the gravitational wave propulsion system accelerates the vessel to the desired speed, the gravitational propulsion system takes over. In this propulsion scheme, researchers have discovered methods to interfere with and disrupt the gravitational fields in surrounding directions, which are still related to gravitational waves. The specific excitation of gravitational waves in certain directions disturbs the surrounding space-time, thus altering the gravitational environment. At this juncture, the substantial gravitational source in the direction of travel remains unaffected, effectively pulling the vessel forward and allowing for the continuation of acceleration through the gravitational wave propulsion scheme. Nevertheless, even in the cosmic environment where numerous gravitational sources abound, the gravitational source pulling mechanism inevitably imposes some limitations on the vessel's trajectory. Thus, conversely, the gravitational wave propulsion system is employed to supplement the gravitational source pulling scheme. This marks a pivotal shift in the realm of human civilization's research into propulsion capabilities. The tangible achievement of this year is the design and construction of the very first experimental propulsion system devoid of working mass, founded on two integrated propulsion schemes. This system is formally named the Heavy Nuclear Fusion Power Source, Gravitational Wave Resonance, and Large Gravitational Source Cooperative Massless Propulsion System. The enormity of this endeavor is evident from its designation alone. Despite significant breakthroughs in fundamental physics allowing researchers in the energy sector to somewhat miniaturize heavy nuclear fusion reactors, this reduction is relative, considering that the base diameter of demonstration reactors exceeds 10 kilometers. The new massless propulsion system, however, capitalizes on the advantages of heavy nuclear fusion over helium-3 fusion, though the demands for input power have constrained the reduction of heavy nuclear fusion reactors. Furthermore, apart from the heavy nuclear fusion reactor, the core of the massless propulsion system, despite being an experimental model, already resembles a behemoth. Lacking the additional systems typically found in an interstellar spacecraft, the prospect of a fully realized interstellar vessel likely extends beyond mere incorporation of a propulsion unit, suggesting that the spacecraft, constructed with the current massless propulsion system, may ultimately assume an exaggerated size. At this juncture, however, this is of little concern to human civilization. As long as the functionality of the massless propulsion system is validated, humanity's productive capabilities can sufficiently support the construction of a larger interstellar vessel. In August of that year, this experimental massless propulsion device underwent operational testing 100 million kilometers from Earth, precisely in the vicinity where gravitational wave excitation experiments had previously been conducted. This time, the system did not merely excite gravitational waves, it was set into motion within the vast expanse of space. When the massless propulsion system was actively displaced 10 kilometers in a designated direction, a minuscule distance in the cosmos, cheers of triumph resonated throughout the solar system, signifying a monumental leap for human civilization. At this moment, considerations of the system's range or maximum velocity were rendered irrelevant. The mere fact that it had been activated represented a significant advancement for humanity. This was the first instance in which human civilization achieved active massless propulsion in the vastness of space. Witnessed from various perspectives, the entire process was recorded by Lin Dao. Naturally, even in this initial experiment, the researchers did not merely settle for getting the massless propulsion device to function. They conducted a multitude of related experiments, thoroughly validating the system and amassing a wealth of data. Mr. Lin, based on the existing data, if a new interstellar spacecraft were to be constructed utilizing this gravitational propulsion system, its theoretical maximum speed could reach 25 of the speed of light under optimal conditions. However, this is likely not the upper limit of the gravitational propulsion system. From our current research, there remain numerous avenues to enhance this expected maximum velocity. Nevertheless, akin to the previously launched Voyager spacecraft, achieving this ultimate speed would still necessitate a protracted acceleration period. A researcher remarked to Lin Dao, who merely nodded in response, uttering not a word. There was no need for anyone to articulate these facts to him. The mere knowledge held by others implied that he too was aware. This year, as the experimental success of the massless propulsion system unfolded, the logical progression was to implement this technology on one of the latest interstellar vessels. For humanity's civilization, an immense factory spanning over 30 astronomical units in radius, the capability to produce one massless propulsion system foretold the ability to manufacture many. The successful experimentation with the massless propulsion system and its technological breakthroughs marked a significant milestone this year, a development that felt almost inevitable. From the day humanity unraveled the secrets of gravity through successful solar particle collision experiments, this moment had been anticipated. Furthermore, another notable event this year pertained to the Voyager spacecraft, known as the Star of the Cosmos. The Star of the Cosmos faced a dilemma that was not truly a choice. If it were to halt in the inner orbit of Barnard 16, near the vicinity of 5 planetary orbits, it was clear that deceleration could not commence only upon arrival. Thus, from this year onward, the Star of the Cosmos would need to initiate its deceleration process, ultimately reducing its velocity from a maximum of 1 of the speed of light to a complete stop. The sole concern was that upon halting, the Star of the Cosmos would lack sufficient propellant to reignite its journey. Should it fail to replenish its propellant and fuel, the ship's voyage would conclude prematurely. Over the past 12 years, the crew aboard the Star of the Cosmos had not detected any anomalous electromagnetic activity from the Barnard star system. Numerous deep space exploration instruments within the solar system had persistently monitored this direction, yet no peculiar signs had emerged. Should the Star of the Cosmos choose not to decelerate, it would ultimately skim past the Barnard star system. This indeed presented a formidable choice. However, this decision had already been made when the Star of the Cosmos altered its course towards the heart of the Barnard system. Now, regardless of what may lie within the Barnard star system, the vessel must first come to a halt there. Henceforth, the Star of the Cosmos commenced its deceleration protocol. In the year 231, within the inner ring of the solar system, leveraging the industrial productivity of Mars, the Jupiter-Saturn industrial zone, and the Neptune industrial zone, alongside the resources and materials from the asteroid belt, the Kuiper belt, and the orbital region of Uranus, human civilization successfully constructed the first true spacecraft utilizing an advanced propulsion system devoid of propellant, following the successful operational experiments of the previous year. This gravitational wave propulsion interstellar vessel, rather than merely resembling a spacecraft, appeared more akin to a celestial city transported into the cosmos, boasting a diameter exceeding 15 kilometers due to the vastness of its propulsion and energy systems. Theoretically, under extreme conditions, it could accommodate over 1 million inhabitants, while standard conditions would allow for more than 400,000. even with the substantial space occupied by its propulsion and energy systems. In comparison to the 4 earlier exploratory vessels, it represented an entirely different magnitude of creation. Upon completion, the vessel received its mission. Currently, there were limited opportunities within the solar system to utilize such a colossal structure. Thus, exploration emerged as the singular fitting purpose for this pinnacle of human aerospace engineering. After consulting with the researchers, the vessel was designated as Stellar Class, with its inaugural ship simply named Stellar 1 in accordance with customary nomenclature. Although Stellar 1 would embark on an exploratory journey, its trajectory differed from that of the previous 4 vessels. Instead of venturing toward an uncharted direction beyond the solar system, it would set forth towards the Barnard 16 star system, the current location of Celestial 1. This endeavor portrayed human civilization as a wild entity escaping the solar confines, fixated on a faint signal emanating from Barnard 16, reminiscent of a relentless hound. The insectoid-like logic of human civilization diverged significantly from that of conventional collective societies. Nevertheless, for human civilization, dispatching Stellar 1 towards Barnard 16 was not an extreme decision. Should Celestial 1 ultimately uncover something of significance within the Barnard system, Stellar 1's mission would enhance humanity's influence over that region. Conversely, if the peculiar signal previously received by Celestial 1 were merely a cosmic coincidence, Stellar 1's journey would facilitate the retrieval of Celestial 1 from Barnard. As relying solely on Celestial 1's productivity to gather sufficient propellant and fuel would require an extensive duration. That year, Stellar 1 set forth with a crew of 400,000, meticulously selected within a brief time frame, departing from the Kuiper Belt near Neptune's orbit. Meanwhile, Celestial 1 continued to decelerate en route to the central coordinates of the Barnard 16 star system. In the same year, within the Barnard 16 star system, an enduring silence prevailed. Amidst the vigilant observations of human civilization, no sound emerged, echoing the desolation and stillness previously perceived from afar. As time advanced to the year 232, the pace of humanity's construction of Stellar-class interstellar vessels accelerated. In addition to the Starship 1, which had embarked the previous year, 3 more Stellar-class ships set forth on grand voyages this year. Chapter 43, The Tranquil Barnard 16 star system gravitational wave noise, an inherent byproduct of any inertialess propulsion system, manifests during operation, akin to the ripples left in the wake of a vessel traversing water. However, in the vastness of space, such disturbances dissipate rapidly, beyond a certain distance. They become exceedingly elusive, rendering it difficult for interstellar ships equipped with inertialess propulsion to reveal their navigational trajectories over great expanses. Nonetheless, this phenomenon of gravitational wave noise may serve as a distinct hallmark of a civilization's technological prowess. In the year 232, as 3 Stellar-class deep space vessels embarked towards the Barnard 16 star system, Lindau found himself at a space research base within the Kuiper Belt. With the naked eye, he observed the gradual disappearance of these colossal interstellar ships, which resembled moving cosmic cities, into the depths of space. In stark contrast to the exaggerated dimensions of the Stellar-class vessels, their initiation and navigation appeared curiously serene. The heavy nuclear fusion reactors concealed within their cores obscured any indication of the violent reactions occurring within, while the exterior of these stellar ships, unlike their predecessors utilizing electric propulsion, emitted no plasma jets. Utilizing instruments, one could detect a sudden intensification of gravitational wave activity in the vicinity at the moment of the stellar vessel's launch. Yet, in the absence of comparative references in the cosmos, no anomalies were discernible to the naked eye. One could only witness, seemingly without warning, the enormous Stellar-class ships, akin to interstellar cities, beginning to displace themselves, accelerating in a manner that defied conventional logic. This juxtaposition of enormity and lightness would evoke a profound dissonance in an ordinary individual from a bygone era. Nearby, within the research facility, a researcher observed the departure of the 3 stellar ships and reported back to Lindau. At times, Lin felt as though he were engaged in a soliloquy, for he anticipated the words that would emerge from the researcher's lips. We have not detected such gravitational wave noise phenomena within the Barnard 16 star system. This suggests that if another civilization does indeed exist there, They either have not achieved the technological capability for inertialess propulsion or have far surpassed our current technological level to the extent that they have abandoned gravitational propulsion altogether. According to our present understanding of the physical universe, gravity should represent the most suitable direction for application within inertialess propulsion schemes. Many researchers, after revisiting the studies of the Octopus civilization's vessel, similarly speculated that the Octopus civilization may have also employed a gravitational propulsion system, albeit through a path divergent from our own. From the current circumstances, the likelihood of a civilization within the Barnard 16 star system possessing a technological level vastly superior to ours is considerably greater. Such an advanced civilization would have no compelling reason to remain concealed in that distant realm. Of course, the assertions made by this researcher hinge upon the existence of something within the Barnard 16 star system. Without such a foundation, these hypotheses naturally fall apart. Nevertheless, for contemporary human civilization, engaging in a battle of wits with the void holds little significance. Much like the previous endeavor that expended 50 years' worth of total productivity to construct a stellar-class particle accelerator, even in the face of potential futility. Should the venture in Barnard 16 yield nothing, humanity would undoubtedly pursue similar endeavors in the future. The loss of such productivity is inconsequential for a civilization driven by a collective will, unlike other civilizations that may need to weigh costs and internal governance. Humanity appears free from such concerns. Ling Dao's gaze shifted from the spatial research base in the Kuiper Belt to the 3 newly launched deep space vessels, and then to the Starship One, which had embarked a year earlier. Ultimately, it settled on the Starship One, along the trajectory from the solar system, where human civilization resides. To the Barnard 16 star system, humanity has dispatched 4 stellar-class vessels. However, due to the vast distances involved, even though each of these ships could theoretically achieve a maximum speed of 25 of light, it is certain that the Starship One will be the first to reach the inner ring of Barnard 16. If any discoveries are to be made, they will undoubtedly be uncovered by the Starship One first. In this year, Ling Dao continued to monitor the status of the deep space vessels. While both within and beyond the solar system, the atmosphere aboard these ships seemed to be marked by an unusual tranquility amidst the bustling activity. In the solar system, human civilization has not made any pivotal breakthroughs in significant technologies. Rather, it has been following previous momentum to expand outward into larger regions of the solar system, progressively incorporating the Kuiper Belt into its realm of control. The deep space vessels, whether with clearly defined objectives or heading towards distant horizons, continued to navigate steadily and serenely according to their respective plans. By the year 235, 3 years later, the total population of human civilization reached 9 billion. From the completion of construction in the inner solar system to the 50-year endeavor of building the solar particle accelerator, and from the inception of the principles behind stellar-class vessels to their deployment as deep space ships, the population of human civilization has consistently grown in a manner dictated by the advancements in artificial womb technology. According to the plans devised by researchers in the realm of human civilization, if there is no large-scale expansion towards the solar system in the coming years, the total population of humanity is expected to stabilize between 20 billion to 25 billion. Should there be attempts to expand into nearby planetary systems, this number may require further augmentation due to necessity. Even now, a population of 9 billion is by no means insignificant. Such a substantial demographic base, coupled with the unique educational framework of a hive-minded human civilization, has led to the emergence of numerous prodigies across various fields. Recent technological breakthroughs have also been significantly attributed to these gifted individuals. Moreover, in contrast to earlier times, the distribution of the population has seen some shifts. This year, within the territories governed by human civilization in the solar system, the number of extraterrestrial residents has surpassed 12 billion. The majority of these individuals reside on the lunar surface, Mars, Neptune, and Saturn, industrial planets, and zones. Some are located on resource-rich planets, such as Venus and Mercury, as well as in the asteroid belt and the orbit of Uranus. Others are more sparsely distributed, with populations ranging from tens of thousands to several 100,000 near bustling interstellar trade routes in the vast and whispering Kuiper Belt. In this era, Many individuals within human civilization may find themselves living and working in extraterrestrial cities or colonies from birth to retirement, only to return to their home planet, blue star, or other regions within the solar system for brief visits, reflecting on their diverse life experiences. In the same year, the territories ruled by humanity expanded to encompass the Kuiper Belt, which spans approximately 20 astronomical units. The development and construction within the Kuiper Belt differ from those in the inner solar system, rather than concentrating on building extensive settlements and industrial zones. Humanity has established scattered interstellar cities and resource-rich areas to facilitate local resource extraction and utilization. Naturally, even in regions exceeding 20 astronomical units in diameter. The overall number of interstellar cities, although appearing sparse on a macro scale, remains an impressive figure. The entirety of the Kuiper Belt contributes significantly to the development and functioning of human civilization, supplying abundant materials and resources, including many essential for the construction of stellar-class spacecraft, which are mined from within the Kuiper Belt. In the year 236, for stellar-class spacecraft, and the vessel named Star 1 continue their journey towards the Barnard 16-star system, which remains shrouded in silence. While it may seem that the focus of human civilization has been predominantly on these distant vessels, the impetus for external expansion has not waned due to this attention. Upon the completion of humanity's endeavors within the Kuiper Belt, civilization did not halt its relentless pursuit of the cosmos. Beyond the Kuiper Belt, humanity subsequently faced the vast expanse of the Oort cloud region. This is an area previously traversed by human spacecraft venturing beyond the solar system, and now, the expansion of human civilization has reached this frontier. However, the methods previously employed for expansion within the inner solar system are evidently ill-suited for the Oort cloud region. Strictly speaking, the Oort cloud lies beyond the conventional boundaries of the solar system, only tenuously associated with it in a broader context. The resource density and immense diameter of the Oort cloud do not permit the application of measures akin to those taken in the Kuiper Belt. Even the sporadic construction of interstellar cities scattered throughout the nearly 1 light-year diameter of the Oort cloud seems unnecessary and beyond humanity's current capabilities. The entirety of material within the dominion of human civilization would scarcely effect a notable transformation in this vast region. Within the Oort cloud, the scarcity of resources does not warrant the establishment of numerous interstellar cities for extraction. Consequently, scholars and researchers in relevant fields have delineated a modest plan to establish key interstellar routes from the inner solar system to the outer realms, creating extraterrestrial habitation zones at intervals of several astronomical units along these routes. These habitation zones will serve as nodes for the routes, facilitate the collection and development of nearby resources, function as industrial hubs, and provide early warning capabilities. Essentially, the Oort cloud will act as a buffer zone, akin to an interstellar moat, safeguarding the primary pathways for humanity's excursions beyond the solar system, while enabling the advanced monitoring of potential threats encroaching upon the solar vicinity. This year, guided by this principle, humanity commenced exploration and construction within the expansive confines of the Oort cloud. In response to this demand, the fleet of stellar-class spacecraft within human civilization has been rapidly increasing. Wong, our instruments have detected a colossal object approaching the center of our galaxy. From whence do they originate? Might they be from a solitary star system located 1 light-years away? Over the past 2 centuries, activity within the 1 to 8 planetary system has been notably vigorous. Should we reach out to those rebels? They might possess greater knowledge. Amid the swampy tendrils of the Akachi, intelligent beings unlike humans are seen. Some crawl, others stand, while some sit, their cacophony blending into a chaotic din. Yet, it matters little. For under the aegis of the divine, this desolate place is merely a barren expanse devoid of life to them. Such desolate galaxies are ubiquitous in the vast cosmos, unlikely to capture their attention. Could it be that the activities of those rebels in the starry sky have alerted that colossal spacecraft? In the paradise bestowed upon us by the divine, we ought not to attract the gaze of any other races. The passage of an interstellar vessel through the heart of a barren galaxy, without necessity, is a peculiar coincidence. Might it be that the rebels' actions among the stars have drawn them forth intentionally? Those arrogant insurgents threaten to obliterate everything. Even if we survive this encounter, we must eradicate them. Their proximity poses a significant risk to us. The dialogue on planet Barnard 16-1 persists. Barnard 16-5, equipped with more advanced instruments, allows for clearer observations. Leader, that unknown colossal ship is decelerating. This is the data we recorded a year ago, and this is what we are monitoring now. The velocity of that massive vessel is diminishing. If this continues, they will halt near our orbit. Leader, have they discovered us? Maintain silence. In the year 238, after an extended period of acceleration followed by a prolonged deceleration, the vessel star of the constellation has reached a position 100 astronomical units away from the two stars at the center of the Barnard 16 system. Considering the distance already traversed post-course correction, this proximity to the 5 planets within the Barnard 16 system is indeed minuscule. After another fortnight of gradual navigation, the star of the constellation ultimately came to a complete stop near the orbital position of planet Barnard 16-5. In spatial terms, it lies approximately 0.6 astronomical units from this most distant giant planet within the Barnard 16 system. In the vastness of the universe, this position is remarkably close. At such a distance, one can discern with the naked eye the immense, gaseous planet Barnard 16-5, witnessing the awe-inspiring cyclones upon its surface. It appears that the storms on Barnard 16-5 remain quite fierce. From the current position of the star of the constellation, gazing towards the inner regions of the Barnard 16 system, though not as distinctly as with the proximity of Barnard 16-5, one can still clearly identify the positions of the other 4 planets within the system, as well as the 2 red dwarfs that orbit in a regular cadence. For the monitoring instruments of human civilization, this distance allows for the acquisition of significantly more information. Even optically, high-definition images of several planets within the Barnard 16 system can already be captured. From a macroscopic perspective, the entirety of the Barnard 16 star system now appears to be laid bare before human civilization. Chapter 44. Contact with planet Barnard 16-1. Commander, the colossal spacecraft has come to a halt. What should we do? Barnard 16-5. Chief, they have indeed stopped, and they are right beside us. Have they discovered something? Aboard the Starship constellation. The last 20 years had been a journey of turning towards the heart of the Barnard 16 system and finally coming to a stop in the designated area. This moment was undoubtedly special for those aboard, yet it did not distract the over 6,000 personnel on board, who remained steadfast in completing their respective tasks. For the crew of the constellation, the ship's cessation held little significance concerning their current mission. Previously, they had been monitoring the anomalous activities within the Barnard 16 system, and they continued to surveil the situation. Xingguang, the crew member who had previously detected the peculiar signal from the Barnard 16 system, was now over 50 years old. Even for contemporary human civilization, this age marked the onset of late maturity. On duty, Xingguang's responsibilities remained unchanged from 2 decades prior, as he oversaw various monitoring and detection devices aboard the constellation. At this moment, while operating the instruments and adjusting the optical telescope, Xingguang gazed intently at the planetary positions within the Barnard 16 system. The 5 planets of Barnard 16, consisting of 2 terrestrial planets and 3 gas giants, were well known. The observations confirmed this classification. To the naked eye, among the 2 terrestrial planets, Barnard 16-2 exhibited a grayish-white hue reminiscent of the color of the moon as seen from space, a result of the minerals and surface soil on its surface. Barnard 16-2 lacked an atmosphere. In contrast, Barnard 16-1 displayed a distinctive yellow-green color, derived from its atmosphere. From a macro perspective, Barnard 16-1 appeared shrouded in a thick, yellow-green mist, making it exceedingly difficult to directly observe the surface topography, even from the thinnest regions of its atmosphere. Current data suggested that the atmospheric pressure on Barnard 16-1 could be hundreds of times greater than that of humanity's home planet, Blue Star. After a moment of contemplation fixated on Barnard 16-1, Xingguang engaged in a brief exchange with a colleague nearby. Was there any mention of an atmosphere on Barnard 16-1 in previous observations? Based on prior data, there were speculations, but certainly not as vivid as now. Xingguang nodded. then adjusted the direction of the optical telescope to subsequently observe the remaining 3 gaseous satellites within the Barnard 16 system. Among the celestial bodies, Barnard 16-3 exhibits a hue reminiscent of earthy yellow, while Barnard 16-4 presents a subtly whitish blue, adorned with a multitude of dense storm cyclones. Finally, we encounter Barnard 16-5, where the familiar yellow-green hue reemerges under the starlight. The origin of this yellow-green coloration, likely a result of the accumulation of certain substances, bears a striking resemblance to the atmospheric color of Barnard 16-1. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that traces of atmospheric presence have been detected on several large satellites of Barnard 16-4 and Barnard 16-5, akin to those found on Barnard 16-1, where a yellow-green atmosphere envelopes these moons, albeit in a significantly thinner layer compared to that of Barnard 16-1. Although the existence of atmospheres on large satellites is relatively uncommon, it is not particularly extraordinary within the vast expanse of the Milky Way. Beyond these 5 planets within the Barnard 16 system, the conditions in other regions of this star system are quite apparent to the crew of the starry Voyager. It is observed to be a tranquil, if not lifeless, planetary system, devoid of any signs of celestial activity beyond the presence of the starry Voyager itself. This starkly contrasts with the bustling interstellar traffic of the solar system, where spacecraft traverse every interstellar route. No satellites or spacecraft can be seen in the orbits of these 5 planets, leaving an impression of desolation, primitiveness, and silence that encapsulates the essence of this planetary system. However, this state of affairs does not evoke disappointment or regret, even for the crew of the starry Voyager. For contemporary human civilization, the lack of findings within the Barnard 16 system holds little significance, especially prior to definitively identifying the source of the previously detected anomalous signals. In the same year, during August on Earth, the starry Voyager released multiple unmanned probes to conduct exploratory observations and collect samples from various planets within the Barnard 16 system. Several of these unmanned probes ventured into Barnard 16-1 and the numerous satellites of Barnard 16-5 that possess thin atmospheres. The data and samples collected revealed that the yellow-green atmosphere of Barnard 16-1 and its satellites primarily consists of a type of sulfide, exhibiting strong corrosive properties and proving toxic to humans. Moreover, the unmanned probes found no indications of life on the planets and their satellites within the Barnard 16 system. However, it was observed that the yellow-green, mist-like atmosphere continuously spread from the edges of celestial bodies like Barnard 16-1 to their solid surfaces, intensifying in density as it approached the solid surface, ultimately impairing optical detection. Previously, the electromagnetic anomalies detected by Star 1 have transformed into an enigma. Nonetheless, it remains a fact that Star 1 is still stationed in a fixed position within the Barnard 16 star system. In truth, up to this moment, Star 1 has yet to uncover any other conspicuous anomalies in the Barnard 16 system aside from that peculiar signal. The immobility of Star 1 in this celestial domain serves both to continue monitoring the situation within the Barnard 16 system to ascertain the origin of that extraordinary signal, and due to the depletion of propellant following a series of accelerations and decelerations, it is left with no option but to remain here. However, discrepancies in information have begun to arise at this juncture, leading to the emergence of some extraordinary occurrences. For Star 1 itself, this has been a period of limited gains. Yet, from an alternate perspective, the actions taken by Star 1 upon its arrival in the Barnard 16 system appear considerably more ominous. In September, Star 1 commenced the dispatch of unmanned spacecraft towards several planets and satellites within the Barnard 16 system, aimed at preparing for resource extraction. Prior to the arrival of the Stellar-class vessel, these crafts would autonomously mine resources. Although the pace of propellant replenishment would be somewhat slower, it was not entirely unfeasible. However, just as Star 1 was poised to initiate resource extraction within the Barnard 16 system, an event transpired. On September 3rd, at 1600 hours terrestrial time, during this operational period, the crew aboard Star 1 received a peculiar signal through monitoring and detection equipment. This time, there was no need for the crew to actively discover it, as the intelligence system aboard Star 1 automatically issued an alert. The newly received signal exhibited characteristics strikingly similar to the previous 7-second electromagnetic activity signal. Almost immediately, it was established that both signals emanated from the same source. This time, the electromagnetic signal persisted for a significantly longer duration than the prior brief event, boasting greater intensity and clarity. The entirety of the electromagnetic activity lasted an entire hour, and seemingly to ensure that Star 1 had received it. The signal repeated 3 times throughout that hour. Star 1 utilized its detection and monitoring apparatus to meticulously record these signals, accumulating over 1.5 gigabytes of data, which, while not excessively grandiose, is substantial for mere information storage. The origin of the signal, due to its proximity, was laid bare before Star 1's observational capacity, within less than 1 astronomical unit from Star 1, on a satellite of Barnard 16-5, characterized by a yellow-green atmosphere. Upon the initial reception of this electromagnetic signal, the crew aboard Star 1 promptly reported to Lin Dao. Alternatively, it is unnecessary for the crew to report to him specifically. When the monitoring equipment on the Star 1 emitted a warning signal, Ling Dao had already sensed the occurrence of something significant for human civilization before the first person aboard the Star 1 realized it. The entirety of this data, amounting to 1.5G, was evidently incomprehensible to human civilization. Relying solely on the capabilities of the Star 1 to decode and decipher it would also prove quite challenging. Moreover, utilizing the current communication methods of humanity to transmit this data back to the solar system would require at least 6 or 7 years. However, apart from traditional means, humanity had Ling Dao at their disposal. Even having ventured beyond the solar system, the Star 1 remained an integral part of humanity. Transferring information from one segment of the collective to another was not an insurmountable task. Through Ling Dao's intermediary, information was first garnered from the perspective of those aboard the Star 1, and then, in a manner akin to previously issuing commands to all of humanity. This data instantaneously traversed light years to manifest within the cognizance of relevant researchers in the solar system. This process of transmission did not necessitate any linguistic or textual exchange. From Ling Dao's subjective viewpoint, it was merely a thought that completed the task, without the need to discern each individual character. As previously mentioned by researchers, should Ling Dao be able to simultaneously relay the information of every individual within human civilization, there would be no more suitable mode of communication for humanity. Yet, this capability, at least for the present, remained a formidable challenge for Ling Dao. Following the transmission of this data back to the solar system via Ling Dao, the exaggerated initiative of the insect-like human civilization was once again exemplified. Just before Ling Dao's command reached Earth, the relevant personnel were entirely unaware of the Star 1's reception of a special signal. However, in the very next moment after Ling Dao issued the command, the entirety of human civilization, from the Kuiper Belt at the edge of the solar system to the mother planet Earth, saw researchers and mathematicians in all pertinent fields immediately embark on the task of deciphering the 1.5G of data. In an instant, human civilization engaged in a cold start, executing an extreme allocation of all relevant research resources. Researchers and scholars in related fields spontaneously organized themselves in an exceptionally brief period. Within the dominion of human civilization, all computational clusters, including the colossal computational cluster formed by the Solar Particle Accelerator, were summoned forth. Adhering to Ling Dao's will, they approached the task of decoding the 1.5G of data with a robust demeanor and exaggerated research resources, launching an overwhelming offensive against the data awaiting analysis. Within 1 hour of receiving Ling Dao's command, researchers in relevant fields began to yield preliminary results. The counterpart did not employ any encryption in the encoding of the signal itself. It is a rudimentary, even primitive, method of encoding. Although the content of this 1.5G data has not been fully deciphered immediately, a rough inference has nonetheless been drawn. This appears to be a textbook, likely akin to educational materials for young children. The sole purpose of transmitting such material is evidently to facilitate human civilization's understanding of their language and script, thereby establishing a foundation for communication. With this known basis, the vast scientific apparatus of human civilization has sprung into action. deciphering the script of this unknown civilization at an extraordinary pace. Finally, after 7 hours following the receipt of the command from Lindau, researchers in the relevant fields confirmed that humanity had successfully decoded the text of this enigmatic civilization. The provision of such material by the counterpart might also serve as a means to assess our technological capabilities based on the time taken for us to decipher it. It is hoped that the duration required for our decoding efforts meets their expectations. Furthermore, within this language and script textbook, they seem to have intentionally referenced the location of the solar system, perhaps to probe whether Starship Chixing is indeed from our solar system. This suggests that they may have observed us long ago. However, their technological level does not surpass ours, as they can observe the changes within the solar system yet cannot ascertain the origin of Starship Chixing. The current scenario resembles that of an octopus civilization, wherein they obscure their existence in a manner that we do not comprehend. After the two researchers completed the deciphering of this unknown civilization script, they engaged in brief communication. The decoded textual information was relayed back to Starship Chixing through Lindau. However, just as the crew aboard Starship Chixing was preparing to respond in the same encoding method as the previously received data, using the unknown civilization script, they also intended to send a version of human civilization's language textbook. During this process, the monitoring equipment on Starship Chixing detected another special signal. This signal persisted for a duration similar to the previous one, approximately 1 hour, with the same signal repeating twice, employing the same coding rules. There was no need to transmit it back to the human mother planet for decoding. With the deciphered text at hand, the onboard intelligent program could easily cross-reference the information, revealing that this newly received special signal also comprised a textbook. While the content was not entirely identical, the script remained fundamentally the same. However, this time, the signal did not originate from the satellite of Barnard 16-5, but from Barnard 16-1. This development evidently renders the situation increasingly intriguing for human civilization. The two sets of data share similar content and purpose, yet they stem from two distinct sources. Indicating at least one significant implication, these two locations are independent of one another. Chapter 45, Potential Enemies on Barnard 16-1. The King. Those rebels have utilized high-powered instruments to transmit electromagnetic signals. From the content we have received, it appears they are attempting to establish contact with that colossal extraterrestrial vessel. Should we not also send a signal to that massive ship? Those insurgents ought to have been eradicated much earlier. How audacious of them to reveal their existence. We cannot allow these rebels to communicate with the alien ship on behalf of our entire civilization. On the satellite of Barnard 16-5, they have not emitted electromagnetic signals from their primary inhabited satellite. Yet this seems to be a case of burying one's head in the sand. The satellite from which they are transmitting signals is not so distant from their main city. The muffled cacophony continues to resonate as these sentient beings, unlike any known intelligent life of humanity, anxiously await a response from what they perceive as an outsider's vessel. Leader. We have detected strong electromagnetic signals emanating from their home planet as well. They too are attempting to contact that ship. These foolish, self-deprecating individuals fear that we will determine their fate. However, their actions now only serve to expose the vulnerabilities inherent in our civilization's current state. Leader, they have responded. Our monitoring equipment has captured electromagnetic signals from that ship. Should we decode them? How long will it take? There is no need for decoding, as they have employed the same coding method we used when we transmitted our information, and they have utilized our script. How much time has passed since we sent our signal? Not even half a day. On Barnard 16-1. The rotational period of this intelligent species' home planet is approximately 18 hours in Earth time. This decoding timeframe signifies many implications. After receiving the electromagnetic signal from Barnard 16-1, the Star One merely made some modifications to the originally prepared response, following consultations with Mr. Lin and additional scholars from various relevant fields of human civilization. Furthermore, the message that was initially directed solely towards Barnard 16-5 was also sent to Barnard 16-1. The reply was, in fact, quite succinct. In this unprecedented and unknown interaction with humanity, it is prudent to expose as little information as possible in the initial stages. Greetings, Barnard 16-5. We are the human civilization from within the solar system 1-8. By a stroke of chance, we have arrived here and hope to engage in further dialogue with you. The message, aside from the accompanying meticulously crafted textbook prepared by scholars of human civilization, consists solely of this single sentence. The actual phrasing used in the message to Barnard 16-5 was derived from the previously received textbook, in which this civilization referred to itself. The greetings, is a commonly used salutation within their society. Regarding the identity of human civilization, there is no need for concealment, should subsequent communications proceed. This topic is inevitably bound to arise, especially given that the counterpart has previously alluded to the solar system in their textual materials. As for the response to the signal sent from the planet Barnard 16-1, the content remained fundamentally unchanged, merely substituting the address with the civilization on Barnard 16-1. There was no inquiry addressing the evident issues existing between the two parties. Following the dispatch of this brief message, it was transmitted via electromagnetic signals. And approximately 300 seconds later, the satellite orbiting Barnard 16-5 could receive it. Although Barnard 16-1 is relatively distant, it should still be able to receive the electromagnetic signals from Starship 1 within 2 hours. However, it is evident that after the message was sent, Starship 1, or rather human civilization, did not receive a prompt response from either of the parties within the Barnard 16 system. After the message was dispatched, a lengthy waiting period ensued. Nevertheless, the individuals aboard Starship 1, as well as humanity as a whole, exhibited a commendable degree of patience. This marked the inaugural genuine contact and communication between humanity and extraterrestrial civilization. Questions lingered about the nature of the counterparts' societal structure, their racial characteristics, and the manner in which they had concealed themselves prior to this interaction. Given their proximity to the solar system, why had there been no indications of their existence until now? More critically, as a nascent planetary civilization, could humanity glean insights into the ecological dynamics among civilizations in the cosmos through this exchange with extraterrestrial beings? At this moment, while maintaining a cautious approach toward the unknown, human civilization was imbued with curiosity. Previously, humanity could only make inferences based on its own circumstances. Now, not only was there an additional entity with which to communicate, but also a new data sample for analysis. For Lin Dao, this initial contact with extraterrestrial civilization was equally imbued with a sense of novelty. The prospect of engaging with a previously unencountered civilization was indeed a refreshing experience. The wait for a response from this unknown civilization felt prolonged. However, this waiting period did not significantly impact human civilization as a whole. A multitude of scholars and researchers engaged in discussions and planning, hypothesizing various attitudes and potential responses from this unknown civilization, all while individuals within human civilization remained focused on their respective tasks and responsibilities. For Lin Dao, who found a rare interest in this endeavor, it translated into occasional glances toward the position of Starship 1. At last, after traversing 3 blue days since the message was sent, Starship 1 received responses within a span of 4 hours from both the orbital position of Barnard 16-5 and that of Barnard 16-1. This marks the inaugural encounter between human civilization and extraterrestrial beings. It remains uncertain whether the pace of communication between the two civilizations can be deemed swift or sluggish. Hence, we shall set this query aside for the moment. Upon examining the subsequent messages received from 2 distinct locations within the Barnard 16 star system, it becomes evident that the disparities between these communications are considerably pronounced when juxtaposed with the previous exchanges from human civilization, which bore minimal variation. Primarily, both messages employed the native script of the Barnard civilization, eschewing the reciprocal use of human language as humans had done in their communications. This essentially implies that the Barnard civilization lacks the capacity to decode human language with the same expedience as humans have demonstrated. Of course, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that they are deliberately concealing their capabilities. However, in the context of initial intercivilizational dialogue, the rationale for such subterfuge appears tenuous at best. Greetings, human civilization of the solar system. We are the Barnard civilization. The location of your vessel is within our domain. Should you encounter any difficulties, we stand ready to extend necessary assistance. This message originates from Barnard 16 to 1. Subsequently, a response from the orbital position of Barnard 16 to 5 reads, "Greetings, human civilization of the solar system. We are the Barnard civilization of the Barnard 16 star system, and we welcome your visit. We have long observed the accomplishments your civilization has achieved in the solar system over the past 2 centuries, and we extend our heartfelt congratulations on your achievements. We are curious to know what you wish to communicate with us." The term Barnard civilization is a self-designation of theirs, rather than a construct of human nomenclature. Both messages assert their identity as the Barnard civilization, which is indeed a fascinating observation, based on the linguistic and logical structures evident in the previous textual materials. It is highly probable that both civilizations share a common origin. Is it not curious that, in the presence of an alien civilization, internal discord should arise? Logically speaking, such a scenario seems improbable. However, given the current circumstances, one might consider the perspective of the 2 branches of the Barnard civilization as an inevitable choice. Their previous communications were likely fraught with misunderstandings, and now, confronted with the alien vessel, namely humanity's starship Asteria, they find themselves at a critical juncture. Should they lack alternative means of communication, even if they endeavored to converse prior to responding to humanity, the electromagnetic signals exchanged would inevitably be intercepted by Starship Asteria. Although they could encrypt these signals using a familiar coding system, they are presently faced with a civilization capable of deciphering the language of an unfamiliar culture in mere hours. Engaging in dialogue at this moment could potentially lead to greater exposure of sensitive information. What if, instead, they sought to establish an unspoken understanding without direct communication? If a mutual understanding could be achieved, whereby one party responds while the other chooses silence, the Barnard civilization would not have been divided into 2 factions. Ultimately, the present scenario of each side completing their responses appears to be the sole option. Within the seemingly succinct messages exchanged, there lies a multitude of implications. They share commonalities, such as embodying a fundamental courtesy and respect in intercivilizational communication, while simultaneously hinting at an undercurrent of threat or caution. For instance, the reply from Barnard 16 to 1 indicates that the location of Star 1 is situated within the Barnard civilization's territory. Conversely, Barnard 16:5's response notes that fluctuations within the solar system have been observed for quite some time. This inherent respect suggests a significant reality. Both branches of the Barnard civilization acknowledge the prowess of human civilization. Otherwise, had they discovered that human technological capabilities were markedly inferior, there would be no justification for their current respectful demeanor towards Star 1. At the very least, they perceive human civilization as potentially formidable, warranting such exchanges. However, the divergence in their responses predominantly reflects differing attitudes. The Barnard 16 to 1 branch evidently harbors little desire for the kind of civilizational exchange previously mentioned by Star 1, seemingly wishing for human spacecraft to depart promptly, ideally never to return. In contrast, the Barnard 16 to 5 branch displays a clear inclination towards engaging with this unfamiliar human civilization. Scholars and researchers among humanity swiftly discerned these subtle distinctions. Such nuances likely stem from fundamental differences in consciousness between the 2 branches, leading to speculation that these disparities might have precipitated the schism within the Barnard civilization. Nevertheless, these analyses of the responses from the Barnard civilization reveal, in the most overt manner, another crucial matter of significance for the insectoid-turned-human civilization. The Barnard civilization remains unaffected by Mr. Lin's influence. The insectoid transformation of humanity essentially originated from Lin Dao's abilities, which are pivotal to the entire insectoid human civilization. Whether Mr. Lin's capabilities can manifest effects across the broader cosmos, impacting other civilizations, carries profound implications for human civilization. While researchers had anticipated this in light of the cephalopod civilization's cognitive weaponry, the confirmation of such a reality at this moment presents a distinctly different scenario. According to past experiences, when humanity sent messages towards the Barnard civilization, or even earlier, when the Barnard civilization became aware of humanity's existence, a direct or indirect connection between the fates of both civilizations should have resulted in individuals and groups within the Barnard civilization being influenced by Mr. Lin's abilities, thereby becoming part of this vast entity. However, it is apparent from the responses received from the two branches of the Barnard civilization that this has not transpired. This suggests that the Barnard civilization remains unaffected by Mr. Lin's influence, or perhaps that individuals from other extraterrestrial civilizations are similarly immune to his abilities. For Lindell, this may be attributed to a sporadic tendency towards self-destruction, yet he does not perceive disappointment. Rather, he finds solace in the notion that if other non-human civilizations were also swayed by his powers, the originally expansive universe might become rather monotonous. In its current state, this outcome is not entirely unacceptable. Nevertheless, for humanity as a whole, the confirmation that the Barnard civilization is not influenced by Mr. Lin's abilities elicits an immediate reaction from every individual within human civilization, regardless of their research focus or scholarly pursuits. Their instinctive response is not to engage in further communication with the Barnard civilization, but to annihilate it at all costs. For humanity, due to Mr. Lin's capabilities, all individuals revolve around his will, essentially forming a collective entity, I. The Barnard civilization, unaffected by Mr. Lin, represents another entity outside of I. Regardless of the Barnard civilization's current stance or existence, it is perceived as an enemy or a potential adversary. I cannot harm I, yet others can. At this moment, it is akin to I wandering alone in a remote corner devoid of law or moral restraint, only to suddenly confront another being. Alternatively, it resembles a scenario in human society where an intelligent, non-human entity abruptly emerges. Humanity's initial reaction is unlikely to be a peaceful one. The psychological state of human civilization at this juncture resembles a dark forest, albeit not entirely so. This is largely a consequence of the inherent traits of a civilization that has adopted a swarm-like mentality. However, on a certain level, communication between two unfamiliar civilizations remains perilous. At least, at this moment, the two branches of the Barnard civilization are likely unable to comprehend or grasp the reality that, following their cautious issuance of those two brief responses, an interstellar war poised to obliterate civilizations has already begun to unfold between the Barnard civilization and humanity of the solar system. Of course, considering this is the first extraterrestrial civilization humanity has encountered since achieving planetary status, Lindell possesses ample patience for further communication. The overall response of human civilization is not yet inclined to immediately wage war against the Barnard civilization. Chapter 46. A Dance of Probing. Strictly speaking, the current reaction of human civilization bears no relation to the Barnardi civilization itself. Were another extraterrestrial civilization to emerge at this moment, humanity would likely exhibit a similar response. From the perspective of a typical collective civilization, the behavioral logic of the insectoid transformed human civilization seems, at best, peculiar and, at worst, terrifying. Concerning the forthcoming communication plan with the Barnardi civilization, scholars had already established a framework while awaiting responses from the two branches of the Barnardi civilization. At this juncture, adhering to the previously set principles, the Star One crafted a new reply addressing the Barnardi civilization. Greetings to you, esteemed Barnardi civilization. We, the human civilization of the solar system, are a race driven by a profound passion for exploration and the discovery of the diverse landscapes and cultures within the cosmos. We aspire to unveil the universe's richer, more comprehensive, and authentic visage. Seeking to visit various civilizations and races to witness the myriad wonders that bloom across the vast expanse of the universe, each a unique marvel in its own right. Our insatiable curiosity about the cosmos propels us forward. This sentiment rings true for humanity, from Earth to the Moon, and subsequently expanding to the fringes of the solar system. We yearn to traverse beyond, navigating the distant starlit realms. In essence, it reflects our desire to uncover what lies further into the cosmos. This pursuit embodies the very essence of human civilization's current driving force. We uphold the ideals of peace and friendship, yearning to engage with diverse civilizations and hoping that through this exchange, the cultural collisions will ignite a spectacular brilliance. Our solar system, situated a mere 6.1 light-years from your esteemed Barnardi 16-star system, positions us as neighboring entities in the vast universe. As amicable neighbors, we too aspire to foster enduring friendly exchanges with the Barnardi civilization, enhancing mutual understanding and flourishing together in this shared cosmic space. Moreover, Despite being separated by a distance of only 6.1 light-years, the absolute gap still leads us to believe that this serendipitous encounter is a rare miracle within the universe. We, as human civilization, steadfastly believe that civilizations and intelligent races represent the most precious and miraculous entities in existence. We seek no assistance from your esteemed civilization. Rather, we wish to delve deeper into understanding the culture and society of the Bernardi civilization to fill the gaps in our comprehension of the universe as a whole. In terms of our needs, the message from Star One does not deceive. For contemporary human civilization, the desire is to grasp the essence of the very first extraterrestrial civilization we have encountered. As for resources and energy, we are not in want. The universe abounds with them. Compared to our initial correspondence, this reply from Star One is considerably more extensive and enriched. Following our brief exchanges, humanity has already discerned much, thereby allowing for a more expansive dialogue. This response, much like the previous one, was slightly modified in terms of address and subsequently sent to the two branches of the Barnard civilization located at positions 16-5 and 16-1. Evidently, the Barnard civilization does not operate with the same efficiency as human civilization, at least, aside from the time taken for electromagnetic signals to traverse. Neither of the two branches of the Barnard civilization responded within an hour. Perhaps they were contemplating the true intentions of human civilization, or deliberating on how to provide a new response to humanity. They may have even been discussing the appropriate demeanor with which to greet the arrival or existence of human civilization. Unless it is a uniquely insectoid civilization like humanity, it is challenging for most collective civilizations to mobilize their internal intellects with the same efficiency as humans to reach such decisions. During the interval of awaiting a response, human civilization remained industrious, as researchers and scholars in relevant fields began to spontaneously engage in another somewhat related endeavor. At this moment, while human civilization had not yet taken any direct actions to obliterate the Barnard civilization, the latter remains a potential adversary. Thus, humanity must prepare the instruments capable of annihilating the Barnard civilization and waging an interstellar war. Since the year 16, human technology has ascended several tiers. The ability to occupy and develop the vast expanses of the solar system and embark on long voyages is significantly reliant on these technological advancements. When examining some of humanity's pivotal technologies, it may appear that despite the current status as a planet-level civilization, there has been little advancement in the realm of weaponry. However, within the context of human civilization's technological framework, many aspects are twofold or multifaceted. Presently, humanity is capable of achieving stable and sustained controlled fusion reactions naturally. This also allows for the potential to unleash fusion reactions in a more violent manner. Additionally, throughout the protracted journey of nuclear fusion research, laser technology has flourished, enabling the mass production of laser weaponry for human civilization. Furthermore, with the unification of the four fundamental forces through a grand unified theory, the application of gravitational propulsion technology has been realized. Human civilization is thus capable of manipulating gravity, albeit on a small scale. Using it as a weapon is not an arduous task. In the realm of biotechnology, although human civilization has not intensely focused on this area of research, it has not entirely neglected it either. There is potential to investigate the biological genes of adversary civilizations to develop biogenetic weaponry. Many technologies that may not inherently bear the title of weaponry, in fact, possess significant destructive capabilities when utilized. With our current technological prowess, it should be possible to design an energy weapon capable of inducing fusion in a significant portion of a target area at a considerable distance, akin to the emission of a laser. When researchers in related fields discussed this matter, Lindau happened to be nearby, listening intently. The information was not particularly novel to him. Naturally, he was aware of what the researchers knew. If engaged in combat within the Barnard 16 star system, there exists a more straightforward tactical plan. We could employ our gravitational technology to disrupt the gravitational equilibrium near the center of the Barnard 16 star system, causing the planet Barnard 16-1 to be drawn into the dual stars at the system's heart, ultimately resulting in its descent onto the surface of one of the stars. The ensuing eruptions of stellar surfaces and deep-seated materials from the Barnard 16 star system would likely blanket the other planets and satellites within the system, achieving a substantial one-time strike. According to our current strategy, following the disruption of gravitational balance, it would take approximately 15 to 23 years for the planet Barnard 16 to genuinely fall into the stellar position. Should the organization lack sufficient strength, they would be unable to escape during this window, and we could prevent their departure. The researchers engaged in a serious and meticulous discussion. For human civilization, this is not a technically challenging proposition. The principles governing the propulsion of unmanned craft could similarly apply to instigating issues with the gravitational balance within the Barnard 16 star system. This approach would merely constitute a slight disturbance to the galaxy itself, akin to a minor shift, yet for a civilization unable to flee its planetary system, the implications are severe. Of course, these are merely specific measures. In a broader sense, human civilization's exaggerated productivity serves as a formidable weapon. Thus far, the tranquility within the Barnard 16 star system has not exhibited any productivity surpassing that of human civilization. In gratitude for the accolades bestowed upon human civilization, the Barnard civilization likewise believes that civilization and wisdom are rare marvels in the universe. We express our appreciation for the arrival and visitation of the solar system civilization. The Barnard civilization also cherishes peace and has no intent of engaging in unnecessary disputes with any other civilizations within the cosmos. We depend on the natural resources of the Barnard 16 star system, having thrived and evolved here since our inception. This is our home star system. We hold it dear. Yet we are equally certain that the Barnard 16 star system is not exceptional within the universe, even in proximity to your civilization. How did you arrive at the Barnard 16 star system? This is the latest response from Barnard 16 to 1, sent 10 hours after the initial communication to Star 1. Seemingly aware that Star 1 would not depart easily before achieving its objectives, or perhaps realizing the stark proximity between the solar system inhabited by human civilization and the planetary system of the Barnard civilization, the inevitable occurrence of contact, and even prolonged interaction between two parties already aware of each other's existence is a natural progression. Notably, the previously reticent Barnard 16 to 1 has exhibited a noticeable shift in attitude in its recent communications. As vessels of human civilization navigating the cosmos, our mission is to explore diverse planetary systems, and encountering the Barnard civilization is indeed a fortuitous event. This is the response from Starship 1 to Barnard 16 to 1. Shortly thereafter, within an hour, Barnard 16 to 5, albeit delayed, also responded. We fully comprehend the human civilization's yearning for the universe, the vast, mysterious expanse of the cosmos undeniably beckons countless civilizations and intelligent species. We have observed changes within the solar system and are now awestruck by the development of human civilization therein. The ability of human vessels to traverse a distance of 1 light-years to reach our planetary system is a remarkable encounter. While we cannot ascertain the duration of your journey from the solar system to the Barnard 16 system, we envision it as a profoundly transformative experience. Starship 1 has replied to this message, acknowledging the magnitude of this lengthy journey, which is intrinsic to our mission. Just as there are newer exploratory vessels of human civilization poised to embark after us, the initiation of communication in this context is merely the beginning. However, for two civilizations, previously unfamiliar with each other, differing in species, environment, culture, and even foundational logic, achieving mutual trust will undoubtedly prove challenging. Both parties must recognize that the forthcoming interactions will involve endless probing until a substantial understanding and recognition is reached. At this moment, human civilization possesses ample patience for this endeavor. Since the initial reception of communication from the Barnard civilization by Starship 1, a span of 14 days has elapsed amidst the ongoing exchanges. The electromagnetic communication between both parties has been consistently maintained. With each round of correspondence, human civilization has gained deeper insights into the Barnard civilization. It is unequivocally a collective civilization, with both branches of the Barnard civilization led by their respective kings and leaders, yet lacking a unified will akin to that of Ling Ao. Otherwise, the existence of two distinct branches would be inconceivable. The social structure of Barnard 16:1 resembles a unique form of feudalism or familial governance, where the leaders share a common lineage, presided over by a king. In contrast, the leadership of Barnard 16:5 appears to bear similarities to that of the king of Barnard 16:1. Furthermore, the communications have revealed that the technological level of the Barnard civilization is not particularly low, as they are certainly capable of launching satellites. However, the Barnard civilization has consistently adopted an evasive stance regarding humanity's inquiries in this regard. Humanity, in turn, has not exhibited any urgency. On this particular day, following yet another exchange, the Star One, in accordance with the decisions made by humanity's leadership, transmitted an identical message to two branches of the Barnard civilization. Dear friends of the Barnard civilization, we aspire to enhance our mutual understanding. We are uncertain whether we can truly visit the Barnard civilization. Nonetheless, we hope for a face-to-face dialogue. As a gesture of goodwill, we would like to extend an invitation for some of your personnel to tour our spacecraft, with the hope of achieving a cordial meeting. Previously, the communications between the two branches of humanity and the Barnard civilization had largely been devoid of substance. This time, however, it marked a significant step forward. Direct contact with living entities from an extraterrestrial civilization is indeed a first for humanity, and the populace is filled with curiosity. Based on prior interactions, it appeared unlikely that the two branches of the Barnard civilization would permit humanity's spacecraft to descend directly upon their cities and settlements. Hence, the invitation for representatives from the Barnard civilization to ascend for discussions was issued. Shortly after this message was dispatched, both branches of the Barnard civilization responded. Yet they refrained from making a decision, merely stating that they required time for deliberation. Star One naturally expressed understanding in this matter. Ultimately, after another day's passage, the Barnard 16:1 and Barnard 16:5 branches reached a decision, each agreeing to send a delegation to visit humanity's Star One for direct dialogue. Subsequently, both parties continued to communicate through the same channels to confirm the meeting time and address various details, such as the differences in etiquette between the two civilizations. Additionally, given that the survival conditions for individuals of the Barnard civilization differ significantly from those of humanity, the question arose as to whether humanity would need to provide a suitable environment for the delegates of the Barnard civilization. In this regard, information was exchanged. However, the Barnard civilization declined assistance, indicating they would resolve the matter independently. Ultimately, the meeting was scheduled for 50 days hence. Yet, despite the seemingly distant date, the two branches of the Barnard civilization had commenced their journeys from their respective origins much earlier. According to Earth time, merely 2 days after the meeting was set, a spacecraft, considerably smaller than the Star One, emerged from the greenish-yellow atmosphere of Barnard 16:1. This entire process was accurately captured by the monitoring equipment of Star One. This occurrence, in itself, revealed a multitude of information. Chapter 47. We have no captain. In contrast, the spacecraft departing from Barnard 16:5 did so considerably later. It was not until 14 days prior to the scheduled meeting that it emerged from one of the satellites orbiting the planet of Barnard 16:5. Naturally, this entire process was clearly captured by the Star One. The images and data observed from Star One allow for a reasonably clear assessment that the two branches of Barnard civilization have essentially entered the era of electric propulsion in aerospace technology. Judging by their speed, scale, and other characteristics, the vessels of Barnard 16:1 and Barnard 16:5 closely resemble the performance of humanity's Mars-class spacecraft, which were widely utilized during the early phases of solar system exploration, particularly in the development of Mars. Among them, the spacecraft of Barnard 16:1 may be slightly less advanced, while that of Barnard 16:5 is more sophisticated, suggesting a half-generation gap in technology according to human civilization standards. Considering that this marks the first encounter between Barnard civilization and humanity, it is highly probable that they would not merely present their less advanced vessels. Thus, the technological level exhibited by these two spacecraft significantly reflects the capabilities of the respective branches of Barnard civilization. It can be asserted that Barnard civilization has likely attained a sufficient technological level to engage in large-scale development of other planets within their own star system. However, The current tranquil state of the Barnard 16 system indicates that Barnard civilization has evidently refrained from such endeavors, which presents a curious conundrum for human civilization. Given that they have established a civilization of considerable scale, it is inevitable that they must have undergone a process of expansion. Therefore, it is perplexing that, despite possessing the necessary technological conditions, they remain indifferent to the resources on other planets within their star system. This remains one of humanity's greatest questions regarding Barnard civilization. Human researchers and scholars have speculated on this matter, but as of now, these conjectures cannot be wholly substantiated. From the initial agreement to meet until the scheduled meeting date, nearly 2 months have elapsed, which seems rather inefficient for human civilization. However, there is no urgency, regardless of the future direction of interactions between human civilization and Barnard civilization. Time is certainly on humanity's side. In this year, Star 1 has accelerated to its maximum speed, traveling at 25 the speed of light towards the Barnard 16 system. Once Star 1 arrives, human civilization will have a significantly greater leverage to undertake any endeavors within the Barnard 16 system. Following the launch of Starship 1, the advent of Starship 2 soon followed. Moreover, within the grand factory of human civilization, the ambitious expansion plan of the Oort cloud's major routes beyond the solar system continued. Akin to a colossal assembly line, producing new marvels such as interstellar ships. These vessels were dispatched towards the Barnard 16 star system, meticulously preparing for any future endeavors. In the year 238, November, the moment of formal encounter between human civilization and Barnard civilization finally arrived. The two branches of Barnard civilization, Barnard 16-5 and Barnard 16-1, exhibited an unspoken understanding as they reached the vicinity of Starship 1 almost simultaneously. During their journey from their respective planets and moons to this point, both civilizations maintained their prior electromagnetic signal exchanges. However, as the meeting drew near, the communication from Barnard civilization became noticeably more cautious and reserved, with a marked reduction in the information conveyed. In this atmosphere of restraint, as the two Barnard vessels approached Starship 1, the crew of Starship 1 transmitted a message indicating that one of its side hatches could be opened, allowing the Barnard ships to enter. The two electric propulsion vessels from Barnard were significantly smaller than Starship 1. Originally designed for long voyages, Starship 1 was quite substantial, typically accommodating over 6,000 crew members, who were not crammed into confined quarters but had designated work areas, forming a miniature society reflective of a hive-like human civilization. In contrast, the Barnard vessels might measure 2 to 3 standard football fields in size, while Starship 1 was akin to a small town, naturally capable of housing the former. After the communication was sent, the Barnard vessels remained silent for a moment before responding in succession, agreeing to the proposal from Starship 1. Subsequently, it took approximately half a day on Earth for the Barnard ships to be welcomed into the hangar of Starship 1. Given the reluctance of the Barnard representatives to allow humans to assist in creating a suitable environment for their presence, the humans did not insist but instead provided basic environmental data from the docking facilities to enable the Barnard crew to address their own needs. Shortly thereafter, the two electric propulsion vessels from Barnard opened, and 2 delegations emerged from each. The personnel selected by Starship 1, deemed suitable for this momentous interaction, awaited outside the hangar, signifying a fundamental respect for the other civilization. Greetings, human civilization, marked the commencement of their first genuine encounter. This marks the inaugural encounter between human civilization and the civilization of Barnard, revealing their respective forms and appearances. Judging how the Barnard civilization perceives human beings is a complex endeavor. From the perspective of humanity, the individual members of the Barnard civilization initially evoke a visceral reaction concerning aesthetics. According to human standards of beauty, the Barnard individuals fall outside the realm of our aesthetic appreciation. Upon departing from their spacecraft, the Barnard beings ensure their bodies are safeguarded within a suitable living environment by donning suits reminiscent of space suits, enveloping themselves largely within these garments. Although these suits may appear somewhat rudimentary compared to the contemporary human space suits, they are not overly cumbersome, allowing one to discern the basic contours of the Barnard physiology beneath. Additionally, at the headpiece of these suits, a transparent visor permits a direct view of the Barnard individual's head, suggesting that they possess a visual capacity akin to that of humans. The relatively consistent coloration observed on their suits indicates that Barnard beings also possess color perception abilities. Moreover, this may imply that they engage in nonverbal communication through facial expressions. Similar to human interactions, the stature of the Barnard individuals is not particularly tall, averaging between 1.3 to 1.5 meters. They possess fundamental limbs that enable bipedal locomotion. Categorizing them as upright beings, a likely convergence in biological evolution across the cosmos. However, significant differences emerge in the structural composition of their limbs compared to humans. The movement of the Barnard legs, particularly at what could be likened to a human's knee joint, displays a considerable range of elevation and flexion. Their leg structure appears more robust than that of human musculature, with each individual leg movement resembling a small leap. In contrast, their arms are notably shorter relative to their legs, and the terminal structure of their hands diverges from the human phalangeal arrangement, presenting a form that seems to blend fingers with a palm-like configuration. Finally, through the visor of their spacesuit, one can observe the face and head of a Barnard individual. The skin on their face is exceptionally smooth, reminiscent of certain aquatic organisms within the human realm. There are even indications of mucus secretion on the surface, with coloration seemingly influenced by their environmental habitat, resembling the yellow-green hues of Barnard 16:1. The structure of their head exhibits a forward-leaning triangular shape, and beneath the neck, there exists a pouch-like formation that appears to expand and contract with respiration or other activities. Distinct facial features include prominent eyes and a mouth. The eyes exhibit a protruding ocular structure, positioned on either side of the forward-extended triangular cranium. The mouth, devoid of lips, when closed, resembles a mere line, with structures akin to teeth situated at the apex of this triangular cranium. As for the olfactory organs, they remain unseen. There is certainly an auditory apparatus present, and the entity possesses the capability for vocal communication. However, it is likely concealed by the constraints of the spacesuit, rendering it temporarily elusive. This encapsulates the essence of the Bernardi beings as they present themselves before human civilization. They are not a form of life familiar to human society. Yet if one were to draw an analogy with more recognizable creatures from human civilization, the Bernardi beings bear a resemblance to an oversized, bipedal frog, or perhaps more accurately, an upright toad. Alternatively, one might envision an upright organism clad in a fish-like skin, with a head structure reminiscent of a toad. To human civilization, the Bernardi beings are certainly not unattractive. Of course, the Bernardi may perceive humans in a similar light. As the meeting commenced, both parties entered a phase of observation and analysis. Human civilization scrutinized the Bernardi beings, while the latter reciprocated by meticulously examining the human form. Although both sides may not share identical objectives, the desire to glean further information from one another is undoubtedly mutual. This reciprocal observation persisted until they were approximately 5 meters apart. The 16:5 branch of the Bernardi civilization extended greetings to the welcoming party aboard the Starship One, followed by similar courtesies from the 16:1 branch's delegation towards human civilization. In terms of gestures, all members of the Bernardi delegation initially crouched down, subsequently placing their upper limbs on the ground, adopting a posture akin to crawling. This was a prearranged detail discussed previously regarding the etiquette of both civilizations. This particular greeting is a customary practice within Bernardi civilization, which they assert originated from the fact that, in such a position, the greeting Bernardi are less likely to initiate an attack, thereby signifying their intent to cause no harm to the recipient. Over time, this evolved into a universal form of salutation within Bernardi culture. While this gesture may not be particularly convenient for human civilization, they nonetheless crouched down to reciprocate in kind. Subsequently, they rose to perform a handshake, greeting both Bernardi delegations anew in accordance with human customs. The Bernardi delegations, in turn, adhered to human etiquette and mirrored this process. The initial greeting alone seemed somewhat cumbersome, yet for two civilizations encountering each other for the first time, it appeared to be a necessary formality. Following the greetings, the exchange of ideas finally commenced. This face-to-face interaction undoubtedly proved to be significantly more efficient for both human civilization and the Bernardi beings. Even though both parties remained somewhat cautious, the information exchanged during the course of their dialogue inevitably increased. Friends from the two delegations of the Barnard civilization, we warmly welcome you aboard the vessel of human civilization for this momentous exchange. The star of the multitudes, tasked with leading this dialogue with your esteemed civilization, initiated the conversation in the language of humanity. However, almost simultaneously, a series of muffled sounds akin to insect buzzing emanated from the forefront of the two Barnard delegations. This was a clever contrivance enabled by the intelligent program aboard the Star of the Multitudes. Once the linguistic complexities were unraveled, creating a translation program proved quite straightforward. Yet, it was evident that over the past 2 months, the Barnard civilization had not yet deciphered human written language. Throughout our interaction, they communicated in a brief greeting solely at the onset, transmitted through the devices on their spacesuits. Greetings, friends of human civilization. I am Gora, the heir to the throne of the Barnard civilization. My father, the king, is too advanced in years. Hence I lead this delegation to facilitate our civilization's inaugural encounter aboard your vessel, even within the confines of a shared space. The two branches of the Barnard civilization maintained a distinct separation as they faced the humans on the Star of the Multitudes. Each delegation comprised approximately 100 members, each led by a prominent figure, positioned on opposite sides of the chamber, with no communication between them. The leader of the 16-to-1 branch was the first to speak. According to human understanding, this individual likely represented the next monarch of the Barnard civilization. Following this, the second leader from the 16-to-5 branch addressed us. Esteemed friends of human civilization, I am Ha, the deputy leader of the pioneers. On behalf of our chief, I am honored to represent the Barnard civilization in this dialogue and to witness another intelligent civilization. Might you be the captain of this vessel? The names of individuals from the Barnard civilization were rendered phonetically, resulting in a somewhat peculiar sound. After the deputy leader of the 16-to-5 branch concluded, the leader of the 16-to-1 branch refrained from further comment, both delegations awaiting a response from the Star of the Multitudes. I am not the captain of the Star of the Multitudes. Strictly speaking, there is no captain aboard. I have assumed the responsibility of facilitating this exchange, as I may possess the requisite skills to enhance our communication. I hope you do not perceive this as a slight to your civilization's visit. For humanity, having welcomed the Barnard delegation, there was no reluctance to disclose certain information. Demonstrating our strengths is an essential aspect of this exchange. Logically, the content and entire process of this interaction had been meticulously deliberated and designed by the sages of their civilization. However, at this nascent stage of communication, the response from Star 1, representing human civilization, was evidently somewhat unexpected for them. Consequently, both delegations fell silent for a moment after this statement, perhaps contemplating a myriad of thoughts. Chapter 48. The unanswerable question, Your Excellency. We harbor no doubts regarding your statements. We are merely curious as to how your vessel operates in the absence of a captain. After a brief silence, the two delegations from the Barnard civilization, evidently influenced by the discourse from human civilization, altered the direction of their communication. For a typical collective civilization, it is rather challenging to comprehend the operational dynamics of human society at this moment. The leader of the 16-to-1 delegation resumed their inquiry, while the representatives from the 16-to-5 delegation refrained from interrupting, clearly intrigued by the implications of humanity's earlier remarks. If there is no captain, how is the distribution and planning of work managed? Much like in our Barnard civilization, even in the absence of a king, individuals emerge to assume duties equivalent to those of the monarch, enjoying similar privileges. Yet, from your previous comments, it appears to be otherwise. Dear friends from the Barnard civilization, we fully comprehend your perplexity. However, aboard the Star of the Galaxy, we indeed do not possess a captain. To be more precise, while there are individuals engaged in planning and distribution, there are no administrators among us. We spontaneously fulfill our tasks without the need for oversight. The researcher from human civilization responsible for liaising with the Barnard civilization only deepened their confusion. Thus, this exchange began to diverge entirely from the expectations of the Barnard delegation. Your Excellency, we find your words incomprehensible. We seem to possess a significant cognitive disparity. If there are individuals tasked with planning and distribution, How can they refrain from gradually assuming control over power? The question came from the self-proclaimed deputy leader of the Barnard delegation from 16 to 5. The Barnard civilization epitomizes a collective society. While individuals unite and collaborate to form a civilization, the inherent losses due to a multi-layered system, mutual consumption, and substantial operational costs are unavoidable. This stands in stark contrast to the insectoid nature of human civilization, representing two entirely distinct concepts. It is evident that the Barnard civilization is encountering the nature of human civilization for the first time. In fact, the Barnard individual had not yet finished their inquiry. If there are no administrators and everything relies on spontaneous completion, wouldn't individuals tend towards idleness? How is cooperation among individuals achieved? Is it also spontaneous? Mr. Deputy Leader, this question does not exist within human civilization. There are no classes within our society. The Intelligent Translation Program identified an accurate term in the language of the Barnard civilization, and the members of both delegations fully grasped the meaning. In our civilization, it is only through the division of labor across various fields that we accommodate countless individuals. Within each domain, there exists no hierarchy among us. When a specific matter arises, a leader naturally emerges among us, guiding the rest towards the research or engineering direction he represents, much like my role in this interaction with you. However, in the next instance, a different issue may see another individual more suited to assume that responsibility. We can spontaneously undertake tasks and collaboratively fulfill them. The researcher from Star Cluster 1, maintaining a smile, addressed the two delegations from Barnard civilization, stating, "You may understand that all individuals aboard Star Cluster 1 constitute a cohesive whole, and I am currently fulfilling the role of articulating this collective to engage in dialogue with you. Of course, you may also converse with any one of us. It is all the same to us. Your Excellency, do you imply that any individual within human civilization can make decisions on behalf of humanity as a whole? Certainly not. Decisions within human civilization are contemplated by our specialized sages, guided by the singular will of our civilization. However, each individual can proclaim these decisions." The words of the Star Cluster 1 researcher plunged the two delegations from Barnard civilization into prolonged silence. Finally, it was the deputy leader of 16 to 5 who, after a moment's reflection, continued, "Your Excellency, the nature of human civilization is somewhat beyond our imagination. We are uncertain whether this stems from a profound disparity in our consciousness. Yet, we perceive that human civilization possesses an exaggerated and formidable racial potential. Thank you for your commendation, Barnard civilization," the researcher from Star Cluster 1 replied, still smiling. In truth, while the overall manifestation of human civilization may already be sufficiently astounding for Barnard civilization, certain crucial elements remain withheld, such as the existence of the Ling Dao. Perhaps Barnard civilization has marveled at the racial potential of humanity, yet the actual potential may be far more terrifying than what Barnard civilization currently comprehends. Your Excellency, might we inquire if it would be permissible for us to partake in this voyage of human civilization? Certainly. Following further discussions, we will guide your delegation on a tour of Star Cluster 1, as a gesture of respect for your civilization. The researcher from Star Cluster 1 resumed, however. As he mentioned, it is not yet time for the tour. Human civilization has already demonstrated some sincerity in our exchanges. It is now time for Barnard civilization to reveal certain information about itself. Thank you for the generosity of human civilization. In our previous dialogues, human civilization expressed a desire to learn more about Barnard civilization. The Barnard civilization is a rather unremarkable society, having originated from our home planet, Barnard 16 to 1, and never having ventured beyond the Barnard 16 star system. We once boasted a vibrant culture and artistic expression, however. These attributes are likely commonplace among civilizations capable of interstellar navigation. We lack the potential of human civilization and possess few noteworthy distinctions. Our encounter with humanity stands as a miraculous event in the annals of Barnard civilization. These sentiments were expressed by the leader of Barnard 16 to 1, with the deputy leader of Barnard 16 to 5 refraining from silencing him as he spoke on behalf of our civilization. We are enthusiastic about the prospect of encountering diverse civilizations and various forms of intelligent life that have emerged in different evolutionary contexts, which brings us great joy. We anticipate that these encounters may inspire new insights into the development of civilization. The researcher from Star Cluster 1 continued, noting that the solar system inhabited by humanity lies a mere 6.1 light-years from the Barnard 16 star system. In the vast cosmos, the proximity of two civilizations is a rare stroke of fortune. We hope for a more sustained interaction between our two civilizations in the future. Naturally, should humanity desire, the Barnard civilization eagerly awaits another visit from human beings. However, a journey spanning light years must surely entail significant expenditure for human civilization. There is no need for humanity to repeatedly invest in the unremarkable Barnard civilization. This statement again reflects the words of the leader from Barnard 16:1. Expressing gratitude for humanity's understanding, we shall give this matter serious consideration, in the spirit of fostering a friendly relationship between our two civilizations. Humanity is willing to extend some assistance to Barnard civilization. We have observed that Barnard civilization possesses the technology for long-distance travel in cosmic space. Yet, within the Barnard 16 star system, there appears to be a lack of broader development. We wonder if there are underlying challenges, and humanity is prepared to offer help within our capabilities. The Barnard civilization graciously declined any assistance, influenced by our innate tendencies. As we harbor no ambitions for expansion beyond our home or a few satellites, which sufficiently meet our needs, we cherish the continuity of our species but do not relish the notions of expansion and dominance. As I previously mentioned, the Barnard civilization is a society that is ordinary to the point of mediocrity. The Barnard civilization, while avoiding humanity's most pressing inquiries, inadvertently reveals more information during our exchanges. This statement was again issued by the delegation from Barnard 16:1, while the branch from Barnard 16:5 seemed particularly reticent on this matter. Thus, the researcher from Star Cluster 1 turned his gaze toward the delegation from Barnard 16:5, addressing the representatives of human civilization. This is the choice of Barnard civilization, and there are no underlying difficulties, stated the deputy leader of the Barnard pioneers. The two branches of the Barnard civilization have reached an understanding, yet the implications of their discourse diverge significantly. We have come to realize that the Barnard civilization is indeed a unique entity. The researcher aboard Star 1 wears a smile. Subsequently, a new topic is broached, perhaps somewhat audacious, yet our curiosity is piqued. Does the Barnard civilization appear to be divided into two factions? Esteemed representatives of human civilization, it may be that your understanding of our form is limited. In a civilization such as ours, internal divisions into various factions are commonplace. In fact, throughout the extensive history of the Barnard civilization, we have experienced a greater number of factions than we currently possess. During that era, numerous kings emerged within the Barnard civilization. How could humanity not comprehend this? Although we have entered the era of calendrical reckoning for over 2 centuries, the history preceding this epoch remains vivid in the collective memory of human civilization. Yet, it seems that the schism between the two branches of the Barnard civilization is rather extraordinary. We express our gratitude to the Barnard civilization for their elucidation. As the representatives of human civilization shifted the dialogue to a pivotal point, they inquired, "Dear friends of the Barnard civilization, as we, the interstellar vessel of human civilization, have arrived at the Barnard 16 star system, our encounter with your civilization seems to be somewhat serendipitous. Perhaps it was not a proactive outreach from the Barnard civilization. Rather, this neighboring relationship, separated by a mere 6.1 light-years, might have necessitated an earlier convergence." Following the researcher from Star 1's statement, the members of the two delegations from the Barnard civilization fell into a momentary silence. They had anticipated this inquiry, recognizing it as an inevitable topic during their exchanges with humanity. They are acutely aware of the protective influence of the divine, which seems to have allowed humanity to emerge suddenly from barren landscapes. Naturally, they harbor no regrets about reaching out to the human vessel. Similarly, understanding the extent of divine protection, they know it can only obscure the activities of the Barnard civilization from a distance, rendering the Barnard 16 star system devoid of visible traces of civilization. However, in such close proximity as Star 1, it is merely a matter of time before their presence is uncovered. The Barnard civilization yearns for a pastoral existence, wishing to avoid excessive conflict and scrutiny. Thus, They have implemented measures to conceal signs of our civilization's activities on planets and moons. Consequently, for human civilization, the Barnard 16-star system may appear as a desolate and lifeless expanse, indeed, merely an ordinary corner of the cosmos. The leader of the 16-to-1 branch delegation of the Barnard civilization spoke candidly, yet in truth, conveyed little of substance. Human civilization is acutely aware of the actions taken by the Barnard civilization that have resulted in the current state of affairs. However, the question remains, what precisely were these actions? Nonetheless, this is not a matter that can be addressed at this initial stage of interaction between the two civilizations. Until now, the two civilizations remain in a phase of mutual exploration, where each dialogue serves as both communication and a test. For both parties, even the slightest issue could lead developments into unpredictable trajectories. Thus, we must acknowledge that we have intruded upon and disrupted the tranquility of the Barnard civilization. And we extend our sincerest apologies to your esteemed civilization. The human race need not feel remorse. As we have stated, the distance between us is a mere 6.1 light years, making our encounter an inevitability. Long ago, we observed changes within the solar system, leading us to speculate that a formidable civilization was emerging there. However, the convergence of the Barnard civilization and humanity occurred sooner than we had anticipated. This statement was made by the head of the delegation from the Barnard 16-to-5 branch, the deputy leader. Following this, the pioneering deputy leader of the Barnard civilization posed an inquiry. Given humanity's penchant for exploration, had we encountered other civilizations prior to our meeting with Barnard? Having resided in the Barnard 16 system for an extended period, they harbored a curiosity about other civilizations. The researcher responsible for communication aboard Star 1 did not provide a direct answer, but rather countered with a question. Had the Barnard civilization encountered other civilizations before us? Of course, the deputy leader of the Barnard civilization affirmed this with certainty, then continued with his earlier unaddressed question. Has humanity encountered the Kachir civilization? Upon hearing this question, the researcher maintained a consistent smile, which remained unchanged, even though the Barnard civilization might not discern the subtleties of human expression. However, in the depths of his mind, the researcher realized that this exchange was poised for complications. The specificity of the Barnard civilization's inquiry was striking, and the timing of such a question seemed peculiar. Why would they assume that humanity had encountered the Kachir civilization? Furthermore, what implications does such an encounter hold? To bring this up during our initial meeting suggests it might be a piece of common knowledge unknown to humanity. There are numerous possibilities. Through the collective contemplation of countless researchers and scholars within human civilization, various hypotheses could be formulated. Yet, this is not a matter solvable by intellect alone. It reveals a disparity of information between the two parties. At this juncture, regardless of how we respond, or even if we choose not to respond, the outcome remains uncertain. Humanity is unaware of whether this might inadvertently disclose certain information. Mr. Deputy Leader of the Barnard civilization, might you elucidate the characteristics of this civilization? There exists a divergence in our written and spoken languages. Chapter 49. Prepare yourselves during the encounter between the Star 1 and the Barnard civilization. Lin Dao remained observant throughout, yet chose not to interfere, deeming it unnecessary. As articulated by the researcher responsible for the meeting aboard Star 1. Engaging in dialogue with this researcher or any individual from human civilization bore no distinction from conversing directly with Lin Dao. He possessed the ability to perceive the conversation, and its content would inherently align with his will. Upon hearing the words of the deputy leader of the Barnard civilization's pioneers, Lin Dao exhibited no noticeable change in demeanor or emotion. The title of deputy leader signaled the emergence of complications within the dialogue. Nonetheless, the potential for such issues had been anticipated by the multitude of researchers and scholars within human civilization, given that both parties were still largely oblivious to one another's circumstances. The occurrence of unforeseen developments during the meeting was hardly surprising. Indeed, the representatives of human civilization remained composed. In response to the researcher aboard Star 1's probing inquiry, the deputy leader of Barnard displayed no extraordinary reactions or gestures, revealing that their understanding of the Kachir civilization was rather limited. What they knew, however, was that it was a formidable civilization. The individuals within this civilization bore resemblance to a cephalopod native to Barnard's home planet, the Kawa, possessing 6 tentacles, each bifurcated at the tips, facilitating intricate movements. The deputy leader's description of the Kachir civilization's entities was somewhat unexpected for human civilization. The mollusk referenced by Barnard had also been mentioned in the textual language materials transmitted from Barnard, and apart from certain details, it bore a striking resemblance to the octopus as understood by human civilization. Coupled with the latter part of the deputy leader's description, it became evident that the Kachir civilization referred to by Barnard was indeed the octopus civilization previously encountered by humanity. Samples of these entities from the Kachir civilization were preserved in the lunar experiments conducted by human civilization. Hearing about the existence of the octopus civilization, now identified as the Kachir civilization, from the Barnard representatives was indeed peculiar. Initially, it was anticipated that humanity might struggle to receive news of the octopus civilization for many years to come, as the vastness of the universe made the chance encounter of 2 civilizations without precise coordinates or guidance seem miraculous. Yet, remarkably, during humanity's first genuine encounter with an extraterrestrial civilization, the existence of the octopus civilization resurfaced. Statistically, this occurrence was nothing short of bizarre, if not absurd. Perhaps, in the cosmic expanse surrounding the solar system or the Barnard 16-star system, encounters with the octopus civilization, the Kachir civilization, were not particularly rare. It seems plausible to assert that when human civilization first ventured beyond its confines, it encountered elements related to the Kachir civilization. The researcher, known as Star One, tasked with facilitating this meeting, listened to the words of the deputy leader of the Barnard civilization without making any gestures or displaying any particular reactions, in order to avoid divulging additional information. At this moment, both the researcher and the scholars monitoring this encounter from behind faced a series of dilemmas, primarily stemming from a disparity in information. What is the intention behind the mention of the Kachir civilization? The scholars could speculate on various possibilities but lacked the means to substantiate or refute their conjectures. It was imperative to ascertain the nature of the relationship between the other party and the Kachir civilization. Historically, the interactions between human civilization and the Kachir civilization have not been particularly favorable. Had the Barnard civilization previously encountered the Kachir civilization? Not quite. They had merely stumbled upon the knowledge of its existence. When human civilization posed a counterquery, the Barnard civilization provided a negative response. After a brief pause, the researcher from Star One regarded the 2 delegations from the Barnard civilization and stated, "We have had an indirect contact with the Kachir civilization, and certain aspects of it have caused us some difficulties." At this juncture, human civilization faced 2 options: to acknowledge or deny any contact with the Kachir civilization, also known as the octopus civilization. However, the outcomes of either choice remained uncertain. Here, human civilization opted to speak the truth. The Kachir civilization is a formidable entity, with their vessels perpetually drifting across the cosmos. The deputy leader of the Barnard civilization continued, "Sir, we regret to inform you that we possess limited in-depth knowledge regarding the Kachir civilization. In this context, human civilization could have aligned its discourse with the Barnard civilization statement in an attempt to exhibit familiarity with the Kachir civilization. Nevertheless, at this moment, human civilization did not hold an informational advantage. Fabricating a narrative when one does not grasp the entirety of the situation would only appear crude from the perspective of the information-rich party." Thus, the researcher from Star One continued to convey the truth. Should the Barnard civilization possess further insights into the Kachir civilization, we would be willing to accept such information and provide appropriate compensation. As human civilization articulated, the convergence of 2 civilizations in the cosmos is indeed a marvel, and there exists no greater understanding of the Kachir civilization. The discourse regarding the Kachir civilization concluded here. It seemed that the deputy leader of the Barnard civilization merely broached this topic in passing. Yet, all were aware that the likelihood of intentionally introducing such a matter during the inaugural meeting of the 2 civilizations, when it bore no particular significance, was nearly negligible. The dialogue between both parties continues during their initial meeting. However, the exchange of information today has reached a sufficient threshold. Consequently, as the conversation progresses, The interactions become increasingly devoid of valuable insights, essentially devolving into repetitive exchanges where both sides cautiously probe one another. Following the discussions, the representatives of human civilization have indeed arranged for 2 delegations from the Barnard civilization to tour select areas of Starship One, meticulously chosen to mitigate the risk of inadvertent information leaks. Upon the unveiling of certain aspects of human societal structure previously hinted at during their exchanges, the Barnard delegations were undeniably astounded. The individuals of human civilization appeared devoid of the concept of selfishness. How then, they pondered, did you navigate through the epoch of ignorance? Within our civilization, some sages contend that selfishness serves as a fundamental prerequisite for the emergence of wisdom and self-awareness, enabling beings to sustain their existence. The deputy leader of the Barnard delegation remarked, "The cosmos is indeed wondrous." In response, the researcher representing Starship One did not provide a definitive answer. It is inconceivable that individuals of human civilization lack a notion of selfishness. Rather, it has transformed since the advent of the calendar era, particularly post-year 16. Within the hive-like structure of human civilization, the collective humanity is regarded as self, forming a singular, cohesive entity. Absent this unity, humanity would not have achieved the expansion of the solar system, stemming from Mr. Lin's command. However, on a grander scale, Mr. Lin embodies the singular will of human civilization, thus rendering this expansion a manifestation of humanity's selfishness. For human civilization, the myriad challenges that the Barnard civilization has encountered throughout its history may have never existed. Perhaps it is this form of civilization that embodies true strength. The deputy leader acknowledged that different civilizations encounter disparate circumstances and face unique challenges. Yet it is these very challenges that shape us. While individuals within a civilization may temporarily halt their evolution at certain junctures, the evolution of civilization itself perpetually endures. On the path of civilizational evolution, reaching the ultimate destination does not imply that we possess an inherent advantage over the Barnard civilization. As the members of the 2 Barnard delegations toured the site, they engaged in dialogue with the representatives of human civilization aboard Starship One. The deputy leader of the Barnard 16-5 branch delegation seemed profoundly affected by the societal structure of human civilization. Esteemed representatives of human civilization, your Starship One must have taken quite some time to journey from the solar system to our galaxy, has it not? Our departure was long ago, for our mother civilization. Starship One is now an outdated vessel. Indeed, we have traversed the cosmos for over 90 years. The velocity of the starship Xianxin cannot be concealed. Prior to entering the Barnard 16 star system, the Barnard civilization may have been unable to observe us. However, as we approach the heart of the Barnard 16 system, given their current level of technological prowess, it becomes increasingly improbable that they remain unaware of our presence. The span of human civilization, a mere 90 years, surpasses the lifespan of most Barnard beings. On their home planet, one revolution around their star equates to 230 days of human time. And the majority of us will have perished long before Barnard civilization completes 50 orbits around their sun. For humanity, this represents a considerable duration. Consequently, aboard our interstellar vessel, we have propagated across several generations during our voyage. This is a feat achievable by human civilization, yet unattainable by the Barnard ants. After several generations of reproduction aboard the starship, will the new Barnardans still remember the mission that initiated our journey? The grandeur of human civilization, truly a formidable and boundlessly potential-laden entity. The encounter between human civilization and the Barnard civilization, of course, cannot be concluded in a single day. The Barnardans also possess sleep habits akin to our own. According to their customs, they require slumber at least every 8 hours of blue star time, albeit for a duration significantly shorter than that of humans, lasting only 2 hours. Following the day's meetings, the 2 Barnardan delegations declined our offer to provide them with rest chambers aboard the starship Xianxin, each returning to their respective electric propulsion vessels. What transpired within those vessels remains largely unclear to us. Nonetheless, on the starship Xianxin, the affairs concerning the aftermath of today's meeting are still far from concluded. As the venue for this encounter, the starship Xianxin affords certain advantages to human civilization. For instance, the entirety of our previous discussions, including the tour of the Barnardan delegations, was meticulously recorded from every conceivable angle. Researchers aboard the starship Xinqing, along with scholars from our home front, continue to analyze the intricate behaviors and movements of the Barnardans. Additionally, it may appear somewhat unscrupulous to mention, but our understanding of the Barnardan individuals today extends beyond mere visual observation. Various instruments aboard the starship Xinqing have discreetly conducted numerous scans of their physical data. However, this matter is tacitly acknowledged by both parties. The ethical considerations between these two civilizations are difficult to navigate, as we are uncertain whether any moral commonalities exist. At this moment, although it seems that human civilization holds a technological advantage over the Barnardans, we remain vigilant and cautious. After all, this represents the first genuine exchange and contact with another civilization for humanity. The prior indirect engagement with the octopus civilization stands in stark contrast to the present direct encounter between the two parties. Mr. Lin, it seems we may need to prepare for war, reported a scholar who participated in today's meeting. This sentiment is not merely the scholar's personal opinion, rather, it reflects a consensus swiftly reached among the researchers and scholars of human civilization following their meeting with the Barnard civilization. Such an extreme conclusion suggests a certain volatility within the entirety of human civilization, as merely the first encounter between two civilizations has precipitated such a trajectory. However, the inevitability of this consensus among human scholars was foreshadowed when the deputy leader of the Barnard civilization broached the subject of Kachir. While the two leaders of the Barnard delegations did not exhibit any notable reaction to human civilization's responses regarding Kachir in subsequent discussions, the crux of the matter lies in human civilization's uncertainty about the implications of their responses and what significance they held for the Barnard civilization. In light of this, human civilization can only deduce a negative inference regarding the impact of their statements, concluding that they may have provided an erroneous answer. This erroneous response may have inadvertently fulfilled the Barnard civilization's objective in raising the topic of Kachir, revealing critical information to them. In this circumstance, it remains uncertain whether the Barnard civilization will take any action based on the information gleaned from human civilization's answers. Furthermore, the Barnard civilization has not clarified whether human civilization inadvertently disclosed any confidential information during prior discussions, which intensifies this uncertainty. Ultimately, the sole conclusion human civilization can derive from the current situation is the necessity for war preparations. It is untenable for human civilization to gamble on the notion that their previous responses did not convey essential information to the Barnard civilization. It is equally implausible to assume that the Barnard civilization, having acquired knowledge of certain aspects or even vulnerabilities of human civilization, would refrain from taking action. To stake the entirety of human civilization on a wager regarding the intentions of a civilization that remains largely unknown is simply unfathomable. At times, the interactions and exchanges between two civilizations can be brutally unforgiving. The researchers' and scholars' thoughts are clear to Mr. Lin, as he embodies the singular will of human civilization. He does not oppose this line of thinking and nods in agreement. It is time to prepare. Chapter 50. Inevitable subsequently. The two delegations from the Barnard civilization lingered aboard the Star One for an additional 5 days. During this time, the Barnard civilization and humanity engaged in dialogue, continuing to explore each other's intentions. For both parties, nearly every utterance was laden with distinct purposes. However, given that this was their inaugural meeting, the exchange of information remained conspicuously limited. At the conclusion of the 5-day engagement, both sides expressed that it had been a delightful encounter between their civilizations. A fundamental friendship had begun to take root, and they marveled at the fortunate miracle of two similarly evolved species finding such closeness amidst the vast cosmos. Yet, just before the Barnard delegation was set to depart, a final remark from humanity slightly tarnished the amicable atmosphere. We sincerely thank the members of the Barnard civilization for your trust in us, for embarking on this voyage to meet with us. We wonder if, in the future, we might have the opportunity to visit your home planet or city, as we hold both curiosity and respect for the world that birthed your civilization. We merely wish to witness the splendid culture and history of your people up close. The deputy leader of the Barnard pioneers responded, "Esteemed members of humanity, you may not fully grasp how profoundly significant your visitation is to a collective civilization like ours. We must dedicate considerable time to preparation, and I cannot make decisions unilaterally. Esteemed representatives of humanity, we shall convey your friendliness and anticipation to our king, as we too look forward to deeper interactions with your civilization. Moreover, should you harbor curiosity about our culture, I would be delighted to personally present some of our artistic creations upon our return to our homeworld," remarked the heir to the Barnard throne. Humanity, however, did not feel urgency. Both sides could continue to deepen their understanding. They anticipated, one day in the future, to receive a formal invitation from the Barnard civilization. The researcher responsible for the meeting aboard Star One maintained a smile, hopeful that the friendship between humanity and the Barnard civilization would endure. Thus, the meeting concluded with each side sharing these sentiments. Following this, the two delegations from Barnard set forth on their journey home. The Barnard 16-5 branch, situated near Star One, found itself back within the yellow-green atmosphere of a satellite in just under 2 weeks. The electric propulsion spacecraft of the Barnard civilization's 16-1 branch expedition, much like its journey to this point, took nearly 2 months before it was distinctly monitored by the detection equipment of the humanity civilization Starship One, ultimately disappearing into the atmosphere of the planet Barnard 16-1. Meanwhile, during the nearly 2-month return of the Barnard civilization's expedition, humanity accelerated the construction of Stellar-class spacecraft. These vessels are currently deemed the most suitable for the Barnard 16 star system. Within this brief period, a total of 36 Stellar-class spacecraft were produced across various industrial sectors, including Martian industry, lunar surface industry, the Jupiter-Saturn industrial region, and the Neptune industrial zone. Each was equipped with the latest gravitational propulsion systems and heavy nuclear fusion reactors, along with an integrated Stellar-class weapons system. Upon completion, these 36 spacecraft set forth from their production sites, embarking towards the Barnard 16 star system. For humanity, this pace remains far from the limits of its industrial capabilities. It merely matched the number of the 4 Stellar-class vessels that had departed earlier. In times of necessity, humanity's industrial production system can swiftly recalibrate its overall production objectives. The Stellar-class spacecraft, devoid of any unknown technologies, may appear extravagant, yet for humanity, a colossal manufacturing entity. They are merely products of an assembly line. The insectoid-like civilization of humanity need not concern itself with costs, if necessary. It could deplete all available resources within the solar system. Humanity harbors an immense potential, equally terrifying in its capacity for warfare. On the planet Barnard 16-1, the divine protection manifested as a yellow-green atmosphere, shrouding the skies in perpetual haze. Even though Barnard 16A and Barnard 16B, known as the stars of life, lingered overhead, the entire world of Barnard 16-1 remained enveloped in a dense fog. Yet, this environment proved most suitable for the Barnard people, allowing them to forego space suits and other protective garments, exposing themselves directly to the atmosphere, akin to the bodies of upright toads. The leader of the delegation sent by Barnard 16-1, who claimed to be the heir to the throne, lay prostrate in the marshes before the royal palace. The surface of Barnard 16-1 is dominated by vast marshlands, where the most common flora is a resilient plant known as acacia, which occupies a significant portion of the planet's ecological landscape. This heir to the Barnard throne was adorned in garments fashioned from acacia plant materials. Even though Barnard had long since entered the industrial age, acacia remained a popular fabric among its people. "My king, we must initiate warfare." The heir to the throne recounted the entire encounter with human civilization to the king of the Barnardians, and this was his first utterance. The king remained silent, offering no response. After a prolonged pause, he emitted the deep, resonant sounds characteristic of Barnardian conversation. However, the civilizations of the 1-8 star systems are undeniably superior to ours. Indeed, their strength surpasses even our expectations. Human civilization possesses a terrifying potential for development, a fact substantiated by the transformations we have observed in the 1-8 star systems over recent years. The experiences I witnessed aboard the human civilization's exploratory vessel regarding their societal structure transcended my imagination. It is a civilization not easily comprehended by any single individual within a collective. I can scarcely envision how they will evolve over time, as our home planet continues its orbit around the life-giving star. Yet it is precisely for this reason that we must declare war upon them. We are alarmingly close to them. My liege, the solar system is merely 1 light-years away from the Barnard 16-star system. You must grasp what such proximity signifies for two civilizations within the cosmos, if one considers the fringes of our respective systems as part of our domains. We are practically neighbors. Given the terrifying potential exhibited by human civilization, what fate awaits Barnardian civilization when they advance to the Barnard 16-star system? The Barnardians have already laid themselves bare before the humans, who are aware of our presence. The protection of the divine no longer shields us. Can human civilization simply disregard the existence of another civilization a mere 1 light-years away? The Barnardians can no longer remain confined to their home planet. Over the past 2 centuries, we have witnessed the expansion of human civilization within the solar system. Such a civilization, by nature, must be driven by madness. From a corner of their home world, they have progressed to occupy the entire planet, and from the surface to the interior or nearby satellites and planets, extending throughout their entire planetary system without pause, much like the inexorable increase of entropy, until they encounter another civilization equally intent on expansion, culminating in either destruction or the perpetuation of this cycle. The air's resonant sounds echoed across the marshland, while the aged king remained silent for an extended period. My liege, as the air lowered his form further, what kind of naive measures could we possibly anticipate from such an expansionist civilization regarding our fate? They claim that their rudimentary vessels require 90 years to reach the Barnard system. You should comprehend the significance of this duration. Due to a historical context, the Barnardians possess considerable knowledge about certain cosmic realities. They understand that in the context of interstellar warfare between two civilizations, spending decades or even centuries en route to the battlefield is not an unusual circumstance. At this moment, the distance between the Barnard civilization and humanity has indeed laid the groundwork for a potential conflict. King, this is our only opportunity. Once human civilization's expansion truly encroaches upon Barnard, we shall have no alternatives. We cannot place the continuation of our species in the hands of humanity's naivety. Where lies the opportunity? The Barnard king fell silent for a moment before inquiring of his successor. Human civilization is still in its infancy. We have scarcely observed the changes within the solar system, indicating that their development has occurred over an exceedingly brief period. This suggests that while they embark on their voyages, it is improbable that they have encountered many civilizations. This meeting has nearly confirmed this notion. The Kachir civilization has been obliterated, their remnants wandering in search of the possibility of revival, unbeknownst to humanity. This implies that even if human civilization has encountered the remnants of the Kachir, they remain largely oblivious to the forces that lurk on the other side of the cosmos. Technologically, they exhibit remarkable prowess, yet in terms of the opposing forces, they likely possess little in the way of defensive capabilities. We can harness the power of the divine to accomplish this war, stated the heir to the throne. Should we fail, the Barnard civilization would plunge into the abyss, perhaps meeting its demise sooner than that unpredictable future. The aged king regarded his successor and spoke. The choice of war does not rest with us, nor with human civilization. When the envoy dispatched by the rebels broached the subject of the Kachir civilization with representatives of humanity, all options aside from war were extinguished. Humanity may remain unaware of the nature of the information they inadvertently revealed during discussions regarding the Kachir civilization, yet they surely recognize that we, with intent, have gleaned uncertain details from them. They do not comprehend our potential use of it, yet we shall not merely await their actions. This is an inextricable suspicion, fundamentally rooted not only in this issue but also in the chasm that lies between us. Now, even if we refrain from any action against them, they will undoubtedly act upon us. They will come to realize this and solidify their resolve. Waga, I have grown old. Can you tell me what year this is? Waga, the name of the heir, looked upon the aged king, who lowered his gaze upon his progeny and suddenly inquired. Since the unification of the Barnard calendar, it has been the 891st year, and today marks the 126th day of the year. The heir observed the elderly king. Indeed, the Barnard ruler had aged. His once vibrant bubbles had withered and weakened, akin to the desiccated akachi vines, so fragile that a mere touch would cause them to shatter, oozing with pus. The bump is a unique structure found on the skin of the Barnardians, resembling a protruding cannon, containing a substance akin to human blood, yet entirely distinct. The Barnardians refer to it as the liquid of life, which begins to decay prior to their demise. Before the establishment of a unified calendar, the Barnardians had a far longer history on their home planet. The king of this Barnardian realm appeared lost in thought. His heir, having risen from a kneeling position, regarded him anew. Given the lifespan of the Barnardians, this individual was not far from death in Barnardian years. Even if human civilization were to expand into Barnardian territory and enact changes, the current king could not foresee the outcome. Your Majesty, even if we do not initiate this war, the rebels in the 16-5 planetary orbit will not relent. They have been influenced by the expansion of human civilization within the solar system, rebelling from within us. Essentially, they mirror the expansionist tendencies of human civilization. The heir knelt once more and continued, should war erupt between human and Barnardian civilizations, it will not be limited to an attack on the Barnardian 16-5 branch. We remain enmeshed in this conflict, and it will arrive far sooner than you anticipate. The heir's words plunged the aged king into silence for a considerable time. Before he finally spoke to his offspring, I have grown old. You are my successor, and the decisions henceforth are yours to make. Very well, father. I shall ascend as the new king of the Barnardians. In the year 239, in February, a month after the delegation from the Barnardian 16-1 branch returned from their Jupiter, the heir, adhering to prior discussions, sent additional artistic works of Barnardian civilization to the human civilization's star of the constellation, including paintings and literary pieces. Similarly, the Barnardian 16-5 branch later dispatched other items. In March, when the star of the constellation once again expressed a desire to visit the planets and satellites of Barnardian civilization, the two Barnardian branches, in unison, gracefully declined, postponing the visit. Subsequently, both human and Barnardian civilizations tacitly refrained from further mention of the matter, continuing their electromagnetic communications as before. In the same month, the first 100th Star-class spaceship was completed at the Martian Industrial Station, and upon its completion, it embarked immediately, continuing its journey toward the Barnard 16 star system. Chapter 51, Swamps and Plagues. The stellar spacecraft of human civilization requires approximately 6 years to accelerate to its maximum velocity. Considering the deceleration time, even if the deceleration period is slightly shorter, the total journey from the solar system to the inner ring of the Barnard 16 star system would take nearly 30 years. At this moment, it would still take around 22 years to reach the position of Star 1, the nearest star in the Barnard 16 star system. The Barnard civilization, as a collective entity, does not exhibit high efficiency when undertaking significant endeavors. Consequently, for a considerable duration, the region from Barnard 16-1 planet to the vicinity of Barnard 16-5, where Star 1 resides, appears somewhat tranquil. The Barnard civilization has not intensified its activities in cosmic space, and beneath the cover of the yellow-green atmosphere, the planets and satellites inhabited by its two branches remain serene. Star 1 remains anchored in its original position, seemingly refraining from any substantial movements. Were it not for the sporadic transmission of electromagnetic signals through space, Star 1 might very well be mistaken for a desolate and entirely lifeless star system. Following their previous encounter, the electromagnetic communication frequency between human civilization and the Barnard civilization appears unchanged. It has neither diminished nor increased. Periodically, both parties engage in a few exchanges of electromagnetic signals, yet the content of these communications is devoid of substantive value. Nevertheless, both sides tacitly maintain this unfruitful dialogue, which, in a certain sense, signifies something noteworthy. The only event of significance during this period occurs when, upon reaching the 240-year mark, Star 1 sends a request to the two branches of the Barnard civilization, seeking permission to collect some materials in the periphery of the Barnard 16 star system for use as propellant for the spacecraft. The two branches consented, albeit with the stipulation that human civilization refrain from extracting any resources within the orbital vicinity of Barnard 16 to 5. Henceforth, Star 1 began to gather and mine resources from various asteroids and meteoroids in the outskirts of the Barnard 16 star system. This undertaking, while seemingly unremarkable, serves the purpose articulated by the Barnard civilization to collect propellant, thereby enabling Star 1 to regain its capacity for movement. Do they have any new developments? The yellow-green atmosphere enveloping the native planet of the Barnardians has seemingly thickened significantly over the past 2 years. Even though this planet is the closest to the binary stars of the Barnard 16 system at this moment. Barnard 16A and Barnard 16B appear merely as glowing silhouettes shrouded in the yellow-green mist. In the marshland before the palace, the newly ascended monarch. Once the heir who had reached Starship 1, now adopts the humblest of postures, pressing his head against the mire. Theoretically, he is the most esteemed individual among the Barnardians, no longer needing to exhibit such subservience. Thus, his gaze is directed towards the yellow-green sky and the marshy surface of his planet, where resources from asteroids and meteoroids continue to be harvested, with no new developments in sight. Nearby, a sage of Barnardian civilization responds to the prostrate new king's inquiry. Understanding the situation, the newly appointed king rises from the swamp. He raises his hand and cruelly forces the sage's head into the muddy depths. The sage initially struggles instinctively, but soon ceases movement, his body trembling in agony. Beneath the sage's head, the pouch of a Barnardian swells continuously until, at a certain moment, it suddenly deflates, akin to a withered leaf. In that instant, the sage loses vitality. The next moment, his lifeless body collapses into the mire, resembling a melting candle, flowing into the swamp. Ultimately, he becomes part of the marsh, while a faint wisp of yellow-green mist ascends into the atmosphere, merging with the air of the Barnardian homeworld. After this act of murder, the new king of Barnardian civilization exhibits little reaction, merely lifting his gaze towards the sky of his planet. At this moment, he is a stark contrast to his previous self when he met the crew of Starship 1. The bubbles on his body have completely burst, and his fish skin-like dermis is in decay, with foul, murky pus continuously oozing from his form, akin to the filthy waters of the swamp. According to Barnardian understanding, a being in such a state should have long perished. Yet this new king remains vibrantly alive. He turns his head, orienting his auditory organs towards the palace's exterior. The ears of a Barnardian, which are small holes with fleshy petals on either side of the head, detect the cacophony of sounds permeating the atmosphere. On this home planet of Barnardian civilization, it is somewhat noisy for creatures with normal auditory capabilities. The world is filled with a continuous, muffled roar, which the Barnardians instinctively comprehend. These sounds are essentially anguished wails intermingled with fervent prayers, echoes from a Barnardian life extinguished. The creeping death, which began with the decisions made by the Barnard civilization, has persisted for an extended duration. The land of Barnard's homeworld, which nurtured the marshes of the Barnard people, now exhibits a peculiar demeanor. It appears as though the marsh has come to life, writhing and undulating. The murky pools and tainted waters seem to possess distinct voices, each flowing in divergent directions across the marsh. At this moment, near the vicinity of the Barnard king, the marsh suddenly surged, a wave of sludge rising abruptly, engulfing a passing attendant within the royal palace. Once submerged in the marsh, the attendant was as if digested, merging with the mire, akin to the previously consumed Barnard sage, dissipating into a wisp of faint yellow-green vapor. Such occurrences were not confined to the royal palace of the Barnard people. They unfolded throughout the cities of Barnard, within and without the edifices. At this juncture, the home world of the Barnard civilization presented a scene that could only be described as terrifying. However, one could assert that this was a choice made by the Barnard civilization, a preparation for the impending war. Raising his gaze once more, the Barnard king looked towards the position of planet Barnard 16 to 5 in the sky. The dense atmosphere of the Barnard home world obscured his view of Barnard 16 to 5. Yet he understood that there, the leader of the insurgents was engaged in similar endeavors. The advantage of the Barnard civilization over humanity lies not solely in technology, but in the cosmic realm beyond. They are poised to launch an assault on human civilization by harnessing the power of the divine. Yet, the divine cannot be wielded as a mere tool at their whim. Instead, they are akin to weeds evolving instinctively towards the divine after glimpsing a fragment of it while traversing the marsh it has walked upon. To invoke the power of the divine necessitates a cost. Wakabuti, they implore, bestow upon us a plague, that your radiance may extend to more distant star realms. The Barnard king once more prostrated himself in the marsh, fervently praying to the sky and the mire. Wakabuti is the name of this deity in the language of the Barnard people, translated into human vernacular. It signifies the god of marsh and pestilence. Under the king's supplication, the collective wails and fervent cries of the Barnard people on their home world seemed to intensify, as if the sources of these voices were multiplying exponentially. Wakabuti, grant us a plague, that your brilliance may reach further star realms. The Barnard king prayed with even greater sincerity to the sky and the marsh, while the entire Barnard civilization offered tributes to the god of marsh and pestilence. To harness the divine power, it was imperative that such power first reached the hands of the Barnard people. At this moment, across the Barnard homeworld, a peculiar plague began to manifest among countless Barnard individuals as they transformed into components of the marsh and atmosphere. It seems as though the Barnardians are summoning this peculiar plague, or perhaps they are nurturing it with their own civilization. When the gifts from the divine reach a certain threshold, the Barnardians will direct their gaze towards the enemy. The king of the Barnardians continues to lead his people in this solemn ritual with unwavering devotion. For him, the preparations for the war against human civilization have only now begun to take shape. Previously, although he had persuaded the aged king of the Barnardians, unifying there will prove far more complex than it is for human civilization. Particularly, the Barnardians from their home planet had little inclination to venture outward. As the Barnardians prepared to launch a war for their very survival against human civilization, factions advocating for compromise and capitulation emerged among them. Some argued that even if interstellar war were to erupt, most of them would have returned to the embrace of the god of swamps and plagues by the time the conflict truly commenced. Others contended that the Barnardians were inherently inclined to remain on their home planet, even if human civilization were to expand into the Barnard 16-star system. They could surrender to humanity and become vassals, thereby securing their continued existence on their homeworld. Moreover, the cost of invoking divine power might outweigh the benefits of outright surrender. Prior to the commencement of the ritual, there were even Barnardian lords attempting to defect from their home planet, seeking to divulge secrets to human civilization. They aimed to thwart the Barnardians' use of divine power by exposing everything to humanity, rendering the Barnardians' efforts futile. However, the more discord there was among the Barnardians, the greater the fear of human civilization grew within their newly appointed king and certain wise figures of Barnardian society, especially among those who had witnessed the state of human society aboard Starship One. In stark contrast to Barnardian civilization, human civilization exhibited an almost exaggerated potential for growth. At that moment, it appeared to be the Barnardians' only opportunity to contend with humanity. Ultimately, it was through the invocation of the god of swamps and plagues that a consensus was reached among the Barnardian civilization regarding their course of action, thus setting the stage for the impending war between Barnard and human civilizations. As time progressed to the year 253, 15 years had elapsed since the initial encounter between human civilization and Barnard civilization. During these years, Starship One had remained unchanged, still positioned within the Barnard 16-star system, maintaining communication with the two branches of Barnardian civilization as before. After all, the preparations for war on the part of human civilization were primarily concentrated within the solar system and did not involve Starship One. Yet, during these 15 years, human civilization demonstrated a terrifying potential in its own war preparations. The formidable productivity of humanity entrenched in the solar system was once again brought to light. Although the nearest star to the Barnard star system is over 7 years away, should one choose to arrive and halt at the position of Star One, the subsequent fleet of Stellar-class spacecraft would arrive in a continuous stream once Star One reaches its destination. The formidable productive capacity of human civilization, even without operating at its maximum potential, is more than sufficient to yield over 100 stellar-class vessels annually. At this moment, humanity is dispatching what can no longer be termed merely a deep space vessel to the Barnard 16 star system. It is more aptly described as the Interstellar Expeditionary Corps of human civilization. With a single stellar-class ship capable of accommodating over 400,000 individuals, humanity has launched 1,000 such vessels. This expeditionary force, comprising over 400 million souls, appears somewhat daunting even against the backdrop of a human population exceeding 100 billion. This is not due to an inherent limitation in humanity's capacity to construct only 1,000 stellar-class ships. Rather, there exists no pressing need to escalate the numbers further under current circumstances. Otherwise, it would not pose a challenge for humanity to gradually relocate its entire population from the solar system. Nevertheless, during these past 15 years, human civilization has not solely focused on launching stellar-class ships. Initially, when the first stellar-class vessel was constructed, researchers noted that the inertial-less propulsion system had yet to reach its theoretical limits. Over the years, humanity has exerted considerable effort in preparation for what could be its inaugural interstellar conflict, while the scientific research apparatus has remained active. New inertial-less propulsion vessels, after prolonged acceleration, can achieve a maximum velocity of 45 of the speed of light. Although this may seem relatively slow in the context of interstellar travel, which often spans light years, it represents a significant improvement over the stellar-class ships, given humanity's traditional naming conventions for interstellar vessels. The new ships intended for the Barnard 16 system would have been designated as Barnard-class ships. However, considering the current state of relations between human civilization and the Barnard civilization, such a designation would be inappropriate. Ultimately, the new interstellar vessels were simply named after the type of star present in the Barnard 16 system, a red dwarf star, thus being referred to as red dwarf-class ships. The first red dwarf ship was born in the year 248, and by 253, a total of only 5 had been constructed. This limitation was not due to any technical challenges or production pressures. Rather, it was simply that, akin to the stellar-class vessels, there was no immediate necessity to produce a greater quantity. After their completion, the 5 ships, Red Dwarf 1 through Red Dwarf 5, embarked on their journey to the Barnard 16 system, representing humanity's first encounter with an extraterrestrial civilization and its inaugural adversary since achieving planetary status. Human civilization extended due respect to this endeavor. Subsequently, that year, the conflict between human civilization and the Barnard civilization officially commenced, initiated by the latter. To some extent, this was an event anticipated by both parties. However, it can also be asserted that prior to the onset, there were no indications whatsoever. The Barnard civilization, before launching its assault, clearly could not have possessed the moral fortitude to issue any prior warning. Chapter 52. The war between two civilizations. The Barnard civilization has existed for a considerable duration within the Barnard 16 star system. Although it has not expanded within its own system as human civilization has, the combined population of its two branches remains substantial. Among these, the primary branch of Barnard, naturally, is home to the majority of Barnard inhabitants. On planet Barnard 16-1, at its peak in the year 238 of the calendar, the Barnard civilization first encountered humanity, with over 30 billion Barnard individuals residing there. However, as the Barnard civilization prepared to initiate a war for the survival of their civilization against humanity, time passed 15 years later. The population on Barnard 16-1 had dwindled to fewer than 90 billion. Conversely, the other branch of the Barnard civilization, located on the larger moons of Barnard 16-5, experienced an even more dramatic decline in population due to its inherently smaller numbers. In the year 253 of human reckoning, which corresponds to the 912th year of the Barnard calendar, the newly appointed king of the Barnard civilization had aged significantly over the past 15 years. Considering the lifespan of the Barnard people, he was now quite elderly. He resolved to commence and complete the war against human civilization before the end of his days. Much like 15 years prior, this king of the Barnard civilization lay prostrate in the marshes before the palace, his body, from a human perspective, appearing either decrepit or thoroughly unclean. Overall, his physique remained within the bounds of the Barnard species, yet his previously decaying skin now appeared as if it were flowing with the muck of the marsh, with the mire continuously dripping from his rotting flesh like tar. Surrounding him, the landscape of the Barnard civilization's home planet had undergone notable transformations. The cacophony of sounds that had once filled the air had not entirely dissipated. The wails and fervor of various Barnard individuals persisted, albeit considerably diminished after more than 15 years. Furthermore, the planet Barnard 16-1 exhibited marked changes in its two most distinctive features, the yellow-green atmosphere and the marshes. Externally, the planet appeared unchanged from 15 years prior, yet the once vibrant yellow-green atmosphere now intertwined with the marshy ground, creating a cohesive entity. The yellow-green mist wove through the marshes, with occasional bubbles resembling those on Barnard individuals rising and bursting, releasing the yellow-green vapor from the depths of the marsh. The swamp writhed, occasionally stirring up ripples as it meandered through the yellow-green mist. This unknown essence mingled with the vibrant haze and the life-infused muck of the marsh, enveloped the entirety of Barnard 16-1, perpetually flowing around each Barnardian. Each tendril of yellow-green vapor and every clump of swampy sludge seemed to possess its own vitality, at times twisting and intertwining with one another. This was, in fact, the divine power that the Barnard civilization had procured through sacrifice, poised to be unleashed as a means of assault. At this moment, the king of the Barnard civilization lay prostrate, his body a fluid mass of muck, akin to a fire smoldering beneath a pile of grass. As the yellow-green mist seeped forth from his being, "O God of swamps and plagues," he intoned, "the Barnardians are your people. We guide you, hoping your glory will spread across the distant human civilizations of the cosmos." Thus, the Barnardian offensive commenced, taking on an eerie form as their monarch spoke to the swamp and the yellow-green atmosphere in the tongue of his people. This was the final step in invoking the power bestowed by the god of swamps and plagues, following the resonance of the king's voice. A similar sound echoed across the surface of Barnard's home planet, rippling from near to far and back again. The same supplications converged, forming a torrent. Yet beneath the shroud of the yellow-green atmosphere, the entirety of Barnard 16-1 remained eerily silent. Upon completing his prayer-like utterance, the king rose from his prone position to stand upright. As the king of the Barnardians, he had initiated this assault against human civilization, launched by the Barnardians themselves. He gazed skyward toward the direction of Barnard 16-5, aware that those rebels would have made a similar choice. However, prior to this onset of aggression, he had not informed them, and no prior agreement could be reached. Yet he was certain that, as fellow subjects of the god of swamps and plagues, they would sense the divine power following the assault from Barnard's home planet, and would strike simultaneously. In this moment, the Barnardian king's emotions approached madness. For the entirety of the Barnard civilization, this assault was, in essence, a gamble. With their technological prowess trailing behind that of human civilization, they lacked the capacity to launch a second such attack, though they possessed an advantage in information, or rather, in distance. As it would take longer for human vessels to reach this locale, they had gained the upper hand in this conflict between civilizations. Yet, should this strike fail to obliterate or severely cripple human civilization, their fate would undoubtedly be dire. Now, the Barnard civilization can only place its faith in the notion that the formidable powers of the divine, which have been wrought from the lives of the majority of Barnard people, will be sufficient to confront the emerging threat posed by the god of swamps and plagues. The human civilization, an evidently nascent planetary system, lacks the experience and capability to counter the impending plague. In the next moment, it seemed as though all sound had vanished from the home planet of the Barnard civilization. The ruler of this civilization understood that the plague had begun to take effect. The divine force need not directly assault the spacecraft or habitats of human civilization. It can subtly infiltrate through the faintest of connections. When the Barnard civilization initiated its attack, the scene that unfolded was not one of intensified turbulence in the swamps and the yellow-green atmosphere of Barnard 16-1. Rather, it was as if the once vibrant swamps and atmosphere had suddenly lost their vitality. The essence that had animated them seemed to have been abruptly withdrawn, vanishing entirely from Barnard 16-1. rendering the planet reminiscent of its state from over a decade prior. Moreover, it was not solely the home planet of the Barnard civilization that was affected. As the ruler of Barnard civilization comprehended, another branch of their civilization had acted even more drastically. Upon discovering that the home branch had launched an offensive, the Barnard 16-5 branch simultaneously commenced its own attack. God of swamps and plagues, we bear the power you have granted us. We cultivate the strength you have bestowed. The Barnard civilization shall guide you. For the spacecraft Star One, this day should have been considered ordinary. The machinery and equipment responsible for extracting propellant and energy resources continued their operations on the asteroids and meteoroids surrounding the Barnard 16 system. Although the efficiency of resource extraction appeared somewhat sluggish compared to the past endeavors of human civilization, the Star One, as an early deep space vessel, was inherently designed with such limitations, lacking the capacity to rapidly complete extensive extraction and processing. However, at this moment, the mission of Star One was not to replenish its supplies and depart, but rather to remain in place. The crew members stationed at their respective posts were diligently fulfilling their duties. Yet, even on the most mundane of days, and despite the passage of time, the crew aboard Star One maintained a vigilant demeanor. Those who are perpetually proactive and unwavering do not forget their position or the challenges they face. Irrespective of the temporal flow, given the unique nature of human civilization, the necessity for war preparedness is not a clandestine matter to its people. At this moment, on the post previously held by Starlight, a crew member aboard the starship Constellation 1, Starlight has departed from this role due to the passage of time. In his stead is a young individual named Farstar, who represents the new generation that has emerged on the starship. Although the personnel have changed, Farstar, as a member of humanity, maintains an unwavering focus akin to that of Starlight. Currently, he is engaged in the routine responsibilities he has performed for many years, overseeing and managing the monitoring equipment aboard the starship Constellation 1. Farstar glanced at the image of Barnard 16-1 captured through the optical telescope, then turned to observe the real-time data from the monitoring equipment beside him. Over the past 15 years, the visuals and data obtained from the monitoring devices aboard the starship have shown no significant change in Barnard 16-1. It can be asserted that the obscuring element of Barnard's civilization trajectory has profoundly impacted humanity's ability to observe it. Humanity is certain that the other side has not remained entirely inactive over the past decade, just as they are aware that humanity itself has not been idle during this time. At this moment, while Farstar was intently focused on the data from the instruments, he suddenly paused, not due to any anomaly in the readings, but because he himself experienced a momentary issue. In that instant, it seemed as though he caught a glimpse of the persistent yellow-green atmosphere of Barnard 16-1, a remnant of the visual impression left by observing the planet's imagery. Moreover, he could not ascertain whether it was merely a psychological illusion, but he felt a peculiar discomfort in his body, akin to the onset of a cold. There were no overt symptoms, yet he sensed a fleeting unease, reminiscent of the early signs of illness. Were it not for the collective vigilance of humanity, Farstar would likely have set aside this minor anomaly to seek medical attention after the conclusion of his workday. However, the insectoid-like nature of human civilization emphasizes diligence and attentiveness. Furthermore, humanity has long harbored suspicions that if Barnard's civilization were to engage in warfare, they might employ tactics reminiscent of the earlier cephalopod civilizations. This deduction is straightforward. The only aspect of Barnard's civilization that currently surpasses human technology is the enigmatic yellow-green atmosphere that obscures their movements. Additionally, the prior mention of the cephalopod civilization by the opposing side led scholars to speculate that the information advantage gained by Barnard's civilization stems from such knowledge. Unfortunately, humanity is unable to ascertain the specifics, nor do they possess the capability to preemptively guard against such phenomena. An offensive initiated by them would be exceedingly difficult to execute solely with the resources of the starship Constellation 1. Thus, while the opposing side may be stalling for time, humanity is, in fact, also engaged in a similar delay. Regardless, the crew of the starship Constellation 1 remains ever vigilant in the face of any anomalous occurrences. Thus, it can be observed that after a brief moment of hesitation, the distant star raised his hand and transmitted a message via his wrist-mounted personal terminal, reporting his current anomaly. Whether it was due to a malfunction in his own body, a mere fleeting illusion, or indeed a genuine abnormal occurrence, there was no necessity for him to draw conclusions. Within human civilization, there exist numerous astute minds capable of making such judgments. In that fleeting instant, not only the distant star but also a multitude of similar warning signals emanated from various personal terminals, creating a cacophony of alerts within the communication network of human civilization. The sheer volume of analogous information was sufficient to trigger the emergency protocols of the human communication system. Intelligent programs promptly aggregated all received alerts, sounding the alarm while disseminating the summarized information to the relevant personnel's communication devices. However, despite the rapidity of human civilization's response, indeed, one could even describe it as astonishing. An organizational capacity unattainable by insectoid civilizations, the impending conflict with the Barnard civilization, characterized by a struggle for survival, was unlikely to resemble the previous minor skirmishes involving the octopus civilization's vessel. As the distant star dispatched his initial message, he observed a yellow-green gas, reminiscent of the atmosphere of Barnard 16-1, beginning to emanate from his body. The origin and nature of this gas were utterly unknown. It simply forced its way out through every pore of his skin. This yellow-green substance appeared to possess a corrosive quality, and in that instant, the distant star experienced intense agony. Almost simultaneously, he realized that he was destined for sacrifice. Yet, he did not panic, nor did he attempt to flee his position or roam chaotically within the spacecraft. Instead, he raised his personal terminal and swiftly documented his current condition in a combination of text and language, indicating that he was likely subjected to an unidentified attack, presumably from the Barnard civilization. I am on the verge of sacrifice. I now record my bodily changes. Concurrently, the distant star crouched down, utilizing the spatial structure of his surroundings to deliberately break both of his legs. Given the peculiar influence previously exerted by the octopus civilization's vessel, resulting in mutations among the affected, he needed to ensure that any potential transformation he might undergo would not endanger the other crew members aboard the ship, particularly as the yellow-green gas appeared to be corrosive. My skin seems to be rotting. At this moment, although the distant star undoubtedly suffered, he did not exhibit excessive fear. If any emotion surged within him, it was one of indignation. Despite being aware that a war between the Barnard civilization and humanity was imminent, he resolved that if the Barnard civilization dared to initiate an assault, they should brace themselves for the wrath of human civilization. Even as he faced imminent sacrifice, the distant star had no doubt that humanity would ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 53. A desperate struggle for survival. From the initial sensation of discomfort and slight irregularity to the reporting process, the body underwent a violent transformation, culminating in decisive measures taken and the documentation of physical changes. The series of events unfolding upon Far Star transpired in an exceedingly brief period. Unlike the gradual recognition of weaponry by the octopus civilization, the assault from the Barnard civilization erupted suddenly, akin to a cataclysmic explosion in the realms of the unknown. This aligns with the logic of a war that encompasses the survival of both civilizations. Once the adversary commenced their onslaught, they would not afford humanity the luxury of time to respond, launching their most ferocious attacks in the shortest span possible. Farstar observed the yellow-green gas emanating from within, not dissipating into the air but rather coiling within the confines of the spacecraft, where he found himself. He then witnessed the skin, previously corroded by the gas, liquefying, with normal flesh transforming into a grotesque amalgamation of sludge and pus, akin to asphalt that, once smeared against a wall, could no longer adhere. Clumps of this substance plummeted to the floor, and logically, one would expect to see the remnants of his bones after the flesh had vanished. However, shockingly, nothing remained on his limbs. The bones had also liquefied alongside the flesh, merging into that indescribable, sludge-like material. At this juncture, Farstar could no longer document the changes within his body, realizing that his sacrifice was imminent. Yet, he found solace in the thought that as long as humanity endured, the Barnard civilization would ultimately accompany him in death. He cast a glance at the panoramic image of Barnard 16:1 displayed on the instruments. Just before losing consciousness entirely, he perceived the hull of the spacecraft, cloaked in sludge, seemingly distorting, the alloy beneath, akin to wrinkles on a human visage. Crumpled and resembled paper that had been balled up and then unfurled. Mars' industrial star, despite the years of expansion. With human civilization extending its dominion towards the Kuiper Belt and the Oort cloud, necessitating the growth of the industrial clusters along Neptune's orbit. Mars' industrial star remained an indispensable cornerstone of humanity's industrial and production framework. It continued to host the largest industrial conglomerate beyond terrestrial confines. On the surface of Mars and its moons, within several vast Martian cities and space bases, over 6 billion souls resided. Though this figure may not seem particularly staggering in proportion to the current total population of humanity, the absolute number is indeed substantial. Initially, the construction of Star Cluster 1 was also accomplished by the industrial conglomerates on Mars' industrial star, and it embarked on its journey from the orbit of Mars, setting sail into the cosmos beyond the solar system. Thus, it can be said that Star Cluster 1 shares a profound connection with Mars' industrial star. At this moment, while the crew aboard the Star 1 and others experience a similar discomfort on the surface of Mars within the core city 01. The first city built by human civilization on Mars, a large population resides alongside a considerable industrial cluster in the industrial area 013 of core city 01. Specifically within the production chain of the 021 industrial module, a middle-aged engineer named Ing Lin is surveying the production zone for which he is responsible. In this era, the degree of automation in human industrial manufacturing is remarkably advanced, and most of the time, Ing Lin, like other engineers engaged in similar work, merely monitors the normal operations of the production area without directly participating in repetitive tasks. At this moment, he stands before a rather imposing industrial machine, initially focused on the data displayed by the relevant instruments beside the equipment. Suddenly and without warning, he feels a wave of discomfort wash over him. A tickle in his throat compels him to cough. To his astonishment, a wisp of yellow-green mist emerges from his throat, lingering in the air before him. Momentarily taken aback, Ing Lin reacts similarly to the crew aboard the Star 1, promptly raising his wrist communicator to issue an alert. The characteristics of the insectoid civilization are starkly evident here. As the entirety of human civilization, comprising over 100 billion souls, is acutely aware of the current tensions between humanity and the Barnard civilization, understanding that the latter may resort to some nefarious means. Even though the Martian cities are light years away from the Barnard star system, the inhabitants of Mars do not perceive events occurring 6 light years away as unrelated to their own lives, remaining vigilant in both the front and the rear. However, as Ing Lin triggers the alarm, he witnesses a scene before him that can only be described as horrific. Coughing echoes anew in the industrial zone he oversees. Though this time, the sound does not originate from him. Instead, it emanates from the very machines in the production area, both large and small. The colossal industrial device before him, which had been operating seamlessly, abruptly ceases its function without receiving any commands. In that instant, it seems to have gained a semblance of life. Its components, which were once synchronized, now operate erratically and chaotically. The machine, originally anchored to the ground, breaks free from its restraints, trembling uncontrollably. However, this semblance of life, which the industrial apparatus exuded, appeared to be a misfortune for the very machinery itself. The initial cough was merely the prelude. Soon after, one could observe a noxious, corrosive yellow-green mist seeping from within the apparatus. This dense fog enveloped the surrounding space in an instant, and amidst its suffocating embrace, the industrial device writhed with increased intensity, accompanied by the escalating sound of its cough. It seemed as though this once inanimate entity was enduring immense torment, a pain that ensnared it, driving it into a spasm of uncontrollable struggle. Then, the surface of the machine began to bubble, akin to human skin blistering from a sudden searing heat. These blisters rapidly proliferated across the exterior and interior of the device. As they swelled and burst, the apparatus writhed even more violently, amidst a cacophony of sounds that, to the observer, resembled a lament of anguish. A desperate acknowledgement of its suffering. The once vibrant industrial machine began to collapse, liquefying into pools of uncontainable sludge. its metallic form dissolving into a mire that slid toward the ground. Yet, this phenomenon was not confined to the singular device before him. It unfolded throughout the entire production area under his purview. Everything within sight cried out, twisted, trembled, and struggled, only to succumb in unison to liquefaction, leaving behind trails of yellow-green mist in the air. Consequently, the floors of the industrial sector were blanketed in a marsh-like sludge, shrouded in an unyielding haze. This muck seemed to possess a semblance of life, writhing, twitching, and surging. Glancing down at himself, he recognized that he too was undergoing a transformation akin to that of the industrial machines. His flesh was turning to sludge, dripping onto the ground already coated in mire. In truth, this metamorphosis extended beyond the confines of his industrial sector. It pervaded the entire production chain of 021, the 0136-1 industrial module, the 013 industrial zone, and even the non-industrial regions across the Martian surface of Core City 01 and beyond. In various locales throughout the city, everything, even the inanimate, seemed to awaken, infected by a contagion that compelled them to suffer and decay. On the streets of the Martian city, structures writhed in anguish, their surfaces resembling the infected skin of a burned victim, corroding and spreading downward, with pus-like substances oozing forth. Transport vehicles, once reliant on electric propulsion, suddenly contorted into a mass, liquefying into a substance reminiscent of acid rain, plummeting to the ground in a series of splattering drops. The entire structure of the Martian city, shrouded in a framework of metallic surfaces, trembled and emitted a mournful wail. Pus oozed from these metallic exteriors, accompanied by a viscous sludge that flowed across, leaving the surface resembling flesh that had been stripped away. Strangely, from within these metals, pale, maggot-like creatures inexplicably emerged, as if the very essence of the metal had begun to decay, giving rise to a swarm of insects burrowing within. Remarkably, the transition from mere discomfort to the onset of this bizarre phenomenon occurred in the blink of an eye, akin to an explosive device of unknown origin descending from the shadows to strike the surface of human civilization on Mars. At this moment, the attack initiated by the Barnard civilization had certainly reached Lin Dao's awareness. In truth, much like previous occurrences, there was no need for a direct report. The instant human civilization faced the onslaught from Barnard, Lin Dao felt it. Having traversed back from the Kuiper Belt, he reappeared on the surface of a Martian city. Although humanity could not fully comprehend the nature of the assault from the technologically superior Barnard civilization, Lin Dao's sensitivity to the myriad individuals within human civilization allowed him to discern the gravity of their predicament. Apart from the Star One, which was closest to the Barnard civilization, Mars bore the brunt of this enigmatic attack, along with those stellar ships that had long departed the solar system. From Lin Dao's overarching perspective, the assault on Mars appeared somewhat exaggerated. Unlike the trivial skirmishes with the Octopus civilization, Barnard showcased for the first time the devastating potential of a system that humanity had yet to fathom, revealing the extent of its lethal capabilities. The initial aberration did not stem from a specific point or individual on Mars, but rather from a broadly affected region. It resembled a drop of ink falling upon the Martian surface, rapidly expanding and infecting the surroundings, even leaping forth in its spread. It was as if Mars itself, as a cohesive entity, suddenly bore a vast wound, with the edges of this wound relentlessly propagating infection at an astonishing pace, far exceeding normal contagion. Even within Lin Dao's perspective, the assault on several Martian cities unfolded as if it were an infinite expansion, the entire process seemingly transpiring within a mere instant. At this moment, Lin Dao could perceive through the myriad perspectives of countless individuals the unfolding events, witnessing the anguish cries emanating from once lifeless entities. He observed the spreading marshland upon the ground and the intensifying yellow-green haze in the sky. In a certain sense, the entire Martian surface, particularly within numerous Martian cities, resembled a scene plagued by an enigmatic and sinister virus, akin to a pandemic, surging forth in an unknown manner, ravaging the entirety of the Martian cities in an instant. Both the living beings and the lifeless mechanical constructs alike were ensnared by the grip of this affliction. The Martian surface appeared to be enveloped by this proliferating malady. Moreover, as the affected area on Mars expanded within such a fleeting span of time, it seemed that an indescribable force was accumulating and swelling beneath the surface, suggesting that the assault from the Barnard civilization had not waned as it descended upon human civilization. Rather, it appeared to grow even more formidable as the attack progressed. This, perhaps, is where the true terror of the Barnard civilization's onslaught lay. The crew of the Star of the Galaxy sacrificed themselves entirely, with the vessel self-destructing, severing all ties to the rear. In response to the aggression of the Barnard civilization, Lin Dao, the solitary will of human civilization, began issuing commands. At this moment, only a brief span of time had lapsed since the onset of the Barnard civilization's attack, so short that a civilization of any normal stature would be incapable of mounting any response. All communication with Mars, its moons, and any space bases in the vicinity of Martian orbit was cut off. Every space base in Martian orbit was ordered to plummet to the surface of Mars. Human civilization was presently unaware of the nature in which the Barnard civilization's assault was proliferating, yet this was of little consequence. Much like the discussions held by researchers regarding the impact of cognitive weapons from the cephalopod civilization long ago, human civilization was, in truth, least fearful of such viral assaults. Under Lin Dao's existence, even if 99% of humanity were to perish, the remaining survivors would not collapse. Lin Dao's directives were manifestly accessible to all within human civilization. There was no need for him to articulate them with utmost clarity. In fact, everyone could sense Lin Dao's will, akin to how a person's limbs respond to the command of their mind. The commands themselves were but a mere thought of Lin Dao, and the entirety of human civilization was already in motion to execute them. In this moment, across numerous locales on the Martian surface, within Lin Dao's perception, they appeared as ever-expanding black holes. Countless individuals had already met their demise during this brief interval due to the Barnard civilization's bizarre assault. Under Lin Dao's orders, in an instant, the entire Martian orbit, encompassing the surface of Mars, the cosmic expanse of Martian synchronous orbit, and the surfaces of Mars' moons, all regions inhabited by humanity, fell into a profound silence. As Lin Dao articulated, in every conceivable pathway, the Martian orbital region has severed all connections with other realms of human civilization within the solar system. Lin Dao sensed that, despite the relentless onslaught of the Barnard civilization ravaging the surface of Mars, there had indeed been no further expansion beyond the confines of Mars. On the planet, all those affected had ultimately made the ultimate sacrifice. Within the solar system, stellar-class vessels annihilated the Martian industrial zones, effectively halting the spread and assault of the unknown forces. Chapter 54. Let the Barnard civilization perish. This command, when placed within the context of a conventional civilization, possesses almost no likelihood of execution, even under completely unknown circumstances. Attempting to stem the tide of this bizarre assault could be deemed the most prudent choice, despite the ominous power accumulating on Mars, which could manifest dire consequences in mere moments. The window for decisive action is exceedingly brief, demanding resolute determination. However, few civilizations can swiftly arrive at such a decision and implement it immediately. At this juncture, humanity as a whole finds itself in a precarious position, as the Barnard civilization, having taken the initiative, has unleashed a grievous wound upon the very fabric of human existence, one that threatens to lead to a rapid deterioration of the entire civilization. Humanity's response is to raise the metaphorical blade and sever the afflicted limb. Yet, even for an individual, the act of self-mutilation in the name of survival is fraught with difficulty. The knowledge that refusal to act will result in death does not simplify the decision-making process, especially not for an entire civilization. For a collective entity, the rationale behind such a drastic decision, while logically sound, is riddled with myriad complications. It is crucial to remember that Mars serves as a pivotal hub within the human industrial framework, home to billions of souls upon its surface. Nevertheless, for a humanity that has begun to embrace a more insectoid existence, these dilemmas pose little challenge. Indeed, it is this very form of assault that humanity fears the least. In a moment of clarity, driven by Lin Dao's resolve, a decision is made without hesitation, and at that very instant, countless individuals across the surface of Mars spring into action. The atmosphere of numerous Martian cities abruptly falls into a profound stillness. On a macro scale, Lin Dao perceives the unfolding events with startling clarity. simultaneously sensing a deceleration, even a cessation, of the unknown force that has taken root on Mars. Despite the emergence of new victims in rapid succession, this enigmatic power shows no signs of growth. The scene, viewed from a broader perspective, is undeniably brutal. However, in some respects, humanity has forcibly established a quarantine zone against the encroaching unknown assault from the Barnard civilization. Almost immediately, in other regions of the solar system, nearby stellar-class vessels poised to launch an offensive against this vital industrial world of humanity do so without a moment's hesitation. Laser-induced fusion weapons rain down upon various locations within Mars' orbit, unleashing a torrent of destructive firepower in the blink of an eye. Following this barrage, several attacking stellar-class ships choose to self-destruct in the vastness of space, seeking to avoid drawing the bizarre effects of the Martian surface towards themselves and consequently impacting other regions behind them. The crews aboard these vessels sacrifice their lives during the self-destruction process, ensuring that the malignant influence does not propagate further. On the once industrial planet of Mars, a cataclysmic explosion caused by fusion unleashed an extraordinary force, transforming vast swathes of the Martian landscape into desolate wasteland in a remarkably brief span of time. Lin Dao stood upon the Martian surface, absorbing the current spectacle, the once pervasive marshes and yellow-green mists, which had steadily encroached upon Mars, were now beginning to stagnate under the resolute actions of humanity. Closing his eyes, Lin Dao leaped towards the fringes of the spreading effects of the Barnard civilization's assault. Although he stood on Mars' surface, he remained unaffected, suggesting that the bizarre attack of the Barnard civilization held little sway over him. Previously, he had refrained from experimenting under the cognizant weaponry of the octopus civilization, but now, amidst the onslaught of the Barnard civilization, he resolved to take action. Lin Dao jumped onto the body of an individual recently impacted by the Barnard civilization's attack, who was prepared to perish alongside the peculiar assault. The aberration, which had already begun to decay, seemed to freeze upon Lin Dao's consciousness arriving. He glanced down at his own form, and then, the rotting aberration on his hand was entirely rejuvenated, as his body underwent a transformation mirroring Lin Dao's essence. This endeavor could be deemed a success to a certain extent. With renewed determination, Lin Dao continued to leap forward, although the body still lay prostrate on the ground. The aberration induced by the Barnard civilization's attack did not reemerge upon his departure. His consciousness leap was a manifestation of will, executed in an instant, thus macrocosmically. Lin Dao's essence resembled a singular point, accomplishing countless resurrections across the Martian surface in an exceedingly brief moment. Within some urban areas on Mars, additional corpses had accumulated. Yet, the advancing marshes and yellow-green mists expanded at a slower pace, and the previously amassed unknown energy ceased to grow. If one were to liken the Barnard civilization's attack to a plague, it could be said that, under Lin Dao's influence in the will of humanity, this strange contagion was confined to Mars. By using his own corpse, Lin Dao further delineated a boundary, trapping this peculiar assault within. The decisive act of desperate survival had succeeded. Lin Dao paused amidst the ruins of a severely damaged Martian city, where air was rapidly escaping. Nearby lay the wreckage of a spatial base that had previously plummeted from the cosmos. An interstellar conflict between two civilizations was undoubtedly brutal. The fate of both civilizations hinged on a mere thought. According to Blue Planet Time, from the moment the crew on the ship from the first star of the Barnard 16 system was first affected, until the present culmination, scarcely 15 minutes had elapsed. In space, the remnants of those stellar-class vessels that had resolutely self-destructed still radiated intense heat, and the chain reactions instigated by some of the ships had yet to conclude. In a mere 15 minutes, the surface of Mars, the most significant industrial planet in extraterrestrial realms, witnessed catastrophic destruction of the majority of industrial clusters and cities. At this moment, Lin Dao perceived that humanity had suffered a loss exceeding 3 billion souls in this brief span. Half of these casualties were a direct consequence of the peculiar assaults from the Barnard civilization, while the other half comprised sacrifices made by humanity in an effort to counteract these strange attacks. The nurturing of such a population and the construction of Martian cities, even for the current productivity of human civilization, require considerable time, yet the onset of an interstellar war renders annihilation instantaneous. Nevertheless, The bizarre and ferocious onslaught from the Barnard civilization was ultimately repelled by human resilience. Now that the Barnard civilization had initiated hostilities, it was time for humanity to retaliate. One could ponder whether the Barnard civilization was fortunate or unfortunate. Regarding the peculiar attacks launched by the Barnard civilization, humanity found itself lacking effective countermeasures. The impact of these strange assaults proved to be quite potent. However, the decisiveness and remarkably swift response time, decision-making, and execution exhibited by human civilization were attributes not possessed by other normal civilizations. In a typical collective civilization, it would be impossible to implement widespread and effective measures within such a brief time frame. For instance, in this very moment, to incur such a significant population loss in such a short period would be a devastating blow to any standard collective civilization, regardless of their technological superiority over current human capabilities. Yet, for humanity, even the instantaneous loss of such a vast number of lives and industrial clusters has a minimal effect on its overall strength. On the Martian surface, the survivors began to clear the aftermath, attempting to utilize the remaining industrial clusters to repair the damaged cities. For the human expeditionary forces already deployed to the Barnard 16 star system, there was no discernible impact. At this moment, standing within the ravaged Martian city, Ling Dao found himself influenced by the collective fury of countless individuals toward the Barnard civilization, or perhaps by his own emotions, or perhaps a blend of both. It had been a long time since he had experienced such intense emotional upheaval. If one were to consider humanity as a whole, while the Barnard civilization's attack may not have severely wounded human civilization, it nonetheless delivered a significant blow. As the singular embodiment of human will, Ling Dao felt compelled to respond. The Barnard civilization, the first adversary faced by humanity since ascending to a planetary civilization, had launched its most ferocious assaults. Consequently, humanity would extend the utmost respect toward this foe. The Stellar One would not decelerate but would continue to accelerate towards the star system inhabited by the Barnard civilization. The remaining Stellar-class ships, along with the Red Dwarf-class vessels, likewise maintained their full speed towards the Barnard 16 star system, unfettered by the circumstances within the solar system. Even if all industrial centers were obliterated, the 400 million Expeditionary Legion would suffice to sustain human civilization. Lin Dao issued an offensive directive to all Stellar-class ships and 5 Red Dwarf-class vessels en route to the Barnard 16 star system. Except for a few samples required for research, the intent was to utterly annihilate the Barnard civilization, including Barnard 16-1 and Barnard 16-5. To exterminate is the utmost respect that human civilization can bestow upon its adversaries. Along the expedition route from the solar system to Barnard 16, 1,000 Stellar-class ships and 5 Red Dwarf-class vessels simultaneously received the command. Thanks to Lin Dao, the crew aboard all Stellar and Red Dwarf-class ships were acutely aware of the events transpiring within the solar system. The 1,005 expeditionary vessels maintained their maximum velocity. Although there remained some distance to the inner region of Barnard 16, humanity was willing to wait a little longer. As long as the Barnard civilization had not completely eradicated human civilization before the arrival of the fleet in the inner ring of Barnard 16, these ships would resolutely execute Lin Dao's plan. In light of Lin Dao's current disposition and the respect the people held for his will, they solidified their combat strategy for the retaliatory strike against the Barnard civilization upon reaching the Barnard 16 system. This was the already devised Plan 1. Once 3 Stellar-class ships, from Stellar 5 to Stellar 35, reached the Barnard 16 star system, they would possess the capability to implement Plan 1. This plan entailed utilizing human civilization's gravitational technology to disrupt the gravitational equilibrium within the inner ring of Barnard 16, causing Barnard 16-1 to plummet directly into Barnard 16A and the Barnard star. After the planet's descent, the jets emitted from the star would subsequently wash the planets and satellites within the orbit of Barnard 16-5. Should any vessels from the Barnard civilization attempt to escape from Barnard 16-1 or nearby, they would be annihilated. Originally, the plan was to take 10 years to bring Barnard 16-1 into the Barnard star system. However, 8 years would suffice. For Lin Dao, the notion of outsiders guiding experts was unfounded. He was acutely aware of all that the others knew. 8 years was feasible for the current human expeditionary force, albeit more demanding. Even in the event of an error, the most that could occur would be Barnard 16-1 being torn apart by gravity as it approached the two stars, rendering precise control of the jet's trajectory impossible. This held little consequence for human civilization. At this moment, humanity simply yearned to witness the conclusion of the Barnard civilization. In the Barnard 16 star system, on the planet Barnard 16-1, the king of the Barnard people remained prostrate in the marshes. Moments ago, the sages of Barnard civilization had reported to him that a human vessel, which had embarked on an interstellar journey, had just exploded and self-destructed at its original position. At this moment, it had been over 4 hours since he had unleashed the plague upon human civilization. This indicated that, according to the observed timeline, less than 2 minutes had passed after he invoked divine power to attack human civilization when the human ship, Star of the Cosmos, met its demise. Upon receiving this news, the king of the Barnard people sensed something amiss. The power of the divine should not yield such an outcome. The plague ought to have produced effects reminiscent of those previously witnessed on the Barnard home planet. This suggested that the destruction of the human vessel was not the result of the plague, but rather a self-inflicted annihilation. Until this moment, the divine power they had harnessed had not provided the anticipated feedback after their assault on human civilization, which hinted at many unsettling truths. The king, who had previously appeared deranged, now seemed to be gripped by unease. What had they done? In such a brief span of time, or had human civilization, which had grown under the watchful eyes of the Barnard people over the past 2 centuries, discovered a means to withstand divine power? His mind began to spiral into disarray. He turned to the sage beside him and asked the same question his father had posed long ago. What year is it in the Barnard civilization? The sage replied, This year marks the 912th year since the unification of our Barnard calendar, and today is the 127th day of this year. The king fell silent. As previously stated, the Barnard civilization had but a single opportunity to strike against human civilization. This was essentially a gamble for the Barnard people. If they could not leverage the borrowed divine power to annihilate or severely cripple human civilization, thereby preventing any reciprocal retaliations, then the initiative in this interstellar conflict would shift from their grasp to that of human civilization. Now, their assault was drawing to a close, and the impending counterattack from human civilization was imminent. The Barnard people were on the brink of judgment. In the wake of the Star of the Cosmos' self-destruction, the space within the entire Barnard 16 star system was eerily still. There was no electromagnetic activity. Human civilization could not possibly send any further electromagnetic signals at this juncture. Yet, as the king gazed at the tranquil sky, an unsettling fear began to take root within him. Chapter 55. The Outbreak of War for the Barnard Civilization. The forthcoming period may prove to be the most excruciating. As the divine power faltered, failing to yield the anticipated results, the interstellar conflict reverted to a conventional realm. In this domain, the essence of the war lay in their audacious provocation of a technologically superior civilization, while they themselves, as a lesser technological society, found their means exhausted, awaiting the inevitable actions of humanity. Given the disparity in technological advancement, the prospect of achieving faster-than-light strikes remained elusive, aside from a few extraordinary methods. Despite a foreboding outlook, they were compelled to endure the passage of time in anticipation of their fate. This waiting period was undeniably arduous for both individuals and the collective civilization. As the specter of death loomed, although the prevailing circumstances stemmed from objective realities, the torment experienced by the Barnard civilization during this wait resonated with the collective fury of humanity. The expeditionary forces of human civilization, poised to execute Plan A against Barnard, harbored the hope that the Barnard civilization would witness its own annihilation in helpless despair. Only through the despondency of Barnard could the overarching wrath of humanity be assuaged, simultaneously reflecting the utmost respect for the first hostile civilization encountered since departing the solar system. Years 253 and 254 passed, and following the self-destruction of the human spacecraft, Star 1, remnants yielded no further responses. The Barnard 16 system remained enveloped in silence. In the vast cosmos, no vessels moved, nor was there any electromagnetic activity. Typically, One would expect frequent electromagnetic exchanges between the Barnard 16-1 and Barnard 16-5 branches during this period. However, an eerie consensus prevailed, leading both branches to refrain from communication, recognizing the futility of any further discourse. Yet, this tranquility in the starry expanse, reminiscent of a dream, hardly afforded solace to the rulers and leaders of the Barnard civilization. For all were acutely aware that it was no mere fantasy, they understood the gravity of their actions. Thus, the silence within the Barnard 16 system persisted for 2 years, until the two branches, unable to contain themselves, erupted into chaos. The catalyst for this turmoil was the observation of the human civilization's Star 1 spacecraft drawing near. At this moment, on the trajectory from the solar system to the Barnard 16 system, the Star 1, under the command of Lindau, surged towards the inner ring of Barnard 16, having already entered the broad vicinity of the system, albeit still some distance from the orbits of the 5 major planets within the inner ring. With the exaggerated dimensions of the Starship 1 and its unabashed trajectory, both branches of the Barnard civilization naturally observed its approach. The proximity of the human civilization Starship 1, coupled with its immense size, utterly shattered the last vestiges of hope held by the Barnard civilization. They had already begun to suspect that their prior assaults, empowered by divine forces, had proven ineffective. However, the absence of any visible trace of human civilization allowed them to maintain the illusion that humanity remained oblivious to their previous attacks, or that it had not taken any measures against the Barnard civilization. They even entertained the notion that human technology might be somewhat superior, yet not overwhelmingly so. Yet now, even before Starship 1 adopted a combat stance, the data revealed by its mere appearance spoke volumes. Previously, within the Barnard civilization, a sage had proposed to venture to the former location of the Starship 1 to salvage its wreckage post-self-destruction, in hopes of deciphering some aspects of human technology. However, this suggestion was met with rejection across both branches, Barnard 16-1 and Barnard 16-5. Within the Barnard civilization, there lingered an inexplicable, peculiar hope. As long as they did not disturb the wreckage of the Starship 1, there remained a semblance of space to argue against the human civilization. This strange delusion mirrored the complex emotions brewing within the Barnard civilization during this agonizing wait. To some extent, this self-deception was a manifestation of cowardice and despair. Ultimately, the arrival of Starship 1 rendered such illusions untenable, prompting both branches of the Barnard civilization to descend into a state of turmoil. In the year 255, merely 5 days after observing the approach of Starship 1, multiple instances of defection emerged on several moons surrounding Barnard 16-1 and Barnard 16-5. The once tranquil expanse of the Barnard 16 star system became unexpectedly tumultuous. On Barnard 16-1, several lords under the king were compelled to flee, taking their families and followers aboard interstellar vessels, launching from the surface of Barnard 16-1 towards the unexplored depths of space away from the solar system. On the larger moons of Barnard 16-5, which served as a settlement for the pioneers of Barnard civilization, several sizable ships, considered substantial by their standards, took to the stars, scattering in all directions except towards the approaching human civilization. Among the lords still tethered to the surface of the Barnard home planet and the settler's haven, those capable of piloting interstellar vessels grew increasingly restless, either consolidating more ships under their control or attempting to construct larger vessels capable of accommodating greater numbers. The desire to escape was only one facet of the chaos. Within the branches of Barnard 16-1 and Barnard 16-5, a myriad of disarray began to unfold. The interstellar vessel from Barnard 16-1 approached the remnants of the Star 1, intending to salvage its debris in pursuit of more advanced propulsion technology to facilitate an escape. However, it was preempted by the interstellar ship from Barnard 16-5, which had positioned itself closer to the wreckage. This incident exacerbated the already significant tensions between the two factions of Barnard civilization. Despite a prior reluctance to engage in conflict due to fears of escalating hostilities, a minor skirmish erupted, resulting in considerable losses of interstellar vessels on both sides. In reality, the complete destruction of Star 1 rendered any hope of extracting useful technology from the scant remnants virtually impossible. even if there were valuable components left. The brevity of time would preclude Barnard civilization from deciphering or mastering them. The ensuing conflict between the factions thus appeared rather absurd, a reflection of the chaotic state within Barnard civilization at that moment. The commotion within the Barnard 16 star system drew attention, with vessels of Barnard civilization launching from the moons of Barnard 16 to 1 and Barnard 16 to 5. This activity was duly noted by human civilization, particularly by Star 1, which monitored the developments without any significant reaction. Such movements had been anticipated, especially following the recent attack on Mars. It was inevitable that factions within Barnard civilization would seek to flee. However, this posed little concern for human civilization. An earlier assessment had established that the vessels of Barnard civilization could not exceed 1% of the speed of light, and reaching their maximum velocity required a considerable amount of time. Consequently, Star 1, which was approaching at full speed without deceleration, would reach the inner ring of the Barnard 16 star system in less than 4 years. Following closely behind would be Star 2 through Star 4, arriving within 5 years. Beyond Star 4 lay the first contingent of the human interstellar expeditionary fleet, comprising over 100 star-class vessels, anticipated to arrive in 6 to 7 years. Even allowing for a time frame of 6 or 7 years, the fleeing vessels of Barnard civilization would cover less than 4,000 astronomical units. Despite this, human civilization remained passive, observing their attempts to escape without intervention. Human star-class vessels were incapable of halting their pursuit, nor could they evade the targeting range of the human fleet. For the initial star-class vessels, from Star 1 to Star 4, while they could not implement Plan A, they had their own responsibilities to establish a preliminary blockade within the inner ring of Barnard 16, neutralizing the errant vessels of Barnard civilization, and to assist subsequent fleets, both Star-class and Red Dwarf-class, in ensuring Barnard civilization met its fate with quiet resignation. On the planet Barnard 16 to 1, within the palace's marshes, the sovereign of the Barnard civilization still endures. It remains uncertain whether this ruler, in his extravagant homage to the deity, was bestowed with a gift or if fate has cruelly compelled him to witness the demise of his civilization. Despite being of an age considered exceedingly advanced by the Barnard people, he perceives his body deteriorating with each fleeting moment, each instant rendering him more feeble than the last. His once robust form has become emaciated, his skin resembling that of withered acacia vines, coarse and fragile, threatening to crumble with the slightest movement, yet he clings to life. He has borne witness to the unsettling silence that enveloped the Barnard homeworld following its previous assault on human civilization, a silence now shattered by chaos. At this moment, he stands face to face with his son, who lies prostrate in the marsh, mirroring the posture he once adopted before the previous king. The Barnard people possess a custom of conveying emotions through facial expressions and gestures. Thus, the sentiment emanating from his son is one of profound hatred. This heir to the throne, kneeling in the mire, expresses both reverence towards the king and an unmasked animosity towards him. He loathes the reckless aggression directed at human civilization, a folly that has precipitated the impending doom of the Barnard people. Though it seems paradoxical, it is not entirely so. Even when the Barnard people collectively resolved to wield divine power against humanity, the current calamity has led them to attribute much of the blame to their king, as if he alone must bear the burden of the civilization's downfall. To this heir, his father's past decision appears exceptionally foolish. He struggles to comprehend how the assault against human civilization was ever conceived, despite the consensus reached among the Barnard populace at the time, deeming it their sole recourse. The heir declares, "Father, I shall ascend as the new king of the Barnard people." Rising from his prostration, he addresses the aged monarch. The elder king offers no dissent, instead inquiring, "What can you achieve?" Following the initial assault on human civilization, the aged king had endeavored to launch a similar offensive. However, after the previous attempt yielded no success, unity of purpose within the Barnard civilization faltered. The Barnard civilization is inherently different from that of humanity in matters such as these. Contemporary human civilization would afford numerous opportunities for trial and error. I may endeavor to lead the Barnard people towards surrendering to human civilization, the heir suggests. Child, this is a war between two civilizations. The counterpart is not of the Barnard people. Beginning in the year 255, the Barnard civilization descended into increasing chaos. Almost periodically, one could witness an interstellar vessel emerging from the settlements of the two branches of the Barnard civilization, fleeing into the depths of the cosmos. However, the Barnard civilization had not previously concentrated on developing technology for interstellar navigation, nor did it possess a mature industrial base suitable for the construction of such vessels. Consequently, even in these dire circumstances, the number of individuals able to escape alongside the interstellar ship remained exceedingly limited. As a result, the surfaces of the planets and moons within the two settlements of Barnard grew ever more frenzied. The king of the Barnard civilization and the leader of the Barnard pioneers endeavored once more to launch assaults against human civilization akin to those attempted previously. Yet, much like earlier attempts, they found insufficient cooperation from their fellow Barnard citizens. Despite the fact that each day, numerous Barnard individuals perished due to the madness of their leaders, their aspirations to initiate another plague against humanity fell woefully short. This endeavor appeared to serve little purpose beyond hastening the demise of certain Barnard individuals. From a broader perspective, the extreme turmoil within the two branches of the Barnard civilization, transitioning from tranquility to discord, resembled a civilization engaged in a premature funeral for itself. By the end of the year 258, the starship known as Starship 1, having slightly reduced its speed to 15% of light speed, entered the inner ring of the Barnard 16 star system. It executed a grand arc, exceeding 2,000 astronomical units in length, while simultaneously decelerating as it orbited at a distance of 3,000 astronomical units from the Barnard 16 star. This marked the designated position for the Starship 1 mission, where it would remain in orbit for an extended period, coordinating with other stellar-class vessels to effectively clear away the Barnard civilization's ships that had ventured from Barnard 16 to 1 and Barnard 16 to 5, much like tidying up refuse. Merely 10 days after reaching its designated orbital position, Starship 1 approached the nearest location of a relatively fast ship belonging to the Barnard civilization, situated a mere 12 astronomical units away. Multiple laser weaponry aboard Starship 1 activated, and through precise calculations performed by its computational units, a formidable net of firepower was devised, effectively ensnaring the Barnard vessel and effortlessly obliterating it. Chapter 56. Annihilation fortuitously, or perhaps inevitably, the vessel of the Barnard civilization. Selected as the inaugural target of the Star 1 due to its swift navigation and proximity, likely experienced no suffering in its final moments. Before the onslaught of Star 1 truly struck the ship, it failed to detect the impending attack, and by the time it became aware, all was already lost. The laser weaponry aboard Star 1, wielding an exaggerated power, effortlessly melted the Barnard vessel. This entire sequence transpired within an exceedingly brief interval. In the aftermath of the laser assault, the remnants of the Barnard craft were reduced to a pool of molten iron suspended in the void of space, yet to solidify. To any sentient being, this process would be scarcely perceptible. However, the period preceding Star 1's assault was likely fraught with anguish for the Barnard ship. The exaggerated dimensions of Star 1 made it relatively easy to detect, yet the crew remained oblivious to the timing and nature of the forthcoming attack. In such dire circumstances, evasion became an impossibility. After accelerating to its utmost velocity, the vessel required a considerable duration to decelerate, rendering any attempt to maneuver futile and directionless. Conversely, launching a preemptive strike against the human civilization Star 1 was utterly unattainable for the Barnard vessel. This particular ship, having escaped from Barnard 16 to 1, was owned by a lord of the Barnard civilization and represented one of the largest vessels ever constructed by them. Unlike human exploratory ships, which accommodate various research laboratories, experimental zones, and industrial sectors, the Barnard craft was capable of housing around 20,000 Barnard individuals in relative confinement, approximately 1/10 the size of Star 1. Yet, in stark contrast, Star 1 loomed like a mountain before a mere pebble, akin to a shard of ice confronting the glacier itself. The population aboard Star 1 exceeded 400,000, and unlike the Barnard ship, inhabitants were not crammed within. The living quarters on Star 1 occupied only a small fraction of the vessel's vast expanse. The sheer oppressive presence of Star 1 rendered any notion of resistance from the Barnard ship utterly futile. Indeed, the conventional kinetic, chemical, and even nuclear weapons carried by the Barnard vessel posed no threat in the context of interstellar warfare against Star One. They were akin to toys, given Star One's velocity. Even if the Barnard ship were to launch these armaments, they would never be able to catch up, rendering the assault meaningless. The laser weaponry possessed by the Barnard civilization is vastly inferior to that of human civilization, according to their own assessments. The lasers of the Barnard civilization are incapable of breaching even the outer alloy of a stellar-class spacecraft. In such circumstances, escape is futile. The Barnard ships cannot flee, cannot retaliate, and lack the capability to evade. It can be asserted that the annihilation of this vessel by Stellar One represents a sheer demonstration of superiority in both civilization and technological levels, absent their peculiar methods. Human civilization is, at the very least, one tier ahead of the Barnard civilization in terms of technological advancement. For a civilization of lesser technological prowess, this disparity is undeniably despairing. Ultimately, the Barnard vessel, risking damage to its structure, attempted to alter its course away from Stellar One, yet human lasers struck with precision, landing squarely upon it. The successful targeting of the Barnard ship by Stellar One marked the formal commencement of humanity's counteroffensive against the Barnard civilization. This interstellar conflict, characterized by a stark contrast in technological levels, is bound to be brutal. However, at this moment, Stellar One remains indifferent to such considerations. After obliterating the Barnard vessel, it swiftly proceeded to attack the next Barnard ship that had been pre-designated. More accurately, it executed a process of eradication akin to clearing refuse, eliminating the vessels that had fled from the two branches of the Barnard civilization, thereby ensuring that they remain in position 16-1 and 16-5, awaiting the designated outcome from human civilization or Mr. Lin. As Stellar One reached its intended orbital position and commenced its operations to eliminate the fleeing Barnard ships, knowledge of its actions gradually spread among the two branches of the Barnard civilization. Curiously, Stellar One's arrival did not diminish the number of ships escaping from positions 16-1 and 16-5. Rather, it seemed to invigorate these branches, prompting an increase in the exodus of vessels. It appeared that the more ships that emerged, the greater the likelihood that some might elude the solitary Stellar One. Within human civilization, scholars and citizens alike displayed little emotional response to this development, as it bore little significance for them. The overwhelming superiority of civilization levels cannot be altered by such maneuvers, even if the Barnard vessels managed to traverse the orbital vicinity currently patrolled by Stellar One. Subsequent Stellar-class ships could easily expand the operational range. The Stellar-class vessels are not confined to merely clearing this area. They can readily adjust their trajectories and pursue the fleeing ships directly. Mr. Lin has already stated that the annihilation of the Barnard civilization is indeed absolute destruction. Notably, in the year 260 of the calendar, two ships, significantly larger than any previous escape vessels from the Barnard civilization, ascended almost simultaneously from the two moons of the Barnard 16-5 branch. This event appears to be the culmination of the collective productivity of the Barnard 16-5 branch over recent years. Following the previous methods employed by the Barnard civilization for cramming their populace into vessels, it is likely that each of these large ships accommodated over 100,000 Barnardians. After their ascent from the two moons, one of the Barnard ships fled in a direction away from the solar system, while the other veered off in a different direction, seemingly attempting to divert human attention, hoping that one of the vessels would slip past unnoticed. The Stellar-class ships that had already arrived in the inner ring of the Barnard 16 system conducted routine clearance operations on these two ships. Although these vessels may have been relatively advanced for the Barnard civilization, they were evidently not significantly different from the Stellar-class ships. One of the ships encountered the Stellar One, displaying a rare semblance of courage among the fleeing Barnard vessels. It initiated an attack on the Stellar One. However, Stellar One's equipment detected the threat in advance, allowing it to smoothly evade the attack and subsequently melt the Barnard ship with laser weaponry at close range, just as it had done with other vessels from the Barnard civilization. The other Barnard ship experienced the impact of weapons not mounted on the Stellar One. 100 Stellar-class ships, led by Stellar 4, had already reached the inner solar system, equipped with more advanced weapon systems due to their earlier departure. Despite the considerable size of this Barnard ship, the Stellar 12 which encountered it, activated its laser-induced fusion weapon. Upon striking the Barnard vessel, its surface erupted in a dense, widespread fusion explosion, creating a momentary display of macabre fireworks in the vastness of space. Initially, to prevent the peculiar attacks from the Barnard civilization from spreading to humanity's industrial star, weapons intended for human use were ultimately repurposed for retaliation against the Barnard civilization. This type of weapon, effective across vast planetary surfaces, yielded significant results when employed against a relatively modest interstellar ship from the Barnard civilization. Consequently, with the arrival of these over 100 stellar-class ships, humanity fully completed the blockade of the inner region of the Barnard 16 system, greatly enhancing the efficiency of clearing the fleeing vessels of the Barnard civilization. As the cleanup progressed, efforts to tighten the encirclement of the Barnard civilization also intensified. Commencing from the outermost perimeter, at a radius of 5,000 astronomical units from the Barnard 16A and 16B stars, a thorough clearance of all escape vessels belonging to the Barnard civilization arriving at this distance was initiated, progressively narrowing the blockade. The radius was successively reduced to 4,000, then 3,000 astronomical units. Eventually, with the continuous arrival of stellar-class vessels from the human rear, the blockade encircled the Barnard 16 star system, halting at a mere 50 astronomical units from the two stars, a position that placed it only a little over 25 astronomical units from Barnard 16 to 5. As the encircling grasp of human civilization tightened, the number of escaping vessels from the satellites of planets 16 to 1 and 16 to 5 of the Barnard civilization dwindled, until, at a certain moment, only human stellar-class vessels remained in the starry expanse. The entire Barnard 16 star system seemed to fall silent once more, save for the human vessels orbiting this designated trajectory. Yet, should one observe the electromagnetic activity within the inner ring of the Barnard 16 star system at this moment, they would discover a bustling, even cacophonous environment. Not only were there communications among the human vessels, but also signals from the two branches of the Barnard civilization. In fact, since the arrival of the human stellar-class vessels, various communications from the Barnard civilization had been incessant. Some signaled a desire to surrender, while others aimed to direct human attacks. And some expressed emotional turmoil, revealing fear, anger, and provocative madness. The human response was to meticulously record all these transmissions as future samples for the study of extraterrestrial civilizations, refraining from any replies or reactions, and instead methodically adhering to the operational plans designed to achieve Mr. Lin's desired outcomes. Within this Barnard 16 star system, humanity aspired to craft a magnificent tableau titled Stellar Eruption, a tribute to Mr. Lin and to the 3 billion souls sacrificed on the Martian industrial star. In the year 261, with over 300 stellar-class vessels of human civilization having reached the inner ring of the Barnard 16 star system, the first operational plan against the Barnard civilization could finally be executed. Based on the spatial data previously collected and further confirmed by the Star One and the earlier arriving Star One, these over 300 stellar-class vessels commenced precise maneuvers within the radius of dozens of astronomical units in the Barnard 16 star system. The crux of Plan 1 was to disrupt the gravitational equilibrium of Barnard 16, compelling the star within the system to draw Barnard 16 to 1 into its grasp. In practical implementation, this endeavor also represented an alternative application of the gravitational propulsion systems aboard each stellar-class vessel. It is quite challenging to disrupt the gravitational equilibrium with a single starship. However, with the concerted efforts of 300 starships, meticulously calculated and executed, the manipulation of certain pivotal nodes in the surrounding space can be initially achieved. The propulsion systems of these starships naturally generate significant gravitational fluctuations during operation, akin to ripples on the surface of water stirred by a vessel's passage. In this instance, the gravitational ripples produced by multiple starships, through precise control, do not negate one another, but rather amplify each other. Consequently, within a defined spatial region, the resultant gravitational wave fluctuations become tremendous. Of course, despite their magnitude, such fluctuations merely tickle the galaxy itself, yet for the civilizations residing within that galaxy, they are evidently intolerable. In the year 262, over 400 starships accelerated the execution of Plan 1, yielding discernible effects. Under human observation, it was precisely noted that the orbital position of planet Barnard 16-1 was descending towards the locations of the stars Barnard 16A and 16B. Initially, this process unfolded gently, with little devastation evident on the surface of Barnard 16-1. However, shortly thereafter, the velocity of the planet's orbital decline intensified, leading to catastrophic geological upheavals. It was at this juncture that the Barnard civilization began to comprehend the unfolding events. This year, perhaps a cruel twist of fate. The aged monarch of the Barnard civilization had yet to succumb, despite lying immobile on a sickbed, with death still eluding him. The king, Barnard 16-1, our homeworld, is plummeting towards the star of life. Throughout the preceding year, the Barnard civilization struggled to grasp the intentions behind the vast interstellar armada assembled by humanity, but now, their understanding crystallized. This year, numerous vessels of the Barnard civilization, in a frenzy, attempted to breach the yellow-green atmosphere. Yet, as they emerged, a laser or other armaments from the starships descended upon them, annihilating these vessels in the orbit of Barnard 16-1. Although humanity ceased communication with the Barnard civilization, this action unmistakably conveyed humanity's stance: remain within Barnard 16-1 and do not attempt to escape. The Barnard civilization recognized the rationale behind humanity's decision not to obliterate them outright, opting instead for this convoluted approach, which served as a form of emotional retribution. Moreover, during this year, the planet Barnard 16-1 transmitted an array of electromagnetic signals alongside additional transmissions. The Barnard civilization began to frequently relay their historical records and past existence to the human vessels. Chapter 57. Answers to some questions. A civilization must convey its historical existence to adversaries who threaten its very being, in order to preserve the traces of its presence. This notion, in essence, elicits a complex array of emotions. The recent communication from the Barnard civilization, being markedly different, captured Ling Dao's immediate attention. In a chamber aboard Starship One, Ling Dao revisited the comprehensive compilation of materials pertaining to Barnard civilization that had been meticulously assembled by researchers and scholars during this period. In truth, there was little need for Ling Dao to peruse the documents anew. The insights gleaned by others sufficed, as if he had read them himself. Prior to opening the files, he was already cognizant of the contents recorded within. It dawned on him that, following the culmination of the existential conflict between the Barnard civilization and humanity, the information dispatched to human civilization represented the sole evidence of Barnard's historical existence in the cosmos. Thus, the materials provided by the Barnard civilization, particularly regarding its history and cultural aspects, were extraordinarily detailed. They objectively addressed many of humanity's prior inquiries concerning the Barnard 16 star system. The records detailed the origins of the Barnard civilization, confirming that Barnard 16-1 was indeed its home planet. The civilization's history was, in fact, far more extensive than previously anticipated, from the inception of written language. According to Barnard's own timeline, over 1 million years had passed. For more than 800,000 of those years, it existed within an era devoid of scientific advancement, cyclically evolving with a gradual accumulation of productive capability. This slow progression continued until it reached a pivotal threshold. 200,000 years ago, the Barnard civilization experienced an explosive surge in scientific knowledge and technology, ushering it into the electrical age. However, this period of enlightenment was not destined to endure. It appeared more as an anomaly in the annals of history, lasting less than 500 years. A mere blink in the vast tapestry of their million-year civilization. During this fleeting epoch, the Barnard civilization endeavored to launch its vessels into the cosmos, seeking to explore the other planets within the Barnard 16 star system. Yet, despite this technological fervor, it never evolved into a planetary-level civilization. In their historical account, the Barnard civilization recounted their initial exuberance, believing they had shattered the cyclical nature of history, heralding an era of perpetual advancement in technology and civilization. Yet, in retrospect, they realized they had merely entered a lengthier historical cycle, the transient surge in productivity having instilled in them a deceptive illusion. The history and development of civilization resembles a continuously undulating parabola, even if this particular parabola is longer and higher than those of the past, perhaps exceeding the cumulative length of all previous parabolas. When it reaches its apex, if one cannot leap again, it will inevitably descend, forming a new arc, a cycle of history anew. For the subsequent 200,000 years, the Barnard civilization has essentially remained ensconced in this post-electrical era cycle. Throughout these 2 centuries, the Barnard civilization itself experienced numerous internal conflicts among the Barnard people. Approximately 30,000 years ago, a fundamental unification within the Barnard civilization was achieved, marking the genesis of its current unified calendar. However, in the year that heralded the commencement of this calendar, the Barnard civilization encountered not just this singular event, but another significant occurrence as well. This pertains to the pivotal question regarding the perplexities human civilization harbors towards Barnard civilization. What is the enigmatic capability that obscured Barnard's activities, akin to a cloak enveloping the entire Barnard 16 star system? Within this documentation, the Barnard civilization alludes to an entity of immense importance, its deity, the god of marshes and pestilence. Yet, this deity is not indigenous to the Barnard civilization, but rather an external import. As for this segment of history, it remains uncertain whether the Barnard civilization, even at this moment, refrains from elaborating further in the materials shared with human civilization, or whether its own historical records have obscured this content. Regardless, the information accessible to human civilization, as perceived by Lin Dao, is exceedingly succinct. The records merely mention that an alien civilization rebelled against the Barnard 16 star system in the year of the establishment of the unified Barnard calendar. The existence of the god of marshes and pestilence was traded to the Barnard civilization as a piece of valuable intelligence. Subsequently, inexplicably, the Barnard civilization began to venerate the god of marshes and pestilence. The documentation further indicates that during this period, the Barnard civilization underwent a significant evolution, one that encompassed both the individuals of the Barnard civilization and their home planet. The original Barnard people did not resemble the current form akin to upright amphibians, nor did the original Barnard homeworld exhibit the yellow-green atmosphere that characterizes it today. Although extensive marshlands existed, the planet was not entirely engulfed by them as it is now. Thus, the Barnard civilization received the divine protection, becoming the subjects of the god of marshes and pestilence. This divine protection conceals the signs of existence and traces of activity beneath the yellow-green atmosphere. For instance, the electromagnetic activity on the surface of the Barnard home planet is quite frequent, yet remains undetected by entities beyond the homeworld. For those outside the Barnard 16 star system, it appears as a desolate void. To the majority of civilizations in the cosmos, such lifeless star systems devoid of civilization hold little value, and no civilization would venture to the Barnard 16 star system merely to take a glance. After receiving divine protection, the thoughts and philosophies of the Barnard civilization transformed into a new state following a period of collision. Initially, the Barnard civilization, which was gradually retreating into itself amidst the incessant cycles of history, ultimately became a civilization of complete introspection. The prevailing ideology within the Barnard civilization has consistently maintained that the god of swamps and plagues has bestowed upon them an eternal paradise. As long as they remain on their home planet, the Barnard civilization can perpetually lead a pastoral existence in this corner of the universe. Within the confines of their home world, they can sustain their civilization indefinitely. For a typical civilization that is continuously evolving, comprehending the mindset of the Barnard civilization may prove challenging. However, for the Barnard civilization itself, this belief is firmly grounded. Furthermore, the Barnard civilization asserts that, in the context of our universe, technological advancement is merely a narrow path, while the invocation and utilization of divine power represent the expansive road ahead. Perhaps, science and technology are but toys in the hands of a deity. This perspective reflects solely the understanding of the Barnard civilization. Had their perceptions been entirely accurate, they would not have encountered their current predicament. Nonetheless, it at least indicates that the Barnard civilization seems to have recognized, beyond conventional technology, another enigmatic force that exists alongside their understanding of human civilization. Moreover, the Barnard civilization has also acquired knowledge about the Kachir civilization, known as the Octopus civilization. From that foreign entity, information regarding the Octopus civilization is, in fact, common knowledge across vast expanses of the cosmos. People have come to understand precisely where initial misjudgments lay. The Octopus civilization has long since been extinguished. Once, it was indeed a formidable civilization, distinctly a religious one, unlike the Barnard civilization. The technological evolution of the entire civilization revolved entirely around their deity, with all cultural and institutional frameworks centered upon this divine figure. It is said that the Octopus civilization emerged from ordinary biological beings to an intelligent race through the birth of their god, under the grace or radiance of divine power. Previously, speculations regarding the spacecraft of the Octopus civilization were half correct. During the years prior to its demise, the Octopus civilization fervently engaged in deploying cognitive weapons, essentially acts of proselytization, aiming to transform other civilizations into followers of their god, thereby metamorphosing individuals of other civilizations into those of the Octopus civilization. This expansion, however, tragically collided with another, more powerful civilization, leading to the swift obliteration of the once mighty Octopus civilization. The spacecraft encountered by human civilization earlier was, in fact, one of several vessels dispatched by the Octopus civilization through special means to distant regions of the cosmos before its annihilation. Its purpose was to propagate the existence of the Octopus civilization's god, allowing this concept of existence to permeate the intelligent beings it encountered, facilitating the resurrection of the now extinct Octopus civilization throughout the universe. The manifestation is reminiscent of the prior influence on researchers of human civilization, transforming individuals from humanity into entities of Octopus civilization. Should more individuals successfully undergo this metamorphosis, it would signify a revival of the Octopus civilization. However, even the spacecraft dispatched by the Octopus civilization appeared to have endured assaults from formidable civilizations, leading to the destruction of their cores and significantly diminishing the efficacy of these cognitive weapons. The remnants of the Octopus civilization's vessels previously encountered by humanity clearly sustained damage before their encounter with human civilization. In discussing this matter, the Barnard civilization speculated that the Octopus civilization may have reborn in some distant corner of the universe, albeit not yet having re-established itself. This conjecture is acknowledged by human civilization, given their prior experiences with the Octopus civilization's vessels. Had the spacecraft encountered not human civilization but rather a nascent civilization just emerging from its home planet, or even one still in the pre-scientific era, the repercussions of the Octopus civilization's influence might have been far graver, potentially engulfing a technologically naive civilization entirely. Ultimately, the materials sent by the Barnard civilization also elucidated another query of human civilization: how the Barnard civilization transitioned from a state of complete introspection to two branches, one orbiting Barnard 16 to 1 and the other around Barnard 16 to 5. This development bears considerable relevance to human civilization. Approximately 2 centuries ago, human civilization was rapidly advancing within the solar system, following the will of Lintau, conquering and developing the entire solar system. Although it was somewhat challenging for the Barnard civilization to detect human civilization through their exploratory methods, they could observe significant changes occurring within the solar system over a short period, especially in the later stages. As human civilization's endeavors profoundly altered the overall landscape of the planets within the solar system, the Barnard civilization was able to accurately ascertain, based on observed data over time, that a civilization was burgeoning and expanding within the solar system. The rapid development of human civilization within the solar system unveiled another potential for cosmic civilization to some among the Barnard people. If human civilization could achieve such progress, why could not the Barnard civilization? Human civilization illuminated a path forward for the Barnard civilization. In truth, the swift advancement of human civilization within their galaxy exerted a tremendous influence on the societal structure and philosophical thought of the Barnard civilization, leading to intense ideological clashes within a relatively brief span. Ultimately, spurred by the rapid development of human civilization, a faction emerged within the Barnard civilization that diverged from traditional Barnard thought, known as the Barnard Civilization pioneers. The essence of the Barnard civilization, characterized by its introspective nature, exhibited a notable degree of weakness and concession when confronted with the potential outbreak of war with the pioneers of the Barnard civilization. Ultimately, a conflict did not ensue between the branches of the Barnard civilization and its pioneers. Instead, the mother branch made concessions, merely requesting the pioneers to vacate the home planet of Barnard and relocate to the periphery of the Barnard 16-star system, far removed from their ancestral world. This decision laid the groundwork for the current bifurcated state of the Barnard civilization. From an objective standpoint, the pioneers of the Barnard civilization committed no wrongdoing. Their aspiration for the advancement of their civilization was not inherently flawed. In a certain sense, this branch of pioneers could even be regarded as the vanguards of the Barnard civilization. Yet, the universe itself seems to possess a penchant for dark humor. Documentation received from the Barnard 16-5 branch acknowledged that it was highly likely the activities of their exploratory devices in space had drawn the attention of humanity's long-range vessels. Had the Barnard civilization remained ensconced in the paradise of their home planet as before, the likelihood of being discovered by human vessels would have been virtually non-existent. This circumstance ultimately contributed to the present outcome. Nevertheless, even at this juncture, the pioneers of the Barnard civilization do not perceive their choices as erroneous. The human civilization poised to annihilate them is, at its core, also an expansive and pioneering civilization. Of course, for the Barnard civilization at this moment, discussing this matter holds no practical significance. In the year 262, upon receiving these historical accounts from the Barnard civilization, human civilization merely documented them faithfully, serving as a reference for future studies of extraterrestrial civilizations. However, this did not alter their strategies or plans for engaging in conflict with the Barnard civilization. The struggle was fundamentally a matter of survival between two civilizations, a fight to the death. Just as the Barnard civilization had previously taken action, they would undoubtedly seek to obliterate human civilization if given the opportunity. This reality transcends moral considerations in the vast majority of internal affairs of civilization. Moreover, human civilization did not respond to the documentation sent by the Barnard civilization. Yet, it appeared that the Barnard civilization understood that humans would inevitably record this information, prompting both branches of the Barnard civilization to persistently transmit these records, ensuring that traces of their existence would be preserved within the archives of human civilization. Indeed, the previously ongoing stream of surrender communications and derogatory remarks from the two branches of the Barnard civilization had never ceased. Humanity meticulously documented these encounters in relation to the Barnard civilization, resulting in an ongoing influx of information about the existence of the Barnard civilization amidst these surrender notices and vitriolic exchanges. Chapter 58. The Fall of the Barnard Civilization in the year 263. The assaults by human civilization against the Barnard civilization had, in truth, come to an end. What remained was merely the assurance of the outcomes of this human retaliation. Hundreds of interstellar vessels, either anchored or orbiting the periphery of the Barnard 16-star system, continued to maintain a state of siege against the two branches of the Barnard civilization. There was no longer a need for human civilization to engage in further actions. Aside from the occasional destruction of a stubborn Barnard vessel attempting to flee from the planetary and satellite surfaces, humanity simply awaited the inevitable demise of the Barnard civilization. During this year, the planet Barnard 16-1 had evidently deviated significantly from its designated orbit. According to the data observed by human civilization, both the climate and geology of Barnard 16-1 appeared to have undergone substantial changes. However, this did not concern humanity. They merely documented the descent of Barnard 16-1 towards Barnard 16A and Barnard 16B, which, in some respects, constituted valuable research data. The Barnard civilization seemed to anticipate the forthcoming events concerning Barnard 16-1, leading to an increase in the transmission of information regarding their civilization. Notable literary works and insights into their scientific understanding, as well as their perceptions of the universe, were being sent from the position of Barnard 16-1. Within the context of the internal conflicts of their civilization, such behavior appeared peculiar. Yet, when viewed against the backdrop of the cosmos, it was entirely reasonable. By the year 265, Barnard 16-1 had ultimately plummeted into the gravitational embrace of the two stars of the Barnard 16 system, although this descent would take 8 years. The branch of the Barnard civilization residing on Barnard 16-1 was evidently unlikely to endure until the moment of their planet's complete fall onto the stellar surface. By this year, researchers and scholars, utilizing observational data, estimated that the surface temperature of Barnard 16-1 had exceeded 500 degrees Celsius in most regions. Despite the differences in bodily structure between Barnard individuals and humans, as carbon-based life forms, survival at such temperatures was undoubtedly challenging. On a macro scale, Barnard 16-1 exhibited significant changes. The previously pervasive yellow-green atmosphere, whether due to its proximity to the star or a natural consequence of the destruction of the Barnard branch, had transitioned from a dense presence to a thin veil, ultimately vanishing entirely within this year. The earlier obstruction of surface activities by the Barnard 16-1 atmosphere had been completely lifted, allowing human civilization to observe numerous phenomena on the surface with remarkable clarity, even from a distance. On the surface of Barnard 16-1, there are undoubtedly no remaining signs of the Barnard civilization. Yet, it remains uncertain whether some individuals of this civilization have survived beneath the swamps that cover the planet's surface. Nonetheless, this speculation holds little significance for humanity, as Barnard 16-1 is destined to eventually plummet into the embrace of its star. The process of annihilation, however, is likely to be less painful for this branch of the Barnard civilization. Even though the descent may appear gradual in the vastness of space, it is likely to be tumultuous on the planet's surface. Perhaps the majority of this civilization perished in an instant. Still, the period preceding their extinction is evidently fraught with suffering, akin to the expectations of human civilization when contemplating such a strategy in warfare. By the year 267, the Barnard 16-1 branch had ceased all electromagnetic transmissions. Through a series of monitoring and detection instruments aboard the Stellar-class spacecraft, it was preliminarily concluded that this branch had been utterly extinguished before their demise. The final message sent to humanity's Stellar-class vessels was not one of vitriol or the preservation of evidence of their existence, but rather an attack, akin to the earlier bizarre assault on humanity's Martian industrial outpost. This time, however, the aggression was markedly diminished and, armed with prior experience, had little impact on human civilization. Perhaps the Barnard civilization was aware that such an assault would bear no fruit, yet they proceeded nonetheless. In return for the utmost respect shown by the Barnard civilization, humanity vowed to reciprocate with equal reverence for this adversary, steadfastly continuing with Plan A to obliterate the Barnard civilization completely. By the year 268, the long-quiet Barnard 16-5 branch began to stir once more. According to Earth's time, nearly every month saw the launch of multiple vessels, large and small, attempting to escape from the surfaces of several satellites orbiting Barnard 16-5. Clearly, they had observed the trajectory of Barnard 16-1 and realized the implications of its impending fall into the star. In response, humanity's Stellar-class ships offered no more than routine measures, methodically sweeping away these vessels attempting to flee. That same year, several intense explosions were observed on the satellites of the Barnard 16-5 branch, potentially stemming from nuclear fusion. It appeared that this branch had resolved to take control of its own fate, opting for self-destruction before the curtain fell on their civilization. However, these violent explosions were few and brief, suggesting that even without human intervention, such a decision proved challenging to execute. At the dawn of the year 269, a human expeditionary fleet, comprising 1,005 ships, including 1,000 Stellar-class vessels and 5 Red Dwarf-class vessels, had arrived at the Barnard 16 star system. At present, it appears that the vast expeditionary force of human civilization has not been able to fully exert its influence in the interstellar conflict against the Barnard civilization. As this war transitions into a conventional arena, the technological and civilizational advancements of the Barnard civilization compel humanity to mobilize a significant portion of its productive capacity in response, which evidently exceeds expectations. At this moment, the human vessels encircling the inner region of the Barnard 16 star system are commencing a retreat to orbits farther from the two stars within the system. Yet they maintain their encircling formation. The operational radius has shifted from an initial 50 astronomical units from the two stars to 100 astronomical units, and now extends to 1,000 astronomical units. This maneuver aims to mitigate the risk of intense thermal jets emitted from the star's surface following the eventual descent of Barnard 16-1, which could jeopardize the human ships. The continued encirclement serves to ensure that this somewhat sanguine yet splendid spectacle unfolds flawlessly before Mr. Lin, in accordance with the previously proposed Plan A. In the year 269, November, the final descent of Barnard 16-1 commenced. Under the precise calculations of researchers and scholars within human civilization, Barnard 16-1 approached the two stars of the Barnard 16 system without being completely torn apart. It landed precisely on the surface of Barnard 16A. Mr. Lin, aboard a Stellar-class vessel, witnessed this descent through observational equipment on both the Stellar and Red Dwarf vessels. The spectacle of a planet plummeting toward a star is, at this moment, a magnificent sight for human civilization. When using Barnard 16-1 as a reference, even Barnard 16A, relatively small among stars, appears as a colossal entity. With more precise calibration of the observational instruments, one would see that the equally immense Barnard 16-1 seemed to plunge into a vast sea of crimson within the cosmos. At the very moment of its final impact upon the stellar surface, Barnard 16-1 was ultimately torn asunder. Subsequently, in a fleeting instant, the red hues of Barnard 16A's surface engulfed the planet Barnard 16-1. In another brief moment, the area of impact on Barnard 16A's surface, along with an even broader expanse, began to exhibit signs of agitation. Within the star, violent reactions are perpetually occurring, and now, due to the descent of Barnard 16-1, the resultant mass impact and disturbances have caused the energy of the affected region on Barnard 16A's surface to manifest with a more ferocious intensity. Time at this moment seems to have lost its meaning. Under the gaze of Lindau, it feels as though only an instant has passed. Or perhaps there exists a prolonged reaction time. Near the location of the Barnard 16-1 star's descent, a tumultuous red beam of light erupts from the surface of Barnard 16A. In the observational instruments, it appears as though a tree has sprouted from the surface of Barnard 16A, continuously branching out during its violent ejection, resembling the limbs of a tree. However, the trunk of this tree is still directed towards the location of the Barnard 16-5 planet. This spectacle is both resplendent and terrifying. For the Barnard civilization's 16-5 branch, it is undoubtedly a scene of horror. The moment they witnessed the star's surface of Barnard 16-1 falling, they found themselves powerless to act. Moreover, from the moment they, in conjunction with the Barnard civilization's 16-1 branch, launched an assault on human civilization, an attack that ultimately failed to meet its intended effect, the outcome had already been sealed. The jet that erupted from the surface of Barnard 16A, imbued with the star's ferocious energy, may be deemed insignificant in relation to the star itself, yet it is formidable enough for a planet. The tip of this jet traversed the original orbit of 16-1 at a velocity exceeding 50% of the speed of light in an incredibly brief span, sweeping past the orbits of the planets 16-2, 16-3, and 16-4. Fortunately, these three planets were not in the trajectory of the jet at that moment, thus escaping devastation. However, Barnard 16-5 was not as fortunate. With prior calculations, it was determined that the violent jet ejected from Barnard 16A was specifically aimed at the position of the Barnard 16-5 planet. Under the assumption that everything proceeded according to plan, the anticipated effects naturally manifested. The journey of the jet, or the tree that sprouted from the star's surface, reaching the location of Barnard 16-5 took an expanse of over 10 hours. Yet, these 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During this interval, the last branch of the Barnard civilization pondered their fate, though the thoughts of the people were of little concern. As for the jet emitted from the star's surface, it possessed no thoughts of its own. Upon reaching the orbital position of the last branch of the Barnard civilization at Barnard 16-5, it continued its course, having diminished slightly, yet still racing at over 35% of the speed of light. It swept through the past, but this time, it collided violently with Barnard 16-5. The extreme temperatures and terrifying kinetic energy of this ferocious jet unleashed all its power upon the first obstacle it encountered. In a macrocosmic view, it becomes evident that the planet Barnard 16-5 is undergoing profound transformations. Its satellites, subjected to terrifying kinetic energy and extreme temperatures, have been thoroughly cleansed. Akin to pebbles cast into a waterfall, unable to alter the course of the cascade. The observational instruments of human civilization have recorded the fate of these satellites. Now obliterated and enveloped by superheated jets, devoid of any semblance of their original forms. Thus, the two branches of Barnard civilization have been utterly extinguished. The remnants of the jets resulting from the collision between Barnard 16-5 and its satellites continue to advance, albeit having expended much of their energy during the encounter. Ultimately, they come to a halt at a distance of 120 astronomical units from Barnard 16A. In the years to come, as the materials carried by these jets cool, they may give rise to a new array of asteroids and meteor belts within the Barnard 16 system. However, that is a matter for the future. At this moment, for humanity, the most pressing concern remains the conclusion of this military engagement. In the final moments before its demise, the Barnard 16-5 branch refrained from launching further assaults on humanity, with only one vessel attempting to flee, which was swiftly eradicated by human forces. As the last vestige of Barnard civilization, the 16-5 branch transmitted a message to humanity, which, upon translation, revealed a singular date, the 87th day of the year 35947 in the Barnard calendar. This solitary timestamp, lacking any additional context, leaves open the question of whether the Barnard civilization was no longer capable of sending further communications or if this date was the sole content they intended to convey. Thus, the 87th day of the year 35947 in the Barnard calendar marks the extinction of Barnard civilization. To the cosmos, the existence of Barnard civilization might be likened to a fleeting ripple upon the ocean, appearing momentarily before vanishing. For Barnard civilization itself, in the context of this interstellar conflict, were they truly at fault? They had merely sought to thrive in their secluded corner of the universe. Who could have foreseen that the capricious cosmos would bring forth human civilization, a planetary-level entity, in close proximity to their own system? From the inception of both civilizations at this juncture, the subsequent events may have been inexorably predetermined. The choices made by Barnard civilization thereafter seemed almost inevitable. As for humanity, were they in the wrong? When Barnard civilization initiated an attack, was it not reasonable for humanity to retaliate rather than await their own demise? Ultimately, the conflict between the two civilizations transcends notions of right and wrong. Such concepts hold no significance in the realm of inter-civilizational relations. In this conflict, the Barnard civilization, much like human civilization, harbors a singular objective: to annihilate and obliterate the opposing force to ensure its own existence and continuity. Essentially, the proximity between the two factions is the crux of the matter. Furthermore, as humanity confronts its inaugural adversary since venturing beyond the solar system, it bestows the utmost respect upon the Barnard civilization, deploying the most formidable means of assault at its disposal against them, ultimately consigning the Barnard civilization to its demise. Chapter 59. The choice of civilizational direction. The war for the survival of human civilization against the Barnard civilization has concluded. As the battlefield returned to conventional realms, with humanity possessing a technological advantage and a superior level of civilization, the latter half of the interstellar conflict unfolded in accordance with the expectations of human civilization. Individuals merely enacted the planned annihilation of the Barnard civilization in reality. The Barnard civilization, whether attempting to flee, launching further attacks, or resorting to curses and maledictions, failed to significantly impact the military strategies of human civilization. Surrounding the orbit of the Barnard stars 16A and 16B at a radius of 1,000 astronomical units, 1,005 human vessels observed the final electromagnetic signals belonging to the Barnard civilization within the Barnard 16 star system fade into silence and vanish. They watched as the high-temperature, high-energy jets that engulfed the orbital position of Barnard 16-5 gradually came to a halt in the cosmos. Aside from these 1,005 human expedition ships, the cosmic space, encircled by human vessels within the 1,000 astronomical unit radius, fell into a renewed tranquility. The disappearance of Barnard 16-1 may eventually alter the orbital positions of the remaining 4 major planets within the Barnard 16 star system. As the jets emitted from the star cool, gravitational forces might lead to the formation of larger accumulations at certain locations or contribute additional mass to the remaining planets. Yet, such events are destined for a distant future. At this moment, the mass lost from the fallen Barnard 16-1 is insufficient to liberate Barnard 16A from the gravitational tether binding it to Barnard 16B. Thus, no immediate orbital migration is evident. Within the Barnard 16 star system, it seems that only one major planet and its corresponding civilization have vanished. For human civilization, the events unfolding here are nothing short of spectacular and bear profound historical significance. However, in the grand scheme of the universe, the happenings in this inconspicuous corner of the Barnard 16 system may hold no particular distinction. The rise and fall of civilizations within the cosmos could be likened to the fleeting gusts of wind traversing the vastness of space. The wind arrives, and civilizations are born. The wind departs, and civilizations extinguish. As for the duration of this cycle, whether it spans 10,000 years, 1 million years, or even 100 million years, what difference does it make in the face of the cosmos itself? Should humanity's civilization eventually reach its conclusion, it might occur in an instant. Akin to a brief flicker of light in the universe, where one moment signifies the emergence of civilization from obscurity and the next heralds its extinguishment. In the vastness of the universe, the very existence of a civilization may be of paramount importance, distinct from the competition that may arise within it. Should the existence of a civilization be obliterated, the journey it undertook would render all prior endeavors devoid of significance, as there would be no successors to inherit its history. No voices to evaluate, critique, appreciate, or perpetuate its legacy. On board the Stellar-class spacecraft, Lindau gazed through the porthole one last time at Barnard 16A and Barnard 16B, which appeared diminutive and nearly indistinguishable against the cosmic backdrop due to their immense distance. The conflict between human civilization and the Barnard civilization could indeed leave profound repercussions for humanity. The root of this may lie in the influence exerted by Lindau. The singular will of human civilization. Victory. Annihilation. From a fleet of 1,000 stellar-class vessels and 5 red dwarf-class ships. Over 400 million souls comprising the human interstellar expeditionary force resonated as one, akin to a singular entity, erupting in triumphant exultation simultaneously. Witnessing the demise of a civilization in the cosmos, even if at the hands of humanity itself, inevitably stirred complex emotions. Yet, for the majority, these sentiments constituted but a fraction of their thoughts. Most were consumed by elation over this momentous victory, the first interstellar war since humanity ventured beyond the solar system. A battle for survival. In this existential struggle, human civilization incurred tremendous sacrifices, the destruction of the Martian industrial center and the loss of over 3 billion lives. Ultimately, however, humanity persevered, while its adversaries were utterly vanquished. Just as those who sacrificed themselves had affirmed prior to their demise, as long as human civilization did not face total annihilation, the enemies would inevitably pay for their assaults against it. Those who dared to launch an offensive against human civilization, seeking its destruction, must bear the consequences of humanity's wrath. And now, they had transformed this into reality. Moreover, they had fulfilled the objective bestowed by Mr. Lin, achieving the annihilation of the Barnard civilization within the stipulated time frame. For human civilization, Mr. Lin's will served as the primary driving force for all. At this moment, adhering to his intent and accomplishing his goals, the exhilaration and fervor among the people were palpable. In truth, it was not solely the human expeditionary force that celebrated, across the solar system. More than 100 billion individuals of human civilization, connected by Lindau's existence, received the news of the Barnard civilization's destruction simultaneously. The jubilant cheers and fervent voices echoed from the space research base at the fringes of the Oort cloud to the cradle of human civilization, Earth. The campaign against the Barnard civilization appeared primarily executed by the human expeditionary force. with even later arrivals of stellar and red dwarf-class ships having little opportunity to contribute significantly to this interstellar conflict. Nonetheless, in truth, this interstellar war remains a collective endeavor of all humanity. 1,000 stellar-class ships and 5 red dwarf-class vessels, birthed from the industrial planets of the solar system, are the fruits of human civilization's industrial, production, and scientific systems. Every individual, either directly or indirectly, has contributed their strength towards the triumph of this interstellar conflict. Victory! Mr. Lin could undoubtedly hear the resounding cheers, and through his sensitivity to the collective emotions of all, he could perceive the sentiments enveloping humanity at this moment. From a macro perspective, the entirety of human civilization is invigorated. Perhaps influenced or inspired by this, a rare smile graced Mr. Lin's face. Mr. Lin, what strategies should we adopt for the Barnard 16 star system moving forward? Following this interstellar war between human civilization and the Barnard civilization, there remain numerous matters requiring human civilization's immediate deliberation. The two most pressing issues are the management of the Barnard 16 star system and the arrangements for the 1,005 human vessels that have now arrived there. Firstly, concerning the management of the Barnard 16 star system, the substantial arrival of human forces was unexpected prior to the encounter with the Barnard civilization. Although humanity's developmental plans within the solar system are nearing completion, the colonization and construction of the Barnard 16 star system were not initially included in the current plans for off-world development. The distance between the inner solar system and the inner Barnard 16 star system spans 6.1 light-years. While this distance may not seem significant in the context of exploratory voyages, it poses considerable challenges in terms of governance. Traveling between the Barnard 16 star system and the solar system requires at least 30 years for a single journey aboard a stellar-class ship, amounting to over 60 years for a round trip. Even the latest red dwarf-class vessels, factoring in acceleration and deceleration, require close to 20 years for a one-way journey, making a round trip equivalent to half a lifetime for most humans. Such an extended duration, despite the lack of potential for civilizational fragmentation between the two star systems, remains exceedingly disadvantageous for the exchange of goods. It raises the question of whether any resources from the Barnard 16 star system warrant a 40-year investment for a single exchange. At present, humanity has effectively eradicated the Barnard civilization within the Barnard 16 star system. The home planet of the Barnard civilization has been consumed by Barnard 16A, and any traces of the Barnard civilization's 16-5 branch have been entirely obliterated by stellar jets. Thus, the Barnard 16 star system now presents itself as an exceedingly ordinary and unremarkable binary planetary system to human civilization, devoid of any special value. Considering distance, it is conceivable that the neighboring star systems previously reached by the Voyager spacecraft might serve as more suitable targets for the exploration and development of exoplanetary systems by human civilization. However, the current contemplation of this matter primarily stems from the implications of a second question regarding the deployment of the 1,005 human vessels that have already arrived at the Barnard 16 system. According to the previous annihilation plan for the Barnard civilization, the objective of the human expeditionary force, composed of these 1,005 vessels, has ostensibly been fulfilled. Thus, how should these vessels be orchestrated? Should they embark on a return journey from the Barnard 16 system or pursue alternative plans? As previously mentioned, it takes approximately 30 years for a stellar-class vessel to traverse from the inner solar system to this location, while a red dwarf-class vessel requires nearly 2 decades, if returning. The time spent en route would effectively double. Given that these vessels have already arrived at the Barnard 16 system, a return journey appears somewhat wasteful. Among the 1,000 stellar-class vessels, each accommodates 400,000 individuals, while the 5 red dwarf-class vessels collectively house 4 million people, culminating in a total population of 420 million. Alongside the energy systems, industrial facilities, and computing clusters aboard these vessels, they are fundamentally equipped to undertake the development and construction of the Barnard 16 system. As previously articulated by Lin Dao, even if humanity in the far reaches of the solar system were to face extinction, the inhabitants of these 005 vessels possess the capability to re-establish civilization elsewhere in the cosmos. In this context, the 1 light-years separating Barnard 16 from the solar system seems increasingly tenable. Despite the lengthy communication times required for exchanges between the human settlements of Barnard 16 and those of the solar system, the prospect of expanding territorial claims is undeniably appealing. Once human civilization accomplishes the development of the Barnard 16 system, its overall nature will inevitably transform, evolving from a planetary civilization confined to a single star system into one that spans multiple stellar systems. What are your thoughts? The dialogue among individuals within human civilization, including Lindau, appears more as a formality. Lindau is aware of the researcher's contemplations, just as they can sense his ultimate aspirations. Mr. Lin, this may pertain to a question regarding our future direction of expansion, responded one of the researchers beside him. As the development of the solar system progresses toward completion, human civilization faces a pivotal choice in its future trajectory. The ultimate aim is undoubtedly to venture into deep space, aligning with Mr. Lin's vision. However, the question remains, which pathway shall be taken to realize this ambition? One option is to expand outward from the solar system, continuing to radiate from its center into the surrounding expanse. In this expansion, the aim is to transform human civilization into a formidable entity with vast dominions across the cosmos, encompassing broader celestial realms under human control. Conversely, an alternative approach appears considerably more brutal. Human civilization could further exploit its swarm-like advantages, advancing through the universe in a manner akin to that of a swarm. Specifically, human civilization might resemble locusts or nomads traversing the cosmos, consuming all available resources in a given region before moving on to the next. There would be no need to contemplate the increase in resource and energy consumption resulting from population growth. After all, the universe is replete with resources to be depleted. One could envision the entirety of human civilization's current holdings as a colossal spaceship, depleting its internal resources before propelling forward, akin to humanity's present endeavors within the solar system. Once all materials in the solar system are exhausted, civilization would transition to the Barnard 16 star system, and upon exhausting that as well, it would continue to the subsequent star system, perpetually consuming cosmic materials. The advantage of this approach is that the territories humanity needs to govern do not require infinite expansion. During this nomadic or locust migration phase, human civilization may indeed traverse greater distances over time. Currently, many scholars and researchers within human civilization believe that these two paths represent a choice that must inevitably be confronted in the evolution towards a planetary-level civilization. Let us first complete the development of the Barnard 16 star system. Lindau has not yet made a definitive choice between these two paths. For human civilization at this moment, there is no pressing need to make such a decision. Even if the second path, the locust path, is chosen, it could be undertaken after traversing several planetary systems under human dominion. The collective movement of civilization across multiple star systems is entirely feasible. After issuing this command to the stellar and red dwarf ships stationed within the Barnard 16 star system, the inhabitants promptly sprang into action. When Mr. Lin's will is communicated, there is no requirement for a designated time to commence. They respond immediately. The stellar and red dwarf ships within the Barnard 16 star system begin to maneuver towards the inner ring of the system. The development and utilization of resources in Barnard 16 must naturally commence from its inner ring, where the vast majority of exploitable materials reside. As for the potential evolution of planetary orbits within the Barnard 16 star system, should humanity refrain from intervening, the process could take millions of years or even longer. This is not a concern for human civilization at present, as the history of humanity's journey into the cosmos has thus far been measured merely in centuries since the dawn of recorded time. Following Lindau's directive, the individuals in the rear began to refine the plans for the development of the inner ring of the Barnard 16 star system by the 1005-ship human expedition fleet. However, at this moment, after issuing the command, Lindau was not preoccupied with this matter. Instead, he focused his attention on another, rather extraordinary affair. Chapter 60. The unforeseen potential in the context of the Barnard civilization, humanity has utterly obliterated it. However, as previously articulated by Lindau. Certain individuals and various flora and fauna of the Barnard civilization have been preserved as research specimens by human civilization. Yet, these specimens are undeniably insufficient to sustain the existence of the Barnard civilization. Given the inherent nature of humanity, it is evident that no individual would recklessly or otherwise allow these specimens to pose any unnecessary threats. Essentially, these samples serve merely to retain biological information pertaining to specific organisms on Barnard 16:1, lacking any capacity to perpetuate the history or culture of the Barnard civilization. At this moment, following the arrangements concerning the Barnard 16 star system and the human vessels stationed therein, Lindau directed his attention towards these research specimens. As an unexpected occurrence had transpired, Mr. Lind came a call from one of the researchers as Lindau materialized in the area designated for the Extraterrestrial Biology Research Laboratory. Experiment Group 01. The researchers had already ceased their prior investigations, seemingly anticipating Lindau's arrival. He nodded in acknowledgement, casting his gaze towards the restrained individual of the Barnard civilization within the experimental area. Compared to prior observations, the state of this Barnard individual appeared rather peculiar. In the presence of Lindau, this entity prostrated itself on the ground, performing the highest ritual customary among the Barnard people. Previous researchers and scholars had already deciphered the emotional significance conveyed through the facial and bodily expressions of the Barnard individuals. At this moment, however, this particular entity exhibited no signs of fear or anger, seemingly assured that Lindau and the other researchers posed no threat to him. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was Lindau's ability to directly perceive the emotions of the Barnard individual, to sense his thoughts, and to attune to his presence in space. Even witnessing the world through his perspective, it was akin to the empathetic connection Lindau felt towards all of humanity. To put it plainly, this Barnard individual was currently influenced by Lindau's abilities, explaining his present demeanor. Lindau regarded the Barnard individual intently for a moment. Subsequently, in accordance with Lindau's will, the Barnard entity transitioned from its prior prostration to an upright posture, adopting a position that was remarkably unusual for a Barnard being. It approached Lindau in a manner reminiscent of human locomotion. Mr. Lind, the Barnard individual vocalized in the language of humanity. Although the peculiarities of its vocal apparatus rendered the utterance somewhat strange, the designation was unmistakably articulated. The researchers nearby did not hinder the approach of the individual from the Barnard civilization, confident that under the influence of Mr. Lind, this Barnard entity could not possibly offend him. Lindau gazed at the Barnard individual, contemplated for a moment, and, as before, leaped towards it. In the next instant, the form of the Barnard entity underwent a dramatic transformation, shedding all its distinctive characteristics to instantaneously assume a human appearance, more accurately, the likeness of Lindau himself. Lindau glanced down at his limbs and body, noting that it bore no distinction from the rebirth witnessed in others. This indicated that prior to rebirth, the affected Barnard entity was essentially the same to him. Mr. Lind, not only has this Barnard individual transformed, but all the other specimens retained for research have undergone identical changes. It appears they have all been influenced by you, remarked one of the researchers, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Indeed, there is no difference from the others, Lindau acknowledged, affirming the researcher's observations. Mr. Lind, the transformation of these preserved Barnard individuals seems to have coincided precisely with the moment the Barnard 16:5 branch was utterly annihilated. This may suggest that your abilities are not entirely ineffective against other non-human extraterrestrial entities. Rather, they become operational only after humanity has conquered or eradicated that civilization, or, in other words, once they are assimilated into human civilization as part of it. This could be a positive development for humanity, indicating that while we cannot compel other extraterrestrial civilizations to submit without conflict through your capabilities, it still implies that upon vanquishing a particular civilization, humanity may possess a formidable digestive capacity for the spoils of the defeated. This might suggest that we should endeavor to wage war against other extraterrestrial civilizations, for in such interstellar conflicts, we could swiftly absorb certain racial advantages from them and grow exponentially stronger. The researcher spoke with palpable excitement, a sentiment echoed by all who had come to this realization. We could consume them, integrating them into our own. As Lin Dao listened to the researcher's fervent words, he recalled the octopus civilization. Perhaps its circumstances were different, given that humanity had pursued a path of technological advancement. Nonetheless, it was a thought that lingered. One need not only contemplate war. For Lin Dao, if humanity's future encounters with other civilizations are solely defined by warfare, and the expansion into the cosmos is merely for the sake of conflict, it would be rather tedious. With this thought, Lin Dao simply uttered a remark and then departed from the scene. The previously fallen body lay upon the ground, yet akin to Lin Dao's earlier leap. This form did not revert to that of a Barnard individual, maintaining instead its human appearance. The fact that Barnard civilization's entities could also be influenced by Lin Dao was somewhat unexpected. However, this revelation merely refreshed the understanding of both the people and Lin Dao regarding the matter, holding little significant practical impact, as the remaining Barnard civilization individuals were few in number, even though these entities were now subject to Lin Dao's influence, effectively becoming a part of the insectoid human civilization as a whole. Neither the people nor Lin Dao could facilitate their rapid proliferation in the short term. In the year 269, following the demise of the Barnard civilization, aided by those Barnard individuals affected by Lin Dao's powers, human civilization unraveled a matter of considerable importance. Initially, the Barnard civilization had probed human civilization through the utilization of the octopus civilization before launching their assault. This indicated that the Barnard civilization was undoubtedly aware that their bizarre means of attack could be countered. Moreover, this was likely a matter of common knowledge. Hence their probing of human civilization's comprehension of phenomena beyond mere technology. The answer to this question remained elusive until the fall of the Barnard civilization. Although the last transmission from the Barnard civilization even referenced the origins of their god of swamps and plagues, it still failed to address this issue. Nevertheless, humanity has now arrived at an answer. The reality aligned with human civilization's conjecture. Indeed, it was a matter of common knowledge. The method to counter the Barnard civilization's god's power was surprisingly straightforward: to seek the assistance of another god. By harnessing the power of this alternative deity, one could naturally withstand the might wielded by the Barnard civilization's borrowed god. Moreover, there was even the possibility of directly soliciting the god of swamps and plagues for aid, willingly transforming human civilization into the denizens of this deity. Though the cost of such a transformation would be steep, it would effectively prevent the total annihilation of civilization by the power the Barnard civilization had usurped. Unexpectedly for the Barnard civilization, the means by which humanity responded was, in fact, far more simple and direct. Additionally, the notion of utilizing divine power to counter the god of swamps and plagues brought to Lin Dao's mind some recollections, such as the previous containment of the plague affecting Mars, where Lin Dao's abilities had played a significant role. However, with the clarification of this matter, the series of events between human civilization and the Barnard civilization could be regarded as conclusively resolved. Henceforth, even the development and construction efforts of human civilization within the Barnard 16 star system would hold no connection to the fallen Barnard civilization. Year 270. The encounters and conflicts with the previously encountered Barnard civilization seemed to be but a mere interlude in the grand narrative of human civilization. The development of human civilization has returned to its original trajectory, honoring the will of the Lin Dao, as it continues to expand beyond the solar system, albeit with slight alterations in the direction of this expansion. In the realm of interstellar exploration and construction, a year may not yield significant advancements for other civilizations. Yet for human civilization, under the diligent operation of 1005 spacecraft, the development and construction of the first planetary system beyond the solar system have begun to show promising results. Regarding the initiation and focus of construction within the Barnard 16 star system, there is little surprise that it is centered on Barnard 16-2. With Barnard 16-1 no longer in existence, Barnard 16-2 stands as the sole terrestrial planet remaining in the Barnard 16 star system, while the others, including 16-3, 16-4, and the severely damaged 16-5, are gas giants. Clearly visible on the surface of Barnard 16-2, the creations of human civilization have begun to emerge and expand in scale. The industrial clusters aboard the 000 Stellar-class ships and 5 Red Dwarf-class ships are substantial. However, the complete development of a planetary system still requires further efforts. Thus, the primary objective for construction on the surface of Barnard 16-2 is the establishment of industrial clusters. Nevertheless, while the focus remains on Barnard 16-2, resource extraction efforts are not confined solely to this planet. With 1005 spacecraft operational within the Barnard 16 star system, human civilization currently possesses ample transport capacity. In addition to resource extraction from the satellites of several gas giants, attempts are also underway to collect materials ejected by previous stellar activity, which have cooled, to mitigate potential issues arising from collisions with celestial bodies. Apart from the development and construction within the Barnard 16 star system, efforts to restore the Martian industrial star within the solar system, the stronghold of human civilization, are concurrently progressing. The plague that once resulted in the catastrophic loss of over 3 billion lives has been effectively confined by the endeavors of human civilization and the Lindau. The potency of this god of swamps and plagues has waned, akin to rootless duckweed, lacking concrete support and gradually diminishing. The once pervasive yellow-green atmosphere, enveloping several cities on the Martian surface and its moons, has begun to thin and ultimately dissipate. The swamp that lay upon the ground has seemingly lost its vitality, becoming quiet, desiccated, and cracked. While the alterations in the terrain remain, further changes appear to have ceased. Lindau can distinctly sense that the power previously amassed on the surface of Mars is gradually dissipating and has ultimately vanished. Researchers endeavored to analyze the parched marshland, yet, as before, the samples obtained from the mire exhibited no anomalies. Their composition bore a striking resemblance to that of ordinary marshes on the surface. The previously vibrant surface phenomena of the marsh remained elusive, as if they belonged to a realm beyond the current scientific understanding of humanity. It is conceivable that the technological level of human civilization remains insufficiently advanced. Otherwise, perhaps such phenomena could be elucidated within our scientific framework, integrated into a grander paradigm, much like how humanity's unifying theory accommodates gravity alongside the other 3 fundamental forces. Following the complete subsidence of this plague, the pace of human restoration efforts on Mars accelerated. Although the Martian surface bore scars from prior events, with the original human cities and industrial zones appearing ravaged, humanity's commitment to Mars was evidently unwavering. It continues to represent a crucial component of human civilization's industrial and production framework within the solar system. Compared to the initial phases of Martian development, the productive capacity available to human civilization throughout the solar system has expanded significantly. Consequently, the restoration of the cities and industrial zones on Mars progressed rapidly. With the support of multiple industrial production centers, including those in the Saturnian, lunar, and Neptunian regions, mere months passed before the Martian surface and its moons exhibited little trace of the interstellar warfare that had transpired. Following the relocation of a substantial population from Earth and the Moon to the Martian cities, the human populace on Mars and its moons, as well as in nearby orbital positions, swiftly exceeded 5 billion. Viewed from a macro perspective, it appeared as though the devastation of the Martian surface had never occurred, as if the terrifying and bizarre attack had never transpired. However, for human civilization, this event would not be easily forgotten. It would inevitably be etched into the annals of history, marking a pivotal moment that would forever remain a part of humanity's narrative. Adjacent to the core city of Mars, a monumental metal monument was erected to commemorate those who perished in the war against the Barnard civilization, standing 3,000 meters tall. This metallic edifice loomed over the Martian landscape like a mountain. Inscribed upon it were the simple yet profound words, humanity. In the year 271, the restoration and reconstruction of Mars were fully realized. Mars reclaimed its position as an industrial planet within the framework of human civilization's industrial and production systems, functioning seamlessly alongside other industrial and resource planets throughout the solar system. This year, for humanity, could be deemed relatively tranquil. Chapter 61, Personal Longevity Technology, Year 272. The first exploratory vessels of human civilization seemed to belong to a distant past. However, the essence of human civilization ensures that the existence of these 2 vessels, which embarked on their journey 181 years ago, remains indelibly etched in the collective memory. The inhabitants of these initial vessels, despite having descended through numerous generations, have never set foot on their mother planet, yet they remain unwaveringly committed to their mission and the origins of their voyage. Thanks to the existence of the Lindau, the two vessels have never truly severed their connection with the broader human civilization. In recent years, when news of the Barnard civilization's aggression against humanity emerged, they shared in the collective indignation felt by all. Likewise, when humanity triumphed over the Barnard civilization, they rejoiced alongside their fellow beings. Though the individuals aboard the vessels may have changed due to the natural cycle of life and death, their essence remains rooted in the same vessels that departed from the solar system, mirroring the broader human civilization, which, despite undergoing countless metabolic transformations, endures as a cohesive entity. These two vessels are integral to this whole. The vessel known as the Exploration has now reached its destination, the Proxima Centauri system, more precisely, the Alpha Centauri b system. This system is a trinary star system composed of 3 suns, with Proxima Centauri being the third star. The first 2 stars revolve around each other, while Proxima orbits them both. Due to the proximity of Alpha Centauri b to the solar system, it has frequently appeared in various science fiction narratives throughout human history. Renaming this trinary system to a more familiar title, the three-body problem, might evoke a sense of recognition. The proximity of the Alpha Centauri b system, the nearest planetary system to our own, has fostered great expectations among humanity. Even in this era, it remains the most accessible exoplanetary system for human civilization. Naturally, there is a longing to encounter novel phenomena within this realm, as such discoveries could facilitate swifter travel between Alpha Centauri b and the solar system, thereby enabling strategic maneuvers. Yet, reality often falls short of such aspirations. The trinary star system of Alpha Centauri b is indeed rarer than the binary star system of Barnard 16. But in the grand tapestry of the universe, it is not so uncommon. The exploratory vessel has collected substantial data during its unprecedented close observations, allowing the Lindau to witness awe-inspiring spectacles through the eyes of those aboard the exploration. However, the vessel ultimately chose not to linger in the Alpha Centauri b system, as it failed to detect any signs of life, let alone civilization, within this cosmic expanse. The instability of the 3-star system around Southgate 2 likely hampers the normal emergence of life and civilization within its harsh environment. Apart from the occasional tumultuous activity of the 3 stars, the entirety of the Southgate 2-star system remains desolate and barren. Perhaps, the emergence of life in the cosmos is merely a serendipity. The solar system, situated on the periphery of the Milky Way, encountering an intelligent civilization in the Barnard 16 system is already a marvel. The prospect of encountering another civilization within the vicinity of several dozen or even hundreds of light-years appears to diminish to near impossibility. The experiences of other deep space vessels, aside from the Explorer, seem to affirm this notion. The Voyager, which embarked alongside the Explorer towards a distant star system, has traversed 3 light-years this year. Unlike the Explorer, it has yet to delve into any planetary systems, merely grazing the periphery of one, which also held no particular significance. Apart from these pioneering vessels, the Starry One, which perished in the interstellar conflict with the Barnard civilization, and its counterpart, the Starry Two, have continued their voyage without pause. Traveling at a considerably higher velocity than both the Explorer and Voyager, the Starry Two has now reached a distance of 8 light-years from the solar system, marking the farthest humanity has ventured. Along the journey, the Starry Two has also passed by 2 planetary systems, yet neither revealed any signs of life or civilization. Indeed, life in the universe is a miracle. In the year 273, following the interstellar war with the Barnard civilization, the likelihood of humanity encountering another civilization has become increasingly remote. Human civilization seems to have reverted to its previous state, striving to enhance its productivity to fulfill Mr. Lin's ambition of venturing into deep space. This year, with the capacity of newly constructed red dwarf-class vessels, humanity's development of the Oort cloud has reached its conclusion. The vast expanse of the Oort cloud rendered its development challenging. Yet the project was ultimately completed as planned. Along key routes beyond the solar system and within the Oort cloud, several resource-rich areas have been identified. leading to the establishment of space bases at valuable nodes in space. These bases, dedicated to research, external observation, early warning systems, resource extraction, and basic processing, house a permanent population of tens of thousands, with larger bases accommodating over 1 million inhabitants. Certain space bases serve remarkably singular functions, often confined to an exceptionally niche domain within the broader spectrum of space operations. For instance, in a desolate expanse merely 0.05 light-years from the outer edge of the Oort cloud, there exists a space base whose sole purpose is to house an immense gravitational wave detection apparatus. The entirety of this space base's existence revolves around the maintenance and operation of this device, which is tasked with detecting gravitational wave activity from beyond our solar system. The presence of such a device can be perceived as humanity's attempt to gauge the universe through its own lens. The gravitational propulsion system has emerged as humanity's most sophisticated method of propulsion without the use of propellant, leading one to surmise that any civilization reaching a technological stage akin to ours would likely adopt a similar system. A defining characteristic of this gravitational propulsion system is the gravitational wave noise it generates. While this noise may not propagate over great distances, it is significant relative to its power. For instance, the gravitational wave noise produced during humanity's application of gravitational technology, which resulted in the obliteration of the Barnard civilization, is detectable from the current position of the solar system, thanks to high-precision gravitational wave detection equipment. At this moment, humanity remains unaware that the gravitational wave detection devices at the edge of the Oort cloud are actively searching for anomalies in gravitational wave activity throughout the cosmos, seeking signs of civilizations that are not too distant. Moreover, should any other civilization's gravitational propulsion systems approach, humanity would be poised to observe them in advance. Although the number of personnel stationed at individual space bases is relatively modest, the overall distribution of such bases within the Oort cloud appears sparse, even scarce. Nevertheless, the vast expanse of the Oort cloud allows for the presence of nearly 1 billion extraterrestrial human migrants scattered throughout its bounds. By the year 275, the population of human civilization continues its rapid expansion toward the originally projected figure of 20 billion. Were it not for the existence of the hive mind, the burgeoning population might have imposed tremendous pressure on traditional management structures, as larger systems inherently demand greater management resources. However, the hive-like nature of human civilization renders management unnecessary. Even as numbers swell, the operational efficiency of humanity as a collective remains unperturbed. Instead, it fortifies the civilization, preventing any sense of bloatedness. In the same year, through the concerted efforts of countless individuals and the rapid compilation of data via personal communication systems, the average intelligence quotient of human civilization has risen to an impressive 143. This remarkable achievement is a testament to the transformative potential of a hive-minded society, arising naturally from the existence of the hive mind. Even in the absence of significant technological advancements, even though the population has reached a staggering figure, the educational system of human civilization continues to operate steadily. With the ever-advancing scientific knowledge, all individuals, apart from those with inherent intellectual disabilities, can explore the boundaries of known knowledge in their respective fields throughout their lives. Even if we momentarily disregard the existence of Lin Dao, the current average IQ of 143 among humans makes it difficult to equate them with those who lived 16 years ago. Although the average IQ of humanity has only modestly improved from 139, observed at the time Lin Dao first emerged from hibernation, the remarkable growth in population is itself astonishing. This signifies that there are now individuals with IQs potentially reaching 150, 160, or even higher, and their absolute numbers surpass those of the average IQ of 139 in previous times. Furthermore, researchers within human civilization believe that once a personal communication system allows for direct brain-to-brain exchanges among individuals, a transformative leap in the average IQ of humanity may occur. In the year 276, 7 years have passed since the conclusion of the war for survival between humanity and the Barnard civilization. This encounter has indeed left a mark on human civilization. Over these 7 years, beyond the ongoing research in significant scientific fields, Scholars and researchers have eagerly sought to integrate the cognitive weapons of the octopus civilization and the gods of the Barnard civilization into the scientific framework of humanity. Progress, however, has been slow. If we consider the gods of the Barnard civilization and the cognitive weapons of the octopus civilization as products of a superior technological level, it is evident that human civilization remains technically distant from these powers. Attempting to decipher the principles behind such advanced phenomena, akin to bridging a gap that may span more than one level of civilization, is undoubtedly challenging, regardless of whether it is the octopus civilization or the Barnard civilization, which previously launched an attack on humanity. It appears they possess a deeper understanding of this alternate force beyond conventional technology than human civilization does. Yet, their knowledge is superficial. They grasp the phenomenon but remain oblivious to the underlying logic. For instance, the Barnard civilization utilizes these powers without comprehending the foundational principles at play. Nevertheless, despite the formidable challenges and the lack of short-term progress, humanity has not entirely abandoned this line of inquiry. This research is essential for human civilization. It cannot be neglected simply because it appears distant from our technological framework. It is a phenomenon that exists within this universe, akin to the four fundamental forces. Moreover, and most importantly, human civilization is destined to continuously venture into the vastness of the cosmos. Encounters may occur once, twice, and eventually multiply into countless instances. Much like research in other domains, this exploration represents an essential mountain that humanity must surmount in its relentless journey toward strength and development. Beyond the urgent need for research in this field, the most profound impact on human civilization stems from its relatively sluggish advancement in a particular area, namely, the biological realm. The biological domain stands as one of the most significant gains following humanity's encounter with the Barnard civilization, and even after the ensuing conflict. Those engaged in biological study may come to realize that the genetic diversity of life on humanity's home planet is, in fact, rather commonplace. The entire ecological spectrum of flora and fauna exhibits a considerable degree of genetic similarity. In this latest venture, human civilization has also collected numerous biological specimens from the planet of Barnard, encompassing a variety of plants and animals that evidently do not exist on Earth. These organisms, having evolved and thrived in entirely different environments, show remarkable genetic divergence from their terrestrial counterparts. This discovery has opened a new gateway for research in the biological sciences, revealing an array of phenomena previously unseen by human civilization on its home planet. Furthermore, it appears that the Barnard civilization possesses a substantial foundation in biological research, possibly influenced by its environmental or cultural factors, despite its relatively average advancements in spatial technology. Scholars and researchers in human civilization have absorbed knowledge from Barnard's biotechnological advancements and, stimulated by the newfound genetic repository, have achieved remarkable progress in fields such as genetics and neuroscience within just a few short years. The biological system of the Barnard civilization, along with the diverse genetic possibilities of the flora on its planet, has provided immense inspiration to human researchers. In this context, by the year 276, scholars and researchers in relevant fields unveiled a significant breakthrough in the domain of biological sciences. This achievement pertains to the extension of human lifespan. For an ordinary civilization, such a discovery may be met with immense anticipation. However, for humanity, the greater desire lies in the development of technology that could enhance the limits of human intelligence. Regrettably, the nature of scientific inquiry often involves elements of chance, and research does not always yield immediate results. The specific outcome of this vital advancement in life sciences is that it allows individuals to attain a relatively stable lifespan of approximately 130 years, while also postponing the onset of aging to a certain extent. In other words, with the application of this achievement, humanity may not only live to the age of 130, but might also enter the phase of aging around the age of 100. Objectively, this is indeed a significant breakthrough. Chapter 62. Human communication systems. However, the technology capable of extending lifespan, when applied within the context of a human civilization influenced by a swarm-like mentality, undoubtedly differs from its implementation in other conventional civilizations. From the perspective of an entire civilization, the prolongation of individual lifespans presents a dual-edged scenario. On one hand, extending the lifespan of individuals within a civilization devoid of knowledge inheritance facilitates the accumulation of wisdom and the formulation and execution of long-term plans. For instance, the construction of the solar particle accelerator undertaken by humanity exemplifies a project that, were it to rest solely on human civilization, leaves little room for debate regarding its feasibility. Conversely, for a typical group civilization operating at a similar technological level, such a construction endeavor may require centuries, if not longer, to reach completion. At this juncture, the ability of individuals within that civilization to witness the fruition of such a monumental undertaking becomes pivotal, significantly influencing whether this grand engineering project can ultimately be realized. In scenarios where individuals can persist until the project's conclusion, bolstered by the resolute advocacy of its proponents, the civilization might muster the fortitude to see it through. Yet, should the endeavor demand the efforts of multiple generations, the likelihood of failure escalates dramatically. History provides clear examples of this phenomenon within human civilization, encapsulated in the phrase "the death of the leader marks the end of the regime." From these considerations, the emergence of a civilization necessitates that its individuals not only surpass a certain intellectual threshold, but also possess a minimum lifespan. Otherwise, the continuity of knowledge accumulation and the sustained development of civilization itself may falter, potentially precluding the formation of a genuine civilization. On the other hand, an excessively prolonged lifespan for individuals within a civilization is not without its drawbacks. From both a biological evolution standpoint and a civilizational development perspective, an extended individual lifespan corresponds to a deceleration in the emergence of fresh vigor and new ideas, thereby hindering the pace of civilizational evolution. If we liken an entire civilization to a living organism, an overly extended individual lifespan equates to a slowed metabolic rate, inevitably resulting in a sluggish response from the entity as a whole. In a competitive scenario between two civilizations with equivalent technological and intellectual standards, if one has an average individual lifespan of 80 years while the other enjoys an average lifespan of 800, it is highly probable that the former will emerge victorious after a millennium of competition. Nevertheless, for human civilization at this moment, the assessment of the advantages and disadvantages of extended lifespans is not particularly troublesome. For humanity, this is a straightforward matter. The benefits of lifespan extension primarily lie in facilitating knowledge accumulation and allowing wise and capable individuals to contribute their strengths for a more extended period. The execution of long-term plans within human civilization does not hinge upon this. Rather, it is prudent to permit those who are capable, intelligent, and able to continue contributing to the advancement of human civilization to utilize lifespan-extending technology. The extension of human lifespan presents certain drawbacks for civilization, particularly in terms of slowing down the internal metabolism of human society. This suggests that individuals of average ability and intellect, who cannot make significant contributions to human civilization, should not be beneficiaries of longevity technology. They should pass away at the same age as before. Thus, the implementation of lifespan extension technology would ultimately yield benefits without adverse effects for humanity as a whole. While this notion may seem somewhat harsh, it has been a consideration for researchers who have taken into account the psychological impact on Mr. Lin. Historically, scholars within human civilization have envisioned a non-genius, non-productive elimination plan, utilizing artificial womb technology to selectively produce geniuses while disposing of the rest in order to conserve resources. Once these geniuses reach their productive potential, they too would be eliminated. For a civilization akin to that of insects, this would represent a far more efficient method of development. However, this plan was ultimately abandoned due to concerns regarding Mr. Lin's psychological state. The current approach, which allows only geniuses to benefit from longevity, is a considerably more moderate solution. Of course, this situation differs significantly within human civilization and other conventional collective societies. In such societies, the application of lifespan extension technology raises questions of equality in the right to life. If only a select few can benefit from longevity while others cannot, issues arise concerning the criteria for eligibility, who decides those criteria, and how they are enforced. It is highly probable that such a system would fail to achieve the desired outcome, leading to a scenario where inferior individuals drive out the superior ones, ultimately hindering the progress of civilization. This could result in a differentiation between those who utilize longevity technology and those who do not. However, when considering this issue within the context of an insect-like human civilization, the debate surrounding equal rights to life becomes somewhat absurd. In this scenario, humanity as a whole can be viewed as a singular organism, with each individual functioning like a cell assigned different responsibilities. The death of various cells at different times represents merely a normal physiological process for the organism as a whole. The brain cells do not consider themselves superior simply because they live longer, nor do the cells in the hand regard themselves as more important than those in the legs. In essence, all of human civilization constitutes a part of this collective organism, which, from the perspective of an insect-like civilization, represents the true self. The practical manifestation of this concept is the individual longevity technology developed by scholars and researchers of human civilization, which takes the form of an injection. Upon the inception of this injection, numerous industrial and production centers within the solar system commenced the mass production of this biological agent. The Barnard 16 star series is currently undergoing development by individuals within the Barnard 16 star system. Those aboard the 3 long-range spacecraft, namely the Exploration, Voyager, and Star 1, have received the methodology for producing a certain longevity serum via a specialized communication channel and have commenced its manufacture. Upon completion of production, these serums, originating from various industrial centers within the solar system, were swiftly distributed to medical facilities across multiple residential areas, facilitated by humanity's remarkable spatial logistics. In fact, within these medical centers, the serums are readily available without restrictions. No specific serum is designated for individual use. Anyone who arrives at these facilities will find medical personnel or robotic assistants ready to administer the longevity serum. Moreover, the manufacturing process, principles, and related knowledge concerning this longevity serum are not shrouded in secrecy within human civilization. Should anyone feel the need for further information, they may readily contact relevant researchers through personal communication terminals to discuss the technical details. Nevertheless, individuals still adhere to the original plan. Only those possessing exceptional abilities and intellect, whose extended lifespans promise greater value, will come to receive the longevity serum. For the insectoid-like human civilization, the execution of this process mirrors the operation of the human educational system, spontaneous and devoid of the need for oversight or standardization. There is no requirement for a specific group to determine who may utilize the longevity technology. As long as individuals ascertain that they do not require such technology, they will naturally refrain from seeking it, even if the serum is produced before them or they are responsible for its administration. Conversely, those who recognize their need for the longevity technology do not shy away from its use. For them, the mission is to contribute to the advancement of human civilization, a responsibility rather than a privilege. The primary aim is to enhance the overall competitiveness and productivity of human civilization rather than merely prolonging the life of an individual. In these respects, the insectoid-like human civilization fundamentally differs from conventional collective societies, rendering discussions of cruelty or fairness irrelevant. Under the characteristics of human civilization, the widespread application of individual longevity technology unquestionably propels the development of human society. Individuals who might have only lived to the age of 90, with cognitive decline beginning significantly after 60, can now expect to live to 130, with substantial aging commencing only after 100, effectively extending their research lifespan by 40 years. Within this additional time, these talented individuals may achieve remarkable accomplishments in their respective fields. This may well support the advancement of human civilization, enabling it to traverse farther into the cosmos. Furthermore, the widespread application of individual longevity technology seems to have initiated a new phase of evolution for humanity as a whole. This is particularly evident in the increasing proportion of geniuses within the population of human civilization, as geniuses tend to live, on average, an additional 40 years. While the average intelligence quotient, IQ, of human civilization had been growing at a sluggish pace, it has recently experienced a significant surge prior to the evolution of personal communication systems. In the year 280, 4 years after the universal application of individual longevity technology, the average IQ of human civilization rose from 143 to 144. Although this appears to be a modest increase, it is noteworthy that it previously took decades to achieve what was accomplished in just 4 years. Essentially, the intelligence of a few exceptional individuals has artificially elevated this average. The IQ of newborns within human civilization has, for the time being, remained unchanged. Although artificial wombs have been utilized for reproduction for quite some time, there has not been a widespread deprivation of the continuation of non-genius genes. Current biotechnological advancements have yet to unravel the mysteries of human intelligence embedded within our genes. The nurturing of geniuses and supergeniuses has relied on a large population base to draw cards and a unique educational system that ensures no talent goes unrecognized or unrealized. By the year 285, as the proportion of geniuses and supergeniuses within human civilization continued to accumulate, research in several critical fields began to progress more rapidly. This year witnessed a rather remarkable event. The long-awaited personal communication system, coveted by researchers and scholars, underwent a significant evolution. Having previously achieved the ability to input text through thought on communication terminals, the personal communication device took a further leap. Transitioning from the familiar wristwatch format to 2 carbon-based integrated chips directly implanted beneath the scalp, outside the cranial cavity. One chip is positioned towards the back of the skull, while the other rests near the forehead. Though situated under the scalp, these devices remain non-invasive. Each chip, measuring no more than 3 square centimeters and a maximum thickness of 2 millimeters, possesses a degree of flexibility, allowing for slight bending. Once implanted, they are effectively concealed beneath the scalp and hair, rendering them virtually invisible. However, these diminutive integrated components represent, to a large extent, the pinnacle of technological achievement across numerous domains of human civilization. Each chip is equipped with a small battery, representing the zenith of current safe energy storage technology. Even in a state devoid of recharging, these chips can sustain basic operational energy for over 3 months. Moreover, these 2 integrated devices simultaneously incorporate a wireless signal transmission and reception system alongside a wireless power reception system, ensuring that they can consistently receive wireless power transmission and signal connectivity within the confines of human civilization's urban landscapes. However, this merely represents the peripheral capabilities of these 2 integrated devices. Their core functionality lies within the wristwatch-like personal terminal system, situated near the occipital region of the head. The primary function of this device is to capture and recognize the brain's activity signals, enabling users to input text and even simplistic images merely through thought. Once these signals are collected, they are identified, converted, and transmitted via the communication networks of human civilization, reaching any individual within the human domain. This functionality has been partially realized in previous communication wristbands. The challenge, however, is to condense this capability into such a compact form. To accomplish the recognition and analysis of brain signals, this small integrated device possesses a considerable degree of computational power. It can adequately meet the requirements for text recognition. Yet for image recognition, it necessitates the computational clusters located nearby within the user's city. The integrated device, situated near the forehead, as expected, serves as the receiving end. The implementation of the receiving function posed even greater challenges for researchers than that of the transmitting end. To transcend traditional electronic screens, it is essential to utilize this device to induce a certain degree of interference with the brain's visual nerves. And this interference must be precise enough for the brain's visual system to perceive the images intended for transmission. This endeavor has been a source of perplexity since the year 155. And the journey from enabling thought-based text input to the breakthrough of receiving technology has spanned over a century. The pioneering researchers and scholars of this field have long since passed away. Yet, in the hands of their successors, the technology that has perplexed human civilization for over 100 years has ultimately been realized. The final breakthrough of this technology is significantly attributed to the rapid advancements in the fields of human biology and life sciences following the war with the Barnard civilization. The progress in brain science within life sciences has unlocked the gateway to the evolution of human communication systems. This integrated device near the forehead can now transform the received electromagnetic signals into signals for the brain's visual nerves, superimposing an image within the traditional visual field of the left eye. This process minimally disrupts normal vision while allowing the viewer to see text sent by another individual, effectively replacing the role of screens in traditional communication terminals. Most importantly, the human brain can recognize this text far more quickly than when viewing text on a conventional screen. Chapter 63. The Ideal Human Communication System. In essence, the text and simple images presented in the left eye's vision are not directly displayed before the user. Rather, they are constructed within the brain after receiving signals from the optic nerve. This implies that prior to the communication visuals manifesting in the left eye, the brain has already comprehended the received communication. For the user, this phenomenon is quite extraordinary. Upon receiving a message from another terminal within the human communication system, there is no need to look. The content of the message is instantly known. This represents a significant advancement in human communication, offering immense value to civilization by greatly enhancing the speed of information exchange among individuals, particularly in scenarios that do not involve face-to-face interaction. In distant communications, where tools are necessary for dialogue, this new human communication system can facilitate a slight acceleration in exchanges during close, face-to-face interactions, although the improvement is not immediately noticeable. In verbal exchanges, the amount of information conveyed per second is inherently limited. The recent innovation in the human communication system has altered this dynamic to some extent. Yet the speed of information exchange in face-to-face scenarios remains significantly influenced by human instinct. Most individuals find it challenging to mentally articulate words or input text at speeds that vastly exceed their speaking pace. This cognitive inertia largely hampers the full potential of the new human communication system. Perhaps individuals will require time to adapt and become accustomed to this system, or even instill in future generations the habit of communicating through it from an early age. Only then can the human communication system approach its theoretical limits, potentially allowing for the input of 100 characters within 1 or 2 seconds. This is not a mere conjecture. At the inception of the new human communication system's widespread adoption, exceptionally gifted individuals, predominantly those capable of utilizing longevity-enhancing technology, were already able to input over 40 to 50 characters per second, the upper limit for ordinary humans. Typically achieved only by a select few prodigies, allows for the input of 100 characters in a short burst, though this cannot be sustained for long, ranging from mere seconds to a maximum of a minute of such intense input. However, this is not the pinnacle of the new human communication system's capabilities. The highest recorded achievement is an astonishing input of over 300 characters per second. Researchers have also established that the integrated terminal recognition speed within the human communication system constrains this upper limit. Otherwise, it could be even higher. Undoubtedly, this record was set by Lindau, which is why researchers did not consider this figure when contemplating the limits of human capability under conventional circumstances. After the advent of the new generation of human communication systems, Lindau endeavored to integrate 2 such devices beneath his scalp. For Lindau, the cognitive inertia typical of an ordinary person seemed to dissipate entirely, following the familiar sensation of issuing directives. He found that this new terminal within the human communication system could scarcely keep pace. Upon inspection, the text recognized by the terminal, exhibiting an input speed exceeding 300 words per second, appeared as a chaotic jumble, markedly diverging from conventional conversational patterns, though the essence remained intact and coherent. To some extent, this disarray stemmed from the limitations of the terminal's recognition capabilities. Nevertheless, Lindau only attempted this experiment once, for he did not require such a device. Or rather, the emergence of the human communication system was inherently designed to enable individuals to perceive and convey information at will, akin to his interactions with humanity at large. Nonetheless, it remains apparent that the majority of people are still hindered by cognitive inertia, unable to fully harness the capabilities of the human communication system. Yet, this innovation represents a significant advancement. Across all facets of human civilization where information exchange is pivotal, The impact is undeniable. In the educational sphere, efficiency will witness a marked increase. Within the industrial production framework, collaboration among fundamental production units will become more cohesive, and in the realm of scientific research, cooperation among researchers and scholars will become markedly more efficient. From a macro perspective, the overall functioning of human society is bound to accelerate. However, even amidst these advancements, scholars and researchers responsible for the study of the human communication system remain somewhat dissatisfied with the post-reform iteration. For these researchers, the personal terminal, primarily composed of two integrated devices beneath the scalp, is fundamentally a compromise. The new human communication system is still fraught with numerous issues. The foremost challenge is latency. Human civilization has expanded to the Barnard 16-star system, located 6.1 light-years from the solar system, where individuals also utilize this communication system. However, communication between individuals situated within the solar system and those in the Barnard 16-star system remains arduous. Moreover, even within the confines of the solar system, a message relayed to a space station within the Oort cloud at the solar system's edge may take over 2 years for a round trip. In such scenarios, the minuscule time saved during input and recognition becomes utterly inconsequential. Traditional electromagnetic communication continues to be bound by the constraints of the speed of light. However, this clearly does not align with the expectations of researchers studying human civilization regarding the ultimate form of human communication systems. There is a prevailing desire for a communication system in which the thoughts of all individuals can be actively engaged without delay across this vast and intricate network. Unfortunately, the technology of quantum communication has yet to be mastered in this era, compelling us to rely on communication methods that cannot surpass the speed of light. The second issue may be one that exists uniquely within the realm of human civilization. In the human communication system, interactions between individuals occur without any barriers. There are no verification processes prior to initiating communication. When necessary, anyone can send a message to any other individual within the civilization. However, a challenge arises concerning the needs of human civilization itself. With the population nearing 2 billion, all individuals are interconnected within this communication system. The question becomes how a user can swiftly locate the person they wish to contact within this network. When both parties are acquainted and aware of each other's identity codes, this is naturally straightforward. Nonetheless, a significant portion of interactions within the human communication system involves unfamiliar exchanges, where individuals may not know each other's names, let alone their identity codes, and may even be unclear about each other's professions. To address this issue, researchers in relevant fields have exerted considerable effort. For face-to-face interactions, the standard approach would involve direct communication or inquiring about the identity code before transitioning to the communication system. However, in an effort to enhance communication efficiency, researchers have established an alternative method entirely reliant on the human communication system, facial recognition combined with location tracking. This allows the communication terminal to recognize the identity of the individual during face-to-face interactions, enabling both parties to exchange information more swiftly than through verbal communication. Consequently, a human biological information repository has been created for the human communication system, with the communication terminals equipped with location capabilities. This leads to another question regarding how to implement facial recognition. While it seems a straightforward matter, merely requiring a camera to scan the individual, the integrated devices beneath the user's scalp lack such cameras. The ultimate goal is to rely on the human eye to capture images, collecting visual neural signals and converting them into electromagnetic signals for recognition, essentially treating the human eye as a camera. However, current technology is insufficient to achieve the necessary recognition precision for facial identification, as the communication terminal can only input simple images through thought. Ultimately, individuals are left to choose between two compromise solutions. One approach involves the direct externalization of a camera, while the other relies on a multitude of urban sensor cameras to capture images and transmit them back to a computational cluster. In each city, a real-time map of human distribution is generated, enabling the computational cluster and communication terminals to work in concert to accurately identify the identities of individuals. Ultimately, the researchers opted for the first method, which entails equipping each person with an exceedingly small camera component, scarcely noticeable as a mere black dot around their necks. Although the latter option appeared more fantastical, its stability proved inferior to the former. Next, during long-distance, beyond visual range communications, the selection of communication targets inherits methodologies from the previous generation of human communication systems. This involves categorizing nearly 200 billion facets of human civilization according to their respective fields of expertise, akin to a hierarchical tree structure. At the highest tier, all facets can be divided into four major systems: the educational system, encompassing individuals still in the learning phase, the research system, the industrial and production system, and the fundamental operational system of society. Each system is further subdivided, facilitating individuals' ability to connect with others in a timely manner according to their needs. Simultaneously, an intelligent program assists in processing ambiguous requests. However, whether identifying communication partners during face-to-face interactions or locating individuals in long-distance exchanges, the current human communication system employs a compromise solution. What researchers and scholars truly aspire to achieve is akin to the effect experienced by Mr. Lin, who possesses an innate ability to sense the presence of others without needing to know their roles or names in advance. When the need arises, he instinctively directs his focus toward the relevant individual, becoming aware of significant occurrences without prior knowledge, an ability that evidently surpasses the current technological capabilities of human civilization. The third issue pertains to the existing human communication system, which relies on the cognitive input of thoughts as text, followed by communication through written language. While there has been some enhancement in the speed of information exchange, is this truly what humanity envisions for its communication systems? Researchers affiliated with human civilization are not yearning for mere acceleration in the exchange of words, speech, or visuals among individuals' minds. Rather, they seek a mode of communication that transcends these traditional forms. In utilizing a more advanced human communication system, there should be no need to mentally formulate words or phrases, even if it allows for swifter expression than spoken language. Fundamentally, the essence remains unchanged. Instead, the parties involved should resonate with a shared feeling or an abstract concept directly. When one party experiences sorrow and must articulate it verbally, the other party should be able to perceive this emotion instinctively. When an individual harbors a thought, there should be no requirement for linguistic expression, as the other party comprehends it fully. This is not simply a manifestation of the transparent thoughts often depicted in science fiction. To express it more directly, both parties are able to share inspiration and collaborate on the contemplation of the same issue, engaging in a cognitive partnership, while maintaining individual consciousness. They can continue to build upon each other's thoughts, utilizing their respective intellectual strengths to arrive at a unified understanding. This synergy may indeed allow three humble cobblers to rival a single zhuge liang. Such a dynamic embodies the aspirations of researchers studying human civilization, potentially culminating in an advanced communication system for humanity. However, achieving this vision requires sustained effort from these scholars. At the very least, it necessitates the elimination of communication delays, a significant leap in computational power of integrated terminals, and a remarkable enhancement in recognition accuracy. In the year 285, although this represents a compromise of existing technology, it marks a substantial advancement with the emergence of a new generation of human communication systems and terminals that are beginning to permeate the human civilization. From a purely technical perspective, the implantation of two integrated devices within the cranium would be preferable. Yet, at this juncture, human civilization must also consider various external factors. Humanity has already encountered an adversary among the stars, and the possibility of facing another cannot be dismissed. The human communication system is vital for civilization, but it must also guard against the potential threat of an extraterrestrial civilization exploiting this system to launch an assault. Thus, not only has a more conservative, non-invasive integrated terminal been adopted, but the interference with the visual nerves has also been restricted to the left eye. The widespread adoption of the new generation of communication terminals may require additional time for other civilizations, as even non-invasive integrated devices necessitate placement beneath the scalp. However, for human civilization, this issue is evidently negligible. Since the inception of the first communication terminal from the industrial and production systems, there has been a continuous output of these devices. In a remarkably short span, individuals across the solar system, as well as those in the Barnard 16-star system, have discarded their previous communication bracelets in favor of the new terminals. On the 3 deep space exploratory vessels, the replacement has been somewhat slower due to productivity constraints, but they are gradually manufacturing the new integrated communication terminals based on ground-supplied technology. This year, in accordance with the plan, newborns emerging from artificial wombs have also been directly implanted with the new generation of integrated communication terminals. This new communication system will accompany them from the onset of their cognitive development. For this upcoming generation of humanity, this method of communication rooted in brain consciousness will become as fundamental as traditional linguistic exchanges. As technology continues to evolve, the relationship between the communication system and conventional language may eventually be reversed. According to scholars in related fields, this shift may, in turn, accelerate the cognitive processing speed of future individuals, albeit passively and indirectly. Chapter 64, The Southgate 2 and Barnard 16 in the year 286. A new generation of communication systems had become fully integrated within the realms of human civilization. From a macroscopic perspective, the external appearances of individuals had not undergone significant alterations. However, the entirety of human civilization was indeed experiencing subtle transformations. In specific cities, among individuals engaged in face-to-face discourse, conversations often consisted of sporadic utterances that seemed disconnected. Yet, remarkably, the dialogue persisted, predominantly facilitated by the human communication system. This scenario appeared rather peculiar when juxtaposed with traditional modes of interaction within human civilization. Nevertheless, the insectoid-like human civilization exhibited a remarkable capacity for adaptation. Furthermore, such phenomena were most prevalent in the realm of scientific research. Occasionally, scholars and researchers from similar fields would convene for a meeting, exchanging but a few words at the beginning and conclusion, while the majority of the communication transpired through the human communication system. Throughout the entirety of the meeting, one might hear the sounds of writing during examples or necessary documentation. For exceptionally astute individuals, communicating via the human communication system proved to be far swifter than verbal exchanges. Observing this evolution from a macro perspective, Mr. Lin, as per usual, refrained from interference or judgment, akin to a participant in a realistic management simulation, witnessing the metamorphosis of human civilization. Only occasionally did he experience fluctuations in his emotions. In the year 287, with the construction and development of spatial bases within the Oort cloud completed and the primary exploration of the Barnard 16 system undertaken by the 1005 expedition ships, the immense productivity of humanity's stronghold, the solar system, remained industrious. Following the annihilation of the Barnard civilization, Mr. Lin had not issued any new short-term objectives, leading humanity to naturally pursue his long-term vision, venturing deeper into space. The development of the Barnard 16 system marked the inaugural step of human civilization's expansion beyond the solar system. However, at this juncture, there was no necessity for humanity to confine its ambitions solely to Barnard 16. Scholars and researchers in relevant fields, based on the current state of human technology and productivity, delineated another target for development and expansion, Proxima Centauri, known as the Southgate 2 planetary system. Had it not been for the interlude with the Barnard civilization, Southgate 2 would have naturally emerged as humanity's primary objective for expansion beyond the solar system. Although the trinary star system of Southgate 2 rendered the environmental conditions within the system quite harsh, the technological prowess of humanity, now established as a planetary civilization, affirmed that Southgate 2 still possessed substantial development potential. Firstly, the celestial bodies within the Proxima Centauri system are not insignificant in number. Secondly, the distance between Proxima Centauri and the solar system inherently possesses immense value. Researchers and scholars regard Proxima Centauri's positioning much like humanity's initial ventures beyond Earth. Akin to the Moon's significance to our planet, they aspire to utilize Proxima Centauri as a launchpad for humanity's outward expansion into the cosmos. Should the final choice lean towards a nomadic interstellar existence, Proxima Centauri would serve as the next waypoint for human civilization. Conversely, if the decision centers around the solar system, with humanity perpetually expanding into the vastness of space, Proxima Centauri could, alongside the Barnard 16 system, act as a strategic stronghold for humanity's territorial ambitions beyond the solar system, facilitating expansion across the local interstellar clouds spanning hundreds of light years. In light of these dual perspectives regarding Proxima Centauri's potential, scholars and researchers have crafted development plans for this celestial body. However, this endeavor diverges significantly from humanity's previous attempts at lunar colonization. Despite Proxima Centauri's proximity, still no closer than 4 light-years, the development and construction efforts must ensure that it establishes a comprehensive industrial and economic ecosystem akin to that of the solar system, capable of autonomously managing resource extraction and the production of advanced industrial artifacts. The goal is to transform Proxima Centauri into a mini-solar system, rather than merely a cog within the solar system's industrial framework. After all, transporting resources from Proxima Centauri back to the solar system for processing, only to return the finished products, proves to be a process lacking efficiency, starkly contrasting with the symbiotic relationships among the planets within the solar system. This year, upon submitting the development plans for Proxima Centauri to the governing body, and with their approval, humanity commenced extending its influence into the Proxima Centauri system. As a preliminary step towards establishing a presence there, the Barnard 16 system boasted over 1,000 stellar-class ships. In a similar vein, humanity did not hesitate in its endeavors toward Proxima Centauri. This year, a fleet of 100 red dwarf-class interstellar vessels set forth from various locations, including the fringes of the Kuiper Belt, the orbit of Neptune, Mars, and the Earth-Moon system, bound for the Proxima Centauri system. These colossal vessels carried not only the essential provisions for their journeys but also a substantial array of industrial clusters, equipment, and computational resources. Additionally, they transported 400 million interstellar migrants destined for Proxima Centauri. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, those embarking on this journey will likely never return to their home system. They shall dedicate their lives to the development of the Proxima Centauri system, and upon reaching old age, they will undergo retirement processes within their new celestial home. Nevertheless, the individuals aboard the ships do not harbor feelings of sorrow. Not solely because this endeavor aligns with Mr. Lin's long-term aspirations, but they are also invigorated by their ability to contribute to this cause, remaining fervently dedicated to it. Simultaneously, they have determined that although the Southern Gate 2 star system may currently seem a distant land relative to the solar system, with their arrival, it shall become a part of the dominion of human civilization. They have not departed from the realm of human civilization. Rather, they have merely expanded its boundaries before them. They remain within the embrace of human civilization. On the day of departure, Lindau witnessed the launch of 100 red dwarf-class spacecraft from a space station situated in the Kuiper Belt. It was a sight of considerable grandeur. However, this notion of departure held little significance for Lindau. Though he currently resides in the Kuiper Belt, in the next moment, he could just as easily be aboard one of those departing red dwarf-class vessels. Regardless of where these ships venture, they remain well within his perceptual range. In the year 288, the red dwarf-class spacecraft en route to the Southern Gate 2 star system still required some time to reach their destination. Meanwhile, in the Barnard 16 star system, which had been under construction for several years, the development was nearing completion. Despite having a considerable industrial capacity, the 1,000 stellar-class ships and 5 red dwarf-class vessels were still insufficient compared to that of the solar system. In the initial years of construction within the Barnard 16 star system, the majority of industrial resources from the 1,000 stellar-class and 5 red dwarf-class vessels were dedicated to expanding industrial capabilities there. However, once the industrial expansion surpassed a certain threshold, the construction and development of human civilization in the Barnard 16 star system began to enter a snowballing phase. With the solar system already fully developed and constructed by human civilization, they had garnered ample experience in interstellar development and construction. The entire process proceeded largely according to the plans devised by researchers in relevant fields within human civilization, with no unforeseen events occurring. As of now, the majority of the industrial establishments are visibly evident. This year, the industrial core of human civilization within the Barnard 16 star system is predominantly located on Barnard 16-2, the sole terrestrial planet within the system. In contrast to the solar system, the construction plans for the Barnard 16 star system designated Barnard 16-2 as the only industrial planet, while the orbits of Barnard 16-3 to Barnard 16-5 were allocated solely as resource planets. At this moment on Barnard 16-2, interstellar cities constructed by human civilization have proliferated, significantly altering the previously barren and desolate surface of the planet. It now resembles the industrial planets of the solar system, where the natural geographical landscape intertwines with the monumental technological and industrial edifices brought forth by human ingenuity. There exists a unique aesthetic, one that evokes a profound sense of wonder. Within the confines of the interstellar city, the layout mirrors that of other industrial planets, with residential areas intricately interwoven with industrial zones. The advanced materials, developed through the utilization of the solar particle collider that subsequently birthed supercomputing clusters, have been employed in the construction of the interstellar city on the surface of Barnard 16-2. The remarkable properties of these new materials have further expanded the spatial dimensions within the city, rendering it visually deceptive. It is difficult to discern that each interstellar city is, in fact, a closed environment. Moreover, the gravitational force on Barnard 16-2 is approximately 0.8 times that of Earth, providing the essential conditions for the mass migration of people to its surface. Otherwise, given humanity's current gravitational technology, such an endeavor would indeed pose significant challenges. This year, the total human population within the Barnard 16 system has reached 550 million, growing at an annual rate of 1.5. Over 300 million individuals still reside aboard 1,000 star-class ships and 5 red dwarf-class vessels, while the remaining 250 million have migrated to the surface of Barnard 16-2. Approximately 50 million are dispersed near the orbital positions of planets 16-3 and 16-4, engaged in the operation of satellites and resource extraction equipment, as well as preliminary industrial processing clusters. In the presently unstable vicinity of Barnard 16-5, a smaller population also inhabits the respective space stations. This year marks the 19th since the complete annihilation of the Barnard civilization by humanity, and simultaneously, the 19th year of human development within the Barnard 16 system. The industrial planet Barnard 16-2 has successfully constructed the first red dwarf-class ship originating from beyond the solar system, a significant milestone in the development of the Barnard 16 system. This signifies that the foundational aspects of human civilization within the Barnard 16 system are nearing completion. Concurrently, scholars and researchers within the Barnard 16 system have proposed a new initiative to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, we can dispatch the 6 existing red dwarf-class ships from the Barnard 16 system as exploratory vessels, using this system as a launch point to continue the voyage that the Starship constellation had been unable to complete. An esteemed researcher addressed Mr. Lin aboard a red dwarf-class ship near the orbit of Barnard 16-2. Essentially, this is not merely a proposal, but a manifestation of Lin's long-term objectives. The Starship constellation, having perished during the conflict with the Barnard civilization, yet its original mission remains unforgotten. Indeed, that is acceptable, Lin replied, voicing no objections. The development and construction efforts of human civilization within the Barnard 16 system are not intended to confine humanity to this singular location. Rather, this is merely the beginning of a much grander journey. Human civilization, having ventured beyond the confines of the solar system, extends its hand towards Southgate 2 while simultaneously completing the development of the Barnard 16 star system, seemingly commanding vast territories. However, in truth, when one gazes upon the cosmos, or even just the Milky Way, the dominion of human civilization appears as an inconspicuous speck of dust. The mastery of the solar system and its neighboring star systems does not significantly differ from lingering on the mother planet, Earth. Had they fully comprehended the vastness of the universe, many from ages past might have succumbed to a sense of existential void. Yet, for Lin Dao, such sentiments were absent. His sole desire was for the universe to stretch a little wider, to expand even further, thus rendering the world a tad more intriguing to him. The efficiency of the insectoid civilization is, quite naturally, astonishingly high. In the same year, a fleet of 6 red dwarf-class starships, perhaps best termed as the Human Deep Space Expedition Fleet, embarked from the Barnard 16 star system. These 6 vessels collectively harbored over 24 million souls, taking on the mantle once held by the Star One, in stark contrast to the mere 1,000 crew members aboard the original Star One. The personnel count aboard the 6 red dwarf-class ships represented a monumental leap in scale for those living aboard such interstellar vessels. The experience bore no distinction from residing in interstellar cities on planets within the solar system, aside from Earth. Some smaller space stations and cities might not even boast a population surpassing that of the red dwarf-class ships. For the inhabitants of these vessels, it constituted a complete society, where new generations would be born, and the elder ones would pass away aboard the ships. Nevertheless, the advantage of an insectoid civilization lies in the fact that each individual aboard the vessel remains acutely aware of the long-range mission their red dwarf-class ship is undertaking, never forgetting their origins or the destination towards which they sail. In the year 289, delineated by the Kuiper Belt, humanity operated 106 red dwarf-class ships in deep space. 100 of these vessels were en route to the predetermined destination, Southgate 2, while 6 ventured into the uncertain depths of the cosmos, with no assurance of when they might reach their intended goal. Both fleets, heading in divergent directions, accelerated in their pursuits, each fulfilling its respective mission. By the year 293, the 100 ships bound for Southgate 2 had attained their maximum velocity, just as the Explorer and Voyager had once resolved to continue their voyages through the starry expanse. The pace at which human civilization expanded beyond the solar system was rapidly approaching theirs. Chapter 65. The Eye in the years 294 and 295 of the calendar. Within the vast expanse of human civilization, it appears that a period of tranquility has befallen. This serenity does not imply an absence of change within the realm of human civilization. Indeed, humanity continues its relentless pursuit of expansion towards neighboring planetary systems beyond the solar system. However, there have been few occurrences outside of established plans. The very emergence of stellar civilizations is a serendipitous miracle, suggesting that following humanity's encounter with the Barnard civilization, the likelihood of encountering another extraterrestrial civilization in the near term is exceedingly slim. Reality bears this out. The 6 vessels of the Red Dwarf class, having recently embarked on their journeys, and the other 3 deep space ships have yielded no significant discoveries. Meanwhile, the deep space exploration apparatus deployed at the fringes of the Oort cloud, bordering the Barnard 16 star system, has consistently undergone iterations and advancements, enhancing humanity's ability to probe the depths of the cosmos with greater acuity. Regrettably, despite intensified searches within 100 light-years radius of the solar system, these instruments have yet to uncover any planets suspected of harboring life. Following humanity's entry into the era of massless propulsion based on gravitational technology, the gravitational wave detection devices that were meticulously arranged seem uncertain in their sensitivity. The gravitational waves they occasionally capture have been largely attributed to extreme celestial phenomena in distant realms, rather than the anticipated spatial ripples left by massless propulsion devices traversing nearby cosmic expanses. Numerous researchers and scholars, drawing upon the existing data, speculate that within 100 light-years of the solar system, and indeed throughout the local interstellar cloud, it is highly probable that only the solar system's human civilization and the Barnard civilization exist as technologically advanced entities. Even if there are life-bearing planets overlooked by current observations, the likelihood of their development reaching an interstellar stage appears minimal. Previously, when employing gravitational means to eliminate the Barnard civilization, there were concerns that significant alterations within the Barnard star system might attract the attention of other nearby civilizations. Thus, during the design phase, Precise calculations were made to ascertain whether the disturbance caused by pulling Barnard 16 to 1 into a star would be excessive, leading to the final decision. Yet, it now seems that such apprehensions were largely unwarranted. Nonetheless, for the hive-minded human civilization, this reality carries an element of regret. Beyond the tranquility in the search for extraterrestrial civilizations, following substantial breakthroughs in biology and life sciences that catalyzed advancements across various fields, the critical research directions of human civilization now appear to have entered a phase of stagnation. While it cannot be said that new technological progress has entirely ceased, in fact, thanks to the relentless efforts of countless brilliant researchers and scholars, new breakthroughs continue to emerge within the settlements of human civilization. From the solar system to the Barnard 16 star system, every moment yielding fresh achievements. The focus has been predominantly on certain niche areas, which, in the short term, fail to significantly impact the overall visage of human civilization. In terms of groundbreaking technologies, there have not been any epoch-defining leaps or advancements. As humanity's expansion reaches other planetary systems beyond the solar system, there exists an urgent demand for a revolutionary form of superluminal communication technology. Although there exists a pathway through which, when necessary, other star systems can establish direct real-time contact with the solar system, it is impractical for such connections to rely solely on this conduit. Utilizing traditional communication methods, transmitting a message from the solar system to the Barnard 16 system takes over 6 years, and the time required for a reply is doubled. This communication efficiency is exceedingly inadequate. Indeed, since humanity's foray into the cosmos began, adhering to Mr. Lin's vision, researchers within human civilization have tirelessly pursued a novel communication technology. A means of communication that transcends the limitations of time and space is essential for a civilization of vast expanse. Unlike regular collective civilizations, which may find it exceedingly challenging to replicate such advancements, the existence of superluminal communication technology directly constrains their territorial dominion. Failing to uncover a solution in this domain may hinder progress towards interstellar ventures, akin to an invisible tether that confines them within their bounds. Over the years, human communication technology has not been entirely stagnant. Presently, despite a distance of 6 light-years, the solar system can still engage in this relatively inefficient form of communication with the Barnard 16 system, which marks a degree of progress. Furthermore, following breakthroughs in gravitational technology, humanity has also mastered gravitational wave communication technology, which is now deployed on numerous stellar and red dwarf-class vessels. However, the crux lies in the fact that these advancements do not manifest in communication speed. Electromagnetic communication operates at the speed of light, while gravitational wave communication remains within that same limit. The speed of light looms like an insurmountable taboo, firmly obstructing the evolution of communication technology within human civilization. When this matter is broached, some researchers occasionally speculate about possibilities depicted in science fiction narratives. Might there be ancient godlike civilizations seated at a round table? Having collectively agreed upon the limits of light speed, they may have modified what could have been a significantly higher threshold of light speed, altering the cosmic constants to stifle the developmental potential of emergent civilizations. Nonetheless, such sporadic exchanges offer little assistance to humanity's quest for superluminal communication technology. The journey towards achieving superluminal communication has been arduous for human civilization. From the outset, the aspiration was to realize superluminal communication based on quantum communication technology. Eventually, with the elevation of human civilization status, it has progressed from a nascent cosmic entity to a planetary civilization spanning the solar system and the Barnard 16 system. With the advancement of fundamental theoretical research in human civilization, the reliance on solar particle accelerators has unified the 4 fundamental forces, incorporating gravity into a comprehensive model of human civilization. It has become evident that the realization of quantum communication technology has not become simpler. Rather, due to the overall technological progress of humanity, deeper research has illuminated the profound challenges inherent in achieving this goal. To succinctly summarize, for contemporary human civilization, information, energy, and matter are fundamentally interconnected. If something can transmit information at a more fundamental, microscopic level, it must also be capable of transmitting energy, which, in turn, can largely be transformed into matter. In simpler terms, if human civilization can achieve superluminal communication, it would not be far from realizing superluminal travel, at the very least indicating a clear direction. This encapsulates the current challenges faced by humanity in attaining superluminal communication. Aside from traditional quantum communication pathways for achieving superluminal communication, researchers within human civilization have identified two plausible avenues. One originates from the communication device aboard the Octopus civilization spacecraft, temporarily dubbed worm communication. For the once mighty Octopus civilization, superluminal communication was likely an essential requirement. This worm communication device likely embodies their superluminal communication technology, with the core being the worm itself. The electronic components connected to the worm are, from the perspective of human technology, rather unremarkable and can even be described as rudimentary. In recent years, research into these worms has persisted unabated among scholars and researchers. The remarkable advancements in biology and life sciences have prompted renewed attempts to replicate this unique worm. Yet, until this year, substantial progress remains elusive. With the worms long deceased and no viable living cells available for extraction, the endeavor to replicate them equates to relying on human biology and life sciences to artificially create genes identical to those of these worms. The existence of such worms evidently differs significantly from the life forms on Earth, the home planet of humanity, as well as those within the Barnard civilization. For a considerable period, researchers have struggled to find a suitable biological sample for gene editing. Beyond worm communication, the other potential method for superluminal communication lies in Lin Dao's ability to sense and issue directives to all individuals. However, this proves to be even more challenging than investigating worm communication. Even though Lin Dao is indifferent to the prospect of human researchers dissecting his body and brain, after all, his remains are scattered everywhere. Clearly, Lin Dao's extraordinary abilities are not intrinsically linked to the physicality of the body or the brain, but rather represent a realm of human technology that remains beyond our grasp at this moment. Despite the ongoing contemplation regarding Lin Dao's capacity for a form of superluminal communication, it is evident that utilizing his capabilities to achieve a breakthrough in superluminal communication technology presents a formidable challenge. Moreover, aside from the stagnation in communication technology, human civilization has also encountered a prolonged impasse in the field of computational power research. Following the current computational units, the aspirations for new computational devices are rather clear, with the predominant focus and resource investment directed towards quantum computers. In this regard, humanity has made notable advancements over the years, with researchers and scholars having successfully developed multiple quantum computers. Some quantum computing modules have even been integrated into the previously utilized solar particle accelerator. However, the inherent issues associated with quantum computers remain unresolved by researchers to this day. The quantum computers produced by human civilization can only address specific problems and, fundamentally distinct from carbon-based computing clusters, they lack the capability to provide general computational support. Consequently, in recent years, there has been a coexistence of quantum computers and carbon-based computing clusters within human civilization. Additionally, some researchers hold a different vision concerning computational power, one that intertwines with human communication systems. If the human communication system could reach a state of ultimate perfection, it is conceivable that individual thoughts might converge to collaboratively address a singular issue, thereby effectively forming a superbiological computer cluster on a macro scale. However, the current limitations of human communication systems render such an ideal state unattainable, making the prospect of a superbiological computer cluster based on these systems a distant reality. In other significant research domains, particularly in the energy sector, the advent of nuclear fusion technology has led human civilization down the path of fusion energy, which now appears to have reached a culmination. This indicates that researchers in the energy domain must seek a new energy technology capable of providing a more substantial output for human civilization. Nevertheless, in the years following the realization of nuclear fusion technology, scholars and researchers in related fields remain in the exploratory stage. While numerous ideas have been proposed and some are undergoing validation, there has yet to be a clear advancement. However, given the existing capabilities of nuclear fusion technology, the urgency for a monumental leap in energy technology is not pressing at this moment, particularly when considerations of power output and the continued elevation of civilization's needs are set aside. The current state of nuclear fusion technology is indeed capable of sustaining human civilization until thermal death, or until humanity's self-destruction due to other reasons. Among several pivotal research directions, the only one that appears relatively optimistic pertains to transportation capacity. Researchers are confident that, following the advent of red dwarf-class spacecraft, the existing gravity-based, massless propulsion engines have yet to reach their full potential. These researchers have consistently pursued the ambitious goal of achieving higher maximum speeds with gravity-based massless propulsion technology, akin to the early advancements in electric propulsion. Over the past few years, despite the absence of a new generation of interstellar spacecraft following the red dwarf-class vessels, significant technological progress has indeed been made in gravity-based massless propulsion engines. Researchers are assured that the emergence of interstellar spacecraft equipped with the next generation of gravity massless propulsion engines is not far off. As time flows onward, in the year 296, then 297, after traversing the cosmos at maximum velocity for 4 years, 100 red dwarf-class spacecraft began to decelerate as they approached the Southern Gate 2 star system. After an anticipated deceleration period of 5 to 6 years, these spacecraft are expected to arrive at Southern Gate 2. Meanwhile, 6 red dwarf-class exploratory vessels departing from the Barnard 16 star system maintained their maximum speed. Now located 3 light-years away from Barnard 16 and even further from the solar system. By the year 302, more than 300 years had elapsed since the beginning of the era, indicating that Lindau has objectively surpassed the age of 300. However, time has lost its significance for Lindau since the commencement of this era. Most of the time, while observing the gradual changes in human civilization on a macro scale, a mere moment of distraction could result in the passage of a year. In that year, the 100 red dwarf-class spacecraft en route to Southern Gate 2 reached the star system, and based on the current orbits of its 3 stars, they meticulously selected a planet located at the edge of the inner ring of Southern Gate 2 Proxima Centauri C as the site for initial construction and development, which would also serve as the industrial hub within the Southern Gate 2 star system. Thus began humanity's resource exploitation in the Southern Gate 2 system. In the same year, scholars in relevant fields within the solar system convened to discuss and subsequently presented a proposal to Lindau, specifically regarding the future trajectory of human civilization. The researchers expressed the desire to construct a sufficiently vast and sensitive comprehensive detection device, primarily for gravitational wave detection, with other methods serving as supplementary. They designated this initiative with a simple code name, I. Chapter 66. The Eye of Humanity. There was no need for anyone to report specifically to Lindau. He had already sensed the gathering of researchers discussing the matter. This endeavor resembled a super-engineering project akin to the Solar Ring Particle Accelerator. Yet it was far more audacious than any construction plan associated with it. In any rational civilization, this would be deemed a mad scheme. In essence, the scholars and researchers aspired to construct a gravitational wave detector encircling the inner solar system, extending beyond 30 astronomical units, using the Kuiper belt as a boundary. This colossal gravitational wave observatory would also incorporate relatively large radio telescopes and other deep space exploration instruments. The aim was to investigate cosmic evolution, origins, and astrophysics, while capturing the gravitational wave ripples left by other civilizations traversing the starlit expanse in pursuit of signs of life beyond our own. Among these studies, the exploration of the universe and astrophysics was secondary. The primary focus was to seek traces of other civilizations. Since prior gravitational wave detection devices had proven inadequate in discovering the remnants of civilizations that had reached the interstellar stage and the era of non-propellant propulsion, the researchers decided to take a bold leap and create a sufficiently large gravitational wave detection apparatus. In any typical civilization, such a plan might be deemed unattainable. However, within human civilization, the researchers and scholars expressed no dissent. They awaited Lindau's approval, after which humanity would embark on this audacious venture. This, in essence, reflected humanity's acquiescence to Lin Dao's vision. His long-term aspiration was to venture into deep space, to behold extraordinary phenomena, and to find that the boundless universe could accommodate his ever-expanding horizons, beyond the remarkable cosmic spectacles like neutron stars and black holes. It was the diverse civilizations scattered throughout the cosmos that ignited greater anticipation. Thus, outside the solar system, humanity's exploratory vessels continued their journey, not only seeking to gaze upon the more distant universe, but also aiming to encounter civilizations beyond their own. It was not necessarily the case that every encounter with an alien civilization would result in a life-and-death struggle, as had been the case with the Barnard civilization. To some extent, influenced by Lin Dao, humanity's encounters with extraterrestrial civilizations had a pure core intention: to witness the differences among various civilizations and to observe the nuances of diversity. Even the interstellar conflict with the Barnard civilization emerged only after their initial encounter. For humanity, with exploratory vessels already probing the far reaches of the cosmos, it seemed perfectly reasonable and natural to construct more powerful detection devices within their own solar system to probe the more distant universe. Moreover, the Barnard 16 star system had already begun preliminary development, and the Southgate 2 star system was also being developed, with 100 Red Dwarf-class ships already stationed there. The immense productivity within the solar system and the Barnard 16 system necessitated either a pause or, seemingly, an outlet for expansion. Mr. Lin, according to our calculations, the construction of the eye based on our current productivity and anticipated future growth will necessitate a span of 120 to 150 years. Solely relying on the resources and productivity within the solar system may prove insufficient. Therefore, during the construction phase, we hope to secure support from the productivity and material resources of the Barnard 16 and Alpha Centauri star systems. Furthermore, we aim to expand and occupy several neighboring planetary systems within a 10 light-year radius of the solar system, thereby enabling the construction of the eye to utilize materials from the Lumen, Vis, Wolf, and Lalande star systems, which would mitigate the impact on the resources of any single planetary system. After Mr. Lin's arrival, a researcher remarked to him that it is not entirely impossible to complete the construction of the eye using solely materials from the solar system. After all, akin to the initial solar particle collider, it may merely represent a fine line encircling the solar system in comparison to the vastness it encompasses. However, unlike the previous solar particle accelerator, this fine line is excessively lengthy. Utilizing only materials from the solar system could potentially disrupt the environment and alter the distribution of materials within it. Upon completion, the eye is expected to possess not only conventional observational capabilities of the cosmos, but also the ability to detect subtle ripples caused by medium-scale gravitational propulsion engines within a 5,000 light-year range. This prospect invigorated the researcher. The construction of this solar system-bound detection apparatus, the inception of the Eye Initiative, might seem akin to a bout of madness for most conventional civilizations. For the vast majority of societal civilizations, ensuring the survival and continuity of their existence is likely the foremost priority. Rather than expending potentially over a century of resources, equivalent to centuries of productivity for civilizations at a similar technological stage, on a device aimed at identifying extraterrestrial life, the idea of investing such immense resources to seek out other, possibly unrelated civilizations may sound somewhat romantic. Yet, any rational civilization, when contemplating the myriad challenges associated with establishing a detection device of such magnitude, would likely dismiss this peculiar notion. It is no exaggeration to assert that, were it not for human civilization, the Eye Project could very well lead to the downfall of the majority of planetary-level civilizations. The concept of a detection apparatus orbiting within a planetary system is, indeed, exceedingly extravagant. In contrast to the primary driving forces of most civilizations, human civilization, due to Mr. Lin's presence and the intrinsic nature of the entire insectoid civilization, stands out as an anomaly within the galaxy. For conventional civilizations, the current Eye Initiative holds no immediate significance, even if it may indirectly foster advancements in related technologies. It does not hinder, for the vast majority of civilized societies, the Eye is akin to a marvel. Mr. Lin, after the implementation of the Eye Project commences, you may once again enter a period of hibernation. When you awaken from this slumber, we shall utilize the eye to search the cosmos for the existence of diverse civilizations. However, researchers and scholars are quite certain that this seemingly extravagant initiative is one that Mr. Lin will endorse. Just as he can intuit their thoughts, they too are aware of his true desires. Moreover, it could be posited that the Eye Project, as it is proposed at this moment, is a manifestation of Lin Dao's will. Perhaps perceiving a sense of ennui, the Eye Project was conceived. Let us proceed with its execution. Lin Dao has indeed not opposed this endeavor, even if it appears somewhat audacious. Yet, for Lin Dao, or for human civilization, this plan holds little significance. Even if the construction of the eye requires an extended duration, be it 200 years, 300 years, or even 3,000 or 30,000 years, it matters not. As long as human civilization desires to pursue it, they shall persist. Even if the process necessitates the passage of several generations, dozens of generations, or even hundreds, it does not impede humanity as a collective in undertaking this venture. This grand undertaking may potentially overwhelm most collective civilizations, yet it bears no adverse impact on humanity. Even if, ultimately, the eye constructed by humanity does not reveal any traces of extraterrestrial civilizations, it remains an entirely acceptable outcome for human civilization. In this regard, due to Lin Dao's presence, humanity possesses countless opportunities for trial and error. In the year 302, upon Lin Dao's consent, the entirety of human civilization, now exceeding 200 billion individuals, was immediately informed of the impending execution of the Eye Project. The colossal detection apparatus within this initiative, aptly termed the Eye of Humanity, is indeed a fitting nomenclature. From the human mother planet in the solar system to the spatial bases at the fringes of the Kuiper Belt, and from the solar system to Proxima Centauri at a distance of 3 light-years to Barnard's star system 1 light-years away. Every individual embedded within the human communication system, every fundamental unit within the human production and industrial framework, promptly began to operate in unison, gearing up for the construction of the Eye of Humanity, which is set to unfold over the coming century. Researchers and scholars devised construction plans, some formulated industrial production strategies. Others delineated tasks, executed plans, extracted essential resources, and processed components. The entirety of human civilization functions as both an immensely vast research machine and a super factory, where countless industrial clusters converge, continuously manufacturing any entity currently supported by human technological prowess. Within the Southgate 2-star system, the original fleet of 100 Red Dwarf-class spacecraft has undergone subtle adjustments to their development and construction plans due to the New Eye initiative. The sole industrial planet within the Barnard 16-star system has swiftly commenced operations in support of this initiative. Under normal circumstances, considering the distance between the Barnard 16-star system, the Southgate 2-star system, and the solar system, the industrial productivity of these two systems would have little impact on the construction plans within the solar system. However, when the timeline for the entire construction project is extended over a century, even with the round trip taking several decades, the industrial clusters established in Southgate 2 and Barnard 16 will eventually contribute meaningfully. The spectacle of human civilization operating towards a grand objective is profoundly awe-inspiring from a macro perspective. Such a close-knit collaboration within human industrial and production systems can perhaps only be witnessed in a civilization as complex as that of humanity. In the year 303, the construction of the Eye has commenced. The first module of the Eye has been positioned at a location approximately 1 astronomical unit beyond the orbit of Neptune. This initial module has naturally been manufactured by Neptune's industrial facilities, utilizing foundational materials primarily sourced from the Kuiper Belt. As the first module of the Eye of Humanity precisely enters its designated orbit, the entire construction of the Eye begins from this point, ultimately forming a closed loop around the solar system. In contrast to the earlier efforts to construct a solar particle accelerator, where human civilization relied on breakthroughs in key technologies such as non-mass propulsion engines, there has been a substantial leap in macro productivity. This advancement is also the primary reason researchers anticipate completing the construction of the Eye of Humanity within 150 years. Even during the era of constructing the solar particle accelerator, The time required to build such a large-scale detection apparatus would have been beyond imagination. However, this year, human civilization has not only embarked on the construction of the Eye of Humanity from the solar system. A new fleet of 80 Red Dwarf-class spacecraft has been completed and set sail in the same month. Additionally, 20 Red Dwarf-class spacecraft have been constructed by the industrial planet of Barnard 16, all heading toward the same destination, the Lumen star system, located approximately 5 light-years from the solar system. Previously, the Starlight 2 had passed through this region, gathering more information about the Lumen star system for human civilization. At this moment, the combined fleet of 100 spacecraft dispatched from the solar system and Barnard 16 is proceeding as per the established plan to explore nearby star systems, thereby providing productivity and essential materials for the construction of the eye within the solar system. Furthermore, this year marks a significant development as Lin Dao prepares to enter hibernation. Mr. Lin, this time you will undergo the longest hibernation period, lasting up to 120 years. We shall endeavor to complete the construction of the eye by the time you awaken from your slumber. Within the confines of the interstellar city on the surface of Neptune's moon, a researcher spoke to Lin Dao just before his hibernation. Over the years, traditional hibernation technology has proven neither necessary for the advancement of human civilization nor particularly progressive. However, recent breakthroughs in life sciences and longevity technology have objectively extended the duration of this special hibernation, uniquely applicable to Lin Dao alone. Lin Dao refrained from elaborating further. The researcher beside him initiated the hibernation process, which was almost exclusively tailored for him. After entering hibernation, Lin Dao maintained a perception of the entirety of human civilization, experiencing a multitude of perspectives that formed a vast, indescribable macrocosm of human progress. Relative to his subjective experience, time transformed into a high-speed train, racing forward at an exaggerated pace. While a fleeting moment might typically signify the passage of months, now a mere sensation could span years, even decades. The passage of time lost its significance for Lin Dao. In the year 308, within the solar system, the construction of the super-detection device known as the human eye was in full swing, coinciding with a significant technological breakthrough for human civilization. A new generation of gravity-based, massless propulsion engines achieved remarkable advancements, reaching an astonishing 75% of the speed of light. Compared to the previous Red Dwarf-class spacecraft, this represented a substantial enhancement. Many researchers believe that with gravity technology, the barriers to increasing sublight travel speeds were no longer insurmountable. The primary challenge lay in how to attain light speed or, through alternative means, surpass it. This remained an almost unsolvable dilemma for human civilization, although it was a relatively distant concern at present, at least for now. The emergence of the new generation of massless propulsion engines provided a significant boost to the construction of the human eye. The new interstellar spacecraft built upon this propulsion system was aptly named the Yellow Dwarf-class spacecraft. In those years, multiple Yellow Dwarf-class vessels were completed and utilized in the construction of the human eye. Chapter 67 for Lin Dao, the passage of 120 years held no significance, nor did it bear much relevance to the entirety of human civilization. The relentless march of time did not impede mankind's pursuit and dedication towards a shared objective. When a plan necessitated 50 years for completion, humanity devoted those 50 years to its realization. Similarly, when a plan demanded over 120 years to come to fruition, even if this duration surpassed the lifespan limit of most individuals not employing longevity technologies, it did not deter people from various eras from diligently fulfilling their respective duties, accomplishing their missions, and contributing all the strength they could muster. Even if those who initiated the plan decades prior could not witness its ultimate fruition, they felt no regret. They possessed unwavering certainty that this undertaking, transcending their mortal limits, would inevitably reach completion. For even in death, the collective eye of human civilization persisted, this representing the entirety of human civilization rather than any singular individual. The eye will continue to execute this plan, unaffected by the countless iterations of individual lives. Moreover, in terms of humanity's primal motivation, individuals sought not only the completion of the final plan, but also the opportunity to partake in its journey. To contribute their life's work to this noble goal was a source of profound fulfillment, leaving no room for regret. Throughout the ensuing 120 years, the industrial production system, research framework, and educational institutions of human civilization operated in harmonious concert towards this singular aim. Humanity maintained an unwavering zeal, never yielding to fatigue, always brimming with enthusiasm. While they paused for rest when physically weary, their spirits remained indefatigable and unwearied. In their respective roles, they remained steadfastly focused on their responsibilities, dedicated to production and contemplation. This century and 2 decades unfolded in tranquility, devoid of any unforeseen surprises beyond the established plans. Simultaneously, it thrummed with vibrancy. From the macrocosmic perspective of human civilization to the intricate details of a specific industrial production chain, it appeared as though humanity was intricately connected with the very machinery of industry, functioning in an orderly fashion. As one zoomed in from a particular production process to a broader view encompassing all human civilization, it became evident, perhaps it was always so, that the operational entirety of human civilization contained a myriad of details. Human civilization resembled a colossal and intricate industrial machine, tirelessly striving towards a singular goal, boasting an infinite margin for error. Perhaps, across the vast expanse of the local interstellar cloud and even within the broader confines of the galaxy, such an entity was unparalleled. In the 23rd year following the inception of the plan, from the Barnard 16-star system, 20 red dwarf-class vessels, manufactured within Barnard 16 to 2 industrial star, carried segments of the human eye, also produced in the Barnard 16-star system, arriving at the inner ring of the solar system. Within the realm of human civilization, the productivity of the Barnard 16-star system integrated into the construction of the human eye. Subsequently, following the arrival of the initial fleet of interstellar vessels from the Barnard 16 system, a continuous influx of additional ships commenced, heralding the second and third waves. The considerable distance of the Barnard 16 system undeniably influenced humanity's ability to harness its productivity within the solar system. Nevertheless, as long as segments produced in Barnard 16 continued to be transported, it would ensure that deliveries reached the inner solar system monthly or even more frequently. On a macro scale, this spatial distance merely impacted the integration of productivity from Barnard 16 over the preceding 23 years. Humanity's endeavor resembled the construction of an extensive assembly line spanning from Barnard 16 to the inner solar system, despite its apparent length. Then, in the 35th year following the commencement of the Ocular Project, segments of the Eye of Humanity, constructed entirely by a newly established industrial cluster within the Southgate 2 system, were transported back to the inner solar system by interstellar vessels, also built within the Southgate 2 system. In contrast to the initial fleet from Barnard 16, the interstellar ships assigned to transport duties from Southgate 2 possessed a distinct advantage, being not red dwarf-class vessels, but rather 20 yellow dwarf-class ships, significantly reducing travel time between the solar system and Southgate 2, while dramatically increasing their cargo capacity. According to researchers' calculations, the new yellow dwarf-class interstellar vessels could, under optimal conditions, transport over 5 times the number of individuals compared to the red dwarf-class ships. However, this particular fleet primarily carried segments of the Eye of Humanity and other valuable materials from the Southgate 2 system, resulting in a lower passenger count. Thus, the productivity of the Southgate 2 system also became integral to the construction of the Eye of Humanity. Following this, exploration and development of other neighboring systems commenced, including the Lumen, Weiss, Wolf, and Lalande systems, in the initial years leading up to the construction of the Eye of Humanity. In the year 303, after dispatching a red dwarf-class vessel to the Lumen system, in the years 305, 307, and 309, 30 yellow dwarf-class interstellar vessels were sent to the Weiss, Wolf, and Lalande systems, respectively. Among these, the Lalande system, at a distance of 29 light-years from the solar system, was the furthest, while the Weiss and Wolf systems were situated at 17 light-years and 78 light-years away, respectively. However, considering acceleration times, the difference in travel duration for yellow dwarf-class vessels between the furthest Lalande and the nearest Lumen systems was negligible, typically ranging from approximately 15 to 16 years for a one-way journey. In the 39th year following humanity's endeavor to dispatch pioneering forces towards the Lumen star system. After 2 decades of exploration, development, construction, and the expansion of industrial clusters and interstellar urban centers, the civilization of humankind began to reap the fruits of frequent extraterritorial endeavors. In the 39th year, 10 yellow dwarf-class starships from the Lumen system transported humanity's segmented gaze to the solar system. Due to the natural conditions of the Lumen system, the scale of industrial cluster construction therein was rather modest. Subsequently, in the 42nd year, the first 10 yellow dwarf-class starships from the Weiss system arrived in the solar system. The following year, 25 yellow dwarf-class starships from the Wolf system made their entrance. By the 48th year, 30 yellow dwarf-class starships from the Lalande system reached their destination. Just like the interstellar vessels that arrived from the Southern Gate 2 and Barnard 16 systems, for humanity, these initial arrivals were merely the beginning, heralding a continuous flow thereafter. From that year forward, supported by the productivity and material resources from the solar system and its neighboring star systems, ranging from Southern Gate 2 to the distant Lalande system, humanity embarked on one of its most grandiose engineering endeavors, the Eye Project, epitomizing the construction of the human eye at an accelerated pace. During the 120 years dedicated to this endeavor, humanity's dominion expanded. Almost incidentally, humanity transformed from a civilization that had recently completed the preliminary development of the Barnard 16 system into a vast planetary civilization spanning 7 star systems, including the solar system, within a radius of 10 light-years. Compared to civilizations of similar technological advancement, humanity's expansive dominion could indeed be deemed colossal. Most importantly, humanity had only entered the era of chronology a few centuries prior. In the grand scheme of the cosmos, this duration appeared quite brief, much like the previous Barnard civilization, which lingered within its home system for tens of millennia after entering the electrical age. By the year 363, humanity's construction of the human eye within the solar system and its inner ring reached its latter phase, marking the final 60 years. However, for each individual within humanity, whether it was the first 60 years or the latter 60 years mattered little. They all continued to fulfill their missions and responsibilities with utmost zeal. 60 years had elapsed since Lin Dao entered hibernation, during which humanity's long-range starships persisted in their voyages. Yet, it seemed that the earlier encounter with the Barnard civilization had exhausted humanity's fortune in this regard. Even the 6 red dwarf-class long-range vessels that ventured the farthest among them returned empty-handed. In the vast cosmos, encountering another civilization remains a low probability of it. We are left with 2 options, either to rely on precision to locate other civilizations without luck, or to depend on the gradual accumulation of time to make this improbable event a reality. However, in stark contrast to the silence and tranquility beyond the boundaries of human civilization, our solar system is increasingly bustling due to the construction of the human eye. It is not uncommon to witness the bustling activity of local yellow dwarf-class spacecraft and colossal interstellar vessels from distant systems such as Barnard 16, Lumen, and the Lalande system, traversing the periphery of our solar system, contributing to the development of the human eye. Should the Barnard civilization still exist, they would likely experience an even more profound and immediate shock than when they previously observed humanity's endeavors within the solar system. Human civilization is extravagantly and fearfully reshaping the solar system with its prodigious productivity and technological prowess, drastically altering its very essence. Indeed, within this year, the macrocosmic landscape of the solar system reveals the nascent form of the human eye, a colossal structure that eludes simple description. Perhaps we should be grateful that the gravitational equilibrium within the solar system is not easily disrupted unless intentionally targeted. Otherwise, with the multitude of gravity-propelled colossal ships currently navigating the inner solar system, they might have already followed in the footsteps of the Barnard 16 system. The subsequent 60 years of the human eye's construction, following the initial 60 years, have not witnessed any particularly remarkable events within the realm of human civilization. The primary focus of humanity at this moment is the construction of the human eye. Almost the entirety of human civilization, apart from maintaining its normal operations, is engaged in this monumental task. After humanity's dominion expanded to encompass 7 star systems, the pace of this expansion has begun to decelerate. According to researchers and scholars, the current productivity available, including that of the solar system and other planetary systems, represents the optimal solution for the latter phase of the human eye's construction. Investing more resources to develop more distant star systems and exploit their resources has become less effective due to the evident diminishing returns associated with distance and time. The development of more distant planetary systems in the Lalandi system will resume only after the completion of the human eye. Meanwhile, in critical areas of research within human civilization, progress remains stalled. The most optimistic advancements in propulsion research, having reached the limit of 75% of the speed of light with the massless engine, will require a significant period of accumulation before further breakthroughs can be achieved. From the subjective perspective of Lin Dao, the entire human civilization, spanning 7 planetary systems, resembles a singular entity. Within the vast expanse of these 7 planetary systems, the harmonious collaboration and flawless operation of human civilization presents a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Occasionally, Lin Dao finds himself momentarily lost in thought, feeling as if he were a relic from a bygone era. The entirety of human civilization seems to linger on its home planet, as if it were merely a remnant of the previous night, and in the blink of an eye, humanity has evolved into a planetary civilization spanning across 7 star systems. The overall visage of human civilization at this present moment is perhaps unfathomable to one from a century ago. It is only during these fleeting moments of reverie that Lin Dao experiences a rare surge of emotion. For Lin Dao, or indeed for any sentient being, the initial phase of life, during which one gradually develops an understanding of the world, is undeniably unique. Despite having lived for over 300 years, Lin Dao remains the last individual from a century past. Yet, this transient emotional upheaval is short-lived, after all. Such a breathtaking sight is not unexpected or overly novel to him. Time flows swiftly onward. For Lin Dao, in a state of hibernation, a mere moment of clarity might span a decade or several decades. Throughout the latter 60 years of the construction of the Eye of Humanity, time continued to rush by. In the year 436 of the era, after 133 years in hibernation, Lin Dao awakened. This awakening was not prompted by any extraordinary occurrence, nor was it due to the completion of the Eye of Humanity after his extended slumber. Rather, it was simply the culmination of his hibernation period, having reached its designated limit. This unique form of hibernation, applicable solely to Lin Dao, rendered the entire process distinctive. Throughout the 133 years, he remained acutely aware of the developments within human civilization. Yet, reflecting upon it now, it indeed felt as though time had passed in the blink of an eye. The transformations within human civilization experienced over the past 133 years seemed to have been condensed into a singular moment. From his hibernation site, Lin Dao leapt directly to a space station located at the periphery of the Eye of Humanity. Through the station's porthole, he gazed upon the grandest creation of human civilization to date, the Eye of Humanity itself. The birth of the Eye of Humanity shattered previous engineering records set by the Solar Ring Particle Accelerator, and, in comparison to the scale of the accelerator, it represents a monumental leap in magnitude. It is yet another pinnacle achievement in the annals of human engineering. Across the local interstellar cloud and beyond, the Eye of Humanity stands as a marvel. Excluding the mass of the Sun, the Eye of Humanity encircling the solar system significantly alters the mass dynamics within the solar system, a change that cannot be dismissed as negligible. In comparison to the once envisioned heliocentric particle accelerator, the entirety of the human eye appears to have woven a delicate ribbon around the solar system. At our current technological level, this may well be a miracle solely achievable by human civilization. Even among civilizations that surpass human technological prowess, it is conceivable that none would devise an entity akin to the human eye, as it lacks essentiality for a typical civilization. Chapter 68. The Eye of the Human Eye encircling the inner ring of the solar system was not completed in the year when Lin Dao awakened from hibernation, but rather in the 121st year following the official commencement of the construction plan in the year 424. At that time, although Lin Dao sensed its completion, he chose not to awaken from his slumber. After all, the human eye is fundamentally a mere instrument. Humanity dedicated over a century to the construction of this tool. with greater anticipation for its potential discoveries. The completion of the instrument merely marked the beginning. The subsequent exploration and utilization of this tool would prove to be of paramount importance. When the Human Eye Comprehensive Space Detection Apparatus was finalized in the year 424, the completed structure diverged significantly from the initial plans. This was not due to any reduction or limitation of the originally intended functions, rather. It was an expansion that retained all proposed capabilities while incorporating additional features. Notably, this included the ring particle accelerator constructed alongside the human eye, encircling the inner solar system. For human civilization, the creation of the human eye necessitated the establishment of a primary structure surrounding the inner solar system. Thus, it seemed prudent to additionally construct a particle accelerator for foundational experiments, enhancing cost-effectiveness. Many energy sources, computational devices, and kinetic mechanisms for positional adjustments, along with data monitoring and processing clusters, could be shared to a certain extent, proving more economical than constructing a separate accelerator later. Moreover, adding a ring particle accelerator did not fundamentally contravene the essence of the human eye while the eye gazes into the depths of the cosmos. It also aids humanity in exploring the more microscopic and higher-dimensional realms. For a typical civilization, the notion proposed by researchers and scholars of human civilization would seem utterly insane. The mere construction of a particle accelerator within a planetary system is a feat that most civilizations would struggle to achieve or lack the capability to realize. The audacity of attempting such a venture alongside a super project like the human eye is even more remarkable. However, for human civilization, the researchers and scholars, despite their seemingly mad proposal, demonstrated its feasibility and value, thereby gaining Mr. Lindau's consent to proceed. This alignment of vision, even while in a state of hibernation, accounted for the slight delay in the overall construction timeline of the human eye. Upon the completion of the grand construction of the human eye, researchers of human civilization embarked on a project to initiate a particle accelerator that encircled the solar system, significantly larger than the initial solar particle collider. To mitigate any potential disruptions to the operational integrity of the human eye's comprehensive detection apparatus during subsequent experimental runs, the scholars conducted particle collision experiments prior to the formal activation of the human eye. The entire endeavor was nothing short of spectacular and awe-inspiring, unleashing an energy surge that transcended the previously established limits of human civilization's capabilities by several magnitudes. In the vastness of space, the apparatus detected that, during that fleeting moment, the particle collision experiment within the solar system produced more than one minuscule black hole. Fortunately, as anticipated, these diminutive black holes evaporated almost instantaneously due to their inability to sustain existence. Much like the earlier stellar-grade particle collider, this solar system encircling particle accelerator became largely obsolete after a single experiment, rendered nearly a disposable tool. Thankfully, in alignment with the researchers' prior calculations, the primary structure of the human eye's comprehensive detection device remained largely unaffected. This audacious experiment yielded a wealth of data for the researchers. However, such high-stakes experiments in foundational fields could not always deliver the anticipated outcomes. Unlike the previous solar particle collider's experiments, this time, while the collected data revealed several previously unseen characteristics, it regrettably fell short of facilitating a critical theoretical breakthrough akin to those achieved in earlier endeavors. Over a decade had elapsed from the conclusion of the solar system encircling particle collision experiment to the moment when Lindau woke from hibernation. During this period, a multitude of researchers had largely confirmed the outcomes of the experiment. Nonetheless, this realization did not evoke significant disappointment among the scholars. Prior to the collision experiments, many had foreseen that, despite the seemingly grand nature of the solar system encircling particle accelerator and the apparent increase in energy levels, it would likely prove insufficient for human civilization to extend its explorative gaze into more microscopic and higher-dimensional foundational realms. Nevertheless, this does not imply that the researchers' efforts were fruitless. At the very least, it validated a crucial understanding. The solar system encircling particle collider was indeed inadequate. While this may appear as a trivial statement, in the realm of scientific inquiry, the process of trial and error holds immense significance. A comparative analysis of the data from the solar particle collider and the recent solar system encircling particle collision experiment underscores this point. Based on existing theoretical speculation, numerous researchers and scholars conjecture that if human civilization seeks to achieve further leaps and significant breakthroughs in foundational theories, it may necessitate an experimental apparatus on the scale of a local interstellar cloud. Moreover, as time progresses, the energy requirements for such foundational experimental devices will escalate exponentially. Beyond the scale of a local interstellar cloud apparatus, the magnitude of future experimental setups is, at present, somewhat unfathomable given humanity's current technological capabilities. Indeed, even a particle accelerator colliding around the galactic core may prove insufficient. It is uncertain how other civilizations of comparable standing have addressed this dilemma. Perhaps they have taken a more expedient route akin to that of the cephalopod civilization. Occasionally, researchers engage in discussions along these lines. Although human civilization has persistently endeavored to integrate forces beyond its current scientific framework, it appears that the pathways previously traversed by the Barnard civilization or the cephalopod civilization are not suitable for humanity at this juncture. While there exists a deity within human civilization, it fundamentally differs from the deity of the cephalopod civilization. Technology remains the most viable avenue for advancement for humankind. Indeed, perhaps it is only civilizations akin to humanity's insectoid-like existence that can easily fantasize about larger experimental apparatuses after the particle acceleration experiments within the planetary systems have floundered. Any reasonably functioning collective civilization, even if it could endure the construction of such large-scale experimental devices, would likely face disintegration by now. For human civilization, this represents over a century's worth of productive capability, while for other planetary civilizations, it could equate to millennia of cumulative productivity. Even though everyone acknowledges that such foundational experimental apparatuses must be considered for the future, the construction process offers little benefit to individuals within ordinary collective civilizations. It neither enhances productivity nor yields immediate results. Consequently, the absence of tangible outcomes can be significantly disheartening for typical collective civilizations. However, for humanity, such failures are entirely acceptable. Disappointment is minimal, as the prevailing sentiment is to attempt again with a larger endeavor next time. Regardless, both the foundational experimental apparatus surrounding the local interstellar cloud and the more extravagant particle accelerator encircling the galactic core remain distant aspirations for a human civilization. The prospect of constructing an experimental setup spanning several hundred light-years around the local interstellar cloud is currently beyond imagination. Even confining a structure within a 1 light-year radius surrounding the entire macroscopic solar system presents an engineering challenge that humanity cannot conceive in the near term. Indeed, it might require the complete extraction of all matter within the solar system to achieve such a feat at this moment. The most critical undertaking for human civilization remains the utilization of the comprehensive detection device known as the Eye of Humanity. At the window of the space station, Lin Dao gazed intently at the colossal human eye comprehensive detection device, lingering on it for quite some time. Behind him, researchers, scholars, and various individuals living and working at the space station occasionally passed by, yet under the influence of Lin Dao's presence, they refrained from approaching him. Even at the moment Lin Dao awakened from his slumber, humanity as a whole had already become aware of his reemergence. From his vantage point, he could only perceive a fraction of the human eye device with the naked eye. However, through the perspectives of countless individuals, he could grasp the macrocosmic entirety of the human eye. This simultaneous sensation of the specific and the grand was a unique experience that Lin Dao alone could appreciate. In comparison to the inner ring of the solar system, the human eye comprehensive detection device appeared diminutive, perhaps even less than a slender line when viewed proportionally. Yet, from the perspective of an ordinary human, each segment of the device loomed as a monumental entity, akin to a mountain. When all the segments encircling the inner solar system were interconnected, the scale became even more extravagant. It was a grandeur that transcended verbal description. An awe-inspiring presence that was not merely massive, it evoked a sense of shock that surpassed that of mountains or planets. This overwhelming sensation was not solely due to its sheer size but also its intricacy. It represented the pinnacle of planetary civilization, the zenith of human technological achievement, spanning 7 planetary systems, encapsulating the apex of human engineering and scientific prowess. The human eye detection device was not entirely parallel to the ecliptic plane. It formed a moderate angle with it. In addition to its primary function of detecting gravitational waves, each of the 4 cardinal directions of its main structure housed a gigantic radio telescope, each exceeding by several magnitudes the largest radio telescopes ever constructed by humanity in space since the era of recorded history. Furthermore, at regular intervals along the main body of the human eye detection device, large deep space exploration apparatuses were strategically positioned to monitor various essential information from the cosmos. It was a perfect embodiment of its name, serving as a colossal eye constructed by human civilization within the solar system, encompassing all conceivable deep space exploration capabilities achievable at the current technological level. While its primary purpose was to search for traces of extraterrestrial civilizations, even devoid of this function, it remained a device of immense value, applicable across numerous fields of cosmic research. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Dao turned away from the window of the space station and made his way toward the nearest dining area within the facility. As Lin Dao settled in, a staff member, without the aid of intelligent machines, served him a selection of dishes. For Lin Dao, dining was a rare occurrence. To a certain extent, he did not require sustenance to sustain his existence. The sensory experience of taste, a fundamental stimulation, appeared rather feeble when juxtaposed with the exaggerated thresholds to which he had been elevated, following a period of hibernation. This moment might be one of the few instances when he found a flicker of interest in food. The dish presented to Lin Dao was a novel creation that had emerged in recent years. Its main ingredient was a swamp creature from the Barnard civilization, reminiscent of small fish on Earth, yet devoid of eyes. The seasoning incorporated a spice unique to the Barnard civilization, exuding a distinctive aroma, one that was nearly non-existent in the flora of humanity's home planet. This was Lin Dao's inaugural experience with this dish. Regrettably, due to the collective perception of all humanity, he was already aware of the flavor and texture of the dish before it even graced his palate. Nevertheless, Lin Dao took a bite, savored the dish, and then consumed the food before departing. In the orbit of Neptune, on its moon Triton, Lin Dao gazed at the celestial panorama projected above the interstellar city, directing his attention toward the human eye detection apparatus, while simultaneously sensing the myriad perspectives of others. At that moment, the human eye was operational, with countless researchers monitoring the data collected by the main apparatus and its various associated instruments. The researchers understood the significance of this data, and thus Lin Dao was able to comprehend its meaning as well. In a sense, this human eye functioned as Lin Dao's own eyes, although it did not project images into his mind as his physical eyes would. The information it conveyed to his cognition was akin to visual perception. On a grander scale, it seemed as if Lin Dao utilized this vast human eye to gaze beyond the confines of the solar system, traversing territories that humanity had already conquered. Peering deeper and further into the cosmic expanse, he could even sense all individuals, who, in turn, adhered to his will. He had the capability to direct his eyes toward different locations and regions within the celestial universe. This experience was, for Lin Dao, rather delightful. The scenes from the distant cosmos, facilitated by this human eye, were nearly akin to direct observation. In the year 436, the year Lin Dao awakened from hibernation, the human eye comprehensive detection apparatus had been operational for 12 years. During this span, human civilization had amassed a wealth of data regarding deep space exploration. Yet no traces of other civilizations had been discovered. However, humanity bore no doubts, nor did they feel regret regarding the efficacy of the human eye comprehensive detection apparatus. It will invariably yield some value. Chapter 69. Cognition. Human civilization has spent over 120 years opening a colossal eye within the solar system. Consequently, it is inevitable that there will be something in the universe for this eye to behold. For Lin Dao, the singular will of humanity in its true essence. The significance of the human eye indeed translates to merely possessing an additional gaze. The most profound impact on him may well be the ability to perceive, in a relatively intuitive manner, the vast expanses of the cosmos beyond the dominion of human civilization, to a certain extent, should Lin Dao so desire. He could directly assume the role of the Data Integration and Analysis Center for the human eye's comprehensive detection apparatus, or, in other words, the brain of this intricate device. The inherent delay caused by the vast distances encountered by the human eye would not impede his connection. Through his sensitivity to those responsible for the operation of the human eye's comprehensive detection system, the cosmic phenomena corresponding to the data collected would instinctively transform within Lindau's cognition. Even if, perchance, there existed a similarly peculiar entity in the universe that constructed a marvel akin to the human eye, it is unlikely that, at an equivalent technological level, they could utilize it as effectively as Lindau or human civilization. Nevertheless, Lindau refrained from overly interfering with the normal functioning of the human eye. For him, it was akin to the past, experiencing the evolution of human civilization from a macro to a concrete perspective, occasionally gazing into the depths of the starry sky through the human eye. Year 436. Beyond the human eye, the scope of human civilization has undergone numerous transformations over the past 130 years. The once advanced red dwarf-class interstellar spacecraft have largely become obsolete in light of these years of interstellar travel. The vessels traversing between the solar system and the other fully developed planetary systems are predominantly the latest yellow dwarf-class ships. This characteristic of human civilization is dictated by its nature. Upon the emergence of a new generation of technology, the entire industrial and production system swiftly completes a comprehensive iteration. On another front, the long-established annual population growth rate of 1.5% has finally been adjusted during Lindau's hibernation. As of this year, the total human population within the realm of civilization has stabilized at 800 billion. While this figure may seem substantial, it is not exaggerated when distributed across the 7 star systems currently governed by human civilization, spanning a radius of 8 light years. The adjusted population growth rate continues to ensure that the human populace is on the rise. Of the 800 billion, over 40% still reside within the solar system. The remaining approximately 480 billion individuals are unevenly distributed across the 6 planetary systems beyond the solar system, reflecting the varying conditions of the other occupied star systems. With the Lumen system housing the smallest population, totaling just over 40 billion. The most populous region is, paradoxically, the Lallan star system, situated furthest from humanity's home. The solar system, housing over 12 billion inhabitants. Following this, the Barnard 16 system accommodates 9 billion individuals, primarily near the planet Barnard 16-2. The Southgate 2 system is home to 8 billion, predominantly at its periphery, with half residing aboard interstellar vessels stationed within the system around a yellow dwarf star. The Vis star system ranks second to last with just over 6 billion residents, while the Wolf star system, mirroring Southgate 2, also boasts a population of approximately 8 billion. At this juncture, the permanent residents of the 6 systems beyond the solar system are predominantly not descendants of immigrants from the solar system. Rather, they are individuals who have grown up in these star systems after being birthed through artificial womb technology. Unless absolutely necessary, it is unlikely they will ever return to the solar system. Nonetheless, due to the existence of Lindau, their connection to humanity as a whole remains intact. Moreover, due to advancements in longevity technology and a comprehensive upgrade of human communication systems, human civilization's average IQ has risen to 149 this year. Scholars and researchers in related fields are generally in consensus that this figure represents the upper limit of the indirect effects brought about by these advancements. The average IQ of 149 has remained relatively unchanged for several years, as the impacts of these technologies are indirect, rather than direct enhancements to human intelligence. Without breakthroughs that directly elevate cognitive capabilities, any significant increase in average intelligence may only be achievable through the elimination strategy proposed by some researchers, which would involve discarding individuals with IQs below 200, thus naturally raising the average. However, this strategy was not implemented over a century ago and is certainly unfeasible now. For those who have matured in this era, the communication systems implanted beneath their scalps have rendered the interaction modalities based on this technology almost equivalent to conventional face-to-face communication. From the moment they began to perceive the world, the human communication system has been an integral part of their cognition, and as they matured, communication through this medium became instinctual. Although they recognize it as a technological creation, the operation of this system feels no different from the natural communicative faculties of their mouths and ears. The predictions made by researchers have largely come to fruition in this era. Individuals now utilizing the human communication system have shed the cognitive inertia associated with conventional speech. The majority can input over 120 characters per second through this system, exceeding initial expectations and reflecting a more optimistic outlook. Thus, the indirect enhancement of cognitive speed has also been realized. According to statistics, the acceleration of thought processes, coupled with improved communication efficiency, has resulted in individuals of this era graduating from university approximately 2 years earlier than their counterparts over a century ago. This advancement occurs under the precondition that individuals, already driven by the presence of a guiding principle, maintain an enduring passion for learning, remain proactive, focused, and relentless, allowing their innate talents to be fully realized. It can be said that this represents a remarkable leap forward. Numerous researchers, inspired by the efficacy of human communication systems, have speculated whether it might be possible to unravel the mysteries of human memory, enabling individuals to acquire knowledge and skills instantaneously through a download method, akin to the capabilities of the intelligent machines created by humanity. However, this notion remains in the realm of speculation. Firstly, the intricacies of human memory have yet to be deciphered by our civilization. Secondly, many researchers express concerns that such a mode of education could potentially obliterate the inherent cognitive diversity that individuals still possess. Of course, contemplating these issues is still premature. Moreover, in the realm of exploratory spacecraft, circumstances have evolved over the years. The vessels known as the Voyager and the Discovery have concluded their respective missions. The Discovery spacecraft was ultimately reached by the expanding horizons of human civilization at the fringes of the Numenor system, while the Voyager was similarly overtaken in the Wolf system. By the time humanity's expansionary efforts caught up with them, over 3 centuries had elapsed since their departure, a span that encompasses more than 15 generational cycles. Considering a generation to be approximately 20 years, the descendants of the original crew have since assumed their roles aboard the Voyager. From the perspective of this era, the maximum velocity achieved merely a fraction of the speed of light. By the electric propulsion systems employed by the Discovery and Voyager pales in comparison to the capabilities of contemporary interstellar vessels operating around yellow dwarf stars. The journey of 300 years, covering less than 10 light years, may not seem particularly distant. Furthermore, during this extensive voyage, the Discovery and Voyager, once laden with high hopes, did not yield discoveries of the magnitude achieved by the Starry One. Nevertheless, it would be unjust to claim that the more than 300 years of exploration undertaken by the Discovery and Voyager were devoid of significance. As the inaugural vessels dispatched by human civilization beyond the solar system, their very existence embodies profound meaning. It is inconceivable that humanity would delay the deployment of exploratory ships until the advent of yellow dwarf-class spacecraft, just as it is implausible to postpone interstellar missions until the construction of faster-than-light vessels, or to wait until the year 16 to consider venturing beyond Earth. Anticipating the emergence of a non-mass propulsion engine, the spacecraft Explorer and Voyager have successfully completed their voyage, which began 91 years ago, fulfilling the hopes that accompanied their launch. Since their inception, they have traversed a significant path for humanity along the voyage of civilization. This remarkable journey of over 3 centuries is not deemed a failure, but rather a monumental achievement. As they conclude their missions, a new generation of exploratory vessels will take their place, embarking from the endpoint of their predecessors' journey to continue forward. Following the completion of their missions, both spacecraft were retrieved and brought back to the solar system using yellow dwarf-class vessels. Their return journey was markedly swifter than their outbound voyage, perhaps illustrating humanity's advancement in technology, productivity, and even the elevation of civilization over these 3 centuries. After this extensive passage of time, the 2 vessels, originating from terrestrial and lunar industrial clusters, were sent back to their respective homelands, Earth and the Moon. From a strictly practical standpoint, such an endeavor lacked necessity. These vessels were not sentient beings and thus did not possess a true homeland. Nevertheless, humanity chose to honor them in this manner. After allowing Explorer and Voyager to complete their final orbits around the Moon and Earth, they were enshrined in museums located on both celestial bodies, marking an important chapter in the annals of human history. At this juncture, the only human spacecraft still journeying through the cosmos, alongside Star 1, is Star 2, which departed simultaneously. Additionally, there are 6 Red Dwarf-class vessels that later set off from the Barnard 16 star system. At present, Star 2 has been traveling for nearly 3 centuries, situated approximately 23 light-years from the solar system, continuing its voyage through the vastness of space. The 6 Red Dwarf-class vessels, having embarked in the year 288, have now navigated the cosmos for over 148 years. They currently reside at the farthest reaches of human civilization beyond the solar system, approximately 70 light-years away from it, as they are not aligned directly along the trajectory connecting the solar system to Barnard 16. Over the past century, these 6 vessels have encountered numerous planetary systems within local interstellar clouds. Some have passed directly through the inner regions of these systems, while others have skirted the edges of various star systems, with a few even glimpsed from a distance of 2 to 3 light-years away. In terms of sheer numbers, the 6 Red Dwarf-class vessels have traversed more star systems than the combined total of the previous 4 exploratory vessels. However, the 6 Red Dwarf-class starships have evidently encountered less fortune in their encounters with extraterrestrial civilizations. Despite traversing numerous star systems, they have yet to encounter another alien civilization or even discover a single habitable planet. For the inhabitants aboard these 6 Red Dwarf-class vessels, however, the experience of exploration has diverged significantly from that of the initial vessels, the Exploration and Voyager. With a total population of 24 million aboard the 6 starships, the distinction between these vessels and interstellar cities has become increasingly negligible. The human society comprised within them has grown substantial. The only notable difference from interstellar cities is the perpetual movement and functional variations. Yet, akin to the Exploration and Voyager, regardless of the distances they traverse, they remain steadfastly aware of their mission and are resolutely certain of their role as part of human civilization. The journey of these 6 Red Dwarf-class starships, venturing over 70 light-years away, has further validated one truth: Lindau's perception transcends spatial distances. Even at this moment, separated by 70 light-years, should Lindau wish to leap across, it would merely be a fleeting thought. Human civilization did not experience any immediate transformation upon Lindau's awakening from hibernation. Similarly, for Lindau, the decision to enter hibernation held little significance, the sole impact being the variable pace of time. In the year 436, time continued its inexorable march. By the year 437, researchers proposed the dispatch of 1 or several Yellow Dwarf-class starships to continue the voyages left unfinished by the Exploration and Voyager. Lindau raised no objections, and thus, efforts commenced. In this era, a civilization possessing vast productive capabilities found it relatively simple to construct several Yellow Dwarf-class vessels. Ultimately, the decision made by researchers and scholars was to dispatch 2 Yellow Dwarf-class starships from the Southern Gate system, designated as Yellow Dwarf 1 and 2, and 2 more from the Wolf system, named Yellow Dwarf 3 and 4. That very year, these 4 starships embarked on their journeys, taking to the stars in 2 distinct directions. While these were not the first 4 Yellow Dwarf-class starships ever constructed by humanity, the inhabitants aboard chose to bestow upon them such names. As exploratory vessels, these 4 Yellow Dwarf-class starships possess certain distinctions from typical Yellow Dwarf-class vessels, yet fundamentally, they remain the same. With a maximum velocity of 75% of the speed of light, each ship housed over 20 million individuals. The 4 Yellow Dwarf-class starships set forth, propelling the entirety of human civilization onward, as if rolling and intertwining in perpetual motion. Chapter 70. Worm Communication in the year 448 for Yellow Dwarf-class interstellar vessels. Each having departed from the Wolf star system and the Southern Gate binary star system, have accelerated to their maximum velocities, creating a considerable distance from their points of origin. Consequently, humanity's civilization, represented by the Star 2, now boasts 6 red dwarf-class ships and 4 yellow dwarf-class vessels, each venturing outward in various directions, resembling a blooming flower as they traverse the vast expanse beyond the confines of human dominion. By the year 450, 16 years have elapsed since Modeo awakened from his slumber. This year marks a significant event, not due to any notable achievements from the human eye of civilization, but rather a breakthrough in a crucial scientific domain spearheaded by researchers and scholars of human civilization in their pursuit of knowledge. It is difficult to ascertain whether this advancement pertains to breakthroughs in biology and life sciences or if it relates to innovations in long-distance communication technologies. Perhaps, it is the application of discoveries from the biological and life sciences that has ushered in this leap in communication capabilities. Since humanity first ventured into the cosmos and began its extraterrestrial expansion, the aspiration for a faster-than-light communication method has remained unquenched. This desire reached its zenith following humanity's expansion from the solar system to other planetary systems. However, during the century-long slumber of Lindau, significant breakthroughs in quantum communication remained elusive for humanity. This technology seemed to transcend the current technological level of human civilization. Or perhaps the secrets of faster-than-light communication and quantum technology lay hidden in an obvious place, obscured from human consciousness due to cognitive inertia. It is also conceivable that a crucial material necessary for the realization of quantum and faster-than-light communication does not exist within the cosmic territories governed by human civilization, thereby stalling advancements in communication technology. Nevertheless, at this juncture, beyond the traditional quantum communication methods, humanity has discovered a somewhat clumsy solution for faster-than-light communication. Researchers and scholars in the biological and life sciences have, through years of relentless effort, cultivated or synthesized the wet components found within the cephalopod civilization's communicator. This achievement represents a groundbreaking culmination of disciplines such as computational biology and gene editing, symbolizing the pinnacle of human civilization's endeavors in biology and life sciences. Through the collective efforts of countless researchers, this monumental task was ultimately realized under the guidance of a brilliant researcher named Xing Shun, also known as Chen A23-16215. The name in question refers to the moment when Lindau emerged from his first winter slumber, a designation bestowed by humanity to evoke a sense of familiarity with the annals of time. This appellation signifies that, genetically, this prodigious researcher is the 215th descendant in the 23rd generation of researcher Chen A. Interestingly, Chen A was the very researcher who facilitated Lindau's initial descent into hibernation. Yet, this coincidence carries an inherent necessity. Though efforts were made to ensure genetic diversity, the continuation of genes from ordinary individuals was not entirely curtailed. There remained an inclination to cultivate offspring with exceptional genetic traits from artificial wombs, to statistically ascertain the hereditary potential of genius on a macroscopic scale. The lengthy string of numbers associated with the other name of researcher Xing Shun illustrates that this is indeed a serendipitous coincidence rather than mere happenstance. Born aboard a yellow dwarf-class spacecraft in the Barnard 16 star system, Xing Shun's trajectory mirrors that of other extraordinary talents within human civilization, first engaging in advanced studies, then benefiting from the provisions for gifted individuals, and early on, directly immersing himself in cutting-edge research. Upon choosing to delve into the biological sciences, he promptly followed in the footsteps of a preceding genius researcher, learning and investigating diligently. Ultimately, the cultivation of those worms, which were pivotal in the octopus civilization's communication apparatus, was achieved under his stewardship. This success was not solely a testament to his own efforts. It also reflected the contributions of his predecessors, who had meticulously pieced together the puzzle of answers until only a single fragment remained. The cultivation and synthesis of those worms represented a lengthy relay that spanned centuries. From the moment the researchers discovered the worms within the communication devices of the octopus civilization spacecraft, they never relinquished their pursuit, striving to induce, cultivate, and synthesize organisms akin to those worms through genetic editing and other methodologies. Initially, progress was painfully slow due to the limitations of the prevailing technological landscape. Many researchers dedicated their entire lives to this endeavor without achieving significant breakthroughs. Nevertheless, these scholars persevered, exerting their utmost efforts to ponder, experiment, and contribute in their own ways to the challenges of cultivating and synthesizing these worms. Subsequently, a protracted process akin to painstakingly grinding away ensued. If the journey of cultivating these worms were represented by a progress bar, the cumulative efforts of generations of researchers might not have moved it even a fraction of 1%. For countless researchers in related fields, even as their lives slipped by seemingly in vain, they remained unwavering and diligent. Thus, generation after generation of researchers steadfastly honed this issue, culminating in a period following humanity's annihilation of the Barnard civilization. During this era, the stark ecological divergence and genetic stimuli from the Barnard civilization propelled human civilization to unprecedented advancements in biology and life sciences. As a result, researchers experienced a period of rapid breakthroughs in the cultivation and synthesis of worms. During that time, it seemed that almost every brief interval brought resolutions to long-standing challenges in worm cultivation and synthesis. However, even then, the researchers did not indulge in the illusion that these issues could be easily resolved in the short term. They merely hoped that this swift momentum could be sustained a little longer, allowing them to advance the matter closer to a definitive solution within their lifetimes. Yet, as anticipated, such a phase could not endure indefinitely. Once the advancements in the fields of biology and life sciences began to plateau, the research into worm cultivation and synthesis regressed to a state of arduous labor, where many of the issues resembled insurmountable mountains. In the absence of a clear direction, researchers could only endeavor to level each mountain as they progressed. At this moment, under the guidance of the brilliant researcher Xing Shun, the relevant field's researchers finally completed this last critical step. Mr. Lin, these are the worms. In the petri dish, vibrant worms intertwined in clusters, their pale bodies writhing and occasionally dropping from their entangled state to the bottom of the dish. Visually, they bore little distinction from ordinary white worms found on Earth, appearing rather unappealing. Nonetheless, witnessing them now, despite their somewhat repulsive appearance, the researchers in the field were filled with immense exhilaration. Humanity had ultimately succeeded in recreating these worms originating from octopus civilization, albeit through a somewhat brutal method. In simple terms, among the total population of 8 billion in human civilization, nearly 100 million individuals were simultaneously engaged in direct or indirect research on these worm syntheses. Within the history of cultivating these unique worms, countless flashes of brilliance from talented researchers and super geniuses were accompanied by an exaggerated magnitude of trial and error. Numerous times, researchers found themselves in dead ends during the synthesis of these special worms, necessitating a return to the drawing board. The initial foundational samples for cultivating these worms were an amalgamation of worm genes from Blue Star and 3 distinct worm genes from a planet in the Barnard 16-star system. Following several iterations, gene editing, induction, and gene trimming, they ultimately formed these octopus civilization worms, which bore little resemblance to the original foundational samples. The iterations during the research of these special worms represented the most challenging period. There was no clear path guiding the researchers on their next steps. Each route required them to explore, attempt, and learn through trial and error. The difficulties encountered during this process are challenging to encapsulate in just a few sentences. In the humanoid civilization transformed by the insectoid nature, the sheer number of researchers required nearly 4 centuries to reach their final completion, which in itself speaks volumes. Essentially, the peculiar worms currently confronting Lindau and humanity are not the same as those from the octopus civilization. Rather, they are artificially generated by humanity, mimicking the characteristics of the octopus worms. Of course, the enduring quest of human civilization in studying these worms primarily aims to harness their capabilities. Following the successful cultivation of these worms, we can definitively ascertain that the devices containing these worms aboard the octopus vessels serve as their communication apparatus. Upon cultivation, these worms will spontaneously divide in a remarkably short span, producing a counterpart worm. The octopus civilization employs a straightforward method for communication using these paired worms. By stimulating one worm with a specific electric current, both worms will synchronize their actions, irrespective of the spatial distance separating them. When one worm, triggered by a microcurrent, releases a unique pheromone, The corresponding worm, regardless of the distance, simultaneously emits the identical pheromone. By utilizing the specific current to control the release of pheromones and subsequently recognizing the characteristics of these pheromones, a form of encoding can be established, thereby facilitating superluminal communication over vast distances through these worms. Although humanity has synthesized these worms, they have essentially replicated the octopus civilization S model. The underlying logic of this worm-based communication remains an enigma to human civilization. It is a tool at our disposal, yet the reasons behind this extraordinary spatial linkage remain elusive. We can only speculate that the mechanism enabling these worms to achieve superluminal contact may be related to quantum communication, albeit realized through a method that we scarcely comprehend. Moreover, with humanity's successful synthesis of this unique worm, the octopus civilization's superluminal communication device evokes an aesthetic reminiscent of charging a lead-acid battery with a nuclear fusion reactor or an ancient human wielding a polished handgun as a dart. While it is not entirely impractical to utilize it in such a manner, there exists a peculiar juxtaposition of advanced technology with a raw, primitive essence. Aside from these exceptional worms, the technological sophistication of the octopus civilization's communication system appears, at present, inferior to that of humanity's prehistorical era. Yet, these extraordinary worms undeniably represent a form of biotechnological advancement taken to an exaggerated extreme, custom-made for the purposes of communication, a feat that humanity has yet to fully achieve. The reproduction of this peculiar worm is modeled after the creations of the octopus civilization. It is evident that if humanity were to attempt to engineer a similar organism with comparable capabilities, it would be an insurmountable challenge. This phenomenon can primarily be attributed to the god of the octopus civilization, which is evidently related to the powers previously utilized by the Barnard civilization. Powers that are incompatible with current human technology. Regrettably, the octopus civilization has met its demise. Otherwise, humanity might have sought to explore the nature of this enigmatic civilization. Moreover, this worm seems to require sustenance only once in its lifetime. Upon its birth, it is immersed in a nutrient solution, which it absorbs independently. Subsequently, the need for feeding appears to vanish. With merely a slight stimulation from microcurrents, it can maintain a certain level of activity. It seems capable of absorbing a degree of electrical energy to sustain its existence. However, we have yet to ascertain the mechanism behind this ability. In summary, once this unique worm has been cultivated, humanity can rely on it to establish real-time, long-distance communication akin to that of the octopus civilization, employing a method of superluminal communication. Nevertheless, this reliance on the special worm for superluminal communication presents certain challenges. Such communication is predicated on the interaction between two paired worms across spatial distances, meaning it can only facilitate point-to-point communication. Unlike electromagnetic communication, which allows for broad-spectrum broadcasting, this method is inadequate for immediate exchanges with other civilizations. Furthermore, the data transmission capacity of a single worm is limited over a specified duration. This limitation can, however, be mitigated through the mass cultivation of these worms. If humanity can produce one, it can undoubtedly generate many. It may ultimately resemble the communication devices of the octopus civilization, wherein multiple worms are utilized to enhance transmission efficiency through quantity. Yet, the most significant issue with this worm communication lies in the fact that, despite its uniqueness, it remains a living entity. This implies that the worm possesses a finite lifespan and will eventually perish. Unlike conventional communication devices, which can be easily repaired, the worms are interdependent. Should one pair of worms cease to exist, it effectively renders both ends of the communication system inoperative. According to current observations, the worms we have cultivated split into two upon birth, constituting the first generation. The lifespan of these first-generation worms is capped at 30 years. Before the demise of the first-generation worms, both will reproduce simultaneously, yielding the next generation of worms, which will still maintain a connection. The lifespan of the second-generation worms is approximately 60 years. Before the demise of the second-generation worm, it generates the third generation. However, the connectivity among the third-generation worms tends to weaken. In the context of communication, this may result in the issue of data loss. The lifespan of the third generation should also be capped at 60 years. It is highly probable that the fourth-generation worms will no longer maintain any form of connectivity. Chapter 71. Interstellar communication. When considering the third generation of worms that may lead to data loss, a pair of worm-based communications can operate for over 150 years. At first glance, this duration seems considerable. However, once the lifespan of the worm communication reaches its conclusion, it does not simply allow for the casual replacement of a communication terminal, as is customary in current human networks. In fact, each time the lifespan of the worms expires, it necessitates the complete reconstruction of the entire communication network based on these specialized worms for human civilization. Within the realm governed by human civilization, this is manageable, merely requiring a slight increase in productivity to maintain the communication network. At worst, in the case of worm communication between the solar system and the Lalande star system, new generations of worms can be transported every decade towards the communication target to ensure the continuous operation of the worm communication network. This is not an unacceptable scenario for human civilization. However, applying this worm communication system to long-distance spacecraft navigating beyond the borders of human civilization introduces a host of additional complications. The lifespan of a pair of worms, spanning 3 generations and totaling 150 years, falls short of the expected travel time for nearly all exploratory vessels dispatched by human civilization. When a spacecraft ventures outward for over 150 years, it encounters an awkward predicament. The worm communication it initially carried becomes obsolete. Although it is indeed possible to cultivate new worms, one of the pair cannot be instantly teleported to the required destination for communication. Sending a spacecraft to deliver the worms would result in their demise before reaching their destination due to the limitations of their lifespan en route. In practical terms, there are engineering solutions to these challenges. Nevertheless, such constraints render the system somewhat less aligned with the anticipated capabilities of superluminal communication. Some scholars speculate that the octopus civilization employs a form of worm communication that includes not just a third generation of worms, but potentially even an earlier generation or a supermother worm, facilitating the establishment of longer-distance worm communication networks. Given the current understanding of the capabilities of these worms, the notion that they lose their communicative function after 3 generations seems inconsistent with the technological prowess of the civilization that created them. Rather than mere speculation, it appears that the civilization responsible for these unique worms has imposed a genetic lock on their communication abilities, limiting them to 3 generations. Moreover, based on our current understanding of octopus civilization, it seems highly improbable that they would replicate the human method of inducing, editing, and cultivating a new generation of worms. However, even with such conjectures, humanity currently possesses no viable solutions. Given the current technological level of human civilization, we remain unable to decipher the underlying logic that enables these worms to facilitate interactions across spatial distances and beyond the speed of light. Consequently, extracting the inherent genetic lock from these worms while preserving their superluminal connectivity proves to be a formidable challenge. Presently, achieving long-distance worm communication may necessitate a purely engineering approach, involving the establishment of communication relay bases for worm communication. According to plans proposed by scholars and researchers in relevant fields, this concept essentially involves deep space vessels that, every 30 years, release a space communication base at their respective locations. Each of these space communication bases must possess several functionalities: the capability to cultivate multiple generations of the initial worm, to dispatch unmanned vessels for transporting these worms, and to ensure sustained operation over extended periods. The intended outcome is that for a spacecraft navigating hundreds of light-years away from the solar system, communication via worms will no longer occur directly between the vessel and the solar system. Instead, the vessel will relay its messages through the nearest communication relay base it has previously established. Upon receiving relevant information via worm communication, this base will utilize its equipment to transfer the data through another batch of compatible worms to the prior communication relay base, and so forth, ultimately traversing hundreds of light-years and surpassing the 150-year limit of travel, allowing the information transmitted by the deep space vessel to reach the solar system. To ensure that this entire communication route remains unaffected by the lifespan of the worms, a strategic approach is employed from the solar system as a starting point. Every communication relay base will dispatch an unmanned vessel every 120 years, delivering a pair of compatible worms to the next relay base in the sequence. Thus, as long as the deep space vessel releases a new communication relay base every 30 years, rapid communication with the solar system can be consistently maintained. The advantages of this scheme are evident. It directly addresses the limitations imposed by the lifespan of the worms in communication distance. Technically, it may be viewed as a straightforward and somewhat unrefined solution, yet it is undeniably pragmatic. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. Ultimately, this represents a compromise born from the technical challenges of worm communication, and it is certainly less efficient than direct contact between the deep space vessel and the solar system. As the distance traveled by the vessel increases, the number of communication relay bases required will also grow, thereby escalating the complexity of the entire communication network. It is well known that the larger and more intricate a system becomes, the more susceptible it is to potential issues. On this extensive communication line, any malfunction at a single communication relay station signifies a disruption of the entire communication chain. Nonetheless, it remains true that, despite the current imperfections of wormhole technology, it is still the only method of superluminal communication that humanity has mastered, aside from the abilities of the Lintau. This marks a monumental leap for human civilization's communication technology, significantly catering to the needs for superluminal communication as humanity expands beyond the solar system. In those earlier days, after conducting further stability tests on wormhole communication, the human civilization, now exhibiting traits akin to that of the insectoid species, demonstrated remarkable efficiency. That year, within the dominion of humanity, the utilization of wormhole communication began to proliferate extensively. Within individual planets and human settlements, however, the communication networks did not employ these specialized worm-based devices, as wormhole communication offered little advantage on planetary surfaces or within isolated habitats. Currently, wormhole communication is most applicable for human civilization within the solar system and the 6 other developed and occupied star systems, as well as for interstellar communication between various extraterrestrial systems. During that time, interstellar communication devices, manufactured from a multitude of specially cultivated worms within the solar system, were dispatched to 6 star systems, including Southern Gate 2 and Barnard 16, aboard 6 Yellow Dwarf-class spacecraft. Similarly, the other 6 star systems, utilizing their respective production systems, produced interstellar communication devices and sent their terminals to other star systems, including the solar system, thus temporarily circumventing the need for communication relay stations across the distances between these 7 systems. The establishment of this interstellar communication network, based on wormhole technology, was a groundbreaking achievement that took considerable time to realize, primarily hindered by the speed limitations of the interstellar vessels transporting the requisite communication devices. Unlike previous communication methods, wormhole communication cannot facilitate direct production of terminals on either end within 2 star systems based on the same standard. A first-generation worm in this system can only originate from the division of a single worm, necessitating that one worm be transported to the destination to enable communication. Even the most advanced interstellar spacecraft of human civilization, the Yellow Dwarf-class vessels, require nearly 16 years to reach the farthest star system within humanity's current domain, the Lalandi system. In the year 466, following the completion of the interstellar communication network based on wormhole technology across all star systems under human dominion, a formal interstellar communication was conducted. Greetings. Southern Gate 2, Barnard 16, Lumen System. Lalandi System. This is the solar system, the cradle of human civilization, Earth. Within the solar system, the communication was notably conducted from Earth, and it was entrusted to a dedicated researcher. Lin Dao did not directly partake in this momentous interstellar communication. Rather, he observed the inaugural superluminal transmission based on wormhole communication. Simultaneously, he witnessed the individuals on Earth emitting vocal data, alongside those in the distant Lalin system and the Niranim N2 system, patiently awaiting the receipt of this message. The communication across these multiple star systems inherently involved some objective delay, independent of the wormholes, primarily due to the time required for the devices to process the data. However, this delay could be deemed negligible, perceptible only to Lin Dao, who could simultaneously experience the entirety of human civilization's panorama. The signals dispatched from the ground were first transformed into electromagnetic signals, entering the interstellar communication network at various terminals located on Earth. Within these terminals, the electromagnetic signals were converted into specific microcurrents. Under the influence of these microcurrents, a multitude of worms in the communication devices on Earth concurrently release special pheromones, mirroring the actions of a vast number of worms in the communication systems of Wasteland, Barnard 16, Nanmen 2, and other systems. Subsequently, on the other end, the communication apparatus in the Wasteland and other systems identified and collected the characteristic data of these pheromones. The pre-programmed protocols then encoded this data back into its original communicative form, which was ultimately transmitted as electromagnetic signals, transforming into the voices heard by the individuals on the receiving end of the Wasteland system. The entire process occurred in a fleeting moment. For the people within the solar system, following a brief silence, they received responses from individuals in distant extraterrestrial systems. Greetings, home planet. This is the Nanmen 2 system. This is the Barnard 16 system. This is the Lumen system, the Weiss system, the Wolf system, and here is Wasteland Core City 01. In that instant, the entirety of human civilization was invigorated, following Mr. Lin's vision. They were destined to venture deeper into the cosmos, and now they had taken a significant stride towards that distant ambition. Thus, humanity bid farewell to the historical interstellar communication, which had previously been constrained to speeds barely surpassing that of the swiftest vessels. No longer would a signal take 8 or 9 years to reach its destination, nor would a reply take over a decade to arrive. Although Lin Dao's presence had ensured that, even without this superluminal method, the inhabitants of disparate star systems remained a resolute collective. Special occurrences could still be swiftly communicated across the systems. However, now, with the establishment of a superluminal interstellar communication network based on wormhole communication, individuals belonging to various star systems can exchange information more frequently, efficiently, and abundantly within this ultra-fast interstellar framework. The brilliant and exceptionally gifted researchers of humanity, situated across different galaxies, are enabled to communicate more swiftly, thus contributing greater wisdom and strength towards the advancement and collaboration of human civilization. The transformation of communication methods undeniably holds immense significance for the evolution of civilization. Starting from the most fundamental human cooperation, communication itself occupies a substantial role in collaborative endeavors. For a typical collective civilization, its existence heavily relies on such interactions. The evolution of communication methods signifies a shift in the speed of information and exchange. Even though humanity's current circumstances are unique, the revolution in communication methods remains exceedingly beneficial and profoundly influential for human civilization. This year marks not merely the completion of interstellar networks among various planetary systems. It is implausible for human civilization to have engaged in nothing else during the decade-long construction of interstellar networks. In fact, during these years, alongside the normal operation of the eye of humanity overseeing other aspects of civilization, efforts were also made to establish secondary interstellar networks within each star system. For instance, within the solar system, although the time taken for a single communication from the Kuiper belt at the edge of the solar system to the Earth is not as extravagant as that between solar systems, the necessity for wormhole-based interstellar communication remains. At this moment, the entire communication network of human civilization is essentially categorized into 3 tiers. The third tier, the most fundamental level, consists of communications between human settlements on the surfaces of various planets within the same region of interstellar cities, which still utilizes traditional electromagnetic communication methods. The next tier encompasses communications among planets, satellites, and distant space bases within a star system, which have begun adopting wormhole communication. The final tier, naturally, pertains to interstellar communications, which also utilize wormhole technology. This three-tiered communication network encompasses all territories governed by human civilization across 7 star systems, thereby effectively upgrading the personal communication systems of humanity. Based on this three-tiered network, individuals can connect with anyone within the human civilization's domain through communication terminals, no longer restricted to their own star system. Within this communication system, the geographical location of any individual across the 7 star systems becomes inconsequential. Regardless of the specific positions of the communicating parties, their connection is swift and seamless. On a macro level, this has brought about significant transformations in the overall visage of human civilization. In a certain domain, a researcher may be delivering a lecture to students within the educational system through the mesmerizing medium of holographic projection, while he himself might be situated in the Lambda system. His students dispersed throughout the solar system, particularly in the vicinity of the 2nd star of the Southern Gate. Furthermore, this unique worm technology is not solely employed for interstellar communication networks. Over the years, several researchers have endeavored to install these worm communication devices on the once operational Solar Particle Accelerator, which has since been decommissioned and transformed into a supercomputing cluster. Chapter 72 ripples 1,000 light-years away if one does not regard all computational units within the human eye at this moment as a cohesive whole. The computational cluster left behind by the Solar Particle Accelerator remains the most extensive supercomputing power cluster of contemporary human civilization. Over the years, this computational cluster has facilitated a multitude of research endeavors. It has significantly contributed to the computational demands of fields such as computational materials science and computational biology. Strictly speaking, the current iteration of the worm could be replicated by human civilization, and this remnant computational cluster of the Solar Particle Accelerator has played a crucial role in that achievement. However, this computational cluster has long been plagued by a fundamental issue. It is, in essence, a fragment of the original Solar Particle Accelerator, and its sheer size is overwhelmingly vast. Much of its remarkable computational power derives from this excessive scale, yet paradoxically, this very magnitude hampers its performance. Most of the time, when individuals operate this computational cluster, they are merely utilizing a fraction of its potential. When it takes 1 to several minutes for electrical signals to traverse from one end of the circular computational cluster to the computational unit at the opposite end, the possibility of achieving coordinated operation across the entire system for a singular computational problem or realizing a synergistic effect of 1 greater than 2 is evidently minimal. In response to the constraints posed by signal and data transmission speeds within this supercomputing cluster, a number of researchers have ingeniously integrated newly developed worm communication devices. These devices do not partake in the computations of the colossal cluster itself. Rather, they facilitate near-instantaneous data exchange between the various computational units. Essentially, the researchers have segmented the supercomputing cluster into smaller units, each of which operates with several carbon-based chips functioning normally. However, the data exchange between these segmented computational clusters is managed by the worm communication devices installed within them. Through this innovative approach, the entire supercomputing cluster has achieved seamless, latency-free collaboration. From a traditional perspective, this method might appear somewhat unconventional, yet it has proven to be remarkably effective. Thanks to the integration of these worm communication devices, this supercomputing cluster, still regarded as a behemoth by contemporary human standards, has been revitalized. The computational power that was previously squandered due to its enormous size has been reawakened. The entirety of the Solar Particle Accelerator scale supercomputing cluster is now functioning in a truly cohesive manner. It is no longer merely a collection of disparate computational clusters. Rather, it has transformed into a singular, cohesive unit capable of real-time collaboration. In comparison to its prior state, there has been a significant leap in overall computational capacity. The researchers have aptly named this enhanced computational cluster, which incorporates worm communication devices, the worm computing solution. As for the transformation of the residual computing cluster of the heliospheric particle accelerator, it is, in fact, merely an experiment or an endeavor for the researchers involved. Based on the worm communication device, after the modifications to the computing cluster of the heliospheric particle accelerator are completed, certain scholars have proposed a somewhat exaggerated supercomputing scheme. Essentially, this supercomputing proposal is akin to the current efforts to enhance the residual computing cluster of the particle accelerator. It does not replace the fundamental computational unit of carbon-based chips with the worm device, until humanity deciphers the fundamental principles of worm communication. The notion of employing worms to extensively simulate chip-like computational processes is indeed fanciful. Humanity aspires, through computation, to first ascertain the maximum and optimal construction scale of a computing cluster based on carbon-based chips. Subsequently, this optimal computing cluster will be designated as an independent computational module. The worm communication device will serve as the data ingress and egress for this computational module, enabling it to achieve nearly instantaneous collaboration and joint computation with other modules in similar circumstances. With the worm communication device's superluminal real-time data transmission capabilities, the spatial distances between these computational modules can be disregarded. Ultimately, these modules, potentially spanning the Solar System, the Barnard 16-star system, the Southern Gate 2, and reaching the Lalande star system, will be interconnected in real time, forming the largest and most ambitious supercomputing endeavor in the history of human civilization. The rationale behind the researchers proposing such a plan is significantly grounded in reality. From Earth to the Kuiper Belt space station at the edge of the Solar System, and within the Solar System to the Lalande star system, there exist various computational clusters within human space bases, extraterrestrial cities, and interstellar cities. These clusters can be repurposed as modules for this epic supercomputing project. Currently, the task is merely to connect them using the worm communication device. Thus, although they remain dispersed across 7 different star systems, they effectively form a cohesive whole in terms of data transmission and computation. A simple calculation of the computing cluster sizes possessed by humanity's various habitats, coupled with a bit of imaginative projection, reveals the terrifying computational power that this supercomputer, spanning multiple star systems, could harness. In comparison, the modified computing cluster on the heliospheric particle accelerator pales in significance. For this inevitably powerful supercomputer, a name has been coined, worm brain. This designation encapsulates 2 layers of meaning. It is a creation based on the worm device, and it represents a product of the insectoid transformation of human civilization. However, the worm brain initiative currently remains in the technical validation phase and has not yet commenced implementation. The advancement of technology is often a continuous and interconnected process, although the insect brain project has yet to be implemented. The computational clusters left behind by the solar ring particle accelerator after transformation have significantly contributed to the development of certain technologies within human civilization. In the year 467, humanity achieved further breakthroughs in the field of materials. A material designated as 467-1 emerged with the assistance of the computational power from the solar ring clusters. This development can be regarded as a fortuitous inevitability. This material was utilized in the construction of a reactionless propulsion engine. Owing to its exceptional properties in the cumulative research conducted by scholars in related fields over the years, the new generation of reactionless propulsion engines, based on gravitational technology, has elevated the maximum velocity to 95 of the speed of light. While this news is encouraging for researchers and scholars in the field, it simultaneously presents a dilemma. The improvement in speed of the new reactionless propulsion system, compared to its predecessor, is tangible. Although the increase from 75 to 95 of the speed of light may seem modest in percentage terms, the absolute value represents a staggering figure. However, the challenge lies in the current understanding among researchers and scholars regarding this gravitational technology-based propulsion system. Upon reaching 95 of the speed of light, this propulsion solution appears to have reached its zenith. Much like the limitations encountered in the early phases of electric propulsion, this is not an issue that can be significantly enhanced through optimization. Rather, this research trajectory can only sustain human civilization's propulsion systems to this extent. Perhaps by increasing energy output, it may be possible to gradually elevate the maximum speed to 96 or even 99 of the speed of light. However, following the current path, it is impossible for human spacecraft to reach or exceed the speed of light. without a change in methodology, enhancing the spacecraft's maximum speed from 99 to 99.9 of the speed of light would likely require an energy expenditure that surpasses an entire order of magnitude. To achieve speeds approaching 2 nines beyond the decimal point may necessitate an energy output that could consume the entirety of human civilization's current energy production. Forcing a spacecraft to maintain the speed of light via the existing approach would likely render the question of light speed travel moot for human civilization's technological level. At this juncture, with the propulsion system's maximum speed achieving 95 of the speed of light, it signifies that research into human transport capacity may soon enter a prolonged period of stagnation and dormancy. Nevertheless, for those in related fields, while they comprehend the challenges involved, they do not feel an overwhelming sense of dread regarding this issue. Perhaps, at this moment, having approached the ultimate speed of 95 of the speed of light, they are confronted with the likelihood that they may never witness human spacecraft surpassing the speed of light in their lifetime. Yet they are equally convinced that as long as human civilization endures, and as long as Mr. Lin remains, it is merely a matter of time. Even a millennium, 10,000 years, or even 100,000, a million years hence may not alter this truth. Perhaps by then, their remains will have transformed into fossils. However, as long as human civilization persists, so too shall I. They will complete their decades and centuries belonging to them within this million-year span for the benefit of future researchers. In this year, human civilization has constructed a new generation of interstellar spacecraft based on a novel non-matter propulsion system, following the established nomenclature. This new class of interstellar vessel has been designated as the Red Giant class spaceship. In terms of physical dimensions, the Red Giant class ship does not significantly surpass its predecessor, the Yellow Dwarf class vessel, which typically accommodates 30 million inhabitants under normal conditions. The primary advancement lies in its maximum velocity. Moreover, scholars and researchers in related fields have thoroughly implemented the direct gravity simulation technology aboard these colossal ships, based on gravitational technology within the Red Giant class vessels. Previous auxiliary gravity methods are no longer employed in the Red Giant class ships. Most areas of the Red Giant class vessel can ensure gravity levels akin to those on Earth, humanity's home planet. This technology represents a precise application of gravitational technology for human civilization. Traditionally, following the birth of a new generation of Red Giant class spaceships, several should have been dispatched for long-distance voyages. However, prior to the departure of the Red Giant class vessel, an incident occurred that affected its launch as an exploratory ship. In the year 467, perhaps influenced by multiple significant technological breakthroughs, the Human Eye Project experienced a stroke of fortuitous luck. After a prolonged silence, the Human Eye Project finally detected extraordinary phenomena amidst the vast cosmos. And indeed, not just one, but two peculiarities were discovered in quick succession. For Lin Dao, the human eye essentially serves as an extension of his own vision. When researchers captured the special data relayed by the comprehensive detection device of the human eye, Lin Dao was, of course, made aware simultaneously. Lin Dao appeared at the spatial base where the human eye first detected the exceptional data within the starry expanse. The researchers provided a procedural report to Lin Dao, even though he likely understood the situation more clearly than they did. Mr. Lin, the human eye has detected signs of unusual gravitational wave activity. This anomaly does not stem from the gravitational waves generated by celestial bodies in the cosmos. The signatures of gravitational waves produced by human activities had already been filtered out by the human eye detection apparatus, confirming that they did not originate from humanity itself. The gravitational wave activity is roughly traced back to a faint source located 1,000 light-years away. According to the analysis of the currently captured gravitational wave characteristic data, it does not originate from any conspicuous celestial activities, nor does it resemble the diffusion of gravitational wave communication signals. It is highly plausible that it stems from a gravity-based, non-propellant propulsion engine. The discovery of this gravitational wave data serves as a validation of humanity's prior conjectures. Given the efficacy of such a gravity-based non-propellant propulsion engine, it is only natural to assume that humanity is not the sole civilization to harness its potential. When Lin Dao arrived at this juncture, the gravitational wave ripple transmitted from 1,000 light-years away had not yet ceased. across the entirety of human civilization. Researchers in relevant fields have been analyzing this gravitational wave signal. Humanity has become relatively familiar with gravitational propulsion systems, based on their understanding of this technology. These seemingly ordinary data points can, in fact, yield substantial insights for civilization. Lin Dao observed the gravitational wave signals, which had transformed into significant data volumes. Through the lens of human perception, whatever the researchers could discern, he too could perceive. According to the data, this signal likely originates from an interstellar vessel of considerable scale, potentially reaching the dimensions of a large satellite or even a planetary-sized ship, propelled by a gravitational engine capable of moving such a massive interstellar craft. The size of the signal source is something foreseen. Had the vessel been smaller, the human eye might not have captured this gravitational wave signal from such a distance. The signal we have detected should arise from the substantial gravitational wave ripples generated during the acceleration phase of the vessel. Moreover, it appears they are retreating in the opposite direction from us, as the gravitational wave signal gradually weakens. A vessel of the scale of a large satellite or interstellar warship is not beyond the capabilities of contemporary human civilization. It merely requires time to construct. However, regarding size and scale, the discovery of this gravitational wave signal would only amplify the human perspective. Yet, considering that the entity in question is likely not a civilization akin to humanity's insectoid-like society, it suggests that constructing such a massive interstellar ship would pose a greater challenge for them than for humanity. Conversely, this implies that they are technically slightly ahead of human civilization, though not by a significant margin. At least in terms of transport technology, there appears to be little disparity. Based on the declining rate of this ongoing gravitational wave signal, its source may not be capable of outpacing human vessels. Nevertheless, since this gravitational wave signal emanates from 1,000 light-years away and gravitational waves cannot exceed the speed of light, it indicates that the ripples generated by the giant ship's gravitational propulsion engine were born at least a millennium ago. It remains uncertain what technological advancements the entity has achieved over the past 1,000 years, whether they have made remarkable progress, remained stagnant, or even regressed. Chapter 73. The Planet of Life. The current level of technological advancement of the other party remains an unpredictable enigma. This peculiar gravitational wave signal, albeit revealing a plethora of information, fundamentally conveys that over a millennium ago, at a distance exceeding 1,000 light-years from the solar system, there existed one, or perhaps a fleet of colossal spacecraft propelled by gravitational engines, accelerating further away from the solar system. Whether this immense vessel merely traversed that region by chance, or if there existed something significant at the point where the gravitational waves first rippled, remains an uncertain and undiscoverable matter for human civilization at present. Despite humanity's observational capabilities, aside from the gravitational wave detectors, various colossal instruments that had been persistently monitoring the cosmos immediately redirected their focus towards the origin of the gravitational wave signal. However, at such vast distances, without precise localization of the source of the gravitational wave signal, other detection apparatuses, including radio telescopes, still faced an exaggerated range for their observations. Furthermore, even if the massive detection devices could observe something at this distance, what they could discern would only be data on a macro scale. It is utterly impossible to see that extraterrestrial civilization's colossal spacecraft from over a millennium ago. In the year 467, mid-year, after the human eye captured the extraordinary gravitational wave signal, observations of this signal persisted for 2 months. Throughout this period, the intensity of the gravitational wave signal steadily diminished, ultimately vanishing into the vast cosmos after 2 months. The disappearance of the gravitational wave signal can be attributed to 2 possibilities. 1, as the colossal spacecraft receded into the distance, the gravitational ripples it produced were no longer detectable by humanity. Or 2, the gravitationally propelled vessel, after 2 months of acceleration, ceased its propulsion system. It might either continue its journey through space due to inertia or come to a halt at a point 2 months away from the origin of the gravitational wave ripples. Subsequently, the human eye continued to monitor that region of deep space, yet no further signs of similar gravitational wave activity were detected. At this juncture, human civilization faced a pivotal decision regarding the gravitational wave ripples emanating from over 1,000 light-years away. Should they take action concerning this serendipitously captured gravitational wave signal? More specifically, should they dispatch an exploratory vessel towards the source of the special gravitational wave signal to ascertain whether contact could be established with the extraterrestrial civilization responsible for this phenomenon? In a more conventional societal context, such considerations might not even arise. At most, they would merely document this unique gravitational wave activity as a fragment of history. Ultimately, for any civilization incapable of surpassing the speed of light, a distance exceeding 1,000 light-years remains insurmountably vast. However, humanity is distinct. The eye of humanity was constructed specifically to detect the signs of extraterrestrial civilizations, to seek out their existence. Although 1,000 light-years may appear dauntingly remote, influenced by the will of Lindau, the motivations driving human civilization, beyond the long-term aspirations set forth by Mr. Lin, are fundamentally pure. They simply wish to glimpse the nature of the extraterrestrial civilization that has left traces detectable by human endeavors. Thus, Lindau issued the command to dispatch 4 Red Giant-class starships to embark on this exploratory voyage. Consequently, humanity stirred into action. That very year, the vessels, designated Red Giant 1 through Red Giant 4, departed from the solar system, navigating toward the general direction from which the peculiar gravitational wave signals had emanated over a millennium ago. This journey would inevitably be exceedingly protracted, perhaps even yielding no tangible results. Even at the pinnacle speed of the Red Giant-class vessels, approaching light speed, reaching a destination at least 1,000 light-years away would require over a millennium, a span surpassing the entirety of human civilization's recorded history thus far. Upon arrival, the 4 Red Giant-class starships would find themselves not only spatially distanced from the extraterrestrial vessels that traversed that region over 1,000 years ago, but also temporally displaced by more than 2 millennia. Even if they were to locate the origin of the gravitational wave signals currently received, should the unknown extraterrestrial spacecraft have merely passed through by chance, humanity's 4 exploratory vessels might encounter nothing at all, merely a desolate expanse akin to the vast majority of the cosmos. Furthermore, once they reach that point, pursuing the trajectory of the unknown extraterrestrial vessel would be nearly impossible, based solely on the information gleaned from the captured gravitational wave signals. It is only known that the entity is moving away from the solar system, but the precise direction, whether it is directly opposite or slightly offset, remains entirely unknown. In essence, the dispatched exploratory vessels may indeed spend millennia traversing the cosmos only to return empty-handed, rendering the received gravitational wave signals a mere ephemeral curiosity in the annals of human history. Nonetheless, even with this awareness, humanity remains undeterred. Since the eye of humanity has already detected something extraordinary, regardless of the potential for fruitful discovery, human civilization is compelled to draw nearer to the past. Moreover, humanity had already intended to send forth exploratory vessels. Now, propelled by the revelations of the eye of humanity, a clear trajectory for future endeavors has been delineated. Perhaps it is only in this moment of human civilization, transformed by the influence of the insectoid, that such occurrences manifest in such a peculiar manner. However, when viewed through the vast lens of the cosmos and the passage of time, this peculiar upheaval seems to give rise to a strange, unique romance that is distinctly characteristic of contemporary human civilization. One might ponder, if an unknown civilization were to learn that we, merely a millennium ago, had glimpsed the shadows they left in the cosmos long before our time, and subsequently spent a millennium or more journeying to greet them, what emotions would such a revelation evoke? Lindau casually posed this question to the researchers beside him. Perhaps it would elicit a sense of astonishment, or even a hint of trepidation. On the day when 4 red supergiant-class starships set forth toward the direction observed by humanity's gaze, Lindau took note of the event. Arranged in the vast expanse of space, these 4 vessels, while not particularly large compared to planets or moons, were nonetheless impressive in their sheer magnitude. Each starship was brimming with 30 million souls, culminating in a fleet of over 100 million individuals, capable of forming a substantial human society. Unlike previous voyages, These 4 starships would employ a wormhole communication protocol, releasing a communication relay station every few decades during their journey, thereby ensuring that they maintained real-time and substantial contact with the realms governed by human civilization. Aside from the differences in responsibilities and the inhabitants of the 7 star systems currently under human dominion, the individuals aboard the 4 starships mirrored those within the vast territories of contemporary human civilization in most respects. Upon embarking, the starships entered an acceleration phase, comparable to that of the Yellow Dwarf-class vessels. Once the acceleration was complete, they would proceed toward their destination at maximum velocity. However, akin to other exploratory vessels, they would also conduct observations and detections of various star systems along their route. In this particular year, the eye of humanity made 2 noteworthy discoveries. The gravitational wave ripples from a millennium ago, 1,000 light-years distant, were merely one. The other discovery, relatively more proximate, was not the result of signals captured by the gravitational wave detection apparatus, but rather the consequence of the giant optical telescope aboard the eye of humanity, which fortuitously identified an intriguing planetary system during its celestial survey. Subsequent instruments were directed toward this planetary system, enriching the data gathered. In contrast to the passive detection of gravitational wave signals, this actively observed planetary system allowed for a more precise localization. This system lies 124 light-years from the solar system and consists solely of a yellow dwarf star, forming a single star system. This star is slightly larger than our own Sun, approximately 1.2 times its size. The quality and surface temperature of this celestial body closely resemble those of the Sun, to a significant extent. It was the similarity of this star to our solar system's Sun that initially drew the attention of researchers. As data accumulated and analyses were conducted, a deeper understanding of this planetary system, located 124 light-years away, emerged. Within this system, over 10 large planets have been detected, suggesting an abundance of material resources. Among these, 6 are presumed to be terrestrial planets, solid in nature, while the remaining 4 are gas giants. What is particularly intriguing is that, apart from the 4 gaseous planets, 5 of the 6 solid planets reside within the habitable zone. Of the 5 planets in this zone, 4 possess atmospheres. The 2 closest of these atmospheric planets orbit at a distance of less than 1 million kilometers from one another. Should a civilization exist on the solid planets of this system, its environment would be exceedingly favorable compared to that of human civilization. They would not need to advance to the era of electric propulsion engines, as chemical rockets could sufficiently facilitate their frequent excursions to other planets. Most importantly, based on various observational data captured by human instruments, there is a considerable probability that life exists on these 4 atmospheric planets situated within the habitable zone. According to human understanding and knowledge of the flora and fauna of the Barnard civilization, these 4 atmospheric planets not only meet the basic conditions for carbon-based life but also exhibit numerous signs of potential life. As for the existence of an advanced civilization, current observations suggest that, over a century ago, no civilization capable of altering the planetary environment existed in this system. However, the information gathered thus far is sufficient for human civilization to consider an exploration. As previously expressed during interactions between human civilization and the Barnard civilization, the existence of life-bearing planets in the universe is, in itself, a miracle. Over the years, humanity's continuous exploration of the cosmos has further substantiated this notion. Even without the presence of intelligent civilizations, the discovery of planets with rich ecosystems represents a second encounter for human civilization since the era of the Barnard civilization. Moreover, regarding this planetary system, located 124 light-years away, humanity no longer needs to dispatch a fleet of interstellar vessels. Its position lies adjacent to the trajectory of 6 Red Dwarf-class exploratory ships. At this moment, the 6 Red Dwarf-class vessels, which departed from the Barnard 16 system, are approximately 84 light-years from the solar system. If they continue on their current course, they will reach their closest approach to this planetary system in about 80 years, at a distance of approximately 31 light-years. Certainly, the 6 Red Dwarf-class spacecraft will no longer continue their journey in the original direction. After adjusting their course, These vessels are now 47 light-years away from an intriguing single-star planetary system. Given the maximum velocity of the Red Dwarf-class spacecraft, which is 45 of the speed of light, along with the required deceleration time, it will take approximately 110 years to reach that planetary system. In the grand tapestry of human civilization's history, this duration is indeed considerable. However, it pales in comparison to the thousands of light-years from which unique gravitational wave signals were detected in the same year, making the destination seem significantly closer. For a civilization constrained by the speed of light, traversing the cosmos often entails journeys that span centuries, millennia, or even tens of millennia. At a location 84 light-years from the solar system, in the same year that 4 Red Giant-class spacecraft embarked towards destinations over 1,000 light-years away. The 6 Red Dwarf-class vessels, having long since ventured into the cosmos, received signals from the eye of humanity through the capabilities of Lingdao. Following Lingdao's guidance, these 6 spacecraft altered their original trajectory, taking considerable time to execute a vast arc before proceeding directly towards the captivating star system at their maximum velocity. Though it is likely that most aboard the Red Dwarf-class spacecraft will not witness the full visage of the 4 habitable worlds over a century hence, those who embark on this journey remain invigorated and elated. Firstly, there is the pure joy stemming from the eye of humanity's monumental achievement in discovering the first life-bearing planetary system. Secondly, while they may not reach this target system in the present moment, they are acutely aware that in 100 years, humanity will collectively observe a clear depiction of the star system. They are determined to contribute their strength towards the arrival of that moment. For the sake of reference, although a formal name has yet to be assigned to this target star system, it has been provisionally dubbed I-1, signifying the first life-bearing system discovered by the eye of humanity. It is hoped that a more formal name will be bestowed upon it, derived from the intelligent civilization that may be encountered within the system. As the years 467 and 468 of the calendar continue to unfold, time flows inexorably onward, unaffected by the 2 significant discoveries made by the eye of humanity in that year. The momentum of time remains relentless. It appears that the simultaneous discovery of 2 remarkable locations potentially harboring life and civilization has depleted the long-accumulated fortune of the Eye of Humanity project. Consequently, for an extended period, the search for extraterrestrial civilizations has once again fallen into a lull. Chapter 74. The Expansion Plan Within a Century in the Forthcoming Extended Period. Within the intricate tapestry of human civilization, countless narratives and events continue to emerge every moment, accompanied by a myriad of transformations. New prodigious talents are birthed from artificial wombs, entering the realm of humanity and subsequently engaging in its unique educational system. These exceptional individuals swiftly align with the provisions for gifted individuals within this educational framework, thereby fully realizing their innate potential and contributing as superlative researchers to the advancement of human civilization. Amidst this milieu, venerable researchers dedicated to specific scientific domains remain resolute. Even in the final moments before the age of mandatory retirement, fixated on a conundrum they may have pursued throughout their lifetime, striving to impart their utmost effort towards its resolution. Scholars in various fields, even as they approach the end of their lives, remain preoccupied with the research they once spearheaded, inquiring through personal communication systems whether there have been any recent developments, even if they have not succeeded in resolving a particular issue during their tenure. These researchers harbor no profound regrets. They possess the unwavering conviction that they have contributed all that they could, and that the unresolved challenges will inevitably be addressed by generations of successors. In specific scientific domains and engineering projects, one can still observe the emergence of novel research findings, periodically shared through the human communication systems to all interested parties. Among the nearly 10 billion inhabitants of human civilization, a substantial portion comprises researchers and scholars across diverse fields. In this context, research endeavors flourish remarkably, with new advancements surfacing almost incessantly. Engineering projects continue to progress at the unparalleled efficiency characteristic of human civilization. However, from a macro perspective, the ensuing period is notably tranquil. The discoveries made by the human eye, even the most recent, necessitate over a century before yielding exploratory results. Following this, new findings have become scarce, although there are intermittent efforts to activate various detection instruments on the human eye to delve deeper into the intriguing one-star system, enhancing understanding of this captivating celestial entity. Furthermore, significant research domains concerning transportation capacity, computational power, materials, and energy have not witnessed any groundbreaking advancements for quite some time. As anticipated, the research surrounding the gravity-based propulsion system has reached its zenith, resulting in a stagnation in this area of study. In other respects, the field of materials science has indeed witnessed a series of novel discoveries. However, even amidst the numerous advancements in computational materials science, the research remains significantly characterized by randomness and serendipity. The emergence of new materials does not necessarily imply that they will play a pivotal role in human civilization in the near future. In terms of energy, following the realization of nuclear fusion technology, it seems humanity has entered a cul-de-sac. Though researchers maintain their optimism, they are acutely aware that extricating themselves from this dead end may require an extended period. Regarding computational power, we stand on the brink of initiating the worm brain construction plan. Despite having a clear vision and direction, numerous challenges remain to be addressed. This impasse in several major research domains may aptly be termed a long-term accumulation phase. As has been the case historically, there are indeed achievements, yet none that can be deemed revolutionary breakthroughs. The conclusion of this long-term accumulation phase and the onset of the next technological explosion remain unpredictable. Researchers and scholars strive diligently to hasten the arrival of this forthcoming technological renaissance. In the years 471 and 472, following the completion of the construction of the Eye of Humanity and the launch of several exploratory vessels, the focus of human civilization's productivity shifted towards external expansion. The characteristics of human civilization render its approach to expansion somewhat peculiar. For other typical civilizations, the impetus for outward expansion is predominantly driven by insufficient resources or productivity, aiming to augment the total resource pool and enhance overall productivity. However, even with a total population nearing 1 trillion, the productivity required for the self-sustenance of human civilization constitutes merely a small fraction of its overall productivity. Essentially, human civilization expends its surplus productivity on external expansion, in stark contrast to more conventional civilizations. This divergence primarily stems from the distinct motivations driving human expansion. It is not a necessity for survival, but rather the expression of the singular will of Mr. Lin, the embodiment of human civilization. It is as if the insectoid human civilization as a collective has developed a self-awareness, culminating in this somewhat unusual divergence. This year, researchers and scholars proactively consulted Mr. Lin regarding the direction of continued expansion beyond the current territories of 7-star systems. Prior to the advent of worm communication, human civilization faced minor collaborative challenges within the vast expanse of these 7-star systems. However, now, with the widespread implementation of interstellar communication facilitated by special worms, while some issues persist, at least there are no longer barriers to real-time communication over vast distances. Even after the conquest and development of more distant star systems, the exchange of resources faces significant limitations due to the constraints imposed by the maximum speed of interstellar spacecraft. However, within different star systems, the progeny of humanity can share their wisdom through wormhole communications. Thus, for human civilization, mastering the technology of wormhole communication necessitates a continued, vigorous expansion within the galaxy. If one were to identify a monumental event in the foreseeable future of human civilization, it would undoubtedly be the ambitious plan to extend beyond the 7 systems already under our control. Ultimately, Lin Dao provided the researchers and scholars with a response that delineated 2 primary directions for expansion and development. These 2 directions correspond to the trajectories of the 6 Red Dwarf-class interstellar vessels and the 4 Red Giant-class vessels currently en route to the I-1 system and the location, 1,000 light-years away, that emits unique gravitational wave signals. It is not imperative that human civilization's domain be extended to these 2 points, nonetheless. Over the next century and even millennia, the fringes of human civilization will inevitably draw significantly closer to these locations. Following Lin Dao's delineation of these directions, a vast number of researchers and scholars within the seven systems swiftly presented a somewhat audacious plan for human expansion. In summary, prioritizing the two directions identified by Lin Dao. The proposal suggests that over the course of several millennia, perhaps even tens of thousands of years, human civilization aims to expand its territory from the current 7 star systems to a radius of 100 light-years, potentially reaching the outer edges of the local interstellar cloud on one side. Given the extended timeline, the researchers are uncertain whether significant technological breakthroughs will occur during this period, making it difficult to predict the ultimate completion date of this plan. Based on the data from the Eye of Humanity probe, the researchers and scholars determined that within the defined range, there exist 786 planetary systems. Of course, even at this moment, it remains uncertain whether there are additional unobserved planetary systems. In stark contrast to the current domain of human civilization, which encompasses merely 7 star systems, such an expansive cosmic territory is truly astronomical. Concurrently, the researchers aspire to elevate the total population of human civilization from the current nearly 10 trillion to at least over 100 trillion. In relation to the grand expansion plan, it is the researchers' and scholars' desire to achieve a population increase of at least 1 order of magnitude, corresponding to the occupation of over 1,000 planetary systems within the local interstellar cloud. The entire expansion initiative bears resemblance to the locust plan previously suggested by some researchers to Lin Dao, which entails leveraging the resources within the territories acquired through human expansion to augment the population base of humanity. Then, utilizing a vast population base for a lottery, one might extract the sporadically born super geniuses. For human civilization, if, for an extended period in the future, spacecraft cannot surpass the speed of light. Even if the domain of human civilization expands to a radius of 100 light-years, the resources within this expanse would only be applicable internally among the various planetary systems. At most, exchanges and utilizations might occur between neighboring star systems. For instance, in the solar system, attempting to harness resources beyond 100 light-years for production proves to be inefficient. The productivity established within each planetary system faces similar challenges. The spatial distance makes it arduous to consolidate the productivity of the scattered planetary systems for a common endeavor. However, thanks to wormhole interstellar communication technology, even within a radius of 100 light-years, the wisdom of countless individuals and super geniuses scattered throughout human civilization can still be synthesized. Despite being separated by hundreds of light-years or more, they can collectively ponder and discuss the same issues. To some extent, this allows for the aggregation of intelligence across the entire expanse of human civilization to tackle shared challenges. Thus, the essence of this expansion plan is not merely to enhance the productivity of human civilization, but to elevate its wisdom and overall scientific research capabilities through the broader range of resources. This initiative is a derivative plan that emerged after the previous non-genius elimination strategy proved unfeasible. The ultimate aim is to leverage the increased number of super geniuses arising from a larger population base to help human civilization transcend obstacles that currently seem insurmountable, facilitating a leap in the level of civilization. In a way, this seemingly audacious expansion plan is fundamentally akin to the construction of the solar particle accelerator. Enhancing productivity is not its primary objective, due to Lin Dao delineating 2 priority directions. The anticipated human civilization expansion proposal now indicates that the solar system is no longer at the center of this 100 light-year radius, but rather approximately 60 light-years away from its current position. After reviewing this plan, Lin Dao paused for a moment before consenting, acknowledging its seemingly radical nature. However, if human civilization does not collectively advance, a continuous expansion into the deeper cosmos is inevitable. Expanding to a radius of 100 light-years is a long-term endeavor, one that cannot be accomplished overnight. Subsequently, that very year, this somewhat audacious expansion plan commenced implementation within 7 star systems in the current domain of human civilization. Unlike the previous construction of the Eye of Humanity within the solar system, The industrial products produced by the 6 industrial clusters outside the solar system would not require transportation back to the solar system. 7 star systems, including the industrial planets within the solar system, have delineated their respective responsibilities for the forthcoming development and construction of additional star systems. Essentially, this mirrors the historical expansion of human civilization within the solar system and its subsequent outreach beyond, resembling a snowball effect. Beyond these 7 planetary systems, the next set of star systems earmarked for expansion will see human civilization, as before, construct industrial planets, exploit resource-rich worlds, and enhance the development of internal resources. This will lead to the expansion of industrial clusters on these planets, which will, in turn, sustain the burgeoning population within those star systems through their industrial productivity and resources. Concurrently, the newly established industrial capabilities will facilitate further expansion into even more distant star systems. Humanity has become adept at this process of expansion. Various construction and development plans have been meticulously refined for the diverse conditions of different star systems. Even in the absence of established plans, a multitude of researchers and scholars can craft innovative and comprehensive strategies. Subsequently, similar situations will yield mature solutions. Although the differing circumstances across planets make it challenging to maintain a consistent doubling effect in this snowball development process, the outcome for human civilization remains promising. The completion of the development of the new 7 star systems will signify that humanity can embark on the next phase involving at least a dozen additional star systems. Were it not for the constraints of spatial distances and the limits of travel speed, this expansive approach would likely advance at an even more accelerated pace. In the year 472, within the solar system, industries on Earth, Mars, Neptune, and others utilized resources from the solar system and its vicinity, including portions from the adjacent Alpha Centauri and Barnard star systems, to construct a total of 20 Red Giant-class interstellar spacecraft. These vessels are dispatched towards Sirius, situated 8.5 light-years from the solar system, as part of humanity's expansion strategy. Additionally, the Barnard 16 system has sent 10 Red Giant-class interstellar vessels to Ross 15. Other star systems within the realm of human civilization, such as Alpha Centauri, Lumen, Wolf, and Lalande, have also constructed between 10 to 20 Red Giant-class interstellar ships, designated for the development and construction efforts of their respective target star systems, all of which are within a distance of 9 light-years. In the year 475, as humanity's plans for broader cosmic expansion commenced, researchers and scholars in relevant fields expressed a desire to formally initiate the Worm Brain Project, aimed at enhancing the computational capabilities of human civilization. Chapter 75, Expansion. After overcoming significant technical challenges, the construction plan for the Worm Brain appears to be an exaggerated endeavor. However, it holds little significance for human civilization. The essence of the Worm Brain construction initiative lies in the creation of a colossal supercomputer that, while spatially separated, operates synergistically as a cohesive entity. Logically, this mirrors the very nature and form of human civilization itself, with individuals scattered across different galaxies and spatial locations interconnected through pathways. In contrast, the computational clusters within each galaxy and interstellar city of the Worm Brain are linked via worm communication devices. Moreover, the requirements for computational modules across various galaxies and interstellar cities within the Worm Brain construction plan do not necessitate grand efforts. Each galaxy's interstellar cities and large space bases already possess corresponding computational clusters, which do not need to be newly constructed for the Worm Brain initiative. Instead, they merely require slight modifications to organize the computational clusters within each interstellar city into one or multiple computational modules for the Worm Brain plan. This presents a significant advantage of the initiative as proposed by researchers and scholars. The Worm Brain construction plan is grounded in reality and does not require starting from scratch. The most considerable undertaking within the entire construction plan involves the extensive deployment of worm communication devices and the architectural design necessary for the largest computational apparatus humanity has ever conceived, enabling it to maximize the total computational power of these modules. Additionally, The worm brain boasts the advantage of being able to integrate new computational modules from different galaxies as human civilization embarks on its subsequent expansion plans, continuously elevating the computational limits of the worm brain. This is precisely why numerous researchers and scholars have chosen to commence the worm brain construction plan at this juncture. They aspire for the entire worm brain initiative to progress in tandem with humanity's 100-light-year expansion agenda, or rather, to serve as a component of this grand expansion. Wherever new interstellar cities are constructed, new computational modules for the worm brain will be established. Upon the completion of humanity's 100-light-year expansion project, an unprecedented supercomputing apparatus will emerge, one that transcends imagination. Researchers harbor considerable expectations for the worm brain. The construction of the heliocentric particle collider, developed alongside the eye of humanity, has not propelled human civilization to achieve breakthroughs in foundational physics and theoretical understanding. Consequently, foundational scientific research has stagnated. Despite a vast population of exceptionally talented individuals engaged in fundamental fields, the supergeniuses may conceive advanced theories, yet without the means to validate these theories. A chasm remains between theory and application, leaving human civilization unable to forge a bridge across this divide. Geniuses may be able to extrapolate, based on current theories, certain particles of human civilization that remain elusive. Yet, the existence of such particles remains uncertain. This is not a reflection of the intellect of brilliant researchers or scholars, but rather a limitation imposed by the level of civilization itself. The scientific journey of humanity since it ventured into the cosmos illustrates a fundamental truth. The mysteries of the universe are not strewn along the path, ready to be gathered step by step. Rather, they may take unexpected turns. Only by traversing these crossroads and journeying further can one truly comprehend why such a divergence occurs. Human physical theories undergo a continuous cycle of refutation and reconciliation. There always exists a grander framework that encompasses previously inexplicable phenomena. However, this requires a profound understanding of the enigmatic occurrences and even the capture of new, unfathomable phenomena. Researchers and scholars harbor a certain hope that the ultimate computational prowess of the worm brain could guide human civilization through its present predicaments. They envision the potential of computational capabilities that transcend the limits of human civilization, forcefully creating a breakthrough that could elevate humanity to a new level of existence. Of course, researchers do not place all their hopes solely on the worm brain. Explorations and endeavors in other fields will continue unabated. In the year 475, the proposal for the construction of the worm brain was approved by Lindau. Within the dominion of human civilization, a portion of productivity was allocated to facilitate the construction of the worm brain while executing plans for external expansion. The 7-star systems that humanity has successfully developed are simultaneously undergoing transformations of their existing computational clusters in line with the worm brain initiative. Each industrial production system within these star systems is diligently working on the modifications of the computational clusters and the manufacturing of numerous worm devices. These devices, intended for the worm brain, will differ somewhat from those typically used in interstellar communication. Nevertheless, they fundamentally operate on the same principle, harnessing the supertemporal linkage of these worms. Even within the 7-star systems at this moment, the scale of computational modules within each worm brain has reached an astonishing magnitude. For instance, throughout the cosmic expanse of the solar system, particularly within the orbits of the planets, or on the surfaces of these celestial bodies and their associated satellites, there exist multiple space bases and interstellar cities. Each of these bases and cities houses substantial computational clusters, responsible for the seamless functioning of their respective interstellar cities, including transportation, communication, and the computational support for human production and industrial systems. This in itself represents a considerable scale. Following the integration into the worm brain project, it does not imply that these computational clusters will cease to perform their essential functions. Through the worm brain initiative, it is conceivable that the human production and industrial systems across various planets and even planetary systems may coalesce into a more cohesive whole. This would transcend the limitations of interstellar confines, allowing for the integration of a broader spectrum of human industrial production clusters to operate in unison. Furthermore, It would oversee all communications and transportation logistics within the domain of human civilization, even if, in the end, the worm brain cannot guide humanity out of its predicaments. The potential it holds is of immense value to civilization at present. This year witnessed the ongoing development of the Worm Brain project across the 7 established star systems. Nevertheless, for human civilization, the realization of the Worm Brain initiative is a formidable endeavor that cannot be achieved overnight. In the same year, 6 Red Giant-class spacecraft embarked from the outer edge of the solar system, not to venture towards nearby star systems for development, but rather to pursue the trajectory of 4 previously launched Red Giant-class vessels, journeying thousands of light years towards the direction where gravitational waves had once rippled. Given the prior encounters with the Barnard 16 star system and its civilization, despite a lack of intent to instigate direct conflict with any extraterrestrial beings, there remains an inherent assumption that any encountered alien civilization may be deemed adversarial, prompting considerations of warfare akin to that previously experienced with the Barnard civilization. Moreover, after their departure, the 6 subsequent Red Giant-class vessels, while benefiting from the spatial communication relay stations established by their predecessors, still required placement of their worm communication devices at the nearest relay in order to maintain efficient communication with their base. Consequently, these later vessels would periodically position their worm communication apparatus at the encountered relay stations, albeit with less frequency than the initial 4 vessels. Similarly, from the Barnard 16 star system, human civilization dispatched 4 additional Red Giant-class ships towards the I-1 star system. Current observational data suggests that even if intelligent life exists within the I-1 system, its technological advancement is likely to be limited. Nonetheless, the possibility of encountering a situation reminiscent of that with the Barnard civilization cannot be dismissed. Each Red Giant-class vessel is equipped with humanity's latest gravitational weaponry, a type of gravity bomb capable of being projected at 95% of the speed of light. There is no longer a need for the conventional use of spacecraft engines in warfare as was done during the conflict with the Barnard civilization. According to researchers' assessments, once a gravity bomb impacts a planet's surface, the ensuing gravitational chaos wreaks havoc on the planet's structure, resulting in either substantial collapse or extreme tension. Due to gravitational constraints, the majority of propellant engines are rendered incapable of escaping the planetary surface. Ordinary spacecraft would find themselves unable to flee, forced to witness the annihilation of their home planet. In terms of instantaneous power, this weapon must be regarded as the most formidable among the universally utilized arms of human civilization to date, should an interstellar war indeed erupt. If these Red Giant-class vessels prove inadequate to vanquish the enemy, the conflict could become exceedingly brutal for humanity. The year is 507 AD. 35 years have elapsed since the initiation of humanity's new expansion plan. Beyond the previously mastered 7 star systems, including the Solar System, Nandgate 2, and the Lumen System, the development and construction of an additional 7 newly explored star systems have been completed. These newly developed systems are now officially incorporated within the dominion of human civilization, effectively doubling the number of star systems under its control. The frontier of human civilization has expanded from the previously established Lalandi system, located 8 light-years from the Solar System, to a new star system situated 15 light-years away, developed and constructed with resources from the Lalandi system. In reality, the 30-year development timeline was significantly influenced by distance. Despite the extensive use of humanity's most advanced Red Giant-class vessels, the journey from the Solar System and other established systems to the newly targeted 7 star systems consumed over a decade. Given the mature development plans and abundant experience of human civilization, the average time required for resource extraction and industrial construction in a single star system is roughly 20 years, particularly with the extravagant input of productivity. This marks a stark contrast to the time previously spent on the development and construction of various planets within the Solar System, highlighting the considerable advancements in productivity over the years. For scholars and researchers in relevant fields, the ongoing expansion of human civilization around the Solar System, aimed at occupying additional planetary systems, is fundamentally a preparation for a substantial increase in the population base. The growth in population over the years is perhaps a matter of even greater significance for humanity. In the year that the new 7-star systems have been fully developed, the total population of human civilization has astonishingly reached 1.3 trillion individuals, distributed across the 15 star systems now under its control. These inhabitants may reside not only in interstellar cities on planetary surfaces, but also aboard various red giant-class vessels. In one of the newly developed star systems, characterized by a harsh environment yet abundant resources, the development plan did not prioritize the establishment of industrial clusters or interstellar cities on planetary or satellite surfaces. Instead, the focus was on leveraging the resources and materials within the system to manufacture a multitude of red giant-class vessels, which were then equipped with extensive industrial clusters. Consequently, numerous such vessels, either docked or in transit around the system, have become the focal points of human civilization within that star system. Over the years, a significant portion of the population growth can be attributed to the newly developed 7-star systems. Although the permanent resident population of these systems does not rival the extravagant numbers seen in Wasteland and the solar system, the cumulative total across the 7-star systems has reached a staggering 8 billion. This growth is largely due to the fact that the development and construction of these 7-star systems is not merely a one-time endeavor. Following the launch of multiple red giant-class spacecraft dispatched from the solar system and other star systems, ongoing construction of new red giant-class vessels has continued in systems such as the solar system, Namin 2, and Barnard 16, carrying vast amounts of equipment, machinery, and population to further explore and develop these newly identified star systems. This year marks the official expansion of human civilization's dominion to 14 territories, heralding the commencement of an even broader initiative to explore and develop neighboring planetary systems. The newly developed 7-star systems have swiftly identified 7 target star systems for the next phase of human civilization's expansion plan, albeit progress in the older domains, such as the solar system and the Wasteland star system, has somewhat decelerated. A substantial quantity of materials and resources being transported back from the newly established 7-star systems is still en route. This is integral to the snowballing expansion strategy of human civilization. Upon completion of the new star system's development, it is essential to return a portion of the materials and resources obtained. For the solar system, these resources will serve 2 purposes. First, to replenish the materials lost over the years, and second, to facilitate the development and construction of even larger-scale projects in other star systems. As time continues to pass rapidly, from the macro perspective of Lindau, the expansion of human civilization is both extravagant and awe-inspiring. It resembles a drop of ink falling into the surrounding space of the solar system, gradually spreading year by year, staining the surrounding vastness with the same hue. Unlike actual ink that dilutes and slows with expansion, the ink of human civilization's growth becomes increasingly rich and swift. Viewed from the broader perspective of human civilization, it appears to exhibit a locust-like tendency, voraciously consuming the materials and resources within the surrounding cosmic expanse, continuously nurturing new human individuals. These new individuals, in turn, amplify the productive capacity of human civilization, perpetuating the cycle. It remains uncertain whether there exists an extraterrestrial civilization akin to Barnard's that gazes upon the current state of human civilization from a distance. One wonders how such a civilization would perceive the ongoing expansion of humanity. In the forthcoming period, it seems that the entirety of human civilization is focused solely on this monumental endeavor, perpetually expanding alongside the burgeoning scale of the insect brain. Thus, it continues until the year 578. Chapter 76, The 4 Life Planets, Year 578. Over 70 years have elapsed since the completion of the development of the first batch of 7 new star systems. Ideally, the domain of human civilization should have expanded from 14 star systems to a remarkable 56, doubling twice. Yet, reality has proven far less favorable. As the scope of expansion widens, the limits of sublight speed travel and the vast distances between star systems have emerged as significant challenges to the expansion of human civilization. Taking the solar system as an example, during the initial phase of the expansion plan, productivity projections remained relatively stable while addressing star systems situated 8 light-years away. However, Upon the completion of the first expansion phase, the second phase encountered star systems that were at least 16 light-years distant. At this juncture, the efficiency of productivity projection diminished considerably, with a substantial portion of time devoted to travel for the development and construction of even more distant star systems. According to researchers' estimates, once the next batch of star systems is developed, the efficiency of productivity from the previously occupied star systems will have diminished by half or more during the subsequent phase of expansion. In the most favorable scenario, each of the 14 developed star systems could correspond to a new star system, allowing for simultaneous development of 14 new star systems. However, in reality, only 9 new star systems were completed in the same time frame. After 2 rounds of expansion, the solar system's contribution of productivity to the development of newly emerging star systems has become negligible. The nearest star system available for development from the solar system is now situated 32 light-years away, and factoring in acceleration and deceleration. A spacecraft departing from the solar system would require over 40 years to reach it. Consequently, to this day, the domain of human civilization has only expanded from 14 star systems 70 years ago to the current 31 star systems. Nonetheless, considering the present level of human civilization, this remains an extraordinarily vast expanse. To traverse from one edge of the current domain to the opposite diagonal edge requires over 40 years aboard a Red Giant-class spacecraft. A ray of sunlight passing through the domain of human civilization also takes more than 30 years. This span of time is sufficient for an individual to transition from childhood to middle age. The sunlight that once brushed past a person in childhood remains within the dominion of human civilization even in their middle age. By such a measure, the expanse of human civilization is indeed staggering. This year, the total population of human civilization, distributed across the vastness of 31 star systems, has reached an astonishing 2.3 trillion, a figure unimaginable to people of previous eras. Let these individuals stand shoulder to shoulder, forming a line that extends from the Sun all the way to the midpoint of the orbits of Jupiter and Saturn. Even if the population were to decline by 100 million each day, it would take over 60 years for human civilization to face extinction. Within this home system of human civilization in the solar system, the population has not significantly increased in recent years, remaining around 500 billion. Beyond this, commencing from the solar system, barring certain galaxies constrained by natural conditions and limited material resources, the number of inhabitants in galaxies that were developed and constructed earlier is invariably greater, tapering off as one moves outward. However, even in the most peripheral developed galaxies, the population residing in interstellar cities and on Red Giant-class spacecraft exceeds 10 billion. Occasionally, as he reflects on the gradual evolution of human civilization in accordance with his will, Lindau experiences a peculiar sensation when contemplating the total population of humanity at this moment. His abilities in this regard seem truly limitless. Even with the current population of human civilization surpassing 2 trillion, he remains capable of sensing every individual. It is not that the thoughts, perceptions, and perspectives of all individuals flood into his consciousness simultaneously, but rather, through a remarkable instinct, he can perceive the macrocosm constituted by countless perspectives whenever he desires, and can naturally hone in on the viewpoint of a specific individual when he wishes. Furthermore, when events he is keen to know about unfold, he instinctively senses them. For Lindau, human civilization indeed constitutes a singular entity, akin to his own body. The researcher's earlier assessment of a hive-like civilization seems increasingly validated with the passage of time. This year, the expansion plan of human civilization continues to advance. According to the current trajectory, the projections of sustained growth over several thousand, even tens of thousands of years, truly align with the present reality. The construction of the hive mind has begun to take shape alongside humanity's expansion into other galaxies. With nearly all computational clusters spanning 31 galaxies interconnected within the hive mind initiative, although it has yet to reach the envisioned completeness of the researchers and scholars, it already exhibits an exaggerated computational power. The cumulative computational capacity is not merely the simple addition of all computational clusters and modules. It amalgamates the wisdom of countless brilliant researchers in fields related to computation, yielding a 1-1 that far exceeds 2. The computational prowess of the hive mind has begun to be extensively applied across various domains of human civilization, from industrial production to scientific research. Overseeing the macro operations from the individual level to entire industrial units and the civilization as a whole. More directly, human industrial and production systems, research systems, educational systems, and communication systems are all operating through the computational strength of the hive mind. In the engineering sector of human civilization, the enhancement of this computational capacity has further increased the automation levels in industrial and production processes. Long ago, within the intricate tapestry of human industry and production systems, the role of individuals as direct participants in manufacturing processes had been rendered obsolete. Each engineer became responsible for a specific production chain or industrial module, with numerous production chains encompassing several fundamental industrial units, each of which oversaw distinct segments of industrial production. Presently, this level of human involvement has largely dissipated. Indeed, while it may seem exaggerated at this moment, the vast majority of the 23 trillion individuals within human civilization are researchers and scholars, engaged in varying degrees of inquiry and contemplation based on their capabilities. Some delve into specific branches of energy research, while others focus on refining minute technological processes within particular production stages. Within the communication networks of human civilization, an incessant exchange of thoughts and inspirations transpires across various fields. However, for humanity, the most significant events of the past year do not pertain to the achievements of our expansion plans. The territorial reach of 31 star systems is merely a prologue. The subsequent expansion initiatives are set to continue, with no conclusion in sight. This year, the most extraordinary occurrences unfolded beyond the boundaries of human civilization, specifically, the arrival of 6 red dwarf-class exploratory vessels at their target star system. In the year 467, information transmitted through Lintau revealed the existence of the I-1 star system, discovered by the human eye. Subsequently, the fleet of 6 red dwarf-class ships altered their course towards I-1. By the year 578, a span of 111 years had elapsed. Throughout the century-long voyage towards the I-1 system, the fleet encountered no extraordinary events, much like the vast expanses of space they traversed previously. The cosmos remained largely desolate, either an empty void, perfectly embodying the essence of space, or populated solely by lifeless celestial bodies such as planets, asteroids, and stars. In the context of such interstellar voyages, prolonged tranquility and silence, devoid of any remarkable incidents, became the norm. After all, the universe is indeed vast and expansive. By the year 570, the 6 red dwarf-class ships had reached the broad outskirts of the I-1 system and began to slow their approach, albeit still distanced from the orbital path of the innermost planets. At this juncture, the array of instruments aboard the red dwarf-class vessels was already capable of discerning many aspects of the planets within the I-1 system with clarity. Initially, it became evident that, as previously inferred from data captured by the human eye, no civilization had yet evolved to the interstellar stage within the I-1 system. Even though the information captured by the human eye has persisted for over a century, the situation observed by the inhabitants aboard the red dwarf-class spacecraft within the I-1 galaxy remains unchanged despite the passage of time. Moreover, the prior judgments made based on the data perceived by the human eye have proven accurate. Indeed, within the I-1 galaxy, there exist planets teeming with life. It is highly probable that all 4 of the planets located within the habitable zone, possessing atmospheres, are among them. Yet, it remains uncertain whether any indigenous intelligent civilizations inhabit these 4 worlds. Upon confirming the presence of life-bearing planets within the I-1 galaxy, the inhabitants of the 6 red dwarf-class spacecraft, along with those on the ground, were invigorated during the subsequent 8 years of deceleration, excluding their own home planet. This marks humanity's second encounter with a life-bearing planet since the discovery of the planet belonging to the Barnard civilization in the Barnard 16 star system. Remarkably, they have observed 4 such planets in succession. However, humanity's interest in these life-bearing worlds is not driven by any intention to exploit them in terms of value. Life-bearing planets do not significantly differ from ordinary planets for contemporary human civilization. Nonetheless, these planets are miracles of the cosmos, and the existence of 4 life-bearing planets in a single star system is nothing short of extraordinary. Thus, humanity is keen to explore these miraculous worlds up close. Over the course of 8 years, the crew aboard the spacecraft maintained a diligent and continuous observation of the conditions on these 4 life-bearing planets. In the year 578, the 6 Red Dwarf-class spacecraft of human civilization docked in the vicinity of the 6th major planet's orbital position within the I-1 galaxy. They found themselves merely 5 astronomical units away from the 4 life-bearing planets located within the habitable zone. Given the current technological capabilities and travel speeds of human civilization, this distance is tantamount to being right at the doorstep of these 4 life-bearing worlds. This proximity is largely due to the findings from years of sustained exploration, which revealed that no civilizations had advanced to an interstellar age within this planetary system. The cosmic space is devoid of electromagnetic activity and remains eerily quiet. Furthermore, there are no peculiar circumstances akin to those observed in the Barnard 16 system, allowing the crew aboard the 6 Red Dwarf-class spacecraft to clearly observe the landscapes of the 4 life-bearing planets. Among these 6 Red Dwarf-class spacecraft, the first in rank is the luminous moon, where a young woman, who has grown and matured, resides. Compared to many of her contemporaries, she possesses remarkable talents. Though she falls slightly short of the extraordinary genius category, she is considered an ordinary genius, with an IQ estimated to be around 197 according to the statistical standards of human civilization. At this juncture, she has completed her studies within the human education system and is engaged in research at the intersection of astrophysics and cosmology, a field with a significant number of practitioners aboard the Red Dwarf-class spacecraft. At this moment, she gazes once more at the 4 life-bearing planets, situated an average of 5 astronomical units away, utilizing the optical detection equipment aboard the spacecraft, while certain other detection devices yield more precise data, providing greater certainty for research and exploration. There are occasions when direct experiences based on humanity's intrinsic senses are indeed necessary. She sequentially beheld the 4 celestial bodies. At first glance, these 4 life-bearing planets are undoubtedly captivating to the majority of humankind. Perhaps it is because humanity itself is a form of life, rendering these vibrant planets inherently more aligned with human aesthetics than the desolate, lifeless ones. Excluding the solid planet devoid of an atmosphere, the other 4 atmospheric planets, situated within the habitable zone, revolve in orbits that are relatively close in proximity. Among them, the 2 nearest planets lie at a distance of merely 1 million kilometers when their orbits intersect. The innermost planet and the outermost one, at their closest approach, are less than 10 million kilometers apart. However, perhaps due to the intricate gravitational environment, the orbital paths of these 4 planets do not maintain perfect parallelism. The inner and outer planets exhibit intersecting trajectories throughout their revolutions. During the first half of the orbit, the inner planet remains within, while the outer one stays beyond. In the latter half, the inner planet may transition to a more external path, with the outer planet shifting inward. Yet they avoid collision due to the presence of multiple intersecting points. Among the 4 life-bearing planets, one is predominantly green, not the yellowish-green characteristic of the Barnard 16 system, but rather a lush and abundant vegetation that adorns its surface, coupled with the misty clouds in its atmosphere. This verdant planet resembles a gem enveloped in cosmic fog. Unlike the peculiarities of the Barnard 16 system, it is strikingly beautiful. Another planet exhibits a delightful interplay of green and pale blue hues, speckled in appearance. The green emanates from its foliage, while the pale blue reflects its surface. The remaining 2 planets are interspersed with shades of grayish blue, their atmospheres contributing to this coloration. Over 95% of these 2 planets is enveloped by oceans, their colors essentially mirroring that of the surface waters. The gray-blue planets represent the innermost and outermost of the 4 life-sustaining worlds. The emerald and the green-blue intermingled planet are the 2 that lie a mere million kilometers apart. On these closely orbiting celestial bodies, the observational instruments aboard the Red Dwarf-class spacecraft have detected signs of civilization. These indications include evidently artificial structures and settlements, observed with minimal obstruction, thus directly noted by human civilization. Moreover, signs of civilized existence have been concurrently detected on both of these neighboring life-bearing planets. During the approach to the inner ring of the I-1 system, the numerous detection devices aboard the Red Dwarf-class spacecraft have captured a significant number of traces indicative of civilization's presence. Chapter 77, Tree Star and Kamanzi Star in the I-1 Galaxy. The planet temporarily referred to by human civilization as Emerald boasts a surface teeming with a rich atmosphere, which has allowed numerous life forms to evolve the ability to soar through the air over the course of eons. The flora, too, has learned to harness the seasonal winds to disperse their seeds. At the pinnacle of the highest peak on the Emerald planet, an individual from a race entirely distinct from humanity has arrived, buoyed by the rising currents. It is nightfall at this lofty summit. Yet this evening glimmers brighter than most nights over the past 4 years, for heaven has returned to its closest proximity to the Emerald planet after a 4-year absence. It casts a radiance more resplendent than any star, illuminating the shadows of the mountains and forests on the surface of the Emerald planet. However, it appears less luminous than the flame star during daylight. Standing atop the highest peak is an individual named Jioha, who, according to the longevity of his race, has reached an advanced age. He retracts his wings and positions himself beneath the celestial tree, gazing with his forehead eyes at heaven and with his rear eyes at the vivid shadows cast by the light of heaven upon the celestial tree. Heaven is their designation for the blue-green celestial body that hangs above their land, a magnificent orb that appears as an immense wheel traversing their sky. On cloudless nights, they can observe it with remarkable clarity. In their ancient lore, it is said to be the realm of the divine, an eternal paradise devoid of calamity and famine, a utopia where toil is unnecessary, tears are absent, and each day is filled with joyous song and dance. They harbor profound aspirations for this star, so close to them. Their bards and scribes have crafted many exquisite verses and tales celebrating heaven. According to their age-old legends, whenever heaven approaches their land, the elderly who pass away, the lonely yet kind-hearted children, and the valiant who sacrifice for justice are all welcomed into heaven. There are also tales that when a sovereign or sage is born on the earth, that year's heaven will radiate a brilliant light. Over generations of observation, they have discerned a pattern. Every 4 years and 168 days, heaven traverses their land, coming closest at that time. This seems to be a mere rule of cosmic motion, indifferent to their virtue or the birth of a sovereign. Yet, the ancient legends have not faded. Many among them continue to believe that the star is indeed heaven. Jioha is a star mage, a figure shrouded in mystery within their ranks. The wise beings of the Emerald planet generally hold the belief that the stars in the sky correspond to their individual destinies. When the stars in the night sky shift, their fates become intertwined. Conversely, by observing the celestial changes, they can foresee both individual and collective destinies. Jioha is the one who undertakes this task, watching the heavens for the sake of their king and kingdom. Atop the highest peak of the Emerald planet lies the watchtower exclusively belonging to the star sorcerers. Among the multitude of stars, heaven is the closest to them, and the populace believes most fervently in its influence over their lives. Thus, this moment, when heaven is nearest to them, presents the prime opportunity for observation. This is also the reason Jioha has come here now. Teacher, heaven shines brilliantly. At this moment, a younger individual, riding the updrafts, arrives at the same spot. He is Jioha's heir, a noble child, chosen through a complex and mysterious ritual. Heaven does not emit its own radiance. Its brilliance emanates from the flame star, akin to how water or a mirror reflects the light of the sky. Is that so? Jioha's heir appears perplexed by his words. Teacher, do you mean I can fly all the way to heaven? The distance from the earth to heaven is immense. Even if I were exhausted, I could not reach the edge of the sky. They say kata can take us higher. Jioha falls silent, seemingly contemplating this kata. It is a recent invention among them, a special fabric adorned with a burning flame beneath, supported by a large basket below. Passengers are housed within this basket, allowing them to ascend into the sky. However, the speed can vary, often depending on the wind. Frequently, it is slower than flying independently. Sometimes, users may even hire servants to hasten their progress. For Joha, this contraption appears nearly useless, yet some nobles seem to delight in its use. Regardless of the reasons, Kata tends to break down easily, rendering it incapable of reaching heaven. Juha responds, "It cannot reach heaven." Teacher, is heaven truly the realm of the divine? It is another world. Juha approaches the base of the divine tree, where a treasured heirloom of the star sorcerers is displayed, a single-tube telescope. He aims it towards the blue-green star they call heaven. "I am growing old, and soon I shall no longer be able to come here. You will need to watch the stars from now on." Teacher, you could still use Kata. You are a revered star sorcerer, and if you require it, the king will grant it to you. I fear that if I fall from great heights, I will lack the strength to soar again. I can accompany you and help you ascend. Teacher. Juha remained silent, merely placing the single-lens telescope before his successor. This was a precious artifact, painstakingly crafted by my mentor's mentor from a piece of transparent mineral. With it, one could gaze upon distant realms. Teacher, the celestial kingdom truly is a world. To peer through the telescope with the eyes of one's forehead, one could behold that azure-green star. Teacher, I must one day soar to the celestial kingdom. My teacher once conveyed to me that he had uttered similar words to his own mentor. Teacher, why did your mentor share this with you? Because I, too, expressed the same sentiment to my teacher when I first beheld it with such clarity. Teacher, I seem to see the same mountains and rivers in the celestial realm. Teacher, what is that? Is it a newly arrived meteor? Joa unexpectedly spotted a small point in the clear night sky. Joa appeared to be momentarily taken aback, offering no immediate response. It must be. That year, their historical records noted the words, "A meteor passes, and for 100 days, it does not set." On that azure-green planet, known as the Celestial Kingdom by the civilization of the Emerald Planet, the eve of war loomed over its greatest nation's capital. The aged king lay in his bed within the palace, his youth and vigor long diminished by age and illness, stripped of the majesty he once commanded in his prime. His once formidable horns atop his head now appeared withered, resembling dry branches that could fall at any moment. Lying in bed, he was mostly left with the mere strength to breathe, unable to move. King, you must rest more. The kingdom's finest physician had completed yet another diagnosis. The old king uttered no sound, his open eyes merely fixed upon the ceiling of the palace. Beside him, the doctor dared not leave, while the palace servants busied themselves in a flurry. Influenced by the old king's lingering authority, even as he lay gravely ill, they still felt a palpable fear. "Carry me outside the palace." The old king finally spoke again, his words seeming to pause the bustling activity within the palace. "King, you need to rest well within the palace." A voice responded in the humblest of tones. In their legends, those who achieve great deeds, upon their passing, are to be escorted by the divine star to become one of the deities. And tonight, the divine star was at its closest proximity to their land. The conspirators felt a sense of trepidation. For that ancient legend, coupled with the residual power of the old king, instilled in them a fear that even facing a dying man, he could indeed be taken by the divine star and exact vengeance upon them. The refusal that lingered nearby ignited a sudden fury within the aged king, whose body trembled in the throes of impending death. "Kill," commanded the ailing monarch, and after a brief silence, a few attendants responded to his decree. As one defier fell, the remaining subjects, under the king's waning authority, bore him outside the palace. A blue mineral from the azure-green planet illuminated the palace in a soft glow. Beneath the dim azure luminescence, the old king faced the verdant planet, the so-called divine star of their ancient legends. At this moment, he was engulfed in an overwhelming dread. On the brink of death, he felt as though he stood before a judgment. He feared the end, and at life's twilight, could only place his hope in the ancient tales. But were the legends true? Had anyone truly been guided by the divine star? Even if the legends were authentic, could his own deeds merit such divine attention? In this terror, the old king's gaze remained fixed upon the divine star. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. What was that? Was it the palace of the gods? Was it the abode of the divine? Was it a deity? Beside the divine star, an inconspicuous point emerged. The dying king strained to see the small dot more clearly. Had the divine star come to guide him? In the next moment, the old king breathed his last. Yet, That unassuming point that coincidentally appeared beside the divine star altered the course of history for the greatest kingdom on this azure green planet. In the past, when a king died, there were whispers of a change in the divine star, and the people dared not act. Having learned from their previous encounter with the Barnard civilization, the populace approached this situation with heightened caution. Although they could directly observe many details about the green planet and the azure green planet through their instruments, humanity's 6 deep space vessels continued to monitor from a distance of 5 astronomical units for some time. Subsequently, they dispatched several unmanned probes to the 4 life-bearing planets to ascertain their fundamental conditions and, most importantly, to investigate the civilizations present on the 2 planets that exhibited signs of intelligent life. Only then did they draw nearer to these 2 worlds of civilization. However, this closer approach did not translate into intentions for large-scale landings on the surfaces of these 2 civilized planets, nor was there any desire for direct communication with the civilizations inhabiting them. Unlike the Barnard civilization, the 2 civilizations within the I-1 star system were evidently mother civilizations. Still in the nascent stages of scientific development, lacking systematic foundations in many key disciplines. It was akin to humanity's feudal era before the dawn of civilization. Hence, intercivilizational communication via electromagnetic signals was utterly unfeasible. Individuals could simply detect and gather the information they seek from these 2 planets. Humanity holds a considerable interest in the parent civilizations of the I-1 star system. This system itself possesses numerous peculiarities. As for any potential actions towards the 2 civilizations on these planets, based on current observations, there appears to be no pressing necessity. Unlike the previous encounter with the Barnard civilization, the disparity in civilization levels is too vast to warrant any intervention. Presently, the I-1 star system holds value for humanity primarily in satisfying curiosity about these life-bearing planets. It may contribute modestly to enriching biological research, thus possessing some scientific merit for human civilization. Beyond this, regardless of how extraordinary these life planets may be, they do not constitute essentials for humanity. In summary, the current stance of human civilization towards the parent civilizations on these 2 planets is one of passive observation. Should their historical progression be inadvertently influenced, it would be of little consequence, and there would be no active interference in their ongoing development. According to the information gathered thus far, the intelligent civilization on the Emerald Planet refers to their species collectively as Himanatsi, a term that connotes a sense akin to heavens within their culture. They call their home planet Kuz, which translates to Great Tree and Earth, thus rendering the Emerald Planet as Tree Star. Meanwhile, the intelligent beings on the turquoise interwoven planet identify themselves as Weishing, a term that also embodies the notion of mountain in their language. They designate their home as Kamanzi, which signifies center or central star, on these 2 planets. Presumably named Tree Star and Kamanzi Star, human civilization has discreetly dispatched several manned and unmanned vessels from 6 Red Dwarf-class exploratory ships. These vessels have descended to the surfaces of both planets, collecting and scanning a wealth of textual information from the 2 civilizations, and have rapidly deciphered their written and spoken languages. Consequently, there is now a foundational understanding of the individual's appearances and some basic physiological data within these 2 civilizations. From a human aesthetic perspective, the inhabitants of these planets are not particularly pleasing to behold. However, the emergence of civilizations in the cosmos is itself a miracle. It would be somewhat unreasonable to expect that civilizations encountered by humanity would align with human standards of beauty. Likewise, it is likely that humans would not be perceived as particularly attractive by the Tree Star and Kamanzi Star inhabitants. Interestingly, both civilizations hold a mythological inclination towards the other S planet. The Tree people believe that heaven, also known as Kamanzi Star, is an eternal paradise, while Kamanzi Star refers to the Tree people as Divine Star, considering it to be the abode of the deities. Chapter 78. 2 civilizations destined to be enemies on the interstellar vessel Red Dwarf 1, which is one of the 6 Red Dwarf-class ships. The adventurer Lin Dao gazes through the viewport at the vibrant planets where intelligent civilizations exist. Having directly jumped from the solar system to this location, he observes the allure that life bestows upon these celestial bodies. Lin Dao is intrigued by the presence of two intelligent races coexisting within the same planetary system in the I-1 star system, a phenomenon that humanity has never encountered in its own home system, the solar system. This scenario is also markedly different from the previous situation involving the Barnard civilization, which had one civilization with two distinct branches. The two civilizations residing on Tree Star and Comanche Star exhibit strikingly dissimilar physical appearances. The Tree Star inhabitants, succinctly described as bird people, possess wings along their spines and are entirely covered in feathers. Their beaks resemble those of birds, adorned with a prominent eye known as the forehead eye. Additionally, at the back of their heads lies another eye, referred to as the hind eye. This remarkable visual system allows Tree Star beings to perceive their surroundings in a complete 360-degree panorama, a feature that captivates human researchers. In addition to their wings, Tree Star beings have 4 limbs, though their proportions appear somewhat incongruous to human aesthetics, with notably short forelimbs compared to their hind limbs. Their bodies have a somewhat rotund structure, reminiscent of an enlarged worm's form. Despite their ability to fly, their considerable size necessitates reliance on updrafts for takeoff. This natural inclination leads many Tree Star settlements to be situated amidst towering mountains, with the most esteemed individuals residing at the highest elevations. Conversely, the Comanche Star beings present a wholly different visage, lacking the dual eyes of the Tree Star inhabitants. They possess 2 eyes positioned at the front of their heads. As terrestrial creatures, they do not have wings. Instead, they sport 2 horns atop their heads, and their forelimbs end in structures resembling human fingers, each with 3 digits. Their hind limbs culminate in hoof-like structures, akin to those of goats or sheep, albeit with distinctive variations. This unique foot structure endowed the Comanche beings with exceptional climbing abilities in ancient times, enabling them to evade predators, reminiscent of the rock goat found on humanity's home planet. Consequently, the Comanche beings have never adopted a shoe-wearing culture akin to that of humans. Initially, due to their innate habits, the Comancheans resided primarily in mountainous regions, largely leading a subterranean existence. However, as civilization progressed and the Comancheans established themselves as the dominant species on their planet's surface, they gradually expanded beyond their mountainous confines, erecting cities in the river valleys and plains. Furthermore, a significant distinction exists between the tree people and the Comancheans. The former are oviparous, while the latter are viviparous. The emergence of civilizations in the cosmos is, in itself, a marvel. In the I-1 galaxy, where 4 life-bearing planets coexist and 2 civilizations flourish with only a modest technological disparity, one wonders if this is a testament to the universe's wonders or merely the whimsicality of a creator. Although this marks humanity's second genuine encounter with extraterrestrial civilizations, it is reasonable to surmise that such scenarios are rare within a 1,000-light-year radius of the I-1 galaxy. Ling Dao harbored a curiosity regarding the future development and evolution of these 2 civilizations, especially given their proximity. Should either civilization advance to an era of interstellar exploration, much like humanity's inaugural journey to the moon, their primary objective would inevitably be the exploration of the other S-planet. What would transpire upon the discovery of a neighboring civilization, so distinct and yet so close? What might be the outcome of this competition between the 2 civilizations? Would it lead to integration, conflict, or a separate coexistence? If conflict were to arise, which side would emerge victorious, or would both meet their demise? Ling Dao casually posed these questions. Regarding such forms of civilization, we possess insufficient sample data to make effective predictions. Based on our current information collection regarding both civilizations, the likelihood of war upon discovering each other seems more probable. However, it remains uncertain which civilization would ultimately prevail. If you wish to see immediate results, Mr. Ling, we could designate a civilization as the victor, suggested one researcher. He was well aware that Mr. Ling would not acquiesce to such a proposition, not out of cruelty, but because it would render the situation devoid of meaning. Mr. Ling had ample time to observe how these 2 civilizations within the same galaxy would resolve their competition. It is also possible that neither civilization would achieve victory. The habitable zone of the I-1 galaxy is crowded with 4 life-bearing planets, providing an exceptional developmental environment for the civilizations that arise therein. However, This also imposes a limitation. The orbital paths of the Tree Planet and the Kamanzi Planet are perilously close, and at present, this gravitational balance, due to its inherent complexity, is quite fragile. According to projections, in less than 500,000 years, a collision between the Tree Planet and the Kamanzi Planet is anticipated. Before that, perhaps even earlier. The excessive proximity of two planets led to severe ecological devastation on their surfaces. This implies that if, within the next 500,000 years, the civilizations of the Tree Star and the Kamanth Star do not advance to an interstellar era, capable of extricating themselves from their home planets, they will inevitably face extinction. While 500,000 years may seem an interminable span, humanity has progressed from a mere 16 years of recorded history to its current state in just a few centuries. However, the trajectory of civilizations varies, their emergence in the cosmos is serendipitous, and the advent of scientific understanding is equally fortuitous within a specific time frame. Prior to the establishment of a systematic scientific framework, the Tree Star and Kamanth Star civilizations could very well have engaged in a cyclical existence for 500,000 years. Nevertheless, once these two civilizations attain the capability for preliminary space exploration, the inherent urgency presented by their cosmic environment may catalyze a more rapid transition into a genuine interstellar age. In the year 579, shortly after approaching the habitable zone of the I-1 star system, human civilization's exploratory vessels continued their in-depth investigations of 4 life-bearing planets, including Tree Star and Kamanth Star. Unsurprisingly, the latter two were the focus, but the other 2 azure blue oceanic planets were not neglected. Numerous batches of exploratory instruments were dispatched to observe and sample these azure blue oceanic worlds. Consistent with previous observations, although these 2 planets were classified as life-bearing, they exhibited no signs of civilization, nor even the presence of complex life forms. The dominant life forms present were predominantly algae, with the oceans teeming with organisms of a more primitive biological structure, clearly in the nascent stages of life. However, this does not imply that these azure blue oceanic planets hold no value for human civilization. On the contrary, the early evolutionary information regarding extraterrestrial life is of significant relevance to humanity's biological and life sciences. Human civilization successfully collected numerous samples, including geological and biological specimens, from these 2 life-bearing planets, thoroughly scanning their overall structures with all 6 exploratory vessels. The primary focus remained on the exploration of the 2 planets harboring civilizations. During the sojourn in the I-1 star system, the collection of samples and information related to these 2 planets persisted unabated. Continual efforts, whether by unmanned or manned vehicles, discreetly landed on these 2 planets, proceeding without incident as human civilization's endeavors followed a meticulously crafted plan, advancing steadily onward. On board the Red Dwarf 1 spacecraft, researcher Xinghua once accompanied an exploratory vessel to land on the surfaces of 2 planets inhabited by advanced civilizations. For humanity, employing technologies such as virtual projection to ensure that the landing craft remains undetected by these civilizations is a relatively simple endeavor. The only recent anomaly that may have caught the attention of these 2 civilizations is the presence of 6 Red Dwarf-class ships in their skies. From the perspective of researcher Xinghua, the planet known as Tree Star is indeed aptly named. The oxygen levels on Tree Star far exceed those currently found on Earth, and the vegetation grows to remarkable heights, with many Tree Star inhabitants, despite having entered a quasi-feudal communal era, still residing in the treetops. However, although Tree Star possesses oxygen, the proportions and the presence of other toxic components rendered direct respiration impossible for humans. In contrast, the environment of Kamanzi is far more fantastical compared to that of Earth. Upon approach, one can observe that many areas of Kamanzi's blue surface emit light. The Kamanzi people frequently utilize the brighter patches for illumination. Human instruments have detected that the entire Kamanzi planet exhibits elevated radiation levels, surpassing the thresholds deemed safe for human exposure. Nevertheless, the Kamanzi inhabitants, having evolved in such conditions, appear to have a natural resilience to the excessive radiation, demonstrating a superior adaptability compared to human beings. This phenomenon has piqued the interest of researchers. Moreover, Nearly all flora and fauna on both TreeStar and Kamanzi are considered new species to human civilization, with only a few resembling known species due to convergent evolutionary paths. Naturally, these new species have not escaped human scrutiny. Specimens were meticulously collected for cultivation, research, and to enrich humanity's genetic database. After deciphering the scripts of both TreeStar and Kamanzi civilizations, humans scanned nearly every potentially valuable written record. Although these records may offer little more than insights into the two civilizations for humanity, they have nonetheless been preserved. Throughout this exploration and research process, human civilization has gained a deeper understanding of these two indigenous civilizations. According to the TreeStar people's own records, their written history extends beyond 30,000 years. Throughout these millennia, their productivity has progressed slowly, perpetually cycling within an ancient-like environment. The development of transportation or logistical technologies may significantly constrain the advancement of productivity among the TreeStar inhabitants. Due to their innate ability to fly, the TreeStar people have not made significant advancements in the realm of transportation for an extended period. Even in the present age, they lack substantial land transport infrastructure. Relying solely on human effort and a few domesticated avian species is evidently limiting. It appears that the TreeStar civilization is inclined to bypass terrestrial transportation altogether, opting instead for the development of aerial transport. However, their airships, resembling hot air balloons, seem constrained by material limitations, rendering them mere toys for the aristocracy to showcase their status. It remains uncertain when the TreeStar people will resolve this issue, and humanity's civilization currently shows no inclination to assist them. At present, the societal structure of the TreeStar people can be described as relatively simple, comprising a single nation led by a king and a star sorcerer. The monarchy is inherited through bloodlines, while the role of the star sorcerer is passed down through mentorship. The former symbolizes royal authority, while the latter represents divine power. Over the past millennium, as productivity has slowly yet undeniably progressed, the power of the monarchy has gradually eclipsed that of the star sorcerer, whose authority has become increasingly symbolic. In contrast, the Kamanzi civilization boasts a recorded history spanning over 40,000 years. Unlike the TreeStar people, the Kamanzi civilization developed the concept of the vehicle quite early on. Nevertheless, akin to their TreeStar counterparts, Kamanzi vehicles remain within the realm of human and animal power. Furthermore, unlike the TreeStar people, the Kamanzi are not unified under a single nation. Instead, they are divided into numerous kingdoms that occupy the bountiful regions of Kamanzi Star. The most formidable attempt at unification was made by the recently deceased king of the largest Kamanzi kingdom, who spent the majority of his life leading his people in external conquests, ultimately subjugating over half of the Kamanzi kingdoms and vanquishing 3 major powers among them. However, as carbon-based beings, their lifespans are inherently limited, and the prolonged warfare inevitably left behind numerous issues. During the time humanity's civilization gathered samples and information on Kamanzi Star, it served as an observer to the tumultuous history of the Kamanzi people, witnessing the unrest and turmoil that erupted following the passing of the old king. Nonetheless, this has little relevance to human civilization. From a broader cosmic perspective, the rise and fall of Kamanzi Star is insignificant, merely a fleeting phenomenon. Until the inhabitants of Kamanzi Star truly venture beyond their home world, their past and future, when viewed through the lens of human civilization, remain indistinguishable. Lastly, regarding the internal matters of these two civilizations, the most pressing concern for humanity is whether the TreeStar and Kamanzi civilizations possess forces akin to the Barnard civilization. The answer is negative. Chapter 79. A visit to human civilization. The civilizations of Kamanzi and TreeStar, while each possessing their own beliefs and deities, fundamentally differ from the circumstances surrounding the Barnard and Octopus civilizations. In Kamanzi and TreeStar, no mysterious forces or other peculiar powers associated with the concept of God have been discovered. The deific beliefs within Kamanzi and TreeStar are reminiscent of the prehistorical era of humanity, emerging from the necessities of survival and governance, representing a form of unknown reverence. They embody the fears and aspirations of both civilizations towards each other, particularly regarding their neighboring planet. This sentiment is quite natural. Similarly, Ancient human civilization harbored many wishes regarding the moon, Earth's satellite. Thus, aside from the mere fact that they exist as neighboring life-bearing planets within the same star system, Kamanzi and Tree Star civilizations are quite normal, remaining at a stage akin to that of their mother civilizations. The absence of any unique powers akin to those utilized by the Barnard civilization within Kamanzi and Tree Star implies a significant realization for humanity. The forces associated with God do not appear to be as ubiquitous across the cosmos as once presumed. At the very least, such powers do not seem to correlate with every encountered civilization. This might also be connected to the fact that both Kamanzi and Tree Star have yet to transcend their respective home worlds and embark on interstellar journeys. According to humanity's current experiences, contact with such divine powers tends to intensify once they step into the vastness of space. Year 580 of the calendar is quite ordinary for humanity. However, it holds particular significance for the civilization residing on the surface of Tree Star. This year witnessed the passing of the elderly star shaman, Gio. The young successor, Chika, inherited his mentor's esteemed position. Standing atop the highest peak of Tree Star, Chika gazed through the single-lens telescope passed down from his teacher, fixating on a small point in the night sky that had emerged years ago. Even though the once close heaven had receded, it still lingered in the heavens at its original location. Through the telescope, he discerned the faintest outline of that distant point. What could it be? Even now, Chika remained perplexed. Was it the chariot of a deity from heaven? Perhaps akin to the kata used by nobility? Or was it the palace of a god? He longed to press his forehead against the telescope. Yet all he could perceive was a mere blur, often questioning whether it was merely an illusion born from prolonged observation. Perhaps he should devise a means to extend the reach of this telescope. With that thought, Chika retrieved a transparent crystal shard from the royal treasury, experimenting with it before ultimately relinquishing his efforts. He lifted his head, directing his sharp beak towards the minuscule point in the night sky. Then, riding the ascending currents, he flapped his wings once more, soaring towards that distant speck. Yet, even as he drew nearer, that point remained as diminutive as ever within his line of sight. Ultimately, just as in previous attempts, exhaustion set in. With each flap, it seemed increasingly impossible to ascend further. He descended, clumsily returning to his original spot, fixated on that tiny point in the night sky, as if consumed by uncertainty. In the same year, on the planet of Kamance, the simmering undercurrents of war erupted after a prolonged period of unrest. The lands once subdued by the old king of Kamance rebelled following his demise. The entire course of the conflict was witnessed by 6 Red Dwarf-class spacecraft hovering near the habitable zone of the I-1 star system. However, for human civilization, the battles on the planet's surface appeared more as a peculiar alien drama than a significant event. On the surface of Kamance, after a series of struggles, a general ascended to the throne. Yet, on the night following his coronation, as he gazed at that insignificant speck in the night sky, he felt a profound sense of dread and unease. This minuscule point had first emerged on the night of the former king's passing. Did it signify something? Now that he had assumed power, its continued presence bore an even deeper implication. Years passed, and that small point remained in the night sky. Yet nothing extraordinary transpired on the planet's surface. The civilization of Kamance appeared to have overlooked its existence, relegating it to a mere footnote in history. In the year 582, the 6 Red Dwarf-class spacecraft lingering in the I-1 star system faced a pivotal choice. In fact, humanity itself was confronted with a decision. Several years had elapsed since the onset of this journey in the I-1 system. The inhabitants of the 4 life-bearing planets, including Tree Star and Kamance, had gathered all pertinent data, conducted all necessary explorations. From the ecological data of Tree Star and Kamance to the geological evolution of the 2 gray-blue planets. Both civilizations had likely not amassed such comprehensive information prior to evolving into planetary civilizations. For the civilizations of Tree Star and Kamance, which had yet to venture beyond their home worlds, their historical and cultural skirmishes appeared trivial. In the grand narrative of human civilization, they might merely serve to enrich the contents of a museum of civilizations. Consequently, this exploration held little significance for the advancement of humanity. In other words, after lingering in the I-1 star system for so long, the continued presence of humanity's exploratory vessel seemed increasingly devoid of purpose. While the trajectory of civilizations on the planets of Tree Star and Kamanzi Star in the Interstellar era piqued interest, humanity's 6 red dwarf-class starships could not afford to remain idle. Thus, a decision must now be made regarding whether human civilization should intervene in the affairs of Tree Star and Kamanzi civilizations. Should we adhere to the prior plan of minimal interference, or should we obliterate these 2 civilizations outright? Alternatively, we might consider giving them a gentle nudge to accelerate their development, witnessing which of the 2 would ultimately prevail, thereby contributing to the enrichment of humanity's cosmic civilization studies. Withdrawal. Lindau commanded the occupants of the 6 starships. Do not interfere with the current development of Tree Star and Kamanzi civilizations. If they can achieve large-scale exodus from their home planet within 500,000 years, they may continue to evolve. If not, let them perish alongside the impending collision of their 2 planets. Aside from the competition between the 2 civilizations, the material conditions in the star system hosting Tree Star and Kamanzi civilizations were already quite abundant for the advancement of civilization. If they cannot develop before the natural cataclysm imposed by their own stellar environment, there is no moral imperative for humanity to rescue them. In general, it suffices to allow these 2 mother civilizations to flourish or falter on their own. Humanity truly has no necessity to act. While life-bearing planets are scarce in the cosmos, they are not essential to human civilization, rendering any attempt at acquisition unnecessary. The value of the 4 life planets for humanity concluded with the sampling of certain flora and fauna and the observation of the nature and form of these 2 civilizations. On Gray-Blue 1, we shall erect a metallic monument to convey our visitation. After a moment of contemplation, Lindau added, Gray-Blue 1 is the life-bearing planet that orbits closest to the star among the 2 gray-blue worlds still in a relatively primitive state. This decision bears no practical significance. It is purely for amusement. Undoubtedly, Lindau sensed that many researchers and scholars shared this sentiment, reflecting a unique curiosity inherent to human civilization. Following Lindau's directive, the 6 red dwarf-class starships prepared for departure. In the I-1 star system, humanity's harvest consisted of a few biological samples, seemingly minimal. However, as previously stated, the emergence of civilization itself is a miracle. Traveling hundreds of light-years merely to catch a glimpse before departing is not an egregious act for humanity. At the very least, having witnessed these 2 civilizations for the first time holds profound significance. In the long years to come, amidst the vastness of the universe, humanity will likely repeat such endeavors countless times. This serves as the quintessential driving force behind the entirety of human civilization. Constructing a metallic monument on the planet Gray-Blue 1 is a relatively straightforward endeavor for the 6 red dwarf-class spacecraft. Even though a single fully loaded red dwarf-class vessel accommodates 4 million individuals, its industrial cluster is not as extravagant as that of the most advanced red giant-class ship. However, the mere act of erecting a metallic monument does not significantly mobilize the industrial cluster aboard a solitary red dwarf-class vessel. In a fleeting moment, upon a minuscule expanse of land on Gray-Blue 1, humanity has erected a towering metallic monument, standing at 578 meters, crafted from a specialized alloy unique to human civilization. Inscribed upon it are but a few words. It does not bear the name of humanity, but rather, the front reads, Greetings, Tree Star Civilization, while the reverse states, Greetings, Kamanzi Civilization. The former is inscribed in the script of the Tree Star Civilization, and the latter in that of the Kamanzi Civilization. Should either of these civilizations one day set foot upon Gray-Blue 1, they are destined to behold this metallic edifice, and as long as their civilizations remain intact, they will undoubtedly recognize the inscriptions upon it. Given the position of Gray-Blue 1 and its unique characteristics as a life-sustaining planet, if the Tree Star and Kamanzi civilizations ever advance into an interstellar age, their aspirations to land on each other's planets, including Gray-Blue 1, will likely emerge as a primary objective. One cannot help but ponder the sentiments that will wash over the explorers of either civilization upon discovering the metallic monument and its succinct inscriptions left by humanity. In a sense, this could be viewed as a peculiar jest on the part of human civilization. They may experience profound astonishment, or perhaps it will evolve into a significant secret within their civilizations. anxiety, or even fear may also ensue. This scenario is reminiscent of various scenes depicted in human science fiction narratives. However, in this instance, humanity assumes the role of the mysterious extraterrestrial civilization relative to the Tree Star and Kamanzi civilizations. Ultimately, this occurrence could profoundly influence the subsequent trajectory of either civilization. Though the metallic monument appears devoid of substantial information, its mere existence conveys a wealth of implications for a civilization that has recently ventured beyond its home planet. The awareness of a vastly superior civilization in the cosmos is fundamentally distinct from the uncertainty of whether such a civilization truly exists. Perhaps this metallic testament could catalyze a transition from conflict to eventual amalgamation between the Kamanzi and Tree Star civilizations upon their encounter among the stars. Observing the completion of the monument, a researcher remarked with a smile during their exchange, "In this regard, human civilization has left a small gift for these two chance encounters." After the metallic monument was deployed to the gray-blue planet known as Gray 1, a fleet of 6 Red Dwarf-class spacecraft commenced their withdrawal from the I-1 star system. The 6 Red Dwarf vessels accelerated simultaneously, their non-matter engines propelling them through the cosmos. Aside from the gravitational waves detectable only with sophisticated technology, their passage through the vastness of space was nearly silent at considerable distances. Following their visit to the I-1 star system, the long-standing mission of these 6 vessels came to a close. Upon departing from I-1, the Red Dwarf fleet would no longer adhere to their original trajectory. Instead, they would return directly to the realm of human civilization, carrying biological samples collected from 4 life-bearing planets within the I-1 system. The research findings derived from these biological specimens could be tentatively shared among various settlements within human civilization through established channels. However, the specimens themselves would undeniably need to be transported back directly. Compared to their arrival, the return journey of the 6 Red Dwarf vessels was now somewhat shorter, as human civilization had expanded significantly in that direction. Previously, 4 Red Giant-class spacecraft had been dispatched from the Barnard 16 star system, initially intended as a precaution against potential interstellar conflict between human civilization and an unknown civilization within the I-1 system. Although such measures were no longer necessary, the 4 Red Giant vessels would not return. Instead, they would continue their course, albeit without stopping at the I-1 system as originally planned. Approximately 28 years hence, they would traverse directly through the I-1 system, assuming the mission once designated for the 6 Red Dwarf vessels. As they ventured deeper into the cosmos in search of traces of other possible civilizations. This year, the departure of the 6 Red Dwarf vessels from human civilization may have seemed to the civilizations on Tree Star and Kamanzi Star like a fleeting moment in the night sky. One might gaze upwards and suddenly realize that the small point that had lingered for years had inexplicably vanished. Its disappearance was as enigmatic as its initial appearance. For a considerable time to come, the Tree Star and Kamanzi civilizations may remain oblivious to the significance of this event. Their astronomical observation capabilities at this moment were insufficient to comprehend that a powerful civilization had once visited their domain. Unbeknownst to them, the fates of these 2 civilizations nearly diverged this year. It remains uncertain whether, on some future day, they will connect the presence of the metallic monument left by human civilization with this occurrence. In summary, that small point in the sky, at this juncture, represented merely a minor interlude in the annals of history for the civilizations on Tree Star and Kamanzi Star. Chapter 80. Strolling through the river of time through our analysis of the various life forms on Kamanzi Star and Tree Star, we have discovered a notable genetic convergence between certain organisms from both planets, when compared with the more primitive genetic structures of the 2 gray-blue planets. This convergence becomes even more pronounced. Aboard the Red Dwarf 1 spacecraft, departing the I-1 star system, researchers from relevant fields were engaged in discussion, with Lin Dao present, albeit silent. The concept of biological convergence here does not imply that Kamanzi Star and Tree Star share a plethora of identical flora and fauna. Rather, it suggests that even disparate life forms on these planets exhibit striking similarities in their underlying genetic composition. Much like the relationship between humans and bananas, 2 entirely distinct entities, any extraterrestrial civilization, upon reaching a sufficient level of biological and life sciences, would swiftly deduce that these organisms originate from the same celestial body. Of course, the genetic convergence between the flora and fauna of Kamaxi star and tree star is not as intimate as that between humans and bananas. However, the fundamental differences in the ecosystems of Kamaxi star and tree star are not as vast as those between human civilization and Barnard civilization. Nor do they compare with the disparities between human civilization and either Kamaxi star or tree star. It remains uncertain whether the emergence of life on these four neighboring planets was a serendipitous event stemming from a common origin, or if the minor variations in the material environments of these planets within the same star system have led to this similar evolutionary process. Or perhaps other unknown factors are at play. Several researchers and scholars have proposed various hypotheses. The first hypothesis suggests the existence of a super-life planet that underwent fragmentation. It posits that within the habitable zone of the original I-1 star system, there existed a singular super-life planet, which, due to some unknown reasons, was torn apart, resulting in four fragments that retained the potential for life to emerge. After a protracted evolutionary journey, the current scenario unfolded. However, concrete geological evidence to support this hypothesis has yet to be found. The second hypothesis raises suspicions among some scholars regarding the formation of four life-bearing planets within a star system housing 5 planets in the habitable zone. They propose that this arrangement is not a natural occurrence, but rather a product of artificial creation. It is suggested that a more advanced civilization may have existed in the I-1 system long ago, one that relocated several planets originally situated in different orbits into the habitable zone, resulting in the present situation. Yet again, no traces of such an earlier civilization have been discovered. The third hypothesis posits that there was no earlier civilization within the I-1 star system. Instead, it serves as an experimental ground for an unknown, powerful civilization that crafted such an environment to observe the evolution of Kamaxi and tree star civilizations, only to have us inadvertently intrude upon their experiment. However, similar to the previous hypotheses, no evidence of this advanced civilization has been uncovered. At this moment, the discussions among researchers and scholars revolve around these conjectures, none of which can be conclusively verified. The nature of existence remains an enigma, perhaps destined to perpetually elude resolution. Such unverifiable conjectures hold little significance for the advancement of human civilization, merely preserving the inquiry within the annals of recorded history concerning the origins of the Kamaxi and Arborean civilizations. Furthermore, in the I-1 galaxy, humanity has substantiated a matter of considerable import to its collective. It pertains to the influence exerted by Ling Dao's capabilities, individuals from civilizations beyond humanity, while their own societies persist, remain unaffected by Ling Dao's powers. This has been reaffirmed in the context of both the Arborean and Kamaxi civilizations. However, researchers have discovered that it is not necessary to annihilate an opposing civilization for Mr. Ling's abilities to manifest their effects on its individuals. If individuals from these civilizations are nurtured within human habitats from the embryonic stage, they too will be directly influenced, akin to humanity itself. Furthermore, when these affected individuals are subsequently reintroduced into their own civilizations, although the impact may not proliferate extensively within that society, the influence they have endured remains indelible. In light of this understanding, researchers have contemplated the prospect of integrating genetic material from both Arborean and Kamaxi civilizations, cultivating individuals from these extraterrestrial societies to contribute to the scientific endeavors of humanity. Such integration could potentially resolve challenges that human thought, constrained by innate cognitive biases, might struggle to address. Nevertheless, this notion has yet to be actualized. In the year 587, 6 red dwarf-class starships of human civilization departed from the confines of the I-1 galaxy. The provisional designation of I-1 remains in place for the time being, perhaps awaiting the eventual outcome of which of the two civilizations within will persist before a more permanent name is assigned. By the year 590, following a unilateral encounter between human civilization and the Kamaxi and Arborean civilizations, from Ling Dao's perspective, a profound tranquility seemed to envelop humanity. Even at the fringes of human territory, while exploring and observing the two civilizations within the one galaxy, the expansion initiatives within 100 light-years of human dominion continued unabated. Beyond the 31 systems already claimed, efforts were concurrently underway to develop 12 additional systems poised for construction. As humanity concluded its sojourn in the one galaxy, progress on these 12 new systems persisted. Despite the formidable efficiency characteristic of human civilization, the vastness of its territorial expansion necessitates a decade-by-decade assessment to discern any significant macro-level transformations. For Lindau, even as human civilization expanded from 31 star systems to 43, the change was little more than a numerical shift. Previously, he could occasionally feel a surge of exhilaration due to the vastness of human civilization's territories, experiencing a genuine emotional fluctuation akin to witnessing the fruits of a well-managed game. However, as the reach of humanity extended from the solar system to Barnard's star 16, then to Alpha Centauri, from 1 star system to 7, subsequently to 14, and now to 31, Lindau's threshold for excitement seemed to be continuously elevated. The very act of expanding from 31 to 43 star systems no longer elicited any thrill within him. It felt more like a monotonous repetition over an extended period. If it is merely repetition, the universe appears to Lindau as either a singular galaxy or an endless expanse. Both scenarios are indistinguishable in their lack of intrigue. After humanity's expansion to 31 star systems, the notion of further growth began to seem tedious, for the vast majority of the cosmos remains desolate, and the environmental disparities among most star systems are minimal. Following the 31st system and with humanity's farthest spacecraft traversing over 100 light-years, there are few new wonders left to explore in the realms of normal star systems, perhaps aside from the various civilizations scattered throughout the universe. It is the interstellar phenomena that occasionally piques Lindau's curiosity. He often finds himself pondering what it might feel like to fall into a black hole. Beyond humanity's interstellar expansion endeavors, significant advancements within the civilization have been scarce. In terms of computational power, the implementation of the Worm Brain Project, which has scaled alongside humanity's expansion, has indeed bestowed unprecedented computational capabilities upon human civilization, yet it has failed to achieve the transformative breakthroughs that researchers had anticipated. It may well require humanity to complete its interstellar expansion within a 100 light-year radius and to expand the Worm Brain Project to over 1,000 star systems in order to realize the desired outcomes. Regarding transport capacity, following the limitations encountered with gravity-based, massless propulsion engines, researchers in related fields naturally sought alternative methods to feasibly propel human interstellar spacecraft beyond the speed of light. The primary focus of research has shifted towards the curvature engine. However, the leap from massless propulsion engines based on gravitational technology to the curvature engine remains substantial. Countless brilliant researchers have generated numerous concepts, yet none have proven viable. It is also possible that in the realm of superluminal communication, humanity has grown complacent and thus may need to make up for lost ground in superluminal travel. The situation concerning energy is even more complex than that of transport capacity. While transport has a primary research direction, energy has diverged into several avenues following the advent of heavy nuclear fusion. In the realm of antimatter, there exists an aspiration to steal energy from the annihilation of matter and antimatter. In the quantum domain, the ambition is to similarly extract energy from quantum fluctuations. Moreover, in the previously abandoned schemes of thrust without propellant, there lies the potential of dark energy, dark matter, and cosmic strings. Even more audacious is the notion of appropriating energy from higher dimensions curled within more microscopic particles. Relevant experiments and research in each of these directions are ongoing. However, it appears that the limitations of fundamental scientific theories hinder the advancement of energy technologies, leaving humanity's civilization stalled after the development of nuclear fusion. In the field of materials science, the perennial challenge remains. New materials are being conceived almost incessantly within the 31 star systems governed by human civilization. Yet, the emergence of these materials does not necessarily translate into value for technological advancement. Even with the computational power of a supercomputer, no epoch-defining materials have surfaced thus far. This may indeed reflect the overall technological constraints of human civilization. For instance, the most advanced alloys known to humanity today, despite understanding their synthesis, could not be produced in earlier eras due to the impracticality of many synthesis processes. In recent years, one would expect breakthroughs in the realm of biotechnology. Although the abundant biological samples obtained from the I-1 star system have offered some inspiration and stimulation for biological research, the overall impact pales in comparison to the earlier discoveries from the biological samples of Barnard 16-1. Numerous, if not abundant, research outcomes have emerged based on these findings. Yet no monumental breakthroughs akin to the longevity technologies of the past have materialized. Overall, each significant research direction of civilization seems to be perpetually poised on the brink of a potential major breakthrough, yet this moment of anticipation has lingered indefinitely. No one can predict when the next significant advancement in these pivotal areas will occur. As for the exploratory endeavors of the starships and the external searches conducted by the Eye of Humanity, there have been no notable discoveries in recent years. Even though the eye's perception is sufficiently keen and precise, the existence of civilizations in the cosmos is evidently a rare event. The prior success in capturing the I-1 star system and the ripples across thousands of light years was already a stroke of fortune, and it is unreasonable to expect continued luck. The two batches of Red Giant-class starships, pursuing gravitational wave ripples emanating from beyond 1,000 light years, have had their journeys marked by a stark reality. The first batch, which embarked from the solar system 467 years ago, has now been traversing the celestial expanse for over a century, yet has merely reached a position 112 light years from the solar system. Along their path, they encountered no other civilizations or star systems with sentient life. The region from which the gravitational wave ripples originated remains an elusive destination, still far beyond their reach. The 6 vessels of the Second Fleet, each a magnificent Red Giant-class ship, embarked upon their journey, following the established course of their predecessors. The earlier fleet had yielded no remarkable discoveries, and thus it was only natural that the subsequent fleet encountered nothing of note either. As for the other exploratory ships, they too, on their respective trajectories, had not unveiled any new findings. In the year 591 of the Chronicle, Lin Dao prepared to enter a state of hibernation once again. This marked yet another instance of hibernation for him, following several previous episodes. However, unlike those earlier occasions, this time the duration of his hibernation could be exceptionally prolonged. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he might remain in hibernation until the Red Giant-class exploratory vessels reached a location over 1,000 light years away, where gravitational waves would ripple outward, or until humanity's expansion plans within 100 light years were fulfilled. The decision to enter hibernation held little sway over Lin Dao's capacity to perceive or influence human civilization. It primarily affected his perception of the passage of time. His hibernation was akin to strolling through the vast river of time and history, hastily passing over areas of disinterest while pausing thoughtfully at those that captured his attention. Mr. Lin, remarked a researcher involved in the hibernation program, under current biological technology, the maximum duration for a single hibernation is 150 years. The limit on hibernation duration bore little consequence for Lin Dao, should he desire. He could engage in consecutive hibernations with minimal interruption. Given the present circumstances, we remain unable to predict precisely how long it would take to complete the expansion plans within 100 light years. We will endeavor to ensure that you do not remain in hibernation for too long, Mr. Lin. Overall, the time frame for the completion of the expansion initiative is likely to exceed the time it takes for the Red Giant-class vessels to arrive at the source of the gravitational waves. Should Lin Dao awaken upon the arrival of the Red Giant-class ships at the location of the gravitational wave emissions, it is highly probable that this hibernation could extend for a millennium. By comparison, the span of human civilization, from the inception of the Chronicle to the present day, has not reached such a duration. However, for Lin Dao, the prospect of traversing such an extensive period seemed less emotionally charged than during his initial hibernation. To him, the distinction between the present moment and a millennium hence appeared negligible. As the scale of human civilization continued to expand and delve deeper into the cosmos, Lin Dao realized that time would only accelerate further. The possibility of hibernating for a millennium this time, and potentially for 10,000 years in the next, was not out of the question. Lin Dao nodded in acknowledgement to the researcher without uttering a word. The researcher proceeded to initiate the hibernation protocol, and Lin Dao succumbed to slumber. Time, thereafter, surged forward with a breathtaking velocity. Chapter 81, 900 Years of Hibernation. What transpires over a millennia? As humanity first embarked upon the cosmos under the auspices of Lin Tao's will, the initial decades following Lin Tao's first hibernation were sufficient to catalyze a seismic transformation within the entirety of human civilization. However, after 5 centuries into humanity's celestial journey, the subsequent millennium may not provide enough time for a fundamental and comprehensive evolution of civilization. From the 16th year of the era to over 500 years, humanity evolved from a nascent rookie civilization into a formidable planetary civilization within the confines of its local interstellar cloud. Yet, beyond the 5-century mark, even a millennium may prove insufficient for humanity to dominantly inhabit the entirety of its local interstellar domain. Humanity's definition and perception of time have remained unchanged, not due to complacency, but because the magnitude of advancements and breakthroughs required to ascend from a planetary civilization to a higher-tier civilization far exceeds the prior leap. While the scale and territory of human civilization continue to expand, technological progression accelerates, yet the aspirations soar ever higher. During this prolonged period of hibernation, as the first 150 years concluded, humanity's dominion expanded from 31 star systems to 89. The population surged to a staggering 500 trillion, with the average intelligence level remaining stable, neither declining nor exhibiting significant growth, thanks to the relatively efficient wormhole communication in Lin Tao's presence. Even with a distance exceeding 50 light-years between the most peripheral star systems of human dominion, civilization functioned as a cohesive whole. Although material exchanges were largely limited to neighboring systems, the wisdom of humanity traversed the entirety of the 89 star systems through a communication system founded upon wormhole technology. In this century and a half, human civilization made little significant progress in several crucial research areas. The sole noteworthy advancement lay within the human communication system, where the half-implanted terminals beneath the scalp evolved from merely recognizing simple images to processing more intricate visuals. This seemingly modest progression demanded extensive time and effort from researchers in the relevant fields. Consequently, as individuals utilized this communication system for efficient information exchange, their communication habits underwent subtle transformations. When 2 individuals stood together, a multitude of words and images swiftly exchanged through the human communication system. In a sense, this brought researchers closer to their ultimate objective, the ability to intuitively understand one another's thoughts and collaboratively contemplate the same issues. Moreover, in the realm of computational power, researchers have recently devised an unconventional structure which might be aptly termed a biocomputer. However, its current performance level remains merely at the stage of a scientific curiosity, lacking substantial value for large-scale application. Additionally, during this time, 4 Red Giant-class spacecraft, en route to the I-1 system, traversed through it. Their passage occurred less than 30 years after the departure of 6 Red Dwarf-class vessels, and within this brief span, the 2 civilizations inhabiting the I-1 system experienced no significant changes. Nevertheless, the sheer size of the 4 Red Giant-class spacecraft dwarfed that of the Red Dwarf-class vessels. Their journey through the I-1 system brought them close to the Tree Star and Kamanzi Star. For the civilizations of Tree Star and Kamanzi Star, this event may have been akin to the fleeting passage of a comet. However, considering that the average lifespan of both civilizations hovers around 60 Earth years, it is likely that the individuals who once observed that tiny point in the night sky and those witnessing the comet's trajectory are not of the same generation. After passing through the I-1 system, the 4 Red Giant-class spacecraft continued their voyage. At the conclusion of the first 150 years, Lin Dao opted to remain in hibernation. This pattern persisted through the second and third periods of 150 years. In this dormant state, Lin Dao experienced time in a peculiar manner. He remained cognizant of the events unfolding within the entirety of human civilization. Yet, in an instant, whether it spanned a year, a decade, or the maximum duration of 150 years, he perceived the macro and microcosmic scenes and sensations of human civilization condensed into that fleeting moment. in accordance with Lin Dao's will. Throughout this protracted timeline, human civilization endeavored to transcend the limits of significant technological advancements. Even in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges, researchers remained undeterred, each contributing their lives as mere grains of dust within the stairway leading to the summit of this formidable mountain. The ambitious plan for the expansion of human civilization across 100 light-years continued unabated. Although, on a macro scale, this relentless expansion resembled a drop of ink gradually permeating the vast interstellar cloud. The only observable change appeared to be in the numerical increase of star systems within the territory. In truth, each increment of territorial expansion, each numerical shift, encapsulated the lives of countless individuals within human civilization. At the periphery of human civilization's domain, periodically, people boarded Red Giant-class spacecraft, setting forth towards the next phase of exploration and construction within a newly designated star system. While this ongoing expansion may seem deceptively straightforward, it is perhaps only in this moment of human civilization's insect-like transformation that such a coherent expansion plan could be persistently executed. Over the span of these 150 years, the Red Giant-class starship, destined for the distant realms of over 1,000 light-years, continues its voyage through the cosmos. Even considering the finite lifespan of individual members of human civilization at this moment, the original crew aboard the Red Giant-class vessel has long since been replaced by numerous generations. Likewise, the current generation aboard this starship remains unable to reach the ultimate destination. Furthermore, during this interval, several significant events have unfolded. The Star Cluster 2 and the Yellow Dwarf-class vessels have concluded their exploratory missions, now residing within the confines of the Human Civilization Museum at the periphery of humanity's territorial expanse. Throughout nearly a millennium of its journey, Star Cluster 2, unlike its fortunate predecessor Star Cluster I, has not encountered extraterrestrial life or civilizations. In fact, due to the limitations of maximum travel speed, the distance traversed in nearly 1,000 years could now be covered by the Red Giant-class vessel in less than a century. Nonetheless, the trajectory of Star Cluster 2 remains meaningful in the context of its voyage. It is inevitable that humanity will eventually develop more advanced starships capable of bridging the vast distances that the Red Giant-class vessel will take millennia to traverse. However, it would be unjust to claim that the Red Giant-class starship lacks significance in the narrative of human civilization's progress and history. At present, Star Cluster 2 has simply fulfilled the mission it embarked upon, only to be caught up with by the advancing footsteps of humanity. Before concluding its own exploratory mission, the Yellow Dwarf-class vessel was somewhat fortunate, executing a final task akin to that of the Red Dwarf exploratory vessels. In the ongoing search through the human lens, 2 life-bearing planets were discovered, situated at distances of 186 light-years and 231 light-years from the edges of human civilization. The life-bearing planet located at 186 light-years prompted the deployment of a contingent of Red Giant-class vessels for close-range exploration, while the one at 231 light-years was entrusted to the nearby Yellow Dwarf-class starship. Regrettably, or perhaps predictably, neither of these life-bearing planets exhibited signs of developed civilizations. The former is a planet still in a relatively primitive stage of life, characterized by a lack of complexity in its flora and fauna. Conversely, the latter planet is bustling with activity. However, the most intelligent species present possesses an intelligence quotient of merely around 60, lacking a complex language system and social structures. According to the researchers' speculations, this planet is unlikely to evolve an intelligent civilization in the near future without human intervention. Consequently, humanity established modest observation and research bases on the surfaces and vicinities of these 2 life-bearing planets, conducting studies related to life sciences and observations of early biological evolution. Essentially, this endeavor has not significantly impacted the overall trajectory of human civilization. Following this, the Yellow Dwarf-class starship also concluded its exploratory mission beyond the realms of human civilization. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, there remain fleets of Red Giant-class starships, steadfastly serving as vessels for the Odyssey of humanity, charting their courses in various directions. Time, in its relentless march, continued to flow onward. Eventually, the period of Lin Tao's hibernation reached the year 1512 in the calendar. by the objective measure of time. Lintao had aged to 534 years. However, this numerical increment seemed inconsequential to him, for his visage remained unchanged since the dawn of the calendar era. In the realm of his consciousness, the passage of several centuries bore little distinction from the centuries yet to come. In this year, a stark contrast emerged when comparing humanity's civilization to that of the year 591 in the calendar. Although there were no significant breakthroughs in foundational technologies, the overall scale of human civilization had undeniably expanded considerably. The territorial expanse of humanity had reached 586 star systems, with a total population surpassing the ambitious target of 10 trillion, now standing at 11 trillion souls. These individuals inhabited the vast domains of human civilization, contributing their intellect and extraordinary productivity to the collective whole. The initial ambition for expansion within a 100 light-year radius had, over the passage of time, begun to seem less unattainable. Indeed, within the local interstellar cloud, even in the presence of other civilizations, humanity had established itself as a veritable regional hegemon. Given the similar technological levels, it would be exceedingly challenging for other civilizations to expand to a magnitude comparable to that of humanity. For civilizations of equivalent technological standing, there may be little necessity to escalate their populations to such an extent. Nevertheless, although there had been significant macro-level changes since the year 591, the implementation of humanity's expansion plans had yielded remarkable achievements across generations. Yet, this year had not yet reached the millennium of hibernation that Lintao had anticipated. Nearly 921 years had elapsed since 591. The Red Giant-class starships dispatched over 1,000 light-years away still lingered at a distance of 990 light-years from the solar system. While they had drawn closer to their ultimate destination compared to the year 591, a remaining distance of 158 light-years still lay ahead. At the current velocity of these starships, nearly 170 years more would be required to complete the journey. This year had not even coincided with Lintao's requisite awakening every 150 years during hibernation. Nonetheless, Lintao chose to awaken voluntarily from his dormant state, compelled by the occurrence of certain extraordinary events. These events, however, did not transpire within the territories of human civilization's expansion to 586 star systems, nor did they occur at the fringes of new realms set to be explored and developed by humanity. Indeed, the events unfolding are not confined to the numerous deep space vessels dispatched by human civilization. Rather, they transpire along the communication lines that maintain contact between these vessels and the far reaches beyond the boundaries of human civilization. The worm communication network, constrained by the inherent lifespan limitations of the wetware worms, necessitates a rather rudimentary method to sustain communication with the distant deep space vessels. This involves establishing spatial communication relay stations along the trajectory traversed by the Red Giant-class vessels. This methodology has been employed since the inception of worm communication, as there has been no feasible means to manipulate the foundational genetics of these unique worms or to resolve their lifespan issues. Following the deployment of multiple Red Giant-class vessels, a communication relay station is launched approximately every 30 years from the industrial clusters aboard these vessels. To date, a total of 34 such worm communication relay stations have been deployed behind the 4 most distant Red Giant-class vessels from our solar system. Every 120 years, human civilization dispatches an unmanned vessel bearing a fresh batch of worms towards the nearest relay station in this worm communication chain. Simultaneously, the relay station will utilize the unmanned vessel that previously arrived to transport the newly cultivated generation of worms to the next node. This process is mirrored at each subsequent node, allowing the entire communication network to advance collectively every 120 years, thereby ensuring the continuity of the worm communication lines. While this engineering solution does result in heightened costs for maintaining worm communication over such vast distances, detached from the realms of human civilization, a more pressing concern arises. If a civilization with sufficiently advanced technology were to trace the network of worm communication, interconnected through these relay stations, it could potentially locate the farthest deep space vessel dispatched by human civilization and, by extension, uncover the nest of human civilization itself. Alternatively, any relay station could lead to both ends of the deep space vessels and the human nest. However, this presents a paradox. A civilization capable of such feats would likely not require spatial communication bases to navigate towards the domains of human civilization. At this moment, a situation akin to this paradox is unfolding. Within the territories of human civilization, along the worm communication lines that maintain contact with the Red Giant-class vessels journeying thousands of light-years away, the 21st Spatial Communication Relay Station has intercepted signals that do not originate from human civilization. Chapter 82. The Unforeseen Signal Approaching the Solar System. Red Giant-class Deep Space Vessel. Direction of Gravitational Wave Ripples. Space Communication Relay Station at Node 21. For such a space communication relay station, the technological capabilities of human civilization are entirely sufficient for its operation to be fully automated. However, within this space communication relay station, there remain human inhabitants. Each individual relay station essentially resembles a small interstellar city within the vastness of space, predominantly situated within a particular star system. The resident population varies between 300,000 to 800,000, possessing a moderate degree of industrial production capacity and basic resource extraction capabilities, as well as a certain level of self-defense. This configuration is intrinsically linked to humanity's grand interstellar expansion plans. What may presently appear as merely a space communication relay station will, upon the expansion of human civilization's territorial boundaries, swiftly transform into a large-scale interstellar city, aiding newcomers in the development of the surrounding star system. In addition to maintaining the operational integrity of the relay station itself and periodically cultivating new cohorts of worms essential for wormhole communication, exploration and research of the surrounding spatial regions to prepare for humanity's future expansion is also a critical task of the relay station. Moreover, due to the seamless nature of wormhole communication, those born and residing within the space communication relay station experience little difference from individuals living in other interstellar cities within the boundaries of human civilization. Through wormhole communication, they can easily connect with anyone within the human communication network. At this moment, the Node 21 Space Communication Relay Station is very much in this state, housing a total of 400,000 individuals. Among them is Tai Bai, an astrophysicist specializing in a branch of astrophysics. Tai Bai is a name he has chosen for himself. In this era, many individuals adopt names inspired by celestial bodies, with the names of planets within the solar system being among the most common. At this moment, he has just concluded a discussion with several scholars from the same field within human territory and is preparing to delve into unresolved questions during his rest period today. However, as he sifts through the information projected on his personal communication terminal, a blinding alarm suddenly emanates from the device. Within the insectoid-structured human civilization, the concept of secrecy is virtually non-existent. Almost instantaneously, the inhabitants of the entire relay station become aware of the unfolding situation. The communication relay station has received electromagnetic signals and gravitational wave communication signals from an unknown source. While the primary function of the relay station is wormhole communication, it does not imply that this substantial facility lacks the capability to receive electromagnetic signals and gravitational wave communications. The relay station is equipped with devices for both electromagnetic and gravitational wave communication. However, unless it is a communication relay base for the preceding and subsequent nodes, it would be implausible to employ such a method for communication with Node 21. If it were indeed a communication of human civilization, there would be no need to raise an alarm. Although this situation is somewhat unexpected, prior to this, the observation equipment at the Node 21 communication relay base had not detected any signs of other unknown interstellar spacecraft or civilizations. Nonetheless, Tai Bai promptly began executing the contingency plan established long ago. Similarly, all personnel within the entire communication relay base reacted in unison. In response to the enigmatic electromagnetic signals and gravitational wave communication signals, the Node 21 communication relay base must first ascertain whether the signal is benevolent or malevolent. Here, benevolence and malevolence do not refer to the intentions of the sender, but rather to whether this communication signal constitutes an attack. From the octopus civilization to the Barnard civilization, humanity has certainly broadened its understanding of interstellar civilization's offensive strategies. Subsequently, it needs to be determined whether the current events warrant immediate reporting or the severance of Node 21's connections with other nodes, if necessary. Akin to the earlier Star 1 incident, they could instantaneously initiate self-destruction of the Node 21 communication relay base. Furthermore, it is imperative to reassess the source of the electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals. Despite the Node 21 communication relay base having resided in the star system for an extended period, no traces of civilization had ever been observed or discovered within it. Additionally, some external space detection devices had continuously operated without uncovering evidence of other civilizations prior to receiving these signals. However, now that they have indeed received electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals, it is essential to reevaluate the possibility of locating the source of the signals. In a remarkably brief span, the personnel at the Node 21 communication relay base confirmed one critical fact, relying solely on their own capabilities. They could not identify the origins of these electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals. They were entirely unaware of the manner in which these signals were transmitted, with no directional indicators whatsoever. Furthermore, in several broad directions, they still found no traces of civilizations capable of emitting such signals. Were they sent from a more distant location? Or perhaps the sender was lurking right beneath the noses of the Node 21 communication relay base, undetected by their systems. At that moment, Mr. Lin also made his appearance within the Node 21 communication relay base. The researchers and scholars present did not express surprise at Mr. Lin's arrival. Just as Mr. Lin could sense their thoughts, they too could perceive his awakening from slumber. Particularly in light of the extraordinary events occurring at Node 21, Mr. Lin could effortlessly attune to their situation. Indeed, transmit the received electromagnetic signals and gravitational wave signals to the rear for decryption. This was the directive uttered by Lin Dao. However, the essence of his command required no vocalization. As Lin Dao's will unfolded, all individuals within the realm of human civilization who needed to comprehend the occurrences of this moment instinctively grasped what had transpired. Subsequently, they busily set about their tasks. Within the boundaries of human civilization, the intellect of countless supergeniuses converged for this singular purpose. At this moment, the mind of the swarm, spanning across 586 star systems, mobilized its formidable computational power, while the relevant signal data relayed from Node 21 was violently assimilated into the swarm's consciousness for decoding. The human eye, along with several colossal detection devices within the domain of human civilization, commenced an outward expansion from the communication relay base at Node 21, searching for the potential origins of the electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals. The data regarding these signals was transmitted back to facilitate a rapid decryption by the entirety of human civilization. This decision was not solely the unilateral choice of Lin Dao, but rather a collective judgment born from the wisdom of human civilization. Although time was fleeting and the content of the electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals remained unbroken, some information had already been ascertained upon receiving these signals. This time, human civilization found itself passively confronted by an unknown civilization. A situation markedly different from previous encounters with the octopus civilization, the Barnard civilization, the Tree Star civilization, and the Camancy civilization. The Barnard, Camancy, and Tree Star civilizations were all notably inferior in terms of technological prowess and civilizational rank compared to human civilization, while the octopus civilization at its zenith may have surpassed human civilization. By the time of contact, it had been reduced to mere remnants adrift in the cosmos. However, it was almost immediately clear that this unknown civilization, which transmitted the electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals, possessed a higher civilizational rank than humanity, excelling in at least one, if not multiple, aspects, reflecting a disparity akin to that between human civilization and the Tree Star or Camancy civilizations, or at the very least, mirroring the gap between human civilization and the Barnard civilization. The crux of this realization lay in the fact that, at this moment, human civilization's Node 21 had received electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals from the other party, signifying that the unknown civilization had already detected humanity. Conversely, even after receiving these signals, human civilization remained oblivious to the location of the unknown entity. This significant disparity in informational capacity served as a crucial indicator of the non-hostile intentions behind the transmission of these electromagnetic signals. Given such a vast chasm in information, it would be exceedingly simple for the unknown civilization to initiate an attack against humanity. Therefore, the absence of a direct assault and the mere reception of these electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals substantially diminished the likelihood of malevolent intent from the other party at this stage. Nevertheless, it still signifies that the entirety of human civilization currently teeters on a precarious precipice. This is due to the uncertainty surrounding the formidable unknown civilization, as humanity remains oblivious to the potential shifts in its demeanor. If a civilization's existence hinges upon the unpredictable disposition of another, it is already indicative of a perilous situation. Consequently, as humanity endeavors to decipher these electromagnetic signals and gravitational wave transmissions, the deep space vessels beyond the confines of human civilization have already intercepted messages, severing ties with their origins and altering their navigational courses directly. Should the human civilization face extinction, these interstellar vessels, if they endure, would serve as the seeds of humanity. In a relatively short span, all detection devices within the human realm, situated in proximity to this direction, have extensively searched the vicinity of the 21-node communication apparatus within a radius of 50 light-years, yet to no avail. Although the detection devices within human territory and certain communication relay stations have gathered data from a considerable distance, the information is decidedly outdated. Moreover, humanity has failed to capture any indications of the unknown civilization's vessels traversing the cosmos. It is plausible that the other party possesses superluminal travel capabilities, which would render the detection of their presence a protracted endeavor for the larger apparatuses within human civilization. Alternatively, it is conceivable that they possess the means to conceal themselves entirely, eluding detection by human instruments. Given the current technological capabilities of humanity, electromagnetic signals and gravitational wave communications represent a mode of light-speed transmission. If the other civilization employs such methods to establish contact, they should not be located too far from the 21 node. Otherwise, the lengthy communication intervals would render exchanges virtually valueless. Should this be the case, they ought to be in close proximity to the 21 node communication hub. On the other hand, it is possible that their technological prowess surpasses human understanding, enabling them to manipulate space-time in such a manner that gravitational and electromagnetic signals could directly influence the vicinity of the human civilization's 21-node communication relay station from afar. Regardless of the scenario, it ultimately underscores one salient truth: the other civilization is significantly more advanced than humanity. Furthermore, according to the thoughts and assessments of certain researchers at this moment, it is highly probable that this unknown civilization has not only transmitted electromagnetic signals and gravitational wave communications, but may also be utilizing other forms of communication. This limitation in human technology may have precluded the capture of signals from higher-level communication methods. The very nature of this communication may serve as a probing of human civilization's existing technological stature. Yet, even if that were the case, humanity finds itself at an impasse. For an interstellar civilization, masquerading as a lower-tier civilization is a trivial endeavor, while a lower-tier civilization attempting to present itself as a higher-tier one in the presence of a superior civilization is an impossibility. It is conceivable that signals from alternative means of communication are concurrently transmitted, yet humanity's current civilization remains oblivious to them. At this moment, it resembles the initial encounters between human civilization and the tree star civilization, as well as the Come-On civilization, albeit in reverse. This time, humanity finds itself as the lesser civilization. However, this advanced civilization has chosen not to disregard humanity outright, but rather to engage in discourse. In this regard, it bears a resemblance to humanity's early interactions with the Barnard civilization. For human civilization, this encounter is indeed unexpected, yet, in truth, the meeting with this unknown civilization should not be deemed particularly surprising. As humanity expands and evolves, Encounters with other civilizations are an inevitable occurrence. Just as humanity can actively seek out and connect with other civilizations, there is no rationale for other civilizations to refrain from initiating contact with humanity. Furthermore, it is illogical to presume that every extraterrestrial civilization that encounters humanity is technologically inferior. This notion is inconceivable, even if human civilization currently displays remarkable potential and rapid growth. The universe itself is ancient. What if an interstellar civilization emerged a billion years ago, even if its species' potential is inferior to that of humanity? Its continued existence to this day suggests it cannot be weaker than human civilization. Moreover, those who venture to engage with humanity may either be reckless novices or, more likely, civilizations that surpass humanity in strength. At this moment, Lin Dao stands before a porthole at the periphery of the 21-node spatial communication relay station, gazing into the dark, seemingly void expanse of the cosmos. Objectively speaking, he experiences a rare emotional upheaval. Since his first steps into the cosmic realm and his encounter with an extraterrestrial civilization, this situation has been anticipated. However, uncertainty lingers regarding whether this sudden encounter might lead to humanity's downfall. Even though human civilization appears to possess exaggerated potential, the universe undoubtedly witnesses the rise and fall of numerous civilizations at every moment, and humanity's existence is but one of many. A brief interval has elapsed since human civilization intercepted the electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals. Utilizing the extraordinary computational power of the worm brain, humanity swiftly decrypted these signals, which bore little encryption. In mere moments, the worm brain processed the data, revealing that the contents of the electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals were identical. The sender indeed employed multiple communication methods to convey the same message to humanity. The essence of the information comprises a lexicon and a greeting from the sender. Chapter 83. The recorder civilization. Beyond the content of the messages sent by this unknown civilization, numerous scholars in the fields of linguistics, cryptography, mathematics, and other related disciplines have arrived at a seemingly arbitrary conclusion. They assert that the linguistic and written systems of this unknown civilization are more advanced than those of human civilization. The criteria for determining the sophistication or superiority of a written language is inherently complex, encompassing everything from foundational structure to information entropy. While it is evident that there exists a technological disparity between human civilization and the Barnard civilization, it is not entirely accurate to claim that human language and writing systems have completely surpassed those of Barnard. Rather, it can be posited that due to the differences in technological advancement, human civilization's linguistic and written systems contain elements that the Barnard civilization lacks. However, in light of the dictionary present in the communications from this unknown civilization, scholars in relevant fields continue to maintain this judgment. To illustrate in a somewhat abstract manner, it could be described that the current written language of human civilization is two-dimensional, while the script of this unknown civilization exists in a higher dimension. This fundamentally suggests the same conclusion. The unknown civilization that has actively engaged with human civilization possesses an undeniable superiority. Should they wish to impose their will upon humanity, they may not even require weapons. Through ongoing interactions, they could potentially inflict cultural and informational pollution upon human civilization, ultimately leading to its assimilation. Greetings from A-Level 3 civilization in the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy. We are the Yada Kappa Myo civilization, hailing from a distant galaxy. As we traverse the Virgo supercluster and the Virgo cluster, we are en route to the Serpent Centaurus supercluster. We have been pursuing the retreating cosmos for an extensive duration. With a spirit of friendship, we aspire to engage with various intriguing civilizations. Naturally, we are also willing to provide equivalent information that you may desire in exchange for knowledge during our interactions with your civilization, conducted on the basis of equality. Regardless of whether our eventual exchanges and transactions come to fruition, if you do not object, we shall record your civilization's existence in the cosmos. The history of our encounter will accompany the Yada Kappa Myo civilization as we ultimately reach the edges of the universe. This passage, which constitutes the electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals we received, serves as more than just a dictionary to assist human civilization in translation. It also conveys the greetings of this unknown civilization. Though succinct, this greeting encapsulates an immense wealth of information. The sections marked with single quotation marks in the translated content denote alternate appellations within the Yodakapa civilization's lexicon, corresponding to terms found in human languages. In the opening statement of the greeting, the Yodakapa civilization refers to humanity as a level 3 civilization. The term third-level civilization here is, in fact, a translation of a concept derived from the Yodakapa civilization's written language, which suggests a civilization in its third stage or third technological tier. This marks the first occasion for humanity to encounter a clear definition of its own civilizational standing from other civilizations across the cosmos. Previous classifications such as homeworld-level civilization or planetary-level civilization were merely human constructs. The previously encountered Tree Star civilization and the Comanche civilization are not worth mentioning in this context. And the Barnard civilization, having only engaged in limited communication with other extraterrestrial entities, possesses only a rudimentary understanding of such cosmic knowledge. Moreover, their technological advancement lags behind that of humanity, rendering them incapable of defining humanity's civilizational tier. However, what does the designation of third-level civilization imply within the vastness of the universe, or more specifically, within the Milky Way? Currently, it invites speculation. Yet precise understanding may necessitate further dialogue with the Yodakapa civilization. Additionally, the information reveals that the Yodakapa civilization is traversing the Virgo supercluster en route to the Hydra Centaurus supercluster. Although this statement appears straightforward, it may encapsulate a wealth of information. To put it simply, the radius of the Virgo supercluster is approximately 100 million light-years. For a human civilization that has only existed for a little over 1,000 years since the inception of the calendar, and which still grapples with interstellar voyages spanning thousands of light-years, this figure is astronomical. The astronomical data that humanity can currently detect from the core of the Virgo supercluster predates the existence of humanity's ancestors. Moreover, passing through the Virgo supercluster is merely a segment of the Yodakapa civilization's journey. Given the current technological capabilities of humanity, it is exceedingly challenging to conceive of the civilizational stage at which the Yodakapa civilization currently resides. Ultimately, the phrasing in the concluding segment of the greeting appears somewhat familiar to humanity. It closely resembles the message humanity once dispatched to the Barnard civilization, though the Yodakapa civilization exhibits a far more magnanimous disposition, expressing a willingness to share information with humanity. The closing remark from the counterpart alludes to the historical encounters between their civilization and humanity at the edge of the universe, leaving one uncertain whether this is to be interpreted literally or otherwise. At this moment, following the translation of the message from the Yodakapa civilization, humanity stands at a critical juncture. The pressing decision is whether to respond to the communication initiated by the Yodakapa civilization. Should humanity choose not to reply, two potential outcomes may ensue. First, if communication is deemed inconsequential to the Yodakapa civilization, they may disregard humanity entirely after its voluntary withdrawal from dialogue, ceasing to send further messages. Second, the Yodakapa civilization may opt to take direct and further measures regarding humanity. However, in light of the fact that the other party has clearly identified the location of human civilization, whether or not human civilization responds does not alter the other party's awareness of its position. At this juncture, feigning silence is somewhat self-deceptive, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Furthermore, the other party evidently represents a civilization of a higher order than humanity. Relinquishing the opportunity for communication may signify forsaking vital information that could significantly influence the advancement of human civilization. Conversely, choosing to respond presents two potential outcomes. First, as the other party suggested, an exchange occurs, allowing human civilization to glean potentially valuable insights. Second, in the absence of overt hostility from the other party, subsequent interactions might inadvertently provoke animosity, ultimately culminating in a breakdown of communication and the outbreak of conflict between the two civilizations. In summary, opting for communication with the other party entails considerable risk, yet it also harbors the potential for immense reward. The most significant risk lies in humanity's ignorance of the Yodakapa civilization. which is markedly more advanced. This exchange between civilizations may be fraught with misunderstandings, as the foundational cognitive frameworks of the two parties may differ drastically, potentially leading the other side to contemplate the annihilation of human civilization. Nevertheless, in this decision-making process, researchers and scholars in the relevant fields have arrived at a consensus, leaning towards the pursuit of communication with the Odyssey civilization. The rationale behind this inclination is the exceedingly high anticipated benefits, while the risks appear relatively manageable, given the absence of potential conflicts of interest. The Odyssey civilization has characterized itself as a civilization of travelers. Thus, within the cosmic expanse accessible to humanity, conflicts over interests seem implausible. Additionally, based on the current technological capabilities exhibited by the other party, the likelihood of human civilization posing a threat to them is minimal. In this context, it is akin to the lack of necessity for human civilization to destroy or attack the two civilizations of the I-1 system. After making the decision regarding whether to respond, a new dilemma arises concerning the manner of response to the Odyssey civilization. While the content of the reply may be formulated by the numerous scholars in the relevant fields within human civilization, the question of how to convey this response remains. Human civilization's faster-than-light communication and wormhole communication are evidently impractical for interactions with other civilizations. Meanwhile, electromagnetic communication and gravitational wave communication prove too slow, particularly as humanity remains uncertain of the other party's present location. Ultimately, the consensus is to delegate the resolution of this issue to the Odyssey civilization. Whether the counterpart resides in a more distant location or is merely situated near the 21st node communication relay base, invisible to human civilization, it stands to reason that if they are capable of transmitting electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals to humanity, they must also possess the ability to swiftly receive the electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals emitted by human civilization. Following the acquiescence of Lindau, researchers and scholars composed a message in response to the Odyssey civilization, broadcasting it indiscriminately from the 21st node space communication relay base. The broadcast included not only a lexicon of human languages, but also a cordial greeting. Greetings, Odyssey civilization. We are the human civilization of the Orion Arm in the Milky Way galaxy. Humanity is fortunate to encounter your esteemed civilization amidst the vastness of the cosmos, and we are honored to engage in communication with you. Our civilization upholds the principles of friendliness and peace, diligently constructing and developing in a corner of the universe, progressing from the surface of a small planet to our current state. We anticipate amicable encounters and exchanges with all other civilizations. We express our gratitude for the information you have graciously sent, which informs us of the existence of a formidable civilization like Odyssey in the universe. Might your civilization elucidate the meaning of the history of encounters with humanity brought to the edge of the cosmos? Aside from the final inquiry, the entirety of the response remains rather superficial. This is, in fact, to be expected, even with the decision to communicate. The initial exchanges must inevitably begin at a superficial level, while also clarifying the other party's stance on various matters. After the human civilization broadcast this response from the 21st node space communication relay base, the Odyssey civilization promptly showcased their technological prowess, almost immediately following the dispatch of the reply. And while humanity still remained unaware of the location of the Odyssey civilization, the 21st node space communication relay base received another message from them. Greetings, human civilization. We thank you for your willingness to engage in dialogue with the Odyssey civilization. We are eager to provide detailed answers to your inquiries. The ultimate aspiration of our collective is to reach the edge of the universe. This is the ultimate pursuit of our civilization. In the quest for this ultimate goal, engaging with more intriguing civilizations stands as our secondary pursuit. We have witnessed the existence of numerous civilizations in the cosmos. Some have flourished spectacularly, developing brilliant cultures, while others have cycled through history repeatedly. They have all existed, and they have all ultimately perished, much like the waves of the cosmic ocean, rising and falling. Perhaps the day will also come for the Odyssey civilization. Thus, we have meticulously chronicled all the civilizations we have encountered along our journey. In the civilization record book of the Yotukapamu civilization, the names of 467 civilizations have been documented. Perhaps one day, these civilizations will fade into oblivion. But the Yotukapamu civilization will bear witness to their existence. As long as the Yotukapamu civilization endures, their historical legacy will persist within the cosmos. The Yotukapamu civilization shall carry this civilization record book to the very edge of the universe, sharing that magnificent moment with all the civilizations it has encountered. For this reason, many civilizations have referred to the Yotukapamu civilization as the civilization of record keepers or seekers of the cosmic frontier, should humanity not oppose this notion. The human civilization of the Milky Way will be inscribed as the 468th name in the Yotukapamu civilization record book. Simultaneously, we sincerely hope that humanity will document our encounter with the Yotukapamu civilization. When the Yotukapamu civilization eventually fades from the universe, if human civilization still exists, there will remain a trace of Yotukapamu in the annals of human history, an echo of a civilization that pursued the edges of the cosmos. Setting aside the specifics of the Yotukapamu civilization's response, the mere speed of their reply surpasses the technological limits of human civilization. It is noteworthy that their response was articulated in the very script of contemporary human civilization, signifying that in that fleeting moment, they had successfully deciphered human linguistic constructs and composed their reply. Most importantly, if they were not concealed beneath the very gaze of humanity, it suggests an extraordinary capability, one that transcends both light speed and spatial dimensions, allowing them to capture electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals from a distant vantage point. Even before these signals could traverse to our vicinity near the 21-node space communication relay station. Conversely, if they were indeed situated adjacent to the 21-node communication hub, that too is an alarming prospect, as humanity remains oblivious to their presence. Given the current technological prowess of human civilization, the capabilities exhibited by the other party are nothing short of miraculous. Were it not for our ability to decipher their message, we would remain unaware that they are indeed another civilization. In light of this situation, it would not be an exaggeration to say that humanity has brushed against the supernatural. Moreover, examining the contents of their response, the likelihood that the Yotukapamu civilization is deceiving us is negligible, indicating a profound truth in their claims. The content of this communication is indeed staggering for human civilization, a civilization that pursues the cosmic frontier, a civilization of record keepers. And the existence of over 35 civilizations already inscribed in the Yotukapamu record book. After a brief period of contemplation, humanity once again set about crafting a reply to the Yotukapamu civilization. Chapter 84. The True Zerg Civilization. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to your esteemed civilization for the patient elucidation regarding the human civilization. It is indeed an honor for us to be recorded as the 468th civilization in your annals. Leaving a lasting mark of existence in the vast cosmos is no trivial endeavor. We fully comprehend the magnitude of the undertaking that the Yotukapamu civilization is currently engaged in. We shall likewise inscribe this encounter with the Yotukapamu civilization into our records and preserve this chapter of history until the day humanity's civilization reaches its conclusion. Finally, you may find it difficult to fathom the plight of a civilization that has perpetually existed on the periphery of a stellar system, with scant interaction with formidable civilizations, resulting in a dearth of cosmic knowledge. However, we beseech your understanding regarding the myriad inquiries from a civilization so isolated. The urgency of our desire to communicate with such a benevolent civilization as yours is palpable. If there are any inadvertent offenses, please accept our preemptive apologies on behalf of humanity. In the previous correspondence from your civilization, we were referred to as a Level 3 civilization. We wonder if it is possible to gain insight into the meaning of this classification. As before, this message is being relayed as a non-directional broadcast from the 21-node communication relay station. In this response, humanity wishes to pose another question, which simultaneously reveals much about our status. The term Level 3 civilization likely represents a common understanding within the universe. Our inquiries regarding this classification underscore the substantial gaps in humanity's comprehension of universal principles. However, This is an unavoidable circumstance. Even the pretense of understanding necessitates some foundational knowledge. Since humanity's venture into the cosmos, our encounters with interstellar civilizations have been exceedingly limited. Our grasp of the fundamental tenets of cosmic civilizations is nearly non-existent. In such a scenario, any attempt at pretense would be futile, especially before a civilization like the Yoda, where we might only appear absurd and riddled with inconsistencies. In light of the evident technological superiority displayed by the Yoda civilization in their previous response, humanity's approach to communication has shifted to a state of candidness. A lesser civilization cannot masquerade before a more advanced one. It is far better to embrace transparency. Once again, the Yoda civilization responded instantaneously upon the dispatch of humanity's electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals. We acknowledge the perplexity of our civilization. The essence of communication lies in the mutual exchange of information. The term Level 3 denotes a stage in the classification of civilizations as defined by the Yoda civilization and certain others, based on criteria such as total computational power, information transfer velocity, transport technology, and energy technology. At this moment, humanity occupies the pinnacle of the Level 3 civilization classification. Perhaps what piques your interest more is the standing of human civilization within the hierarchical classification of civilizations in the cosmos. We can assert that, within the confines of the Milky Way galaxy, humanity ranks among the most eminent of civilizations. There is no need for human civilization to indulge in self-deprecation. For the Yoda civilization, which has previously observed and encountered various civilizations, the ability to thrive independently at the fringes of a galaxy and approach the threshold of a Type 4 civilization is nothing short of miraculous. The Yoda civilization does not engage in dialogue with every civilization it encounters. We only communicate with those deemed intriguing along our journey. Undoubtedly, human civilization qualifies as such an intriguing entity. The Yoda civilization has exhibited a commendable degree of generosity by directly addressing the current inquiries of human civilization. Researchers and scholars scrutinized the response from the Yoda civilization, analyzing the wealth of information contained therein. Lindau, situated within the Spatial Communication Relay Station at Node 21, also cast a glance at this message. If the content of the Yoda civilization's reply is truthful, it simultaneously elucidates why they initiated communication with humanity. In the eyes of the Yoda civilization, human civilization may be perceived as a curiosity, thus sparking their interest in this peculiar civilization, compared to the vast expanse of the Milky Way. The solar system occupies a relatively obscure position, lacking the abundance of resources found in the galactic core. Therefore, humanity's self-reliant assent to what the Yoda civilization describes as the pinnacle of a Type 3 civilization might indeed seem exaggerated. According to the Yoda civilization, there may exist other civilizations within the Milky Way that are comparable to humanity in terms of developmental level, albeit in limited numbers. Perhaps civilizations akin to the Barnard civilization or the Tree Star civilization, as well as the Comanche civilization, are more commonplace throughout the galaxy. As the analysis of the Yoda civilization's response progressed, human civilization promptly prepared a new message in return. Objectively speaking, when the topic of civilization levels arises, the foremost curiosity of humanity regarding the evidently superior Yoda civilization is how to transcend to the next tier, namely, a Type 4 civilization. However, in composing their reply, researchers and scholars chose not to pursue this topic further, expressing gratitude for the Yoda civilization's reflections instead. What, one might wonder, does the Yoda civilization wish to learn about human civilization? Given that this is purportedly a dialogue, it is unreasonable to expect unilateral responses from the other party. That the Yoda civilization was able to directly address two of humanity's inquiries without imposing any additional conditions is indeed a rarity. To persist in a one-sided inquiry would be somewhat presumptuous. However, after inquiring about the other party's requests, the researchers and scholars, in their response, included a question of moderate weight. Perhaps in terms of relevant knowledge, human civilization is far more barren than the Yoda civilization. Yet we shall endeavor to complete this amicable exchange with your civilization. Furthermore, We wonder if you would be willing to disclose the location of the Yodakapama civilization to facilitate ongoing communication. This inquiry seems to reveal yet another dilemma faced by human civilization: the inability to ascertain the whereabouts of the Yodakapamu civilization. Nevertheless, this information would not have been exposed merely by asking. Regardless of whether it is inquired about, the Yodakapamu civilization cannot possibly be unaware of it. Almost immediately, a response from the Yodakapamu civilization arrived. We comprehend the confusion of human civilization. Currently, we find ourselves situated 53,000 light-years from your civilization. Our primary trajectory does not include a course toward your direction. We have merely observed the existence of human civilization from our current position and decided to initiate this dialogue. Should human civilization be willing, we express a desire to learn about your developmental history. The communication from the Yodakapamu civilization essentially elucidates why human civilization has struggled to locate their existence. They are simply not here. For the Yodakapamu civilization, a distance of 53,000 light-years may represent a face-to-face proximity, whereas for contemporary human civilization, it remains an insurmountable chasm. This distance, when rounded, places them primarily beyond the confines of the Milky Way galaxy. Simultaneously, this indicates that they indeed possess superluminal observational capabilities. Otherwise, they would not exhibit interest in human civilization. If their observations were of humanity over 50,000 years ago, it was a time when humans were essentially equivalent to savages. However, with the current technological state of human civilization, understanding how they achieved such superluminal observational methods remains elusive. Ultimately, the existence of such capabilities raises questions regarding their desire to learn about the historical development of human civilization, as they must surely have witnessed the macroevolutionary process of human civilization over the years from a distance of 53,000 light-years. After careful consideration of the response content, the researchers and scholars of human civilization confirmed the details of this reply. Regardless of whether the other party is already aware, the existence of Mr. Lin must remain temporarily concealed. After all, this is a core secret of human civilization when facing other civilizations. Moreover, it remains uncertain how the Yodakapama civilization perceives the current form of human civilization. As for what the Yodakapama civilization seeks to understand regarding our historical development, we are unsure which aspect they are interested in. Human civilization can be characterized as a hive-like civilization, although we continue to maintain our individual consciousness and intellect. We are capable of contributing to collective interests and goals, wholeheartedly sacrificing our self-interests. It remains uncertain what form your society takes or whether you can comprehend our existence. In our civilization, there is no distinction of hierarchy. Rather, there exists a division of labor across various fields. We do not possess currency, nor do we engage in commercial exchanges. Fixed production units are responsible for sustaining the fundamental operations of our entire civilization. Perhaps, this insect-like nature is the very reason our civilization can conjure what you perceive as miracles. Throughout the expansive functioning of our civilization's intricate system, there is an absence of resource depletion and productivity loss due to management hierarchies. This is a crucial piece of information regarding the societal structure of human civilization. However, this matter is not easily concealed. It is perhaps more sincere to express it outright in the spirit of communication. Nonetheless, this message carries its own risks, as it is unknown how the recipient perceives the insect-like nature of human civilization. One might even regard it as a blight upon the cosmos. And annihilation of human civilization is not beyond the realm of possibility. Following this brief explanation, the researchers appended a question that human civilization wishes to pose. Additionally, we kindly ask for your understanding regarding our civilization's aspiration to ascend to greater heights. May we inquire with the Yodakapama civilization about the demarcation between a Type 3 and a Type 4 civilization? The researchers have already formulated some conjectures regarding this boundary, yet they prefer to seek confirmation from the Yodakapama civilization. After dispatching the message concerning human civilization, it remains unclear which aspect led to the hesitation from the Yodakapama civilization, whether it was the exposition of human civilization's own societal structure or the posed question. The response to this message was evidently slower than before, taking several moments to arrive. Whereas the previous reply from the Yodakapa civilization was instantaneous. This response was delayed by a few moments. Regarding the boundary between Type 3 and Type 4 civilizations, our understanding suggests it pertains to faster-than-light communication and travel. We have observed that human civilization has achieved faster-than-light communication through a rather clever means, leading us to believe that human civilization actually resides on the threshold between Type 3 and Type 4. We extend our best wishes for human civilization to swiftly ascend to Type 4 status. This constitutes our reply concerning the inquiries about human civilization. While the response from Yodakapa regarding the earlier exposition of human civilization's societal structure has been relegated to a later part of the conversation. We wonder if human civilization would be willing to provide us with more information and records regarding its developmental history in exchange for equivalent information. It appears that the Yodakapa civilization harbors significant interest in the status of human civilization, which aligns with our expectations. If the roles were reversed, and human civilization were to encounter a civilization akin to its own among the stars, it would likely evoke considerable intrigue. Certainly, we can provide your civilization with additional historical development information. It is uncertain whether the Yodakapa civilization is willing to share insights on how to transition from a Type 3 civilization to a Type 4 civilization. Researchers have responded that such information is essentially of little value. Should they choose not to exchange knowledge and resort to appropriation, humanity finds itself at a loss. The response from the Yodakapa civilization was notably delayed, marking the first occurrence of such a time gap since our communications began. Regrettably, we are unable to provide answers to the inquiries raised by human civilization. Our precise calculation suggests that humanity cannot afford the knowledge required to ascend from a Type 3 to a Type 4 civilization. This aspect of their reply did not come as a surprise to humanity. The leap from Type 3 to Type 4 civilization is indeed monumental. Logically, even selling the entirety of a Type 3 civilization's resources would scarcely suffice to procure the means for such an elevation. It is akin to a planetary civilization offering to sell all its accumulated knowledge in exchange for the understanding necessary to become a planetary-level civilization, an implausible endeavor. The chasm between a Type 3 and Type 4 civilization is likely greater than that between a planetary civilization and a stellar one. Essentially, humanity was taking a bold gamble. Encouraged by the peculiar responses from the Yodakapa civilization during this exchange, the latter portion of their reply was indeed unexpected for humanity. Considering our amicable dialogue, the only information we can impart to your civilization is that the Yodakapa civilization spent over 100,000 years to progress from a Type 3 to a Type 4 civilization. Though they did not provide a direct answer, they offered humanity a hint. In truth, even the knowledge that the key to a Type 4 civilization lies in faster-than-light communication and travel is already a significant gain. Coupled with this hint, some researchers within human civilization have begun to formulate ideas and conjectures. Before humanity could express gratitude for their generosity, the Yodakapa civilization sent another message. Esteemed human civilization, we wonder if we might visit your realm and explore your territories. To prevent any potential misunderstandings, the Yodakapa civilization candidly explained the core reason for their sudden desire to visit humanity, as they had yet to introduce their societal structure. The Yodakapa civilization is an insectoid civilization, which seemingly elucidates their previous reactions to humanity's descriptions of their own form. What is this? A civilization resembling that of the Zerg has encountered an authentic Zerg civilization. Chapter 85. The encounter of Li Gui and Li Kuei. Can this truly be deemed an encounter between Li Gui and Li Kuei? It may not quite reach that distinction. The relationship between the insectoid-affected human civilization and the authentic insectoid civilization does not parallel that of Li Gui and Li Kuei. The developmental potential of the insectoid transformation of human civilization may not necessarily surpass that of the genuine insectoid civilization, yet it certainly does not fall short of it. Nonetheless, the intersection of the insectoid-affected civilization with the insectoid civilization of Yodakapa is undeniably intriguing. The Yodakapa civilization's proactive disclosure of its civilizational form was somewhat unexpected for humanity. While engaging in initial communication with the Yodakapa civilization, relevant researchers and scholars within human civilization speculated about the societal structure of this evidently superior civilization. However, despite the conjectures regarding insectoid civilizations, no researcher dared to make an absolute judgment before the matter genuinely transpired. The mere occurrence of two civilizations meeting in the cosmos is a rarity, and fortuitously, the Yoda-Kapamu civilization, which initiated contact with humanity, is an insectoid civilization, truly a serendipitous coincidence. Yet, one wonders whether this fortuity conceals an element of inevitability. For instance, does the likelihood of the insectoid civilization evolving past its nascent stages into a spacefaring civilization increase? Upon receiving the brief yet profoundly informative response from the Yoda-Kapamu civilization, scholars and researchers in relevant fields within human civilization began pondering these pressing questions. Simultaneously, a crucial decision loomed that required human civilization's prompt resolution. The Yoda-Kapamu civilization, having shifted from an initial intent of distant communication, now expressed a desire for direct, face-to-face engagement and visitation. Should human civilization acquiesce to this request for a meeting? In response to the Yoda-Kapamu civilization, we consented to their delegation visiting our domain. At that moment, within the 21st node of the Spatial Communication Relay Base, Lin Dao simply stated this. Naturally, the people commenced executing Lin Dao's directive. His words were transformed into a reply to the Yoda-Kapamu civilization, disseminated as electromagnetic and gravitational waves, radiating from the vicinity of the communication relay base. In truth, this was a choice devoid of alternatives for human civilization. Given the vast technological disparity between the two parties, despite the amicable overtures from the Yoda-Kapamu civilization, should they choose to impose their presence, humanity would be powerless to resist. Presently, even the most distant spacecraft, nearly 1,000 light-years away, would be of little consequence if the Yoda-Kapamu civilization opted for aggression. It may sound rather despairing. Yet the reality is that human civilization can only formulate benevolent assumptions regarding the Yoda-Kapamu civilization. This does not imply that they are necessarily a friendly civilization. Rather, in the current circumstances, positing malevolent interpretations bears no significance, as any such conjecture would ultimately lead to ruin. One can only assume that the counterpart possesses good intentions. Under this premise of benevolence, acquiescing to their request for visitation and engagement is undoubtedly preferable to declining. The potential benefits of agreement may yield positive outcomes, whereas the anticipated returns from refusal are likely to be negative. This decision is not solely that of Lin Dao, but rather a collective judgment made by researchers and scholars within human civilization as they ponder this matter. We find ourselves pleasantly astonished by the societal structure of the Yoda-Kapamu civilization. This encounter is indeed a remarkable one. We are honored to extend an invitation for the Yoda-Kapamu civilization to visit the realms of human civilization and engage in direct discourse with us. While we are unaware of the precise timing or manner of your arrival, we hope that upon your arrival, you will interact with any human settlements at the periphery of our civilization. We aspire for this meeting to facilitate greater exchanges between human civilization and the Yoda-Kapamu civilization. In response, the Yoda-Kapamu civilization has swiftly acknowledged our invitation, returning to their previous pace of communication. As soon as the signal from human civilization was dispatched, a reply was received, expressing gratitude for our consent. The Yoda-Kapamu civilization concurs that this is indeed a marvelous encounter. The main body traversing the Virgo cluster shall not reach the human settlements, but will continue on its predetermined course. We shall dispatch a vessel to the fringes of human territory to facilitate this meeting. We hope that human civilization does not interpret this as an act of arrogance on the part of the Yoda-Kapamu civilization. As fellow insectoid beings, human civilization should understand that what reaches the edges of human territory is but a segment of the Yoda-Kapamu civilization. Yet it simultaneously represents an extension of the entirety of their civilization. The entity engaging with human civilization will still embody the essence of the Yoda-Kapamu civilization. Much of this discourse bears little substantive information. However, at the conclusion of this passage, without any pause, follows the Yoda-Kapamu civilization's response regarding their arrival. Greetings, human civilization. We have reached the Pushi W star system. The Yata Myo civilization opted not to establish direct contact with human civilization at the 21-node spatial communication relay, but chose instead a system at the current periphery of human territory. The Pushi W star system, located approximately 50 light-years from the solar system, is a planetary system that was only completed in its development about 12 years ago. The choice made by the Yata Myo civilization indicates another significant point. They have indeed observed a considerable amount of macro-level information regarding human civilization. Furthermore, the vessel dispatched from 53,000 light-years away, which the Yata Myo civilization mentioned in their communication, has now finally come into view for human civilization. This is, in fact, not a fleet but a solitary ship, entirely silvery white and completely enclosed in a shuttle shape. Its exterior bears no apertures, nor any signs of hatches, presenting a surface as smooth as a mirror. There are no visible traces of traditional engines or non-matter propulsion systems. The overall volume of this spacecraft pales in comparison to the colossal Red Giant-class vessels of human civilization, measuring a mere length of less than 200 meters, with its widest point possibly not exceeding 50 meters. As human civilization received a response from the Yota civilization, this spacecraft materialized without warning at a position approximately 0.5 astronomical units from a space interstellar city within the Pushi W system, in anticipation of the Yota civilization's sudden emergence. Human civilization had already mobilized its observational capabilities across its territory, including the borders and all inhabited areas equipped with detection devices and research bases, to scrutinize the surrounding regions. The appearance of the Yota spacecraft was duly recorded by the observational apparatus of the interstellar city within Pushi W. However, it can be asserted that the arrival of the spacecraft bore no prior indication or gradual approach typical of conventional space vessels. One moment, that expanse was utterly devoid of any presence. The next, as if refreshed, the Yota spacecraft appeared at a distance of 0.5 astronomical units from the human interstellar city. Moreover, human civilization detected no gravitational waves or any anomalous fluctuations in spatial data at that instant. The emergence of the spacecraft was, in all respects, utterly silent. Researchers and scholars have commenced their studies and analyses regarding the process of the Yota vessel's appearance. It is nearly certain that the emergence of this spacecraft employed the superluminal travel technology that human civilization has long aspired to, potentially surpassing even the most advanced theories of superluminal travel currently envisioned by humanity. If indeed the vessel traversed a staggering distance of 53,000 light-years. How long did it take to cover such an expanse? An instant? This transcends mere superluminal travel. Presently, it is exceedingly challenging for human researchers and scholars to conceive the fundamental principles behind the technology that enables instantaneous travel across 53,000 light-years. However, they remain cautiously aware that this form of travel is undoubtedly far superior to anything humanity possesses. Yet, such travel must have limitations or constraints, otherwise the Yota civilization would not be in pursuit of the cosmic frontier. Conversely, from the perspective of human civilization, the demonstrated travel technology of the Yota civilization is nothing short of miraculous. At this moment, researchers and scholars are eager to glean insights into the formidable travel technology exhibited by the Yota spacecraft, hoping to glean inspiration for the advancement of human navigational technology. Even conjectures could potentially spare humanity from unnecessary detours on its path to discovery. However, the technological disparity is immense. Even if the researchers and scholars delve into their inquiries with utmost diligence, meaningful discoveries remain elusive. Even conjecture necessitates a general direction. At this moment, due to the Yota civilization's choice to engage with humanity in the Pushi W star system, the focal point of this inter-civilizational exchange naturally transitioned from the 21-node space communication relay base to the nearest interstellar city within the Pushi W star system, where the Yota spacecraft resides. Nonetheless, this shift exemplifies the advantages of a hive-minded civilization. For humanity, this transformation occurs almost instantaneously. In one fleeting moment, communication with the Yota civilization was underway from the 21-node base, and in the next, Electromagnetic and gravitational wave signals were dispatched from the interstellar city to the Otakapom spacecraft, extending a warm welcome to their presence, which arrived much sooner than anticipated. Could this be the technology of faster-than-light travel? Should their civilization wish, they may guide their craft into our interstellar city. Lin Dao also transitioned directly from the 21-node relay base to this interstellar metropolis, situated near the orbit of a gaseous planet within the PCW system. This city, primarily reliant on the resources of the surrounding star system for its operation, serves as a core hub within the human habitation zone of the region, housing approximately 120 million inhabitants, making it one of the most populous interstellar cities in the PCW star system. Regarding the response to the Otakapom civilization, Lin Dao refrained from interference. In truth, the entire exchange between humanity and the Otakapom civilization already unfolds in accordance with his intent. With countless intelligent minds of humanity contemplating this matter under his guidance, there was no necessity for him to vocalize his thoughts. Concurrently with the dispatch of this message, humanity continued to maintain observation of the Otakapom spacecraft, situated 0.5 astronomical units away, employing a multitude of passive detection devices. The Otakapom civilization would undoubtedly require movement to traverse the distance to the human habitation area, provided they harbor no objections. Humanity is eager to observe their transit as thoroughly as possible. We are honored to have arrived at this juncture. Should humanity find it agreeable, we shall proceed directly into your esteemed civilization city. Kindly furnish us with a relative spatial coordinate, and we shall make our way there directly. Although the location of communication has shifted, the process remains unchanged, as the Otakapom civilization promptly responded once more. Humanity then provided a specific location within the interstellar port of the city. Subsequently, humanity bore witness to the movement of the Otakapom spacecraft once again. Yet, even with repeated attempts, humanity still failed to discern the nature of their movement. The entirely sealed spacecraft, resembling a shuttle, vanished from its original position without any forewarning or distinct indication, just as it had upon its initial appearance. Then, almost simultaneously, this spacecraft manifested itself within the confines of an interstellar city constructed by human civilization. Under the peculiar mode of navigation exhibited by the vessel, the interstellar city of humanity was effectively left defenseless. It appeared as though the entity had traversed the spatial distance from 0.5 astronomical units to its current position, bypassing all obstacles in its path. High-dimensional travel? Some researchers and scholars venture to conjecture. However, it remained merely a hypothesis, difficult to substantiate. In truth, not only were the navigational technologies of the Otakapom civilization a subject of intrigue, but the composition of the materials constituting the exterior of the spacecraft also piqued the curiosity of researchers in relevant fields of human civilization. Regrettably, acquiring samples for study seemed an arduous task. At this moment, the alien spacecraft had already penetrated the interior of the interstellar city of humanity. The velocity of human civilization was undoubtedly inferior to that of the visiting entity. Nevertheless, the insectoid civilization possessed certain advantages in this regard. Among the populace situated near the arrival point of the spacecraft, those scholars and researchers capable of shouldering the responsibility of engaging with the Otakapom civilization naturally stepped forward, swiftly forming a comprehensive team of diplomatic representatives to approach the exterior of the Otakapom vessel. At this juncture, humanity, or more specifically, the Lin Dao, found themselves pondering an intriguing question. What manner of external manifestation would the sentient race of the Otakapom civilization, a civilization deemed advanced by human standards and an insectoid one at that, exhibit? For the insectoid civilization, individual consciousness was presumably non-existent. Thus, the entity poised to interact with human civilization would essentially embody the collective consciousness of the Otakapom. What might that appearance entail? This marked humanity's inaugural encounter with an insectoid civilization and their first interaction with an advanced race. Greetings, Otakapom civilization. Welcome to human civilization. As the delegation of human diplomats swiftly assembled before the spacecraft, the representative aspect of the Otakapom civilization materialized before them. The manner in which the entity emerged from the spacecraft was somewhat unexpected to human observers. The shuttle-shaped vessel began to collapse inward, distorting and diminishing in size, was this vessel. In fact, a manifestation of the Yodakapama civilization itself, rather than a biological entity emerging from the shuttle. It seemed more accurate to assert that the shuttle had transformed into a living being. Then, humanity beheld the form of this creature. A human? The scholars entrusted with the diplomatic mission momentarily paused in their actions. Chapter 86. The visit after the shuttle-like spacecraft vanished. A human appeared in its former position. With facial features identical to those of a person, limbs resembling human form, and a height akin to that of an average human. He donned the most commonplace attire of contemporary civilization. To an observer, he might appear to be a middle-aged man, somewhere in his 40s to 50s. Exuding the gravitas and vigor of maturity, yet softened in his demeanor by the proximity to old age. The scholars and researchers tasked with engaging in dialogue with the Yodakapamu civilization paused momentarily. In the vast cosmos, the likelihood of encountering a formidable advanced civilization, particularly one that resembles humans physically, is infinitesimally small. The appearance of this being merely signifies a willingness to present themselves in a manner relatable to humanity. For an advanced civilization, this is a relatively straightforward endeavor. Greetings, friends of human civilization. The visitor from the Yodakapamu civilization began, articulating the standard language of human civilization. To facilitate our communication, we have made slight modifications to our physical form. Naturally, to express our sincerity in engaging with human civilization, we are willing to reveal our true appearance. The visitor maintained a smile, and his words, along with his simple gestures, conveyed a singular message. The Yodakapamu civilization possesses extraordinary technological prowess. Following his statement, he turned slowly, controlling his body to mirror that of a human. Yet, as he rotated, the onlookers were unable to discern his back. Instead, they were met with void. As he turned, the form that had so closely mirrored humanity seemed to dissolve into the emptiness. Upon completing the turn, the semblance of a human body vanished, replaced by an appearance of the Yodakapamu visitor that defied description, neither conventionally beautiful nor ugly. In his original position, the fabric of space appeared to warp, gravitational forces seemingly altered. Within the interstellar city, the previously scattered light began to fluctuate erratically in that location. A beam of light seemed to solidify, while another curved away, creating a disorienting spectacle. Beyond this intricate spatial distortion, there was nothing to behold. Only a chaotic tangle of space and erratic light, reminiscent of humanity's observation of a black hole's event horizon. Simultaneously, apart from the present Ling Dao, others in attendance felt an unsettling pressure in their minds, as if their thoughts were swelling. It does not resemble an assault, but rather evokes the sensation of overwhelming discomfort from an excessive influx of information received by the brain in a brief span while utilizing a personal communication device. At this moment, the visitor from the Yodakapamu civilization presents to humanity a rather peculiar visage. To the naked eye, there appears to be nothing beyond the fluctuation of space. Yet simultaneously, one perceives an exceptionally intricate array of information that defies description, akin to a computational unit inundated with indecipherable gibberish. However, this visitor from the Yodakapamu civilization refrains from further revealing his true form, akin to turning away and, without warning, turning back to exhibit a semblance of human morphology. Even when observed from behind, he still maintains the appearance of a human individual, obscuring the previously complex and ineffable imagery. Due to the influence of Lin Dao, researchers and scholars within the realms of human civilization are naturally aware of the recent occurrence. Many of these researchers harbor speculations regarding the preceding scene. The advanced Yodakapamu civilization, in terms of physical form, exceeds the conventional realm, which was somewhat anticipated by observers. Presently, numerous researchers suspect that the Yodakapamu civilization has transcended dimensions, or perhaps their intelligent species inherently exists as higher-dimensional beings. The spectacle displayed to humanity might merely be a projection of their form within three-dimensional space, molded to resemble a human entity. However, this remains conjecture, offering little assistance to human civilization at present. We hope you understand that our comprehension of your true form remains limited. We certainly grasp this. Friend of human civilization, you may refer to me as Yodakapamu. The Yodakapamu civilization, as a hive-minded entity, differs significantly from human civilization. Yota possesses only a collective consciousness, devoid of individual awareness. In this context, Yota is simply the name of the collective consciousness of the Yota civilization. The entity that has arrived in the interstellar city of human civilization may not represent the essence of the Yota civilization. Yet the dialogue with humanity remains a manifestation of Yota. After introducing himself to human civilization, Yota directed his gaze towards the gathered human researchers and scholars, revealing an expression of curiosity upon his human facade. He could have chosen not to display this, as humans are but a facade he has voluntarily chosen to present. Yet, he still actively expressed this emotion. Perhaps human civilization can comprehend this. Throughout the development of the Yota civilization, a significant challenge has persistently existed. Yota elaborated on the reasons behind his emotional display, noting that in the early stages of our civilization's evolution, lacking individual consciousness, we could effortlessly mobilize the entirety of our civilization as strength for a singular purpose, possessing an unparalleled capacity for action and organization. Far beyond that of collective civilizations and other forms of societies, we, however, grapple with an inherent singularity of thought. This limitation has led us to endure considerable hardships along the path of civilization's development. Beyond the ultimate aspirations of Yota, we have consistently yearned for interactions with various intriguing civilizations, hoping that their diverse modes of thinking might offer fresh insights to alleviate our cognitive homogeneity. This sentiment expressed by Yota momentarily left researchers and scholars in contemplation, as it elucidated the sudden interest of Yota civilization in human civilization. The unique, insectoid nature of human civilization, which harmoniously merges the advantages of collective consciousness with the preservation of individual awareness, allows disparate intellects to contribute collectively towards a singular goal. This phenomenon resonates profoundly with the intrinsic desires of Yota civilization, akin to a sleeper encountering a pillow, a serendipitous match. Albeit regrettably, human civilization embodies that very pillow. This revelation poses a certain peril for human civilization, as the unpredictable response of an insectoid civilization upon perceiving the dual strengths of human collective and insectoid attributes remains uncertain. It is not implausible that Yota seeks to domesticate human civilization for study. Your Excellency Yota, we concede, we can somewhat comprehend the predicaments your civilization has faced. Even though we retain individual consciousness, the collective cognitive inertia of our species persists. Hence, we too eagerly anticipate exchanges with other diverse civilizations. At this moment, Lin Dao stands before Yota, refraining from vocalizing his thoughts, yet the words of others who follow his will resonate similarly to his own. Indeed, our curiosity about the social structure of human civilization is profound, and we hope to partake in the realm of human society. Yota sighed, and his increasingly anthropomorphic responses, while intriguing, also evoke a sense of unease. Despite our unwavering belief in the assertions made by human civilization, the actual encounter with it still leaves us in awe of the cosmos, a realm capable of birthing any miracle. Your Excellency Yota, may I inquire what you wish to prioritize in your visit? Production, research, education, urban environments, museums, any of these would suffice. We are also willing to offer remuneration for our visit, as we can provide answers to equivalent queries posed by human civilization. The essence of communication lies in the reciprocal exchange of necessary information. Of course, Your Excellency Yota, if the intent is merely to observe the aforementioned sights, this spatial interstellar city alone could fulfill most of your desires. At this juncture, although Yota intentions and thoughts regarding human civilization remain vague, there has yet to be a clear manifestation of direct malevolence. People can only engage in benevolent inferences. Regarding the encounter with Yota as a normal exchange of civilized discourse or an exchange of information, Yota currently seeks to explore the depths of human civilization. While it is imperative for humanity to ascertain the extent to which the counterpart is willing to address certain inquiries about human civilization, furthermore, it is essential to determine what questions humanity wishes to pose. Your Excellency Yota, welcome to the museum of this starry city. Who among the friends of human civilization, the insectoid civilization, would come to visit? within our society. Those who are deemed incapable of fulfilling their roles due to aging enter a retirement phase, during which they leave behind reflections on life and the world. It is during this phase that they may come here. Additionally, others who perceive a need may also visit, perhaps in search of intellectual inspiration. Yotakapamu followed a group responsible for facilitating communication to the museum of this interstellar city. The inquiries posed seemed somewhat peculiar, as if they were determining or contemplating certain matters. Your Excellency, the current form of your civilization may be beyond our comprehension as a technologically inferior society. How did your civilization handle aging individuals in its early days? There is no aging, only metabolism. Not only does Yotakapamu wish to comprehend human civilization, but humanity is equally curious about the true nature of Yotakapamu's insectoid civilization. In this regard, Yotakapamu appears to be quite forthcoming, revealing a wealth of information. In the early days of Yotakapamu, collective thought was not confined to a singular brain, rather. It was formed through the thoughts of all thinkers. According to the current understanding of human civilization, the Yotakapamu civilization embodies a complete life form, with Yotakapamu representing the consciousness of this life. Since its inception, Yotakapamu has existed perpetually, never facing death. Yotakapamu has thus enriched human civilization's understanding of genuine insectoid civilizations. Your Excellency Yotakapamu, may we inquire about certain matters at this moment? Certainly. This is both an exchange and a dialogue. You may pose your questions at any time, provided we deem them equivalent and are aware of their answers. In what manner or form can quantum mechanics and gravity be unified? This inquiry is a subsequent extension of humanity's progression from a Type 3 civilization to a Type 4 civilization. After deliberation among researchers from various relevant fields, it was determined that this question should be prioritized. The answer to this question exceeds what you are capable of offering in return. We do not consider this an equitable exchange. Yotakapamu responded to the inquiry of human civilization and then added, "Friends of human civilization, you must not frame your questions in such a manner. If such inquiries persist, I shall remain silent henceforth." The researcher responsible for communicating with Yotakapamu responded with a smile. The reason Yotakapamu articulated this was that understanding the worth of a particular question, or whether human civilization can afford it, constitutes valuable information in itself. During the questioning, scholars and researchers in the relevant fields surmised that human civilization currently cannot bear the cost, yet they sought confirmation. Upon establishing this fact, many other matters were also clarified. Seemingly concerned that human civilization might continue to pose such questions, Yotakapamu elaborated, "Friends of human civilization, you may believe that certain inquiries can be resolved simply by obtaining answers. However, once, Yotakapamu was a level 3 civilization, and we can only convey to you that any shortcuts taken will ultimately require a full restitution, without exception. Some questions, even if we directly furnish you with answers, will still necessitate the journey of seeking those answers yourself. Thank you for your counsel, esteemed Yotakapamu. Humanity is indeed aware of this, but at times, what is needed is not a ready-made answer, but rather a spark of inspiration and potential. In fact, regarding this encounter with Yotakapamu, human civilization has already gleaned much information. For instance, there exists a navigational technology capable of traversing 53,000 light-years in a brief period. This information alone holds significant value. Esteemed Yotakapamu, may we pose another question? Certainly. Are there multiple civilizations congregating or interacting in proximity to our territory? We always hope to engage more with other civilizations. Yes. This time, Yotakapamu's response was unequivocal. Logically, since Yotakapamu can observe human civilization, it naturally follows that they can also perceive other civilizations in the broader vicinity. At a distance of 5,681 light-years from human civilization, there exists a confluence of multiple civilizations within the galaxy. You may wish to explore that region, as it is likely the most densely populated by civilizations in the galaxy. However, when engaging with them, human civilization may require considerable time to establish fundamental trust. Within many civilizations in the galaxy, there exists a concept termed Wasteland civilization, which closely aligns with the definition of human civilization. They believe that interstellar civilizations that have developed in remote and resource-scarce regions possess not only exaggerated racial potential but often exhibit heightened aggressiveness. Such civilizations are typically approached with caution. Of course, this is not a universal concept across the cosmos, but merely a perception within certain areas of the galaxy. The definition of wasteland civilization exists only in specific regions of the Milky Way. Chapter 87. The nature of the universe. It seems that after becoming acquainted with the societal structure of human civilization, Yadakapa Myo exhibited a newfound generosity and openness during the process of information exchange. Although the inquiries posed by human civilization did not specifically address the topic of the wasteland civilization, Yadakapa Myo nonetheless took the initiative to impart valuable information directly relevant to human civilization. Furthermore, after politely seeking the consent of human civilization, Yadakapa Myo conveyed the precise coordinates of a cluster of civilizations located 681 light-years away. Upon entering the fourth-level civilization stage, it is rare for civilizations of such advancement to remain confined within a single galaxy. Should human civilization aspire to engage with more advanced civilizations, they might consider approaching the core of the Virgo cluster. Following the provision of the accurate coordinates, Yadakapa Myo added a statement that indirectly revealed further information to human civilization. This, when combined with the earlier communication where Yadakapa Myo noted that human civilization ranks among the elite within the Milky Way, essentially implies that in the vicinity of the aforementioned coordinates, no civilization of superior advancement exists beyond human civilization. Thank you for your counsel, esteemed Yadakapa Myo, expressed the researcher responsible for communication on behalf of human civilization, conveying their gratitude. Subsequently, it was evident that human civilization could not incessantly bombard Yadakapa Myo with questions. Despite the plethora of inquiries that arose in the presence of such an advanced civilization, consideration needed to be given to the willingness of Yadakapa Myo to engage further. Continuing their exploration of the Interstellar city, Yadakapa Myo exhibited minimal inquiry and seldom initiated dialogue, primarily observing the various facets of human civilization. However, his interest was piqued by the individuals fulfilling diverse roles and missions within those scenes. Given that Yadakapa Myo's own form was presented for human observation, it was challenging for individuals to discern his true thoughts or genuine reactions to the sights before him. Nevertheless, his demeanor suggested contemplation, perhaps even admiration, of how the entirety of human civilization operates. From the Human Museum within the spatial Interstellar city, the group escorted Yadakapa Myo to a research center located in the residential area of the Interstellar city. Within the research center, scholars and researchers diligently engaged in their inquiries, pondering perplexing issues, or utilizing the human communication system to continue discussions with peers in related or intersecting fields, each fulfilling their designated missions. Yadakapa Myo spent significantly more time in the research center than in the museum, traversing various sections of the facility under the guidance of his human companions. Within the confines of the research center, the ongoing studies reflect that human civilization has little to conceal. The disparity in the levels of civilization between the two parties is significant. The cutting-edge research achievements of humanity hold little value for the other. However, should the other party be willing to offer guidance free of charge on the studies being conducted by human civilization, there would be no objections. Yet, even the most generous Yodakapa Myo cannot afford such lavishness. Furthermore, it appears that Yodakapa Myo has not shown interest in the specific research endeavors undertaken by certain researchers within the Human Civilization Scientific Center. He merely observes the researchers engaged in their studies and the scholars immersed in contemplation. Next to a scholar pondering a branch of physics, Yodakapa Myo exhibits remarkable patience. Lingering the longest, he remains there until the scholar concludes his work for the day and departs for a rest, at which point he requests to engage with those accompanying him to the next location. He even takes a moment to observe a discussion amongst several researchers regarding a particular research question. After witnessing their deliberations, Yodakapa Myo, rarely inclined to speak, remarks, "What a marvel of the universe!" For him, it seems that even the simplest of scenes reveal much to behold. Perhaps it is for this reason that he does not feel the need to inquire proactively about human civilization. As for the subsequent location to be visited after the research center, Yodakapa Myo does not suggest any particular requests. He is led to the educational institution where students engage in learning. "Your Excellency Yodakapa Myo, how do you perpetuate knowledge within your society?" inquired a researcher conversing with him. "There is no need for transmission. It is merely a continuous accumulation. Yoda has always been present, requiring no one to pass knowledge to. He simply seeks out new insights. His response aligns with expectations throughout our extensive journey. We have encountered numerous civilizations that have adopted a method akin to that of human civilization to ensure the continuity of knowledge. In this era, however, the concrete and fixed teaching environments within human civilization have essentially vanished. Education now relies heavily on human communication systems and holographic technology, conducted online. Teachers may be situated within the solar system, while students could be in interstellar cities such as Pushi W or aboard distant spacecraft. Through holographic projection, individuals present to Yoda the real-time learning experiences of students engaged in the human educational system. In many instances past, we have perceived the current situation within human civilization as paradoxical. Yoda remarked that at one point, it was believed that consciousness and selfishness were inextricably linked. And even if the illusion of overpowering selfishness could briefly manifest, it would not alter the essence of consciousness. Individual consciousness arises from diversity, differences, and separation, while collective consciousness emerges from homogeneity, unity, and aggregation. We once endeavored to extricate the attribute of selfishness from individual consciousness, but the outcome was the dissolution of that consciousness. In this context, the term selfishness is articulated by Yoda not in the language of human civilization, but rather in the primordial tongue that first conveyed messages to humanity. Remarkably, without the need for contemplation on the translation process, those who heard Yoda utterance comprehended it instantaneously. The intrinsic meaning embedded within the word for selfishness in Yoda vocabulary far surpasses that found in the language of human civilization. In essence, it encapsulates a fundamental logic of thought centered around the self. Yoda conveys that consciousness itself is inseparable from this underlying logic, lamenting the scenes witnessed within human civilization. Perhaps, as you, Lord Yoda have articulated, the universe is perpetually replete with wonders. Researchers tasked with communicating with Yoda within human civilization can only respond in this manner. In truth, even at this present moment, those guiding Yoda through the tour have intentionally concealed the existence of Mr. Lin Dao from human society. After all, even in the spirit of benevolent inference, Lin Dao's existence remains the greatest secret for human civilization. Yet, as the exchanges between Yoda and human civilization continue, no one can ascertain whether Yoda has acquired pertinent information. Particularly, there exists an unavoidable question. Externally, human civilization still retains a considerable degree of collective civilizational characteristics. If Yoda observational methods are indeed sufficiently advanced, he would distinctly observe that the performance of human civilization in the pre-chronological era and the post-chronological era resembles that of entirely different species. How, then, did this abrupt transformation occur? The moment this question arises, the existence of Lin Dao becomes inescapable. However, whether intentionally or inadvertently, Yoda has yet to pose this inquiry. He appears more intrigued by the current state of human civilization, showing little concern for how it has evolved into its present form. In this context, human civilization is naturally unlikely to broach the subject. After the educational system, human civilization proceeded to take Yoda on a tour of the industrial zone within this interstellar city. In this era, human involvement in the industrial production system has diminished significantly. Within the vast industrial area, the presence of humans is notably sparse. Evidently, Yoda who harbored a greater interest in humanity itself, spent the least time in the industrial district. However, when researchers and scholars briefly elucidated the operational patterns of human civilization's industrial and production systems, Yoda exhibited a contemplative demeanor. Following the industrial and production zones, Yoda proactively expressed a desire to visit a certain location. Within your civilization, there should exist medical facilities. Might I be permitted to visit them? Certainly, Your Excellency. Upon reaching a medical center in a residential area, Yoda continued to refrain from posing many inquiries. Merely observing the afflicted and the dying within this interstellar city of human civilization, seemingly lost in thought. The nature of hospitals within collective civilizations as opposed to insectoid civilizations is indeed a nuanced subject. For a collective civilization, the decision to treat an aging and ailing individual often hinges on personal choice and societal relations. Conversely, for an insectoid civilization, the same scenario bears an entirely different significance. Upon exiting the medical center, Yotakapamu made another request, addressing the researcher responsible for his communication, mentioning another critical facility within the realm of human civilization. Friends of humanity. We are aware that during the developmental trajectory of human civilization, a large-scale detection apparatus was constructed. However, it should be situated deep within the territory of human civilization. I wonder if we might be permitted to visit this device. Yotakapamu expressed a desire to see the Eye of Humanity located within the inner ring of the solar system. Even to this day, it remains one of the colossal detection instruments within the domain of human civilization, and to a certain extent, it symbolizes the macrocosmic transformation of human civilization into an insectoid form. Any other non-insectoid civilization attempting to undertake the construction of the Eye of Humanity would likely find their entire civilization on the brink of collapse or even fragmentation. Yotakapamu's remarks indicate a substantial understanding of many aspects within human civilization. For an advanced civilization, this may indeed be expected. Furthermore, regarding the location Yotakapamu expressed a desire to visit, it is likely that observers have discerned the areas of particular interest to him, which are related to the unique insectoid transformation of human civilization. However, as of now, humanity remains oblivious to what Yotakapamu truly seeks. Is it merely to tour various locations within human civilization? Or does this visitation and exchange hold deeper implications for both human civilization and Yotakapamu civilization? There are numerous speculations, yet certainty eludes them. This predicament is not a reflection of human intellect, but rather a matter of relative informational disparity in comparison to Yotakapamu's civilization. Humanity occupies a position of significant informational disadvantage in this matter. The simplest of matters, for human civilization, remains utterly unpredictable. The needs of such an advanced civilization are beyond our comprehension. By the standards of the Yotakapamu civilization, humanity exists merely as a Type 3 civilization. How can one fathom the thoughts of a superior civilization? Of course, Your Excellency Yotakapamu, should you wish to reach the solar system, its inhabitants will continue to guide you on your tour. We express our gratitude for the consent of human civilization regarding this visitation request. There is truly no necessity for us to decline. The solar system and the Eye of Humanity, while symbolically significant to our civilization, are fundamentally just one of the 586 star systems known to us, accompanied by a colossal integrated detection apparatus devoid of any secrets. The departure of Yotakapamu from the interstellar city within the Pushi W star system mirrored his arrival. His figure vanished first, followed by the reappearance of the previously mentioned shuttle-shaped spacecraft. Then, without any forewarning, it disappeared from sight once more. Shortly thereafter, the interstellar city situated at the edge of the solar system, along with the Kuiper Belt Space Research Base and the Eye of Humanity detection device itself, captured the shuttle yet again. The mirror-like exterior of the shuttle, as if newly refreshed, abruptly appeared merely 0.1 astronomical units away from a space research base. After actively seeking permission from human civilization to enter the facility, the humanoid figure of Yotakapamu re-emerged into view. Your Excellency Yotakapamu, should you wish to explore further, we can bring this space research base closer to the circular structure of the Eye of Humanity. We appreciate the generosity of human civilization. I find this tour sufficient as it is. This space research base itself aids in the operation of the Eye of Humanity. We have not concealed any data received from the Eye. Should you wish to observe it, we shall allow you to do so. Evidently, Yotakapamu remains more intrigued by the Eye of Humanity itself, as he gazes upon its functioning from within this space research base. In this moment, we hope to pose the next inquiry to Yotakapamu. Your Excellency Yotakapamu, may we inquire further? Certainly. Your Excellency Yotakapamu, we hope you understand that our civilization, having lingered in a corner of the universe for such an extended period, lacks a comprehensive understanding of the cosmos. We yearn to know, what is the universe like for your esteemed civilization? Following discussions among researchers and scholars, we deemed it appropriate to pose this question at this juncture. It is indeed a broad inquiry, seemingly lacking a definitive conclusion. Yet in truth, the researchers and scholars seek to grasp the overarching understanding of the universe held by a civilization as advanced as Yodakapamyo's. Apart from the purely technical aspects, this constitutes the most invaluable information for contemporary human civilization. It is an excessively grand proposition. As Yodakapamu gazes into the eyes of humanity, a response swiftly emerges. Chapter 88. God? The value of the information exchanged, as well as what human civilization can afford, falls far short of the cost required to answer this question. Yodakapama followed up with this statement. Although this response was anticipated, it undoubtedly represents one of the most disappointing answers for humanity. However, Yodakapamu's words did not conclude there. Yet, we also lack an answer to this question. Regarding the inquiry, what is the universe like? Yodakapamu could not provide a completely accurate description. Therefore, aside from certain advanced knowledge of civilizations and specific technologies that may be involved, we can share some insights concerning our understanding of the universe that may hold value for human civilization. The researchers and scholars were not particularly surprised by Yodakapamu's admission of ignorance regarding the nature of the universe. Different stages of civilization inevitably yield varying answers to this question. At present, human civilization has a vastly more profound and enriched comprehension of the universe than when it was still on its home planet. Yet it cannot claim to possess a complete understanding. In contrast, Yodakapamu, relative to contemporary human civilization, surely has a clearer grasp of the universe's macro and micro aspects, as well as its essence. However, this does not imply that Yodakapamu possesses an answer that could definitively resolve this query. If one could truly comprehend all aspects of the universe, then Yodakapamu's ultimate goal of pursuing the universe's edge would have long been achieved. We express our gratitude to Lord Yodakapamu. After humanity conveyed its thanks, Yodakapamu seemed to pause for a moment, a rarity given the previously demonstrated pace of communication. The expanse of human civilization, compared to most Type 3 civilizations, is already quite substantial. Thus, during the process of expansion, has there been any encounter with forces that do not belong to science? Aside from the existence of Lindo, what could be deemed unscientific naturally includes the peculiar attacks from the Barnard civilization on humanity and the bizarre cognitive influences from the octopus civilization. Humanity has consistently sought to incorporate such forces into its scientific framework, yet, to date, the results have been minimal. The researchers and scholars had intended to inquire about these matters, as they have been a lingering mystery since humanity ventured into the cosmos. Although they had originally planned to pose the question later, God? A researcher responsible for communicating with Yodakapama uttered this term. Yes, God. Yodakapamu articulated a term from their language that carries the same meaning as God. Then, Yodakapama continued, stating that in the universe, among Yodakapama's understanding of other civilizations of similar stature, there are roughly 4 most powerful deities. The first is fate. All that exists within order and rules falls under his dominion. Perhaps the encounter between Yodakapamu and humanity is a twist of fate. The second aspect is chaos. Ultimately, all will transition from order to disorder, from regulation to turmoil. We consider him, in some sense, to be the god of entropy. The third aspect is error and filth. All that should not have occurred has transpired. And every impurity in the cosmos ultimately points to him, as his authority appears to transcend fate. At this juncture, Yodakapamu paused once more. The fourth aspect is the unknown, or one might refer to him as the unspeakable, the nameless. All that lies beyond the known belongs to his dominion. Beyond these 4 deities, throughout the cosmos, one can still perceive the existence of many gods bearing different names. However, we tend to regard these as mere extensions and manifestations of these 4 powerful deities. After Yodakapamu concluded this discourse, he fell silent. The human civilization, for the moment, was unable to provide a response to Yodakapamu. They were at a loss for how to reply. The very existence of the 4 deities, as articulated by Yodakapamu, an entity of a civilization far superior to their own, was profoundly shocking. Previously, humanity pondered the nature of the universe. Now, Yodakapamu's civilization has, on this level, introduced humanity to a comprehensive view of the cosmos. Do these 4 formidable deities exist throughout the entirety of the universe? following a moment of contemplation. Adhering to Lin Dao's will, the researcher engaged in dialogue with Yotakapamu inquired thus. In all the starry realms traversed by Yotakapamu, within the civilizations he has encountered, the influence of the four deities radiates omnipresently. Across the cosmic expanse, one can observe numerous civilizations of adherents and vassals of the four deities. Yet, these adherent civilizations often merely come to a serendipitous realization of the deity's power, instinctively gravitating towards it, akin to the innate imitation of lower-dimensional beings by higher-dimensional entities. They yearn for the divine power, developing their civilization's independence upon it. However, no civilization knows the precise location of the four deities, nor does Yotakapamu's civilization. Nor have they ever witnessed them. Their existence resembles a foundational rule within the universe. Yotakapamu's words signify a profound refreshment of humanity's current understanding of the cosmos. After a period of reflection, the responsible researcher posed another inquiry to Yotakapamu. Does the Yotakapamu civilization also seek power from the deities to foster their development? This was indeed a bold question, yet one that could not remain unasked. Although it may not entirely alter the trajectory of human civilization due to the Yotakapamu civilization, it undoubtedly possesses some reference value. According to humanity's current understanding, the Yotakapamu civilization is entirely a technological civilization. We do not rely on divine power to traverse the cosmos, nor do we depend on it for our advancement. Yotakapamu offers a straightforward response, relatively speaking. They prefer to believe that deities are merely advanced civilizations that have evolved to a more powerful stage, beyond the four most powerful deities. Yotakapamu can accomplish feats attributed to these so-called gods. For civilizations that depend on divine power for development, we contend that, essentially, they are merely taking shortcuts. Perhaps some civilizations, lacking comprehension of the deeper essence of the universe, manage to achieve faster-than-light travel through divine assistance. Yet they remain ignorant of the underlying principles that enable such speed. Ultimately, shortcuts necessitate a precise and rigorous reckoning. We believe that human civilization harbors similar sentiments. A smile graced the face of the Yotakapamu representative. Rather than concluding with a simplistic and naive understanding of divinity, humanity naturally aspires to attain a more profound comprehension of the universe throughout its development. The researchers of human civilization responded thus, and then they moved on from the four powerful deities that radiate influence throughout the cosmos to pose another inquiry. Your Excellency Yotakapamu, what lies beyond these four deities? What is your understanding of the fundamental structure of the universe? My friends of human civilization, you have posed a question that Yotakapamu cannot answer. The Yotakapamu representative swiftly continued in the language of humanity. We have traversed the cosmos for a considerable duration, yet we have not explored its entirety, nor can we perceive the universe in its entirety. From the perspective of Yotakapamu, civilizations in the universe are, overall, a chaotic model. Civilizations born in diverse environments possess varying understandings of the universe and the world, as well as differing attitudes towards other civilizations, making it challenging to find a consensus. Yotakapamu seems to seek a description comprehensible to human civilization and succinctly states, many civilizations, at different developmental stages and levels, exhibit immense disparities in fundamental logic and primary motivations. Some civilizations assert that survival is the foremost imperative, thus all actions of the civilization are predicated on ensuring their existence. Conversely, other civilizations maintain that evolution and development are paramount, advocating the abandonment of all needs, including survival, in favor of prioritizing evolution and progress. Some civilizations prioritize individual self-awareness or biological emotions as vital, while others regard individual consciousness and emotional systems as mere burdens to the advancement of civilization. In the vast cosmos, there exist various civilizations, those of insectoid nature, collective societies, and individual entities. Among them, some are carbon-based, while others are silicon-based, and yet others exist in abstract forms, manifesting as waves or even more intricate configurations. These civilizations possess fundamentally different perceptions of the universe and their own existence, resulting in a lack of a cohesive structure across the expanse of the cosmos. In certain regions, the most dominant civilization influences all others, leading to a widespread adherence to the dark forest theory, where they cautiously conceal their existence and promptly engage in warfare upon encountering other civilizations. Conversely, in other areas, the boundaries between civilizations are nebulous, fostering frequent exchanges among multiple entities. Moreover, there are zones where inherent logical disparities among civilizations precipitate recurrent conflicts. Among the cosmic inhabitants, some, like Yoda, pursue the fringes of the universe, while others, known as cultivators, revel in nurturing nascent civilizations. Some aspire to reshape their territories into their envisioned forms, while others endeavor to eradicate all seen civilizations, seeking to restore the universe to its primordial state. Some civilizations advocate for equality between advanced and primitive societies, whereas others vehemently oppose this notion. Throughout the universe, particularly in the domains traversed by Yoda, no singularly dominant civilization exists to partition the cosmos into opposing factions or to unify the fundamental understandings of diverse civilizations. Yoda has never genuinely encountered such an omnipotent entity. Across the universe, varied circumstances prevail in different sectors, and the foundational model of cosmic civilizations remains in a state of chaos. This, perhaps, encapsulates the insights Yoda can offer humanity regarding the matter. Following this disclosure, before humanity could express its gratitude, Yoda added that, according to their classifications, once a civilization ascends to the fourth tier, the likelihood of conflict among civilizations of that level and beyond significantly diminishes. Even in instances of war, it is less likely to stem from resource scarcity or survival needs, but rather from ideological clashes. We express our heartfelt gratitude to Your Excellency Yoda for your enlightening response, which greatly enhances our understanding of the cosmos. This exchange is not only equivalent but also embodies the essence of communication. Yoda, in turn, acknowledged humanity's hospitality in receiving their presence. They turned away from the apparatus directed towards humanity's gaze. Your Excellency Yoda, may I inquire about your next destination for exploration? I believe this is sufficient, responded Yoda, a statement that naturally elicited a sense of apprehension among the researchers and scholars present. Until now, humanity remains uncertain about the precise desires of Yoda and what it seeks to obtain from human civilization. The implications of this uncertainty for human civilization are also unclear. Should any event transpire, it may very well be a pivotal moment in time. This marks a delightful exchange between the civilizations of Yoda and humanity. For Yoda, the encounter with human civilization is a fortuitous occurrence in a lengthy journey. Yoda continued, a hint of sentiment evident on his humanoid visage. This is our first encounter with such a unique civilization as yours. Human civilization, while preserving individual consciousness in the creative essence of collective civilization, simultaneously upholds the unity and organizational strength reminiscent of insectoid civilizations. You possess the remarkable ability to contemplate the same issue through diverse wisdom while allowing the collective intellect to converge on a singular matter without reservation. Each individual retains subjectivity yet manages to operate the vast system of human civilization without internal depletion. This phenomenon is, indeed, a marvel within the cosmos for Yoda. Friends of humanity, we can unequivocally express our delight in the visage of human civilization. According to Yoda calculations, human civilization exhibits extraordinary racial potential, far surpassing that of Yoda. This dialogue at this moment carries a certain degree of peril for human civilization. Your Excellency Yoda, we are grateful for your commendation. However, at this juncture, human civilization finds itself somewhat constrained in its actions. Friends of humanity, we are willing to offer a choice. Should human civilization desire, you may embark with us towards the cosmic frontier. Pursuing the edge of the universe is indeed a noble endeavor. Yoda then addressed those present from human civilization. Is this the intention of Yoda to depart with humanity? What would it signify if human civilization acquiesced, and what if it declined? To put it directly, does human civilization truly possess the right to choose in this matter? Your Excellency, what does this imply? A researcher, adhering to the will of Lindau, posed the question directly to Yoda. I can comprehend the emotions that humanity harbors at this moment. Friends of humanity, there is no need for concern. This is merely a choice. If the encounter between human civilization and Yodakapama had occurred long ago, perhaps at the inception of Yodakapama's journey, they might have eagerly sought to retain humanity within their civilization. However, that phase has long since elapsed for Yodakapama. Chapter 89. Conclusion of communication. The words of Yodakapemu are remarkably candid. However, for the present state of human civilization, this revelation is, in fact, a piece of good news. It signifies that Yodakapemu has merely extended an invitation to humanity, presenting a choice rather than a deception. After all, humanity was never afforded the luxury of options in this matter. As previously noted, once a civilization reaches the fourth level of advancement, warfare over resources and survival becomes exceedingly rare. Yodakapemu continues to elucidate the rationale behind its invitation to humanity, stating that while the universe's resources may not be truly infinite, our cosmos remains relatively youthful, with the onset of heat death still a distant prospect. At a certain level of civilization, the necessity for competing over resources and materials diminishes significantly. Observations indicate that after attaining fourth-level status, civilizations no longer grapple with survival issues due to both internal and external factors, and resources cease to be scarce. Consequently, many civilizations find their evolution and development reaching a terminus. Yodakapemu encountered a fourth-level civilization that had existed for over 100 million years, having claimed the entirety of its home galaxy and constructed a resplendent civilization. The individuals within this civilization experience extraordinarily prolonged lifespans, during which they have abundant resources at their disposal, allowing them to create a veritable paradise. Yet, the evolutionary journey of their civilization has stagnated at this point. Upon reaching the fourth level, a civilization without a long-term objective to pursue is likely to remain indefinitely, or even eternally, at that stage. Yodakapemu understands that human civilization, being a form of collective will akin to a swarm, can indeed advance resolutely. Nevertheless, this collective will also necessitate a long-term goal, otherwise, it risks descending into a state of existential void. With a smile gracing its humanoid visage, Yodakapemu addressed those present, articulating that this is the very reason for their interstellar voyages. On this path toward the cosmos periphery, Yodakapemu is not alone. We anticipate that human civilization will embark on this journey as well. At this juncture, Yodakapemu's message becomes unequivocal. It does not merely wish for humanity to accompany them. Rather, it aspires for human civilization to choose a developmental trajectory that aligns with its own. Essentially, Yodakapemu hopes that the distinctive, swarm-like nature of human civilization can evolve into a civilization that shares a similar vision. The pursuit of the depths of the cosmos and distant horizons should embody the most primal and pure desires of civilizations. This characteristic is evidently reflected in the expansion and development of human civilization. Certainly, humanity is not compelled to embark on the pursuit of the cosmic frontier or delve deeper into the universe at this very moment. Nor must we navigate towards the same direction as the Yodakapemu. We are inclined to believe that with the latent potential of human civilization as it stands, perhaps one day, when the Yodakapemu itself fades into the cosmos, we may journey even further into the universe. We merely hope that if the day arrives when humanity reaches the true edge of the cosmos, we can carry with us the history of our encounter with the Yodakapemu. The humanoid form of the Yodakapemu still bears a smile. Your Excellency, Yodakapemu, the researcher, adhering to the will of Lindau, conveyed a response to the Yodakapemu, expressing gratitude for their answers and suggestions. However, concerning the choices for civilization's long-term trajectory beyond the fourth level, we are unable to make a definitive decision at this juncture. This response cannot be construed as an outright rejection of the options proposed by the Yodakapemu civilization, yet it certainly does not signify agreement. For human civilization, this remains a somewhat precarious choice. Nonetheless, humanity cannot bind itself presently to the long-term direction proposed by the Yodakapemu. In this matter, human civilization cannot deceive the higher-tiered Yodakapemu civilization. We comprehend the choices of human civilization, yet we firmly believe that, sooner or later, humanity will embark on this path. The Yodakapemu did not exhibit any particular reaction to humanity's temporary refusal, which can be regarded as a positive development for human civilization at this moment. We appreciate the understanding shown by Your Excellency, Yodakapamu. The researcher replied thus, pausing momentarily. At this point, the extraordinary meeting between human civilization and the Yodakapamu civilization was drawing to a close. Your Excellency, please forgive our cognitive and knowledge limitations. In these final moments, may we pose a few questions to you? Of course. We are gratified that human civilization is also traversing the path of technology. Moreover, the insect-like operational state of human civilization has provided considerable inspiration to the Yodakapamu. We can offer additional answers to humanity, provided they are of equivalent value. The Yodakapamu displayed a continued generosity in this regard. What inquiries might we direct towards the Yodakapamu? Direct technical questions are certainly out of the question. Valuable technologies are beyond humanity's means. Inquiring about those of no value would merely be a waste. Ultimately, humanity posed a question that appeared to hold little intrinsic value. May we ascertain the level of civilization of the Yodakapamu? Above level 6. The Yodakapamu answered without hesitation. The classification of civilization levels is merely a human construct, not an axiom of the cosmos. The standards of the Yodakapamu cannot define those of more powerful civilizations. Has the Yodakapamu encountered civilizations of a higher level than itself, aside from the 4 deities? Yes. The response from Yodakapamu to this inquiry was notably concise, devoid of any inclination to elaborate further. This essentially indicates that even if human civilization were to pose questions, it is highly improbable that they would receive information surpassing that of the Yodakapamu civilization. After providing his answer, Yodakapamu added a remark, suggesting that the friends of human civilization could pose another question. Yodakapamu, we wonder if you might impart some information that you deem valuable to us. This could be perceived as a rather cunning inquiry, in a scenario marked by an imbalance of information. Even the party at a disadvantage may struggle to discern the most pertinent questions to ask. Thus, it would be prudent to relinquish the choice of inquiry to Yodakapamu. Naturally, this cunning approach necessitates the cooperation of the other party, as Yodakapamu could easily decline to respond or provide a trivial answer. Friends of human civilization, you tread a path akin to that of Yodakapamu, predominantly one of technology. However, the advancement of technology does not resemble a well-constructed staircase. Not every question, once the fog is cleared, reveals a pathway to the answer. Beyond a certain step, there may not be another step, but rather an abyss. Yodakapamu has indeed demonstrated generosity, fully aware of the cunning nature of the inquiry, yet still providing a response. At this juncture, Yodakapamu paused, then added a somewhat complex statement. Previously, we mentioned that Yodakapamu is more inclined to believe that the existence of deities is merely the manifestation of a more advanced civilization. Conversely, technology may merely be a tool wielded by a deity. We, who pride ourselves on circumventing the influences of the divine to reach more essential truths, may merely be the subjects of a technological deity. The laws of physics could simply be the radiance of a deity's power. Yodakapamu's words are indeed somewhat unsettling. More alarming is the question of why the Yodakapamu civilization, being at a higher stage of advancement, would articulate such thoughts. Is this merely self-reflection? Or has Yodakapamu encountered or observed more concerning matters related to the divine? We appreciate your counsel. Human civilization shall duly record and preserve these insights. The friends of human civilization, in conclusion, we advise you to refrain from excessive focus on or mention of the existence of gods. The powers of the 4 formidable deities, whether acknowledged or not, are omnipresent. However, the more one references the other deities that have arisen from these 4, the closer they draw. Upon concluding this statement, Yodakapamu extended his hand towards those present. The researcher responsible for communication with Yodakapamu hesitated briefly before reciprocating the gesture, shaking hands with Yodakapamu. Your Excellency, the encounter between human civilization and the Yodakapamu civilization is indeed our fortune. This may be a statement of truth in the grand tapestry of human civilization. Yodakapamu appears as a blank canvas, yet it has elucidated numerous enigmas concerning the cosmos. For humanity, this marks a significant leap towards a more cohesive understanding of the universe. A fortunate outcome for the Yodakapamu civilization. It is not surprising that Yodakapamu has taken the initiative to engage in the ceremonials of human civilization, given the remarkable extent of its grasp over human knowledge. However, After the initial handshake with the researcher, Yoda did not cease its gestures of goodwill. Instead, it proceeded to shake hands with each individual present. Had it not been for the collective awareness of Yoda existence, one might have mistaken it for a human being. Following the series of handshakes, the moment soon arrived for it to approach Lindao. Esteemed human, Yoda smiled, extending its hand toward Lindao. Lindao reciprocated, and their hands clasped together. There lies an anticipation that, in the pursuit of the universe's edge, the Yoda civilization and humanity may once again converge. Humanity, too, harbors hope of reuniting with the Yoda civilization in the deeper realms of the cosmos. After Lindao and Yoda handshake, the encounter between the two parties came to a definitive close. Yoda final words indicated that, prior to or during this meeting, it had already gleaned a comprehensive understanding of humanity. The address of esteemed human corresponds to humanity's reverent title for Yoda, Lord Yoda. Fortunately, this did not incite any sudden malice from the Yoda civilization toward humanity. The conclusion of this meeting unfolded without any unexpected turns. Since Yoda did not pursue inquiries regarding Lindao's existence, it follows that humanity would not seek to complicate matters further. The process of Yoda departure from the edge of the solar system mirrored its arrival, employing the same navigational technology that humanity currently dreams of yet struggles to comprehend. Within the confines of humanity's space research base, the shuttle-shaped vessel re-emerged in place of Yoda humanoid form. Even upon witnessing the departure of this shuttle, humanity's researchers found themselves unable to discern any clues. The disparity in technological advancement was insurmountable, even when presented with the opportunity to observe directly. Humanity could not unveil the underlying principles or mechanisms at play. In an instant, Yoda shuttle was positioned outside the human space research base. In another fleeting moment, it vanished entirely from the purview of all human detection instruments. I harbor considerable doubts regarding the initial appearance of the other party outside the human civilization's space research base, which seems to stem entirely from a sense of courtesy towards humanity. They could have effortlessly departed directly from within the confines of the human facility. After all, in the presence of the Yoda spacecraft, the ostensibly enclosed human research base resembles a structure riddled with openings, devoid of any semblance of walls. Nevertheless, with the departure of their shuttle-shaped vessel, the brief encounter between human civilization and the Yoda civilization has reached a temporary conclusion. Following the vessel's exit, human researchers once again attempted to broadcast electromagnetic signals and gravitational wave signals indiscriminately from the 21-node space communication base, hoping to re-establish contact with the Yoda civilization. The Yoda civilization's response indicated that their main entity is accelerating through the Virgo supercluster, and they will cease their observations within the territorial confines of human civilization. The historical encounter between the Yoda and human civilizations will be recorded until the former reaches the edge of the universe or their ultimate limits. In the annals of the Yoda civilization, humanity has been designated as the 468th civilization. Gratitude was expressed for the willingness of humanity to engage in this meeting. Subsequently, attempts were made to broadcast electromagnetic signals once more from the 21 space communication relay base, yet no further responses from the Yoda civilization were received. This signifies that the serendipitous meeting between human civilization and the Yoda civilization has indeed reached its conclusion. This outcome presents a mixed bag of emotions for humanity. On the negative side, humanity is unable to procure valuable information from the more advanced Yoda civilization, even without direct answers. The exchange with the Yoda could have provided significant insights for contemporary human civilization. To some extent, this interaction embodies the essence of communicating with other civilizations amidst the cosmos, yielding substantial benefits. Conversely, the positive aspect lies in the now substantiated notion that the Yoda civilization harbors no overt malice. Nevertheless, should they choose to initiate a conflict, human civilization would be ill-equipped to respond. If the Yoda civilization continues to observe humanity from a distance of 53,000 light-years, monitoring our existence and subsequent evolution, it remains an unsettling prospect for human civilization. This ongoing observation could potentially exert adverse influences on the trajectory of human development, imposing certain constraints. Additionally, if a prolonged exchange were to ensue, humanity, as the inferior party in terms of information and civilization status, would inevitably experience a profound impact from the Yata Myo's understanding of the world and the universe. Chapter 90. After the brief encounter between human civilization and the Yata Mu civilization amidst the starry expanse, the duration of this meeting was, in fact, quite fleeting. Calculated in Earth time, from the moment Yata Mu reached the domain of human civilization to their eventual departure, less than 2 days elapsed. During this brief period, the majority of the time was spent by Yata Mu in observation, witnessing the workings of various facets of human society, with minimal communication exchanged with the researchers assigned to facilitate dialogue. Nevertheless, this ephemeral interaction between human civilization and the Yata Mu civilization was destined to have profound implications for humanity. Scholars and researchers across 586 star systems continued their diligent work even after the cessation of contact with Yata Mu, delving deeper into the information gleaned from this exchange. Yata Mu represented humanity's first encounter with a civilization of significantly higher advancement in the cosmic hierarchy. While Yata Mu claimed that the existence of human civilization provided them with certain insights, the revelations bestowed upon humanity by Yata Mu were far more illuminating. Firstly, the mere acknowledgement of a civilization as advanced as Yata Mu existing in the universe holds immense intrinsic value. Furthermore, the manner in which Yata Mu traversed into the human domain reaffirmed a crucial realization. The existence of faster-than-light travel technology is indeed plausible. The civilizations within the cosmos do not exist in the grim state of being confined solely within the constraints of light speed limits. The pursuit of research into faster-than-light travel is not a futile endeavor, although the road to developing such technology may remain arduous for humanity. The existence of this path signifies that, in due time, humanity shall realize the potential to traverse it. Additionally, insights derived from the direct inquiries addressed by Yata Mu yielded further information regarding the hierarchy of civilizations, the existence of 4 deities, and the fundamental structure of the universe. Considering the revelations from Yata Mu, it became apparent that human civilization ranks among the elite in the Milky Way, especially when juxtaposed with Yata Mu's classification of civilizations nearing the 4th tier, alongside their assertion that their own civilization exceeds the 6th tier. This offers humanity a clearer understanding of its standing within the cosmic realm. Albeit Yata Mu emphasized that such classifications are merely distinctions made in comparison with other civilizations of similar stature, rather than universal axioms. Yet, for the Yata Mu civilization, which is ambitiously traversing the Virgo supercluster, the implications of this classification bear a striking resemblance to universal truths for humanity, which remains confined within the local interstellar cloud. The 4 deities, destiny, chaos, error, and filth, and the unknown, have provided some answers to humanity's fundamental inquiries regarding the existence of the octopus civilization and the aggressive tactics of the Barnard civilization. However, they have also given rise to numerous new questions. According to the Yota civilization, the powers of these gods radiate throughout the cosmos, almost omnipresent. But how do these divine powers manifest? In discussions with the Yota there was only a brief mention of the power of destiny. They suggested that the encounter between humanity and their civilization might have been influenced by this very force. It remains uncertain whether this is merely a metaphorical expression from the Yota or a genuine conjecture. Nevertheless, this statement offers a glimpse into their understanding of the power of destiny. Furthermore, error and filth evokes memories of the Barnard civilization's deity known as the god of swamps and pestilence, according to the Yota. Other deities in the universe may be derivatives of these 4 powerful gods. Could the god of swamps and pestilence be, in some sense, an offshoot of the concept embodied by error and filth? Additionally, the Yota civilization noted that there are numerous civilizations and followers of these 4 gods scattered across the cosmos. What forms and manifestations do these civilizations take? Are they akin to the Barnard civilization or the octopus civilization? If civilizations resembling the octopus are the norm, why then does the Barnard civilization perceive them as having been struck down by more powerful civilizations, leading to their annihilation? However, there is one aspect that may bode well for humanity. As per the Odyssey, the influence of these four mighty deities exists similarly to the fundamental laws of the universe. It appears that there is no particular bias towards the so-called affiliated or follower civilizations. The Odyssey civilization has never actually encountered these four powerful gods. At the very least, humanity need not overly concern itself with the possibility of encountering a deity that might suddenly appear during a conflict with related civilizations, obliterating humanity in an instant. Finally, the understanding gleaned from the Odyssey provides insight into the fundamental structure of the universe. Civilizations across the cosmos form a chaotic model, lacking a unified understanding. States such as dark forest, war, and peace coexist in various regions of the universe. Higher civilizations do not engage in wars over resources, but may still find themselves in conflict due to ideological differences or fundamental logical clashes. This is quite understandable. If a civilization were to perceive humanity's insect-like societal structure as a distortion of a normal collective civilization, it would inevitably lead to a struggle for survival between the two civilizations. The revelations from Odyssey regarding the fundamental patterns of the known universe signify a clearer understanding of the relationship and status between human civilization and broader cosmic civilizations. However, this information, for the time being, lacks more specific utility. Humanity remains unaware of which regions of the celestial expanse belong to the dark forest, which zones are deemed peaceful, and where civilizations with entirely different concepts and cognitions may exist. The precise delineation of these various celestial territories remains an inquiry unaddressed by human civilization, as the cost of such knowledge is beyond its means. Apart from these macro-level insights, the most pressing and valuable information for humanity lies in the concrete issue of advancing from a Type 3 civilization to a Type 4 civilization. In this regard, human civilization has not received direct answers from Odyssey. Nevertheless, the hints provided by the Odyssey civilization have significantly narrowed the search for answers. According to Odyssey, the boundary between Type 3 and Type 4 civilizations is defined by the capabilities of faster-than-light communication and travel, which aligns well with humanity's original expectations and developmental trajectory. These two technological advancements of a Type 4 civilization elucidate why such civilizations generally do not face existential challenges. Faster-than-light communication ensures that civilizations can engage in real-time exchanges over vast distances, while faster-than-light travel mitigates the risk of being stranded in the cosmic void due to resource scarcity. Underpinning these major technologies are likely several foundational advancements, as the ability to traverse space at superluminal speeds suggests that such civilizations have also achieved remarkable progress in energy and materials technology. Consequently, these civilizations are less susceptible to resource shortages, alleviating some urgency for development. For the time being, humanity need not overly concern itself with the matters beyond Type 4 civilization. To achieve this status, humanity must focus on the dual pursuits of faster-than-light communication and travel. Theoretically, human civilization has made strides in faster-than-light communication through wormhole communication. However, many of Odyssey's statements imply that humanity's shortcuts in achieving this may inadvertently hinder future developmental progress. In essence, it would be prudent for humanity to not only pursue faster-than-light travel, but also to explore alternative avenues for achieving faster-than-light communication. The methods to realize these two technological advancements likely necessitate breakthroughs in foundational theories. Odyssey previously mentioned that their transition from a Type 3 to a Type 4 civilization spanned over 100,000 years. This duration, attributed to a civilization of insectoid nature, inherently conveys a wealth of information. Beyond this, based on various information, numerous researchers and scholars speculate that achieving a unification of quantum mechanics and gravity at a more microscopic level, locating a bridge between the two, could potentially unlock critical technologies for advancing from a Type 3 to a Type 4 civilization. In light of this, the researchers and scholars collectively presented an exceedingly ambitious research proposal to Lindau. Historically, human civilization constructed a solar particle accelerator around the Sun. relying on the ingenuity of the human mind, and conducted particle collision experiments within the solar system's ring. At this juncture, the researchers and scholars aspire to establish a foundational experimental apparatus encircling the local interstellar cloud. While alternative methods for such theoretical experimental research do exist, the consensus indicates that this colossal foundational experimental apparatus is the most viable direction. The guidance from the Yodakapama civilization, spanning over 100,000 years, underscores the enormity of the undertaking required to transcend the boundary between Type 3 and Type 4 civilizations. It remains uncertain whether this is also the reason why, within the Milky Way, human civilization, as a Type 3 civilization, stands as the pinnacle of civilization, seemingly devoid of Type 4 counterparts. Regarding the researchers' and scholars' proposal for human civilization to progress from Type 3 to Type 4, Lin Dao did not express any opposition and readily acquiesced. In truth, when the researchers and scholars contemplated this possibility, it was essentially indicative of Lin Dao's own thoughts. Moreover, Lin Dao was aware that some researchers and scholars held reservations about the construction plan for the foundational experimental apparatus encircling the local interstellar cloud. Their concerns stemmed from the Yodakapamu civilization's advice to humanity, suggesting that the next step on the ladder of scientific research may lead to an abyss. If the Yodakapamu civilization's remarks serve as a prophecy for humanity's current foundational experiment, it implies that the immense expenditure of productivity and resources for this endeavor could ultimately yield no results. Even if the energy levels required for the apparatus encircling the local interstellar cloud prove inadequate, it could indeed manifest as an insurmountable chasm on the scientific path. Nevertheless, for human civilization, the advantages of a hive-like existence lie in this very aspect. Despite such apprehensions, human civilization remains steadfast in executing this research plan. For humanity, there are ample opportunities for trial and error. Even if this attempt fails, there will always be a subsequent chance to try once more. In fact, human civilization has already encountered failure in foundational experiments based on its own ingenuity. However, for humanity, this has merely resulted in a loss of time. In this year, following the completion of communication between human civilization and the Yodakapama civilization, the researchers and scholars, with Lin Dao's endorsement, have commenced their diligent efforts to construct the monumental experimental apparatus crucial for facilitating the pivotal breakthrough from a Type 3 to a Type 4 civilization. Even though, at this moment, human civilization boasts a multitude of researchers and possesses the formidable computational power of a bug brain, the foundational experimental apparatus surrounding the local interstellar cloud remains excessively colossal. The planning and construction of this super project, along with the completion of its intricate design, will undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. However, one might consider themselves fortunate if the establishment of the foundational experimental apparatus within the local interstellar cloud is an essential pathway for a normal civilization to ascend from a Type 3 to a Type 4 civilization. Then humanity's ongoing territorial expansion initiative appears to be on the right track. Should human civilization endeavor to construct the foundational experimental apparatus within the local interstellar cloud in the future, it could wholly rely on the myriad star systems along the periphery of the expanded territory, each undertaking a segment of the apparatus's construction. Moreover, in the exchanges between human civilization and the Yodakapama civilization, aside from the pivotal transition from a Type 3 to a Type 4 civilization, there lies another piece of valuable information, namely, a coordinate and a direction. The coordinate is located 681 light-years away, marking the nearest gathering of multiple civilizations to humanity at this juncture. The direction, of course, pertains to the center of the Virgo cluster, a location that the Yodakapama civilization has suggested human civilization should explore post-transition to Type 4. Naturally, there is no pressing need for humanity to oppose this council, particularly considering that this location is exceedingly distant for a civilization still constrained by the speed of light. The area 681 light-years away, where various civilizations congregate, certainly merits a brief expedition by human civilization. Although the journey exceeds 5,000 light-years, and given the current limitations of human red giant class vessels, it would take nearly 6,000 years to arrive. It is essential to recognize that this span may not even allow humanity to complete the construction of the foundational experimental apparatus within the local interstellar cloud. In essence, waiting for humanity's travel speed to surpass light speed before embarking on such a visit implies an even longer duration of anticipation. Thus, it seems prudent for human civilization to take some action now. This year, influenced by messages from the Yodakapama civilization, the will of Lingdao is promptly heeded, guiding the previously diverted vessels, those that had strayed from their intended course beyond the realm of human civilization, back to their original navigation paths. Concurrently, human civilization constructed and dispatched a fleet of 10 red giant-class vessels from the peripheral Pushi W star system, all aimed precisely at the coordinate 681 light-years away. This voyage is destined to be exceptionally protracted. Furthermore, unlike previous expeditions, it is virtually certain that no other long-range vessels from human civilization will catch up to these 10 red giant-class vessels before they reach their destination.